Grandfather arranged a marriage contract with a wealthy heiress, and Lin Tian assumed that she would tear it up. To his surprise, the goddess Luo Bingning agreed to the marriage upon their meeting. They quickly obtained their marriage certificate and agreed to live together for 3 years, after which they would amicably divorce if no feelings developed. Upon arriving at Luo Bingning's residence, Lin Tian unexpectedly awakened a treasure chest system. Black iron chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master-level Erhu skills. Bronze chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master-level driving skills. Silver chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have become a Martial Arts Grandmaster. From his wife Luo Bingning, Lin Tian unlocked chest after chest, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of his life. In Blue Star, Huagua, Lin Tian gazed at a nearby CF. Grandfather, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? He sighed, feeling the weight of the marriage contract, which was a promise made between his grandfather and a comrade. They had agreed that if they had a son and daughter, they would marry, and if both had sons, their grandchildren would do the same. Yet, both his grandfather and his comrade, Luo Jiangwo, had sons, and in his generation, Lin Tian was the only male, while Luo Jiangwo had granddaughter. Her name was Luo Bingning, and Lin Tian had seen her photograph. It was no exaggeration to say she was more beautiful than any star on television. He had also discovered online that the Luo family's assets exceeded 100 billion. She will surely break the contract. He mused, am I not just inviting trouble by coming here? With a troubled mind, he stepped into the CEF. Before his grandfather passed, he had given Lin Tian a phone number. 3 days prior, he had called and arranged to meet Luo Bingning there. Upon entering the CEF, Lin Tian followed the gazes of several men to find Luo Bingning quietly seated in a corner, her aura so commanding that no one dared to approach her. He walked over and, amidst the astonished glances, took a seat across from her. Hello, I am Lin Tian, he began. I want to discuss the marriage contract with you today. Luo Bingning nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. Lin Tian presented the contract. Years ago, my grandfather and your grandfather were good friends and made this agreement, but times have changed. Let's consider this contract void. Before my grandfather passed, he insisted I meet you and clarify this matter. Luo Bingning looked at him in surprise, asking, you don't wish to marry me? Lin Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am well aware of my place. Your family is thriving, while mine is ordinary. We are not of the same world. He stood to leave, but she interjected, did you bring your household registration book, as I mentioned over the phone? Lin Tian nodded slightly, suspecting she intended to transfer her household registration to him as compensation. The household registration in S City was hard to come by, and he could certainly use it. If she offered to help him with this, he would not refuse. Then let us go get our marriage license, Luo Bingning suggested. Lin Tian stared at her in disbelief. Had he misheard her? What did you just say? Luo Bingning replied, since our grandfathers made this agreement, I should honor it. The Luo family will never go back on their word. Lin Tian stared at her, perplexed. You don't even know if I have a girlfriend, and you want to get the license now? She smiled gently. You may not know me well, but I know you. You have been single for 23 years. Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Luo Bingning, why? He finally managed to ask, furrowing his brow. What kind of man could she not find? He was just an ordinary person, and she had countless reasons to refuse this marriage. Was she perhaps looking to become a mother by accident? But with her standing, she could easily find someone far more suitable. I have stated that the Luo family does not break promises, she said solemnly. Lin Tian hesitated, and she reassured him softly. Rest assured, I am not ill, nor am I carrying another's child. I do not seek to use you as a shield. We can live together after marriage, but I will not fulfill the duties of a wife if we remain indifferent after 3 years. The contract will be dissolved. Lin Tian exhaled in relief. With you saying that, I feel reassured. Are you certain you want to marry me? If she persisted, Lin Tian would not oppose. For even if they could not be together, it would be delightful to gaze upon Luo Bingning's beauty each day. Yes, she affirmed. They departed the CAF, and, after a brief drive in Luo Bingning's Porsche, arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where they soon obtained their marriage certificate. Stepping outside, Lin Tian felt dazed. He had just married someone like Luo Bingning, an affluent beauty. Lin Tian, you should terminate your rental agreement, she said. I have purchased a house for us to live in, and I will also buy you a car for commuting. Will you also live there? He inquired. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. I will return home every day, and we will present ourselves as a normal couple. You can introduce me to your friends. Lin Tian turned to her, asking, how should I address you? Also, as a married couple, there will naturally be some intimate gestures in front of others. Her cheeks flushed. You may call me Bingning. Now that we are married, simple embraces and hand-holding I won't refuse. Lin Tian chuckled, realizing her voice trembled slightly. Deep down, she was not as composed as she appeared. My rented place is unsuitable for you. Let's stay in a new house. As for the car, I can manage with the subway, Lin Tian said, closing his eyes to collect his thoughts. This day felt surreal. After a while, the car entered an upscale residential area. These 3 parking spaces are ours. If you get a car, you can park here. After parking, Luo Bingning explained, the elevator serves 3 households per floor, while the 3rd elevator is designated for maid service. Lin Tian marveled inwardly. His rented apartment had 3 households per elevator, yet here, it was 1 household per elevator. Wealth was indeed wonderful. Soon, the elevator brought them to the 20th floor. Come in, Lin Tian. She opened the door to a spacious 360-square-meter apartment. While it may not be as large as a villa, it should suffice for just the 2 of us. Lin Tian stepped inside, stunned as a silver treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head, moving as she walked. What on earth? He rubbed his eyes, but the silver chest remained. Lin Tian, what's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Clearing his throat, he suggested, Bingning, since we got married today, how about a hug? This way, it won't feel awkward in public later. Luo Bingning gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Lin Tian, you mustn't act recklessly. I have trained in martial arts. Even if 2 or 3 strong men join forces, they would not stand a chance against me. Lin Tian nodded. Rest assured, it is merely a simple embrace. Very well then, Luo Bingning replied, taking a deep breath. Lin Tian stepped forward and enveloped Luo Bingning in his arms. His head brushed against the silver treasure chest atop Luo Bingning's head. Ding! Treasure chest system activated. Silver treasure chest opening. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level martial arts. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger arrives. As the treasure chest opened, a gentle warmth flowed into Lin Tian's body. He felt an extraordinary transformation occurring within his muscles and bones, while an overwhelming tide of information surged into his mind, leaving him slightly dazed. Which room will I sleep in? I'm feeling a bit dizzy and would like to lie down for a while, Lin Tian said, releasing Luo Bingning. The silver treasure chest that hovered above her head had vanished without a trace. You can sleep in the guest room. It has a private bathroom, Luo Bingning indicated. Lin Tian nodded and swiftly entered the room, closing the door behind him. Luo Bingning covered her face with her hands, feeling her cheeks burning. She had just married someone she had only met moments ago and had even shared a brief embrace. Calm down, calm down. It's just a marriage. It's nothing significant. 3 years will pass quickly, and it's worth it to keep my grandfather from being upset, she murmured to herself. Her grandfather wholeheartedly supported her marriage to Lin Tian, while her parents vehemently opposed it. This disagreement had led to several heated arguments between her parents and her grandfather, ultimately leading to the decision that she would make her own choice. Luo Bingning accepted this. At 21, she would only be 24 in 3 years. I have truly become a master of martial arts, Lin Tian thought in astonishment within his room. Externally, he appeared unchanged, yet internally, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. Pure internal energy flowed through his meridians. He had mastered various martial arts techniques, including fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and knife techniques. He felt confident that he could take on hundreds of opponents without issue. Just moments ago, a voice had announced the activation of the treasure chest system. Have I acquired the legendary Golden Finger? Lin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. System, he attempted to call out in his mind. After several attempts without any response, it seemed that this system was rather aloof, ignoring him entirely. However, perhaps this was for the best, as long as the system performed its duties. He wouldn't mind it being somewhat taciturn. He wondered if he could obtain another treasure chest. Hope gleamed in his eyes. With just one treasure chest, he had become a master of martial arts. Acquiring several more would surely elevate him to new heights. In the past 20-some years, he had encountered many people. Yet this situation had never arisen until he met Luo Bingning. Perhaps he could only reap benefits from her. It seemed he needed to find a way to win her over. He couldn't let his wife slip away. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Luo Bingning had left a positive impression on him. Although she was a wealthy and beautiful woman, she did not make him feel inferior. Goodness, this house is incredibly expensive, Lin Tian thought as he checked the housing prices in his neighborhood. Nearly 200,000 per square meter, with the total price exceeding 60 million. Luo Bingning. Do you have a moment? We need to talk. Lin Tian found no sign of Luo Bingning in the living room, so he knocked on the master bedroom door. What do you want to discuss? She asked, opening the door with a puzzled expression. It seemed she had already made her position quite clear. Let us discuss it in the living room, Lin Tian suggested, turning towards the living area, with Luo Bingning following. Luo Bingning, I checked. The rent for this place is around 70 to 80,000 a month. Including other expenses, it amounts to about 80,000. I can cover half of that. And I'll find a way to pay you, Lin Tian stated. Having become a master of martial arts, he believed he could earn that amount. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. Lin Tian, the house was purchased outright. There's no need for rent, so you don't have to worry about that. Lin Tian shook his head. Although we are married, I'm aware of the reality. You are doing this to avoid disappointing your grandfather, who must care for you deeply. Luo Bingning fell silent, knowing her grandfather truly did care for her. Seeing him upset at his age made her feel guilty. We are essentially co-tenants, so it's normal for me to share the rent. I'll work hard and can certainly earn that money. Luo Bingning shook her head again. You didn't need to rent such an expensive place in the first place. You don't have to worry about the rent, just focus on earning a living. As a man, it was his duty to provide for his family. Lin Tian regarded Luo Bingning, sensing that she might not be merely looking to fulfill a 3-year obligation. If he performed well, he might even secure a more permanent relationship. Luo Bingning, let us keep our marriage under wraps for now and publicly present ourselves as just a couple. Why? Luo Bingning asked, puzzled. Lin Tian explained. Don't we need to have a wedding after getting married? Given our circumstances, having a wedding now seems unnecessary. All right, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it wasn't an appropriate time for a wedding. If her parents met Lin Tian, they would likely not react kindly. Is there anything else? Lin Tian continued. I don't know much about you. Since we are married, could you perhaps share more about yourself? Luo Bingning smiled and nodded. Of course. I'm 21. My birthday is June 8th. I just celebrated last month, so you saved on a birthday gift. I skipped 2 grades in elementary school, entered university at 16. Graduated from Peking University last year, and now I'm starting my own small cosmetics company. Lin Tian was astonished. Luo Bingning was quite the academic achiever. Skipping grades and entering a prestigious university at such a young age made him feel somewhat unworthy in comparison. What kind of company are you running? I'm not trying to pry, but if someone asks, I'd rather not be caught off guard. Luo Bingning chuckled lightly. It's a cosmetics company focused on high-end products, though we don't have much recognition in the industry yet. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the address. Lin Tian nodded, and they quickly exchanged WeChat contacts. Luo Bingning took Lin Tian's phone and changed their profile pictures to a couple's avatar. First, register your fingerprint. And then I'll take you to the property management to register your face. After that, you can enter without me. All right. After registering his fingerprint, they headed to the property management office. Hello, this is my boyfriend. Could you please register him for access? Luo Bingning requested of a staff member. Of course. The facial and fingerprint registration was completed swiftly, and as they left, a security guard secretly slipped away to a secluded spot. Li Xiao, I've been keeping an eye on Miss Luo as you instructed. She just brought a man to register his fingerprint and face, claiming he is her boyfriend. The guard lowered his voice as he made the call. On the other end was a wealthy young man pursuing Luo Bingning, who instantly exploded with fury upon hearing the news. She has a boyfriend? Are you certain? Li Xiao, I'm sure. I heard it very clearly. Chapter 3. A single punch shatters a wall upon returning home. Luo Bingning handed Lin Tian the car keys. Lin Tian, as far as I know, you got your driver's license in your 2nd year of university. Why don't you drive my car to the new place? I'll prepare a few dishes for lunch, so hurry up. Lin Tian stared at Luo Bingning in disbelief. A woman of her stature, a wealthy heiress, could cook? What kind of look is that? I enjoy cooking. After all, today is our wedding day, which deserves a special meal, Luo Bingning replied playfully. All right. I'll take care of the move. I want you to drive your car. It's quite expensive, and as a novice, I wouldn't want to damage it. Lin Tian said, quickly leaving with Luo Bingning's keys. Her car was a Porsche Panamera, worth over $1 million. For Luo Bingning, it was merely ordinary. But for Lin Tian, it was far too costly to risk damaging. They were not yet a genuine couple, after all. As he exited the neighborhood, Lin Tian felt a myriad of emotions. Life was indeed peculiar. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary worker. And today he was married to Luo Bingning and had become a master of martial arts. Li Xiao, I sent you the photo. About the 5,000 you promised me. Lin Tian walked away as the security guard who had taken the photo sent it out. Are you sure it's him? His entire outfit combined cost no more than 500 yuan. Upon receiving the photo, Li Feng quickly sent a message expressing his doubts. He was aware that the Luo family possessed assets worth 200 to 300 billion, and with Luo Bingning being the sole heir of 3 generations, all of that wealth would eventually belong to her. He found it hard to believe that Luo Bingning would choose an ordinary, impoverished young man. Moreover, Even if she were inclined to do so, how could her parents possibly approve? Li Xiao, you are absolutely correct. Though I lack formal education, my eyesight is impeccable. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Li Xiao, for that would jeopardize my livelihood, he insisted. Li Feng promptly transferred 10,000 yuan. Continue to keep an eye on this matter for me. Perform well, and you shall reap the rewards. Fail, and do not expect to remain in S City. After sending the message, Li Feng opened the photo of Lin Tian. He scrutinized it from all angles, unable to discern anything remarkable about Lin Tian. His attire was unremarkable. His looks merely slightly handsome, and he likely stood below 180 centimeters. Such individuals were a dime a dozen on the streets. Was Lin Tian merely a decoy for Luo Bingning? Did she fear choosing someone outstanding, worried they might harbor ulterior motives? Opting instead for an ordinary individual she could easily dismiss? Li Feng mused. The more he pondered, the more plausible this seemed. He had pursued Luo Bingning for 3 years and had never witnessed her in close proximity to any man. Gather detailed information on this individual, but do so discreetly. He instructed another contact, a private investigator he had collaborated with on several occasions. Understood, Li Xiao. The price will depend on the complexity of the investigation. How to earn money. On the subway, Lin Tian contemplated. He would have to resign from his current job, which paid 5,000 yuan a month, sufficient for his own sustenance. But supporting a family in S City was a daunting task. Moreover, he had already informed Luo Bingning that he would cover 40,000 yuan in rent. If she declined, he ideally needed to earn at least 40,000 yuan monthly to manage household expenses. Utilities, property management, a nanny, food, these costs would accumulate significantly. As a martial arts master, becoming a bodyguard would be well within his capabilities. High-end bodyguards typically earned between 80 to 100,000 yuan. Yet, if he worked as a bodyguard for someone else, it would surely invite ridicule upon Luo Bingning. He quickly dismissed the idea of being a bodyguard. Perhaps opening a martial arts school? Lin Tian pondered, though he was uncertain of the qualifications required. Moreover, the skills he possessed were not easily imparted to others. How long would it take for someone to cultivate internal energy? Without a foundation in internal power, martial arts techniques would merely be superficial displays. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He noticed someone live streaming. In this day and age, prominent streamers were earning substantial incomes. He could easily leverage live streaming to generate revenue. As a martial arts master, attracting followers would not be difficult. If he showcased his knife-throwing skills in a live stream, he could hit a target from 100 meters away with perfect accuracy. Within 10 meters, he was confident he could slice the wings off a moving fly. If he pursued outdoor streaming, he could effortlessly perform extreme stunts. However, if he chose to be a streamer, he would have to face the camera frequently. Although he did not suffer from social anxiety, the thought of constant exposure made him uneasy. But I need not show my face at all. I could wear a mask, maintaining an air of mystery. Perhaps that would be better. A smile crept across Lin Tian's face. With his current abilities, accumulating 1 million followers should not pose a significant challenge. Even without promoting products or taking advertisements, he could likely earn a handsome monthly income through mere donations. First, I will move today, and tomorrow I will resign from my job. Lin Tian mused. His current work was arduous and low-paying. Were it not for the necessity of establishing himself in S City, he would have quit long ago. After transferring 3 subway lines, Lin Tian finally arrived at his rented accommodation. The house was located on the outskirts of the city, requiring considerable time for daily commutes. Shaolin, your rent will increase by 200 starting next month. Agree, and you may continue renting. Disagree, and you should hastily pack and leave within 2 days. Upon reaching the front door, the landlord unexpectedly emerged from the room. Landlord, did you enter my room without my permission? Lin Tian's expression darkened. What's the issue with me checking my own property? The landlord replied nonchalantly. Lin Tian took a deep breath. I will not be renting anymore. Please return my deposit. I will gather my belongings and move out shortly. The landlord's expression changed dramatically. He had intended to raise the rent, but did not wish for Lin Tian to vacate. Finding a new tenant would not be easy. You can leave, but if there is any damage to the room, you want to receive a single penny of your deposit back if you move out now. The landlord retorted coldly. What have I damaged? Please, point it out, Lin Tian challenged as he stepped inside the room. Here and here, the landlord casually indicated 2 spots. Lin Tian scoffed. Those damages had existed when he moved in. Landlord, what about this wall? He pointed to a perfectly intact wall. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Tian's fist crashed into the wall with tremendous force. Since it wasn't a load-bearing wall, a hole was instantly created. Landlord, how much do you think this will cost to repair? Lin Tian asked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The landlord recoiled. Fear etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Tian, who appeared so refined yet possessed such formidable strength. A single punch from him could be lethal. Shaolin. Brother, that wall was already like that. And I recall now, those 2 spots were already damaged. The landlord's complexion drained of color, and he hastily pulled out his phone to refund the deposit. Chapter 4. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your marriage. What a delightful aroma. Upon opening the door, Lin Tian was greeted by a rich scent. Lin Tian, I just need to stir-fry a vegetable dish, and we can eat, Luo Bingning announced as she stood up from the sofa. Lin Tian nodded, placing his belongings down and washing his hands before joining her at the dining table, which was already adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, all visually appealing. Luo Bingning, your culinary skills are truly impressive, far superior to mine, Lin Tian praised. Glancing towards the kitchen where she was diligently cooking, her figure exuding warmth and charm, captivating his gaze. If only Luo Bingning could truly become his wife. What are you staring at? Luo Bingning turned her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Tian cleared his throat, just admiring your cooking. Who would have thought that a wealthy young lady like you could cook so well? I, Lin, am in awe, he remarked. There's nothing to see. Hurry and serve the rice, Luo Bingning replied, aware that Lin Tian had been gazing at her but chose not to confront him, as they were in name. Now husband and wife. Very well. Lin Tian quickly served the rice. Luo Bingning also dished out the stir-fried vegetables, retrieving a bottle of expensive red wine from the wine cabinet. Drinking wine? Lin Tian asked, somewhat surprised. Luo Bingning nodded. Today marks our wedding day. This is our first meal together as a married couple, a significant occasion. Lin Tian smiled faintly. So I might have a chance to be officially recognized? Luo Bingning likely hoped otherwise. If they truly became a couple, this special day would seem rather dull in retrospect. Of course, I promised I would give you an opportunity. However, if we do not develop feelings for each other in 3 years, I will leave, she stated as she poured 2 glasses of red wine. Mr. Lin, cheers to our marriage, Luo Bingning said with a smile, raising her glass. Cheers to our marriage, Lin Tian echoed, lightly clinking glasses with her. They both took a small sip of the wine. Though Lin Tian was no connoisseur, he found it quite enjoyable. Give it a taste and see how it is, he encouraged, sampling the various dishes in turn. Luo Bingning watched him intently. Lin Tian was taken aback. Bingning, your culinary skills are undoubtedly at a chef's level. As long as you enjoy it. I love cooking, but I'm on a diet, so I can't eat much, Luo Bingning replied with a gentle smile. Lin Tian chuckled. Then it seems I am fortunate indeed. After a while, Luo Bingning added, Lin Tian, there's something I need to tell you. My father called. He has canceled my credit card. Has your father been informed about our marriage registration? Affirmed, I haven't concealed it from my family. My father's sentiment is that since I've entered matrimony, we must navigate life independently. My company's operations remain unaffected, although, in its nascent stage, my self-stipulated salary is a mere 20,000 yuan monthly. While a substantial sum for the average individual, it pales in comparison to his accustomed expenditures, where a single garment could easily exceed that amount. It appears your father intends for you to experience austerity, hoping for a change of heart. Gently nodded, indeed. That's their intention. However, having committed to 3 years, I intend to persevere. Originally, I contemplated hiring a domestic helper, but that's currently beyond our means. I shall assume responsibility for the apartment's management fees and utilities, while you cover the remaining living expenses. Responded. The management fees and utilities could amount to approximately 7 or 8,000 yuan. With only 20,000 yuan monthly, will the remainder suffice for your needs? Perhaps we should practice frugality. I hadn't anticipated my father resorting to such measures. Appeared slightly dispirited. Previously accustomed to unfettered credit card usage. With monthly expenditures ranging from 1 to 200,000 yuan, her current allowance represents a mere fraction of her former spending. I shall endeavor to earn money expeditiously. Earnestly declared. Nodded, albeit without expectation. A recent graduate from an unremarkable institution, what substantial income could he possibly generate monthly? The average college graduate earns merely a few thousand yuan. My father has forbidden me from securing employment for you. Had she the latitude to assist, procuring a lucrative position for would be effortless. It's of no consequence. I can manage independently. As they conversed, the meal neared its conclusion. The majority of the dishes found their way into his stomach, his appetite having notably increased. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed abruptly. Through the video intercom system, discerned a fashionably and impeccably dressed young woman stationed in the lobby below. Who is she? Sighed. Her name is my confidante. She is aware of my residence and, unexpectedly, has arrived. Her intentions are benign, yet our cohabitation might provoke her scrutiny. Nodded subtly, that's to be expected. The revelation of cohabitation would undoubtedly elicit scrutiny from a true confidant. Effusive congratulations would be indicative of superficial friendship. The door is unlocked. Tap the screen. Unlocking the main entrance below. Shortly thereafter, ascended and opened the apartment door. Who is? Upon beholding behind, was taken aback. The presence of a man within's apartment was unexpected. This is my boyfriend. This is my dearest friend. She hails from a martial arts lineage and possesses exceptional skills. She was my martial arts instructor. Introduced them with a smile. Fixed a penetrating gaze upon. She suspected that had been deceived by, who appeared unremarkable. How could have chosen him as her boyfriend? It's a pleasure, greeted. Nodded curtly, likewise. Might I inquire as to your origins, your parents' occupations, and your professional pursuits? As confidant, I trust you won't find my inquiries intrusive, while as astute. She can also be easily misled. Linked arms with, I'll elucidate circumstances. I prepared the meal, so the dishes are your responsibility. Not a problem. Proceeded to wash the dishes. Ushered into the master bedroom. Divulged situation to, who responded with incredulity. Have you lost your senses? Your family's assets amount to hundreds of billions, and you, a paragon of privilege, while possesses nothing. You inhabit entirely disparate worlds. Earnestly attempted to dissuade. Please refrain from remonstrating. Our family possesses wealth, and for me, the individual I seek need not be affluent, merely understanding and affectionate. You, alas, S expression conveyed helplessness. She implored for the better part of an hour, her entreaties proving futile. How did you two meet? I've never encountered him previously, inquired, perplexed. Through online dating. Was rendered speechless, staring at with incredulity. The scion of the illustrious family engaging in online dating and becoming ensnared within its web. Unacceptable. Where is your mobile device? I must install an anti-fraud application immediately. I suspect is a charlatan, and you must not be swindled out of your wealth and virtue. S countenance darkened. I must also contact uncle. Preying upon you will undoubtedly result in his incarceration. Furrowed her brow. My father is already aware and has suspended my credit cards. Please refrain from rash actions you are unfamiliar with. Slapped her forehead. Your relationship originated online. How can you claim to know him intimately? Despite your intellect as a Peking University alumna, you've likely been deceived. I shall evict him forthwith. Hastily interjected. I've assured my father that I shall abstain from intimacy with him for the time being. Should you interfere, I shall engage in coitus with him this very day. Was rendered speechless. Uncle must be beside himself with rage. You, with your astute business acumen, your company, though nascent, is valued at over 100 million. What qualities do you perceive in him? Earnestly implored. Responded, although he lacks wealth, a distinguished career, and notable lineage, as long as he cherishes me, that suffices. I confide in me alone, but do not divulge this to your father. Clutched her chest, at a loss for words. Smiled, very well, I possess discretion. I am pursued by numerous suitors, yet they are primarily motivated by my family's wealth. Is not. Genuinely believed this of. Initially, had no intention of marrying her. It was her desire to fulfill her grandfather's wish that prompted her to propose marriage too. I am defeated by you. I shall stipulate one condition. Ensure you lock your door at night, and under no circumstances should you become intoxicated, understood? Declared, defeated. Linked. Those appear to be two conditions. Glared at, you have driven me to distraction. Even if you desire to date him, cohabitation is unnecessary. Should you insist on cohabitation? Might I reside here with you? Shook her head, that is unacceptable. Rest assured, I shall safeguard myself. I shall heed your counsel and secure the door each night. Sighed. In the event of any exigency, contact me immediately. I shall arrive within 10 minutes. Did not reside within the same complex, but her residence was in close proximity, allowing her to reach his location within 10 minutes via motorcycle. Very well, but refrain from speaking ill of. I shall not speak ill, but I shall eventually uncover his misdeeds. The two women emerged from the bedroom, where they found having completed the dishes. Mr. Lin, you and met through online dating. And now that you are aware of her status as a wealthy woman, what are your sentiments? Inquired with feigned curiosity, intending to expose true colors through conversation. Glanced at. The online dating narrative had been agreed upon during their meal, and it had been deployed sooner than anticipated. My sentiment is that being a kept man is truly delightful. I never imagined that my appearance would one day afford me the opportunity to be supported. Jested. Retorted, knowing circumstances, do you not feel immense pressure? Her consumption is not inexpensive, and she is pursued by numerous individuals, including scions of influential and affluent families. Should they discover that you have won her over, they might become enraged. Hastily interjected, please refrain from intimidating. Lin Tian, indeed, has admirers from affluent families, but they are not as intimidating as one might think. They have no need to resort to unlawful actions. They understand that any reckless behavior would extinguish their chances and would ultimately become a source of ridicule within their circles. Tang Yin discreetly rolled her eyes. It seems that Luo Bingning is intent on undermining her. It appears she needs to find an opportunity to speak with Lin Tian alone and encourage him to distance himself. Bingning, I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Farewell. Tang Yin swiftly departed. With Lin Tian and Luo Bingning together, her current mobility is limited. Lin Tian, based on my understanding of Tang Yin, she will likely seek you out in the future. She may even try to provoke you into leaving. Lin Tian nodded. She appears genuinely concerned for you, and I shall not hold it against her. There are some good films out recently. Would you like to see one? A movie? Sure. Luo Bingning hesitated momentarily before agreeing. She had never been to the cinema with a boy, but she felt compelled to accept this opportunity. After all, it was Lin Tian's first invitation. Furthermore, since today marks their wedding, a movie outing seems appropriate. Both had consumed alcohol, and they took a taxi to the mall. Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Buy her a bouquet of roses. A little girl approached cheerfully at the mall entrance. Then let us get one, Lin Tian chuckled. He spent 10 yuan on a single rose and presented it to Luo Bingning. Thank you, she smiled. Just this one will suffice. Given our current financial situation, you needn't splurge on an extravagant bouquet. Understood, Lin Tian nodded. With limited funds in his bank account, he had no intention of putting on a facade. Soon, they arrived at the cinema. Bingning, please take a seat over there while I queue for the tickets. All right, Luo Bingning replied. Before long, Lin Tian returned with the tickets. Only to be approached by a man. You are Lin Tian, correct? Someone wishes to have a serious discussion with you. It would be wise for you to comply. Lin Tian frowned inwardly, suspecting that this man was likely a suitor of Luo Bingning's. He hadn't anticipated being targeted so soon. There must be spies keeping watch in their neighborhood, he thought. If you wish to talk, the movie is about to start. Let us discuss this after I finish watching the film with Bingning. I presume you wouldn't want her to find out, would you? Do not play games, or you shall face the consequences. The man departed, and Lin Tian returned to Luo Bingning, who was engrossed in her phone and unaware of the encounter. Bingning, do you want some popcorn? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning shook her head. Popcorn makes one gain weight. I shall pass. Then let us head in. Lin Tian suggested as time was running short. They quickly entered the theater after their tickets were checked. Fei Xiao, Lin Tian said to wait until after the movie to talk. I didn't want to disturb Miss Luo, so I refrained from being forceful. We may have to wait a while. The man who threatened Lin Tian approached a young man named Li Feng, who had been contacted by the community security. Li Feng had hired a private investigator to look into Lin Tian. Within a few hours, the investigator provided a detailed report revealing Lin Tian to be utterly unremarkable. Upon seeing Lin Tian's profile, Li Feng was furious. Luo Bingning was a paragon of grace, destined to inherit the vast wealth of the Luo family. While Lin Tian's background was painfully ordinary, yet, here she was cohabiting with him. What an outrageous situation. Li Feng cursed internally, feeling indignant at having to wait for someone so inconsequential. What film are they watching? Go buy me a ticket. Understood, Fei Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Li Feng acquired a ticket and entered the theater, quickly spotting Lin Tian and Luo Bingning seated together. I'll swap seats with you. This is my ticket, Li Feng said, paying to change his seat to one with a clear view of Lin Tian and Luo Bingning. Chapter 6. Another treasure chest appears. The movie began, showcasing an action blockbuster. Lin Tian used to relish such films, finding the intense combat exhilarating. However, as he watched, he found himself frowning. Having attained mastery in martial arts, he perceived many of the fight scenes as juvenile and absurd. If I were to become a stunt coordinator, I could probably earn a decent living. Although it would pale in comparison to my income from live streaming, Lin Tian mused, allowing his thoughts to drift. Meanwhile, Luo Bingning was fully absorbed in the film. Unlike most girls, her martial arts training led her to appreciate the action genre. In the left rear, Li Feng kept a watchful eye on them. Lin Tian was already aware of Li Feng's scrutiny, but chose to disregard it. Even if Luo Bingning were an ordinary girl, her beauty would attract numerous admirers, especially given the Luo family's vast fortune. As the film progressed, Luo Bingning sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she caught sight of Li Feng watching them intently. He quickly averted his gaze, hoping the dim lighting would conceal his identity, but Luo Bingning recognized him immediately. Li Feng, she thought, frowning. 3 years prior, during a chance encounter, Li Feng had seen her and had pursued her relentlessly despite her repeated rejections. Luo Bingning was aware of his background. His family was worth several hundred million, a staggering sum for an ordinary person, yet it was insignificant compared to the Luo family's wealth. Lin Tian, we must surely hold hands publicly from now on. Shall we try it now? Luo Bingning leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered. All right, he nodded, eager to embrace such a delightful opportunity. Luo Bingning extended her hand, and Lin Tian took it, their fingers intertwining. Luo Bingning felt a slight tremor. This was unfamiliar territory for her. However, they were married now, and holding hands was entirely appropriate. Would they not even hold hands in front of others? Just a simple gesture, nothing more. We are married now. If we cannot even hold hands, that would be preposterous. Better to not waste each other's time. Luo Bingning silently reassured herself, gradually relaxing her grip. Lin Tian's heart raced as he held her soft, smooth hand. This was his first experience holding a girl's hand, especially one as radiant as Luo Bingning. Suddenly, a black treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. This chest was less ornate than the previous silver one. Is this a black iron level chest? Lin Tian pondered, observing the other patrons who remained engrossed in the film, oblivious to the chest hovering above Luo Bingning. The chest appeared when I held Bingning's hand, and the previous one appeared when I entered the house. Is there a pattern here? Lin Tian contemplated, but could not deduce the connection. If it were due to Luo Bingning's emotional state, why hadn't a chest appeared when they obtained their marriage certificate? If it were tied to intimacy, the previous chest had manifested before they even embraced. Bingning, there's a mosquito, Lin Tian remarked, releasing her hand to swat at the air above her head. The black iron chest vanished the moment his hand brushed it. Lowering his hand, he grasped Luo Bingning's hand once more, their fingers now fully intertwined. Luo Bingning glanced down at their clasped hands. There was a marked difference between a casual hold and their fingers interlocked. This guy has quite the audacity, she mused internally, hesitating to withdraw her hand. As today was indeed a special occasion. Just this once, it won't be a habit, she whispered, turning her attention back to the film. The black iron chest yielding such a skill was certainly intriguing, Lin Tian thought. His mind flooded with information about the Erhu, and he realized that this chest had granted him the skill of an Erhu master. After 10 minutes of absorbing this newfound knowledge, he felt as though he had acquired approximately 50 years of experience with the instrument. His proficiency in the Erhu has now far surpassed that of an ordinary enthusiast, with perhaps no more than 10 individuals in the entire nation who can match his skill. Lin Tian mused that if he were to perform a piece in the park, it would likely bring tears to many elderly spectators. Unbeknownst to him, the film had concluded, and he stood up, hand in hand with Luo Bingning. Damn. Li Feng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. While seated, he could not see clearly, but now it was evident that Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were holding hands, their fingers interlaced. Lin Tian, you bastard. Li Feng cursed inwardly, his anger boiling over. It appeared that Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were indeed a couple, likely cohabiting, and he suspected that Lin Tian had already taken her virginity. The thought stoked the flames of Li Feng's rage. Lin Tian, wait for me outside. I need to use the restroom, Luo Bingning said as they exited the theater. Lin Tian nodded and left first. When Luo Bingning approached Li Feng, her expression was icy. Li Feng, Lin Tian is my boyfriend. If you dare to act recklessly, I will do everything in my power to ensure that your family goes bankrupt within 6 months. If you don't believe me, let us wait and see, she threatened. Li Feng's face darkened. Bingning, Lin Tian is just an ordinary person from an average background. He is not worth your devotion. Luo Bingning replied coldly, remember what I said. Moreover, if you spread rumors or try to harm him, I will hold you accountable. I know you have people watching us. Tell them to back off, or you will face the consequences. With that, she turned and walked away. Li Feng clenched his jaw, torn between wanting to retaliate and recognizing the overwhelming power disparity between the Li and Luo families. Kid, you've shown some sense. Come with me. My boss will be here shortly to speak with you. A man who had previously threatened Lin Tian appeared outside the theater. He believed Lin Tian and Luo Bingning's exit was a sign of compliance. Lead the way, Lin Tian replied calmly. The man brought Lin Tian to a secluded spot and sneered, Kid, do you know what happens to a frog that dreams of eating swan meat? Not really. Care to enlighten me? Lin Tian responded, his demeanor unruffled. He was confident that if the man dared to make a move, he would ensure the man would not recognize himself afterward. Just then, the man's phone rang. It was Li Feng calling. He quickly answered. You haven't taught him a lesson yet? Let him go, Li Feng said before hanging up. Kid, consider yourself lucky. With that, the man left hastily. Lin Tian pondered, realizing that Luo Bingning must have exerted pressure on him. The sudden retreat suggested her influence was at play. Ah, it feels nice to have a wife looking out for me, Lin Tian thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 7. It's time to make money. Lin Tian. Where did you just go? Upon reuniting, Luo Bingning scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. She breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing he had not been harmed. I just needed a moment to myself, Lin Tian explained, choosing not to disclose the earlier encounter. Lin Tian, I just received a call. Something urgent has come up at the company. I want to be back for dinner, so you'll have to manage on your own, Luo Bingning said hurriedly before departing. As a company owner, even on a Sunday, some matters required her personal attention. I too must seize the opportunity to earn some money, Lin Tian thought. heading to a store to purchase a suitable mask. This mask would conceal his entire face, and with his inner strength, he could alter his voice, ensuring that even acquaintances would not recognize him. Opening the Huayin app, he blacklisted and deleted several of his dozen followers. Next, he enabled all privacy settings. The Huayin app is the largest short video platform in Huagua, boasting immense traffic, where top streamers earn substantial incomes. Lin Tian did not have grand aspirations. Earning a modest sum each month to cover daily expenses with Luo Bingning would suffice. After all, he had a wife to support him. Which direction should I pursue? Lin Tian contemplated. Without his Erhu skills, he would have likely ventured into outdoor activities or martial arts, but now he had an additional option. He wondered which path had a larger following. Soon, Lin Tian discovered several accomplished Erhu streamers with millions of followers, while martial arts streamers had far fewer. This revelation surprised him. He had assumed the latter would attract more fans. Perhaps the Erhu's status as a traditional art form garnered more support, while martial arts, which could lead to violent behavior, attracted less attention. Lin Tian mused that this possibility was quite likely. While these Erhu performers were skilled, they had yet to reach a master level, and he believed he could attract a significant following in this domain. Earning a living should not pose a problem. Resolute, Lin Tian decided to pursue this path. Unlike martial arts or outdoor streaming, which required constant movement and content planning, he could simply find a spot to play the Erhu. He resolved to buy an Erhu before heading home. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a musical instrument store. Hello, what instrument are you looking for? The shopkeeper greeted him. Lin Tian noticed several Erhus hanging on the wall. Do you have any decent Erhus under 2,000? He inquired. While cheaper Erhus could be purchased for a few hundred, he felt that a subpar instrument would not do justice to his mastery. As for more expensive options, he simply could not afford them. Certainly, but if you are a novice, I recommend something for a few hundred. There's no need to waste money. The shopkeeper replied candidly. Lin Tian chuckled. You're a business owner, yet you're advising customers to buy cheap? Don't you want to earn more? The shopkeeper shook his head. Of course, I want to make money, but I don't want good instruments to be wasted. 99% of them will be used after 3 tries. Some buy them, but claim quality issues to return them. He sighed, expressing his love for traditional instruments, which were sadly declining in popularity. I have some knowledge of the Erhu, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. The shopkeeper nodded. In that case, let me recommend one. Look at this rosewood Erhu. It has a dense wood grain, produces bright and clear tones, and has no dead sounds. It's suitable for competitions. Originally priced over 2,000, it's available for 1,500 since it was returned. May I try it? Lin Tian asked. Of course. As Lin Tian took the Erhu, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He could tell from Lin Tian's handling that he was an expert, despite never having played before. Lin Tian handled it as though he had played for decades. Sitting down, Lin Tian began to play. While he did not showcase masterful skills, he was undoubtedly superior to the average enthusiast. An elderly gentleman in traditional attire appeared at the top of the stairs, listening intently, occasionally displaying admiration in his gaze. As the piece concluded, the elder applauded. Young man, I didn't expect someone your age to possess such skill. May I ask who your teacher is? The shopkeeper quickly interjected. This gentleman is a respected professor at the university, with profound knowledge of the Erhu. I have no teacher, Lin Tian replied, rising and shaking his head. The elder was even more astonished. Achieving such proficiency without formal instruction was indeed rare. Shopkeeper, I'll take this one. Please wrap it up for me, Lin Tian said after playing a few more notes, satisfied with the quality of the Erhu. Certainly. The shopkeeper swiftly packaged the instrument. Young man, let us connect on WeChat. If you have any questions about the Erhu, feel free to reach out anytime. My surname is Wu, the elder said. Eager to mentor. Sure, Mr. Wu, Lin Tian replied, adding the elder's WeChat before leaving. Mr. Wu, this young man is impressive. I've played the Erhu for 20 years, and my skill is only on par with his, the shopkeeper remarked in awe. The elderly man in traditional Chinese attire shook his head, stating that the narrator's skill was inferior to the other person, who had only recently acquired the Erhu and had not yet fully realized its potential. He believed that with the other person's talent, they could potentially become a master in due course. The proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had not anticipated such a high assessment of the other person. The elderly man then departed, unbeknownst to the proprietor and Wu Lao. The other person already possessed mastery, having merely concealed their true capabilities. Half an hour later, the other person arrived at a secluded spot by the river. Instead of immediately recording a video, they practiced, and after 3 repetitions, the Erhu felt like a natural extension of themselves. A rendition of galloping horses for everyone. Donning a mask, the other person began recording. The piece concluded swiftly, and upon reviewing the footage, they determined that the phone's recording quality was not exceptional, but adequate for short videos. A reflection of the moon on the second spring dedicated to all. The other person promptly commenced recording a second video. After recording 10 videos in succession, they ceased, intending to upload 2 videos daily, sufficient for 5 days. Hopefully, I'll receive some recommendations, as I lack the funds to purchase traffic. The other person mused, proceeding to upload 2 of the videos, which swiftly passed the review process. The initial traffic pool consisted of 300 views, and the algorithm promptly began recommending the videos to individuals with an affinity for such content. Ling Shui, an Erhu enthusiast, stumbled upon one of the videos. The other person was wearing a mask, and the data was lackluster, but curiosity compelled her to linger. Ling Shui stared transfixed at the other person in the video. While merely an Erhu aficionado, she possessed a certain level of discernment. The rendition of galloping horses filled her with fervor, the majestic aura creating the sensation of genuinely galloping on horseback. Astounding. This surpasses the streamers I follow. Ling Shui promptly clicked on the other person's avatar, discovering another creation that she meticulously examined. Incredible. This piece is also extraordinary. This is a treasure trove of a streamer. Ling Shui, brimming with excitement, promptly followed the other person, bestowing upon them likes, comments, collections, and shares. Everyone, I've discovered a virtuoso. Ling Shui, a member of an Erhu enthusiast group, promptly proselytized to the others. Really? Regardless, we must investigate the recommendation from the great beauty Ling. Indeed, let's arrange it immediately. Several individuals online responded to Ling Shui, who had previously shared photos in the group, establishing her as a beauty. If this individual is not a virtuoso, I'll share some exclusive photos. Prompted by Ling Shui's declaration, several individuals in the group promptly clicked on the link she shared. Upon viewing the 2 videos, they were overcome with exhilaration. Wow, this individual is indeed a true virtuoso. I sense that this virtuoso's skill surpasses that of the streamers I follow. Your intuition is accurate. Those streamers pale in comparison to this virtuoso, who possesses the caliber of a master. Alas, we won't be able to witness the great beauty Ling's exclusive photos. The group members engaged in lively discussion, with some adding additional groups and swiftly disseminating the videos to those groups. Grandfather, please examine this video. Does this Erhu streamer possess the skill of a master? Within a certain villa, a young woman of 16 or 17 approached her grandfather, who was none other than Wu Lao. Mastery is not so easily attained. Your grandfather has played the Erhu for a lifetime, only recently achieving the level of master. Wu Lao chuckled. Grandfather, please take a look. I sense that their playing surpasses yours, hee. Wu Lao accepted the tablet and pressed play. After listening to a piece, Wu Lao replayed it, incredulous. Based on his assessment, the other person indeed possessed the skill of a master. Despite the subpar recording equipment and the ordinary Erhu, Wu Lao could still discern that the other person possessed true master-level ability. Wu Lao scrutinized the Erhu in the video. This Erhu appears somewhat familiar. Could it be Shaolin? The thought crossed Wu Lao's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. The other person's skill was not so formidable, and they were too young. Even if they had been practicing since birth, they might not have attained mastery. Grandfather, there's another video. The young woman reminded him. Wu Lao clicked on the second video, which he also watched twice. Xiao Yu, you're correct. Their skill surpasses your grandfather's. Wu Lao candidly admitted. Really? The young woman was utterly astonished. Wu Lao nodded. Their skill indeed surpasses your grandfather's, and the disparity is significant. Your grandfather has only recently attained the level of master. They surpass your grandfather by a significant margin. The young woman stated, Grandfather, although they're wearing a mask, judging from their voice and hands, they shouldn't be 40 years old. Wu Lao nodded. Xiaoyu, please log into your grandfather's microblog account and share it. Such a high level of skill deserves more likes. Okay, grandfather. The young woman promptly assisted Wu Lao in posting on microblog. As an Erhu master and university professor, Wu Lao had a considerable following, and upon seeing his recommendation, they flocked to the other person's video. The other person's video's various data points surged. Boss, I have a video here with anomalous data. Upon investigation, I discovered that the video received a recommendation from Erhu Master Wu Lao. Wu Lao stated that the other person's skill surpasses his. A level 5 operations employee at Huayin sent a message in the group. Soon, a level 4 operations team leader approached. Upon viewing the video, their eyes lit up. The video has excellent data, and it has Wu Lao's recommendation. In my experience, both videos have the potential to become viral sensations. Quick, give both videos level 4 exposure. The initial exposure was only 300 views, while level 4 exposure entailed 10 to 12,000 views. Their authority only extended to level 4 exposure. Head, I've discovered at least an S-level video. The level 4 operations team leader promptly reported the news to their superior, a level 3 regional supervisor. The Level 3 regional supervisor was responsible for Level 5 and Level 6 traffic recommendations. An Erhu master secretly joining? The Level 3 supervisor promptly watched the video, and they were astonished. The video's comments section already contained messages from two Erhu masters. Wu Lao and another master both assessed that the other person possessed master-level skill. Immediately grant both videos Level 6 traffic, the Level 3 supervisor decisively declared. While this was normally against regulations, with two Erhu masters endorsing the other person, there was no issue in granting them Level 6 traffic. The other person returned home. They did not check their phone, completely unaware that their two videos had gone viral, with likes exceeding 300,000. After spending 5 days releasing the 10 videos I recorded, I wonder if I can amass 50,000 followers. 50,000 followers are required to start a live stream. The other person mused. After purchasing the Erhu, they only had 5,000 yuan left in their bank account, an insufficient amount to sustain two people's living expenses for long. I wonder if the number of likes has exceeded 100. The other person retrieved their phone, feeling somewhat apprehensive. This was crucial to their ability to earn money and support their wife. Opening their video, the other person's eyes widened. The likes on both videos had exceeded 300,000, with over 15,000 comments and over 20,000 shares. The number of followers had reached 30,000. The other person was incredulous. They promptly examined the background data, discovering that the total views for both videos had reached over 6 million. What's going on? Has Huang gone mad? The other person was perplexed. Even if their skill was decent and the two videos had the potential to become viral sensations, it was unlikely that they would have gained traction so quickly. I see. The other person examined the comments section and finally understood. Wu Lao and another Erhu master had recommended them, asserting that they possessed master-level skill. In such a situation, Huang would undoubtedly provide a significant amount of traffic. Thank you, Master Wu. Thank you, Master Chu. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude to the two masters in the comments section. Should the remaining videos be released? Lin Tian pondered, ultimately deciding against it. Posting 2 videos daily would better maintain the account's popularity. With so many followers, he had already met the requirements for live streaming. However, he thought it wise to wait a little longer for his first live broadcast, as he hoped to gain even more followers. He wished for his debut to be a resounding success. Ding! A message notification from WeChat broke the silence. It was Master Wu. Shaolin. Is the masked hero on Huangyu? Master Wu speculated. Though he held little hope, he still asked. Master Wu, it is I, the masked hero. I prefer my life to remain undisturbed, so I kindly ask you to keep this confidential. Thank you for your support and recommendations, Lin Tian replied. To Master Wu's astonishment, it was indeed Shaolin. I never expected it to be you. With such remarkable talent among the younger generation, we older folks can rest easy, Master Wu expressed, his surprise transitioning into delight. There was no one younger than him among the masters of the Erhu, and he feared for the legacy's continuity. Lin Tian's emergence eased his concerns significantly. Master Wu, I still have much to learn from esteemed seniors like you. Your humility alongside your extraordinary abilities is commendable. Shaolin, I will speak to a few other masters and ask them to recommend you. Master Wu quickly dialed a number belonging to another Erhu master. Half an hour later, Master Wu had reached out to several esteemed Erhu masters, all highly respected figures in their field. Director, 5 more Erhu masters have spoken out in unison, asserting that the masked hero possesses the prowess of a master, reported the Level 3 supervisor responsible for Lin Tian's video. Grant him Level 7 exposure now. Let's directly give him Level 8 exposure, the director decided resolutely. Level 7 exposure would yield a viewership of approximately 11 million, while Level 8 could reach between 30 to 35 million, with the highest Level 9 having no limits. Director, isn't it excessive to grant Level 8 exposure outright? Should we not wait and observe the response to Level 7 first? The Level 3 supervisor hesitated, aware of the responsibility that lay on his shoulders should the results be unsatisfactory. The director shook his head. With 7 masters jointly recommending him, we must give weight to their endorsement. Moreover, the higher authorities have emphasized the importance of promoting traditional culture. Understood, Director. As a result, Lin Tian's video was propelled by algorithms to a wider audience. Many viewers may not have an affinity for the Erhu, but due to Lin Tian's impressive data, they would still linger to watch. The masterful level of his performance could convert many casual viewers into devoted fans. Such poor quality. This is just noise. I'm speaking about myself. With the exposure granted, Lin Tian's 2 videos experienced a meteoric rise in viewership. He refreshed the page repeatedly. 400, 000, 500, 000, 600, 000. His follower count surged, surpassing 1 million in less than 2 hours, and it continued to climb. Achieving 1 million followers so quickly is quite a feat, Lin Tian mused. With such a following, earning a modest living would no longer be an issue. He would no longer need to rely on others. Ding ding. A call came through from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Tian answered. Mr. Lin Tian. This is from Huang Company. We would like to sign a contract with you, which would guarantee stable traffic support. Lin Tian inquired after signing. Will I be obligated to stream for a certain duration daily, as per the contract? Yes, Mr. Lin Tian. Rights and obligations are mutually inclusive. Streaming for a set duration each day will also benefit you. Lin Tian contemplated for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, but I'm not considering signing at this time. Should I change my mind, I will prioritize your company. Mr. Lin Tian, please reconsider. All right. After hanging up, Lin Tian composed himself. Signing a contract was out of the question. He would rather meander through life as a free spirit. For him, making money was not the top priority. The most important matter at hand was to capitalize on any advantages he could gain from Luo Bingning, even if it meant acquiring a black iron treasure chest of considerable value. The Luo family likely did not wish for Bingning to be involved with an internet celebrity. It was best to keep his newfound fame under wraps until he had amassed more treasures. Lin Tian reasoned quietly. The Luo family currently allowed them to live together. If they discovered he had become a celebrity, they might forcibly separate them. Once distanced from Luo Bingning, retrieving treasures from her would become nearly impossible. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled. Lin Tian patted his belly, realizing he had been so focused on the data that he had yet to eat dinner. He went downstairs and arrived at a nearby ordinary restaurant. He casually ordered 2 dishes, which cost around 80 to 90 yuan. Had he not gained fame, he would rarely splurge so much on a meal for himself. Half an hour later, as he was finishing up, someone pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. Let's talk, the newcomer said. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Feng, a suitor of Bingning. My family owns several businesses, with assets totaling several billion. Li Feng spoke with an air of superiority. Impressive. And what of it? Lin Tian replied calmly. Li Feng smirked inwardly. He had conducted thorough research and knew Lin Tian was quite ordinary. He believed Lin Tian was merely putting on a brave face. Here is a check for 500,000. Bingning is merely experiencing a fleeting infatuation. Soon enough, she will come to her senses. Take this money and swiftly distance yourself from her. Li Feng pushed the check across the table toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Li Feng, is this your way of threatening me, resorting to such tactics? 500,000 is indeed a considerable sum. Lin Tian, your monthly salary barely exceeds 5,000. It would take you 10 years to earn 500,000. Though the Luo family is wealthy, obtaining that sum from Luo Bingning is completely out of the question. Li Feng's tone turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. I don't know what sweet words you've used to deceive Luo Bingning, but your ruse won't last long. When the money doesn't materialize, you'll find yourself in deep trouble. Lin Tian replied coolly. Li Feng, to speak frankly, even if you were to pay me to leave, do you truly believe you could win her over? Take your money and vacate my site promptly. Li Feng's expression darkened. 1 million, he replied coldly. As long as you are removed from Luo Bingning's side, dealing with you will be a breeze, and the money spent can easily be reclaimed. Should you not leave, I will call Bingning, Lin Tian warned. Li Feng stood up with a scowl. Lin Tian, here is my business card. Think it over. My offer stands for 3 days. If you leave, I'll give you 1 million. He collected the check and left a business card on the table. Chongqing Group, Li Feng. Lin Tian picked up the card, examining the simple information it contained, alongside Li Feng's phone number. He took out his phone to search for more details. Chongqing Group specialized in the restaurant industry, with a registered capital of 50 million. The company was not publicly traded, yielding little useful information. Mr. Lin, where have you been? Upon returning home, Luo Bingning was already there, dressed in loungewear and watching television. She inquired upon noticing Lin Tian's entrance. Just a dinner downstairs. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Bingning, you're quite the catch. Li Feng offered me 1 million to leave you. As he changed his shoes, he noticed that his slippers were neatly arranged at the entrance, a stark contrast to the morning when he had none. Li Feng sought you out again. Luo Bingning's brows furrowed in concern. As long as Li Feng did not resort to reckless behavior and simply attempted to lure Lin Tian away with money, she felt limited in what she could do. If Lin Tian were swayed, it would indicate their lack of connection. Did Li Feng exhibit any other inappropriate behaviors? She asked Lin Tian. He shook his head. Not particularly. He merely attempted to use money to drive me away. 1 million? That hardly seems to value you. I see that you could easily sell for 100 million. Luo Bingning cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian. After finishing his shower, Lin Tian returned to the living room where Luo Bingning was nestled on the sofa watching a drama, with no new treasure chests appearing above her head. Bingning, I'm planning to look for a new job. Are there any specific fields your parents are biased against? I'd like to avoid any pitfalls. Lin Tian inquired as he settled onto another sofa. Luo Bingning pondered for a moment and replied, illegal jobs are certainly out of the question. And they do harbor some biases against the entertainment industry. Other than that, they're quite open-minded in this regard, so you needn't feel any pressure. Lin Tian remarked. Being an internet celebrity is somewhat part of the entertainment industry. I think I should keep my identity as the masked hero well concealed for now. Even if things don't work out between us, I can still reap some benefits and collect a few treasure chests, which will make my future much more comfortable. Bingning. Don't let the pursuit of quick money disrupt your life plans. We should spend more when we have it and less when we don't, Luo Bingning advised. Rest assured, it won't affect me, Lin Tian replied, noticing the puzzled look on her face. He chuckled lightly. As long as I have no life plan, I'm certain I won't be influenced. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Bingning gazed at him in silence, appreciating the logic in his words, unable to refute them. Ordinary people don't have the luxury of wealth. They can't afford to worry about money. Life is already difficult enough without having parents to help plan it. For most, earning a living is paramount. Marriage, home buying, raising children, all require money. What even is a life plan? After a brief silence, Luo Bingning declared, within a year, I will strive to make the company profitable, and then I can receive dividends. Even if the credit card remains frozen, we will still have funds to use. Lin Tian regarded Luo Bingning with admiration. She was genuinely remarkable. Her response to his words was not one of disdain, but rather a source of comfort. What are you looking at? Luo Bingning asked, slightly flustered. It's nothing. Please continue watching TV. I'll head back to my room. I'll lock the door. If you need anything, just knock, and I'll be out shortly, Lin Tian said as he stood up. As he left, a faint smile graced Luo Bingning's face. She interpreted his actions as a thoughtful gesture to secure the door. Although Lin Tian wasn't particularly handsome, he wasn't unpleasant either, she mused. Once in his room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began his training. Luo Bingning had misunderstood. He truly needed to lock the door. Having become a martial arts master, he had also obtained a cultivation technique, which would enhance his abilities. The technique he practiced was called the Zhang Hai Ju, whose core principle was to absorb the essence of the universe to strengthen oneself. After cultivating for half a cycle, Lin Tian finally felt a trickle of power entering his body, coursing through his meridians and refining itself. With the treasure chest, he had instantly become a martial arts master, and his internal energy was advancing rapidly. He could complete a full cycle in just an hour. However, he felt his personal progress was rather slow. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian opened his eyes, realizing how swiftly time had flown during his training. The results were satisfactory. If he persisted for 20 years, he estimated he could become a grandmaster in martial arts. In a fantasy world, a grandmaster might not be significant, but in the city, even being a martial arts master was quite impressive. He pondered whether he might one day obtain a golden treasure chest, though the results of his training were not bad. They paled in comparison to the immediate benefits of obtaining treasure chests. Rising, Lin Tian turned off the lights and went to bed, wondering how many fans he might have by now. Upon opening his phone, he was astonished to see that his fan count had surged from just over 1 million to over 2 million. At this rate, he might reach 3 million by tomorrow. How had this surge occurred so swiftly? He scoured the comments section for answers and quickly discovered that 8 distinguished Erhu masters had praised him, which undoubtedly contributed to his growing fan base. Moreover, their collective endorsement would certainly attract attention from the industry. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Zhong. The posts from the 8 masters were pinned to the top, and Lin Tian expressed his gratitude, remembering their kindness. Though the Erhu might be considered a mere street performance, it still held artistic value compared to other instruments like the piano or violin. Masters? Cowards who hide behind masks, he thought disdainfully. Such a crude art form hardly deserves to be called art. As he continued scrolling, he noted that while there were many positive comments, some distasteful remarks had garnered significant upvotes. What era is this? Still longing for foreign stars, he shook his head in disbelief. Some individuals had been kneeling for so long that they had become too soft to stand. Deciding to upload 2 more pieces, Lin Tian swiftly posted them just after midnight. And within seconds, they were approved. The moment the videos were released, Huayin promptly promoted them to his fans. The master has new videos. It's worth staying up late for this, haha. The view counts and likes for both videos skyrocketed. Not wishing to obsess over the data, Lin Tian turned off his phone and tried to sleep. However, it took him quite a while to fall asleep. As the day had felt surreal, he had married Luo Bingning, moved into an upscale neighborhood, become a martial arts master, watched a movie with Luo Bingning, and surpassed 2 million fans. Surely, I want to wake up tomorrow to find it was all just a dream, he worried, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If he were to lose all this, it would be too heartbreaking. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, Lin Tian finally drifted off. The next morning, as dawn broke, he awakened. Phew! He exhaled, clearly sensing the internal energy circulating within him and recognizing that his Erhu skills remained at the master level. According to the Tsang Haiju, morning training was more effective. He began his practice, completing 2 cycles by around 7 o'clock. The results from morning training were comparable to those from 3 cycles of nighttime training. Bingning, good morning. Lin Tian called out as he stepped outside. Luo Bingning was already awake. Good morning. Would you like some noodles? I can make you some, she offered, only to realize her words might have been misinterpreted, her cheeks visibly reddening. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, I appreciate it. It's nothing, she replied hurriedly as she rushed into the kitchen. Chapter 11. This is my boyfriend Luo Bingning. How do you speak like that? I can't believe you didn't notice, she muttered to herself repeatedly. Lin Tian smiled, knowing that she was aware of the implications of her words. Unfortunately, they were merely a formal couple for now. Enjoying the noodles she prepared was acceptable. But there were certain things that remained out of reach for the time being. In the bathroom, Lin Tian gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Surprised to notice subtle changes in his appearance. His eyes, nose, and facial shape had all undergone slight transformations, but collectively, they enhanced his overall harmony and handsomeness. Could this be a result of his training? He mused. When he transformed into a martial arts master, there hadn't been any remarkable changes in his exterior. Logically, his internal energy should have improved his physique, leading to noticeable alterations. Lin Tian speculated that these gradual changes were likely a result of his training, allowing him to avoid raising any suspicions. If such changes continued daily, in a matter of 10 days to 2 weeks, he could evolve from slightly handsome to moderately attractive. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. While men may not prioritize their looks as women do, who wouldn't he want to enhance their attractiveness a little? Her beauty was such that they seemed mismatched even when walking together. If he possessed substantial wealth, it would be different. But she was the one with both charm and riches. If others were to learn of their marriage, many would likely remark that a precious flower had been wasted on a pile of dung. Bingning, this noodle dish looks quite appetizing. Soon, they were seated across from each other at the dining table. Before her was a small bowl of noodles, while he had a large bowl filled with meat, eggs, and garnished with verdant scallions. Then, please, have some more. I typically have noodles in the morning, or the dumplings and buns prepared by the cook. Since you rise at this hour, there's food available. If you wake up late, you'll have to make something yourself, she reminded him, observing him with a hint of surprise. Did he seem slightly more handsome? Yet, upon closer inspection, nothing appeared to have changed. During the weekdays, I don't come home for lunch. If I have no obligations in the evening, I usually leave work around 5 and return by 5:30. If you're not coming home for dinner, please let me know in advance, she said, taking delicate bites of her noodles. All right, he responded with a faint smile. It felt pleasant to be cared for by one's wife, especially when that wife was a goddess like her. Alas, he wondered when he would finally win her over. We can't afford a housekeeper at the moment. The upkeep of the shared spaces will be done by whoever has the time, while each of us will be responsible for the cleanliness of our own rooms. I won't enter your room without permission, and you shouldn't enter mine either. After finishing breakfast, she relayed some things she hadn't considered the previous day. Since they were living together, certain matters needed to be clarified. Lin Tian, are you resigning today? She inquired as they left the house together. He nodded, his current job barely providing enough to make ends meet. Then, I wish you the best in finding a good job. If you can't find anything suitable, don't lose heart. I can pull some strings and should be able to help. She offered him a gentle smile. The elevator arrived promptly, and as they entered, it stopped after descending a few floors. And the doors opened to reveal a middle-aged woman of refined beauty. Auntie Wong, she greeted. He followed suit. The woman responded in surprise. Bingning, who is this? She smiled and introduced him. Auntie Wong, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Lin Tian. He's living with me. Bingning, when did you get a boyfriend? The woman scrutinized him, her suspicion evident. His entire outfit probably didn't exceed 500 yuan. While she wasn't privy to the specifics of her family's situation, the apartments here were not something just anyone could afford. Auntie Wong, we've been together for a while now, you just didn't know. Honey, come home early tonight, she added, addressing him in the latter half of her sentence. The elevator reached the ground floor. All right, he nodded as he exited the elevator. The woman surprisingly followed, having originally intended to go to the underground parking garage to fetch her car. As the elevator doors closed, she furrowed her brow slightly. This woman had set her sights on her, hoping to make her a daughter-in-law, though she hadn't explicitly stated it. Her words hinted at that intention. Lin Tian, are you truly in a romantic relationship with Bingning? The woman inquired. He nodded in affirmation. Of course, Auntie Wong. Are you planning to introduce Bingning to someone? If so, there's no need to trouble yourself. The woman appeared slightly embarrassed. She had been hoping to introduce her to her son. To that end, she had been deliberately waiting for the elevator each day, coincidentally encountering her several times. Like today, she had arrived at the elevator 10 minutes early, and only pressed the down button when she saw the elevator stop on the 20th floor. "Young Lin, what kind of business does your family run?" "We're neighbors, so there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future," she probed, attempting to ascertain his background. He responded candidly, "My parents are farmers, with just a few acres of meager land. I'm afraid there won't be any opportunities for collaboration with you, Annie Wong." "Auntie Wong, I must be going now." With that, he quickened his pace and departed. The woman was perplexed. If he was merely a decoy hired by her, why was he dressed so plainly? Wouldn't that be easily exposed? If he was truly her boyfriend, and his family were indeed farmers, she was known to have high standards. Could it be that his family background was unfathomable? A wealthy person's peculiar hobby, deliberately dressing in an ordinary manner? The woman pondered these questions as she turned back. "Lin Tian, don't talk to that Annie Wong too much. She's always praising her son. Her intentions are written all over her face," she messaged him. "Don't worry, we didn't chat much. However, my parents are farmers." And I didn't hide that when she asked. "There's nothing shameful about it," she responded with an ellipsis. With him saying that, she figured the woman certainly wouldn't give up and might even try harder to promote her son. "My grandfather was a farmer, and my parents used to be farmers as well. Let her know if she wants to. At worst, I'll show her our marriage certificate when the time comes," she thought. Before replying, a faint smile graced his lips. He was growing increasingly pleased with his wife, who had seemingly fallen from the heavens. To think of snatching his wife away? In their dreams, his phone rang, and he initially thought it was her calling, but upon checking, it was a colleague. "Lin Tian, where are you? The boss just arrived and threw a fit when he saw you weren't here. He said you're fired and to get out within 10 minutes. His colleague, Su Liang, whispered. Su Liang had joined the company at the same time as him, and they had a decent relationship. "Got it. Thanks," he replied before Su Liang hung up. He glanced at the time. It was only 8:20 a.m. When he joined the company, the stated working hours were 9 o'clock a.m., but after starting, the time for recording tardiness was actually 8:30 a.m. That was already bad enough. But sometimes the boss would arrive even before 8:30 a.m. and look at them with displeasure, as if wishing they could live at the company and work. If the salary was sufficient, living at the company would be acceptable, but with a mere 4,000 yuan in wages and a mountain of demands, he was left speechless. Chapter 12. The Strength of a Martial Arts Grandmaster. Lin Tian, what do you think the company is? You're home. Look at the time, you're only strolling in now. You're fired. The boss, Huang Run, roared as he entered the company premises. Is that so? Then settle my salary for this month and give me in one compensation, totaling 3 months' salary. Thank you, he stated calmly. He had joined this company after graduation and had worked there for exactly 1 year. You're dreaming, lazy and indolent, and still want compensation after being fired? I spit on that. Huang Ren cursed. He scoffed. The company regulations state that working hours start at 9 o'clock a.m. Except for today, when have I ever arrived later than 8:30 a.m.? And each of us has to work at least an hour of overtime every night. Do you want me to apply for labor arbitration? Anyway, I've been fired now, so I have plenty of time to play with you slowly. Huang Ren's expression shifted. As the boss, he was well aware that, given his circumstances, he would definitely win if he applied for labor arbitration. Go back to work properly. And today won't count as tardiness, he said, taking a deep breath. He planned to fire him later when he had the chance or force him to resign on his own. He chuckled. You say fire and fire. You say stay and stay? I'll give you 10 minutes to settle 3 months' salary for me. Exceed the time, and we'll go through the arbitration process. By then, the money for morning and evening overtime might all have to be calculated for me. Huang Ren glared at him fiercely. He couldn't understand why his courage had suddenly grown so much. Settle it for him. Lin Tian, get out of here as soon as you receive the money. 5 minutes passed, and Huang Ren said with a dark face, get out. The finance department quickly settled his salary, amounting to over 13,000 yuan for 3 months. Enough for him to last for a while. Huang Ren, to tell you the truth, I came here today intending to resign, but you firing me has given me an extra 9,000 yuan. You're such a kind soul. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Huang Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. He was so furious he felt like he might vomit blood. 9,000 yuan was no small sum, especially for a company with only 20 to 30 employees. Everyone. When Huang Ren talks about firing you in the future, if you ever think about resigning, it might be wiser to seize the opportunity. Remember to collect your compensation. Farewell. With a casual wave, Lin Tian departed gracefully. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Huang Ren suppressed his fury. He was deeply vexed by Lin Tian. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a derelict building. The surrounding weeds grew half a meter high. It was rumored that the developer of this project had faced a financial crisis and had gambled on a high-seas casino, only to lose everything. The construction of this abandoned building had halted for over a year. Initially, there were some curious onlookers, but now the area was only frequented by stray cats and dogs. Let us test my speed. Like a fierce tiger, Lin Tian dashed forward. The commercial space beneath the derelict building was vast, perfect for his experiment. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Tian surged forward, the air whistled around him. With a light push from his toes, he leaped effortlessly over 10 meters. Time slipped by, and he continued his testing. It was only after about 10 minutes that he finally came to a halt, his breathing still steady. At a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, he was comparable to a tiger. Though slower than a cheetah, his endurance far exceeded theirs. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's face. The cheetah could reach speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour, but could only sustain it for a few seconds. He, on the other hand, could maintain his top speed for 2 to 3 hours. As a martial arts master, his internal energy was boundless. Time to test my internal force. Lin Tian took a deep breath, unleashing his formidable qi, causing several bricks around him to levitate eerily. With a whoosh, he commanded a dozen bricks to spin rapidly around him before crashing into the hard concrete wall, leaving several small dents. It was important to note that the concrete in this building was of high quality. Even a heavy hammer would struggle to create a dent. Is this the power of a martial arts master? My strength surpasses even that of the character Xiao Feng from television dramas. Lin Tian mused internally, estimating his capabilities to be on par with Zhang Sanfeng, another martial arts master. He had just manipulated ordinary bricks. What if he controlled flying knives made of ultra-strong alloys? The destructive potential would undoubtedly skyrocket. Bending down, Lin Tian picked up a straw. Go. He flicked it, and the straw, infused with his powerful energy, shot forward, embedding itself into the concrete wall 10 meters away. Upon inspection, it had penetrated approximately 2 centimeters. This was already quite remarkable. Driving a steel nail into high-grade concrete by 2 centimeters was no easy feat. If that straw had struck a person, it would surely pierce through their skull with ease. At close range, my striking power would likely surpass that of a handgun, and under optimal defensive conditions, I could probably withstand a bullet. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. This was already quite impressive. After all, in Huagua, encountering firearms is rare, and the chances of facing danger are minimal. Time to test my lightness skill. Lin Tian's figure darted swiftly between the different floors. Ascending, he could leap 3 zhang, or approximately 10 meters, making it feasible to traverse the treetops. However, emulating the legendary Daimo's ability to cross rivers on a reed was likely beyond him. Half an hour later, after completing a variety of tests, Lin Tian exhaled a deep breath, excitement illuminating his face. Compared to the enhancement of his own strength, earning money seemed trivial. After all, with such formidable power, acquiring wealth should pose no difficulty. How delightful it would be to marry Luo Bingning and reap the rewards. Lin Tian's smile widened. If the skill of a master of the Erhu were worth 100 million, then the prowess of a martial arts master might well be valued at 1 billion. Suddenly, Lin Tian paused, pondering a question. The disparity in the value of the two skills was significant. It seemed highly probable that there existed an intermediary level of treasure chests between the black iron and silver chests. If that were the case, obtaining silver chests in the future might prove considerably more challenging. Could it be that the initial hidden benefit was the reason he received a silver chest? Lin Tian mused. Never mind, he dismissed the thought. Even if he only received black iron chests in the future, that would still be quite satisfactory, as their value is also considerable. Lin Tian soon departed from the derelict building. Shaolin, congratulations on reaching 3 million followers. Why not celebrate with a couple of videos? He received a voice message from Old Wu. 3 million followers? Lin Tian opened the Huayin app and, indeed, his follower count had surged to 3 million. Less than a day after posting his video. Old Wu, thanks to your recommendations, he replied gratefully. Don't just express your gratitude, quickly post 2 videos. Also, upgrade your recording equipment. Your talent is exceptional, but your gear is quite ordinary. Lin Tian glanced at his phone, which he had purchased for around 2,000 yuan 5 years ago. Chapter 13, Huayin contacts again. It seemed time for an upgrade, if he intended to live stream. The phone's average picture quality and signal might lead to interruptions. Lin Tian pondered. He had not initially planned for such purchases, but being unexpectedly terminated had its silver lining. The extra 2 months' salary was sufficient to buy a decent phone. Half an hour later, Lin Tian acquired a vastly superior phone, far surpassing his old device. After the purchase, he still had about 10,000 yuan left. Contemplating, he decided to delay buying clothes and shoes. A phone was a necessity, while clothing could wait. Despite his 3 million followers, he had yet to monetize his presence. The Hawaiian app offered various revenue streams: merchandise sales through storefronts, live stream sales, advertisements, live stream tips, and video appreciation. The first two methods were more lucrative, but Lin Tian had little interest. Managing merchandise sources was too taxing. He would rather focus on his wife's endeavors, as every treasure chest value was likely substantial. As for advertisements, he would consider accepting those that were particularly suitable, but he would certainly reject the majority. Currently, Lin Tian's primary focus was to earn through tips and video appreciation, since he had yet to commence live streaming. Tips were out of the question. As for appreciation, the Hawaiian app required an invitation to activate that feature, and most creators did not qualify for such invitations. With his equipment upgraded, he planned to re-record his previous videos and create additional content for future use. Returning home to grab his Erhu, Lin Tian returned to the riverbank where he had previously recorded, as it was still relatively undiscovered. He quickly recorded 2 pieces. Wow, this new phone indeed performed much better. After reviewing the footage, he noticed a significant improvement in video quality and sound clarity. Let us go. Lin Tian promptly uploaded the 2 new pieces. Old Wu was already messaging him, urging for more content. He had to give some face to that. After uploading the videos, Lin Tian continued recording. Netizens are incredibly resourceful. It wouldn't take long for them to find this spot, so he recorded as much as he could without rushing to find a new location. Old Wu, the masked hero, has uploaded a new video. The new video quality is impressive, an old friend of Wu's called him. I'll check it out right away. After hanging up, Old Wu quickly located Lin Tian's newly uploaded videos. Upon hearing, Wu's eyes brightened. The clarity of the video had distinctly improved, and background noise had diminished, showcasing a marked enhancement in quality. Lin Tian's skills are indeed superior to mine, Wu murmured to himself. With the improved video quality, he could make a more precise assessment. Unfortunately, Lin Tian's Erhu was quite ordinary. Otherwise, the results would have been even better. Wu contemplated gifting Lin Tian a superior Erhu but ultimately decided against it. It wasn't that he was unwilling. Rather, with Lin Tian's burgeoning follower count, earning money would be easy, and there was no need to owe him a favor. Hey, these old fellows are surprisingly quick. Mr. Wu was preparing to comment when he discovered several familiar faces in the comment section. Why has the platform enabled the appreciation feature for the Masked Master yet? I have the same jacket in my store, priced at $79. If you buy 2, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Everyone is welcome to check out my showcase. Masked Master, are you interested in joining us at Quine? If you come, we will enable the appreciation feature for you, and you could receive 50% of the live gift revenue. Mr. Wu observed the comments for a while, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. The praises for Lin Tian far outnumbered the criticisms. Young Lin must not be swayed by the abundance of critical voices, he thought. Among the younger generation, only Lin Tian excels at the Erhu. In Mr. Wu's eyes, Lin Tian has already become a leading figure in the future inheritance of this art. Director, someone from Quine is publicly recruiting the Masked Master in the comments, claiming that as soon as he joins, they will immediately activate the appreciation feature, and the revenue share will be adjusted to 70%. Regional Supervisor Zhang Han reported. His appreciation feature has not been activated yet? Zhang Han coughed lightly. Director, didn't the higher-ups say to observe for at least 3 days? They are concerned about some streamers crossing the line. Quickly activate it for him. Although the higher-ups mentioned that, we must analyze the specifics, mustn't we? Understood, Director. Zhang Han nodded promptly. The director continued. Also, give him a call. If he does not join the guild, we can still offer him 60% of the gift revenue. If he signs a contract, we can raise it to 70%. Zhang Han's eyes widened in surprise. Joining a top guild typically offers a maximum of 55%. Just follow my instructions. With 8 master certifications, it is undeniable that he possesses the skills of an Erhu master. Thus, it is reasonable to offer him a higher share. By the way, his identity must remain confidential. We cannot allow competitors to acquire information from our internal sources. The director instructed. Understood. Returning to his office, Zhang Han dialed Lin Tian's number, but it went unanswered. Lin Tian was currently recording and had turned off the internet. What is going on? Zhang Han pondered, feeling somewhat anxious. He hoped Lin Tian hadn't made contact with Quine. If Quine manages to recruit Lin Tian, it would be a significant oversight on his part. One Lin Tian is manageable, but behind him are 8 Erhu masters, along with a considerable number of their disciples. If a mass exodus of such talents were to occur, his blame would be immense. He might have to settle salaries and seek new opportunities. The phone you dialed is unavailable. Zhang Han attempted to call Lin Tian every 10 minutes, and after more than an hour, he finally succeeded. Mr. Lin Tian, this is Zhang Han from Huang. I've tried reaching you several times without success. Zhang Han said hurriedly. Lin Tian felt a twinge of confusion. Why was Huang contacting him again? He had made his position clear last time. He was interested in signing a contract for now. Brother Zhang, I apologize. I was recording and turned off the internet. You were eager to reach me because Zhang Han secretly sighed with relief. It was a good sign that Lin Tian hadn't contacted Kuai-yin and was not intentionally ignoring his calls. This job offers a decent salary, and he had no desire to change jobs. Mr. Lin Tian, many in your comment section are requesting the activation of the appreciation feature. Considering your unique circumstances, we would like to invite you to activate it now. Your video appreciation or live gift revenue share would be 60%. If you sign a contract with us, we can offer you 70%. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Lin Tian's eyes brightened. With the appreciation feature activated, fans could gift him, allowing him to earn some income. For those with fewer fans, it might not mean much, but with 3 million followers, he could perhaps earn enough for groceries. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Han replied with a smile, Mr. Lin Tian, you are talented, and we are the best platform. Our collaboration would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. If any other platform approaches you, please consider it carefully. Brother Zhang, if such a situation arises, I will certainly inform you before agreeing to any other platform. All right. I want to take up more of your time. After hanging up, Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief. Given Lin Tian's dedication to traditional arts, he should be reliable. Although Lin Tian had just over 3 million followers, those fans had accumulated rapidly, and he had to treat the matter with caution. Hopefully, some income would materialize. Lin Tian mused as he activated the video appreciation feature. My goddess wife, it's not easy to support. Chapter 14. I'm willing, old man. Extra. Juan has activated the video appreciation feature for the master. Let us pool some funds to get him a better heir. The one he has is indeed mediocre and cannot showcase his true talent. We VE gathered. Even a copper coin signifies true love. With over 3 million followers, many fans began to stream his videos, and it wasn't long before the news of the appreciation feature being activated was discovered. This feature, developed by Huai-yin, was relatively new, and not many creators had utilized it yet, resulting in low earnings. Lin Tian considered it a success if he could earn 100 or 80 yuan in a day. In a courtyard in the capital, an elderly gentleman basked in the sun, scrolling through short videos, mostly traditional arts recommended by big data. However, most of the content did not catch his eye. Oh, the masked master has a new video? The old man adjusted his glasses. He had a fondness for the Erhu and owned several instruments, though his skill level was quite average. What a lovely sound. This level ought to surpass half of the masters. With a better Erhu, the effect would be even more remarkable. The old man exclaimed after watching a video in awe. The performer was young, yet exhibited such extraordinary skill. After finishing the video, the old man browsed the comments section and recognized some remarks from Mr. Wu among the first few videos. Third son, come here for a moment. The elderly gentleman quickly dialed a number. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Father, what do you need? What does this appreciation video mean? The old man pointed to some comments for clarification. Father, it's simple. It means gifting this video, allowing the creator to earn a portion of the revenue. The middle-aged man quickly explained. The old man's eyes lit up, so that is how it works. Then please recharge 1 million for me to gift this young man. Huh? The middle-aged man paused. Why would you gift such a large amount? The old man glared. I'm willing. You all indulge in extravagant spending thousands a month. Why is it a problem if I spend a little? The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. Father, I will recharge it for you right away. 1 million is indeed nothing for them. Their courtyard alone wouldn't sell for less than 1 billion. A father, there's a problem. The appreciation options are only 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin, equivalent to 10 cents, 1 yuan, and 10 yuan, respectively. There are no quantity options. The middle-aged man explained. The old man frowned. Can I send multiple gifts? The middle-aged man tried and nodded. Yes, father, you can do that. The old man stood up. You have nothing to do, so handle this. I'm feeling a bit tired, and will take a nap. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He just recharged 1 million. And if he can only send 10 yuan at a time, does that mean he has to send it 100,000 times to exhaust that million? Father, if he goes live, you can gift him then. That would be faster. Just send 3 to 5,000 first. The old man said before heading into his room. The middle-aged man sighed. Even sending 3 to 5,000 would require 3 to 5,000 times. He sighed deeply. He had no choice but to comply with his father's wishes. Despite his old age, he still controlled half of the family's assets. Director, there's an anomaly with the Master's account. He is receiving continuous gifts, and the total has surpassed 10,000. Zhang Han reported to Director Fang Zhengming. A look of surprise flickered in Fang Zhengming's eyes, who granted him a reward. Was it a deliberate attempt to manipulate the data? Cough, Director. I can't check with my permissions, Zhang Han replied. The expression on Fang Jingming's face grew serious. As a level 3 supervisor, Zhang Han's access was not insignificant, and his inability to find out indicated that the other party's identity was extraordinary. Let me take a look. Fang Jingming quickly conducted his own investigation. As a level 2 director, he was able to ascertain the other party's specific identity. Zhang Han, there's no problem. Given the other party's status, it is impossible for them to have intentionally tampered with the data. This individual is a significant figure, and you need not know more, Fang Jingming instructed. Zhang Han nodded. That's good to hear. Director, will it be inconvenient for the other party to require this repeatedly? Fang Jingming rubbed his temples. There are requirements from above. This function is meant for minor transactions. Just leave this matter be. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was unaware that he had garnered a wealthy elderly fan. He returned home after purchasing some groceries from the supermarket. With nothing pressing to do, Lin Tian decided to tackle some household chores. Luo Bingning had mentioned earlier that whoever had the time should handle the chores, while she would take care of the cooking. And he would certainly have to do more of the other tasks. Just then, while busy in his room, Lin Tian heard the sound of the door opening. Luo Bingning had returned, and she was the only one who could enter directly. Bingning, you're back quite early, Lin Tian said as he stepped out of his room. Luo Bingning glanced at the mop in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian, have you resigned? You should focus on finding a job. I can manage the household chores for now. Lin Tian smiled. I've already found a job. It's in sales, and with some effort, I should be able to earn a decent income. Recording videos and posting them online could be considered a form of sales. Sales? That sounds quite demanding. But it can also build character. Have you bought groceries? If not, I can go get some, Luo Bingning said while changing her shoes at the door. She didn't inquire about the specifics of his sales job, perhaps believing that Lin Tian wouldn't want to elaborate. I've already bought them. They're in the fridge. Luo Bingning quickly entered the kitchen to get busy. As she prepared the vegetables, she hummed a tune softly. Her voice was melodious, having received some formal training in singing, and it was pleasing to the ear. Although Luo Bingning thought the kitchen door would keep her voice contained, Lin Tian, being a martial arts master, could hear her perfectly. It appeared that Luo Bingning truly relished cooking. The phrase capable in the kitchen and the parlor was truly applicable to her, Lin Tian mused. He felt that if he didn't win over Luo Bingning, they might end up divorced in 3 years, which would surely infuriate his grandfather. Perhaps he should gather more treasure chests over the next few months before pursuing Luo Bingning seriously. He had 3 years, so there was no need to rush. Acquiring treasure chests was more important than simply winning over Luo Bingning. Ding dong. Just as he finished mopping the floor, the doorbell rang. Lin Tian opened the door to find a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, with meticulously combed hair. More importantly, he was holding a large bouquet of red roses. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the man paused momentarily, an awkward expression crossing his face. Hello, is Luo Bingning home? I need to speak with her. The awkwardness on the man's face quickly faded. Even though Lin Tian was home, he felt he could easily compete with him. Just then, Luo Bingning emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the man at the door, her brows furrowed slightly. You must be Song Kaifeng, the son of Aunt Wang from the 15th floor. Please take your flowers and leave. Chapter 15. The super wealthy fan? Song Kaifeng nodded. That's me. Luo Bingning, as neighbors. It's beneficial to get to know each other, don't you think? Lin Tian, you wouldn't mind, would you? Before Lin Tian could respond, Luo Bingning coldly stated, I do mind. You're interrupting my cooking for my husband. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Song Kaifeng's expression darkened. He was taken aback by Luo Bingning's firm rejection, especially since she referred to Lin Tian as her husband. The moment he laid eyes on Luo Bingning, he was captivated. But her calling Lin Tian her husband left him feeling quite displeased. All right, I'll go, he said. Luo Bingning, please don't be upset. I was being presumptuous. After some time, when you've calmed down, I'll come back to apologize. With that, Song Kaifeng left, looking dejected. Lin Tian turned and smiled at Luo Bingning. Hearing her call him her husband was quite pleasant. Lin Tian, there are a few suitors vying for my attention. Such incidents may happen again in the future. But rest assured, during the 3-year period, I will uphold our agreement, Luo Bingning said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. When other men arrived bearing bouquets of roses, Luo Bingning felt a bit anxious that Lin Tian might misunderstand, especially since they were now legally wed. Bingning, it was nice to hear you call me husband just now. Lin Tian chuckled. The two were focused on entirely different matters. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. It's just a title, in front of others. We must put on a performance. Privately, we should address each other by our names. I still have vegetables cooking. With that, she quickly returned to the kitchen. Mom, you've ruined me, Song Kaifeng complained as he returned home clutching the bouquet. His mother, a middle-aged woman named Wang Xianglian, raised an eyebrow. What happened? I noticed that Luo Bingning should be home. She is indeed home, and so is Lin Tian, Song Kaifeng replied sullenly. Wang Xianglian glanced at her phone. It was only 5:30. Had Lin Tian left work this early? His attire seemed quite ordinary, suggesting his job wasn't particularly easy. A 6 o'clock departure would be commendable for a job like that. If Luo Bingning returned home early and Lin Tian got off work an hour later, this would be their chance. Son, don't lose heart. You've seen Lin Tian. What level is he at compared to yours? He can only charm Luo Bingning temporarily. In front of him, she won't show you any favor. As you get to know each other better, you will have your opportunities, Wang Xianglian consoled. Song Kaifeng nodded. Mom, you're right. Lin Tian is indeed a poor loser, and I don't understand how Luo Bingning fell for him. Wang Xianglian chuckled. Our family is in the clothing business. I can see his attire at a glance. Luo Bingning's family is likely wealthier than ours. If you put in some effort, you could win her over and elevate our family business to the next level. Then you'll have both career and love. Song Kaifeng nodded slightly. Mom, I will put in the effort. I didn't want to get married, but seeing Luo Bingning made me reconsider. Wang Xianglian smiled. I believe in you. My son is so exceptional. Defeating someone like Lin Tian will be a breeze. With proximity, the chances of winning Luo Bingning's heart will only increase. Bingning, your singing is wonderful. Have you had training before? Lin Tian asked with a smile as they ate. Luo Bingning assumed Lin Tian had overheard her while in the kitchen. She replied, I used to learn singing and musical instruments. There was a time I wanted to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. But my father strongly opposed it, so I stopped learning. In hindsight, my father was looking out for me. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. It seemed there was more to the story. Given the nature of her father, he likely understood the dark side of the entertainment industry well. And it was no wonder he disapproved of her ambitions. What is your view on celebrities? Lin Tian inquired. As he aspired to gather hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of fans himself, he felt it prudent to gauge Luo Bingning's thoughts on the matter. Luo Bingning pondered for a moment. The overall environment in the entertainment industry is indeed not great, but there are still some admirable celebrities. I have a favorite female star. Lin Tian chuckled. We are alike in this regard. I too have a favorite female star. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glance. Lin Tian, are you not just giving up? Feeling completely hopeless, you seem entirely at ease and speak casually. Luo Bingning suddenly realized this issue. Lin Tian's overall conditions are rather average, logically. Residing here and facing her should induce some shyness. Yet, Lin Tian showed no such signs, speaking with a casual demeanor and regarding her with a level gaze. No, why would I give up? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. His ability to meet Luo Bingning's gaze was undoubtedly bolstered by his current prowess. Simply being a martial arts master instilled in him a formidable confidence. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow slightly. Lin Tian gave her the impression of being unyielding due to a lack of desire. As long as one harbors no expectations, there is no need for caution. That's good. Proximity to water allows one to obtain the moon. You still have considerable hope. Luo Bingning smiled gently. Upon reflection, she thought Lin Tian's attitude was rather favorable. If he were to constantly tread carefully to please her, their interactions would be quite exhausting. That's good, Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. Let us finish our meal quickly. We're heading to the mall to buy you some decent clothes. Although he couldn't afford high-end brands, regular ones were still within reach. An hour later, the two arrived at the mall. Initially, Lin Tian had no intention of buying anything, thinking he could wait until he had more money. But he succumbed to Luo Bingning's insistence. He was uncertain how much he had earned in tips. As Luo Bingning selected clothes, Lin Tian pondered. He had not opened the Huayin app for several hours, and he hoped he had at least earned enough for groceries. Suddenly, Lin Tian was taken aback as the back end displayed nearly 100,000 in tips. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. Quickly, he opened the details to investigate. One fan had tipped a staggering 50,000, while others collectively contributed over 40,000. Given that a single gold coin was worth merely $10. Was this a result of 5,000 donations? Lin Tian frowned. Adults typically wouldn't engage in such behavior. It was likely that minors had used their parents' accounts to pitch in for his support. Are they all pooling money to buy me a two-stringed instrument? He glanced at the comments, feeling a warm surge in his heart. The fans seemed quite endearing, except for that one overly generous child. After a moment's thought, he stepped outside the store and called Zhang Han. Master Lin, you're quite impressive. We launched the tipping feature without much traction, yet in just a few hours, you've attracted nearly 100,000 in tips. Zhang Han's voice brimmed with excitement. This amount was trivial for Huayin, but if the feature gained momentum, it would lead to substantial profits in the future. Brother Zhang, the one who tipped the most is likely an unruly minor. Could you contact an adult for a refund? Lin Tian replied. He could claim 30,000 from the 50,000, but he held no desire to profit from it. On the other end, Zhang Han paused. Rest assured, Master Lin, we've verified that it's not a child's whimsy. You've acquired a super rich fan. There was a distinct note of envy in Zhang Han's tone. Lin Tian was stunned. Not a child's folly, but rather a super rich admirer? Chapter 16, Master-level driving skills. After hanging up, Lin Tian was elated. With close to 100,000 in tips, he would net around 60,000, which would alleviate his urgent needs. He planned to purchase a quality two-stringed instrument, as his fans desired to hear better music. He mused to himself. His current instrument was inadequate for fully expressing his capabilities. Old Wu, I wish to buy a quality two-stringed instrument, priced between 30 to 50,000. I wonder if you have any connections in this regard? Lin Tian sent a message to Old Wu. Such an instrument would be of performance caliber, typically unavailable at regular stores, and even if found, quality could not be guaranteed. Old Wu did not reply immediately as Lin Tian entered the store. Luo Bingning had picked out clothes for him. Lin Tian, try on this outfit and see if it fits. All right. Lin Tian took the clothing and quickly entered the fitting room. He glanced at the prices. Both the shirt and pants exceeded 1,000, while his usual summer attire hardly totaled 200. A warmth spread through him. Luo Bingning's credit card had been frozen. If she spent more on him, she would have to spend less on herself. Bingning, how does it look? Lin Tian emerged from the fitting room shortly after. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled, dressed in better attire. Lin Tian appeared significantly more handsome. Very good. It seems you suit their brand well. Try this one next. She handed him another outfit. All right. As minutes passed, Lin Tian tried on 3 outfits, all of which suited him well, much to Luo Bingning's satisfaction. We'll take these 3, wrap them all up, she instructed. Lin Tian was taken aback. He thought she would only buy one, yet she intended to purchase all 3 for him. Bingning, just one is sufficient, he whispered, knowing the total would exceed 7 or 8,000, while her monthly salary was only 20,000. The property fee is prepaid for next month, after buying your clothes. I'll still have over 10,000 left for myself, Luo Bingning responded and walked toward the checkout. Her credit card was frozen, and she had no cash, merely lacking the habit of saving. Never mind, let us buy them. Lin Tian thought. He believed earning 30 to 50,000 a month was feasible. Today's generous tips seemed an anomaly. He assumed things would normalize once he acquired a new instrument. Even if they did dip, without engaging in sales or advertisements, it would still be relatively easy to earn several thousand monthly given his fan base. Let us buy some shoes, Luo Bingning suggested, leading Lin Tian to a shoe store. Half an hour later, she had bought him 3 pairs of shoes, spending another 5,000, consuming a significant portion of her monthly salary. Let us go home. I'll be eating dirt this month, she mused, calculating that with 25 days until her next paycheck, her bank balance had dwindled to less than 10,000. For someone accustomed to spending tens of thousands monthly, this was tight. Eating dirt is unnecessary. I'll cover the food and drinks. Lin Tian reassured her with a light laugh. The two quickly drove home, with Lin Tian seated in the passenger seat, gazing at Luo Bingning's profile, a subtle smile gracing his face. Lin Tian, what are you looking at? Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. While most would not notice at night, he could see clearly, just admiring beauty. Experts say that looking at beautiful women can extend one's life. Lin Tian replied cheerfully. You believe in what the experts say? Luo Bingning teased playfully. At that moment, a treasure chest slowly materialized above her head, gleaming bronze with an appealing texture. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy. Another treasure chest had appeared. If the frequency of treasure chests continued at this rate, it would be delightful. Even if it appeared just once a month, that would still be excellent. Soon, Lin Tian approached the chest. Ding! Bronze chest opened. Congratulations, the host has acquired master-level driving skills. A rush of information flooded Lin Tian's mind, granting him extensive knowledge of driving, motorcycles, cars, large trucks, and even tanks. He could now operate any vehicle. Moreover, his driving skills had reached a master level. While martial arts masters are formidable, Lin Tian surmised that even if he hadn't reached the level of a driving god, his skills would undoubtedly be world-class. Previously, he had found Luo Bingning's driving skills commendable, but now he noticed numerous flaws. Of course, for ordinary driving, her skills were adequate. Master-level martial arts were associated with silver chests, while master-level driving skills were linked to bronze chests, suggesting that the chests corresponded not to levels, but to the difficulty of enhancement or the value of the items. Lin Tian thought to himself, the mastery of driving, although commendable, pales in comparison to that of martial arts, presenting a disparity in both difficulty and value. Suddenly, Luo Bingning let out a muffled groan. Her face contorted in pain. Bingning, what's the matter? Lin Tian inquired urgently. Pulling over to the side of the road, Luo Bingning gripped the steering wheel tightly. I have a stomach ache. Please take the wheel. Bumps and jolts are inconsequential. The car is insured. Lin Tian nodded, and they swiftly switched seats, with him taking the driver's position and deftly starting the engine. His mastery of driving allowed him an intimate familiarity with the vehicle. Shall we go to the hospital? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. There's no need. This is a chronic issue of mine. I'll feel better after resting for a while. Lin Tian accelerated, navigating smoothly through the traffic, his speed notably faster than that of other vehicles. Despite her discomfort, Luo Bingning noticed his adeptness. He drove quickly, yet steadily, a skill not typically associated with a novice. However, she was aware of Lin Tian's background, which confirmed he was indeed a beginner, having likely never touched a steering wheel since obtaining his license. In about 10 minutes, they arrived back at the community. Lin Tian, your driving skills are surprisingly proficient. Aren't you supposed to be a novice? Many seasoned drivers lack your finesse, Luo Bingning remarked in astonishment, feeling slightly better after some rest. Lin Tian chuckled. If I can't find a good job, perhaps I should consider driving for a ride-hailing service or delivering food. Luo Bingning expressed a hint of regret. You possess a remarkable talent in this area. With proper training from a young age, you could have become a race car driver. However, given the inherent dangers, it's perhaps best you pursue other avenues. Upon returning home, Luo Bingning reclined on the sofa. Lin Tian, could you please pour me a glass of warm water? Of course, he replied, promptly preparing the water. After drinking, she lay back down, her brow furrowed with intensified abdominal pain. Bingning, let me check your pulse, Lin Tian offered, placing his right hand on her wrist. As a martial arts master, such diagnostic skills were fundamental. You can perform pulse diagnosis? Luo Bingning asked, surprised. In traditional Chinese medicine, only a small fraction of practitioners possess this skill, as many ancestral techniques are fading into obscurity. I self-studied through books, Lin Tian responded. Luo Bingning's skepticism was palpable. If it were another man, she would have withdrawn her hand, questioning the sincerity of his claims. Lin Tian frowned slightly as he assessed her pulse, detecting an unusual energy within her dantian. Typically, a normal person's dantian would be void, akin to a dry well. However, Luo Bingning harbored a release of cold energy that, while not excessive, was sufficient to irritate her internal organs and induce pain. Remaining sedentary would mitigate the cold's release, alleviating her discomfort. Bingning, you must have visited quite a few hospitals for examinations? Lin Tian inquired. With a hint of resignation, she replied, I've been to the best hospitals in the country, even the Mayo Clinic abroad, yet nothing has been discovered. Numerous seasoned practitioners of traditional medicine have examined me, yet to no avail. Lin Tian mused to himself. The issue lay within her dantian, but Western medicine lacks a framework for understanding such concepts. During episodes of pain, traditional pulse diagnosis might reveal anomalies, yet typical practitioners can only ascertain symptoms without identifying the underlying causes. Has it been progressively worsening? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. I first experienced occasional stomach aches at 14, but they were mild. Now, the pain has significantly intensified. As she spoke, her brows knitted together. She always carried pain relief medication, taking a pill during severe bouts, but feared that if the pain escalated further, even medication would be futile. Lin Tian cleared his throat. Bingning, may I press on your abdomen for a more accurate diagnosis? He had attempted to channel his inner energy into her body, but it faltered before reaching her dantian at her wrist. By applying pressure on her abdomen, he could directly explore the situation within her dantian. No. Do you possess a medical license? Luo Bingning shot him a disapproving glance. Between us as husband and wife, do I truly need one for a simple massage? Lin Tian retorted. No need. I'm feeling considerably better now, she replied curtly. A gentle touch or a simple embrace was tolerable for her. Yet placing his hands on her abdomen was still beyond her comfort. Very well, rest up. I shall take a shower and then attend to work matters. Striving to earn more for our enjoyment, Lin Tian said as he retreated to his room. Since Luo Bingning had declined, he decided to respect her wishes. After all, her condition was chronic and unlikely to pose immediate danger. He resolved to practice his control over his inner energy further. After his shower, Lin Tian began his training. Unless urgent matters arose, he would not forego his morning and evening practices. Bingning, you might experience pain again in the next couple of days. Do take care not to let it incapacitate you. Allowing Lin Tian to take advantage, Luo Bingning received a message from Tang Yin, who noted her pain had become somewhat regular, occurring roughly every 2 weeks, a frequency that had intensified from once every month in the beginning. Lin Tian is quite good. Do not harbor hostility towards him, Luo Bingning replied. Tang Yin sent a sighing emoji. I'm not saying he is inadequate. The issue is he's rather ordinary and doesn't match your caliber. With your intellect, how could you fall into the trappings of romance? By the way, be frugal with your spending. My aunt has informed me she cannot lend you money, as I've already assured her. Luo Bingning responded. I just spent over 10,000 on clothes and shoes for Lin Tian today. I had hoped you could discreetly assist me. Tang Yin sent an expression of disbelief. From her perspective, Luo Bingning's infatuation was beyond redemption. With her credit card frozen and a monthly salary of 20,000, how could she justify spending over 10,000 on Lin Tian? Bingning, when you rejected other men, you had a plethora of reasons. Why have you suddenly lost your discernment with Lin Tian? You're the one who lost your discernment. No, you're the foolish one. After 3 rounds of cultivation, Lin Tian felt rejuvenated. He focused intently, the calming sound of Luo Bingning's tranquil breathing from the master bedroom indicating she had long since drifted into slumber. For million followers, the income from gifts has also reached 150,000. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app, observing a slower increase in followers compared to before. Given the niche appeal of the Erhu, he estimated that even as a master, reaching a few million followers would be a notable achievement. I could take 90,000 from the 150,000 in gifts. Should I withdraw now, or wait a few days? He pondered. The Huayin app had no fixed withdrawal schedule, but one could only withdraw once a month. Withdrawing now would mean waiting another month for the next opportunity. He wondered if Old Wu had seen his message. Lin Tian opened WeChat, quickly spotting a message from Old Wu, offering to sell him a cherished Erhu for 30,000. Passing it on at its original price. Thank you, Old Wu, but selling it to me at 30,000 ISNT fair, I will buy it for 50,000. If that is unacceptable, then so be it. Lin Tian responded to Old Wu. In the current economic climate, where prices were rising swiftly, even if he paid 50,000, Old Wu might still incur a loss. Fine, 50,000 it is. You're earning now, so the old man can take a little advantage. Tomorrow, come to this address. It was already midnight, yet Old Wu was still awake. Not long after sending his message, Lin Tian received a reply. See you tomorrow. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Lin Tian's rewards had reached 170,000, an increase of 20,000, which was not insignificant. Yet the growth rate of the rewards had evidently slowed considerably. According to his agreement with Huayin, he would receive 60 of it, allowing him to cash out 100, 200, which was his net income. Soon, Lin Tian withdrew the money. He still had nearly 10,000 left in his account. After spending 50,000 on a new Erhu, he would still have 60,000 remaining. As long as he and Luo Bingning enjoyed good food and drink, there would be no major issues. Even with a considerable amount of money, he couldn't spend it recklessly. If the Luo family learned of his newfound internet fame, they might oppose him. Thank you, Old Wu, for your assistance. I will remember your kindness, Lin Tian said, bowing to Old Wu. If it weren't for Old Wu's encouragement and his calls to various Erhu masters, Lin Tian would never have achieved such popularity. Despite his decent skills, without fame, it would have been impressive to accumulate even half of his current follower count in just a month. Young man, the Erhu has fallen out of favor. And us old-timers feel anxious. The younger generation needs talented individuals to carry the torch. With a genius like you emerging, we must wholeheartedly support you, Old Wu said with a smile. He then picked up a bag from beside him and took out an Erhu. This Erhu is a relic from a renowned master. I've only used it privately a few times. Let it shine in your hands. Lin Tian accepted the Erhu, and it was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that this instrument was of a far superior quality compared to the one he had previously purchased. Old Wu, this must be worth more than 50,000. I can add another 50,000, Lin Tian suggested. Old Wu's eyes widened. Do you think I lack that amount? I'm a retired and re-employed elder. My pension is more than enough. If you want it, take it. If not, just return it, he replied firmly. Lin Tian quickly reassured him. Old Wu, I want it. Please don't be upset. Let us stick to our agreement. I will transfer the 50,000 right away. That's more like it. Old Wu nodded, acknowledging that as a master of the Erhu, he was not particularly wealthy, but 50,000 was a trivial sum for him. Young Lin, would you play a piece? Old Wu asked expectantly. Lin Tian smiled and replied, Old Wu, allow me to perform songs of birds in the empty mountains. I would appreciate your guidance. Old Wu remained silent, pondering whether he had the ability to offer guidance. Soon, Lin Tian began to play. Old Wu closed his eyes, swiftly transported into a realm of tranquility, where deep mountains and secluded valleys thrived with the joyous melodies of birds, an invigorating scene. While ordinary listeners might struggle to fully grasp the essence of the piece, Old Wu could perceive it clearly. As the performance concluded, Old Wu felt a lingering aftertaste. Young Lin, I am far inferior to you, he sincerely remarked, gazing at Lin Tian as if he were a marvel. At merely 20-something, Lin Tian possessed such remarkable talent. The limitations of his previous Erhu had stifled his abilities. After hearing him play this piece, Old Wu estimated Lin Tian's Erhu skills to be among the very best in the realm of Erhu masters. They did not rank anyone, but Old Wu was confident Lin Tian would surely be in the top 3. Old Wu, this Erhu is exceptional, Lin Tian smiled in response. Old Wu chuckled softly. Even with a better Erhu, I could not achieve such a level. Your skill surpasses mine by a significant margin. At such a young age, your potential is limitless. At this point, Old Wu sighed inwardly. He had a granddaughter, but she was only 16 or 17, still a minor. Young Lin, how old are you? Old Wu couldn't help but ask. 23, Lin Tian replied. Old Wu did some mental calculations. A 6 or 7 year difference didn't seem too bad. In just over a year, his granddaughter would come of age. Do you have a girlfriend? Old Wu inquired, clearing his throat. Lin Tian nodded. Old Wu expressed a hint of regret, saying, I must be getting old. With your talent, it would be strange if you didn't have a girlfriend. You play a piece, and I will offer my insights. I sincerely seek guidance, as there are aspects that are challenging to fully grasp without proper instruction, Lin Tian insisted. As time passed, Lin Tian gained considerable insights from his exchange with Old Wu, deepening his understanding of this field. Old Wu reaped even greater rewards, finding it rare to encounter someone so skilled yet humble. An hour later, as Lin Tian prepared to leave, Old Wu reflected on the experience with great appreciation. I need to record it again, Lin Tian muttered to himself as he headed to the riverside where he had previously recorded. From a distance, he spotted several people gathered by the riverbank. The online community was indeed quite resourceful. In such a short time, this location had gained exposure. Lin Tian shook his head subtly. In the bustling city, after searching for 2 hours, Lin Tian finally found another suitable recording location. Why hasn't it been updated yet? Meanwhile, in a courtyard in the capital, an elderly man lounged in the shade of a tree, clicking on Lin Tian's profile for the 3rd time. Still met with the same few videos. Father, should I invite him to our home? A middle-aged man beside him suggested, harboring some resentment. After previously rewarding 50,000, he had pressed the button over 5,000 times, and now seeing his father watching Lin Tian made him feel exasperated. The elderly man shot a glare at the middle-aged man, who enjoys listening alone behind closed doors. The other masters are too proud to become internet celebrities. But this young man is different. The more people who understand, the better the Erhu culture will be passed down. Father, he may not have thought that far ahead. Being young, he might simply be in need of money, wanting to earn a bit, the middle-aged man remarked. The elderly man's eyes narrowed. He might indeed be in need. Otherwise, why would he dress poorly and use a lesser Erhu? Here's what we'll do. Reward him another 50,000. Father, please spare me. I can only give $10 at a time, and after rewarding 50,000, my fingers nearly cramped. I'm not doing it, the middle-aged man protested. The elderly man sighed softly. If you want tea, then don't. I'm nearing the end of my days and can't compel you any longer. I don't need your assistance here. You may leave. Father, is it not acceptable for me to reward him? The elderly man handed over his phone. Hurry, before I awaken from my nap. I hope you have taken care of this by then. The middle-aged man begrudgingly began to reward again. He wished he could call the president of Huayin and request a change. Before long, Lin Tian had recorded 2 new pieces and uploaded them. The middle-aged man noticed the new videos and immediately recognized that Lin Tian had acquired a new Erhu. Beautiful. His skill has improved significantly. This level of proficiency was likely comparable to that of Master Ouyang, he thought, astonished. After watching the second video, he noted the same high quality. The masked hero was no older than 35. It was remarkable for someone so young to possess such talent, he mused. With this realization, he continued to reward Lin Tian. Feeling less troubled than before, concerned that the new location might attract attention, Lin Tian recorded around 20 videos in one go, enough to last him for over 10 days with 2 uploads daily. Lin Tian exhaled deeply. He had recorded some videos 3 times already, once with a new phone and once with a new Erhu. Now, he believed he wouldn't have to record again and could ease his workload. Originally, Lin Tian intended to go live soon, but now that he had withdrawn money and wasn't in financial distress, he decided to postpone the live stream. Once he released all 20 videos, he would gain even more followers. The greater the anticipation from his fans, the better the outcome of his first live performance would be. What is happening? Lin Tian was taken aback as he checked the Huayin app backend, discovering another 50,000 in rewards, with 50,000 coming from a loyal fan. Contemplating sending a private message of thanks, he found that the recipient had disabled direct messages. Such extravagance, Lin Tian mused. Since the other party is not a child but a true affluent individual, Lin Tian naturally accepted the reward with joy. Dad, the masked hero has uploaded a new video, Shen Xinyuan remarked as he rubbed his fingers. The elder took the phone and quickly opened the video. As the performance concluded, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Incredible. At such a young age, the skill is comparable to that of top era masters. Dad, I think he is not much inferior to Master Ouyang, wouldn't you agree? Shen Xinyuan inquired. The elder nodded. Based on the quality in the video, there is still a gap compared to Master Ouyang, but his surroundings are quite ordinary, and the recording was done merely with a phone. His actual skill could very well be on par with Master Ouyang. Shen Xinyuan was astonished. Such talent truly exists. He had great faith in his father's discerning abilities. Third brother, has Siki found a boyfriend now that she is in her second year of college? The elder suddenly asked. Shen Xinyuan shook his head. To my knowledge, she hasn't. Dad, you aren't hoping Siki would take him as her boyfriend, are you? He hides his face behind a mask, which likely isn't fair to the audience. Moreover, with his high level of skill, he must be over 30, while Siki is only 19. Please don't play matchmaker recklessly. The elder coughed lightly. That would be quite a stretch. If the masked hero were under 25, it might be more plausible. Dad, do you think that is possible? Shen Xinyuan replied. The elder shook his head. Chapter 19. Perhaps you bring good fortune. Sighing on the subway ride home, Lin Tian contemplated. After finishing the video, he had ventured to the most bustling commercial street in City S, encountering thousands of people within an hour. Yet, not a single one had a treasure chest hovering above their heads. The treasure chest system had been activated. Logically, with so many people around, one should have appeared. The absence of any suggests that the treasure chests can only be collected from Luo Bingning or from a select few who meet specific criteria. System. Lin Tian called out in his mind several times. Yet, as before, there was no response. The system only manifested when a treasure chest was present. Buzz. Lin Tian's phone vibrated. Son, you've met Luo Bingning, right? The Luo family is beyond our reach. It's normal that you two haven't worked out, so don't be disheartened. His mother, Chen Wan, messaged. Lin Tian's parents were aware of his engagement to Luo Bingning, though they had not taken it seriously. Their family was ordinary, while the Luo family was a prestigious household. Moreover, unlike typical affluent families, the Luo family had only one granddaughter, Luo Bingning, across 3 generations. Marrying her would certainly mean both wealth and beauty. Mom, why the sudden inquiry? You've been silent for 3 days, and we were worried about you. A smile crept onto Lin Tian's face. Though their family was unremarkable, his parents were in good health, and the family atmosphere was harmonious. Lin Tian found that quite satisfactory. I've been quite busy these past few days. I started a new job, and fortune smiled upon me as I secured a significant deal right off the bat. I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you, so you can enjoy good food. After pondering, Lin Tian replied. He decided to keep his relationship with Luo Bingning a secret for now. Although they were legally married, their current arrangement was merely cohabitation. It would only lead to disappointment if his parents found out later about their separation. Did Luo Bingning help you find a new job? Sort of. The compensation is quite good. Lin Tian smiled faintly. His primary task was to collect treasure chests from Luo Bingning. Son, don't mention this to your father. He is like your grandfather. They refuse to accept any help from the Luo family. Keep the money for yourself. Your father and I do not need you to worry about us. Lin Tian pondered. Their family had not established close ties with the Luo family, which hinted at deeper issues. Upon returning home, Lin Tian was greeted by the aroma of delicious food. Lin Tian, you're back. Please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. The melodious voice of Luo Bingning floated from the kitchen. Lin Tian approached the kitchen door, where Luo Bingning was skillfully cooking. Bingning, I was fortunate enough to close a significant deal right after joining the company. I estimate I could earn a commission of 20 to 30,000. Should we hire a nanny? Lin Tian proposed. Luo Bingning turned with surprise. You closed a big deal right after starting? Lin Tian chuckled. Perhaps you are my lucky charm. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. You haven't even received the commission yet. It's too early to talk about hiring a nanny. Sales can be unpredictable. You might secure 3 deals in 1 day, or none in 3 months. Let us save for 2 months first. All right, I will heed your advice, Lin Tian replied, stepping away from the kitchen as Luo Bingning exhaled softly, appearing somewhat tense. Lin Tian, dinner is ready, she called out moments later. Lin Tian emerged from his room after showering, dressed in the new clothes Luo Bingning had bought him the previous day. Luo Bingning was taken aback. Has Lin Tian become a bit more handsome? Although Lin Tian had worn this outfit yesterday, it seemed different today. Strange. How could that be? Perhaps it was just that she had seen him so often that he appeared more agreeable. Luo Bingning mused. She did not think this was merely a case of love making one blind. She had bought him clothes and shoes, but that did not imply anything significant. Bingning. My grandfather and your grandfather were sworn brothers. Ideally, our family should be in closer contact. Is there some hidden reason behind this? After a brief meal, Lin Tian curiously asked. Luo Bingning hesitated slightly. It seems you are aware. Please share. She replied softly. Back in the day, when they fought together, my grandfather did not have a girlfriend, while your grandfather did. The engagement was arranged at that time. Later, when your grandfather went south to fight, my grandfather stayed behind. One day, news arrived that your grandfather had fallen in battle. Your grandfather's girlfriend was heartbroken, and my grandfather often comforted her. Lin Tian was taken aback. You mean my grandmother was your grandfather's girlfriend? Luo Bingning nodded awkwardly. Your grandfather returned 3 years later, by which time my grandparents were already married. Lin Tian frowned. My grandfather went so long without news? I heard your grandfather went undercover, Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian sighed. His grandfather's undercover mission had led to the news of his death reaching them, and it was unfair to blame Luo's elder. It was merely fate's cruel hand. His grandfather had always felt indebted to Luo's elder, yet the latter refused help. Due to the engagement made so long ago, combined with this matter, my grandfather valued our engagement greatly. My parents opposed it, leading to several arguments between him and them. To avoid witnessing their disputes, I proposed a 3-year engagement. Lin Tian nodded, finally understanding. Given the Luo family's circumstances, even if their grandfathers had shared a strong bond, it was understandable that Luo's elder would be so insistent. Lin Tian, your grandfather has passed, and my grandmother has also departed. The matters of the older generation need not be revisited. Still, as I said, if we develop feelings, we need not divorce after 3 years. We can remain together, Luo Bingning stated. Lin Tian smiled. If we live and eat together. If I cannot win you over in 3 years, that would make me quite incompetent. Once we are truly together, I will take you to pay respects at my grandfather's grave. Luo Bingning nodded, agreed. After finishing their meal, Lin Tian quickly washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen. Lin Tian, shall we take a walk? Luo Bingning suggested, her face slightly flushed. On the surface, they presented themselves as a couple, but secretly they had even obtained a marriage certificate. As they descended the stairs for a stroll, it was only natural that they held hands, displaying a certain intimacy. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. The two quickly changed their shoes and made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Tian extended his hand, and after a brief hesitation, Luo Bingning placed her delicate hand into his. Her hand, soft as a tender sprout and smooth as fine jade, felt incredibly comfortable to hold. Bang! Bang! Lin Tian, a master of martial arts, could discern that Luo Bingning's heartbeat had noticeably quickened. Son, come downstairs. Luo Bingning and the others are taking a walk. Wang Xianglian remarked upon spotting them. She quickly sent a message to her son, Song Kaifeng. Mom, they're walking together. Should I go find some excitement? Are you foolish? If you walk with Lin Tian, Luo Bingning will inevitably compare you to him. If you perform well, you might have a chance. Chapter 20. Can running still earn money? Song Kaifeng soon descended, jogging over to join Lin Tian and the others. Miss Luo, I was quite presumptuous last time. Lin Tian, running alone is rather dull. Shall we race together? He proposed. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Song Kaifeng, please don't interrupt our walk. Song Kaifeng quickly replied. Miss Luo, to express my apologies. I am offering a wager with Lin Tian. He only wins and does not lose. Our community's track is 800 meters per lap. Lin Tian, if you lead me by a second after 5 laps, I will give you 100 yuan. What do you say? Internally mocking. Song Kaifeng thought that most people could not outrun him, and Lin Tian likely wouldn't manage 5 laps either. This race would not only expose Lin Tian's shortcomings but also showcase his own prowess, which he found quite appealing. 100 yuan for a second? How generous. Lin Tian replied with a hint of amusement. Though he had previously been an average runner, he was now a martial arts master, at full speed. His velocity was akin to that of a fierce tiger. Isn't this just picking up money? Song Kaifeng feigned sincerity. I was a bit presumptuous last time, and I'm hoping to make amends while also finding a running partner. Luo Bingning tugged on Lin Tian's hand, aware that Song Kaifeng likely harbored ulterior motives. She knew he excelled in running, and Lin Tian would most likely face a harsh challenge. Song, 5 laps is too few. It lacks excitement. I usually start at 10 laps. You should run alone, Lin Tian said, waving his hand dismissively. Song Kaifeng chuckled inwardly, believing Lin Tian was too afraid to compete or might struggle to finish 5 laps, thus pretending to be strong in front of Luo Bingning. Lin Tian. So you enjoy long-distance running as well? In that case, let us do 10 laps. The same deal applies if you lead me by a second. I will give you 100 yuan. Song Kaifeng feigned camaraderie. Luo Bingning clung to Lin Tian's arm. Darling, don't compete with him, even if you lead by 5 minutes. It's only 300 seconds, merely 30,000 yuan. There's no need to chase such trivial money. Song Kaifeng's anger flared. With Luo Bingning's embrace, her softness nearly pressed against Lin Tian's arm, and in his eyes, she was destined to belong to him. Miss Luo has a point. Leading by 5 minutes amounts to only 30,000 yuan, which is indeed paltry. Therefore, let us revise it to 1,000 yuan per second. If you can lead me by 5 minutes, that would be 300,000. Song Kaifeng said with a grin, as if 300,000 were insignificant. In reality, he had no belief that Lin Tian could win. Since that's the case, what difference does it make between 100 and 1,000? By mentioning 1,000, Lin Tian would likely back down, implying his own inadequacy. Bingning, since he has proposed it this way, if I don't compete, it would seem as though I am afraid of him. Rest assured, I shall surely win, Lin Tian declared with a smile. Song, you won't go back on your word. Will you? Song Kaifeng replied grandly. Lin Tian, don't worry. If you win, every second will be worth 1,000. Miss Luo can bear witness. Lin Tian nodded. Shall we begin? Bingning, you can sit over there and rest. 10 laps won't take long. Luo Bingning complied, taking a seat on a nearby bench. Lin Tian, steadfast in his decision, left her little room for opposition. Shall we stretch a bit before we start? Song Kaifeng suggested. Lin Tian shook his head. Stretching? Let us get started right away. Song Kaifeng smirked internally, thinking that Lin Tian likely had no habit of long-distance running. If I don't outpace you by 10 minutes, I want to carry the surname Song. He thought to himself. Miss Luo, my mother is also out for a walk. I'll call her over. And it would be a bother for you and my mother to time us. Song Kaifeng smiled at Luo Bingning. Confident. He believed he could complete the 8 kilometers in 35 minutes, a commendable pace among amateur runners. Soon, he called for his mother, Wang Xianglian. Start. Luo Bingning and Wang Xianglian simultaneously pressed the stopwatch on their phones. Song Kaifeng and Lin Tian dashed forward. Lin Tian surged ahead by several meters. Is he daft? This is a long-distance run, not a sprint. Song Kaifeng thought, eyeing Lin Tian's retreating figure with derision. Luo Bingning sighed inwardly, recognizing that Lin Tian's speed was far too brisk for a long run and would soon lead to exhaustion. Moments later, Lin Tian completed the first lap, his form racing past Luo Bingning, still at a rapid pace. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Impressive, Luo Bingning exclaimed, astonished. She quickly searched online, discovering that this speed met the national first-level athlete standard. Lin Tian, though not particularly muscular in appearance, displayed commendable stamina. How surprising, Luo Bingning mused. Wang Xianglian remarked, Bingning. Lin Tian is indeed fast, but this is a long-distance run, not a sprint. His approach may not be wise. A fast sprint is impressive too, Aunt Wang. Luo Bingning replied with a smile. Song Kaifeng, just shy of 4 minutes, finished his first lap, while Lin Tian concurrently completed his second lap in 2 minutes. How is this possible? Song Kaifeng's expression soured. Lin Tian had lapped him completely. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Tian had achieved the first-level athlete standard for 1,600 meters. Even if he faltered later, this initial performance was remarkable. 3 laps, 4 laps, 5 laps. Upon finishing 10 laps, Lin Tian deliberately slowed, panting heavily. 22 minutes and 35 seconds. Luo Bingning stopped the timer, showing Wang Xianglian, whose expression darkened. Song Kaifeng had only completed 6 laps, with 4 laps still to go, which would take him a considerable time. Bingning, I'll walk around to cool down. Lin Tian said, pretending to gasp for air. Aunt Wang, I didn't expect Lin Tian to have such stamina. Song Kaifeng needs to step it up, after all. It's 1,000 yuan per second. Luo Bingning smiled. Wang Xianglian was taken aback. She had not anticipated her son would lose, and so decisively at that. After 14 minutes, Song Kaifeng finally finished his 10 laps, having been thrown off his pace by Lin Tian, resulting in a slower time than usual. 36 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Tian's time was 22 minutes and 35 seconds, a staggering 14 minutes and 12 seconds faster. Luo Bingning chuckled. Song Kaifeng's face darkened, wishing he could vanish from sight. His performance, while decent, paled in comparison. Son, it's only a few 100,000, just small change, Wang Xianglian said with a smile. But for Lin Tian, it would amount to a substantial sum. We must not shortchange him. Song Kaifeng nodded. And Wang Xianglian had already inquired about Lin Tian's bank account number. Soon, she transferred a total of 852,000 yuan to him. While this amount was not insignificant to her, providing it was manageable, their reputations were worth more than this sum. Furthermore, without this money, Song Kaifeng and Luo Bingning would have no hope. Aunt Wang, We shall take our leave now, Luo Bingning smiled. Soon, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning left hand in hand. While Song Kaifeng's eyes seemed to blaze with fury, he felt a significant loss. Son, one must learn from their misfortunes. If you plan to target someone or a company in the future, ensure you gather all necessary information, Wang Xianglian advised solemnly. Song Kaifeng was infuriated. I haven't seen him running these past few days. I never anticipated his capabilities in this regard. Damn. Chapter 21. Lin Tian's new car mom. Do you think Lin Tian took a shortcut to cheat? Song Kaifeng furrowed his brow. The community track winds around various buildings. Indeed, there were shortcuts. And if Lin Tian took them, he could save time on each lap. No, Wang Xianglian shook her head. I had the nanny watch from above. Over 800,000. You think I would just give him that without verifying? Don't mention this to your father. He will surely scold you. As long as you can win over Luo Bingning. This money will not be wasted. Song Kaifeng's expression darkened. Luo Bingning seemed unaware of Lin Tian's abilities, but now she knows. My spending only elevated Lin Tian's standing. Wang Xianglian countered. Do not think that way. If Lin Tian possesses such a talent, Luo Bingning will inevitably discover it. By offering such a substantial sum, you also gain favor, and this puts pressure on Lin Tian. Song Kaifeng's mood improved slightly. Mom, do you think I still have hope? Wang Xianglian nodded. Of course. And the hope is significant. Have someone investigate Lin Tian's background. Knowing oneself and the opponent ensures success in battle. Understood, Song Kaifeng replied gravely. He had previously underestimated Lin Tian as a worthy adversary. Now, he realized he could not afford to be careless. Upon returning home, Luo Bingning regarded Lin Tian with a peculiar expression. Lin Tian, your running speed is astonishing, achieving the level of a national first-class athlete. How come I never knew? She exclaimed in surprise. She had previously commissioned a collection of Lin Tian's information, which could only be described as unremarkable. Had he displayed such extraordinary speed during his school years, he might have been a prominent figure throughout middle school, high school, and college. Lin Tian shrugged. I had yet to encounter such a naive benefactor. Earning 1,000 per second, how could I not unleash my potential? Luo Bingning chuckled. I estimate Song Kaifeng is quite enraged. Your speed surpassed his expectations. Taking a stroll downstairs, you unexpectedly earned 850,000, Lin Tian remarked. It wasn't just my gain. It was our joint profit, as it constitutes marital property, Luo Bingning retorted, rolling her eyes. Who considers it martial property? Until we are genuinely together. What is yours, and what is mine. This sum is your hard-earned money. You need not share it with me. Lin Tian pondered. Then let us use that money to buy a car. If it came from the sky, spending it wouldn't sting. Having a car means I can occasionally pick you up from work, he added. Luo Bingning smiled and nodded. At this price point, you might consider a BMW X5. A 3.0T model should be around 800,000. Lin Tian was astonished. You know so much about cars? Tang Yin loves cars and often speaks about them. I, on the other hand, am indifferent. A vehicle for daily commuting is sufficient, Luo Bingning explained. Recalling her Porsche Panamera, Lin Tian felt a pang of emotion. A mere commuting car worth over $1 million. Let us go with your suggestion for the X5. I'll visit the dealership tomorrow. The following day arrived swiftly. After uploading 2 videos, Lin Tian found himself at a BMW dealership where he spotted a black X5 he fancied. Mr. Lin, you can come pick up your license plates in 3 days. The temporary plates will be valid for 15 days, the enthusiastic sales representative assured him. Great, Lin Tian replied, stepping on the gas and driving away. As he cruised in his new car, he felt a rush of excitement. He had previously thought that owning a second-hand vehicle worth a few thousand was commendable. Little did he expect to be driving such a luxury automobile. While an 800,000 car might not be considered extravagant by some standards, it was certainly a significant acquisition for an ordinary person. Stay calm, stay composed. After all, I am already a martial arts master. It's merely a car, Lin Tian mused. Upon returning to the community, he snapped a photo of the car and sent it to Luo Bingning. Isn't it handsome? Indeed. Yan Zi is aware of what happened yesterday. She insists you treat her. Since you just got a new car, let us take her out for dinner tonight, Luo Bingning quickly responded. Sure, you decide the place. Luo Bingning suggested. Shall we try the street barbecue? It's budget-friendly, and I haven't had it before. I'd like to see what it's like. I'll head home first, and then we can head out together, she added. Lin Tian found it amusing. Taking Luo Bingning to a street barbecue seemed somewhat incongruous for a young lady from a wealthy family. Mom, I had someone investigate Lin Tian. Our assessments were correct. He is an utterly ordinary person, a complete loser. Both of his parents are farmers, and their household is quite average. He has no prior interaction with Luo Bingning. They likely met online. Luo Bingning is a talented graduate from Peking University, running a company valued at over 100 million. I wonder about her background. Song Kaifeng excitedly informed his mother, Wang Xianglian. Given Luo Bingning's youth and her company's valuation, her family background must be excellent, far superior to ours. If you win her over, the benefits will be substantial. Son, with her impressive qualifications, winning her over may not be easy. You must possess perseverance and patience. By the way, I noticed an X5 parked in the spot next to Luo Bingning's vehicle, fully loaded. I checked its price, and it's estimated to be around 800,000, Wang Xianglian added. Song Kaifeng gritted his teeth, suspecting that the car belonged to Lin Tian. After winning yesterday, he had now acquired a new car. Was this intended to provoke him? Mom, he took from me. I will make him pay back with interest. What qualifications does a poor loser like him have to compete with me? Song Kaifeng spoke coldly. As long as you have confidence, go for it, son. Wang Xianglian encouraged before hanging up. A glint of malice flashed in Song Kaifeng's eyes. Lin Tian, we shall see. Having tasted victory, I do not believe you will avoid the pitfalls. He recalled a friend known for dubious dealings, adept at setting traps to extort money. Old Wei, are you busy? Song Kaifeng messaged. Busy with what? Can you lend me some support, brother Song? Came the rapid reply. Song Kaifeng knew that Wei Jun was aware of his affluent background. Old Wei, it's been a while since we gathered. How about a barbecue at Zhou Ji tonight? Their hygiene and taste are quite commendable, he proposed. Sounds good. Setting his phone down, Song Kaifeng smirked. Wei Jun was experienced in such matters, making it easy to ensnare a naive recent graduate like Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you poor loser, how dare you provoke me? You are merely a fly buzzing at the head of a tiger. Living recklessly, Song Kaifeng scoffed. Seeking Wei Jun's help was not a first for him. Wei Jun was well-versed in such schemes, making him effective. Chapter 22. Luo Bingning steps in to protect her partner Bingning. How about we try Zhou Ji barbecue? I've dined there several times, while the place isn't massive. The flavors are delightful, Lin Tian suggested as they returned home. He handed Luo Bingning his phone, showing the positive reviews. Let us go there. Luo Bingning smiled. Let's head out and pick up Yanzi. By the way, you mustn't challenge her to drink. She can consume at least a pound of white liquor and 10 bottles of beer without issue. Lin Tian chuckled softly. His drinking capacity was once average. But now as a martial arts master with formidable inner strength, he could handle 2 to 3 pounds of white liquor without a hitch. Even without using his inner energy to process the alcohol. Let us go? Moments later, they picked up Tang Yin. Luo Bingning sat in the front row but had to move to the back. Bingning, what are you saving for Lin Tian? He earned quite a bit yesterday. And yet you insist on taking us to a roadside stall. If you want to help him save money, at least wait until after the wedding. Tang Yin remarked with a pout. Lin Tian cast a glance at Luo Bingning, whose cheeks flushed slightly, as she and Lin Tian had already obtained their marriage certificate. Yinzi, do you want to eat? If not, Lin Tian and I will go eat, and I'll send you 20 yuan for a quick meal, Luo Bingning said. Somewhat annoyed. Eat. Why wouldn't he? I want to make Lin Tian feel the pinch. Lin Tian, you can drink, right? Let us have a few drinks later. Tang Yin said, scheming to get Lin Tian drunk, perhaps to elicit some truths. I can manage a little, Lin Tian replied with a smile. In less than half an hour, they arrived as night descended, casting a glow from various signs, signaling the start of the nightlife. Let us go, that's south the place. Lin Tian said. After parking the car, they quickly entered the restaurant. Fortunately, there was still a vacant table inside. Otherwise, they would have had to dine outside. The three of them sat down, and several men in the restaurant looked on with envy, captivated by the beauty of Luo Bingning and Tang Yin. However, despite the envy, no one approached them. Boss, bring us a case of cold beer, Tang Yin ordered before they even placed their food order. Yinzi, take it easy on the drinks. Luo Bingning advised. Tang Yin sighed. You two are a couple. I'm left to drink alone. If Lin Tian doesn't drink, I'll finish it all by myself. Let us start with these. Lin Tian quickly placed his order. Shall we have a toast first? Tang Yin handed Lin Tian a bottle of beer. And before he could respond, she downed her bottle in one go. Tang Yin, pace yourself, Lin Tian cautioned, quickly finishing his first bottle as well. Half an hour passed, and they each had consumed 5 bottles of beer. Initially worried about Lin Tian, Luo Bingning gradually relaxed, realizing that his tolerance was quite impressive. Hey, Luo Bingning paused, nudging Lin Tian's arm. Look outside, Song Kaifeng is here too, and the person at his table has tattoos. He doesn't look like a good person, she whispered. Lin Tian glanced outside to see Song Kaifeng and his companion, Wei Jun Song Go. Is there something you need to tell your little brother? Wei Jun inquired, smiling. Song Kaifeng quietly replied, Old Wei, it's the same as before. I want you to deal with someone. He doesn't have much of a background. Find a pretty girl to lure him in and take some photos. If that doesn't work, get him to drive drunk. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, realizing that Song Kaifeng was targeting him. Wei Jun responded, Song Gu, that's doable, but is it really necessary to go through all that trouble? I could just have a few brothers give him a beating. Song Kaifeng shook his head. I have my eye on a girl, and if you just beat him up, it might backfire. If you can't manage that, lure him into gambling. I want him to lose everything. Wei Jun grinned. Song Gu, leave it to me. You know my methods. I'll handle it smoothly. After it's done, Song Kaifeng stated, 100,000. It must be executed flawlessly. Thanks for the support, Song Gu. Wei Jun replied cheerfully. Song Kaifeng produced a photograph. This is the target. Lin Tian lives in the same building as me, on the 20th floor. Don't worry. He.S. just a poor nobody. Lin Tian's eyes glinted with coldness. Song Kaifeng was quite malicious. Listening to their conversation, it was evident that this wasn't Song Kaifeng's first time orchestrating such schemes. As time ticked by, Tang Yin's gaze grew increasingly hazy from the alcohol. Although Lin Tian appeared unaffected, he feigned a bit of drunkenness. Song Gu, I need to use the restroom, he said. When Wei Jun entered the restaurant, his eyes scanned the area and lit up upon spotting Luo Bingning and Tang Yin. After using the restroom, he made a beeline for their table. Ladies, why don't you join us at our table? My brother is quite wealthy. If you drink with us, you might each earn a few thousand. Wei Jun grinned. Lin Tian turned to Wei Jun, who paused upon recognizing him. Lin Tian was the very person Song Kaifeng wanted to deal with. Wei Jun thought to himself, this kid must be worth the extra 10,000. Song Kaifeng must be serious this time. What are you looking at, kid? Do you want a taste of my fist? Wei Jun sneered, clenching his fist as if ready to strike. Watch out. Luo Bingning stood up, thrusting 2 chopsticks towards Wei Jun's eyes. He instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. Drink. Luo Bingning retracted her right hand and delivered a powerful punch to Wei Jun's waist. Having trained in martial arts, she knew exactly where to hit for maximum impact, and Wei Jun immediately felt a sharp pain in his side. Bingning, quickly, go for a low blow. Tang Yin, still somewhat sober, excitedly shouted. Wei Jun, enduring the pain, hurriedly stepped back, fearing that another strike from Luo Bingning could cost him dearly. You, real men shouldn't fight with women, he exclaimed, retreating quickly. He was no stranger to brawls, and from Luo Bingning's earlier strike, he recognized her skill and the ferocity of her moves. Outnumbered 3-1, he knew he could easily be at a disadvantage. Bingning, you really have trained. Lin Tian chuckled. Had Luo Bingning not acted first, he would have intervened. If he had, Wei Jun would have faced much worse. Of course, Luo Bingning replied proudly. Lin Tian, you better not mess around. I taught Bingning martial arts, and you definitely can't beat her, Tang Yin, with her hazy vision, warned. Lin Tian gazed at Luo Bingning, noticing a mysterious black iron treasure chest slowly materializing above her head. Could it be that emotional excitement triggers the appearance of treasure chests? He mused inwardly. Lin Tian, let us head back. Otherwise, we might attract trouble, Luo Bingning said, a hint of worry in her tone. If Tang Yin hadn't consumed so much alcohol, Luo Bingning wouldn't be concerned. Tang Yin was quite capable of handling herself against multiple opponents. However, her current state diminished her fighting ability, and Lin Tian, who had also drunk a fair amount, was not counted among the capable. Let us go then. Bingning, you have something above your head. Lin Tian waved his hand over her. Ding. The black iron treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the master-level wine tasting skill. Lin Tian felt a tinge of sadness. It was merely a skill in wine tasting. This was of little use to him. Nevertheless, he was relieved to know that the skill was of master-level quality. The black iron treasure chest had previously yielded a master-level skill, while this one was slightly superior, signifying a lower intrinsic value. No, don't go back yet. I can still drink, Tang Yin said, her gaze slightly dazed. Luo Bingning replied, Yinzi, let us take the drinks home. You can drink to your heart's content with Lin Tian, and if you get drunk, you can stay at my place. All right, Tang Yin agreed, and Luo Bingning helped her to her feet. After Lin Tian settled the bill and stepped outside, he noticed Song Kaifeng hiding. Knowing that Wei Jun would inform him of Luo Bingning's presence. Humph, Lin Tian scoffed softly. Song Kaifeng was attempting to enlist the help of unsavory characters against him. This was a matter he could not let slide. Tang Yin, make sure to buckle up, Luo Bingning said as she helped Tang Yin into the back seat, with Lin Tian taking the passenger seat. That scoundrel, Song Kaifeng's expression darkened as he quickly located Lin Tian's vehicle upon hearing from Wei Jun. He concealed himself, watching as Lin Tian and the others departed. Song Gu, what is the background of that beautiful young lady? She seems to be skilled in martial arts, employing fierce techniques such as eye jabbing and low kicks. Cheng Jun remarked beside Song Kaifeng, clutching his waist where Luo Bingning had struck his acupoints. Alleviating his pain for quite some time, yet he still felt a lingering ache. I only know her family is quite wealthy. Beyond that, I'm not informed. Song Ge, you must handle Lin Tian with caution and absolutely cannot harm her. If you do, you might find yourself behind bars in an instant, Song Kaifeng warned. Luo Bingning was a woman he had his eyes on, and he could not allow Wei Jun to act recklessly, as his methods towards women could be exceedingly unscrupulous. Understood. Wei Jun nodded. Generally, he dared to provoke the affluent, but he would think twice about those exceedingly wealthy. For a single call could make him a significant target for anti-corruption campaigns. Old Wei, do you think they noticed me? Song Kaifeng expressed his concern. Let us sit down at the table they just occupied. Soon, the two arrived at the establishment, and Song Kaifeng took the seat that Luo Bingning had just vacated. Gazing out of the window with a somewhat grim expression. If Luo Bingning happened to glance outside, she would undoubtedly see him. Don't worry too much, Song Ge. They might see us, but they certainly cannot hear what we are saying, Wei Jun said in a lowered voice. Damn it, Song Kaifeng cursed internally. If Luo Bingning witnessed him drinking with Wei Jun, alongside Wei Jun's conduct, her impression of him would certainly diminish significantly. Old Wei, let's refrain from contacting each other for the time being. If you succeed, I will send you the money in a couple of months. If Luo Bingning investigates, it could spell trouble for us both. Upon exiting the establishment, Song Kaifeng spoke in a hushed tone. Agreed, Wei Jun nodded. He was well aware of Song Kaifeng's character. If he succeeded, there was no way Song Kaifeng would renege on a mere 100,000. Lin Tian. The person drinking with Song Kaifeng cannot be a good individual. Song Kaifeng thought that he might be targeting you. Coupled with what just transpired, it was certain that they would seek an opportunity to deal with you. Luo Bingning expressed her concern. Lin Tian smiled, assuring her, I will be cautious. You need not worry. What about you? If he brings people to target you, can you handle it? Luo Bingning's face flushed slightly. I am not merely capable of what I demonstrated earlier. In a rapid confrontation like that, 2 or 3 strong men are no match for me. If it were otherwise, my family would certainly arrange for a bodyguard. Tang Yan, seated in the back, took out her phone from her pocket. Second uncle, just now, while Bingning and I were at Zhouji barbecue, someone was harassing us. Could you help me vent my frustrations? Tang Yan dialed her second uncle's number. Yanzi, have you been drinking? Second uncle, if you don't help me, I'll go to Grandpa. Fine, I'll assist you. Let Bingning speak to me. Tang Yan handed the phone to Luo Bingning. Second uncle Tang, just now. Someone wanted us to drink with them. We weren't harmed. It's a trivial matter. I didn't mean to trouble you. We are on our way home. And Yanzi will be sleeping at my place tonight. Luo Bingning stated. Bingning, I appreciate your help. On the other end, Tang Yan's second uncle, Tang Pingyuan, hung up the phone. Yanzi, you need not involve your second uncle in such trivial matters. Luo Bingning returned the phone to Tang Yan. Tang Yan, fuming, remarked, that guy is no good. Lin Tian, feel free to drink. I will definitely win against you. Luo Bingning silently shook her head, noting that Lin Tian was quite sober and likely had a better tolerance than Tang Yan. Bingning. Tang Yan's second uncle is, her uncle is the deputy director of the municipal bureau. Lin Tian was taken aback. That is quite a significant position. It is worth noting that they are not in an ordinary city, but in the bustling metropolis of S City. Lin Tian, you must not bully Bingning, otherwise, I shall have my second uncle arrest you. Damn it, that little lady fights dirty. After returning home, Wei Jun lifted his shirt to inspect the area where Luo Bingning had struck him, revealing some faint bruising. Pressing his fingers against it sent a jolt of pain through him. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, there was a knock at Wei Jun's door. Without question, he opened it to find 2 police officers standing outside. Wei Jun's heart raced. He had engaged in numerous illicit activities, and if the police were to discover them, a sentence of 3 to 5 years would be a mere slap on the wrist. One misstep could lead him to a decade or more behind bars. What seems to be the matter, officers? Wei Jun forced a smile, masking his unease. As long as no evidence was in the hands of the police, he felt little fear. Even if arrested, he could be out in 24 hours at most. Wei Jun, you are accused of public indecency. Please accompany us. One officer stated coldly. Sir, are you referring to tonight's incident? I merely suggested a few drinks to those young ladies. They declined and even struck me. I am the victim here. Wei Jun feigned indignation. The other officer scoffed. So you had the audacity to ask the deputy director's niece to drink with you? I advise you to cooperate. Wei Jun was taken aback. One of them was the deputy director's niece? Given his involvement in various illicit activities, he had an inkling of the higher-ups. And public safety was under the purview of the deputy director. I will come with you, Wei Jun said, his head hanging low. He understood that after provoking the deputy director's niece, it was better to admit fault voluntarily than to suffer further consequences. Before long, Wei Jun was taken back to the station. Director Tang, this Wei Jun has a history of misdeeds, but until now, we lacked solid evidence for a longer detention than 24 hours. This time may present a rare opportunity. Tang Pingyuan stood outside the interrogation room, receiving a report from a colleague. We will investigate thoroughly in accordance with the law, providing a just resolution for the nation and its people. Tang Pingyuan stated solemnly. Understood. Chapter 24. Song Kaifeng's arrest. Drink up. Lin Tian, let us continue drinking, Tang Yin shouted, already feeling pleasantly inebriated. There's no more alcohol, we'll drink next time. Lin Tian said, casting a helpless glance at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning also advised, Yinzi, you're not in the best condition tonight. Wait until you feel better to drink with Lin Tian again. Who says there's no alcohol? We have both white and red in the liquor cabinet. Who says I'm not in good shape? I feel fantastic. Bingning, I will definitely get him drunk and help you extract the truth. Luo Bingning felt a warmth in her heart. Tang Yin, despite her drunken state, was still thinking of helping her, concerned she might suffer at Lin Tian's expense. Bingning, I'm heading back to my room. Can you manage her? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning nodded. Rest assured, Yinzi is not heavy, and she is not completely drunk yet. I can certainly handle it. Lin Tian hurried back to his room. With more white liquor, Tang Yin would undoubtedly become intoxicated, making it a challenge for Luo Bingning to care for someone completely inebriated. Inside his room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. The alcohol in his system was swiftly refined. Lin Tian noticed that the alcohol seemed to enhance his cultivation speed. Many heroes in novels enjoy drinking. Could this be the reason? Lin Tian mused. Bingning, next time I will definitely outdrink Lin Tian. We should have white liquor. He probably usually drinks beer. Outside, Tang Yin protested. Luo Bingning managed to coax her into the bathroom. Lin Tian is quite the enigma. He possesses such remarkable alcohol tolerance. Luo Bingning pondered, her curiosity about Lin Tian growing significantly. In just a few days, she had already identified several of his strengths. First, he is physically fit, capable of running at a level equivalent to a top athlete. Second, despite limited driving experience, he possesses impressive driving skills. Third, he has a good tolerance for alcohol and displays good character when drinking, a significant advantage for men, as many business dealings in Huagua are conducted over drinks. Fourth, he understands boundaries. This aspect is quite important. They are not truly married. If Lin Tian lacked restraint, Luo Bingning would have to consider living separately. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped into the midnight hour, and Lin Tian prepared for bed. Meanwhile, at the police station, Wei Jun continued to endure. Esteemed sirs, I implore you to show some compassion. I was genuinely parched and unaware that either of them was the niece of Director Tang. Had I known, I would have revered her as my own kin. Wei Jun lamented, having been deprived of even a sip of water since his confinement. In the sweltering summer heat, with the interrogation room's air conditioning inactive, Wei Jun's parched throat felt as if it were ablaze, exacerbated by his prior alcohol consumption. Wei Jun, provide an honest account of your transgressions. Do you believe we apprehended you solely for this matter? A candid confession may lead to a reduced sentence, whereas obstinacy will result in a life behind bars, one of the interrogators sternly asserted. Another added, Wei Jun, after 24 hours, your wife and associates will grow increasingly apprehensive. Deputy Director Tang has decreed a thorough investigation. We have ample time to gather evidence, as your detention could extend to 10 days. Wei Jun inwardly despaired. Under normal circumstances, his actions might have warranted a mere verbal reprimand. However, having offended the wrong individual, he could not contest a 10-day detention. This was a dire predicament. Many of his misdeeds were not solitary endeavors, and his prolonged detention would undoubtedly raise suspicions among his accomplices. His wife knew of the unaccounted for sum of over 1 million yuan concealed within their home, and his associates were privy to his various illicit activities, such as the establishment of private gambling dens. Wei Jun, let us shift our focus. What was the purpose of your meeting with Song Kaifeng this evening? Do not claim it was a mere reunion, as your camaraderie does not extend to such lengths. We have evidence suggesting that Song Kaifeng is a drug user, and that his narcotics originate from you. Are you aware of the consequences of drug trafficking? One of the interrogators calmly inquired. Song Kaifeng's drug use is a fabrication. I have never engaged in drug trafficking, Wei Jun hastily retorted. He dared not bear the burden of drug trafficking charges. Other offenses might warrant a sentence of 5 to 8 years, or potentially 10 if he remained uncooperative. However, drug trafficking would likely lead to a capital sentence. He only associates with you, a member of the underworld. If his drugs do not originate from you, then from whom do they come? Wei Jun. A candid admission might even earn you a life sentence, one of the interrogators said. Wei Jun was aghast. Had he offended Tang Pingyuan to the extent that he would be falsely accused of drug trafficking? Risking such a severe penalty for a mere 10,000 yuan from Song Kaifeng was not worth it. I confess, he relented. Song Kaifeng sought my assistance in targeting Lin Tian. He had set his sights on Luo Bingning and wanted me to hire a prostitute to seduce Lin Tian and capture compromising photos. And what else? Do not presume that this was the extent of your scheme, one of the interrogators asked. Wei Jun's voice was hoarse as he continued. If that tactic proved unsuccessful, the plan was to intoxicate him and then wait for him to drive under the influence. As soon as he drove drunk, he would be reported. Esteemed officers, surely this does not constitute a crime, Wei Jun said. One of the interrogators responded, Wei Jun, tomorrow we will summon Song Kaifeng for questioning. He undoubtedly possesses valuable information. Given your rapport, do you believe Song Kaifeng will conceal the truth on your behalf? His family is affluent. If he confesses and implicates you in exchange for leniency, he will soon be released and return home. You, on the other hand, may face a life sentence, missing your son's wedding and your daughter's marriage. Wei Jun pondered the situation, doubting that Song Kaifeng would protect him. I confess, he said. A reduced prison sentence was preferable, allowing him to witness his children's weddings. Speak, one of the interrogators said. The two interrogators secretly sighed in relief. The following morning, the doorbell at Song Kaifeng's residence rang. The housekeeper opened the door to find two police officers standing outside. We are looking for Song Kaifeng to assist in a case investigation, one of the officers announced, displaying his credentials. Song Kaifeng overheard the commotion at the door, his expression turning grim. Son, what matter requires your assistance at the police station? Wang Xianglian asked, clutching Song Kaifeng's hand. Mother, it is a minor issue. I will handle it, Song Kaifeng replied, before departing with the officers. He believed that even if Wei Jun had been detained, he would not divulge any information. Within an hour, Song Kaifeng was seated in the interrogation room. Song Kaifeng, tell us how you met Wei Jun and what you have tasked him with. Provide a complete and truthful account. Remember, cooperation will be rewarded, while resistance will be met with the full force of the law, one of the interrogators sternly stated. He and I are merely casual acquaintances who occasionally gather for drinks. Is that a crime? Song Kaifeng retorted, emboldened by his family's wealth. Song Kaifeng, we must inform you that Wei Jun has already confessed. You have half an hour to cooperate, which may be considered a sign of candor, one of the interrogators said. Song Kaifeng scoffed inwardly. Wei Jun was a seasoned player, and with less than 24 hours having passed, he doubted that Wei Jun had confessed. He believed this was a mere ploy to deceive him. Officers, we are merely casual acquaintances, Song Kaifeng insisted. As the half-hour mark approached, Song Kaifeng remained adamant that he and Wei Jun were merely friends and that he had committed no wrongdoing. Song Kaifeng, you have forfeited your opportunity for leniency. Wei Jun has confessed that you contacted him on 3 separate occasions, offering 30,000 yuan the first time, 40,000 yuan the second time, and promising 10,000 yuan this time. Am I mistaken? One of the interrogators asked. Song Kaifeng's face visibly paled. The first 2 payments had been made in cash, and the final payment had yet to be delivered. If Wei Jun had not confessed, the police would have no way of knowing. Song Kaifeng, explain the circumstances of those 3 encounters and the nature of your relationship with Wei Jun, one of the interrogators said. Song Kaifeng reasoned that his transgressions were not particularly severe and that he could mitigate the consequences through active compensation. I will speak, he relented. By the way, would reporting Wei Jun's crimes be considered an act of contrition? One of the interrogators responded, Wei Jun has already confessed, but any new information you provide may be considered a mitigating factor. Very well, Song Kaifeng said. He proceeded to recount the events in their entirety, expressing his extreme displeasure and divulging all the information he possessed about Wei Jun, including details that Wei Jun had concealed. That morning, Lin Tian, Luo Bingning, and Tang Yin were having breakfast together. Tang Yin glared at Lin Tian, exclaiming, Lin Tian, you claimed you could only drink a little. You are dishonest. Bingning, I do not believe such a dishonest person is suitable as a boyfriend. You should break up with Lin Tian, Tang Yin said. Luo Bingning retorted, Yinzi, Lin Tian repeatedly told you he did not want to drink, but you insisted on pressuring him. Tang Yin sulked. It is his fault for deceiving us in the first place. Lin Tian, next time we will drink baijiu, as that is my forte. Lin Tian chuckled. In that case, I must warn you in advance that I can consume vast quantities of baijiu, 3 to 5 kilograms without issue. Tang Yin rolled her eyes, as if, I might believe 2 kilograms, but 3 to 5 is preposterous. Just then, Tang Yin's phone rang. It was her second uncle calling. Yinzi, you should be awake by now. Wei Jun confessed last night, admitting to a multitude of crimes. Preliminary estimates suggest he will be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. So he will no longer be able to harass you. Song Kaifeng's situation is not as dire. If he actively compensates for his actions, he may be released from the police station this afternoon. Tang Yin groggily replied, "Second uncle, who is Song Kaifeng?" On the other end of the line, Tang Pingyuan said, "Song Kaifeng was drinking with Wei Jun yesterday, plotting to frame Bingning's husband, Lin Tian. When did Bingning get married without telling anyone?" Lin Tian, a martial arts grandmaster, clearly overheard Tang Pingyuan's words. Tang Yin hung up the phone and stared at Luo Bingning. "Bingning, my second uncle said that you and Lin Tian are married. We are best friends. Why would you keep such a thing from me?" Lin Tian rose to his feet. "Bingning, I have finished eating. Enjoy your conversation," he said. Before departing, Luo Bingning produced her marriage certificate with Lin Tian. Tang Yin slapped her forehead. "You actually got married." "Yinzi, my relationship with Lin Tian is complicated. Continue with your breakfast, and I will explain everything to you," Luo Bingning said. A few minutes later, Luo Bingning had finished her explanation. "Swallow. I have a prior engagement with Lin Tian, and our family, the Luo clan, owes much to the Lin family. My grandfather is quite advanced in age and suffered injuries on the battlefield in his youth. His health is not particularly robust. What would you do in my place?" Luo Bingning inquired. Tang Yin fell silent. If it were her choice might very well mirror that of Luo Bingning, as she was acutely aware of how well her grandfather treated her. The events of the past remained a deep-seated concern for Luo Bingning's grandfather. While Lin Tian's grandfather had already passed away, how could such a knot be untied? "Swallow, in 3 years, I will only be 24. Do you truly worry that I will be left unmarried?" Luo Bingning chuckled. Tang Yin shook her head. That was certainly out of the question. Not to mention Luo Bingning's stunning beauty. Even if she were unattractive or divorced multiple times, suitors would still abound. The Luo family boasts assets worth hundreds of billions. "Bingning, you must take care of yourself. Lin Tian has quite the drinking capacity. It would be wise to avoid drinking with him whenever possible. I am not concerned when you are sober, but I dread the thought of you intoxicated," Tang Yin admonished her. Luo Bingning smiled. "After spending the last few days with him, I find Lin Tian rather agreeable. We could certainly be friends." Tang Yin stared at Luo Bingning in astonishment. "Bingning, you aren't seriously considering marrying Lin Tian, are you?" Luo Bingning replied with a smile. "If we develop feelings for each other, what would be wrong with marrying him? But he is so ordinary. The young talents who pursued you, not one of them is inferior to him." Tang Yin lamented. "Bingning, please don't act foolishly. You and he may lack common ground." Luo Bingning spoke earnestly. "Swallow, you are my close friend, and Lin Tian is, in name, my husband. You must not belittle him." Tang Yin sighed and nodded. She understood Luo Bingning well. Her words were sincere, and she did not wish to provoke her. "Bingning, I will heed your counsel on this. But you must listen to me regarding your martial training. You need to dedicate more time to practice." "All right," Luo Bingning agreed with a nod. "Swallow, have you reached the level of dark strength yet?" "Not yet, but I'm close," Tang Yin replied cheerfully. She had already achieved the completion of bright strength. In the martial arts hierarchy of Huagua, the levels ascend from bone tempering, bright strength, dark strength, master, to grandmaster. Although Tang Yin was a girl with inherently lesser strength, she could take on 7 or 8 sturdy men without issue. Upon reaching dark strength, she could face more than 10 opponents. In the early stages of dark strength, one can sense the internal energy. In the mid stages, it can manifest into true internal power. "Bingning, you actually possess considerable talent. I have trained since childhood. While your practice has been limited, and you are nearing bright strength already, you should expedite your training to reach that level," Tang Yin encouraged. Luo Bingning nodded. "I will try to practice with you every day, aiming to achieve bright strength within 6 months." "Swallow, is there a suitable cultivation method for Lin Tian?" Tang Yin shook her head. "The methods practiced by the men of the Tang family cannot be disclosed, and he is already too old to begin training." "Very well." Luo Bingning conceded this thought. Achieving mastery in cultivation is no easy feat, especially in an era dominated by firearms. Even a grandmaster could easily be felled by a bullet. Little did Luo Bingning know that Lin Tian was, in fact, a certified martial arts grandmaster with extraordinarily pure and powerful internal energy. "Swallow, I am to marry Lin Tian. This news must remain confidential," Luo Bingning resolved. Tang Yin nodded. "Rest assured, I hope this remains a secret for 3 years, and by then, you can quietly divorce Lin Tian. My second brother has quite the interest in you. If he finds out you are married, he will undoubtedly be disheartened." Luo Bingning shook her head. "I have no feelings for your second brother." Chapter 26. Lin Tian's live debut wearing a mask and hesitating to go live. Could it be he fears exposure? The old traditions are dead. What is the point of burning paper for the deceased? The archaic customs of Huagua are unrefined and unworthy of high regard. Lin Tian opened the Huine app, where he had amassed 450,000 followers. Yet the comment section was rife with discordant voices. Many seemed to lack backbone. Lin Tian frowned subtly. Is the Erhu vulgar and crude, while the piano and violin are refined? He found such disparagement of traditional arts displeasing. In his view, art knows no hierarchy. The live broadcast was set for 9 o'clock the following morning. Lin Tian uploaded 2 new videos and shared the news. Initially, he had not intended to broadcast so soon. But if he delayed, the critics would only grow bolder. A live performance cannot be fabricated. Recorded videos carry inherent risks. He needed to purchase 2 fine sets of hanfu, rent a venue, and prepare specialized broadcasting equipment. Broadcasting from home was impractical. Who knows if Luo Bingning's parents might drop by, and what if they stumbled upon him? What if they immediately sought to sever his relationship with Luo Bingning? Their marriage was still new, and to claim he held profound feelings for her would be disingenuous. Yet where else could he go to earn treasures? The hanfu was easy to procure, but finding a suitable venue for the live broadcast proved more challenging. The next day, Lin Tian sought out Old Wu, managing to find a venue he liked. As the time for the broadcast approached, only half an hour remained. Lin Tian made his final preparations in a room adorned with antiquity. The rent was steep, 20,000 a month. The broadcasting equipment had also cost a fair sum. Fortunately, there remained some sponsorship funds from Song Kai-feng. Otherwise, he would have expended a large portion of his savings, making it difficult to last until the next month. 500,000 followers. Master Lin truly has remarkable patience, waiting until now to go live despite such a following. With half an hour to go, many fans flooded the comment section with messages. As seconds ticked by, Lin Tian conducted his final checks. In a courtyard in the capital, Old Shin murmured, "This young Lin better not stand us up." Only minutes remained until 9 o'clock. Lin Tian's surname had been leaked by Old Wu, and many referred to him as the Masked Master, which Old Wu deemed unseemly. Father, he wouldn't do that, would he? With 500,000 followers. His debut will surely attract a large audience. To stand us up would be quite detrimental to his reputation, Shinshin remarked. Old Shin nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the high-definition screen before them, eager for clarity. Suddenly, the live stream brightened. The screen revealed Lin Tian, dressed impeccably in hanfu. Within a room rich in historical charm, the overall atmosphere was quite pleasing. The viewer count surged rapidly. Lin Tian exhibited masterful skill, supported by a cadre of Erhu masters. And Huayin treated him well, granting significant exposure. Welcome, everyone, to my inaugural live broadcast. If you have any songs you wish to hear, please leave a comment. If not, I shall perform freely. Lin Tian commenced, and melodious music filled the air. Beautiful. Shin Chen's eye sparkled. Lin Tian utilized professional audio equipment, and the environment was devoid of noise, resulting in a far superior live experience compared to his previous recordings. Wow, this sounds even better than the recordings. Who said Master Lin would falter under scrutiny? This is the Erhu? It seems quite different from my previous impressions. Countless comments flooded in, and the viewer count continued to climb. Excellent. This skill is certainly on par with Master Ouyang, Old Shin exclaimed. Why are you just standing there? Didn't you say you would tip during the broadcast? Are you waiting until it ends to show your support? Old Shin scrutinized Shin Chun. Right away, right away. I was just so engrossed in it. Shin Chun hurriedly replied, unwilling to wait until the end of the broadcast to tip, as he could contribute substantial amounts now but would be limited to mere tens after the stream concluded. A whimsical fan presented a spaceship, and with dazzling effects, countless spaceships ascended. Each spaceship required a generous donation of 28,888. Astonished by the display of wealth, many in the live stream were captivated. These flying objects were akin to cash. Indeed, Master Lin exhibited remarkable talent, yet I lacked the same financial prowess. A modest token of my appreciation would suffice. The performance was undoubtedly of masterful caliber, and I was willing to contribute my share. As the barrage of comments intensified, others began to shower gifts upon him as well. Master Lin remained unfazed by the number of gifts, nor did he solicit donations or followers. He simply played on in tranquil elegance. Nevertheless, his fanbase and gifts continued to surge. Father, I've exhausted 1 million in donations, Shun Qinyuan remarked. With each piece played, he contributed 4 or 5 spaceships, far surpassing his previous pace. Shin Lao glanced at his son. Third, you enjoy the music too. Aren't you going to support young Lin? Shun Qinyuan replied. Father, I had that in mind. Under his father's watchful gaze, he begrudgingly began to donate using his own account, sending 10 spaceships in succession, totaling nearly 300,000. For him, this amount was trivial, given his family's substantial assets worth over 100 billion yuan. However, this paled in comparison to Shun Lao, who controlled nearly half of the family fortune, amounting to close to 1,000 billion with substantial annual dividends. This is madness. exclaimed Xun Lao. Master Lin is raking it in. The total donations had already exceeded 2 million. Other streamers were drawn in, envious of such lucrative earnings from simple gifts. Though this was a first, the sheer volume of donations was indeed extraordinary. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Lin Tian set down the arrow and surveyed the gift tally, which astonishingly reached 240,000, with each unit valued at 1 yuan. Thank you all for your generosity. We currently have 5,800,000 fans. Once we hit 6 million, I will perform a special skill for you all, a limited 3-minute showcase, Lin Tian announced with a smile. Initially starting with 5 million fans, he had gained an additional 80,000 over the 2-hour stream. Let us go. The revelation that Master Lin possessed a hidden talent caused a flurry of excitement among the viewers. In mere moments, his followers surged past 6 million. Master Lin, the fans are assembled. Reveal your special skill, came the fervent calls from the audience. Countless comments flooded the screen, and the viewer count surpassed 1 million, elevating the stream's popularity to unprecedented heights, with gifts pouring in. While most of these gifts were of nominal value, a select few held greater worth. The audience for the era typically consisted of older individuals with considerable financial means, yet most streamers struggled to capture their interest. Lin Tian, however, stood apart. His Erhu expertise was of the highest caliber, meriting their contributions. The prospect of increased donations could encourage Lin Tian to stream more frequently. Despite having just begun streaming, his loyal fans recognized his genuine nature. With ardent supporters already praising him, it was clear that had it not been for the detractors, he might not have even started streaming. Dear friends, I must clarify that the Erhu is merely one of my many hobbies. I am not a professional Erhu streamer, Lin Tian stated, causing disbelief among the million viewers. What do you mean, you're not a professional with such mastery? Are you perhaps skilled in other instruments? The comments raced by at breakneck speed, making it difficult to discern individual messages. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I won't showcase any instruments, but I will demonstrate a one-handed push-up. Feel free to challenge yourselves. Upon hearing this, many viewers felt disappointed. While one-handed push-ups were indeed challenging, they paled in comparison to his mastery of the Erhu. Just then, Lin Tian suddenly fell forward, deftly catching himself with his right palm just before hitting the ground. To the astonishment of the audience, he bent 4 of his fingers, managing to support his upper body solely with his index finger. What have I just witnessed? That's not a one-handed push-up. That's a one-finger push-up. The comments exploded, and an avalanche of gifts followed. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tian continued flawlessly, completing 20 push-ups before rising. Now, I challenge you all to do 20 push-ups as well, but remember to know your limits, he said cheerfully. I can't believe this is something we can attempt. Thank you, Master Lin. I can't even do 20 with both hands. Master Lin, you must be a martial artist. Lin Tian replied, everyone, the 2 hours have come to an end. I've showcased my skill, and now it's time to bid you farewell. Upon hearing this, countless comments begged him to stay. Master Lin, we still have gifts to send. Yes, Master Lin. Don't rush off. Show us something else. As various gifts flooded in from his million-strong fanbase, it became evident that many were merely spectators of the Erhu. But Lin Tian's extraordinary display had genuinely astonished them. Dear friends, I will be streaming weekly, and next time, I promise to bring you another special skill. Until next week at the same time. With that, Lin Tian ended the stream, plunging the room into darkness. However, even then, many continued to send gifts. According to the platform's rules, the stream could remain in a black state for 10 minutes before officially starting and again for 10 minutes after concluding. My goodness. Lin Tian marveled inwardly, his gift tally nearing 3 million. Before the stream fully ceased, it was likely to surpass that mark. Based on his agreement with the platform, he would earn 180,000. While future earnings might not reach such heights, to earn so much in just 2 hours was almost unbelievable. He reflected on the potential earnings had he streamed longer. Surpassing 5 million in gifts seemed entirely feasible. Ding. His phone rang. It was Zhang Han. Master Lin, congratulations. Your streaming debut was an extraordinary success. Your fan payment rate is quite high. If you consider selling products, your income could escalate even further. Upon answering, Zhang Han continued enthusiastically. Brother Zhang, I'm not considering selling products for now, Lin Tian replied. Zhang Han paused momentarily. Master Lin, selling products is a stable income source. Donations will inevitably decrease. He reminded Lin Tian that such high earnings were partly due to the platform's promotion. If Lin Tian avoided product sales, his income might diminish as well. Brother Zhang, maintaining a steady supply is challenging. I don't wish to exhaust myself for a little extra cash, Lin Tian asserted. His goals were clear, to earn a modest living while leaving the pursuit of greater wealth to his wife. All right then, Zhang Han conceded. sensing that Lin Tian would likely reconsider product sales once his income diminished. Given Lin Tian's popularity, his earnings from selling products would be substantial. Unbelievable. A one-finger push-up, what a feat. Having alerted numerous fitness influencers, I shall now extend the invitation to martial arts authorities. With viewership surpassing 1 million, many have captured the live stream, swiftly disseminating a plethora of information across the digital sphere. The virtuosity displayed by Lin Tian on the Erhu, while impressive, was eclipsed by the subsequent feats he unveiled, which possessed a more compelling narrative and resonated across a broader spectrum. In short order, these developments ascended to the trending topics on microblogs, encompassing multiple threads. A feat of strength, 20 push UPS on a single digit, Erhu Maestro Lin's spectacular live debut, astonishing feats unveiled, a 2-hour live stream. Lin's generosity exceeds 3 million in digital tokens on the digital platform. A multitude of push-up challenges emerged as numerous influencers sought to capitalize on the burgeoning trend. Inevitably, few achieved success. Even Tang Yan, a master of Ming Jin, found the single-finger push-up to be a formidable endeavor, with the prospect of success only appearing with the attainment of Njin. However, those who had attained Njin were typically of advanced years, and thus disinclined to engage with the digital platform or partake in such challenges. Lin Tian exited the digital application, unaware that the rapid dissemination of information had catalyzed a surge in his follower count, surpassing even the growth experienced on the inaugural day. At this trajectory, the attainment of 10 million followers appeared imminent. Young Lin, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join a group chat. The dozen or so members within are all esteemed Erhu masters. This message was conveyed to Lin Tian by Wu Lao. Is it appropriate, Wu Lao? Appropriate, most assuredly. While your age may be comparatively youthful, your proficiency rivals that of Chairman Ouyang. Shortly thereafter, Wu Lao dispatched an invitation to Lin Tian. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Tian opted to accept, as the collective of Erhu masters had provided him with invaluable assistance, for which he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Chapter 28. A visit to Luo Bingning's enterprise. Shortly after, Lin Tian entered the group, composed of 11 individuals, bringing the total membership to 12. The group's title was Smooth Sailing. A warm welcome to Maestro Lin. Maestro Lin, greetings and salutations. Upon Lin Tian's entrance, the 11 members promptly dispatched messages of welcome, as they were all present and awaiting his arrival. Youngster greets the esteemed masters. I extend my gratitude for your assistance, and you may address me as Young Lin. Lin Tian swiftly responded within the group. In the presence of these luminaries, he could not afford to be presumptuous. Had it not been for the system, his stature in comparison to these masters would have been negligible. Young Lin, are you not yet 35 years of age? Your performance today was impeccable. The propagation of the Erhu may indeed rest upon the shoulders of young individuals such as yourself. Wu Lao interjected. Young Lin, the speaker above is Chairman Ouyang, the esteemed president of the Erhu Association of China, Ouyang Shun. Lin Tian promptly responded, Chairman Ouyang, I have indeed not yet reached the age of 35. However, I must respectfully decline to disclose my precise age and name at this juncture. We shall endeavor to promote the Erhu together. As time elapsed, Lin Tian engaged in conversation with the Assembly of Masters for approximately 10 minutes, during which they exhibited a considerable degree of curiosity regarding his identity. However, at present, Lin Tian was disinclined to reveal his true persona. Young Lin, feel free to engage with the group at your leisure. I am but a humble university professor. While some of these individuals possess considerable influence, cultivating amicable relations with them may prove beneficial to you. Wu Lao privately messaged Lin Tian. Thank you, Wu Lao. Lin Tian replied. However, he harbored no intention of deliberately currying favor with anyone, as his possession of the system obviated the necessity for such actions. Beep beep. Having gathered his belongings, Lin Tian prepared to return home when a call from Luo Bingning materialized. Lin Tian, are you encumbered today? Not at all. My time is quite flexible, provided that I meet my performance targets. I have already surpassed my monthly quota. Lin Tian's objective was merely to earn a few tens of thousands of currency units for sustenance, and the revenue generated from the live stream would yield a commission of 1,800,000. Thus, his claim of having met his performance targets was not without merit. Lin Tian, would you be amenable to accompanying me to a banquet? It is an evening affair, and a particularly significant client possesses a considerable capacity for alcoholic beverages. In the past, I would have sought Yanzi's assistance, but this client's tolerance for alcohol is likely to surpass even hers. Lin Tian responded with a smile, certainly. What time and location? Please arrive to collect me at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Upon concluding the call, a faint smile graced Lin Tian's countenance. He was quite amenable to accompanying Luo Bingning, as fortune may favor him with a treasure chest. Even the iron treasure chest is of considerable value. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a knock reverberated upon the door of Luo Bingning's office. "Boss, will you have company at this evening's banquet? If not, would you consider my accompaniment? I possess a rather commendable tolerance for alcohol. If we can ensure that Director Chiao of Tianmu Group is content, our company's Series A financing will undoubtedly proceed without impediment." The speaker was a man of approximately 27 or 28 years of age. He had invested 10 million in the pre-A round of financing, securing 10% equity in the company, while simultaneously obtaining a position within the organization. "It is not necessary," Luo Bingning responded with a shake of her head. "My boyfriend will be arriving shortly to collect me, and I shall be attending the banquet in his company." The man before Luo Bingning visibly recoiled. "Bingning, when did you acquire a boyfriend?" "I was unaware." Luo Bingning furrowed her brow and said, "Guoliang, let us conduct ourselves in a professional manner. Your investment in my company is welcome, but my personal life is not subject to your scrutiny. You may leave now. Furthermore, please address me as boss. Bingning is not a form of address befitting your station." Guoliang departed Luo Bingning's office with a somewhat displeased expression. His willingness to invest 10 million was not predicated solely upon his belief in Luo Bingning's enterprise, but rather upon his desire to secure Luo Bingning herself. Proximity begets opportunity. By investing and securing a position within Luo Bingning's company, he would be afforded frequent encounters with her, potentially culminating in a relationship. "Damn it. When did Luo Bingning acquire a boyfriend?" Guoliang muttered under his breath. He had never witnessed Luo Bingning engaging in intimate interactions with any man. How then? Had a boyfriend emerged from thin air? Several minutes elapsed. Beep beep. Lin Tian initiated a call to Luo Bingning. "Bingning, I have arrived. Shall I await you outside? Or shall I collect you from within?" Luo Bingning pondered for a moment. "Lin Tian, please collect me from within. It would be opportune for certain individuals within the company to recognize that I am already engaged in a relationship." Lin Tian arched an eyebrow. Were there individuals within Luo Bingning's company who harbored designs upon her? Very well. Lin Tian promptly parked his vehicle in the parking lot. Luo Bingning's company occupied a 5-story edifice within the entrepreneurial park. Following Luo Bingning's instructions, Lin Tian was swiftly granted access by the gatekeeper. "Mr. Lin, the boss is in her office on the 5th floor. She has instructed that you proceed directly to the 5th floor. The elevator is located there." Lin Tian approached the reception desk, and the young lady promptly responded. "Understood." Lin Tian nodded and proceeded towards the elevator. "Who was that just now?" His attire does not suggest that he is a client. He is likely a friend of the boss. A murmur of hushed conversation ensued. Lin Tian swiftly arrived at the 5th floor. A young woman standing beside the elevator greeted him. "Mr. Lin, the boss's office is this way. Please." Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian stood outside Luo Bingning's office. "Mr. Lin, please." "Bingning, your establishment is quite substantial," Lin Tian remarked with a smile upon entering the office. Luo Bingning's company, while not yet expansive, possessed a commendable presence in S City with such a building, which may well exceed the value of the company itself. The company currently occupied only a portion of the building, reserving space for future expansion. "Lin Tian, please wait a moment. I shall be ready shortly." "Lu Jing, you may excuse yourself," Luo Bingning instructed. Lu Jing, Luo Bingning's assistant who had escorted Lin Tian, promptly closed the door upon hearing Luo Bingning's words. "Damn it." Guoliang witnessed Lin Tian entering Luo Bingning's office. Lin Tian was likely Luo Bingning's boyfriend. He appeared rather ordinary. In what respect was he inferior to the other party? Guoliang inwardly fumed. In terms of family background, physical appearance, and erudition, he believed that he was not inferior to Lin Tian. "All right," Luo Bingning declared after 5 minutes. Raising her head, "Shall we proceed alone?" Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, our company is currently undergoing series of funding. We are about to meet President Chiao of Tianmu Group, who is interested in investing 50 million. The specifics regarding equity will need to be negotiated." Lin Tian, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Bingning, doesn't he your family provide ongoing support for financing? Isn't that something you have to manage on your own?" "Yes." Luo Bingning confirmed, smiling slightly. "Are you wondering why my family doesn't provide full funding? Every project carries its own risks. Moreover, accepting some investment allows the company to leverage external resources. Tianmu Group is very proficient in the manufacturing of high-end cosmetics. Let us head out. We can discuss this further on the way." As she finished speaking, Luo Bingning moved closer to Lin Tian, linking her arm with his. Chapter 29. Accompanying Luo Bingning on business matters upon exiting the office, many people were taken aback. Luo Bingning was actually holding onto Lin Tian's arm. They were well aware that there were numerous suitors vying for Luo Bingning's attention, including several affluent young masters, who had all been disregarded by her. Lin Tian appeared rather ordinary. Soon, they descended in the elevator, leading them to speculate why the boss was uninterested in those admirers. Perhaps it was because she had a boyfriend. However, Lin Tian seemed rather unimpressive. The boss had high standards. Perhaps he possessed qualities unknown to them. Whispers of gossip began to circulate, igniting their curiosity. And a few discreetly shared the news. Damn it, Guo Liang muttered, watching from the window as Lin Tian and Luo Bingning drove away. He slammed his fist against the windowsill in frustration. If he had lost to a wealthy young master, he might have accepted it. But Lin Tian did not seem to fit that mold. Bingning, I thought there were suitors in the company. I expected someone to step forward, but no one did. Lin Tian remarked, astonished as they drove off. Luo Bingning brushed her hair aside. They know my character well. If they dared to come forward, they would find themselves out of a job the next day. How bold! Lin Tian exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Luo Bingning indeed had the confidence to back it up. Even with external investments in the company, she remained unfazed, as her family, the Luo family, was a formidable force on its own. Does President Xiao of Tianmu Group know your background? Luo Bingning nodded. Of course, if he were unaware, he likely wouldn't even consider investing in our series of funding. With Tianmu Group valued at 20 billion and President Xiao's personal assets in the tens of billions, he has no obligation to show our Luo family any favor outside of our industry. At this point, Luo Bingning turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, it's quite common to drink during business discussions. But rest assured, I never get intoxicated and never go out to drink alone. Lin Tian nodded slightly. In the future, you can call me for such occasions. I may not boast of many skills, but I am unmatched when it comes to drinking. Luo Bingning chuckled lightly. You claim to be unmatched, just don't end up passed out tonight. President Xiao from Tianmu Group, while not proficient in many areas, is quite the drinker. Many deals are struck over a few drinks, and reading people at the table is his forte. Lin Tian nodded subtly. Given the company's substantial growth and President Xiao's considerable personal wealth, it was evident that his drinking prowess was not merely for show. Being adept at reading people over drinks could avert numerous risks. Some individuals are skilled at masquerading, but a few drinks can reveal their true selves. Bingning, will you also be drinking later? Lin Tian inquired. Of course, Luo Bingning replied. I'll just have a little, you'll be the main participant. Once the drinking session concludes, we'll arrange for a designated driver to take us back. Half an hour later, they arrived at a private dining establishment. Though it appeared unassuming, the ingredients were top-notch, with chefs who had even catered for national banquets. Welcome, they were quickly ushered into a spacious private room. One wall was lined with a wine cabinet, showcasing an array of exquisite wines. Lin Tian, feel free to drink. The company will cover the expenses, Luo Bingning whispered. Lin Tian chuckled, considering that if the company didn't reimburse them, their personal expenses would hardly suffice for a meal here. A knock at the door interrupted their musings. And as they stood, two individuals entered. Luo Zong, my apologies for the wait. I intended for my son to gain some experience, so he will be overseeing this project. He was slightly delayed, the middle-aged man said with a smile. He appeared to be in his 50s, none other than Xiao Haixing, the president of Tianmu Group. Accompanying him was a young man whose eyes brightened upon seeing Luo Bingning. Hello, Luo Zong. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Ziming extended his hand. Luo Bingning, with a hint of regret, replied, Young Master Xiao, I must apologize. I have a rather severe case of cleanliness. I never shake hands. President Xiao, Young Master Xiao. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Lin Tian. President Xiao enjoys drinking, so I brought him along. Lin Tian has quite the drinking capacity, she added. Xiao Ziming reluctantly withdrew his hand, his gaze shifting to Lin Tian, who responded with a light smile, President Xiao, I possess no remarkable qualities. But I do pride myself on my drinking ability. I hope to enjoy a drink with you. Xiao Haisheng laughed heartily. Young Lin, you are too humble. Luo Zong is known for her discerning eye. You must possess exceptional qualities. Let us sit, Xiao Haisheng continued. The dishes had already been prepared, and as everyone settled in, they were soon served an array of appetizing meals. Luo Zong, I appreciate your generosity. Knowing you don't drink white liquor, I had Ziming bring a fine bottle of red wine for you. Young Lin, we can simply enjoy some white, Xiao Haisheng said with a smile. Xiao Ziming produced a bottle of red wine from his bag. Young Lin, I've heard you are quite the connoisseur. Are you familiar with this wine? He asked, with a hint of provocation. Having recently returned to the country, he had initially planned to indulge without working, but upon seeing Luo Bingning, he found himself intrigued, only to discover she had a boyfriend. Luo Bingning frowned slightly, knowing Lin Tian had a decent drinking capacity, but likely lacked knowledge about wines. Xiao Ziming's inquiry seemed somewhat impolite. Lin Tian smiled calmly. This is a Lumi Winery Merlot from the Shini estate, with a market price of around 90,000 per bottle. Impressive. Young Lin, it seems you do indeed possess substantial knowledge of wines, Xiao Haixing marveled. Luo Bingning was somewhat taken aback at Lin Tian's awareness. Internally, Lin Tian mused that he had thought his wine-tasting skills were of little use. Yet here, they were proving invaluable. His expertise encompassed a wealth of knowledge about wines worldwide. President Xiao, regarding Bingning's intention, it is for you to invest 50 million for a 20% equity stake. I understand you have a generous spirit. Shall we engage in a little competition? Lin Tian proposed with a smile. Luo Bingning frowned internally, surprised that Lin Tian had revealed her terms. Oh, how do we compete? Xiao Haixing inquired with a smile. Lin Tian replied, from what I've heard, President Xiao, you are quite the drinker. Let us see who can drink more. The losing party will concede 5 percentage points. If you win, you will take 25% equity, but if you lose, you will settle for 15%. What do you think? Xiao Haixing laughed heartily. Young Lin, it appears you have confidence in your drinking abilities. I share that sentiment. I have no objections. And what about you, Luo Zhou? Luo Bingning glanced at Lin Tian, then nodded. Since Lin Tian, my boyfriend, has proposed it, I will certainly agree. Though she felt a twinge of concern, she had no choice but to trust Lin Tian at that moment. Then it's settled, Xiao Haixing declared, confident of his victory. With the company's valuation on the rise, 50 million for a 20% stake seemed reasonable. Should they secure 25%, it would be a significant gain. Presently, 5% was worth over 10 million, and in the future, that stake could be worth even more. Zimming, I have a case of Matai in the trunk of my car. Please retrieve it for us. Young Lin, will you be all right with Matai? Xiao Haixing smiled. Accustomed to drinking. After all, with a business worth tens of millions at stake, he had to be cautious. I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Qiao. Soon, Xiao Zimming brought in a box of flying Matai. Chapter 30, The Scale of Luo Bingning. The box contained 6 bottles, each 500 milliliters at a strength of 53 degrees. Most people would likely be overwhelmed after just one bottle. Mr. Qiao, as a young man, I shall take advantage and toast you first. This round does not count. The two poured their drinks, and Lin Tian smiled as he downed the first glass swiftly. Their glasses were substantial, holding up to 3 taels of liquor. Little Lin, you are quite bold, Xiao Haixing praised. If both could hold their liquor well, the outcome might hinge on these few taels. If Lin Tian drank a bit more, he would gain a significant advantage. Little did Xiao Haixing know that, for Lin Tian, even drinking an entire bottle would have no effect. Mr. Qiao, this toast is to wish you and Bingning successful collaboration, Lin Tian said with a smile. They clinked glasses and drank heartily. In under a minute, Lin Tian had consumed over half a gene of liquor. Luo Bingning felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing for Lin Tian's health. As for the business, she was not overly concerned. Having already reached an agreement, her worries seemed futile, especially since a sum of over 10 million was not substantial for the Luo family. Little Lin, it seems today I have met my match. Haha. Xiao Haixing laughed heartily. After 6 taels of liquor, Lin Tian's complexion remained unchanged. What is your favorite drink, Mr. Qiao? Lin Tian skillfully steered the conversation. While he found it hard to discuss business, he was well versed in the realm of liquor, a topic Xiao Haixing relished. As time passed, the two engaged in lively conversation, sharing a wealth of knowledge about various types of alcohol. Luo Bingning was astonished. Lin Tian, whose parents were farmers and who appeared quite ordinary in the information she had received, exhibited such profound knowledge of liquor. It seemed the data she had could be disregarded. Luo Bingning shook her head inwardly. Lin Tian met the standards of a first-level athlete, which was not mentioned in the materials, nor was his impressive alcohol tolerance. What other secrets was Lin Tian hiding? Her curiosity about him intensified. Little Lin, it's rare that I acknowledge someone's drinking prowess, but I concede to you. I can only have one last drink, Xiao Haixing declared, now visibly tipsy. If you can manage 2 more drinks, you win. Both had consumed 2 bottles of liquor, and Xiao Haixing knew he would soon be unable to continue. Mr. Qiao, it's best you stop drinking. I concede, Lin Tian smiled, promptly finishing 2 more glasses. In total, he had consumed 3 bottles. A bet is a bet, 50 million for a 15% stake. Mr. Luo, may our cooperation be fruitful. Xiao Haixing stood unsteadily. To a fruitful collaboration, Luo Bingning echoed, raising her glass. Though she drank red wine, it was not from the bottle Xiao Zimming had brought. She found the 90,000 a bottle wine too pricey. If she desired it, she could buy her own. Mr. Luo, Little Lin, if I continue, I'll embarrass myself. Let us take our leave. Tomorrow, when I'm sober, I'll have Zimming come to sign the contract. Xiao Zimming assisted Xiao Haixing as they departed. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Now that Mr. Qiao has left, let us head home. She nodded, quickly settling the bill. which amounted to the salary of an average person over half a year. The food was exquisite, but the price was steep. Mr. Luo, Mr. Lin, please get in the car. They did not require a designated driver, as the restaurant provided that service, ensuring Lin Tian and the others returned safely. Lin Tian, while your alcohol tolerance is impressive, please refrain from drinking like this in the future. Excessive drinking can harm your health. Luo Bingning said as she guided him into the house. Lin Tian looked at her, smiling at the top of her head. Above her, a bronze treasure chest materialized. With this, the liquor consumed tonight would not be in vain. Bingning, are you worried about me? Shall we share a hug? Lin Tian suggested, slowly opening his arms. Luo Bingning approached and embraced him lightly. Having done so previously, she found this acceptable. Ding! The bronze treasure chest opened. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Master-level Guqin skill. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, inundating him with a flood of information that left him feeling dizzy. Bingning, the effects of the alcohol are kicking in. I'll head to my room to sleep. He gently released her. Wait, Luo Bingning said quickly. Take 2 bottles of water with you, after drinking so much. You'll surely be thirsty by midnight. All right, Lin Tian replied, wobbling as he returned to his room. 3 bottles of liquor had little effect on him, but the vast information from the Master-level Guqin skill was overwhelming. Once inside, he locked the door and sat cross-legged on the floor, swiftly beginning his practice. As his technique flowed, the alcohol within him was rapidly refined. He found that practicing after consuming liquor was far more effective than with beer. Seconds ticked by as he absorbed the information. Lin Tian felt his Guqin proficiency reach the master level, and even peak master level. Goodness! To be a master of the Erhu is impressive, but to achieve master level in Guqin is remarkable. Lin Tian marveled at this. In a nation of over 1 billion people, there might only be a handful of masters, while true masters could take a century or more to emerge. Of course, this refers to the same discipline. Currently, there were no masters of the Erhu, but regarding Guqin, as Mr. Wu noted, there was indeed one master, a virtuoso in the art. Such individuals commanded respect, even from high-ranking officials. First, a master-level Erhu, and now a master-level Guqin. Could the system be encouraging me to delve deeper into traditional instruments? Lin Tian mused. He was more than willing to promote traditional instruments and culture, especially since it could be quite profitable. Gradually, the hours crept into the early morning. After completing 3 cycles of his practice and taking a shower, there was a knock on the door. Luo Bingning, restless and unable to sleep, tapped on Lin Tian's door. Bingning, do you want to sleep here? Lin Tian opened the door with a smile. Luo Bingning's face flushed. How could you think that? After all that drinking? I'm just worried you might have an accident, and it wouldn't be good to explain to your parents. I'm fine. You needn't worry. My metabolism is quick, and I'm already halfway sober. I'll be completely fine by morning. Good night. She hurried back to her room, reassured that Lin Tian was all right. A smile spread across Lin Tian's face. Noticing Luo Bingning in her pajamas, and likely without a bra, he estimated her figure to be between C and D cup sizes, a size he found quite pleasing. Chapter 31. SS-level contract? Bingning, good morning. Lin Tian greeted cheerfully as he stepped out of his room the next morning. Lin Tian, how are you feeling? My dad always has a headache after drinking. You had quite a bit last night. Luo Bingning expressed her concern. I feel great. In fact, I could go for another bottle, Lin Tian replied with a grin. Luo Bingning was taken aback. Your drinking capacity is astonishing. However, it's best to drink less. Too much alcohol is harmful. Lin Tian nodded. I understand. When we decide to have children, I promise to abstain from alcohol for at least 6 months prior. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. Lin Tian, I must thank you for yesterday's arrangement. If we had negotiated normally, we would have settled for around 20%, with 50 million for a mere 15% stake. I gained quite an advantage. Lin Tian chuckled. As long as you don't blame me for taking the initiative. Luo Bingning pondered and said, if it is a matter of great certainty, you may take the lead. I also have little patience for those who simply acquiesce. However, if you lack confidence, exercise caution. My parents are strongly opposed, and 3 years have yet to pass. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Shall we have noodles? Yes, let's. Ever since Luo Bingning had misspoken previously, he hadn't had the pleasure of her homemade noodles, which were quite delectable. After finishing breakfast, Luo Bingning headed to the office. Although it was Saturday, she had to go in to sign some contracts. Xiao Ziming seemed to have an interest in Luo Bingning, but Lin Tian wasn't particularly concerned. Given Luo Bingning's beauty and family background, many would have aspirations towards her, and Xiao Ziming was merely average among them. The chances of him winning her affection were slim. Perhaps I should purchase a finer Guqin, Lin Tian mused. He had acquired master-level skills in playing the Guqin and felt a strong inclination to explore them further. Alas, looking at his bank balance, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. After losing over 800,000 during the gambling debacle, and after purchasing a car, he was left with only a few thousand after paying for rent and live streaming equipment. His account held merely a few tens of thousands, which also included his living expenses with Luo Bingning. By the way, he wondered how many fans he had amassed. Lin Tian logged into the Huayin app. After returning home last night, he had focused on his practice and had not checked the fan count before sleeping. To his astonishment, he found that his followers had surged to nearly 10 million from just over 6 million yesterday, a staggering increase of over 300,000 since the end of his last livestream. What on earth happened? He pondered, intrigued. Upon investigation, he soon discovered that his single-finger push-up had gone viral, bringing him an astonishing influx of traffic. If he had solely relied on his Erhu performances, surpassing 10 million fans would have been a formidable challenge, given the limited audience for Erhu within the entire country. Am I now considered a major influencer? Lin Tian mused, astonished that such a simple act as a single-finger push-up had garnered him such a following. Master Lin, you claim you are not a professional Erhu streamer, yet all your videos feature Erhu performances. How about a video showcasing your single-finger push-ups? Single-finger push-ups were feasible, but performing 20 with ease seemed implausible, especially since the streamer used their index finger rather than their thumb. Lin Tian glanced at his comments section, where numerous fans urged him to record a video of his single-finger push-ups. Some even questioned the validity of his previous livestream, with a few individuals daring to challenge him successfully. Impressive indeed. After searching through Huayin, he found that while some had managed to perform a few single-finger push-ups, the most anyone had completed was 5. This was already quite remarkable. The topic was trending, and he resolved to create a video on it. He estimated that once the video was posted, Huayin would surely promote it extensively, potentially leading to another surge in followers. Stepping outside, Lin Tian arrived at his rented accommodation. He changed into traditional Han attire and donned a mask. Ladies and gentlemen, some skeptics believe my single-finger push-ups were fabricated. Some claim the floor is not genuine, while others suggest my shoes are faulty. Today, I shall demonstrate once more. His deep voice echoed, altered by his internal energies to ensure that even Luo Bingning or his parents would not recognize it. He poured a glass of water onto the floor, allowing it to rest in a small area. This, my friends, is indeed the floor and not a wall. As he removed his shoes, he declared, I have no hidden mechanisms. I shall simply perform 100 push-ups. In less than 2 minutes, he completed 100 single-finger push-ups. Shortly thereafter, he edited the video and uploaded it. Master Lin has just posted a video, someone exclaimed, and it features his single-finger push-ups. At the Huayin headquarters, an operator exclaimed loudly, Let me see. Zhang Han leaned in, and others gathered around. Before long, they had all watched Lin Tian's newly uploaded video. Is this even humanly possible? They gasped. It's confirmed. Master Lin is indeed a formidable martial artist. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Stream it now. I need to inform the director, Zhang Han exclaimed, rushing to the office of Director Fang Zhengming. Director, Master Lin has released a new video. Soon, Fang Zhengming had also watched the video. His Erhu skills are exceptional, and he is undoubtedly skilled in martial arts. Lin Tian possesses the potential for immense fame. We must not allow him to be poached. Zhang Han sighed, Director. But he is unwilling to sign a contract. Fang Zhengming paced thoughtfully. After a while, he said, I will speak with higher-ups about offering him a more flexible contract. As long as we do not impose too many constraints, he should agree. If they approve, you will represent the company in negotiations with him. Try to ascertain his true capabilities. Zhang Han nodded, No problem, Director. Once the higher-ups confirm, I will set off immediately. I will handle the video promotion. Fang Zhengming quickly contacted the upper management. Zhang Han, you must leave at once. Once you arrive in Lin Tian City, call him to ask for his specific address. They agreed to offer him an SS-level special contract. Zhang Han was astonished. He had expected an S-level contract, but was surprised to find they were offering an SS-level special contract. Typically, top streamers at Huayin signed S-level contracts. An SS-level contract was a privilege reserved for top stars, while SSS-level contracts were currently unavailable at Huayin. Director, do you think it's appropriate for just me to sign an SS-level contract? After all, I am merely a third-tier supervisor. Zhang Han hesitated. You raise a valid point. Book my flight as well. I will accompany you, Fang Zhengming decided. Chapter 32. The shock of Huayin's visitors. Where are the naysayers? Come forth. Master Lin has silenced you. 100 single-finger push-ups? Master Lin, I bow before you. I have liked this, Master Lin. Please livestream more often. With Huayin's promotion and Lin Tian's near 10 million fans, the likes and comments on his video surged dramatically. In no time, related news once again trended on social media. Many who had criticized him the previous day could no longer voice their doubts after seeing today's video. Some had speculated that the floor was actually a wall, but the puddle of water clearly indicated otherwise. Others had claimed Lin Tian's shoes were problematic. Today, he performed barefoot. 100 single-finger push-ups. Truly impressive. Tang Yan also stumbled upon Lin Tian's video, marveling at his prowess. She had tried it herself yesterday, managing only 4 or 5 single-finger push-ups, and with great effort, she could muster perhaps 10. Achieving 20 was impossible for someone at her level of mastery. As for 100 single-finger push-ups, even those at the pinnacle of internal strength might struggle. Tang Yan quietly followed him and shared Lin Tian's video with Luo Bingning. Bingning, with your qualifications, you could easily find someone as exceptional as Master Lin. His martial skills surpass mine significantly. Tang Yan left a message for Luo Bingning. He is likely much older than you, perhaps in his 30s or 40s. He probably appears youthful due to his martial training. I will finish my tasks and come find you soon, Luo Bingning replied to Tang Yan. She agreed to dedicate more time to martial arts practice. 1 million fans. Lin Tian marveled at the rapid growth of his following. Within just a week, he had reached 10 million. Notably, these fans were not inactive accounts, but rather high quality, engaged followers who had joined him recently. As Lin Tian was recording a video of the Erhu, his phone rang around noon. Zhanggu, what good news do you have? Lin Tian answered the call with a smile. It was Zhang Han on the line. Master Lin, I have arrived in S City, accompanied by one of our operation directors from Huayin. We bring you an SS-level contract. The demands are minimal, yet the benefits are abundant. Lin Tian was taken aback. An SS-level contract? Yes, indeed. Top internet celebrities typically only receive S-level contracts. SS-level contracts are not publicly disclosed and are reserved for the elite stars, Zhang Han explained. Lin Tian expressed his astonishment. Brother Zhang, I may have a modest reputation now, but I hardly believe I am deserving of such a prestigious SS-level contract. Master Lin, your true value has yet to be fully realized. This is a decision from above, Zhang Han replied. Where are you currently located, Master Lin? After pondering briefly, Lin Tian decided that he should meet them since they had come all this way, and Huayin's offer of an SS-level contract was sincere. Brother Zhang, please add me on WeChat, and I will share my location with you. Before long, Zhang Han added Lin Tian on WeChat. They had reached the city center, and after about half an hour, Zhang Han and Wen Zhengming arrived at the place Lin Tian was renting. It was described as a house, but in reality, it was a shop that previously sold high-end tea. The decor was antique and elegant, but the former owner had recently been incarcerated. The landlord did not wish to ruin the decor, and since the circle for high-end tea was limited, no one dared to rent the shop after the previous owner's downfall. Consequently, Lin Tian secured it for a lower price. Though it still cost him 20,000 a month, a favor granted by the owner due to his acquaintance with Old Wu. Master Lin, seeing you in person is far more impressive than just hearing about you. You are indeed quite young, Wen Zhengming remarked as he extended his hand warmly. Hello, Director Fong. Lin Tian smiled in response. Zhang Han had already informed him of Wen Zhengming's name and position. Director Fong, Brother Zhang, please have a seat. Lin Tian poured tea for both of them using the leaves provided by the landlord, who had used some tea as a form of compensation after the previous owner failed to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Master Lin, is this where you film your videos? Might we witness your remarkable skills? Wen Zhengming inquired. The SS-level contract was extraordinary and not casually offered, given Lin Tian's demonstrated prowess. If they were merely offering an S-level contract, there would be no need for such caution. Lin Tian smiled. Director Fong, I would like to review the contract first. If it does not meet my expectations, there would be no need for a demonstration, would there? That is reasonable, Wen Zhengming nodded, handing Lin Tian the contract. While he could not read the document at lightning speed, Lin Tian's abilities allowed him to comprehend 4 to 5 lines at a glance, and he quickly finished reviewing the entire agreement. The SS-level contract was indeed impressive, featuring lenient requirements. Signing it would yield numerous benefits. Huayin would guarantee a baseline of promotion every month and offer additional traffic incentives. The revenue share from gifts was 70%, which was a full 10% higher than Lin Tian's previous arrangement. It was worth noting that this 70% was after taxes, with Huayin covering the tax liabilities and operational costs. In fact, with an SS-level contract, Huayin would not only break even but might even incur slight losses. However, the overall benefits for Huayin were substantial, as every individual signing an SS-level contract was extraordinary and could drive significant traffic to the company. This contract seems to offer no reason for me to decline, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Wen Zhengming responded, SS-level contracts were previously exclusive to top-tier stars. Even first-rate celebrities do not enjoy such privileges. Master Lin, do you truly practice ancient martial arts? Zhang Han interjected with a light cough. We are merely curious, after all. Who among us men does not harbor dreams of martial heroism? Lin Tian nodded slightly, recognizing Huayin's sincerity and feeling inclined to reciprocate. He extended a finger and pressed it against the tea table, leaving an imprint 1 centimeter deep. Master Lin, this. Both Wen Zhengming and Zhang Han stared in disbelief. The tea table was of high quality, constructed from sturdy wood, and it was impossible to leave such an imprint with less than 100 kilograms of pressure. Would you like to feel it? Lin Tian chuckled softly. Master Lin, I apologize, Wen Zhengming said as he reached out, pressing beside the imprint with all his strength. Yet the wood bore no mark. Zhang Han attempted to lift the tea table, which was solidly crafted and weighed over 200 kilograms, but he could not budge it. Lin Tian smiled subtly and placed his hand beneath the table. Up. With a forceful effort, he lifted the heavy tea table with a single hand. Both Wen Zhengming and Zhang Han were momentarily stunned. Director Fong, Brother Zhang, is there really a need for one-finger push-ups? Lin Tian laughed. They both shook their heads in disbelief. Lin Tian weighed less than 150 pounds, yet the pressure he had just exerted likely exceeded 150 kilograms. Master Lin, shall we proceed with the contract? By the way, we also need to discuss the signing bonus. There are 2 options, cash or traffic incentives. Additionally, whether you wish to endorse products or accept advertisements will influence the signing bonus, Wen Zhengming explained. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. There was a signing bonus? The contract did not specify one, and he had assumed there would be none. Let us skip the endorsements. I prefer to make my own decisions regarding advertisements. If I need money, I would prefer cash. How much can you offer as a signing bonus? Lin Tian inquired. Wen Zhengming hesitated. Master Lin, in that case, the signing bonus ranges from 5 million to 15 million. I can directly offer you a maximum of 15 million. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. 15 million was a significant amount. Wen Zhengming misinterpreted Lin Tian's silence as dissatisfaction and quickly added, Master Lin, while 15 million may seem a bit low, if you desire complete freedom, that is the highest we can offer. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. 15 million was an enormous sum. He previously earned a salary of over 4,000. Earning 15 million would take him 300 years. Master Lin, our SS-level contract does not typically offer high signing bonuses. Some S-level contracts may even exceed this amount. However, to be frank, some S-level contracts require extensive obligations, while yours would allow for complete freedom. The only restriction is that you cannot sign with other companies, Zhang Han clarified, believing Lin Tian was dissatisfied with the amount. After all, Lin Tian had received 3 million in tips during a single live stream without selling any products. And his fanbase had doubled from 5 million at the start to 10 million now. Lin Tian chuckled. Gentlemen, you have misunderstood me. 15 million is quite generous. I simply did not anticipate such a substantial signing bonus. Both Wen Zhengming and Zhang Han sighed in relief. They had traveled a long distance. And with an SS-level contract on the table, failure to finalize the agreement would have been awkward. If they did not promote Lin Tian, he would undoubtedly seek opportunities elsewhere. Conversely, if they continued to promote him, Huayin would have to maintain its reputation. Master Lin, if you could cooperate further with Huayin, I could request an increase in the signing bonus to 50 million, Wen Zhengming offered. Lin Tian shook his head. Let us not push it. I am accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. Too many constraints would be unbearable for me. Wen Zhengming and Zhang Han were taken aback. 50 million was within their grasp. Yet Lin Tian had so casually declined the offer. Master Lin, let us proceed with the signing. We can handwrite the details of the signing bonus later, Wen Zhengming suggested. Lin Tian nodded, and soon they completed the signing process. Master Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful, Wen Zhengming exclaimed with a beaming smile after finalizing the SS-level contract. May our collaboration be fruitful, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Director Fong, Brother Zhang, let us find a place to dine. My stomach has begun to grumble. All right. They agreed. Half an hour had elapsed. Ding. Lin Tian received a text message from the bank. Fong Zhengming chuckled. Master Lin, it seems your signing bonus has arrived. The taxes will be quite high, so be mentally prepared. Lin Tian glanced at the message and confirmed that indeed, the signing bonus had been credited. His signing bonus amounted to 15 million, but the actual amount deposited was only 8,250,000, with taxes exceeding 670,000. That's quite a sum, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. He was not surprised by the high taxes. After all, substantial income naturally incurs significant deductions. There was no need to resort to tax evasion just to retain a bit more money. Master Lin, your mindset is truly commendable, Zhang Han commented. In the past, some people would see such high deductions and start cursing. Lin Tian responded with a faint smile. How could his mindset be anything but positive? After all, every treasure he had acquired from Luo Bingning was worth over 100 million. Furthermore, Earning a substantial income was not his primary concern. A few million was more than sufficient for his living expenses. Director Fong, Brother Zhang, safe travels. After finishing their meal, Lin Tian escorted Fong Zhengming and the others to the airport. Zhang Han, what are your thoughts? Fong Zhengming inquired as they settled into the waiting area. A true master. Indeed. The deep impressions left on the tea table by his fingers left me dumbfounded. What kind of strength does it take to achieve that? Zhang Han expressed in awe. Fong Zhengming nodded slightly. He is indeed a master. When I lifted the table, it didn't budge at all. Signing Master Lin is akin to signing two masters simultaneously. He is both a master of the Erhu and a martial arts expert, which adds to his appeal. Zhang Han remarked. Master Lin is likely to surpass 30 million followers. Indeed, Fong Zhengming agreed. A mere Erhu master would struggle to exceed 10 million followers. But martial arts is a different story. The interest in it is far more widespread. Not only men, but many women are also captivated by martial arts. However, it cannot be overly promoted. Lin Tian's current approach is quite commendable. Possessing the identity of an Erhu master while gaining a larger following serves to promote traditional Chinese culture. Director, if Master Lin's identity were to be revealed, and they discovered he is only 23, he would undoubtedly attract many female fans. Zhang Han pondered aloud. Fong Zhengming chuckled. We must maintain confidentiality. But there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The news will eventually come to light. At that time, many will likely be left astonished. Zhang Han nodded in agreement. A top-tier master combined with a martial arts master. Who wouldn't assume Lin Tian is at least 30 or even over 40? Who would expect he is merely 23? Boss, do you have anything better? Lin Tian inquired, donning a mask and hat as he entered an upscale Guqin store. The price of a Guqin far surpasses that of an Erhu. Antiques can be worth over 100 million, while renowned Guqins can easily reach hundreds of thousands. The Guqin before Lin Tian was already priced over 100,000. However, after trying it out, he was not entirely satisfied. Esteemed guest, are you not impressed by this one? The shopkeeper asked, taken aback. Most musicians find this level of instrument entirely sufficient. Anything better would be excessive. Lin Tian smiled. I require something of a higher caliber. His mastery of the Guqin necessitated an instrument of greater quality. The shopkeeper contemplated. What I have on display is indeed the best. But I do have a master-class Guqin in my collection. If you are interested, I can part with it for 1,200,000. I acquired it for 1 million a few years ago, so I won't profit from you. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. Where is it? Please follow me, the shopkeeper replied. Leading Lin Tian to the second floor where he retrieved his cherished Guqin. I collected this Guqin 5 years ago. Recently, I've encountered some financial difficulties. And if not for that, I wouldn't be parting with it. The shopkeeper gently caressed the strings. Lin Tian leaned in closer, meticulously examining the material and appearance, confirming there were no issues. Let me try it. He delicately plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound. Lin Tian listened intently, finding the music flawless. This is indeed a masterclass Guqin, but you have undervalued it. It is worth 1 million now, though it was not worth that previously. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian spoke. The shopkeeper sighed. It seems I have met an expert. 2 years ago, a fellow musician told me the same thing, claiming I had overpaid. If you want 1 million, I will take it. Lin Tian nodded, promptly transferring the money. Young people never heed advice, the shopkeeper thought to himself, shaking his head. He had once desired a fine instrument, only to realize later that his skill did not warrant it. A Guqin priced at 20 to 30,000 would suffice. With the Guqin in hand, Lin Tian swiftly returned to his rented apartment. Let me try a piece, he mused, beginning with high mountains and flowing water. Upon finishing, he found himself utterly captivated. Impressive. However, it might be too powerful. If I were to showcase my master-level artistry directly, my identity would likely be exposed in no time. Lin Tian murmured to himself. He resolved to hold back slightly, only displaying his master-level skills. As a young man, being recognized as a top-tier master of the Erhu, alongside top-tier Guqin skills, was already astonishing enough for the world to behold. Chapter 34, The Top Guqin Master, High Mountains and Flowing Water, a piece dedicated to all. Lin Tian soon began recording a video. Although he possessed the skills of a top-tier master, he only exhibited the level of a premier master. Yet the melody remained exceptionally enchanting. Before long, he had recorded 2 segments, one being High Mountains and Flowing Water, and the other Fishing Boat Song at Dusk. Go, Pikachu! After editing, Lin Tian promptly uploaded the 2 videos. His follower count had now approached 11 million, and as soon as the videos were posted, many fans were quick to notice. Wait, is that a Guqin? How did it become a Guqin instead of an Erhu? What a surprise. Master Lin's Guqin skills seem equally impressive. In a matter of moments, the videos garnered numerous comments, with many fans expressing their astonishment. after a lifetime of effort. Achieving the status of a top-tier master is no small feat. Lin Tian is a premier Erhu master, and his Guqin skills appear to be equally formidable. Moreover, his martial arts prowess must also be impressive. Everyone, go check out Shaolin's new video. Does he also possess master-level skills in Guqin? A member of the Smooth Sailing Group chat commented, Guqin master? Lao Su, are you sure you're not mistaken? Shaolin is a top-tier Erhu master. Could he also be a Guqin master? Two individuals quickly responded in the chat. They hurriedly opened Huayin to view Lin Tian's latest videos. I have an 80% certainty that Shaolin has reached the level of a master in Guqin. I just called a friend who is a Guqin master. The two masters quickly replied in the group after watching the video. In a certain region of southwest Huagua, a top-tier Erhu master, and simultaneously a Guqin master? Lu Yueme shook her head, thinking such a possibility was unlikely. Specializing in one field, becoming a top-tier master is already exceedingly difficult. She herself is a Guqin master, yet not at the pinnacle level. Not long after, Lu Yueme began watching Lin Tian's video. Upon finishing, her eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Tian's recording was exceptionally clear, allowing her to discern that Lin Tian's Guqin skills were undoubtedly superior to hers. Simultaneously a top-tier Erhu master and a top-tier Guqin master. Incredible, truly incredible, Lu Yueme murmured to herself. After regaining her composure, she dialed a number. Sister Hu, I just watched the video. I can confirm that Master Lin is a Guqin master, and he excels beyond my capabilities. After hanging up, Master Hu quickly sent a message in the group. Everyone, it's confirmed, Shaolin is a top-tier Guqin master. What is going on? Old Wu, having just seen the message, was astonished. He quickly went to watch the video. After watching 2 videos, Mr. Wu found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware that Lin Tian was merely 23 years old, exceedingly young. It was remarkable that he was not only a top master of the Erhu, but also an esteemed master of the Guqin. Young Lin, are you truly a master of the Guqin? Mr. Wu couldn't help but message Lin Tian. I am not. Lin Tian quickly replied. Mr. Wu, slightly irritated, sent a voice message. You still won't admit it? Master who has a close relationship with a Guqin master who has confirmed that you are a top Guqin master. Mr. Wu, you misunderstand. What I meant was that I am somewhat stronger in Guqin, but I have concealed part of my abilities as it would not be proper to appear overly strong. Please help me keep this under wraps. After reading Lin Tian's message, Mr. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Stronger than a top master? That could only mean he was a grandmaster. Mr. Wu murmured to himself, unable to fathom the truth. Yet he believed Lin Tian would not deceive him regarding such matters. A 23-year-old grandmaster of the Guqin. This was truly extraordinary. Mr. Wu felt as though he had wasted over 60 years of his life. After all, he had worked diligently and was only at the early stages of being a master of the Erhu. Young Lin, it is wise to conceal some of your talents. A tree that stands out is bound to be blown by the wind. You may first strengthen your wings. Mr. Wu finally messaged Lin Tian after pondering for a moment. At the airport in the capital, Fang Zhengming and Zhang Han had just disembarked from their flight. Zhang Han's phone rang promptly. What is the matter? Head. Master Lin has released a new video. This time, it features his Guqin skills, which are also at a top-tier level. Zhang Han was taken aback. Are you sure? Absolutely. There are already 3 Guqin masters confirming it in the comments section, and they are helping to promote Master Lin. Zhang Han hurriedly informed Fang Zhengming. Before he could even watch the video, Fang Zhengming's phone rang as well. Zhengming, did Master Lin tell you he is a Guqin master? It was Liang Hui, Fang Zhengming's superior, who was the head of operations. No, he only showcased his martial arts abilities to us. We estimate that he has reached a master level in martial arts, Fang Zhengming quickly replied. Liang Hui took a deep breath and said, with mastery in Erhu, Guqin, and martial arts, we underpaid him. Master Lin is not merely a genius, he is a prodigy. Are you still at the airport? If so, please make another trip to S City. We will increase Master Lin's signing bonus by 10 million. Fang Zhengming coughed lightly. Boss, adding another 10 million means a total of 25 million. Isn't that a bit excessive? Liang Hui, you make a valid point. Let's add 5 million instead, totaling 30 million for his signing bonus. His future is limitless. After concluding the call, Fang Zhengming sighed. We still need to head to S City. Master Lin is too modest. If he had mentioned his mastery of the Guqin, we could have negotiated for a larger signing bonus. Director, I will book the tickets right away. Fortunately, there were many flights between the capital and S City. Lin Tian had not anticipated that revealing his abilities in this area could lead to an additional 15 million in signing bonuses. 3 or 4 hours later, Fang Zhengming and his team returned to Lin Tian. Director Fang, Brother Zhang, are you back so soon? Did the higher-ups from Huayin refuse to approve the 15 million signing bonus? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. He had been recording Guqin videos all afternoon, with his phone turned off. Fang Zhengming and Zhang Han had directly come to the apartment he rented. How could that be? The contract has been signed. It is legally binding. Master Lin, you should have mentioned that you are also a top master of the Guqin. That would have definitely helped us secure a larger signing bonus without needing to come back. Fang Zhengming said. Lin Tian, at that time, I didn't even possess a Guqin. How could I prove it? Without a Guqin, who would believe that I am a top master? So, your return is to increase the signing bonus? Fang Zhengming nodded. You are a master in Erhu, Guqin. In martial arts, a 15 million signing bonus is too little. If this word spreads, won't others think wine is stingy? The higher-ups have decided to increase the signing bonus by another 15 million. Before long, Lin Tian signed a supplementary agreement with them. Within half an hour, over 8 million was added to Lin Tian's account, bringing his total to over 16 million. A significant sum indeed. Looking at his bank balance, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 35. The fear of Song Kaifeng to purchase this commercial property? The thought crossed Lin Tian's mind. This shop was well decorated. While its location was not ideal, he did not require a prime spot as he was not planning to open a store. When he rented it, the owner had jokingly mentioned that he could offer a discount if Lin Tian decided to buy, asking for merely 15 million. At that time, Lin Tian had felt a pang of regret, as he had less than 100,000 in his account. Landlord, are you truly considering selling this shop? Lin Tian called the landlord. Yes. Do you have a friend interested in buying? If your friend can pay 14,488,000, that would work. Similar shops in the vicinity are around 14,700,000, and my shop's renovation is worth at least 300,000, the landlord quickly replied. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Initially, the landlord had mentioned a cheaper price of 15 million, but now he was asking for 14,488,000. It seemed the landlord was genuinely eager to sell. Landlord, this isn't a discount. It's above the market price. Renovations are useless if the buyer doesn't like them, and they would still incur costs for demolition. Moreover, the previous tenant's activity could also affect business, Lin Tian remarked. On the other end of the line, the landlord fell silent for a moment. Shaolin, if your friend can purchase within 3 days, I can lower it to 14,680,000. He likely appreciates the shop's decor as well. If not, I will continue renting and wait for a suitable buyer. Lin Tian responded. Landlord, if you are in a hurry to sell, this price is still slightly high. Please reconsider if you genuinely wish to sell. After hanging up, Lin Tian visited a nearby agency as a potential buyer to gauge the market, confirming that the landlord's price was generally accurate. The landlord likely had also conducted inquiries. The previous tenant had used a sewing machine, and the landlord might have thought that if word got out, it could affect the rental price of the shop. There were plenty of commercial properties available, and given the shop's less than ideal location, potential business owners might consider feng shui as a factor. After grabbing a quick bite, Lin Tian drove home. Before he arrived, the landlord called, and a faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Shaolin, I just spoke with my family. If your friend is seriously interested, the price is now 14,438,000. That price isn't appealing. 14,336,000. And the shop is mine. Let's handle the transfer on Monday, Lin Tian replied with a smile. On the other end, the landlord's eyes brightened. All right, Shaolin. Since it's you buying, I knew you had the means, haha. After hanging up, Lin Tian smiled contentedly. Purchasing this shop for over 14 million was satisfactory. Normally, such a commercial property would not rent for less than 20,000. The landlord likely thought of renting while selling, so he hadn't required a deposit. If the landlord sold the shop, there wouldn't be any breach of contract. Finding another suitable property would not be easy, and it was unlikely that a comparable place would rent for less than tens of thousands. After spending $1 million on the Guqin, acquiring this shop would still leave him with over 100,000, which was quite favorable. Lin Tian thought to himself. Before long, Lin Tian arrived home, and Luo Bingning had not yet returned. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Click. Upon opening the door, Lin Tian saw Song Kaifeng standing outside. Brother Song, what brings you here? Lin Tian greeted with a smile. He was indeed a benefactor who gifted him a fine car. Song Kaifeng's expression darkened as he said, Lin Tian, you must be the one pulling strings behind the scenes, you bastard. You got me into the police station and cost me over $1 million. I see you have no intentions of letting this go. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Brother Song, you shouldn't speak carelessly. With a chilling tone, Song Kaifeng replied. I have already inquired about your background, where you come from, and who your family is. I now present you with 2 choices. First, drive away in the car I gifted you and cease your pursuit of Luo Bingning. Second, we can settle this through a confrontation, and I will legally eliminate you. For days, he had been entangled in these matters. He had been released from the police station on the same day, but only finalized the compensation today, totaling over 1 million to 3 families. Lin Tian's expression turned cold. In an instant, he struck, seizing Song Kai-feng by the throat with his right hand, lifting him effortlessly. The pain surged through Song Kai-feng's neck, turning his face beet red. You think just because I call you Brother Song, you can act like one? Threatening me by investigating my family's address. You're courting death. Lin Tian's gaze was icy as he locked eyes with Song Kai-feng. Though Song Kai-feng struggled to pry Lin Tian's hand away, it was as if it were forged from iron. No amount of strength could budge it. In moments, Song Kai-feng felt as if his eyes might pop from their sockets. You would do well to speak more courteously in the future. Just as Song Kai-feng was on the brink of collapse, Lin Tian finally released him. Cough, cough. Song Kai-feng crouched, gasping painfully, having struggled to catch his breath. Lin Tian lightly patted his face twice and remarked, Brother Song, money is a wonderful thing, but sometimes provoking the wrong person can render it powerless. Don't you agree? Lin Tian smiled broadly. Fear surged within Song Kai-feng. Previously, he had viewed Lin Tian as a mere impoverished youth. Now, Lin Tian seemed exceedingly formidable, weighing around 140 pounds. Lin Tian had lifted him with a single hand and maintained that grip for nearly 20 seconds. Such strength was terrifying. One full force punch from Lin Tian could likely end his life. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I will never dare to provoke you or Luo Bingning again. Song Kai-feng trembled as he spoke. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Brother Song, let's not have such incidents in the future. I possess great strength and can lose control when angered. Imagine if I were to strike you with a single blow, potentially killing you or rendering you a vegetable. I might end up in prison. And that would be quite unfortunate. Song Kai-feng's complexion paled. Given Lin Tian's strength, it was entirely possible for him to deliver such a fatal blow. Brother Lin, I will leave. I have other properties elsewhere. I will relocate immediately. Good. Lin Tian gently patted Song Kai-feng's head, causing him to feel as though he had been struck with a wooden plank. I will move right away, Song Kai-feng said, leaving in a dejected manner. Upon entering the elevator, he touched his head, still feeling the ache from Lin Tian's seemingly gentle pats. Son, what happened? Song Kai-feng's mother, Wang Xianglian, inquired upon his return home. Knowing that Lin Tian had returned but Luo Bingning had not, she had sent Song Kai-feng to seize the opportunity to drive Lin Tian away. Mom, if we wish to avoid disaster, we must not provoke them. Please help me pack. I will move to another place, Song Kai-feng replied. Fear still evident in his eyes. Wang Xianglian's expression shifted. Son, what exactly transpired? Taking a deep breath, Song Kai-feng said, Lin Tian has a significant background. He is not someone our family can afford to antagonize. He refrained from sharing the full extent of his recent ordeal, embarrassed by nearly losing control. Is Lin Tian truly that terrifying? Wang Xianglian asked in disbelief. Indeed, he is incredibly fearsome. Mother, do not provoke him. It is not worth the risk. I have decided to give up on Luo Bingning and will move elsewhere. If we cannot confront him, we must avoid him. Do you wish to move as well? Having felt like he was on the brink of death, the impact of this encounter weighed heavily on him, extinguishing any thoughts of revenge. Mother, I will not move. I am accustomed to living here. As long as you don't provoke them, we should be fine. Wang Xianglian shook her head. Although they had properties elsewhere, none were as comfortable as the current home. Mom, please help me pack. I will leave right away. Song Kai-feng rubbed his head, still feeling pain from Lin Tian's light taps. At Tang Yan's home, she said, Bingning, look how incredible Master Lin is. He is not only a top-notch Erhu master, but also a distinguished Guqin master. His martial arts skills must be exceptional as well. Tang Yan and Luo Bingning watched videos of Lin Tian's performances. Yes, he is impressive, Luo Bingning agreed. You're almost becoming his fan, Tang Yan teased. What a pity he wears a mask. You have no idea what he looks like. He probably isn't ugly, Luo Bingning replied with a playful laugh. Even if he isn't handsome, I would still be his loyal fan. As darkness enveloped the sky, Luo Bingning glanced outside. Yan, I should head back. Lin Tian has likely reached home by now. Tang Yan looked surprised. Aren't you staying here tonight? Luo Bingning shook her head. I live alone, but since we're married, it's best we return home unless absolutely necessary. There are enough news stories about friends covering for each other while engaging in extramarital affairs. But we both drank, Tang Yan pointed out. Luo Bingning took out her phone and called Lin Tian. After speaking with him, she smiled and said, Lin Tian is coming to pick me up. Tang Yan observed Luo Bingning, sensing that she didn't seem to harbor any aversion towards Lin Tian. If this continued for 3 years, things would surely escalate. She thought to herself that she should praise Master Lin more in front of Luo Bingning, hoping that one day it would be revealed that Master Lin is a handsome man. After a few minutes, Lin Tian arrived at Tang Yan's neighborhood. Bingning, You should go back now, she said as Luo Bingning got into the car. As they drove away, Lin Tian asked, Bingning, why didn't you stay at Tang Yan's place? Is it not convenient with others around? Luo Bingning shook her head. I have my own room there. But now that we're married, it's best we return home together unless necessary. Lin Tian glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing his face. He appreciated her good habits. Bingning, how about we take a stroll by the sea? Sure. Before long, Lin Tian parked by the seaside. As they stepped out, he extended his hand towards Luo Bingning. After a brief hesitation, she placed her hand in his. With the sea breeze caressing them, they walked hand in hand. Initially tense, Luo Bingning gradually relaxed. Lin Tian, I spoke with my parents today, she said softly after a while. Lin Tian's grip tightened slightly. He felt a bit anxious. If he were to be with Luo Bingning, her parents would become his in-laws. What did they say? I informed them that you helped reduce 5 points of shares, and my father wants to give you a bonus of 100,000. It has already been transferred to my account, she replied. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Your father is telling me that what is mine will be given, and what is not mine should not be dreamed of. Lin Tian, don't overthink it. Luo Bingning urged hastily. Lin Tian shook his head. I am not overthinking. When we eventually have our little ones, I want to let anyone take them away. What little ones? You wishful thinker, Luo Bingning teased playfully. As a parent, wanting the best for their daughter is natural. Rest assured, I will definitely win over your parents. Lin Tian assured her. Luo Bingning huffed lightly. First, you need to win me over. If you can't manage that, we might have to consider divorce. Tian turned around, his gaze fixed on Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly under his stare. What are you looking at? Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, we won't end up divorced. And our time together won't really last 3 years. Although his time with Luo Bingning had been brief, he had already become a Grandmaster of martial arts, a Grandmaster of the Guqin, and a Master of the Erhu. Furthermore, he possessed Master-level driving skills and sommelier expertise. He had also amassed assets of over 10 million. These achievements instilled in Lin Tian a profound sense of confidence. Even with the Luo family's billions in assets and Luo Bingning's status as an heiress, Lin Tian believed he was absolutely worthy of her. You're that confident? Luo Bingning retorted playfully. Hee, you'll soon discover how amazing your husband is. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Luo Bingning misinterpreted his words, thinking of his virility, and gave Lin Tian a disdainful look. Help, help, someone save my child. A child has been swept away by the waves. Just then, they heard frantic cries. Not far away on the beach, people were in a state of panic. I'll go, Lin Tian said, releasing Luo Bingning's hand and sprinting towards the beach, his speed surpassing his previous jogging pace. Lin Tian, be careful, Luo Bingning called out, following behind him. Several people plunged into the water ahead of Lin Tian, but the waves were quite strong, and it was dark. They were not strong swimmers, managing only a short distance before turning back. Swimming in the ocean was unlike swimming in a pool. The waves crashed incessantly, and the seawater was bitter. My child! My child! A woman on the beach wailed in despair. Lin Tian swiftly reached the sea, his martial arts prowess allowing him to faintly hear the child's choking sounds. That direction. Lin Tian's arms sliced through the water with powerful strokes. Though he lacked formal swimming skills, his strength as a martial arts grandmaster and his inexhaustible inner energy propelled him through the waves at an extraordinary pace. That handsome guy is fast. Can he spot the child swimming so quickly? Observers on the beach murmured. Luo Bingning arrived on the beach, her eyes filled with concern. Even adults could be in danger if swept away by the waves. It's here. Lin Tian swam several dozen meters before diving underwater. The water was dark, but his martial arts abilities allowed him to see dimly. A few seconds later, Lin Tian emerged from the water, cradling the child in his arms. The child was unconscious from swallowing water. As Lin Tian swam back, he channeled his inner energy into the child's body. About 10 meters from the shore, the child finally coughed up water. Lulu, you scared mommy to death. The child's mother rushed to embrace her child, weeping. Young man, well done. Handsome. Are you on the national swimming team? You're so fast. People around them praised. Rescuer, thank you. Thank you. The child's mother tried to kneel before Lin Tian. Please don't. It was nothing. The child has swallowed water and is frightened. Take her home quickly. Thank you, thank you. The child's mother was deeply grateful. Without Lin Tian, her daughter would have surely perished. Lin Tian departed swiftly, and Luo Bingning soon caught up with him. Lin Tian, you were so dashing just now. If it weren't for you, that little girl would have been in grave danger, Luo Bingning said, gazing at Lin Tian with delight. Lin Tian grinned. Is there any reward? Perhaps a sweet address or a kiss. Luo Bingning had called him husband before, but only when speaking to Song Kaifeng. She had never used the term in private. A kiss is out of the question. However, It's not impossible to call you husband occasionally when acting in front of others, so I might as well get used to it now. Husband, Luo Bingning said, her voice soft and her face flushed. Bingning, you're too quiet. I can't hear you. Husband, is that enough? Luo Bingning said, raising her voice. She felt a strange sensation, a sense of shyness. Wife, what is it? Lin Tian teased. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. Let's go home. It's summer, but you're soaked. You'll catch a cold. Lin Tian could evaporate the moisture from his clothes with his inner energy, but he preferred not to reveal his abilities. All right, let's go home. Soon. They were in the car. The air conditioning turned on automatically, but Luo Bingning turned it off. The car was warm, but she was concerned that the cold air would make Lin Tian sick. Back at home, Luo Bingning sent a message to Tang Yen. Yinzi. Lin Tian and I went for a walk on the beach, and Lin Tian rescued a child from the sea. He looked so dashing running into the water. Tang Yen. Lin Tian's act of heroism was commendable, but Luo Bingning's witnessing it increased the likelihood of her falling for him. After showering, Luo Bingning handed Lin Tian her phone. Lin Tian, take a look at this. How did this get online? Lin Tian muttered. The video had been online for only a short time, but it had already garnered over 10,000 likes. Wow, this guy says I'm a sea king. Lin Tian scrolled through the comments, noticing that this particular comment had received many likes. Luo Bingning giggled. You swim so fast and effortlessly rescued someone from the sea. He's complimenting you. Lin Tian, if you promote yourself and buy some traffic, you could become famous. Would you like to become an internet celebrity? Lin Tian replied. Don't your parents disapprove of the entertainment industry? Luo Bingning nodded. That's true, but if you seize this opportunity, you could easily gain hundreds of thousands of followers. Even if we divorce in 3 years, you'll be fine. Luo Bingning added. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Bingning, do you think my chances are slim? Luo Bingning paused before replying. Although I initially gave you a chance, I thought your odds were less than 10%. Now, they're no more than 30%. Lin Tian. It's not that I think you're incapable. You're quite excellent, but we may lack common ground in certain areas. For example, I enjoy singing, dancing, musical instruments, and calligraphy. But you don't understand these things. This is a good opportunity, and you should seize it. It will benefit you in the future. Lin Tian smiled faintly. He wasn't very familiar with singing and dancing or calligraphy, but when it came to musical instruments, he was a Grandmaster of the Guqin and a Master of the Erhu. Lin Tian, didn't Dad give me $1 million? That $1 million is yours. You can spend it on traffic to promote yourself. Strike while the iron is hot and you'll achieve great things, Luo Bingning suggested. Lin Tian chuckled. So, I now have a 30% chance? That's quite an improvement in just 1 week. I think I'll pass on buying traffic. Keep that $1 million. I have money, Luo Bingning insisted. But that $1 million was given to you by my dad. Lin Tian shook his head. I just went there for a good meal. If you want to give it to me, don't ask me to block drinks anymore. Lin Tian, that's $1 million, Luo Bingning said, blinking her eyes. Are you sure you don't want it? How about you give me a kiss to offset the $1 million? Dream on. Lin Tian returned to his room to begin his evening practice. I'll save it for you, Luo Bingning thought to herself. Perhaps Lin Tian would earn more money in the future. She planned to save it all for him, so that he would have a substantial sum if they divorced in 3 years. The next morning, Lin Tian began his day by circulating his energy twice. Upon opening the Huayin app, Lin Tian was astonished to discover that his fan base had approached 15 million. Having surged by over 3 million from yesterday to today, he swiftly scrolled through the comments section, where several renowned Guqin masters had left remarks. Affirming his status as a top-tier Guqin maestro, many expressed their admiration for the instrument. Additionally, he had signed a contract with Huayin yesterday, which likely contributed significantly to the influx of followers. Good morning, my dear wife, he replied after thanking the Guqin masters. Stepping outside, he was met with a speechless glance from Luo Bingning. You may continue to call me Bingning. You are not permitted to address me as wife casually. I shall refrain from calling you husband in a frivolous manner as well. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Luo Bingning inquired. Are you aware of the number of likes your video from last night has received? Lin Tian shook his head, having not kept track. 3 particularly clear videos garnered the highest likes, 630,000, 320,000, and 170,000 respectively. Moreover, your information has been unearthed by netizens. Luo Bingning added. Lin Tian, disinterested in such matters, remained oblivious. You haven't paid for likes, have you? He asked, his brow furrowing. Luo Bingning shook her head. No. This is organic growth. Such attention is quite normal in this context. Are you truly not considering stepping forward? The memory of netizens is fleeting. If you do not emerge now, there will be no attention or fervor left when you eventually do. Lin Tian chuckled. I hope the buzz diminishes quickly. My wife is exceedingly beautiful. I'd rather not have you exposed to more scrutiny. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian completed his morning routine. and the couple sat down at the dining table. Do you have any plans today? If not, would you accompany me to a certain place? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. He had no particular engagements. The house transfer would occur tomorrow, and he had already recorded abundant content for both Erhu and Guqin, ensuring he had ample material to share even if he took a week off from recording. Sure, that sounds delightful, he responded with a smile. Spending time with Luo Bingning might even yield unexpected treasures. An hour later, they arrived at a children's welfare institute. Bingning, we haven't brought anything with us, Lin Tian remarked as they gazed at the entrance. Luo Bingning shook her head. It is unnecessary. In S-City, the children do not lack for clothing or toys. I volunteer here and occasionally teach music lessons, which the children seem to enjoy. As they entered the orphanage, several children spotted Luo Bingning and joyfully exclaimed, Miss Luo is here. Who is this brother? Is this brother your boyfriend? More children soon flocked around them, their excitement palpable. Yes, he is my boyfriend. You can call him Brother Lin Tian, Luo Bingning replied with a warm smile. Hearing the commotion, the headmistress of the orphanage, a kind-looking woman in her 50s, approached. Miss Luo, since you have time today, will the children be able to attend your music class? She inquired. The headmistress, Hu Guifeng, smiled warmly. Of course. They have a flexible schedule. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Tian, my boyfriend. If you have any tasks that require extra hands, feel free to assign them to him, Luo Bingning said with a laugh. Hello, headmistress, Lin Tian greeted promptly. Hu Guifeng nodded with a smile. Lin Tian, you are fortunate to have someone like Bingning as your girlfriend. She is both beautiful and kind. You must cherish her. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Tian replied. Bingning truly is wonderful. I will certainly treat her well. That's reassuring. Bingning, you should teach the younger class today, Hu Guifeng suggested. All right, headmistress, she agreed. As the headmistress departed to make arrangements, Luo Bingning explained, Lin Tian, it is not appropriate for older children to be taught nursery rhymes. I divide them into 2 classes, younger and older, each for an hour. You can explore freely while I teach. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Before long, Luo Bingning's music class commenced, and Lin Tian observed through the window as the classroom filled with eager children. Today, Miss Luo will teach you a new nursery rhyme, she announced. Lin Tian, although not directly observing, could hear her sweet, healing voice clearly from a distance. The classroom featured a piano, and he listened to the melodious notes as she played while instructing the children. While he was skilled in the Guqin and Erhu, he did not disdain instruments like the piano. Music transcends boundaries and should not be confined by class distinctions. Lin Tian, Hu Guifeng approached him. Is there anything you need assistance with? Lin Tian responded quickly. No, I merely wish to speak with you. Bingning is a remarkable girl. Do not harm her. She began volunteering here a year ago, donating a piano and 1,000 books upon her arrival. Over the year, she has visited 2 to 3 dozen times, consistently teaching 2 classes each visit. Some volunteers merely seek to showcase their goodwill, but she is not one of them. Lin Tian nodded slightly, recognizing the profound impact Luo Bingning had made. I have encountered many diverse individuals. Bingning is not one to easily form attachments, yet when she does, she is fiercely devoted. She is sensitive to emotional wounds. Since you are together, you must cherish her deeply, Hu Guifeng advised. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, headmistress. I regret coming empty-handed to the Welfare Institute. I wish to donate some money as a token of goodwill. Could you guide me on how to make a contribution? Hu Guifeng shook her head. Bingning has already provided ample support. There is no need for you to donate as well. If you wish to help, perhaps you could take those 3 children over there for some exercise? She pointed to 3 children a short distance away. These 3 children were around 10 years old, each suffering from incurable congenital conditions. The doctor advised that exercise would benefit them, yet they appeared reluctant to engage. Lin Tian approached them, noting their otherwise healthy limbs. Yet they each bore distinct challenges. One child seemed somewhat slow, another had a left arm that hung limply, and the third had legs of markedly different sizes. What do you want? One child asked nervously as Lin Tian drew closer. I am your Miss Luo's boyfriend. I possess some medical knowledge. May I examine you? He smiled reassuringly. To become a formidable martial artist, one must possess an understanding of the human body. As a martial arts master, Lin Tian had acquired extensive knowledge regarding anatomy, including meridians and acupoints. You're lying. No doctor is as young as you. You just want us to exercise. One child shook his head defiantly. Lin Tian chuckled. How about this? Is your Miss Luo impressive? The 3 children nodded, even the one who seemed slow. If I can be her boyfriend, I must possess some abilities, right? Allow me to check your pulse. It won't hurt, he assured them. The children, swayed by his words, relented. All right, give it a try, the child with the arm issue said. Lin Tian grasped the affected arm, pressing his fingers onto the acupoints. allowing a trickle of inner energy to flow into the meridians. After a few minutes, his eyes brightened as he discerned the source of the child's weakness, a blockage in the meridians from birth. Conventional Western medicine often overlooks such ailments, and even skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners may find them challenging to resolve. However, for Lin Tian, addressing this issue is straightforward. He can employ his formidable internal energy to directly clear the meridians. Once the meridians are unblocked, the flow of qi is restored, and with qi flowing smoothly, the blood revitalizes. "What is your name?" Lin Tian inquired. "I am Su Hu." Lin Tian responded with a gentle smile. "Su Hu, your condition is not severe. Some massage will facilitate your recovery. This process may cause some discomfort. Can you endure it?" Su Hu nodded resolutely. "I can." "Then let us commence." Lin Tian swiftly began massaging Su Hu, channeling his internal energy from nearby points to gradually clear the obstructed meridians. Su Hu groaned softly, experiencing a stinging sensation as the meridians were unblocked. "Endure," Lin Tian urged in a deep voice. As time elapsed, beads of sweat formed on Su Hu's forehead, but he steadfastly persevered. After 30 minutes, Lin Tian exhaled deeply. Su Hu's blocked meridians had been successfully cleared. "Su Hu, attempt to raise your arm," Lin Tian instructed. Su Hu, who had previously been able to lift his arm only slightly, now strained with determination. The arm, once held vertically, gradually extended horizontally. "Who's he?" "Your arm is healed," the more intellectually sound of the other two children exclaimed joyfully, while the other simply smiled blankly. Su Hu stared blankly at his raised left arm, an action he had never before been able to perform. Lin Tian smiled. "Su Hu, with regular exercise, this arm will fully recover. You will even be able to play basketball then." "Thank you," Su Hu said, his expression filled with profound gratitude. Chapter 39. Grandmaster-level ancient medical skills. One of the other two children, the one with the leg ailment, implored, "Brother Lin Tian, please examine Zhao Dong as well. I beseech you." "Is he Zhao Dong?" Lin Tian gestured towards the somewhat mentally impaired child. "Yes, he is Zhao Dong. He has seen numerous doctors, but to no avail. He is our brother, and we do not wish for him to remain in this condition." Lin Tian shook his head slightly. "It is highly probable that he has a neurological issue. With my current abilities, I fear I cannot treat him. The brain is exceedingly complex, and the introduction of internal energy could easily cause irreversible damage, potentially exacerbating his condition." "Is that so?" Disappointment clouded the speaking child's eyes. "What is your name?" "I will examine you first. Once my medical skills have improved, I will treat him then, as the risk will be significantly reduced." Lin Tian gently stroked the child's head as he inquired. "Brother Lin Tian, my name is Jiang Long. We do not know who our parents are. They bestowed our names upon us." Jiang Long lowered his gaze to his left leg, which was only 2/3 the size of his right leg. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. They were likely abandoned due to congenital diseases, their parents having no intention of reclaiming them. "Come, place your leg here. Let me examine it." Jiang Long obediently placed his leg on the stone bench. Lin Tian located the precise acupoints and subtly channeled his internal energy into Jiang Long's leg. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian had identified the issue. Jiang Long's condition was somewhat similar to Su Hu's, but more severe. At least Su Hu's arms were the same size. "Jiang Long, I can resolve your issue, but not in a single session. It may require 3 or 4 treatments. After I massage and treat you, you must endeavor to move it as much as possible," Lin Tian said with a smile. Jiang Long nodded repeatedly, his face alight with joy. "Brother Lin Tian, I will heed your instructions." "Very well, I will commence your massage and treatment. It may be even more painful than what Su Hu just experienced. Can you endure it?" Jiang Long gritted his teeth. "Brother Lin Tian, rest assured, I can endure it. Once Su Hu and I have recovered, we can assist Zhao Dong. We are sworn brothers." Lin Tian chuckled, amused that they were playing at the oath of the peach garden. "Then I shall begin." Lin Tian massaged his acupoints while channeling internal energy to clear his meridians, which were severely congested. If the situation continued to deteriorate, his leg would require amputation. "Children, our lesson for today concludes here," Luo Bingning announced with a smile as the hour drew to a close. "Thank you, Teacher Luo," the 100 or so children, all under the age of 10, responded in unison. Luo Bingning exited the classroom and soon noticed Lin Tian's figure. Puzzled, she approached Lin Tian and the children. "Teacher Luo, Brother Lin Tian is treating Jiang Long. We must not disturb him," Su Hu said as he stood up and walked towards Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning said, "Su Hu, Lin Tian is not treating him. He is likely just giving Jiang Long a massage to make him feel more comfortable." "No, Teacher Luo, it is treatment. Look." Su Hu demonstrated by forcefully raising his left hand. Luo Bingning stared at Su Hu in astonishment. She was aware of Su Hu's condition. Su had been unable to raise his left hand since childhood. She had even paid for him to be taken to the imperial capital for treatment. But the hospitals there were unable to help, as all tests came back normal. Suhu, what is happening? Luo Bingning inquired hastily. Suhu glanced back at Lin Tian. Brother Lin Tian treated me. Brother Lin Tian said he can also cure Jiang Long's leg. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian, unable to believe what she was hearing. Jiang Long had also been examined at numerous major hospitals, and authoritative doctors had even suggested amputating his leg. Huff. Lin Tian exhaled, ceasing his current treatment. His internal energy could withstand it, but Jiang Long's condition was quite severe and required a gradual approach, as his meridians could not yet endure the strain. Lin Tian. What is happening? Luo Bingning asked in astonishment as she approached. Lin Tian smiled. I know a little about traditional Chinese massage techniques. I happen to be able to resolve Su Hu and Jiang Long's issues. Luo Bingning was incredulous. However, Su Hu's hand had indeed been raised, and Lin Tian had only massaged him. Jiang Long, try walking. Do you feel any additional sensation in your leg? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Jiang Long used his crutches to slowly stand and walk. Soon, his eyes lit up with excitement as he felt additional sensation in his leg. More. Jiang Long exclaimed excitedly. Lin Tian said, exercise regularly, and we will come again next week. After 3 or 4 consecutive treatments, you should no longer need crutches. Brother Lin Tian, thank you, Jiang Long said, bowing with the support of his crutches. Luo Bingning inquired, Lin Tian, what about Zhao Dong? Lin Tian said helplessly. He likely has a neurological disorder, and my rudimentary medical skills are currently insufficient to treat him. Zhao Dong is even afraid of examinations, let alone treatment. These are not rudimentary medical skills. They have all been to more than 5 top-tier hospitals, and more than 10 renowned doctors have examined them, all to no avail. Luo Bingning recalled Lin Tian taking her pulse earlier. Lin Tian truly possesses knowledge. Was Lin Tian merely attempting to take advantage of her when he offered to palpate her abdomen for an examination? Lin Tian noticed a silver treasure chest slowly appearing above Luo Bingning's head. A silver treasure chest. Aside from the first one, no subsequent silver treasure chests have appeared. To obtain one on this occasion is exceedingly profitable. Lin Tian was elated. He stood up and stretched, his hand inadvertently touching the silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head, causing the silver treasure chest to vanish. Ding, silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grandmaster-level ancient medical skills. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. A vast amount of information rapidly flooded Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian frowned. While he could withstand the rapid influx of information, he still felt lightheaded and dizzy due to the sheer volume. Lin Tian, what is wrong? Luo Bingning asked, noticing that Lin Tian's expression was somewhat amiss. Lin Tian sat down. My leg just went numb from squatting. I will sit and rest for a while. Teacher Luo, your singing is exquisite. Luo Bingning's complexion flushed slightly. I'm not a professional. As long as the children enjoy it, that's enough. Are you really all right? I must go and teach the older class now. Lin Tian shook his head. What could possibly be wrong with me? Soon, Luo Bingning left for her class, accompanied by Jiang Long and the others. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Tian completed his mastery of ancient medical techniques. The mastery of ancient medicine encompasses methods such as stone therapy, acupuncture, moxibustion, herbal medicine, and even the enigmatic art of incantations and ancient shamanism. Such a complex form of ancient medicine. The wisdom of the ancients should never be underestimated. Lin Tian murmured to himself. The mastery of ancient medicine is far more intricate than that of the ancient Guqin. It holds the same level of prestige as grand martial arts, obtainable only through a silver treasure chest. Shaolin, Hu Guifeng approached briskly. Director, Lin Tian stood up. Hu Guifeng, brimming with excitement, said, Shaolin, I just received news that you have cured Su Hu. Can you also help Jiang Long? Lin Tian nodded. Director, I possess a modicum of ancient medical knowledge. Previously, when Lin Tian claimed to have medical skills, he was unsure of himself, relying mainly on his internal energy to solve problems. Now, he felt confident, having acquired mastery of ancient medicine. Chapter 40. I only know a little. Shaolin, thank you. Director Hu Guifeng expressed her profound gratitude. Lin Tian replied, Director, I merely did what was within my capabilities, but what you have done may change their lives. Hu Guifeng continued. Jiang Long is quite intelligent and performs well in his studies, but the doctors say his leg must be amputated to prevent necrosis. He is only 11. If he undergoes amputation, his life will be ruined. Su Hu's left hand has seen numerous doctors and could not be raised. I never expected you would miraculously heal his arm. Lin Tian cleared his throat. Director, I only possess a superficial understanding of ancient medicine. I merely gave him a massage. Their recovery is their own fortune. Although he had attained mastery of ancient medicine, he lacked a medical license and felt unqualified to heal. I understand. Shaolin, could you perhaps give Zhao Dong a quick examination? Sometimes he seems normal, other times he appears dazed. Hu Guifeng looked at Lin Tian with anticipation. Lin Tian pondered and said, Director, I can check his pulse, but I may not have a solution for his condition. All right. Hu Guifeng nodded repeatedly. Rest assured. Even if they have issues, they will not trouble you. Having lived for decades, Hu Guifeng understood many things. Lin Tian was concerned about potential complications arising from his lack of a medical license, fearing he could never clear his name if something went awry. Director, while I cannot guarantee a cure, I can assure you their conditions will not worsen. You can be at ease about that. Lin Tian assured her. His mastery of ancient medicine was no joke. In the realm of martial arts novels, he would be akin to a legendary healer, surpassing the imperial physicians of ancient times. Shaolin, thank you. Once Bingning finishes her class, I will trouble you to check on Zhao Dong. Let us not do it here. Come with me to my office. Lin Tian nodded. Before long, he followed Hu Guifeng to her office, which was modestly decorated. She poured him a cup of tea. Shaolin, to be honest, at first glance, I thought you were somewhat unworthy of Bingning. Now I see my judgment was flawed. Lin Tian smiled. Director, it's perfectly normal to feel that way. You must have other matters to discuss with me, right? Hu Guifeng, slightly embarrassed, replied, Our welfare institute has around 300 children. And there are other children with issues. Could I trouble you to check on them as well? Lin Tian responded, Director, it seems there are only about 200 children in the institute today. Hu Guifeng nodded. Indeed, some are in the hospital, and others are working or studying. Some children are staying with families, and a few volunteers take care of 1 or 2 children on weekends. Some may even be up for adoption. Trying out life at home first. The total number of children in our institute is 316. Lin Tian slightly nodded. How many of them have issues? Hu Guifeng sighed. There are significantly more children with problems in the welfare institute compared to society, perhaps around 30 or 40. Some of these cases may be beyond your capability. Others can be handled by hospitals, so there shouldn't be too many requiring your help. Lin Tian contemplated. Director, I did not bring any supplies this time, and I am unprepared. Next week, Bingning and I will return. I will assist where I can. Hu Guifeng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Shaolin, like Bingning, you possess a heart of gold. Lin Tian shook his head. Director, you flatter me. I merely have a slight understanding of ancient medicine and am willing to lend a hand. Hu Guifeng stood up. Shaolin, please take a seat and rest. I need to attend to some other matters, and will bring Zhao Dong over shortly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and Luo Bingning finished her class. Hu Guifeng brought Luo Bingning and Zhao Dong to the office. Hello, Brother Lin. Zhao Dong greeted Lin Tian with a bow. Appearing to be fine, Hu Guifeng said, Shaolin, there have been several instances where Zhao Dong has shown improvement after attending Bingning's class. When he's in a good state, there are no visible abnormalities. Lin Tian nodded. Zhao Dong, please take a seat and extend your hand. Obediently, Zhao Dong sat down and extended his hand. Lin Tian placed his fingers on Zhao Dong's pulse, feeling confident in his pulse diagnosis skills. As a martial arts master, he had always possessed some knowledge in this area, and now, with the inheritance of ancient medicine, pulse diagnosis had become one of his specialties. Luo Bingning watched Lin Tian intently, admiring his focused demeanor. It's not a problem with the meridians, Lin Tian quickly deduced. His mastery allowed him to make assessments much more swiftly than before, without needing to probe slowly with his internal energy. Strange, what could be the issue? Everything seems normal. 2 minutes passed, and Lin Tian thought to himself. Ha. A few minutes later, Zhao Dong began to giggle foolishly, reverting to his dazed state. It was at this moment that Lin Tian finally noticed an anomaly in Zhao Dong's demeanor, and his pulse exhibited subtle changes. So that's it. Lin Tian's eyes revealed a moment of realization. Lin Tian, have you figured out Zhao Dong's problem? Luo Bingning asked excitedly. Lin Tian nodded slightly. It appears to be dual soul syndrome. Scientifically, it refers to a split personality, though one of his personalities is underdeveloped. Can it be treated? Luo Bingning inquired anxiously. Lin Tian smiled. It should be possible. If it were a neurological disorder, it would be quite difficult, but this is manageable. I can use hypnotic techniques to suppress the problematic personality. In due time, that personality will naturally fade away. May I borrow your necklace for a moment? Luo Bingning removed the necklace she was wearing, which was not particularly expensive, merely worth several thousand yuan, quite ordinary to her. Zhao Dong, focus on this. Lin Tian gently swayed the necklace in front of Zhao Dong's eyes, infusing it with a thread of internal energy. The necklace shimmered with a faint glow. imperceptible to Luo Bingning and Hu Guifang. Lin Tian was employing a form of shamanic technique. In less than half a minute, Zhao Dong fell into a deep hypnotic state. Zhao Dong, the current you is very tired, very tired. You wish to rest continuously, and that will bring you immense comfort. While you rest, you will dream of yourself, sharing all your memories with your dream self. Gradually, you will no longer be separate from each other. Lin Tian's words, imbued with a special rhythm, flowed into Zhao Dong's ears like an enchanting melody. Sleep now, sleep now. Lin Tian gently laid Zhao Dong down. Is it done? Luo Bingning asked nervously. Lin Tian replied, we must wait for him to awaken naturally. It shouldn't take long. Soon we will know if he has returned to normal. Hu Guifang and Luo Bingning waited anxiously, while Lin Tian remained remarkably calm. With his abilities, he could confidently deduce that Zhao Dong would surely awaken. The issue Zhao Dong faced due to dual soul syndrome was not overly severe. Dean, Teacher Luo, how did I end up sleeping? Zhao Dong awoke, bewildered. In less than 5 minutes. Chapter 41. Luo Bingning's new admirer Zhao Dong, you simply fell asleep from exhaustion. How do you feel? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Zhao Dong looked at Lin Tian. I feel as if I'm no longer tired. Brother Lin Tian, how's my illness? Can it be cured? Haha. Your illness has already been resolved, Lin Tian replied. Really? Zhao Dong's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, he was merely a child of about 10 years old. Lin Tian nodded. You are well now. Go have your meal. I can already smell the delicious food from your cafeteria. Thank you, Brother Lin Tian. Dean, Teacher Luo. I'm off to eat. Zhao Dong cheerfully dashed away. Hu Guifang, visibly elated, exclaimed, Xiao Lin, has Zhao Dong truly recovered? Lin Tian smiled and replied, as long as he is not subjected to any further stress within the next 6 months, his second personality will completely disappear. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Xiao Lin, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Your visit has brought recovery to both Zhao Dong and Su Hu. Jiang Long will surely follow suit. Hu Guifang expressed her heartfelt thanks. Lin Tian chuckled, if Bingning bullies me in the future, you can scold her on my behalf. Hu Guifang smiled gently, that won't do. You both have kind hearts, and I believe you will surely attain happiness together. Will you be dining casually in our cafeteria, or shall you indulge in a romantic outing? Luo Bingning asked. Dean, we wouldn't want to intrude. We'll eat out and visit the children again next week, Luo Bingning replied, now eager to inquire about Lin Tian privately. Very well, Hu Guifang nodded in agreement. Soon, Lin Tian and the others drove away from the Welfare Institute. In the passenger seat, Luo Bingning kept glancing at Lin Tian. Bingning, what are you staring at? We have decades ahead of us. There'll be plenty of time for that, Lin Tian said with a laugh. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly as a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps spending decades with Lin Tian was not out of the question. Lin Tian, your ancient medical skills are not merely superficial, are they? Luo Bingning inquired. Could it be that you possess exceptional ancient medical knowledge and have concocted special tonics for yourself, thus making your physique superior to that of an average person? Lin Tian felt a surge of inspiration. Luo Bingning's deduction was quite astute. In ancient times, medicine and martial arts were intertwined. If his medical skills were profound, it would be entirely reasonable for him to exhibit martial prowess as well. If his medical expertise could enhance his physical strength, it would also be plausible for it to sharpen his intellect, explaining his exceptional abilities. Lin Tian grinned. Bingning, have you only noticed my robust physique and failed to recognize that my intelligence far surpasses yours? Luo Bingning retorted. You have quite the thick skin. I have indeed noticed that. While saying this, she recalled Lin Tian's impressive driving skills, which might correlate with his intelligence. Of course, his physical prowess likely played a larger role, as Lin Tian could react far quicker than the average person. Are you conceding that your ancient medical skills are formidable? Luo Bingning pressed. Lin Tian chuckled. If I were to claim that my understanding of ancient medicine is merely superficial, I doubt you would believe me. Of course not. Numerous esteemed doctors have failed to resolve the issues faced by Su Hu and others, yet you managed to help them in just half an hour. Luo Bingning firmly believed in Lin Tian's medical prowess. Lin Tian smiled in silence. Lin Tian, what seems to be the problem with my health? Luo Bingning continued. I previously took your pulse and deduced that there is an issue with your dantian, though I cannot yet ascertain the specifics. However, your condition is undoubtedly more complex than that of Su Hu and the others. Luo Bingning turned to gaze out the window. When we return, please examine my abdomen. The dantian is located there, correct? As she spoke, her ears turned slightly red. Let us find a place to eat first, Lin Tian suggested. I know a nearby restaurant that serves excellent food. Turn right at the next intersection, Luo Bingning directed, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the restaurant. The establishment exuded an air of antiquity, with decor that was quite elegant. Lin Tian noticed a guqin prominently displayed, indicating that there would be someone to play it within the restaurant. Let us sit here. Someone will soon perform on the guqin. It's quite beautiful, Luo Bingning remarked. All right. Lin Tian nodded, content with their seating arrangement. The previous diners had just departed, making it an ideal spot. Lin Tian, today I shall treat you, Luo Bingning declared playfully. You saved Su Hu and the others. I must express my gratitude. Living expenses are agreed to be on me, Lin Tian countered. Luo Bingning whispered, this place isn't cheap. Since you won't accept that million, save some money to take home to your parents for the new year. Are you suggesting I return home with you for the new year? Lin Tian teased. Don't get ahead of yourself. Luo Bingning swiftly ordered their meals. Not far away. A man glared at Lin Tian and the others with evident annoyance. Lin Tian remained unfazed. Since leaving the Welfare Institute, he had sensed someone tailing them. And upon arriving at this restaurant, the same individual had entered behind them. Ding! Before their meals arrived, the melodious sound of the guqin filled the air. The performer was a woman in her 30s, playing quite well. Of course, her skill was far from that of a master, let alone Lin Tian's exceptional level. In Huagua, guqin and piano have distinct grading systems: amateur, professional, and performance levels. The amateur and professional levels each have 10 grades, while the performance level ranges from 3 tiers of performer to master and grandmaster. With Lin Tian's expertise, he easily discerned that the woman's skill was around the professional 6th level, remarkably impressive. As the piece concluded, Luo Bingning gently applauded, joined by several others in the restaurant. Bingning, you seem to have a fondness for music, Lin Tian observed with a smile. Luo Bingning nodded, indeed. But my father discouraged me from pursuing a career in the entertainment industry, so I only learned a little. At that moment, someone approached the performance area. Ladies and gentlemen, a guest wishes to perform a piece. Let us give him a warm round of applause. The previous performer stood up, and it was not uncommon for patrons to take the stage. Those who dared to perform publicly usually possessed commendable skills. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. Who is he? Lin Tian asked, noting that the man had been following them since leaving the Welfare Institute. His name is He Yuhua. He's a classmate from my university, Luo Bingning replied. Her frown deepening. Has he ever pursued you? Lin Tian inquired. Yes, she confirmed. Lin Tian regarded He Yuhua, who was rather handsome, and at that moment, He Yuhua turned his gaze toward them. I shall play Phoenix seeking the Phoenix as a gift for a certain lady, He Yuhua declared with a smile. Many eyes turned toward Lin Tian and the others, easily concluding that He Yuhua's performance was meant for Luo Bingning, given her striking beauty. Even if He Yuhua claimed it was for a lady in attendance, it was clear to many that it was directed at Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, there's nothing between us. This guy is arrogant, and I don't like him, Luo Bingning whispered. Chapter 42. Bingning, am I hoping in vain? Lin Tian, should we change venues for dinner? Luo Bingning suggested. At that moment, the waiter brought their meals to the table. There's no need. The food is already served, and it would be wasteful to leave it, Lin Tian said with a slight smile. If He Yuhua were to play the piano or something similar, perhaps he could flaunt his skills, but guqin? He was merely a novice in comparison. Lin Tian was a guqin grandmaster. According to Master Wu, there was only one guqin grandmaster in Huagua, and even if that master were present, Lin Tian was confident in his ability to prevail. He was the pinnacle of mastery. Ding! He Yuhua swiftly plucked the strings of the guqin, and the melodious sound resonated in the air. The woman beside him brightened, impressed by He Yuhua's skill. Lin Tian mused to himself, discerning from just a few notes that He Yuhua's proficiency likely reached a professional level of grade 7, surpassing that of the woman who had played before. Although Lin Tian lacked musical talent, he excelled far beyond He Yuhua in running, swimming, and medicine. Try this. It's quite delicious, Luo Bingning said as she served Lin Tian some dishes. Handsome and talented at playing the guqin. It was a pity that the girls were enamored with someone else. In this day and age, wealth still held great allure. Who could argue with that? Someone at the table murmured. They inferred that Luo Bingning chose Lin Tian due to his family's affluence. Bingning, this flavor is indeed delightful. But if you fed me directly, it would taste even better, Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. You dream of beautiful things daily. It's already generous of me to serve you. The two continued to jest and enjoy their meal, causing He Yuhua to falter in his performance. As the piece concluded, applause erupted. He Yuhua approached Lin Tian and the others. Bingning, what a coincidence to see you here, he remarked, seemingly oblivious to Lin Tian's presence. Luo Bingning frowned. He Yuhua. First of all, I have a boyfriend. Secondly, do you think it's appropriate to follow me here? If it happens again, I won't hesitate to call the police. He Yuhua's expression soured. Her words left him no dignity. Bingning, we are classmates. We both appreciate music, which gives us common ground. Online relationships, are unreliable. What merits does he possess that would attract you? He took a deep breath. He was aware of Luo Bingning's relationship with Li Feng, who had informed him, prompting his hurried journey from the capital. Surrounding tables expressed astonishment. Online relationships? Lin Tian replied leisurely. He Yu Hao, it's rather rude to look down on others. I do possess some merits. A nearby patron, sipping tea, burst out laughing upon hearing Lin Tian's words. Apologies, I just thought of something amusing. He quickly explained to his friend, who wore an odd expression, as if pondering Lin Tian's perceived merits. Bingning, please don't be deceived by him. He is utterly worthless. He only approaches you to swindle your affections and your family's wealth, He Yu Hao retorted angrily. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He Yu Hao, that is going too far. Our relationship began because Bingning took the initiative. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian an exasperated look. He Yu Hao felt a pang of heartbreak. He had pursued Luo Bingning for a long time during their university days, only to find her with Lin Tian. And to hear that it was she who had made the first move was devastating. Bingning, what common ground could you possibly share with him? You are a top student from Peking University, while he hails from a second-rate institution. You excel in music and arts. And he likely doesn't even know how to play a few keys on the piano, He Yu Hao said solemnly. Bingning, let me play a piece for you. Lin Tian announced as he rose to approach the performance area. He Yu Hao had learned the guqin on his own, a skill granted by the system. Initially, he had no intention of confronting He Yu Hao. However, He Yu Hao's repeated disdain prompted Lin Tian to take action. He had awakened the system. This was his own fortune and strength. Lin Tian, you? Luo Bingning was taken aback. Lin Tian playing the guqin? According to her knowledge, Lin Tian had never engaged with the instrument before. Mastering such a craft required considerable time and practice. Hello, may I perform a piece? Lin Tian inquired. The woman who had played previously responded eagerly. Of course, dear guest. However, if your performance disrupts the other patrons, I may have to ask you to conclude early. It was unacceptable for anyone to play haphazardly and disturb the guests. Very well. Lin Tian nodded as he took his seat. The familiar sounds of the guqin filled the air once more as he played Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix. Many in the audience were taken aback, clearly sensing Lin Tian's superior skill. Although he did not display the artistry of a professional performer, he certainly exhibited a level of competence that surpassed grade 10, a significant improvement over He Yu Hao's grade 7. While the difference between grades 7 and 8 might be subtle, the distinction between grades 7 and 10 was evident to all. Incredible! Exclaimed a woman beside Lin Tian, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had diligently practiced to achieve her grade 6 proficiency and was already impressed by He Yu Hao's skill, especially considering their age difference. That Lin Tian could surpass even He Yu Hao was unfathomable. He Yu Hao found it hard to believe. He was grade 7 and had the guidance of renowned instructors. Yet he could discern that Lin Tian had reached grade 10. Beyond that lay the realm of performance, which had stringent requirements in Huagua. This, He Yu Hao could hardly fathom it. And Luo Bingning was equally stunned, gazing at Lin Tian in disbelief. He had shattered her expectations. She had thought Lin Tian possessed little musical talent, yet here he was, excelling at the guqin beyond even He Yu Hao. Soon, the piece ended with a resounding applause that far exceeded the earlier ovation for He Yu Hao. Thank you, everyone, Lin Tian said, rising to take the microphone with a smile. He quickly returned to Luo Bingning's side, noting that He Yu Hao had already left in defeat before the applause could fully resonate. Why didn't you tell me you were so skilled at the guqin? Luo Bingning whispered, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Lin Tian. You never asked, he replied, and revealing it now gives you a delightful surprise. Doesn't he it? With a grin, Lin Tian added, Bingning, what are my chances now? Luo Bingning's cheeks visibly flushed. Just yesterday, he had a mere 20 to 30% chance, but after showcasing his ancient medical skills this morning and treating Su Hu and others, along with his impressive guqin performance, her assessment had changed. Not telling you means you're still far from convinced, she huffed playfully. Chapter 43, The Revelation, I am Master Lin. As she gazed at Lin Tian, Luo Bingning suddenly recalled the masked hero, Master Lin. Both shared the surname Lin, leading her to wonder if Lin Tian could be the masked hero. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. How could it be? Lin Tian could play the guqin, but he was so young, could he truly possess the mastery of a master? Moreover, Master Lin was also a virtuoso on the Erhu. Lin Tian. Do you know the masked hero, Master Lin? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian chuckled. Of course, I enjoy watching short videos. He has amassed 15 million followers now. He did not admit to being unfamiliar with Master Lin, as his impressive guqin skills made it implausible to claim ignorance of someone so renowned. Master Lin's following has reached 16 million. He must also be skilled in martial arts. Yinzi is a devoted fan of Master Lin, Luo Bingning remarked. Lin Tian looked at her seriously. Bingning, I won't pretend any longer. I'll lay it all bare. I am Master Lin. Shall we hasten to arrange our wedding and start a family? While having children was secondary, the priority was the preceding matters. Luo Bingning was speechless. She retorted. Yinzi said Master Lin is likely a martial arts master, and cultivating internal energy requires years of practice. Master Lin must be nearing 40. Couldn't an elderly master have passed on their internal energy to me over the decades? Lin Tian replied with a grin. Sleep early tonight. One can dream of anything. Luo Bingning giggled. Lin Tian's assertions only served to deepen her disbelief in Lin Tian's identity as Master Lin. Just because he could play the guqin and shared the same surname, it was utterly absurd to claim he was Master Lin. Bingning, how did you find my rendition of the Phoenix seeking the Phoenix just now? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Luo Bingning recalled Lin Tian's performance. It was quite good, certainly far superior to He Yuhao's playing. He was quite upset and left the restaurant before finishing his meal, but I doubt he will give up so easily. She added, her brows furrowing slightly. For many girls, having a suitor like He Yuhao would be a source of delight, yet Luo Bingning found it rather bothersome. Since middle school, she had been besieged by various admirers, a consequence of the Luo family's immense wealth, amounting to hundreds of billions. Don't worry. I could easily take on 8 of him, Lin Tian chuckled. Meanwhile, He Yuhao exited the restaurant with a grim expression. Despite his impressive 7th-level proficiency in guqin, he had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in Lin Tian. Damn it. Back in his car, He Yuhao dialed Li Feng's number. Both were wealthy heirs with established business connections, yet they were markedly different. Li Feng had bought his way into university, his academic performance lacking, while He Yuhao had secured admission to Peking University, showcasing notable musical talent. However, Li Feng also had his advantages. His family possessed assets worth 300 to 500 million, while He Yuhao's were only 100 to 200 million. In comparison to the Luo family, both were merely trifles. Li Feng, how did you gather your information? You claimed Lin Tian was just an ordinary person, yet his guqin skills surpassed mine. He must have achieved at least level 10 proficiency, He Yuhao seethed. Li Feng was taken aback. Is his guqin skill really that high? It seems impossible. He hasn't had much exposure to it. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? He Yuhao, visibly irritated, retorted, I played the Phoenix seeking the Phoenix for Luo Bingning, and he played it too, even better than I did. I was soundly humiliated. How could I be mistaken? Li Feng, incredulous, replied, the information I received indicated that Lin Tian has no apparent musical talent. I hired a private investigator to look into it. He Yuhao gritted his teeth. The investigator you hired is incompetent. Can't you spend a little more to get reliable information? I can't stand losing face in public. Li Feng's tone darkened. He Yuhao, I just wanted to ensure Bingning isn't being deceived by Lin Tian. Don't take it the wrong way. We are indeed competitors. Do I owe you anything? He Yuhao was left speechless. Apologies, I was just venting my frustration. Let's meet up later for a drink and discuss this properly. All right, should we invite Guoliang as well? He Yuhao replied. Guoliang? Sure. He Yuhao was aware that Guoliang had invested 10 million into Luo Bingning's company, acquiring 10% of the shares and securing a position within the firm. He was not overly concerned about Guoliang. He understood that Luo Bingning would never mix business with pleasure. Relationships within the workplace could lead to complications, and Luo Bingning was quite capable of ensuring that none of her romantic interests would be found within the company. Is anyone still following? Lin Tian asked as they left the restaurant. Not anymore. Lin Tian shook his head. Bingning, shall we visit an amusement park? Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Although her family was extraordinarily wealthy, she had seldom visited amusement parks due to her parents' busy schedules. After half an hour, they arrived at a large amusement park featuring roller coasters and drop towers. Are you afraid? Before long, they found themselves seated on the roller coaster. Not at all. Luo Bingning declared confidently, though she had never actually ridden one before. Her parents had always avoided such thrilling attractions for her safety. As the roller coaster ascended, Luo Bingning's complexion paled slightly. Lin Tian reached out, and she instinctively grasped his hand. The roller coaster plunged downward, and Luo Bingning screamed, clinging tightly to Lin Tian's hand, while he remained remarkably calm. The speed of the roller coaster was about 100 kilometers per hour, while Lin Tian, with his martial prowess, could reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, not much slower than the ride itself. Are you not afraid? Luo Bingning asked as they disembarked, her legs trembling. Not really, Lin Tian replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Despite the exhilarating ride, Luo Bingning's emotional fluctuations had not triggered any rewards, possibly indicating that mere excitement was insufficient for such occurrences. Shall we continue? Lin Tian smiled. Yes, I haven't experienced much yet. They enjoyed various thrilling rides, including the pirate ship, drop tower, and swinging pendulum, with Lin Tian holding Luo Bingning's hand several times. Unfortunately, no rewards materialized afterward, perhaps due to the nature of the emotional stimuli or simply because they had already exhausted the day's chances. Hello, Guogu. We've discussed in our group, and it's finally nice to meet you. In the evening, Lin Tian and his companions departed the amusement park, while He Yuhao, Li Feng, and Guo Liang convened at a restaurant. What brings you here, talented he? Guo Liang inquired, a hint of hostility evident in his tone. Aware of He Yuhao's status as Luo Bingning's classmate and a formidable rival, Li Feng cleared his throat. Guogu, you might not be aware, but Luo Bingning has a boyfriend named Lin Tian. Guo Liang frowned. He was all too aware. Lin Tian had been to Luo Bingning's company. I've met Lin Tian. He visited Bingning's company. He appears utterly ordinary. I can't fathom why she would be interested in him. Guo Liang gritted his teeth, while Li Feng and He Yuhao felt a sense of relief, as the burden of disappointment seemed to be shared among them. Let's order, Li Feng suggested. And they quickly settled on their meals. Guogu, we are competitors, but given the current situation, Lin Tian has become Luo Bingning's boyfriend. We must unite and find a way to eliminate him. Guo Liang nodded. Li Xiao, have you both faced setbacks? Perhaps sharing experiences could help us devise a plan. Li Feng's expression darkened. They are living together. Recently, they went to the movies together, and I followed them. I intended to intimidate Lin Tian into leaving, but Luo Bingning discovered my presence and threatened to ruin my family's business. Guo Liang's expression shifted. They are living together? He Yuhao remarked, considering the Luo family's stature, if Luo Bingning truly set her sights on your family, your situation would become quite precarious. The financial disparity between the Li family and the Luo family was glaring. The former's assets paled in comparison to the latter's hundreds of billions. Indeed, they are living together. I even attempted to bribe Lin Tian to leave. I offered him 1 million, but he refused, Li Feng stated solemnly. Guo Liang's brow furrowed. He had been unaware of Luo Bingning's cohabitation with Lin Tian, which left him feeling unsettled. Nonetheless, he was determined to pursue Luo Bingning, believing that even if Lin Tian had taken their relationship to a physical level, the Luo family's wealth would overshadow such trivialities. And what about you, He Xiao? Guo Liang turned to He Yuhao. He Yuhao frowned. Today, I followed Lin Tian to a restaurant where there was a gu chain. I played the phoenix seeking the phoenix, and he played it as well, surpassing my performance. Guo Liang was taken aback, recognizing He Yuhao's musical talent as a Peking University student. The thought of being outperformed by Lin Tian was shocking. Li Feng furrowed his brow. The private investigator I hired clearly reported that Lin Tian's parents are ordinary farmers. Logically, he wouldn't have the means to study music. Learning music can indeed be quite a costly endeavor, especially when one reaches advanced levels where the fees for a single lesson can be substantial. Wait a moment, isn't Lin Tian driving a BMW X5? If he can afford such a vehicle, his family must be fairly well off, right? Guo Liang pondered aloud. Li Feng shook his head, saying his family definitely cannot afford it. His father is a carpenter, earning a meager wage of over 200 yuan a day in the countryside. Such work is not always available. And with the additional income from farming, their family barely scrapes by with an annual income of 30,000 yuan. That car was likely purchased by Luo Bingning. Guo Liang and He Yuhao felt a pang in their hearts. One had pursued Luo Bingning throughout their university years, while the other had worked hard to win her over in the corporate world, yet neither had achieved any success. They wished to spend money on Luo Bingning, but she refused to accept any gifts. Yet, unexpectedly, she had bought Lin Tian a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Damn, Guo Liang cursed. We must find a way to deal with him. Even if we cannot win Luo Bingning's heart, we must not allow Lin Tian to benefit from this. Li Feng and He Yuhao nodded in agreement. Li Feng added, we can only resort to legitimate means. If we resort to underhanded tactics, Luo Bingning might not take kindly to us. Their families possessed considerable assets, and if they were targeted by the Luo family due to reckless actions, it could lead to their ruin, leaving them in despair. He Xiao, you are a talented scholar. What do you suggest? How can we overly target Lin Tian? Ideally, we could cause them to part ways, and in return, Luo Bingning might owe us a favor. Guo Liang turned to He Yuhao for his opinion. After some contemplation, He Yuhao replied, we need to uncover Lin Tian's dark secrets or find evidence that he is deliberately courting Luo Bingning. Li Feng sighed. Isn't it obvious that he is doing so? It's a pity that Luo Bingning, a talented woman, is blinded by love. I wonder what methods Lin Tian employed to enchant her. Guo Liang thought for a moment and said, I almost forgot to mention, have you heard of Tianmu Group? It is an enterprise controlled by the Qiao family. Li Feng and He Yuhao nodded. Such matters are typically of little concern to ordinary people, but given their family's wealth, They must be more attuned to such information. Xiao Ziming from Tianmu Group also seems to have an interest in Luo Bingning. Li Feng and He Yuhao frowned slightly, realizing they had another competitor. However, having Xiao Ziming in the mix was not a significant issue. Among those pursuing Luo Bingning, there were many who were far more formidable, with fortunes exceeding that of the Luo family. Some were oblivious to the situation, while others, due to their status, would not act frivolously in their eyes. Lin Tian was inconsequential. The Luo family would never consent to Lin Tian marrying Luo Bingning. If they attempted to thwart Luo Bingning's pursuit of true love, it could result in her disdain, thereby diminishing their chances of success. As long as they ultimately succeeded in their endeavor, acquiring the Luo family's hundreds of billions in assets, they would not care whether Luo Bingning and Lin Tian had been intimate. Guogu, do you intend to bring him into our plans? I believe that would be unwise. The Qiao family possesses billions in assets. He is not on the same level as us. His inclusion would significantly diminish our chances of success. Without him, we can discuss matters collectively, but with him involved, we would have to defer to his opinions, Li Feng remarked, shaking his head, a sentiment echoed by He Yuhao. You make a valid point. Let us heed the advice of the esteemed He and focus on uncovering Lin Tian's dark secrets for now. Shall we hire an even more skilled private investigator? Guo Liang inquired. He Yuhao and Li Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, they reached a consensus to each contribute 100,000 yuan, pooling 300,000 to hire a proficient private investigator. If the investigator uncovered significant information, they would consider additional compensation. Li Feng, ensure you engage someone reliable this time. Additionally, clarify that the investigation must remain within the confines of the law. Otherwise, we could face complications. He Yuhao cautioned Li Feng. Li Feng had more experience in such matters than they did. I know of a rather impressive private investigator. Regardless of whether she can uncover anything, her starting fee is 10,000. If Lin Tian has any skeletons in his closet, she will surely uncover them. Li Feng confidently asserted. Will you contact her now? Guo Liang asked. Li Feng made the call, and after half a minute, the line was finally answered. Li Feng, don't bother me with trivial matters. Ahem, Sister Yao Hong, this time it's a serious matter. 300,000. I need you to investigate a person and provide concrete evidence of wrongdoing. If the information is valuable, we can discuss additional payment, Li Feng quickly replied. On the other end, Yao Hong's interest was piqued. That sounds intriguing. Transfer the 300,000 to me, and I will do my utmost to assist you in the investigation for half a month. If nothing materializes within that time, the fee will not be refunded. Before long, Li Feng transferred the funds to Yao Hong. Guo Liang remarked, I've heard of Yao Hong. She is a highly capable private investigator. With her on the case, we should face little difficulty. If Lin Tian has any dark secrets, she will very likely uncover them. Chapter 45. The private investigator arrives. Yao Hong soon received Lin Tian's photograph and name, along with information about Luo Bingning. This person looks somewhat familiar. Yao Hong stared at Lin Tian's photo, her excellent memory prompting her to quickly find a video online. In the video, a young man emerges from the sea with a little girl, the lighting at the beach being dim at night. Yet Yao Hong recognized that the individual in the video was indeed Lin Tian. He was the widely discussed Sea King online. With such fame, he had not stepped forward. And his girlfriend was the daughter of the Luo family. The notion of a heroic rescue. Could it have been a deliberately staged event? Yao Hong pondered deeply. As a private investigator, she was aware of the Luo family's vast wealth and recognized that Luo Bingning was their only daughter. The allure of such immense assets could easily lead one to fabricate a rescue scenario. Yao Hong scrolled through the video comments, where some had revealed Lin Tian's identity. Though the photos and videos provided showed significant discrepancies, others claimed Lin Tian did not possess such remarkable physical prowess. The rescue incident occurred just last night. Since becoming a martial arts master, Lin Tian's appearance had undergone subtle changes each day. The photos Yao Hong had were from the previous few days, which differed from those in the comments. According to the commenters, Lin Tian was rather ordinary, yet he displayed extraordinary speed while running and swimming. His proficiency in the Guqin might have even reached professional level 10. A faint smile appeared on Yao Hong's face. Her interest was piqued. In a short time, Yao Hong obtained Lin Tian's phone number and input it into a program she had developed. Soon, she acquired the latest mobile trajectory map. Children's Welfare Institute? Yao Hong raised an eyebrow. Was he constructing a facade of caring for orphans? Yao Hong found Lin Tian somewhat suspicious and promptly made her way to the Red Sun Children's Welfare Institute, where Lin Tian had visited earlier that day. By the time Yao Hong arrived, night had fallen, but the children were still awake, playing and laughing in the Welfare Institute. Yao Hong approached the director, Hu Guifeng. Hello. Director Hu, my name is Yang Qin. I would like to donate something to the children and would like to know what items your institute is urgently in need of. Yao Hong inquired. Hu Guifeng smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Yang. However, thanks to the support of many kind-hearted individuals, we currently have sufficient supplies and do not require any monetary donations. Perhaps you could extend your generosity to those in greater need. Yao Hong was taken aback. They didn't even want donations? Director Hu, when I first entered, I overheard several children discussing teacher Luo and her boyfriend, brother Lin Tian. Were they the volunteers who visited today? Yao Hong asked tentatively. Hu Guifeng chuckled. Young Lin is here for the first time. He was brought in by teacher Luo, and the children have taken quite a liking to them. Yao Hong feigned surprise. Lin Tian is here for the first time, yet the children have already taken to him? Aren't they usually shy? Hu Guifeng replied. The children are indeed a bit shy. However, he is Bingning's boyfriend. Bingning has been volunteering here for a year and has visited 2 or 3 dozen times. The children are quite familiar with her. More importantly, Xiaolin possesses exceptional medical skills. Today, he treated 2 children from our area, and another child has shown significant improvement. Yao Hong found it somewhat strange. How could extraordinary medical skills be associated with Lin Tian? Director, could you elaborate? Yao Hong inquired. To be honest, I am a writer and quite interested in such matters. She added. Hu Guifeng chuckled. I can certainly share, but I have other matters to attend to, so I can only speak briefly. 5 minutes later, Yao Hong emerged from the Welfare Institute, her expression complex. Last night, she saved a child by the seaside, and today, 2 children were cured, with a 3rd child expected to recover as well. Yao Hong murmured to herself. If the seaside incident could be fabricated, then the Welfare Institute would never collaborate with Lin Tian in such deception. This kind of fraud would be too easy to investigate. The hospitals where the 3 children were treated, their disabilities, these facts could not possibly be concealed. What a pity, the 30,000 would be out of reach. Yao Hong shook her head. She loved money, but she still had a conscience. It felt wrong to deliberately seek blackmail material against Lin Tian. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should meet Lin Tian and Luo Bingning. Without hesitation, an hour later, she arrived at Lin Tian's neighborhood. Ding dong, the visual intercom chimed. Luo Bingning answered. It was the property management. Miss Luo, you have a visitor, the staff said politely. Soon, Luo Bingning saw Yao Hong, who smiled and said, Miss Luo, I have something important to discuss with you and Mr. Lin. Is it convenient for me to come up? Luo Bingning felt puzzled about Yao Hong's purpose for visiting. Please come up, she replied, reassured by her ability to handle any threat, even from someone like Yao Hong. Moments later, Yao Hong arrived outside Luo Bingning's apartment. Please come in. Luo Bingning opened the door. Yao Hong glanced around, noticing Lin Tian was not present. Who are you, and what brings you here? Luo Bingning inquired. Yao Hong presented her business card. Miss Luo, my name is Yao Hong. I am a private detective with a modest reputation in this field. Luo Bingning's brows furrowed. You are investigating me and Lin Tian? You have quite a nerve. She retorted coldly, emanating a powerful aura. Yao Hong felt momentarily stifled, despite having encountered various situations. The intensity of Luo Bingning's presence made her feel inadequate. Luo Bingning's beauty, poise, and background overshadowed her. Miss Luo, I bear no ill intentions. I indeed received a commission to investigate Lin Tian, with a fee of 300,000. However, I discovered that Lin Tian saved a little girl last night and treated 3 children at the Welfare Institute today, so I have decided not to pursue this case. Yao Hong quickly explained. Hearing this, Luo Bingning's demeanor softened. So, you came to inform me of this? She asked calmly. Yao Hong nodded. I thought this information might earn you a favor, Miss Luo. Additionally, I am somewhat curious about Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian emerged from the bedroom, freshly showered. Bingning, what's going on? He asked, having overheard their conversation. Luo Bingning quickly explained. Lin Tian chuckled. Miss Yao, you are simply going to give up 300,000 just like that? Doesn't that seem a bit unfortunate? Yao Hong replied. I am not in need of that money. Lin Tian shook his head. No, you are indeed in need. Yao Hong frowned, and Lin Tian continued. You should have a thorough checkup at a large hospital, especially for your lungs. There may be something to discover. Dear, is she ill? Luo Bingning asked, surprised. Yao Hong appeared quite healthy, not suggesting any illness. Lin Tian nodded. It should be checked. Only then will you know for sure. Yao Hong felt her world crumble. Miss Yao, if no issues are found, will you need to return the 30,000? Lin Tian inquired. Yao Hong shook her head. I never return commission fees. If I find something, they will pay me much more. They? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Yao Hong hesitated before saying, Mr. Lin, I apologize. But I cannot disclose client information. I cannot tell you who commissioned me. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Lin, she added. There is a deadline for the commission, correct? Lin Tian asked. Yao Hong nodded. Regardless of the findings, I must provide the client with a definitive answer within half a month. Lin Tian smiled slightly. You can rest easy and accept that 30,000. Even if you continue your investigation, you will not uncover any dirt. Just say you found nothing. Yao Hong nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Miss Luo, I shall take my leave. Soon, Yao Hong departed. Luo Bingning was somewhat astonished. Lin Tian, is she seriously ill? Yes. It seems to be lung cancer. In traditional Chinese medicine, one can discern much through observation and inquiry regarding her voice and complexion, Lin Tian explained. If she actively seeks treatment, there is still a chance for recovery. Luo Bingning nodded. Her decision to forego 30,000 to inform us indicates she is not merely driven by greed. This situation surely involves He Yuhao. I can have my father intervene, compelling He Yuhao to disclose who is involved and ensure they receive a serious lesson. Lin Tian shook his head. We have only just married. I do not want your father to handle such matters, as it may tarnish his impression of me. It's unnecessary to involve parents over trivialities. The glint in Lin Tian's eyes flickered with determination. While this matter did not warrant Luo Bingning's family to step in, he would not let it go unpunished. He Yuhao and his associates would certainly face repercussions. Then we shall not inform my father. I will not let them off easily, Luo Bingning said. Her brow slightly furrowed as she huffed. Lin Tian chuckled. Would you like me to hold you while watching television? If not, I shall return to my room. Hurry back to your room. Luo Bingning shot him a glare. The next day, Lin Tian met with the landlord. Together, they went to the real estate transaction center to complete the deal. The shop was priced at 14,360,000. Additionally, Lin Tian paid taxes and various other fees. He had initially thought he would have over $1 million left after purchasing the shop, but in reality, he only had a few $100,000 remaining. Shaolin, congratulations on your fortune. This city is truly suited for young people like you to venture. I, an old fellow, should seek a third-tier city for retirement, the landlord remarked, handing Lin Tian the keys and other items. Uncle Zhao, do come over for tea sometime, Lin Tian smiled. Soon, they bid farewell, and Lin Tian entered the shop. Looking around, his perspective had shifted entirely. No matter how well decorated it had been before, it belonged to someone else. Now, having purchased the shop, he had established his roots in S City. Even if one day his skills were to vanish, as long as the shop remained, the rental income would suffice to sustain him. Beep. Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Mr. Lin, this is Yao Hong. My health examination results just came in. It is early-stage lung cancer, but the doctor says there is hope for recovery. Thank you. Yao Hong's voice trembled on the other end of the line. Upon receiving the results, she could hardly believe she had cancer. Thankfully, Lin Tian's timely warning had given her the opportunity to seek treatment before it became untreatable. Miss Yao, your kind reminder allowed me to advise you. You should aim to earn that 30,000. Cancer treatment can be quite costly. Mr. Lin, the person who commissioned me is surnamed Li, Yao Hong said before hanging up. Li? Lin Tian immediately thought of Li Feng. Li Feng had previously hired a private investigator to look into him, and it is highly likely that He Yuhao had encountered him. Li Feng must be doubting the earlier findings. It is perfectly reasonable for them to pool their resources to hire a more skilled detective. Half a month, huh? Lin Tian murmured. Yao Hong could delay Li Feng and his companions for a while. In that time, he should be able to extract a few more treasures from Luo Bingning. By then, he would possess greater capabilities to counterattack Li Feng and his group. Although he was a martial arts master, Li Feng and his associates had not resorted to violent means. He could hardly rush over and beat them up. It would be best to retaliate economically. Li Feng and his group were merely relying on their family wealth. If they were to incur financial losses, they would likely feel more distressed than if they were physically assaulted. There was a strong demand for Master Lin to conduct a Guqin live stream. Indeed, the Erhu had been streamed live. Why not the Guqin? Master Lin, please go live. I'll steal a battery to send you gifts. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app. He had just uploaded a new video, and soon it garnered numerous comments. A Guqin live stream? In the future, if new skills emerge, he should host a dedicated live stream for each. Lin Tian contemplated. He estimated he would likely acquire new skills, but hosting a live stream for every new skill each week was too exhausting. However, a special live stream for each new skill was acceptable. He pinned a message in the comments. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., a special Guqin live stream. Stay tuned. Such special live streams would not exceed 3 times a year. Lin Tian's message quickly attracted many comments. Ha ha ha, the Guqin special is finally here. Live streaming is far more exciting than videos. Only 3 special live streams a year. Master Lin is rather lazy. 30 times a year would be more fitting. Soon, there were numerous comments following Lin Tian's message. In the capital Sihiyuan, some questioned the necessity of a Guqin special, suggesting an Erhu special would be preferable. Old Shun shook his head. He favored the Erhu. Old Liang. Old Shin dialed a number. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Master Lin will host a Guqin special live stream. Would you like to show your support? On the other end was Shun Lao's friend, Liang Xianda, who had a fondness for the Guqin. Old Shun, you're truly a devoted fan of Master Lin to call me and suggest I send gifts. Liang Xianda chuckled. Am I asking you to send gifts? Do I lack such petty cash? I'm merely reminding you out of our years of friendship. Once you're gone, your son might need to invite him to play a tune for you. Sending gifts now could earn you some goodwill. Old Shin replied, somewhat exasperated. Liang Xianda, I'll definitely watch tomorrow. I want to see if he is worth my support. I also need to verify if he is truly the same person. Lin Tian, wearing a mask, was the subject of speculation among some. They wondered if the Master Lin who played the Erhu was indeed the same as the one who played the Guqin. Many harbored such doubts, as achieving mastery in both instruments is quite challenging. Old Liang, if you're not coming over, let us watch together. All right. After hanging up, Yang Xinda wore a faint smile. It would be nice to catch up with an old friend. As for spending money on live stream gifts, that was trivial. Though not as wealthy as old Shun, he was still a billionaire, and a few $100,000 was merely pocket change to him. By evening, Lin Tian had purchased quite a few items. Recording videos or live streaming might require some props, such as flying knives. His follower growth had slowed considerably. Lin Tian mused. Yesterday at noon, he had 16 million followers, and over a day later, it had only increased by 500,000. To accelerate his follower growth, he needed to put in more effort tomorrow. Ding ding. Zhang Han called. Brother Zhang, what is the good news? Lin Tian inquired. On the other end, Zhang Han replied. Master Lin, for your Guqin live stream tomorrow, Wan will do its best to promote and attract viewers. Additionally, we will arrange for a super admin to help manage the live stream. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. That sounds splendid. Thank you very much. Zhang Han continued. Some companies want to collaborate. They couldn't reach you, so they approached us. Would you be interested in taking on some advertisements? The prices they offer are quite generous. Lin Tian pondered before responding. Brother Zhang, let us discuss the advertisements when my followers surpass 30 million. There is no rush for now. For those who enjoy it, could you send a few small gifts? Daily earnings of 30 to 40 yuan barely cover the electricity bill. Chapter 47. Revenge and a touch of medical knowledge. Bingning. I'm off work. I'll be home in half an hour. Lin Tian messaged Luo Bingning as he prepared to drive home. Luo Bingning was likely already home, where a delicious meal awaited, which felt quite comforting. Unfortunately, Luo Bingning was not yet truly his wife. Ding ding. Luo Bingning quickly called. Lin Tian, I didn't have time to cook today. I just got home and received a call. Uncle Tang was in a car accident and is in the emergency room. I need to go see him. Luo Bingning spoke quickly. Lin Tian was taken aback. Uncle Tang was in an accident? Is it Tang Yin's uncle? Yes. That is the news I just received. Why don't you come to the hospital too? Uncle Tang helped with Wei Jun's matter. All right, send me the address. After hanging up, Luo Bingning promptly sent over the location. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning arrived at the hospital. Yinzi, what is going on? Upon seeing Tang Yin, Lin Tian inquired. Tang Yin's eyes were red, clearly having cried. Her uncle, Tang Penyuan, had always cared for her, looking out for her in various matters. Tang Yin sobbed. Uncle must have been targeted for revenge. A sanitation truck suddenly accelerated and crashed into his car. He is seriously injured, and the driver fled. Luo Bingning embraced Tang Yin, reassuring her. Yinzi, Uncle Tang has good fortune. He will surely be fine. Didn't you say Uncle Tang is a master-level martial artist? His vitality is stronger than that of ordinary people. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. Tang Yin's uncle is a martial arts master? Tang Yin wept. Though my uncle is a martial arts master, he was injured during a past mission, and his abilities are not what they used to be. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have been in charge of criminal investigation rather than public security. Luo Bingning asked, how long has Uncle Tang been in surgery? Over an hour, Tang Yin replied, anxiety etched on her face. It had been more than an hour without news, and she was extremely nervous. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian, hesitating. She wished for Lin Tian's assistance, but given Tang Penyuan's special status, if anything were to happen to him, Lin Tian would bear significant responsibility. Furthermore, the hospital they were in was of high caliber, and the doctors likely wouldn't allow Lin Tian to participate in the treatment. Yinzi, has your aunt arrived? Luo Bingning inquired. Tang Yin nodded. My aunt is here. She is at the surgery door. I came to get you and catch my breath. Let me take you to her. Soon they reached the surgery waiting area, where many were gathered. Uncle Tang Penyuan was a deputy chief. His car accident, especially one that was not accidental, was no small matter. "Aunt, please don't be too upset. Uncle Tang will surely be fine," Luo Bingning consoled. "Bingning, thank you for coming," Tang Yin's aunt, Zhang Roman, said with a pale face. "Hello, I'm Lin Tian, Bingning's boyfriend," Lin Tian greeted. "Hello." Zhang Roman eyed Lin Tian curiously. She had heard Tang Pingyuan mention that Luo Bingning was already married, and Lin Tian was actually her husband. "Aunt, have there been any updates?" Tang Yin asked. Zhang Roman's voice trembled. "A doctor just came out and asked us to sign a few documents. The situation isn't looking good. But the doctor said they would do their utmost to save him." Lin Tian listened intently. He could hear sounds from inside the operating room. The situation appeared critical. But Tang Pingyuan was a martial artist, and his vitality was stronger than that of ordinary people. He should still pull through. Time passed, and 2 hours later, the lights in the operating room finally went out. The surgery was successful. The patient is no longer in danger. He will be transferred to the ICU, and family members can visit tomorrow. The doctor took the initiative, and soon the patient was wheeled out. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Tang Pingyuan's condition was concerning, with serious issues left unaddressed. "Wait," Lin Tian spoke with a grave demeanor. "Doctor, there are underlying risks that have not been properly managed. If these risks are not addressed, the patient will be in critical condition again within 10 minutes. A few doctors glanced at Lin Tian but disregarded him entirely, hastily pushing the patient away. "Lin Tian, why are you cursing my uncle?" Tang Yin exclaimed angrily. "Although I oppose your relationship with Bingning, there is no need for such behavior." To her, Lin Tian's words sounded nonsensical. Tang Pingyuan had just exited the operating room, and she certainly did not wish to hear such statements. "Yinzi, Lin Tian possesses remarkable medical skills," Luo Bingning interjected quickly. "Lin Tian, what specific risks are you referring to? I will speak to the doctors. If they refuse to listen, I will have my grandfather intervene." Tang Yin paused, astonished by the mention of Lin Tian's medical prowess. After all, he was only 23 years old. How could he possibly be that skilled? They were in S City, home to the finest hospital with highly esteemed surgeons. The doctor who operated on Tang Pingyuan was a recognized authority in the field. Lin Tian replied solemnly, "Tang Yin, your uncle has been administered anesthesia, but as a martial artist, his recovery will be significantly quicker than that of an ordinary person. Once he regains consciousness, his internal energy will circulate. However, there is a blockage in his meridians, preventing the smooth flow of this energy, which could result in severe hemorrhaging." Tang Yin asked, "How do you know all this?" "Yinzi, Lin Tian has inherited ancient medical knowledge. He disowned a case of lung cancer with just one glance today," Luo Bingning stated gravely. They quickly relayed this information to the doctors, yet the hospital staff, untrained in martial arts and ancient medicine, were oblivious to Tang Pingyuan's predicament. "As family members, it is natural for you to be anxious. However, please trust us. The patient's vital signs are stable. The instruments do not lie, and the data is accurate," the doctors reassured them. Lin Tian silently shook his head. "While data may not lie, it is subject to change." Minutes passed, and soon alarms blared in the ICU. Tang Pingyuan awoke, his recovery astonishingly rapid. A normal person would typically require 2 to 3 hours to regain consciousness. The alarms intensified as his vital signs deteriorated rapidly due to the blockage in his meridians, causing him to lose consciousness once again. "Clear the way." Tang Pingyuan was rushed back into the operating room. How could this happen? Tang Yin was left in shock, her aunt's face pale with dread. Lin Tian shook his head, anticipating this outcome. "Lin Tian, can you resolve Tang Ershu's issues?" Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian nodded slightly. "If Tang Ershu can survive the resuscitation, I should be able to restore his meridians. He conveniently has a box of silver needles with him, which he purchased earlier today. At least I have inherited ancient medical knowledge and am prepared." Hearing this, Tang Yin burst into tears, fearing that the second trip to the operating room would be even more perilous. "You, young man, possess medical skills?" The hospital director hurriedly approached, sweat beading on his forehead. If they failed to heed Lin Tian's warning, resulting in Tang Pingyuan's death, the hospital would bear significant responsibility, and he, as the director, would be held accountable. "I have some understanding," Lin Tian replied. "I am the director of this hospital, surnamed Shi. Your assessment of Director Tang's condition is remarkably accurate. What do you believe are the chances of a successful surgery?" the director asked solemnly. Lin Tian glanced at Tang Yin and her aunt. "At this juncture, there is no need to conceal information from the family. Please share your thoughts. Saving the patient is of utmost importance," Director Shi insisted. "Please, Lin Tian, tell us," Tang Yin pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Tian listened intently to the sounds emanating from the operating room. The probability of the patient surviving the surgery is approximately 20 to 30%. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's aunt's legs buckled, and Luo Bingning quickly supported her. Director Shi's heart raced. 20 to 30% was akin to a grim reaper already on the way to claim a life. Shaolin, if I permit you to enter the operating room to assist, what are your chances that Shi Ju can survive? The director asked after careful consideration. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility, he added. Lin Tian replied, Director Shi, I lack a medical license. Are you certain you wish for me to enter the operating room? This is no trivial matter. He pointed out that the responsibilities would differ greatly between merely administering needles and actively participating in the surgery. Please, tell us your level of confidence, Director Shi urged. Lin Tian replied without hesitation. If I enter, I would have an 80 to 90% chance of success. I can compensate for the shortcomings of the doctors inside. Lin Tian, I implore you to save my uncle, Tang Yan cried. I have saved up quite a bit of pocket money. I will give it all to you. Shaolin, please save my husband, and rest assured. Even if something were to go awry, we would not hold you accountable, Tang Yan's aunt added quickly. Shaolin, during extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Should there be responsibility, it will rest solely on my shoulders as the director, Shi declared. At that moment, the operating room door swung open. Ms. Liu, we need your signature on a few documents, a doctor emerged. Tang Yan's aunt, whose surname was Liu, turned pale and asked, Doctor, is my husband's condition critical? What are the chances of a successful operation? The doctor hesitated. Director Shi urged, Speak frankly. Very well, Director. Ms. Liu, the situation is quite dire. We cannot ascertain the cause of the deterioration. The chances of a successful surgery may not exceed 30%, the doctor stated candidly, having witnessed similar situations before. Shaolin. Director Shi turned to Lin Tian. Where do I change clothes? Quickly, take Shaolin to change into sterile attire, he ordered. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian entered the operating room. Inside, the lead surgeon, Dr. Dong, was sweating profusely. With Tang Pingyuan's significant status, their failure to heed Lin Tian's warning had resulted in a second surgery, placing them at great risk should Tang Pingyuan not survive. Dr. Dong, the director has permitted me to assist. If you require help, please inform me. Otherwise, I will observe from the sidelines, Lin Tian stated. You are the young man who alerted us. We regret not listening to you. We urgently need your assistance. Lead surgeon Dong Renchong replied hastily. Lin Tian approached, placing his hand on Tang Pingyuan's pulse. He quickly assessed the situation without displaying any ostentation, methodically inserting several silver needles, with the final needle targeting the point of blockage in Tang Pingyuan's meridians. Gently manipulating the silver needles, a stream of internal energy surged into Tang Pingyuan's meridians, swiftly clearing the obstructions. The blood pressure is rising. The instruments indicated a rapid improvement in Tang Pingyuan's condition. I will assist in staunching the bleeding, Lin Tian said, inserting additional silver needles at the two major hemorrhaging sites, quickly reducing the blood loss. Dr. Dong, the next steps are in your hands. Lin Tian stepped back. Thank you. We will take it from here. Dr. Dong expressed his gratitude. With the critical issues resolved and the major bleeding controlled, the remaining challenges were mere trifles for Dr. Dong and his team. In less than half an hour, they completed the surgery. Young man, what about those silver needles? Dr. Dong inquired. Lin Tian smiled and replied, the silver needles can be removed now. Soon, he extracted the silver needles, and all vital signs returned to normal. Young man, could you take another look at Director Tang? Dr. Dong inquired. Lin Tian nodded and swiftly checked Tang Pingyuan's pulse again. Everything is fine. Director Tang will be able to get out of bed and walk within a week. Is it really that quick? Dr. Dong exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Director Tang is a martial artist. His recovery abilities far exceed those of an ordinary person who might require over half a month. I'll step outside now. Once the operating room lights dimmed, Lin Tian exited. Tang Yan hurriedly approached him. Lin Tian, how is my second uncle? Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. The surgery was a success. Doctors Dong and his team are exceptionally skilled. Your second uncle is no longer in critical condition. Another doctor emerged behind Lin Tian, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Lin Tian's words alleviated their burden of responsibility. Had they heeded Lin Tian's advice earlier, Tang Pingyuan wouldn't have needed a second surgery. Dr. Dong soon followed. Thanks to Dr. Lin, his acupuncture skills are remarkable. After just a few needles, the patient's vital signs returned to normal. Thank goodness Dr. Lin intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Dr. Dong expressed a hint of trepidation. Dr. Lin, may I inquire where you practice? Would you consider joining our hospital? Lin Tian shook his head. I am not a doctor. Dr. Dong was taken aback. Given Lin Tian's displayed expertise, it was astonishing that he was not a physician. Tang Pingyuan was then wheeled out, his complexion pale, yet stable. Lin Tian, thank you. I'll give you all my pocket money. Tang Yin expressed her gratitude. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. What would I do with your pocket money? As Tang Piyuan was pushed away, Luo Bingning giggled. Lin Tian, you've missed a golden opportunity. Tang Yin is quite wealthy. Her pocket money is at least 300,000. Lin Tian turned to Tang Yin. Will you return it? Of course, Tang Yin nodded. Lin Tian paused, then waved his hand. Just kidding. Keep your pocket money for yourself. I am a devoted person. I only accept support from one. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. Shaolin, thank you. I want to mention money. Our Tang family owes you a life. Aunt Tang, Yin said earnestly. Lin Tian quickly replied. Aunt Lu, you flatter me. I am Bingning's boyfriend, and your second uncle has also helped us. Shaolin, thank you. Have you ever considered becoming a doctor at our hospital? I could assist you in obtaining a medical license. Dean Shi grasped Lin Tian's hand. With his status, facilitating Lin Tian's certification would be effortless. Dean Shi, I am of average ability. I prefer not to join your esteemed hospital. Lin Tian declined. The thought of being a doctor, with its relentless demands, did not appeal to him. Just then, Lin Tian sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from a doctor in a white coat. A practitioner. Lin Tian squinted slightly, noting the man's steady stance, suggesting he was likely not an actual doctor. Chapter 49. I deserve better. Mr. Lin, I am Tan Jinghua, the director of the S-City Public Security Bureau. On behalf of the Bureau, I extend my gratitude for your assistance. As Dean Shi released Lin Tian's hand, another individual approached for a handshake. Lin Tian was somewhat astonished. The S-City Bureau held significant authority, and Tan Jinghua was a high-ranking official. Director Tan, was Deputy Director Tang targeted for retaliation? I noticed an unusual doctor earlier. His gait resembled that of a martial artist, and he headed toward the intensive care unit, Lin Tian warned. Tan Jinghua's expression shifted, as did Tang Yan's. Who is guarding there? Raise the alert immediately. You all follow me. He instructed urgently, having just saved Tang Pingyuan's life. Tan Jinghua could not afford to be negligent regarding Lin Tian's warning. They swiftly mobilized. Lin Tian, stay here, I will assist. Tang Yin insisted. Her martial prowess made her more than capable. I'll accompany you. They might not recognize me. Lin Tian stated, following closely, while Luo Bingning refrained from joining, aware that her skills were insufficient against real threats. Lin Tian, stay behind me, and don't act recklessly. You are just an ordinary person. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, Tang Yin cautioned softly. Can you throw knives? Lin Tian inquired. Tang Yin shook her head. Our Tang family has no connection to the legendary Tang sect. We do not practice knife throwing. Our expertise lies in swordsmanship, and we have decent footwork. Soon, they approached the intensive care unit where Tang Pingyuan was located. 2 armed police officers stood guard. Have you spotted the suspect? Tan Jinghua asked. Director, a doctor just descended the stairs over there. We did not leave our posts and could not ascertain his identity, one officer replied. Tang Yin dashed toward the stairwell, with Lin Tian closely behind, matching her speed. Stop. As they entered the stairwell, Tang Yin spotted a doctor. The chances of other doctors being present were slim. The figure turned swiftly, a menacing gun barrel aimed directly at Tang Yin. Watch out. Lin Tian quickly pulled Tang Yin aside. Bang. A deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet whizzing past where Tang Yin had just stood. Had Lin Tian not intervened, she might have been shot. The next moment, the assailant screamed in agony as Lin Tian struck him forcefully on the forehead with his phone. In that split second, Lin Tian did not utilize his inner strength, but his physical prowess was formidable, delivering a powerful blow. Die! Tang Yin, both shocked and furious, leaped down several steps and kicked the assailant fiercely in the chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the assailant suffered multiple fractures. Tang Yin showed no mercy. Had the assailant been weaker, she might have delivered a fatal kick. Crack! Not allowing the assailant a second shot, Tang Yin landed a punch on his wrist, shattering the bones in his forearm. Tang Yin, Lin Tian. Several police officers rushed into the stairwell, astonished by the scene. Lin Tian and Tang Yin were unharmed, while the assailant lay on the ground, battered. Tan Jinghua arrived shortly thereafter. Director, that's the one I saw. Lin Tian pointed to the assailant sprawled on the floor. Tan Jinghua inquired. He fired. Are you both all right? Lin Tian shook his head, while Tang Yin, still shaken, replied. Fortunately, Lin Tian pulled me away. Otherwise, I would have been hit. Tan Jinghua sighed in relief. That's good. Immediately informed the public, stating that it was the police firing warning shots at the assailant. The gunfire had been loud enough for many in the hospital to hear. Yes, Director. Tan Jinghua, somewhat irritated, remarked, Xiao Yin, Xiao Lin, you both acted impulsively. What if something happened to you? Xiao Yin, your second uncle is still on the hospital bed. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to him once he wakes? Tang Yin sheepishly replied, Uncle Tan, I'm fine, aren't I? Tan Jingguo retorted sternly, if it weren't for Xiao Lin, would you still be able to say that? He would have scolded you later. The assailant was swiftly taken away, with police handling the aftermath. Lin Tian, thank you. You saved my second uncle, and just saved me as well. Tang Yin expressed her gratitude. Lin Tian smiled. In light of my saving you, could you refrain from making comments about my relationship with Bingning in the future? Tang Yin shook her head. That is not fair. I am Bingning's close friend. She is exceptional, and I still feel you're not quite her match. Why not consider me instead? I may not be as outstanding as her, but since you saved my life, how about I become your girlfriend? Lin Tian paused. Not really. I believe I deserve someone better. To speak candidly, Tang Yin possesses a commendable beauty, though it becomes evidently lacking when compared to Luo Bingning. Tang Yin seems more suited to the role of a brother. Aren't you leaving? Lin Tian asked as he turned to depart. Tan Jinghua and the others had already taken their leave. Tang Yin, feeling awkward, remarked, I twisted my foot when I was kicked just now. You go ahead, I'll rest here for a bit. Lin Tian pulled out his phone. Remarkably, despite having struck the assailant's forehead and then falling to the ground, his phone remained unscathed. Truly, the reputation of Xiao Xiao was not unfounded. Bingning. We are in the stairwell by the intensive care unit. Lin Tian called Luo Bingning. Soon, Luo Bingning and Aunt Tang arrived. Tang Yin recounted the earlier events, and Luo Bingning and her aunt were equally shaken. They had initially thought it was the police firing, only to discover it was the assailant. Tang Yin had narrowly escaped being shot. Lin Tian, does Yin need treatment for her sprained foot? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. A bit of ice at home will suffice. She is a martial artist and will recover quickly. Xiao Lin, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You saved both old Tang and Xiao Yin and discovered the assailant, Aunt Tang said with immense appreciation. Had it not been for Lin Tian, Tang Pingyuan might have faced grave danger. Lin Tian had effectively saved 2 lives. Louis, it was merely a small effort on my part. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Aunt Tang solemnly stated, while it may be a small favor for you, it is a tremendous blessing for our family. Once old Tang is discharged, we shall come to express our gratitude. Lin Tian quickly took Luo Bingning away, unable to endure such excessive politeness. Outside the hospital, Luo Bingning's heartbeat gradually calmed. Lin Tian, why did you recklessly charge in after Yin? She is a martial artist, you are not. Please do not do this again. This time, we were fortunate, but if it happens again, I shall ignore you. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a knowing smile. Bingning, are you concerned for me? If something were to happen to me, would you weep? Stop talking nonsense. I'll hit you. Luo Bingning retorted. Her right hand held by Lin Tian, as her left aimed a playful punch at his chest. Lin Tian extended his right arm, pulling her into an embrace. Instantly, Luo Bingning's face flushed, her heart racing. A black iron treasure chest appeared above her head. Chapter 50. Bingning, I possess a system. Lin Tian, let me go? Luo Bingning said weakly, her heart racing as she wondered if Lin Tian might kiss her, though her feelings for him had deepened. She was not yet prepared for such a step. Lin Tian leaned in slightly, his forehead brushing against the black iron chest, which vanished in an instant. Ding. The black iron chest has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level firearms shooting skills. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, a flood of information pouring in, encompassing a vast array of knowledge about firearms, both domestic and international, along with practical experience. Soon, his shooting skills would reach a master level, perhaps even a top-tier level. The marksmanship of a military king likely aligns with such mastery. While there are many military kings in Huagua, the number of true masters is exceedingly rare. It is improbable that they all attain such shooting prowess. The FN-57 pistol, using 5.7mm ammunition, with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds and an initial velocity of 650 meters per second, is reputed to penetrate standard bulletproof vests, earning the title of police killer. Lin Tian recalled the pistol used by the assailant earlier, pleased to have gained shooting capabilities. Lin Tian, do not act recklessly, or I will ignore you, Luo Bingning warned. Her face deeply flushed as she pushed against him, though her efforts were futile. Although she practiced martial arts, she had not reached the level of full strength and could not hope to move Lin Tian. Bingning, I only wanted to give you a hug. Where did your mind wander? Lin Tian chuckled as he released her. At this moment, had he leaned down to kiss Luo Bingning, perhaps she would not have resisted. But he deemed it unnecessary to rush things. They had only known each other for a little over a week. The timing was not right. Moreover, Lin Tian sensed that Luo Bingning's emotional tension increased the likelihood of treasure chests appearing, and kissing her might diminish that chance. You scoundrel, no more hugs in the future. Luo Bingning pouted playfully. Let us head home. Lin Tian laughed, dismissing her ban on hugs. They had already embraced several times. And what harm could there be in hugging again? Such things become familiar with repetition. Okay, Luo Bingning nodded. Both returned to their respective cars and drove home. Upon arriving, Luo Bingning checked her reflection in the mirror, noticing a lingering blush on her cheeks. What a rascal, with so many people around at the hospital entrance. She mused to herself. Half an hour later, they were home, and the hour was late. They had spent considerable time waiting outside the emergency room, delaying their evening training. However, obtaining a treasure chest at the hospital made it worthwhile. In addition to the chest, Lin Tian had also made other gains. He had added several contacts on WeChat, including Dean Shi and Director Tan. He had rendered significant assistance to them today. Had he not intervened, Tang Pingyuan would have faced death, and Dean Shi, as the hospital director, would have encountered difficulties, particularly Director Tan, who would bear considerable responsibility if the assailant had succeeded in killing Tang Pingyuan within the hospital. Lin Tian, where did you learn your ancient medical skills? Luo Bingning asked curiously. Lin Tian had diagnosed Yao Hong's lung cancer, healed Su Hu and others, and saved Wen Tang Pingyuan today, indicating his medical prowess was indeed formidable. One instance might be coincidence, but the accumulation of such events suggested a deeper expertise. Once, a wandering Taoist passed through our village, Lin Tian began, but was interrupted by Luo Bingning, who retorted, Lin Tian, is that excuse a bit too far-fetched? Lin Tian raised his hands in surrender. It seems I cannot deceive you. I confess, I possess a system, and it is the system that grants me these abilities. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. Your reasoning is even less convincing than the previous one. Lin Tian shook his head inwardly, realizing that in this day and age, speaking the truth often garnered disbelief. His skills were indeed bestowed upon him by the system, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. You should get to bed early, he suggested as Luo Bingning retreated to her room. If she were to end up with Lin Tian in the future, his medical prowess would be of little concern. After all, he would be her husband. But should they divorce, that would matter even less. Director Tan, the interrogation results are in. The assailant is named Yu Quansu, a drug criminal from the Black Triangle region. 3 years ago, Deputy Director Tang killed his brother during a drug bust. Prior to his attack, he was unarmed, intending to run down Deputy Director Tang, but upon finding him unharmed, he infiltrated the hospital for a second attempt. He is responsible for the deaths of over a dozen individuals, including 2 of our border soldiers. A call came through to Tanjingwa with this report. Yu Quansu has several broken bones, but the interrogation must proceed immediately to prevent any accomplices from being uncovered. Contact Deputy Director Tang's former unit to inform them of the outcome. They may also be searching for Yu Quansu. Tanjingwa spoke in a grave tone. Understood, Director. He hung up the phone. Old Tan, what brings you to call at such a late hour? Tanjingwa's partner was awakened, still in a daze. Tanjingwa chuckled. Wasn't Deputy Director Tang attacked? The assailants have been captured, and they are quite significant. Today, I also met an intriguing young man. His partner inquired. To elicit such praise from you, he must be remarkable. Is he male or female? If he is a man, perhaps you could introduce him to our daughter? Are you that worried she might not find a match? Tanjingwa retorted. Besides, Shaolin already has a girlfriend, and she's from the wealthy Luo family. Which Luo family? She asked. Which else could it be? The richest one, of course. Luo Renjia has a wonderful daughter, but unfortunately no son. However, a good son-in-law isn't too shabby. Tanjingwa replied. His partner was astonished. Bingning has a boyfriend? I used to hold her as a child. She was so adorable then. After Luo Renjia ventured into business and you into politics, our families have drifted apart. Why not invite them over for dinner one day? With all your flattery, you must owe them a favor. Tanjingwa laughed. All right, let's host them for a meal another day. I do owe Shaolin a favor. Deputy Director Tang owes him even more. If it weren't for Shaolin today, we could have dined at Deputy Director Tang's. His partner responded, that's inappropriate. Deputy Director Tang is still in intensive care. Can't you say something positive? Well, saying that indicates his risk is minimal. Tanjingwa chuckled, feeling a weight lift from his heart, finally able to sleep soundly. Chapter 51. Is Master Lin a Grandmaster? Waiting for Master Lin to falter. I suspect the 2 Masters Lin are not the same individual. Wearing masks is merely a ruse to mislead us into believing they are identical. A dual master is more likely to attract followers. Our compatriots have a penchant for deception. We ought to learn from Europe, America, and the East in this regard. The following morning, after his training, Lin Tian opened the Huayin app and frowned at the numerous critical comments in the discussion section. Some critiques were reasonable, while others were blatant attempts to tarnish his reputation. If it were merely slander, Lin Tian wouldn't be too upset, but some of the bizarre reflections made him feel nauseated. Some individuals had knelt for too long. leaving them unable to rise. Lin Tian, breakfast is in the steamer, called out from the other room. As he emerged, Lin Tian noticed a note on the mirror at the washstand. Did not train last night. This morning Lin Tian completed an additional cycle. Luo Bingning has already gone to work. No husband mentioned. Poor rating. Lin Tian murmured. After breakfast, he hurried to his studio. The shop he had purchased now serving as his workspace within the Sihyuan of the capital. Old Shun, Master Lin has quite a following, Liang Xindao remarked with a sip of tea, as they observed a large screen displaying Lin Tian's live stream, currently in a black screen state, yet showing over 100,000 viewers. The stream was buzzing with activity as many fans showered gifts. Old Shun asked if you were certain of Master Lin's Guqin skills in his youth. Would you fully support him? Liang Xindao nodded slightly. If he truly possesses such talent, I would support him. Old Shun smiled and inquired why. Liang Xindao pondered. In recent years, our country's economic growth has been rapid, yet our cultural development lags behind. If he has top-tier Guqin skills, he could become a leading figure in the realm of ancient music. Old Shun gave a thumbs up, spot on. Knowing this, you should understand why I support him. As do President Ouyang and others. We still need confirmation on the Guqin, but we've already verified his Erhu skills. Unfortunately, this time Master Lin is focusing solely on the Guqin. Old Shun shook his head in disappointment, expressing his personal preference for the Erhu. Suddenly, the live stream displayed visuals, and the viewer count skyrocketed as many rushed into Lin Tian's broadcast. Compared to the Erhu, the Guqin had a broader audience. The last time Lin Tian streamed, he had 5 million followers. Now, he boasted 17 million, having signed an SS-grade contract with Huayin, which significantly bolstered their support. Old Liang, I'll send some gifts to show my support. If he is found to be fraudulent, I'll join you in condemning him. Old Shun chuckled. Having learned how to send gifts, Fan Old Mischievous sent 100 super rockets. Rockets soared into the sky. Each super rocket cost 1,000 yuan, totaling 100,000 for 100 rockets. Master Lin, many are questioning if you have switched identities. Could you perform a piece to verify your identity? Old Shun messaged, his words bold and prominent in the chat. Supportive comments flooded in from viewers, many of whom were Lin Tian's Erhu fans, eager for validation. Lin Tian smiled. Everyone, today's focus is on the Guqin, but since you all support me, I'll play a piece first. Don't worry, the Guqin segment will last 2 full hours. He remained on screen, reaching for the Erhu beside him, a piece called Galloping Horses for Everyone. Soon, Lin Tian began to play, the spirited music resonating through the air. Listening to Master Lin play the Erhu is truly a delight, one viewer remarked. The Erhu and Guqin are indeed different. I almost fell asleep listening to an old man play in the park yesterday. Many comments appeared, but more listeners paid close attention. Before long, the piece concluded. Fan Old Mischievous sent 100 spaceships. Countless viewers were astonished. A spaceship was the most expensive gift at 888 yuan each, and he had sent out 100. Old Shun, Liang Xindao was taken aback. Old Shun chuckled. Being an old man, I skipped the slow approach and sent them all at once. Now I can watch the stream in peace. Lin Tian, who usually didn't express gratitude, made an exception to thank Old Mischievous for the gifts. 100 spaceships, plus 100 super rockets, amounted to nearly 3 million yuan. If he were a female streamer, she would likely have received a delivery order at lightning speed. Everyone, please enjoy the music. I will play with dedication. If you have any specific requests, let me know. The first piece was Guangling San. Lin Tian played the renowned Guqin piece with effortless grace, the melodious tones resonating clearly in the ears of the audience, showcasing his extraordinary mastery. I cannot compare to Master Lin. Those who doubted his Guqin prowess were silenced. After the performance, several certified Guqin masters commented in the chat. Old Liang, what do you think? Although your Guqin skills are lacking, your appreciation level should be impeccable, Old Shun inquired. Liang Xindao appeared puzzled. Old Shun, Master Lin's performance reminded me of Master Su's style. Is Master Lin at the level of a Guqin Grandmaster? That seems unlikely. Old Shun shook his head. From his technique, it's evident Lin Tian is quite young. A duel master is already remarkable. Could he really be a Grandmaster in Guqin? Liang Xindao decided to call Master Su to watch the live stream. He dialed the number, and soon, an elderly voice answered, filled with excitement. Brother Liang, what brings you to call? Master Su, there is a young man live streaming the Guqin. I see a hint of your demeanor in him. Would you like to take a look? Liang Xindao inquired. On the other end of the line, Su Guchang laughed heartily. Brother Liang, are you referring to Xiaolin? I'm currently watching his live stream. Master Su, is Master Lin a top-tier master? Su Guchang pondered for a few seconds and replied, Brother Liang, he is not merely a top-tier master. If I am not mistaken, he should already be a Grandmaster. Liang Xiandao's eyes widened in astonishment. Master Su, are you certain? Quite likely. Brother Liang, keep this to yourself. He is still young, and such a promising talent must not be squandered. Su Guchang cautioned. After hanging up, Liang Xiandao remained in disbelief. Old Liang, why do you look as if you've seen a ghost? Old Shen asked. Liang Xianda took a deep breath. Master Su indicated that he has likely reached Grandmaster status. Chapter 52. The audience in the live stream stunned. Old Shen stared blankly at Liang Xianda. After a while, Old Shen exhaled. If he truly is a Grandmaster, his future is limitless. He is very likely to become a dual-title Grandmaster. Liang Xianda shook his head, perhaps even more than that. Let us not forget that he excels in martial arts. He may very well be a martial arts master. Old Shen's eyes brightened. I had forgotten about that. He was quite poor before, unable to afford even a decent Erhu. It seems he has only begun to reveal his strength and earn money after reaching martial arts mastery. Such caution, wearing a mask, is quite prudent. Old Shen and Liang Xiandao exchanged smiles, pleased to observe that Master Lin's discretion should ensure a long life. Old Liang, shall we contribute some gifts? Old Shen chuckled. For this is a potential 3-title Grandmaster. It is not an exaggeration to say that he may be invited to grand events that we could not attend. Liang Xiandao nodded. This is highly probable. For instance, when top foreign figures visit, they might not even bat an eye at sums in the hundreds of millions. A 3-title Grandmaster is a different story. If the nation invites Master Lin to perform a piece, it signifies China's respect for them. Fan Old Liang sends out 100 spaceships. Liang Xianda quickly recharged and sent gifts. Upon witnessing this, many viewers in the live stream were left speechless. Incredible. 2 devoted fans just gifted 5 to 6 million. Is this real? Are the wealthy merely returning the favor, while the less affluent receive a mere fraction? For those upstairs, allow me to introduce. The one who just gifted is the chairman of Liang's group, with a net worth exceeding 50 million. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. Old Shen glanced at Liang Xianda. Old Liang, you are quite shrewd. By using this account to send gifts, you've publicly displayed your prestige while also promoting yourself. Liang Xianda's generosity might even land him on trending topics. The advertising effect could very well exceed 2 or 3 million. I never intended such things. This is my only account, Liang Xianda shrugged, adding, besides, what advertisement am I running? I am merely a semi-retired old man. I can't be bothered to discuss this. Let us listen to the music. Old Shen reclined leisurely. At Huayin headquarters, Zhang Han arrived at the office of Director Fang Zhengming. Director, in less than half an hour since the start, Master Lin's gifts have already reached 7 million. It may even surpass 10 million, Zhang Han exclaimed excitedly. He could scarcely believe it. While top streamers can earn millions in merchandise sales, generating millions through gifts is exceedingly rare. They were well aware that Lin Tian's gifts did not originate from himself. Chairman Liang and the others likely contributed in one go, without such super-rich fans. Reaching 10 million seems improbable. 8 million, however, poses no issue. Fang Zhengming remarked, expressing his astonishment, even after accounting for the gifts from the 2 wealthy fans. The remainder of Lin Tian's gifts is substantial. Director, I believe 10 million is possible. With Master Lin's Guqin and Erhu confirmed at the top-tier master level. Could one of them achieve Grandmaster status? If both attain it, and he even becomes a Martial Arts Grandmaster, Zhang Han speculated. Fang Zhengming inhaled deeply. Are you suggesting that some individuals, recognizing this, might choose to gift him in hopes of cultivating good fortune? Zhang Han nodded. I believe there is indeed such potential. Fang Zhengming pondered for a moment. I will speak with the higher-ups to see if we can provide Master Lin with additional promotional support. Director, you are busy. Bingning, have you watched the live stream? Master Lin is incredible. His Guqin skills are indeed at the top master level. Tang Yin excitedly called Luo Bingning. Not yet. I was just occupied. If you are free now, I highly recommend you take a look. After hanging up, Luo Bingning quickly entered the live stream. She now had some leisure time. How delightful. The top master is indeed impressive. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled. She has a fondness for music and possesses a decent appreciation for Guqin. Wait, Luo Bingning focused on Master Lin's hands in the live stream, feeling a strange resemblance between Master Lin's hands and Lin Tian's. Why am I thinking of that fellow again? Luo Bingning shook her head. While Lin Tian's Guqin skills are commendable, the difference compared to Master Lin's effortless performance in the live stream is stark. Regrettably, I lack the funds, otherwise. Such a performance deserves a reward, Luo Bingning mused. As time passed, Huayin provided more traffic, and numerous wealthy fans surfaced in the live stream. Though these fans lacked the wealth of Old Shun and others, several still gifted amounts of 80,000 or 100,000. As the 2-hour Guqin performance neared its conclusion, the total gifts astonishingly surpassed 9 million. Master Lin, What about your extraordinary skill? Master Lin, could you showcase something extraordinary today? Countless bullet comments erupted. Many viewers were drawn to this, fans of both Erhu and Guqin eagerly anticipating Lin Tian's special performance. Lin Tian glanced at his audience, realizing he had nearly 18 million followers. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who have not yet followed, please do so. I will present a special performance. To the one who said they would bear my child, thank you. The host is a married man. Lin Tian chuckled. With his reminder, those who had yet to follow quickly did so, and within a minute, his follower count surged by 300,000, reaching a total of 18 million, a commendable figure. Allow me to demonstrate a sonic attack, Lin Tian announced, and instantly, the screen filled with question marks. What the heck, Master Lin? Are you referring to the sonic attack from Stephen Chow's movie? Is it real? Viewers in the live stream went wild. If Lin Tian truly unveils such a skill, it would be utterly astonishing. Lin Tian smiled and said, "It is indeed a sonic attack, though not as powerful. Let us enjoy the spectacle together." Lin Tian bent down to lift a thick wooden plank, slightly over an inch thick, larger than the plates used at home. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a wooden plank. Let us listen to its sound. Lin Tian struck it with a steel rod, leaving only a few small dents. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin shortly. Lin Tian grinned. He then stood and hung the plank on a wall 5 meters away. Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely. Lin Tian seated himself, smiling. He had acquired comprehensive martial arts skills, including sonic attacks. Hundreds of thousands of spectators widened their eyes, fixated on their screens. Ding! Lin Tian plucked a string, and an imperceptible sonic attack erupted. Bang! A loud crack resonated. The wooden plank, perfectly intact, suddenly bore a deep gash measuring 3 to 4 inches in length. What the heck? What just happened? Honey, come quickly and see the miracle. Many viewers were on the verge of disbelief. The plank remained unscathed, untouched by any other attack. Yet inexplicably, it bore a deep cut. This time, Lin Tian swiftly plucked 2 strings. Bang bang. 2 new knife marks appeared prominently on the wooden board. One more time. Lin Tian spoke as he extended his hand forward, plucking all 7 strings simultaneously, unleashing 7 invisible attacks that struck the wooden board with ferocity. The board, over an inch thick, shattered into countless splinters. Family, this is rather dangerous. I advise against following the trend. Today's live stream ends here. Chapter 53, confirmed, a triple master. He truly cares for us. I am overwhelmed with emotion. I would like to follow the trend, but at what cost? Master Lin. Everyone, just make do and watch. If you think I am deceived, how can such a thick board be obliterated and still be considered making do? Lin Tian ended the stream, and the screen turned black. However, the majority of the viewers remained, the chat flooded with messages, and an avalanche of gifts poured in. 905, 906, 907, 1 million. Zhang Han watched the live stream with excitement. Initially, the donations had stagnated, but Lin Tian's astonishing move had shattered their defenses. Striking a wooden board over an inch thick with sound waves from 4 to 5 meters away, Zhang Han sensed that Lin Tian was about to trend on social media. Yet, this wave of actions was genuinely beyond the reach of most to emulate. As netizens commented, follow the trend with your life? Even a martial arts master might not possess the skills to play the Guqin or utilize sound attacks. Hey, you seem overly excited. As if this is a reward for you. Someone beside Zhang Han chuckled. Zhang Han shot a glance at the person. We discovered Master Lin first. The further he goes, the greater our rewards will be. You seem to have given up on your reward this year, the other teased back. All right, I was wrong, the person quickly conceded. Zhang Han replied, keep a close watch. Don't let anyone cause trouble in Master Lin's live stream. Anyone who dares will receive a one-way ticket home. Serious matters should be reported for account suspension. In the southwest of Huagua, a young man dressed in martial arts attire asked, Dad, is Master Lin's performance genuine or fabricated? A middle-aged man who had just finished watching Lin Tian's stream glanced at his son and replied, if it were you, a top master of the Guqin and Erhu, would you resort to deceit? No, the young man shook his head. Why would I tarnish my reputation? The middle-aged man continued, then that settles it. If you don't, do you think Master Lin possesses less intelligence than you? The young man chuckled awkwardly. Dad, my intelligence isn't inherited from you. The middle-aged man looked around. Where's the stick? Dad, I was wrong. You're a martial arts master. I want your professional opinion on whether Master Lin has reached the level of a master in martial arts. The young man quickly admitted his fault and changed the subject. Isn't that obvious? One only begins to cultivate inner strength during the mid-stage of dark energy. He can project inner strength through the Guqin, which undoubtedly indicates he has reached the level of a martial arts master. He appears quite at ease, suggesting he may not merely be at the initial level. His chances of becoming a martial arts grandmaster in the future are quite high. The middle-aged man said solemnly, with a hint of envy in his eyes. At 52, he had reached the level of a martial arts master, commendable nationwide, but he had no hope of ever becoming a grandmaster. Dad, grandmasters are like the immortal figures in TV dramas, like Zhang Sanfeng. Does Master Lin truly have a chance of becoming one? The young man asked, incredulous. The middle-aged man nodded. If he were in his 30s, he indeed has the potential to become a grandmaster, but reaching the heights of Zhang Sanfeng is challenging. There are distinctions even among grandmasters. Why not reward him a little? Who knows? He might impart some wisdom in the future. The young man cleared his throat. Next time. He has already ended the stream, and even though I can still donate during this blackout, it would be like wearing fine clothes in the night. Can he see the back end? He should be able to. Then it's settled. Better early than late. The young man hurriedly donated 100 super rockets, amounting to a total of 100,000 yuan, which he could afford. His family belonged to a martial arts clan. His father and grandfather practiced martial arts. Though they could not compare with top business families, their family assets were substantial. Knowing that Master Lin might be a martial arts master, many martial artists watching the live stream in Huagua made donations, believing that if Master Lin truly became a grandmaster in the future, it would be wise to establish a good relationship with him, as guidance from a grandmaster is a rare opportunity. Currently, there were no known grandmasters in the martial arts community of Huagua. Whether there were any hidden grandmasters was unknown. If Master Lin became a grandmaster, he might be the only publicly recognized one. After reaching a certain level in martial arts, the path forward becomes unclear even to martial arts masters. They require guidance. Dad, do you think Master Lin has a grandmaster behind him? He is relatively young. If he lacks a formidable mentor, is it conceivable that he self-taught himself to become a martial arts master by his 30s? The young man pondered. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, you finally considered that. If he does have a martial arts grandmaster supporting him, his significance increases. The young man remarked, but he dressed quite modestly at the beginning of his stream. If he had a grandmaster's backing, his living conditions shouldn't be so humble. The middle-aged man said seriously, to progress in martial arts, one must control material desires. Being indulgent leads to stagnation, much like yourself. The young man responded. The middle-aged man contemplated, with sheer self-control. He might not be able to showcase his abilities by 30. There may indeed be a grandmaster behind him, even if not. His father or mentor must be an accomplished martial arts master. Remember, we can only befriend Master Lin, never offend him. The young man scoffed. Dad, I'm not foolish. He is already a triple master. How could I offend him and expect to get by later? He may become a grandmaster in more than one discipline. A dual discipline grandmaster? You'll have to greet him respectfully in the future. The middle-aged man nodded. Even if he only becomes a grandmaster in one discipline, I must respectfully address him as Master Lin when we meet. All right, you've rested long enough. Go practice. Until you reach the dark energy level, you're not allowed to wander aimlessly. The young man was taken aback. He had perfected the bright energy stage. But heaven knows when he would attain the dark energy level. The days ahead would be arduous. Donations reached 1,180,000. The fan count soared to 19,300,000. The live stream concluded entirely, and Lin Tian could hardly believe that he had received over 11 million in donations during one session. Of this sum, he would receive 70%. However, this 70% was not entirely his own. Huayin would deduct 20% as tax. Given his considerable earnings, he would inevitably have to pay additional taxes during the year-end settlement. After accounting for the tax adjustments, he would likely pocket about half of the donations, which was still a substantial amount. Lin Tian had no desire to evade taxes like certain celebrities. Adding this to his previous earnings, it amounted to quite a fortune. Lin Tian mused silently. The backend displayed that the total gift amount had reached 16 million, allowing him to withdraw 70% next month. Master Lin's live stream showcases astonishing skills once more. Shocking. Master Lin breaks through 10 million in donations during a single live stream. Confirmed. Master Lin is a master in Guqin, Erhu, and martial arts. Soon, several pieces of news about Lin Tian surged onto the trending topics of social media. Such developments naturally drew many netizens to click and watch. Striking a wooden board with sound waves from 4 to 5 meters away. I swear, if I had known Master Lin would showcase such incredible skills, I would have called in sick to work. A triple master, how impressive. The trending topics in various groups fervently shared related videos, and Lin Tian's popularity skyrocketed. Under these circumstances, his fan count easily surpassed 20 million. And the number of likes and comments on his previous videos surged. Many also rushed to appreciate his earlier posts. Fortunately, Huayin has meticulously concealed Lin Tian's information, otherwise, amidst such fervent interest, his details would undoubtedly have been exposed. Who is Master Lin? Before long, a new trending topic surged to the forefront. On Weibo, amidst 10 trending topics, Lin Tian occupied 4. It is astonishing. Some celebrities purchase traffic in hopes of trending, only to be forcefully overshadowed by Lin Tian in no time. What does having 20 million fans amount to? Merely a social media influencer. With a mask on, it is likely that his appearance could deter quite a few followers. Some stars feel a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 54. Grandpa Luo Bingning has arrived. Regardless of what is said online, how many trending topics have emerged, or how many fans have increased, Lin Tian remained indifferent, dismissing it all after his live stream. For him, nothing was more significant than searching for treasure chests. He pondered whether to continue his quest for treasure chests after filming the necessary videos. He arrived at a bustling district in S City. Driving around for 2 to 3 hours, he encountered tens of thousands of people, yet not a single treasure chest was in sight. Perhaps he should explore a university campus tomorrow. The following day, he could wait at the busiest subway station. Moreover, there was Disney. The daily foot traffic there was considerable, and he could check if any treasure chests awaited him near the entrance. Lin Tian mused. If he still could not find any treasure chests, he would have no choice but to focus entirely on reaping benefits from Luo Bingning. Ding. His phone rang. It was a call from Luo Bingning. After pulling over, he answered. Lin Tian, do you have time? Could you pick someone up from the airport? I have an extremely important meeting and cannot leave. Luo Bingning said apologetically. Lin Tian chuckled. Did I not mention that I run a business with flexible hours? Who am I picking up? My grandfather. He purchased a ticket to S City without informing my father. He likely wishes to meet you. Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian felt a slight pang in his heart. Grandpa Luo Bingning? While he had always supported their relationship, his backing was somewhat influenced by past events. Now that they were genuinely married, Grandpa Luo might even have regrets. Bingning, does your grandfather not have bodyguards? Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. Luo Bingning replied. Typically, he would have bodyguards accompany him, but this time he left quietly, intentionally avoiding them. Although his health has declined, if he wishes to evade them, the bodyguards would be powerless. Do not worry. Grandpa is very supportive of our marriage, she reassured. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Bingning, are you not worried? If we truly marry, your grandfather might just regret it. What do I have to worry about? I will send you the flight information. Please pick up Grandpa, and I will finish my meeting early so we can have dinner at home. Luo Bingning quickly concluded before hanging up. After the call, she felt a momentary daze. Would her grandfather truly have regrets now that they were married? She did not wish to divorce Lin Tian, at least not before 3 years had passed. Surely, her grandfather was merely coming to see how they were faring and to check if she was being mistreated, she thought. Soon, she sent the flight details to Lin Tian, who drove to the airport, arriving just as the flight was about to land. Sigh. As the plane touched down, Luo Bingning's grandfather, Luo Yongqian, let out a slight sigh. His expression complex. Years ago, he had arranged a marriage contract between the younger generations with Lin Tian's grandfather, and subsequent events left him feeling indebted to the Lin family. Thus, he insisted on Luo Bingning marrying Lin Tian. However, now that they were genuinely wed and living together, he had often suffered from insomnia over the past week. Luo Bingning was his precious granddaughter. What would he do if she was unhappy in her marriage? While Lin Tian seemed ordinary, he was a good lad. He hoped there were no conflicts between them. Luo Yongqian mumbled to himself as he disembarked and traversed the airport to the exit. The moment Lin Tian spotted him, he recognized Luo Yongqian, as Luo Bingning had sent his photograph. Grandpa Luo, I am Lin Tian, he approached. Luo Yongqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Tian in disbelief. He had Lin Tian's information and photo, and while Lin Tian's height matched the description, his appearance was markedly different from the pictures he had received. Lin Tian had previously been somewhat handsome, but now he radiated undeniable charm. Young Lin, where is Bingning? Luo Yongqian suppressed his astonishment. Lin Tian smiled. Bingning is tied up with an important meeting. She asked me to come and pick you up. Once she finishes, we can return home for dinner. All right, Luo Yongqian nodded. Lin Tian led him to the parking lot. Young Lin, how are your driving skills? It would be best to drive a bit faster. My movements may have been compromised, and there are eyes watching us. Upon entering the vehicle, Luo Yongqian frowned. Lin Tian was astonished. Indeed, Luo Yongqian was a seasoned scout, having detected the potential surveillance. Grandpa Luo, times have changed. Nowadays, smartphones act as tracking devices, and purchasing plane tickets can easily expose information to hackers, Lin Tian explained as he started the car. I was careless, Luo Yongqian acknowledged. You must try to lose the pursuers. If we cannot shake them off, we should find a hotel to stay in. Grandpa Luo, as long as you do not get car sick, we shall be fine. Lin Tian pressed the accelerator, and the car sped out, with another vehicle closely trailing them from the parking lot. Boom. It was a little past 5, and traffic was slightly heavier, but Lin Tian accelerated, weaving swiftly through the congested streets. To his relief, their pursuers soon gave up the chase. Young Lin, your driving skills are impressive. How long have you been driving? Luo Yongqian inquired, intrigued. The information he had did not include this detail. Lin Tian chuckled. Grandpa Luo, I have not been driving for long. I purchased this car just a week ago. My driving experience is only 1 week. Luo Yongqian silently gripped the armrest beside him. Grandpa Luo, do you think the individuals following you intended to kidnap you? Their audacity is astonishing. Luo Yongqian shook his head slightly. Most likely not. It is hard to say. The business world is fraught with chaos. Such matters are best avoided. With hundreds of billions in assets, it was inevitable that predators would lurk. Young Lin, you and Bingning have been married for over a week. How does it feel? Have you two encountered any disputes? Lin Tian smiled. Bingning and I are doing well. Grandpa Luo, you should take bodyguards with you when you go out. Better safe than sorry. Indeed, Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. I have been retired for years. I never imagined someone would still be keeping tabs on this old man, trying to extract secrets from me. Young Lin, you may slow down a bit now. Lin Tian eased off the accelerator, and Luo Yongqian exhaled in relief. Young Lin, how are your parents faring? Please have your father refrain from being as stubborn as your grandfather. Luo Yongqian expressed, somewhat helplessly. Lin Tian smiled, recalling how his grandfather had once wanted to assist Lin Tian's parents, but his father had declined, refusing both the money and the job offer. Grandpa Luo, I cannot advise him on that. Perhaps Bingning can persuade him later. It should yield good results. Luo Yongqian sighed. Your father and your grandfather are both quite obstinate. When your grandfather passed, I was unwell and unable to attend. I sent a $5 million check as condolences, but he outright refused it. Chapter 55. The shock of Luo Yongqian. Lin Tian was somewhat taken aback, unaware that such events had transpired. Surprisingly, his father did not succumb to such wealth. Few can resist the allure of such a substantial sum of money. Had his father accepted it, it is likely that the engagement between him and Luo Bingning would never have occurred, and he would not have had the opportunity to unlock the treasure chest. Xiaolin, has Bingning mentioned the 3-year marriage period to you? Luo Yongqian inquired. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Yes, she mentioned it from the very beginning. Luo Yongqian pondered. Xiaolin, if you both have mutual affection, Grandpa Luo will fully support you. However, if your feelings are not that strong, you could end things a year early. And Grandpa Luo would give you 10 million. Lin Tian shook his head. Luo Yongqian frowned slightly. Lin Tian continued. Grandpa Luo, I do have feelings for Bingning, but if she believes we are not suitable, she is free to divorce at any time. I do not wish to take the money. Luo Yongqian was taken aback and sighed helplessly. I just said that your grandfather and your father are both stubborn. It seems you are the same. If you truly are not suited for each other, leaving a year or two earlier with a couple of million would significantly improve your life with your parents. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Grandpa Luo, I can earn my own money. Your grandfather said the same back in the day, and so did your father. When I once offered your grandfather $1 million, he nearly struck me with a carrying pole. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. A look of bittersweet nostalgia crossed Luo Yongqian's face. Lin Tian chuckled. Grandpa Luo, I am quite different from my grandfather and father. If Bingning and I end up together, I would happily enjoy the benefits of her support. Just let me be. Luo Yongqian found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he said, Xiaolin, how do you view Bingning's parents' opposition to your relationship? Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. It's quite normal. As parents, they naturally wish for their daughter to marry well. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. It is good that you think this way. Just ensure that your relationship does not disturb family harmony. Focus on driving. I will take a nap for a bit. Over an hour later, Lin Tian drove back to the community, and as he and Luo Yongqian entered the house, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Grandpa! Luo Bingning exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Luo Yongqian. As the only child of the Luo family's 3rd generation, she was undoubtedly the apple of Luo Yongqian's eye, who had doted on her since childhood. Xiaoning, Luo Yongqian smiled broadly. Despite his frail health, making the journey alone had been quite taxing. But seeing Luo Bingning made him feel less tired. Dear, you've worked hard, she said to Lin Tian with a bright smile. Luo Yongqian felt a twinge of discomfort. Luo Bingning was so affectionate toward Lin Tian and did not appear to be awkward at all. It was merely a matter of picking up Grandpa, nothing strenuous. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Luo Bingning giggled. Then quickly wash your hands and let us eat. Soon, the three sat at the dining table. Luo Bingning had prepared 5 dishes, making for a rather sumptuous meal. Bingning, is something missing? Luo Yongqian coughed lightly. Luo Bingning playfully retorted, Grandpa. Are you referring to the lack of wine? My parents specifically called to remind me not to let you drink. Luo Yongqian sighed in resignation. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning. Why don't you fetch a bottle of wine? I'll drink a couple of glasses with Grandpa. Oh, all right, she complied, getting up to retrieve the wine. Luo Yongqian's eyes widened in surprise. How was it that Lin Tian's words seemed more effective than his own? Bingning. It seems my years of affection have been in vain. You've only been married for less than 2 weeks, yet you listen to Lin Tian more than me, he said with a hint of grievance. Luo Bingning replied impatiently. Grandpa, are you going to drink or not? Of course I will. Luo Yongqian quickly responded. Though he was not fond of drinking, he enjoyed having a glass or two at home with his son and daughter-in-law. Luo Bingning soon poured wine for both Luo Yongqian and Lin Tian. Grandpa, do you know why I listen to Lin Tian? He is highly skilled in medicine. If he says he will drink with you, I trust him, she smiled. Luo Yongqian looked astonished. Lin Tian, you are quite skilled in medicine? Somewhat knowledgeable, Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. Grandpa Luo, I toast to you. I will drink, and you may proceed at your leisure. Just don't drink too quickly. With that, he downed his glass in one go. The cup was small, containing only a little over a shot of liquor. Luo Yongqian took a small sip. Xiaolin, your medical knowledge must extend beyond mere basics. The family's health doctor is quite skilled, yet it seems Bingning trusts you more, Luo Yongqian remarked thoughtfully. Grandpa, don't listen to Lin Tian's false modesty. He is far more capable than even the experts in large hospitals. If you hadn't come, I was planning to fly to the capital with Lin Tian, Luo Bingning asserted. Luo Yongqian was even more astonished. Lin Tian's medical skills surpassed those of the experts? Lin Tian, how is my grandfather's health? Luo Bingning turned to him with concern. Lin Tian smiled. I have yet to take Grandpa Luo's pulse, but from his breathing and complexion, there don't seem to be any major issues. We can discuss this further after dinner. Luo Bingning nodded, relieved. Grandpa, try this, Lin Tian urged, serving food to Luo Yongqian. After the meal, Luo Yongqian found it peculiar how, in just over a week, Luo Bingning had warmed up to Lin Tian so much. Did they perhaps become intimate? Such a progression is common between couples. Grandpa, please sit still. I will take your pulse, Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Yongqian cleared his throat. Xiaolin, I have only had 3 shots, while you just downed 7. Let us wait until tomorrow. Beside them, Luo Bingning laughed. Grandpa, rest assured. Lin Tian has a high tolerance. He could drink 3 to 4 gin without issue. 7 shots should not affect him at all. Luo Yongqian clicked his tongue in amazement. What a capacity Lin Tian has. Xiaolin, I must trouble you then. He extended his hand. Lin Tian placed his fingers on Luo Yongqian's pulse and withdrew them after a brief half-minute. Grandpa Luo, you suffered an injury in your youth, and that old ailment has left you weak. You may feel pain when the weather changes, and your limbs may occasionally feel numb. Aside from that, there are no major concerns. Luo Yongqian nodded. That is indeed the case. Lin Tian, can it be treated? Luo Bingning, looking anxious, asked. Lin Tian smiled. As I mentioned, it's not a significant issue. Of course, it can be treated. However, healing old ailments may take some time. How long? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian contemplated. About a month. It will require several acupuncture sessions, along with 2 courses of medication and some exercise. Xiaolin, are you certain it can be resolved in a month? Luo Yongqian asked, surprised. For the past 20 years, he had been taking medication, and despite that, his health had only deteriorated. Lin Tian nodded. Your condition is not as serious as you might think. Chapter 56. Bingning, just call me a good husband. Luo Bingning exclaimed with joy. Lin Tian, can you start treating Grandpa now? Lin Tian replied. Let us begin tomorrow. Grandpa Luo should rest well today. Recovery requires a lot of energy. And since Grandpa had a long journey today, it's not an urgent condition. Starting tomorrow will be fine. Luo Yongqian nodded. As long as I can recover. A day or 2 won't make a difference. Bingning, spend some time talking with Grandpa. After finishing, Lin Tian stood up to wash the dishes. It had been prearranged that he would wash while Luo Bingning cooked. Bingning, accompany Grandpa for a walk downstairs. After all that time on the plane and car, I feel quite stiff, Luo Yongqian suggested as he and Luo Bingning stepped out. The two descended to the ground floor, where Luo Yongqian cheerfully inquired, Bingning, tell me, what are the chances that Lin Tian could become my granddaughter's husband? Luo Bingning's face flushed, and she playfully retorted, why do you ask that? We are already married. He is your grandson-in-law. You know what your grandfather means, Luo Yongqian smiled. If you don't clarify, this old fool might not know whether to continue supporting you too. Your parents still have their reservations. It's a mixed bag, Luo Bingning murmured. Luo Yongqian gazed at her in astonishment. Lin Tian had only been married to Luo Bingning for about 10 days. yet she believed there was a 50-50 chance they would continue together. Bingning, you haven't already become intimate with Lin Tian, have you? Luo Bingning's face instantly turned crimson. Grandfather, how could that be? Absolutely not. We merely held hands. We are married, after all. We can't even hold hands freely? Luo Yongqian appeared puzzled. Just holding hands? Progressing so quickly in feelings seems unlikely. Grandfather. Although Lin Tian seems ordinary, he is truly exceptional. He meets the standard of a first-class athlete in running and swims swiftly. Just a few days ago, he saved a child at the beach. His skills in Guqin have reached professional level 10. His medical expertise is even more remarkable. At the orphanage, he treated 3 children. And later at the hospital, as Luo Bingning supported Luo Yongqian forward, she elaborated on Lin Tian's attributes, leaving him astounded. The contrast with what he had previously known was stark. Could they indeed be the same person? Bingning, based on your description, Lin Tian does seem impressive, Luo Yongqian acknowledged. Luo Bingning nodded. Your granddaughter is not lacking either. Whether we stay together depends on his performance, humph. In his heart, Luo Yongqian mused that Lin Tian, as a potential grandson-in-law, seemed highly promising, even within such a brief span. Luo Bingning was now quite curious about Lin Tian. A woman's curiosity towards a man often marks the beginning of her infatuation. Bingning, on the way here, I mentioned to him that if you two do not suit each other and decide to divorce within a year, I would give him 10 million. If 2 years, 20 million. Luo Bingning felt a pang of anxiety. Would Lin Tian take 30 million and walk away? With such wealth, he could easily attract many beautiful young ladies. Grandfather, please don't act recklessly. We will handle our matters ourselves. Luo Bingning replied sullenly. Luo Yongqian chuckled. Lin Tian declined, saying that if you ever wish to divorce, you may do so at any time, as he is already fond of you. He does not seek money in the event of a divorce. A flicker of gloom in Luo Bingning's heart dissipated instantly. Grandfather, I have committed to 3 years. I will certainly not divorce within that time. You need not worry about me. I am doing well. Luo Yongqian smiled. As long as you two are getting along harmoniously, I am at ease. Just don't blame your grandfather for this marriage arrangement. I won't. Luo Bingning shook her head. This is my own choice. Before long, the next day arrived. After breakfast, Luo Bingning did not rush to work. She eagerly awaited Lin Tian to treat Luo Yongqian. Bingning, you see, since Luo Grandpa is your grandfather, it's not appropriate for me to charge. How about you call me good husband to offset the medical fees? Lin Tian whispered as Luo Yongqian stepped into the restroom. You're taking advantage of the situation. Luo Bingning shot him a glare. Lin Tian grinned. If you address me this way, I will be in better form, which will help me treat your grandfather more effectively. You rascal. Bingning, I believe Luo Grandpa will be out soon, Lin Tian remarked. With a huff, Luo Bingning complied. Good husband. She uttered it, her voice barely louder than a mosquito. Lin Tian shook his head. Did you say it? I didn't hear you. You're not usually this shy. Good husband, is that enough? Luo Bingning said playfully. Just then, Luo Yongqian emerged from the restroom, looking puzzled. Bingning, why is your face so flushed? Lin Tian, hurry and treat Grandpa. After seeing you treat him, I still have to rush to work, Luo Bingning urged. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Grandpa, please lie down. Soon, Luo Yongqian was comfortably settled. Lin Tian produced several long silver needles, which he deftly inserted into Luo Yongqian's body. Luo Bingning watched, her heart racing, as the needles pierced deeply, 3 to 4 inches into his flesh. Luo Grandpa, you have qi stagnation. This condition, if left untreated, can worsen over time. Although it is initially a deficiency syndrome, it may progress into a more serious condition, manifesting increasingly severe symptoms. This qi stagnation cannot be detected with instruments, and Western medicine merely addresses the symptoms without tackling the root cause. As Lin Tian explained while adjusting the needles, Luo Bingning interjected, Lin Tian, Grandpa has seen many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Can't they detect what Western medicine cannot? Lin Tian chuckled. In fact, Luo Grandpa's symptoms are often undetectable by traditional Chinese medicine as well, and even if they are, the solutions may not be effective. Initially, some practitioners might have been able to assist, but back then, Luo Yongqian was younger and did not perceive significant issues. As his condition deteriorated, the difficulty of treatment increased exponentially. Oh, Lin Tian, why are the silver needles vibrating continuously? Luo Bingning asked, observing one of the needles he had just manipulated. That's normal. It's called the vibrating needle technique. I infused a bit of internal energy into the needle. This enhances the efficacy of acupuncture significantly. It feels tingly and numb, Luo Yongqian remarked. Lin Tian replied, after one acupuncture session, you will feel much relief and no longer experience numbness. After 4 or 5 sessions and a couple of weeks of medication alongside some daily exercise, you should be just fine. Minutes passed, and utilizing acupuncture and internal energy, Lin Tian successfully expelled a considerable amount of stagnant qi and cleared some meridians. Bingning, please fetch me some tissues, Lin Tian instructed. Luo Bingning quickly brought over tissues, and as Lin Tian withdrew the needles, he used his internal energy to draw out a drop of dark, stagnant blood alongside the silver needle. Most of the needles had drawn out blood clots. Luo Grandpa, please get up and move around to see how you feel, Lin Tian smiled. Luo Yongqian stood and moved about, his eyes widening in astonishment as he sensed a newfound lightness in his body. The numbness in his hands and feet had vanished. Shaolin, this is extraordinary. Your acupuncture skills truly deserve the title of Divine Doctor. With this ability, you could easily gain fame and fortune, Luo Yongqian exclaimed, utterly impressed. Chapter 57. Crafting the image of a cunning king. Lin Tian shook his head. Luo Grandpa, being a divine doctor is not so simple. Not only do I lack a medical license, but even if I had one, how would I charge for treatments? Charge too high, and many who need help will criticize. Charge too low, and I could work myself to the bone while inviting trouble. Patients may pass away for various reasons, but if they were treated by me, the likelihood of being blamed would be substantial. Luo Yongqian sighed softly, acknowledging the prevalence of opportunistic behavior in these times. Helping someone on the street could lead to being wrongfully accused, even with video evidence to prove one's innocence. I could live off of soft support without needing to earn that money. Isn't that right, Bingning? Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning with a grin. Luo Bingning shot him a disapproving look. Lin Tian, the way you say it makes it sound like living off soft support is something admirable. It depends on what kind of soft support it is. If I were to find a 60-year-old girlfriend, that wouldn't be very respectable. But living off your soft support? Others would only envy me, Lin Tian retorted confidently. Luo Bingning. Luo Yongqian watched the exchange with amusement, knowing that with Lin Tian's audacity, Luo Bingning would inevitably be ensnared. Pure audacity could be seen as shamelessness, but Lin Tian possessed true talent. Coupling skill with boldness rendered him nearly invincible. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go to work. You mentioned that your job is quite flexible, so why not keep Grandpa company? Once you've cured him, he might even give you a raise. Luo Bingning turned and exited the room, with Lin Tian following closely behind. A bronze treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. Bingning, you previously asked me to check your pulse. I haven't done so yet. How about I check it now? Lin Tian leaned in closer, whispering deliberately, his head brushing against the bronze chest hovering above her. Grandpa is still here. Wait until he leaves before you check. Luo Bingning replied, her face flushed as she hurried out. Having acquired master-level ancient medical skills, Lin Tian pondered that perhaps he could diagnose her by simply feeling her abdomen. After all, why bother with a pulse check when he could take advantage of the situation with his own wife? Ding! The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. The host has acquired master-level foreign language skills, encompassing 9 major languages: English, Russian, French, German, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Portuguese, and Spanish. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness, proving challenging to assimilate even for a martial arts master like him. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian exhaled deeply, exhilarated by the acquisition of 9 foreign languages. This newfound ability was immensely practical. He could now effortlessly engage in simultaneous interpretation. It seemed that obtaining treasure chests necessitated some strategy involving Bingning. Perhaps a little playful teasing would significantly increase the treasure chest drop rate, he mused. Shaolin, I'm heading downstairs for some fresh air. Is that all right? I haven't felt this relaxed in years. Luo Yongqian emerged from his room, inquiring. Of course, no problem at all. Grandpa Luo, how about I show you around S-City? Given your health, you probably haven't had the chance to explore in recent years, Lin Tian suggested. That sounds wonderful. Luo Yongqian responded with a cheerful smile. Throughout the day, Lin Tian took Luo Yongqian to various places, meeting countless individuals, yet he still failed to uncover any treasure chests. He was beginning to lose hope, realizing that the chances of discovering a chest from others were almost negligible. Lisha, it's up to you from here, Lin Tian said as he drove home. In a car trailing behind, a man spoke in Japanese, signaling his intent to turn. Jingmukuan, Luo Yongqian is merely an old man. He is unlikely to be a member of the Dragon Group. Perhaps the higher-ups are overthinking this, came the voice. Lisha, never doubt the organization. It's a rare opportunity for Luo Yongqian to be out. Make sure to document everything you see and hear, understood? Understood. Another vehicle pulled up alongside Lin Tian's. His eyes gleamed with sharp awareness. The other party believed they were discreet, but he, a master-level expert, could easily overhear their conversation even through closed windows. Had he not acquired the master-level foreign language skills that morning, he would have been oblivious to their words. Is Grandpa Luo a member of the dragon group? Lin Tian wondered silently. If Luo Yongqian were indeed part of the dragon group, it was likely not the type of militant organization depicted in novels, but perhaps something akin to the American Skull and Bone Society. The dragon group's powers and objectives, particularly with their historical enmity towards certain nations, would surely render them vigilant and wary. Shaolin, I haven't had the chance to explore like this in a long time. Thank you, Luo Yongqian expressed as they entered the underground parking lot. Grandpa Luo, we're family. There's no need for thanks, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Indeed, I see a strong likelihood of you and Bingning continuing together, Luo Yongqian remarked cheerily. Upon returning home, they found Luo Bingning already there, preparing dinner. After putting down his phone, Lin Tian joined Luo Yongqian in the room. Grandpa, are you familiar with the dragon group? He asked. Luo Yongqian's pupils constricted slightly, and his heartbeat quickened, though his expression remained unchanged. Lin Tian had gathered enough evidence to suspect that Luo Yongqian was indeed aware of the group, or perhaps even a member. Shaolin, how do you know about the dragon group? Luo Yongqian asked, fixing his gaze upon Lin Tian. Grandpa Luo, today someone followed us. Speaking Japanese about the dragon group. They suspect you might be a member. They may be trying to identify other members through you, he continued. After a moment of silence, Luo Yongqian replied, Shaolin, the dragon group is a patriotic organization with considerable influence. There are matters the state cannot address directly, and the dragon group has taken action behind the scenes, inevitably offending certain nations and powers. Do not pry further, stay out of this. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Grandpa Luo, I'm merely advising you to exercise caution when you're out and about. I have no interest in getting involved in such matters. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. Since we know we're being watched now, I will certainly be more careful when I go out. Shaolin, do you speak Japanese? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. I have a basic understanding of the major foreign languages. Luo Yongqian looked at him in astonishment. Which ones do you know? English, German, French, Russian, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Spanish, and Portuguese. Those are the 9 languages I can converse in Indiana. Luo Yongqian was speechless. You can hold a normal conversation in all of them? Pretty much, Lin Tian confirmed. Luo Yongqian expressed his amazement at Lin Tian's prowess in 9 foreign languages, coupled with his medical expertise and mastery of the Guqin. Is Bingning aware of your linguistic abilities? Lin Tian shook his head. She has no idea. I prefer to let her discover my talents gradually. It adds an element of surprise. If I were to reveal everything at once, she might not appreciate it as much. Is there any other ability you're concealing? Luo Yongqian inquired, intrigued. Lin Tian hesitated. Well, I might be keeping some skills under wraps. His proficiency in firearms, martial arts, and the Erhu were unknown to Luo Yongqian, just as his mastery of the Guqin and driving skills were also undisclosed. Grandpa Luo, let us not delve into that. I've already revealed enough for now. Chapter 58. Dean Sure seeks assistance from Lin Tian. Luo Yongqian regarded Lin Tian with a peculiar expression. It seems you have more secrets than just one. Why the need for such discretion? Lin Tian smiled. Grandpa Luo, I fear being subjected to dissection, given the current circumstances, especially since I've married Bingning. Revealing certain information shouldn't pose a problem. After a brief contemplation, Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. Your caution is not without merit. Top talents are often targets for foreign assassins. Such incidents have occurred frequently in Western countries and Japan. You can gradually expand your influence. When your influence is substantial enough, no force will dare to act against you. Lin Tian chuckled, recognizing that gaining followers was a means of amplifying his influence. However, he didn't solely rely on this for protection. Having been with Luo Bingning for just over 10 days, he had already reaped numerous benefits, ensuring that he would acquire even more treasure chests in the future. His martial prowess could potentially increase even further. As a master, he felt little threat from light weapons like handguns, but sniper rifles and explosives remained significant dangers. Yet, if he were to become a Grandmaster, or even a cultivator, such threats would diminish considerably. Shaolin, my visit this time may attract attention, Luo Yongqian expressed concern. Rest assured, Grandpa Luo, our nation is relatively safe. Based on what I've exhibited thus far, I doubt anyone would resort to assassination tactics against me. Indeed. Luo Yongqian nodded in agreement. Luo Bingning's voice echoed outside the door. Grandpa, Lin Tian, it's time for dinner. What are you two doing locked up in there? Lin Tian and the others stepped outside. We were giving Grandpa Luo an injection. It's inconvenient for you to see, Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Yongqian. After dinner. Luo Bingning suggested, Lin Tian, shall we visit Uncle Tang at the hospital? He has been moved out of the intensive care unit. Uncle Tang wishes to see you and personally express his gratitude. Your medical skills are remarkable. Perhaps you could check on his condition as well. Lin Tian nodded. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, Bingning, you two go ahead. I'll clean up the dishes. I could use the exercise now that I'm feeling much better. Luo Bingning agreed. All right. Grandpa, let's set off. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital. Tang Pingyuan was awake and appeared to be in decent condition. Shaolin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have lost my life. Tang Pingyuan expressed gratefully. Without Lin Tian's assistance, the chances of him surviving the surgery were slim. Even if he had, he might have been targeted by assailants. Uncle Tang, it was merely a small effort on my part. Shall I check your pulse again? Lin Tian smiled. Tang Pingyuan quickly replied, that would be much appreciated. Before long, Lin Tian had taken Tang Pingyuan's pulse and said, Uncle Tang, your recovery is going quite well. In about 3 to 4 days, you should be able to get out of bed and move about. After half a month, you can resume normal activities, but a full recovery of strength will likely take around 2 months. Tang Pingyuan hesitated. 2 months for a complete recovery seems a bit slow. Shaolin, do you have any way to expedite it? Uncle Tang, I could prescribe you some restorative medicine. If you adhere to it diligently, it should shorten the recovery time to about a month, Lin Tian proposed thoughtfully. Tang Pingyuan's eyes lit up. You truly have a solution. That would be much appreciated. At this point, Tang Pingyuan turned to his wife, Aunt Tang. Shaolin, this card contains 300,000. It is a token of our gratitude. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Aunt Tang presented a bank card. Lin Tian quickly shook his head. Aunt Lu, you are aware that Bingning and I are married, and she and Aunt Tang are close friends. I cannot accept this money. Tang Pingyuan insisted. Shaolin, take it. Even siblings must keep accounts clear. You have saved my life. My life is worth at least $1 million or 2. Giving you 300,000 is still a significant gain for us. Lin Tian continued to shake his head. Uncle Tang, if you insist, I will take my leave and not prescribe anything for you. You can take your time recovering. Luo Bingning smiled. Aunt Lu, please put away the bank card. It feels a bit distant among family. Well, if you say so. Aunt Tang reluctantly put away the card. Tang Pingyuan pondered for a moment. Shaolin, how about I introduce you to a patient? You can earn quite a bit from this patient. Lin Tian shook his head. Uncle Tang, let's not. I treat patients based on fate. I do not enjoy being pursued to treat others. I do not even possess a medical license. Should anything go awry, I cannot shoulder that responsibility. At that moment, Director Shi entered the ward. Shaolin, I can help you secure a medical license. With your skills, obtaining one is not a difficult task, Director Shi remarked. Lin Tian shook his head. Director Shi, it's better this way, without a medical license. I have a valid reason to refuse when approached by others. Director Shi was taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone who intentionally declined to obtain a medical license. Shaolin, we have a patient who has been struggling with his condition in our hospital for quite some time. I recommended you to him. I hope you can take a look. Director Shi cleared his throat. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, and Director Shi, somewhat helplessly, said, Shaolin, could you lend a hand? We are quite troubled with this patient. He initially sought treatment from us, but left without success, only to return after trying various places. This location is closer to his home. He is not one of those troublemaking patients, and he compensates generously, yet despite our efforts with numerous specialists, we have been unable to help him. Lin Tian sighed. Director Shi, I can take a look, but please do not recommend me to patients in the future. I am not a doctor. Director Shi nodded repeatedly. I will do my best. As a healer, there are times when I cannot bear to turn away some patients. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning, who smiled. Lin Tian, you go ahead. I will stay here and chat with Aunt Lu. Yanzi will be here soon. All right. Lin Tian followed Director Shi out of the room. Soon, they arrived at another ward, a luxurious VIP room. Director Shi, could this be the renowned physician you mentioned? A man in his 50s in the ward asked, puzzled. Lin Tian was taken aback. He recognized the man as a prominent billionaire in Huagua, ranking among the top 20 in the country. Director Zhao, it is indeed him. Do not be deceived by his youth. Vice Director Tang was on the brink of death. Yet he effortlessly resolved the crisis. Director Shi smiled. I had to plead with him to come. Director Zhao, named Zhao Xianglin, stepped down from the bed and extended his hand. Hello, Physician Lin. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Tian regarded Zhao Xianglin with interest. Director Zhao, your ailment is quite intriguing. Zhao Xianglin looked toward Director Shi, who quickly clarified. Director Zhao, I have not disclosed your condition to Shaolin. We maintain strict confidentiality regarding your illness. Zhao Xianglin nodded. Physician Lin, I have consulted numerous hospitals, even abroad, yet no one has been able to diagnose my issue. You can discern it at a glance. Zhao Xianglin inquired, puzzled. Lin Tian replied with a light smile. Director Zhao, your condition is quite apparent to me. I can identify it without needing to check your pulse. However, if you do not believe me, I will take my leave. Zhao Xianglin quickly reassured him, Physician Lin. I certainly believe you. I am merely surprised that I have remained undiagnosed for so long. Physician Lin, should you manage to cure me, I will offer you 5 million as a consultation fee. What is my ailment? Lin Tian chuckled. Your condition, in rural terms, is akin to being haunted. Though yours is more severe, you possess the ability to see spirits. Zhao Xianglin's face paled slightly. Indeed, that is the case. They say there are no ghosts in this world, yet I have seen them vividly. Some appear benign, while others are quite terrifying. Lin Tian responded, Director Zhao, there are indeed no ghosts in this world. What are perceived as spirits are merely manifestations of spiritual energy. Humans, with their heightened intellect, can maintain a residual presence after death, while animals like pigs and dogs rarely do. Creatures like fish and insects completely dissipate. Fear flickered in Zhao Xianglin's eyes. Some of them even lunge at me. Occasionally, I awaken to find them perched on me. Director Shi, who was listening nearby, felt a chill. Lin Tian explained. The cause of death influences the nature of these manifestations, and various environmental factors can amplify their presence. It is normal to feel fear in such circumstances. The environment, for them, is akin to diluted sulfuric acid for us. Being surrounded by it would be quite terrifying. As for them approaching you or resting on you, it is due to magnetic fields. Your aura attracts them. Zhao Xianglin trembled. Physician Lin, is there a remedy? You cannot fathom the terror I experience upon waking to such sights. He added, staying in the hospital is far better. Such occurrences are absent here. Lin Tian chuckled. The likelihood of encountering such spiritual energy in a hospital is even higher. However, the chaotic magnetic fields within the hospital reduce the chances of them approaching you. And the likelihood of them resting beside you is even lower. Director Shi commented, no wonder you prefer to stay in the hospital. Shaolin, can this be resolved? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Ancient medical practices encompass the art of talismans, and they are intricately linked to ancient shamanism. He had acquired knowledge on this aspect through his studies in ancient medicine. Dr. Lin, if you can resolve this, 5 million will be transferred to you immediately. By the way, Dr. Lin, I've never experienced anything like this before, Zhao Xianglin hurriedly added. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. It's normal. Perhaps you've been startled or encountered something that slightly altered your magnetic field. Let me assist you. However, I must clarify that I cannot ascertain what you have encountered, and it is possible that you may experience a recurrence after the resolution. Zhao Xianglin nodded. As long as it's resolved, the consultation fee will certainly be substantial. Lin Tian turned to Dean Shi. Dean Shi, I require a brush, some fresh chicken blood, and a bit of white paper. Dean Shi nodded and quickly made a call to prepare the items. Before long, they were delivered. Lin Tian took up the brush, fully concentrating as he began to draw the talisman. As he progressed through his work, he sensed subtle fluctuations in energy. As a master of martial arts, he was sensitive to such energies. Suddenly, the talisman paper ignited and swiftly turned to ash. Master Lin, what? Dean Shi and the others stared in astonishment. How did the paper catch fire so abruptly? Lin Tian cleared his throat. It's been a while since I've drawn, so I might be a bit rusty. He opened the treasure chest of knowledge, gaining not only wisdom but also experience. However, drawing this talisman was demanding, and even a master could encounter failures. Soon, Lin Tian commenced anew, and this time, he successfully completed the drawing. Director Zhao, wear this for 2 to 3 days. It will help alter your magnetic field, and you won't see those apparitions anymore. In truth, even if you do see them, they cannot harm you. Lin Tian smiled. Zhao Xianglin was overjoyed. Dr. Lin, while they may not harm my body, they severely torment my spirit. Dr. Lin, what is your account number? Lin Tian provided his account number, and Zhao Xianglin promptly transferred 5 million to him. Lin Tian received a text notification. Director Zhao, we haven't validated the effect yet, Lin Tian remarked, somewhat surprised. Zhao Xianglin replied, I trust Dean Shi, and based on your recent performance, I also believe in your words. Dr. Lin, Director Zhao, while wearing this, you won't encounter such situations for the next 2 to 3 days. Afterward, it won't matter if you don't wear it. Please keep my medical practices confidential. Lin Tian declared before taking his leave. Dean Shi chuckled. Congratulations, Director Zhao. You've resolved a nuisance, and I won't have to worry about you anymore. Xiao Lin is indeed a remarkable individual. It's a pity he declined my offer to assist him in obtaining a medical license. He shows no interest in joining our hospital. Zhao Xianglin carefully stored the talisman. How long would it take to earn 5 million like this? One cannot view extraordinary individuals through the lens of ordinary people. Thank you. Director Shi, please arrange my discharge. I can finally return home for a good night's sleep. Lin Tian returned to Tang Pingyuan's ward, where Tang Yin had come to chat animatedly with Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, how did it go? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian smiled. It's resolved. Uncle Tang, we won't disturb your rest any longer. Later, I will have Bingning send the prescription to Tang Yan. Just 1 dose in the morning and evening will suffice. Soon, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning departed, while Tang Yan remained behind to keep her uncle company. Yinner, you are Bingning's close friend. But do not meddle in her affairs with Lin Tian. Do not think Lin Tian is unworthy of her, Tang Pingyuan interjected. But Tang Yan furrowed her brows. Tang Pingyuan interrupted. There are no buts. Only the wearer knows if the shoe fits. Bingning is not dissatisfied. They are already married. Better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Lin Tian is young and has achieved much. Tang Yan appeared dejected. Auntie Lu Qin held Tang Yan's hand. Yinner, do you perhaps have feelings for Bingning? That wouldn't be appropriate. Ah, Auntie, what are you saying? How could I like Bingning? We're both girls. Tang Yan hastily replied. Tang Piyuan and Lu Qin exchanged glances. Perhaps Tang Yan did harbor such inclinations, having trained in martial arts from a young age. She possessed a somewhat boyish temperament, and Luo Bingning was indeed strikingly beautiful. Yinner, Bingning is your good friend, but she is now married. As her friend, your role is to wish her happiness. Lu Qin smiled, holding Tang Yan's hand. Lin Tian saved your uncle and you. He is a great benefactor to our Tang family. Tang Yan softly protested. Auntie, I truly am not a lesbian. I like handsome guys. Lu Qin murmured. Then does this imply you are bisexual? Tang Yan. Chapter 60 Zhao Xianglin brings a small gift. Bingning. Should we hire a nanny? As they drove away from the hospital, Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning responded with surprise. Lin Tian, you just left half an hour ago. Did you earn a fortune of 10 or 20,000? Lin Tian laughed. Your perspective is rather limited. Luo Bingning turned her head. Did you earn 100 or 80,000? 5 million. Luo Bingning stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. He had been gone for merely half an hour and had managed to earn 5 million. Is making money this easy these days? The patient just now was a figure from the Forbes list, but I won't disclose who exactly he is. 5 million is a trifling sum for him. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning was astonished. Indeed, for someone on the Forbes list, 5 million was not much. To resolve a long-standing ailment, spending 5 million was worth it. Should we hire a nanny? Lin Tian asked. Is my cooking not satisfactory? Luo Bingning pouted. Lin Tian shook his head. Not at all, but you have work. And when you return home, you still have to cook. That would likely be exhausting for you. Luo Bingning shook her head. Cooking is my passion. I do not tire from doing what I love. However, I dislike cleaning. Since we have some money now, we could arrange for the property management to come for cleaning every other day. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. The property management provides such a service? Luo Bingning nodded. They have a professional cleaning team that comes by. It costs 10,000 a month. Lin Tian silently gasped. That was quite expensive. Previously, his earnings for a month wouldn't even cover half of the cleaning fees. Then let us have the property management arrange it, Lin Tian said with a smile. He too disliked cleaning. Spending 10,000 a month for professional services seemed reasonable. Lin Tian, why didn't you utilize your medical skills to earn some money before? Luo Bingning asked curiously. Lin Tian chuckled. I simply didn't know how before. Ever since we got married, I suddenly had an epiphany. It seems you truly bring me good fortune. What nonsense, Luo Bingning blushed slightly. Did your mastery of the Guqin also come from an epiphany? Lin Tian nodded earnestly. Of course, it's that miraculous. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. While Lin Tian's statements were largely true, the more he spoke, the less credible they seemed to her. Zhao Xianglin returned home to his villa in S City, which had cost him 120 million to purchase and renovate. However, since its completion, he had scarcely resided there, having only stayed a few times, each followed by unsettling experiences. Sir, Zhao Xianglin was greeted by 2 housekeepers who bowed as they addressed him. They were quite startled, as his family no longer lived there. Zhao Xianglin nodded. He ascended to the upper floor, where the driver and bodyguards remained downstairs. With the 2 housekeepers, the villa did not feel too empty. I hope this proves effective, Zhao Xianglin murmured to himself. Based on his past experiences, if the talisman Lin Tian provided did not work, he would likely encounter that unsettling presence tonight. After tossing and turning for an hour in bed, Zhao Xianglin finally drifted off to sleep, only to awaken the following morning, feeling refreshed. He stretched and realized he had experienced one of the most peaceful nights of sleep in recent years, free from the anxiety and palpitations that had plagued him before. Zhao Xianglin was elated, convinced that his issues had likely been resolved by the extraordinary physician Lin Tian. Such a young doctor, yet so remarkably skilled. He promptly called Director Shi to obtain Lin Tian's WeChat contact and added him. Mr. Zhao, how did you fare last night? Lin Tian inquired after accepting the friend request. Divine Dr. Lin, you are truly miraculous. Last night was the most comfortable sleep I've had in years. I believe my problems have been resolved. That's good to hear. Lin Tian replied tersely, leaving Zhao Xianglin somewhat taken aback. Given his stature, he was accustomed to warm responses when messaging others, yet Lin Tian's brevity was striking. Such a distinguished individual, Zhao Xianglin mused. Lin Tian's lack of flattery intrigued him even more. In a few days, he would ascertain whether his condition was genuinely remedied. If so, he contemplated gifting Lin Tian the villa he owned, as his family resided elsewhere, and he seldom occupied the property. Zhao Xianglin recognized the value of having such a remarkable healer in his life. He understood that if he did not cultivate a generous rapport, Lin Tian might not attend to him in the future. Given Lin Tian's youth and current uncelebrated status, he believed that gifting the villa now would carry far greater significance than at a later time. If he bestowed the villa upon Lin Tian, it might prove advantageous should any family or friends fall gravely ill. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Xianglin vowed to give the villa to Lin Tian, provided he confirmed the resolution of his ailments. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was unaware of Zhao Xianglin's grand gesture. "How are you feeling, Grandpa Luo?" Lin Tian asked with a smile as he administered acupuncture to Luo Yongqian. "I feel fantastic. After yesterday's treatment, I have been much more comfortable, and my strength has significantly increased," Luo Yongqian exclaimed, filled with delight. "Little Lin, could you accompany me to the capital?" Luo Yongqian inquired. "Grandpa Luo, what is the purpose of the visit?" Lin Tian responded with curiosity. "My daughter's parents reside in the capital, and they are not particularly fond of me at present." He continued, reluctant to leave. The thought of departing from Luo Bingning and missing out on potential treasures was disheartening. Luo Yongqian pondered. "I wish for you to examine a respected elder, a revolutionary in his 90s, who has endured chronic ailments. Such an esteemed figure must possess considerable status, I presume?" Lin Tian remarked. "I am willing to treat him, but it must be done discreetly. Indeed, he is likely a pillar of a powerful family, with formidable adversaries." Luo Yongqian acknowledged. "If he is as old as you say, I cannot guarantee results. Surviving to such an age is already a considerable feat," Lin Tian cautioned. "Very well." Luo Yongqian agreed, and days swiftly passed. Luo Yongqian's health improved markedly. He would no longer require acupuncture and could rely on medication and moderate exercise instead. Ding ding. Zhao Xianglin called, and Lin Tian answered, curious about the urgency. "Divine Dr. Lin, I am certain that my ailments have been completely cured. I am at your community entrance to present you with a small gift." Lin Tian descended to the community gate and was greeted by a luxury Rolls-Royce, where Zhao Xianglin's driver promptly opened the door for him. Upon entering, Zhao Xianglin produced a document and smiled. "Divine Dr. Lin, I have a house in S City that I scarcely inhabit. Please sign here, and it will be yours. In a couple of days, I will arrange for the new property deed to be delivered to you." Lin Tian glanced at the document, astonished to discover it was not merely a house, but a grand villa spanning over 900 square meters. "This villa is exquisite, having undergone 3 years of meticulous renovation. It would be a shame to sell it, so I wish to gift it to you," Zhao Xianglin declared earnestly. "This villa must be worth over 100 million. You wouldn't sell it, yet you wish to give it to me?" Lin Tian replied incredulously. "Indeed," Zhao Xianglin affirmed. "I may not be a savvy businessman, but I have a keen sense for people, and I believe this villa is a fitting gift for you, Divine Dr. Lin." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow at Zhao Xianglin's discerning eye. While he had shown commendable skill, few would dare to so readily give away a property of such immense value. "Should I sell this villa, I would only gain a little over 100 million, which I do not presently require. You are married to Luo Bingning, surely. You will need a marital home. This villa suits young couples perfectly," Zhao Xianglin insisted with sincerity. "Mr. Zhao, you have discovered my marriage to Bingning," Lin Tian noted. "Oh, Divine Doctor, my subordinates uncovered this information. I assure you, I will maintain your confidentiality," Zhao Xianglin quickly assured. Lin Tian contemplated the advantages of possessing such a villa, particularly if his parents wished to move to the city. The expansive property could easily accommodate a garden for them to tend. "What is it that you desire, Mr. Zhao?" Lin Tian inquired. Zhao Xianglin's eyes brightened. "Divine Dr. Lin, I merely wish for my family to have an additional layer of security in life." After a moment of reflection, Lin Tian replied, "I can offer assistance to you or your family up to 9 times and extend one favor to your friends or business partners." Thank you, Zhao Xianglin exclaimed, elated. The prospect of being able to assist his friends or business associates was immensely valuable, making the villa seem a worthy gift. As a figure on the Forbes list, he knew many influential individuals, and the value of such relationships could far exceed 100 million. "You're gifting me a villa, yet you're thanking me?" Lin Tian chuckled, signing the transfer agreement. "Absolutely. I feel as though I have struck gold." Zhao Xianglin beamed, fully aware that by gifting the villa, Lin Tian's acceptance would diminish the likelihood of similar future offers. Divine Dr. Lin, shall we dine together? Zhao Xianglin proposed. Lin Tian shook his head. Not today. I must travel to the capital shortly. Your family resides in S City, correct? If they live in another city, they may not be able to reach you in an emergency. They are in Hang City, which is not far, Zhao Xianglin replied. Since you are heading to the capital, we shall reconvene another time. The property deed should be ready in 2 or 3 days. Under normal circumstances, property transfers take longer, but for someone like Zhao Xianglin, completing it in a few days is a simple task, he concluded with a smile. Lin Tian, upon your return to the capital, I implore you not to meet my parents, Luo Bingning said anxiously. She truly feared that Lin Tian might encounter her parents and be met with disdain. Although she had not entirely accepted Lin Tian yet, he undeniably held a significant place in her heart. She wished to avoid any discord between him and her parents. Now that I am in the capital, I must pay a visit to my in-laws, lest they think me discourteous, Lin Tian replied softly. He had no intention of actually meeting Luo Bingning's parents, he merely sought to tease her. Please, don't. I haven't even acknowledged you yet. What purpose would it serve for you to meet them? Luo Bingning hurriedly protested. A black iron treasure chest slowly materialized above her head. Huh, this is delightful, Lin Tian thought to himself. After their second visit to the orphanage yesterday, they had not received a treasure chest. Today, with a little fright, Luo Bingning finally produced one. Bingning, embrace me for a moment. If you do, I won't visit your parents. Otherwise, I shall have to meet them, and perhaps they will accept me afterward, Lin Tian said with a smile, gazing warmly at Luo Bingning. Such a mischievous rascal, she huffed lightly, stepping forward to gently embrace Lin Tian. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, and her face visibly flushed with color. Her heartbeat quickened as their bodies pressed closely together, a sensation unlike their previous embraces. As Lin Tian was taken aback, he noticed that the black iron treasure chest had changed color, transforming into a bronze treasure chest in the blink of an eye. Ding! The bronze treasure chest opens. Congratulations, host, your mastery of the Erhu skill has advanced to the master level. The system's voice echoed in his mind as his head brushed against the chest. The treasure chest could actually upgrade. The skills obtained could also be enhanced. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was splendid news for him. If the skills could not be improved, it would imply that his martial arts, now at the master level, might remain stagnant in the future. With the possibility of enhancement, he could surely progress further in his martial journey. Ahem, I have seen nothing, Luo Yongqian said as he emerged from the room, having finished packing. Upon witnessing Lin Tian and Luo Bingning in a close embrace, he chuckled warmly. It's all right. Even if there were something, it wouldn't matter. You were legally married with a marriage certificate. Luo Bingning's face turned crimson, casting an exasperated glance at Lin Tian. Grandfather. It's not what you think. I shall ignore you now. Lin Tian, accompany grandfather to the capital, and be sure to take good care of him, Luo Bingning instructed before hastily retreating to her room. Little Lin, have you finished packing? If so, we should set off. You can embrace her again later, Luo Yongqian called out, a grin on his face. Grandfather. Luo Bingning's mortified voice rang out from the master bedroom. Chapter 62. The dying magnate. With a thunderous roar of the airplane engines, Lin Tian and Luo Yongqian safely landed at the capital airport. Grandfather. Could it be that Bingning's parents have come to pick us up? Lin Tian coughed lightly. Luo Yongqian shook his head. They are not in the capital. Their business keeps them frequently on the move. It is my bodyguard, Xiao Huang, who has come to greet us. Upon exiting the airport, they entered a standard red flag sedan, driven by the bodyguard named Huang Kai. As they set off, Huang Kai grimaced, Lo Lao, if you keep sneaking away, I shall be left with no choice but to resign. Luo Yongqian chuckled. I was once in reconnaissance. You weren't always watching, so this is not your fault. Lo Lao, I blame myself. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? Huang Kai replied helplessly. All right, if we go out in the future, I shall bring you along and introduce you to him. This is Lin Tian, my granddaughter's husband, Luo Yongqian said. Greetings, Lin Xiao, Huang Kai said promptly. Lin Tian smiled. I am not Lin Xiao. You are slightly older than I, so please, just call me by my name. Luo Yongqian made a phone call, and soon it was answered. Lo Lao, you have returned to the capital? If you have time, please come see my father. I fear he cannot hold on much longer. The elderly voice on the other end was tinged with sorrow. What has transpired? Just a few days ago, Yang Lao seemed to be doing relatively well. Luo Yongqian's expression darkened. My father took a fall. He fell silent. While a young person might suffer no ill effects from a fall, for an elderly individual, it could pose grave complications. I shall come immediately. After hanging up, Luo Yongqian let out a heavy sigh. Although he had brought Lin Tian along, the chances of his assistance being beneficial for someone over 90 who had fallen were considerably slim. If Lin Tian were to treat him and he were to pass away afterward, that would. Luo Yongqian now found himself in a quandary about whether to let Lin Tian intervene. Xiao Huang, head to the Tianshui Rehabilitation Center. Please increase our speed. Understood. Huang Kai pressed the accelerator, skillfully maneuvering as they overtook vehicle after vehicle on the road. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianshui Rehabilitation Center, where armed guards were stationed. After a thorough inspection, they were allowed to enter the facility. Shaolin. The number of residents in this rehabilitation center is not large, but each holds a significant status, so do exercise caution in your conduct, Luo Yongqian advised. The Luo family possessed assets worth billions, and he had other identities as well, yet even he needed to tread carefully within this establishment. Understood, Lin Tian nodded. Luo Yongqian hesitated before saying, the elder we are about to see, Yang Lao, is the individual I wish for you to assist. However, his condition may be quite dire. If you lack confidence, do not speak up. Despite being his granddaughter's husband, Luo Yongqian still leaned towards Lin Tian. Indeed, Lin Tian replied with a slight nod. Once the vehicle was parked, they made their way to the main building of the rehabilitation center, which boasted a highly skilled medical team and state-of-the-art equipment, making examinations and treatments convenient. Alongside the main building were various other residences, each with distinct styles, where the elder Yang and others typically resided. Given the urgency of Yang Lao's condition, he had been moved to the main building for treatment. Lo Lao, you have arrived. A voice called out as they entered the ward. The room was spacious, yet it was devoid of patients, occupied only by family members and visitors. Ji-hung. What is Yang Lao's current condition? Luo Yongqian inquired. Yang Ji-hung replied bitterly, the center has few options. 2 renowned doctors from out of town are currently in the intensive care unit. If they are unable to help, my father will be taken off life support. He wishes to see us one last time. Luo Yongqian's expression darkened. Just then, the door to the ward opened, and the 2 visiting doctors entered, one Western and one traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. General Yang, we apologize. We are powerless to assist, they said. Your father is too frail to undergo surgery. He may last a day or 2 without it, but if he undergoes surgery, it is likely. Both doctors shook their heads, indicating their inability to help. Thank you for your efforts. Yang Zhiheng nodded slightly. This outcome was within his expectations, after all. The medical capabilities of this rehabilitation center were formidable, and if they declared themselves unable to assist, the chances of anyone else succeeding were exceedingly slim. Ji-hung, come here for a moment. Luo Yongqian beckoned Yang Ji-heng outside. Lin Tian followed them out. Lo Lao, what is the matter? Luo Yongqian gestured towards Lin Tian. Xiao Lin possesses remarkable medical skills. He has nearly restored my health over the past few days. Would you like him to give it a try? But I must clarify. He is my granddaughter's husband, and if he attempts anything, he accepts no responsibility. You must also keep his identity confidential. Yang Zhiheng gazed at Lin Tian, astonishment evident in his eyes. He had initially presumed that Lin Tian was merely a subordinate of Luo Yongqian. Xiao Lin, I must trouble you, he said. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I will ensure that Xiao Lin is not implicated in any way, Yang Zhiheng replied solemnly. Soon, he arranged for Lin Tian to enter the intensive care unit. Brother Luo, are you truly on the path to recovery? Yang Zhiheng inquired, his voice laced with surprise. According to Xiao Lin, a full recovery is possible within a month. Luo Yongqian responded. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yang Zhiheng's eyes, but he quickly sighed inwardly. His father's condition was far too grave. Inside the intensive care unit, Lin Tian observed the elderly man in the hospital bed. Yang Lao appeared to be relatively lucid. Lin Tian had a general understanding of the ailment. A fall had caused a cerebral hemorrhage. The bleeding was minimal, but its location made surgery exceedingly risky, given Yang Lao's advanced age. The likelihood of surviving a craniotomy was nearly non-existent. Yang Lao, allow me to examine you, Lin Tian said, placing his fingers on Yang Lao's pulse. He soon grasped the situation. Other issues were manageable, but the primary concern lay with the brain. The bleeding was ongoing, and while Yang Lao was still conscious, he would likely lapse into unconsciousness by the following day. Without intervention, he might not survive the night. Dr. Lin, here are the scans, a nurse said, revealing an image that showed bleeding near the brainstem. This is treatable, Lin Tian concluded after a moment's thought. The nurse who had handed him the scans blinked in disbelief. Dr. Lin, are you saying you can cure this? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Prepare a silver needle that is a foot long. The elderly Yang Lao, with a hoarse voice, cautioned, Xiao Lin, you sound young and have a bright future ahead. Do not take unnecessary risks. I have lived over 90 years. I have had my fill. Lin Tian chuckled. Yang Lao, given your condition, I can indeed resolve this matter swiftly. Dr. Lin, we have silver needles here. But you may need to discuss the treatment plan with the family and the hospital administration first, another older nurse interjected. Lin Tian inwardly sighed. It truly was a hassle. However, given Yang Lao's esteemed status, such complications were to be expected. He stepped outside the intensive care unit. General Yang, I can resolve Yang Lao's condition in 5 minutes. But I would prefer not to engage in lengthy discussions with hospital staff over the treatment plan. Will you proceed? Lin Tian asked. Yang Zhiheng looked at Lin Tian in shock. Really? Lin Tian nodded. Luo Yongqian cleared his throat. Shaolin, what is your degree of confidence? If it is not substantial, you must proceed with caution. 99%? It should not be a problem, Lin Tian replied with an air of ease. Yang Zhiheng was filled with joy. A 99% chance was nearly tantamount to certainty. Shaolin, I implore you, he urged. You need not consult with other doctors. Just begin the treatment. None of them have viable solutions. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhiheng continued. Even if someone claimed a 10% chance, I would gladly accept, let alone your 99%. Very well, Lin Tian nodded slightly and closed the door to the intensive care unit. You all heard General Yang. Prepare the silver needle, he instructed. Understood, Dr. Lin. The older nurse responded promptly, retrieving a case of needles. The shorter silver needles measured only an inch or two, while the longer ones exceeded a foot. Such lengthy silver needles were rarely employed by physicians. The metal was relatively soft, making it challenging to control its trajectory at such lengths. Disinfect, Lin Tian ordered. Moving to the bedside. Yang Lao, you may feel a slight sting. Can you endure it? Otherwise, I will need to induce unconsciousness, though remaining awake will yield better results. Yang Lao nodded slightly. I can manage. As an old revolutionary, he was accustomed to injuries. A little pain was trivial to him. Very well, remain at ease. Your issue is minor. It can be resolved in 3 minutes at most, 5 at the very least, Lin Tian said, taking the sterilized silver needle with a smile. Soon, he inserted the needle into Yang Lao's neck, channeling his inner energy into it. The needle maneuvered deftly as he guided it. Navigating the needle required a level of expertise that only a skilled practitioner could achieve. The bleeding site was in the brain, necessitating that the needle avoid all blood vessels and nerves while not inflicting any damage to the brain itself. This was no simple task. Utilizing his inner energy as a guide, the silver needle slithered like a serpent, reaching the hemorrhage site in just 30 seconds. Lin Tian's energy enveloped the bleeding point, promoting healing. Given that the bleeding was minimal, it ceased within 10 seconds. The next step was to extract the blood. Without inner energy, even if the needle reached the hematoma, it would be challenging to remove the blood. However, for Lin Tian, this posed no significant difficulty. The silver needle had already established a pathway, and with a flick of his finger, it vibrated, creating a gap. Lin Tian's inner energy attracted the stagnant blood, drawing it along the needle. Soon, dark red blood emerged around the needle. The two nurses watched in wide-eyed astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Disinfecting cotton balls, Lin Tian commanded. Oh, one of the nurses quickly retrieved the cotton balls, carefully wiping away the blood that had been extracted. The amount was minimal, and soon all the stagnant blood was removed. All done, Lin Tian swiftly withdrew the needle. The entire process had taken less than 3 minutes. Yang Lao, how do you feel? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Yang Lao raised his hand, giving a thumbs up. Little doctor, you are remarkable. My head was throbbing before, but now there is no pain at all. Yang Lao, please take care of yourself, Lin Tian said before exiting the intensive care unit. Outside, Luo Yongqian and Yang Zhiheng appeared anxious. Lin Tian grinned. General Yang, it has been resolved. If you are still concerned, you may have Yang Lao undergo another scan. Yang Lao's previous injury could also be treated. They would address that later. Yang Zhiheng was overjoyed. Shaolin, thank you, he exclaimed, grasping Lin Tian's hand. He felt no suspicion of deceit from Lin Tian. There was no need for falsehood in such matters. General Yang, I lack a medical license, so please do not refer any other patients to me. It would lead to complications for us all, Lin Tian said with a smile. Yang Zhiheng was taken aback. You do not possess a medical license? Yang Lao, Shaolin may not have a medical license, but his skills are beyond question. I would stake my life on that. Luo Yongqian interjected. Grandfather Luo, you might need to remain here a bit longer. I shall take my leave now. I have never been to the capital and wish to explore, Lin Tian said cheerfully. Luo Yongqian nodded, and Lin Tian departed. Yang Zhiheng and Luo Yongqian entered the intensive care unit, where Yang Zhiheng observed his father's complexion had improved significantly. Zhiheng, that young doctor is incredible. After he treated me, my head no longer aches, Yang Lao remarked from his hospital bed. Before long, several physicians from the rehabilitation center arrived, and Yang Lao underwent another scan, which was completed within minutes. The hematoma in his brain had vanished, and the bleeding had ceased. How was this treated? One of the older doctors asked in disbelief. An older nurse replied, Dr. Lin used only a silver needle, inserting it through the neck, and soon the stagnant blood was drawn out. This is impossible. The needle must turn multiple times to reach the hematoma, and even then, how could the blood be extracted? Another doctor shook his head skeptically. A young nurse interjected. We witnessed it clearly. Dr. Lin used just one silver needle, and the entire process took less than 3 minutes. Nearby, an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner murmured. The ancient texts mention the 9-turn silver needle technique. Could it truly be real? Everyone turned to him, intrigued. The 9-turn silver needle technique? Indeed. The silver needle can manipulate direction over 9 turns, while I, after decades of acupuncture practice, can only manage 4. The venerable old doctor gazed in awe, acknowledging that such mastery over the silver needle is a realm I could never reach, even with another 100 years of effort. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Yang Zhiheng spoke solemnly. Now that my father has recovered, let this matter rest. You must all keep the means of his healing a secret. The onlookers nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation concerning Elder Yang. As the crowd dispersed, Yang Zhiheng turned to Luo Yongqian. Brother Luo. So you say that Xiao Lin is your granddaughter's husband? He is Bingning's boyfriend? Luo Yongqian shook his head. Not just a boyfriend. They are already married. Though this has not yet been made public, please keep it to yourself. Why not announce it? Yang Zhiheng inquired, puzzled. Luo Yongqian explained. They had an engagement before. Although they are now legally married, their feelings have yet to fully develop. Yang Zhiheng remarked with a strange expression. Did you arrange this engagement for Bingning? Luo Yongqian chuckled. Isn't it wonderful? Yang Zhiheng nodded slightly. Consider yourself fortunate. Xiao Lin is indeed remarkable, possessing such extraordinary medical skills at a young age. He will achieve great things. Brother Luo, I owe you and Xiao Lin a favor. Luo Yongqian waved his hand dismissively. Don't bring me into it. Given our family's connection, it was only right for me to bring Xiao Lin here. His healing of Elder Yang is entirely his own merit. You owe him a favor, not me. I am already well into my twilight years, so what need have I for your favors? Yang Zhiheng chuckled. Very well. Then it shall be a favor owed solely to Xiao Lin. As your granddaughter's husband, that seems inevitable. Chapter 64. Bingning, give me a kiss exiting the nursing home. Lin Tian took a taxi to Peking University. Luo Bingning, a top student there, made Lin Tian wonder if the appearance of treasure chests was somehow linked to education or intelligence. Without an appointment, he was unable to enter the campus. Yet he remained patient, observing the students entering and exiting at the gate. 2 hours passed, and Lin Tian sighed. He had seen many students, including some beauties, but none bore treasure chests above their heads. Ding! His phone rang. It was a call from Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, where are you? She asked. Lin Tian answered with a smile. I'm at the entrance of your alma mater, admiring the beauties. Unfortunately, after 2 hours, none are as lovely as you. Luo Bingning scoffed playfully. What nonsense. Could you do me a favor? She asked. Lin Tian inquired. What kind of favor? Luo Bingning replied. I have a mentor who has treated me kindly. She is not in good health. Would you be able to check on her? My professor is at Peking University, and both he and my mentor are wonderful people, but they certainly cannot afford the 500,000 you typically charge. Lin Tian responded earnestly. Bingning, do you think I am that greedy? Your thoughts on me are somewhat hurtful. Let me clarify. I am not materialistic. I am merely infatuated. Luo Bingning replied, a hint of blush in her voice. How about this? When I return, you give me a kiss. Or perhaps I could kiss you. A peck on the cheek or forehead will suffice, won't it? On the other end, Luo Bingning felt her cheeks warm slightly. A black iron treasure chest slowly emerged above her head. Lin Tian, wait at the front gate. I will send you a photo of my professor. He will be out in 10 minutes, she messaged him. Lin Tian initiated a video call, and soon Luo Bingning answered, her expression curious. Is there something wrong? Through the video, Lin Tian spotted the black iron treasure chest floating above her head. He had suspected it might appear, so he called to confirm. I just wanted to remind you not to forget your promise, Lin Tian teased. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes and promptly ended the video call. The treasure chest seemed to have just appeared. This was a perfect opportunity to test whether it would last until the next day. Lin Tian mused that if the treasure chest remained by tomorrow, it would indicate a prolonged duration, allowing him to observe it while Luo Bingning was at work. If it vanished within a few hours, or even less, he would have to contemplate following her closely. After 6 or 7 minutes, Lin Tian finally spotted his target. Approaching, he said, Professor Dai, I am Lin Tian, Bingning's boyfriend. I have some knowledge of traditional medicine, and Bingning asked if I could examine her mentor. Professor Dai scrutinized Lin Tian for a moment, and then replied, Xiao Lin, Bingning has a good heart, but her mentor's condition is quite challenging. We have visited numerous hospitals with little success. Professor Dai had little faith in Lin Tian due to his youth and inexperience in traditional medicine. Lin Tian smiled. Allow me to check on her mentor first. Even if I am unable to help, I can at least represent Bingning in visiting her. Professor Dai nodded in agreement. Very well. Accompanied by him, Lin Tian easily entered the campus, but as they walked through, he noticed many students, yet still no treasure chests. Shaolin, please come in. No need to remove your shoes. We will clean up later anyway. Professor Dai led Lin Tian to their faculty building, which was quite nice since both he and Luo Bingning's mentor were professors. Old man, is it Shaolin who has come? Luo Bingning's mentor called out from the bedroom. Bingning just called me. It has been ages since I last saw her. I can't believe she already has a boyfriend. As they entered the bedroom, Lin Tian observed that Luo Bingning's mentor was seated at the head of the bed, her health appearing frail. Not bad, not bad. Shaolin, you are quite the handsome young man. To have become Bingning's boyfriend, you must possess considerable talent, she remarked with a smile. You flatter me, mentor. Allow me to take your pulse, Lin Tian said. Through observation of her breathing and complexion, Lin Tian had formed a preliminary assessment. But taking her pulse would provide greater accuracy. Very well, Luo Bingning's mentor consented. Lin Tian rarely took pulses for more than 2 minutes, even with Elder Yang. He had only taken half a minute. Mentor, do you engage in particularly sensitive research? He inquired after retracting his hand. Luo Bingning's mentor furrowed her brow, while Professor Dai interjected sternly. Shaolin, must you inquire about such matters during treatment? Lin Tian clarified. This is necessary. The nature of the mentor's condition is quite unique. She exhibits symptoms of hypertension and liver cirrhosis, but the underlying cause stems from poisoning. This is not a toxin that would cause immediate death, but rather one that gradually deteriorates her health, rendering her unable to work. Professor Dai's expression shifted dramatically. Someone has poisoned her? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Indeed. And it appears to be a case of long-term poisoning. Such a poison could not be administered in large doses at once. Otherwise, it would be detected. Luo Bingning's mentor asked, Shaolin, why would you suspect my research is sensitive? Why not consider that it could be an enemy's doing? Or perhaps this old man wishes to poison me for a younger companion. Professor Dai retorted, what nonsense are you spouting in front of younger generations? Lin Tian spoke gravely. Mentor, the poison affecting you is not ordinary. Even with wealth, it would be difficult for an average person to acquire such a substance. Luo Bingning's mother-in-law furrowed her brows, stating, the research I was previously engaged in was indeed quite sensitive and at the forefront of biological studies. However, after falling ill, that project was delayed, and the following year, similar research emerged abroad, along with various patent applications. Lin Tian remarked, that sounds about right. Mother-in-law, is there anyone who is certain to see you within the next 2 to 3 months? Professor Dai, please consider this carefully. Luo Bingning's mother-in-law continued, in the past, I would have met people every 2 to 3 months, but now, it seems the same holds true? Lin Tian nodded. She quickly thought of someone, her expression turning grim. During her research, she had very few contacts, and after her illness, her interactions diminished even further. It appears you have a suspect in mind. You know what to do. I will focus solely on your treatment, Lin Tian said with a smile. Your condition is quite complex. And while I cannot fully cure you in the short term, I can certainly help you regain some strength. Chapter 65, Mother-in-law, Bingning has given you the consultation fee. Soon, Lin Tian commenced the treatment. Professor Yang's illness was critical yet manageable, while Luo Bingning's mother-in-law's condition was troublesome but not life-threatening, necessitating Lin Tian's patience. First, we must restore your basic daily self-care abilities. The second step involves stimulating your body's potential to detoxify, and the third step will be to achieve a comprehensive restoration of your bodily functions, Lin Tian explained, smiling as he treated her. Shaolin, can my dear wife truly recover? Professor Dai inquired earnestly. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, Professor Dai, but it will take some time, perhaps 3 to 5 months. The first step is straightforward, but the second step is time-consuming. Detoxification requires a process, and hastening it too much could be detrimental. Both Professor Dai and Luo Bingning's mother-in-law were filled with joy. 3 to 5 months was not a long time for them. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. Mother-in-law, try getting out of bed. You should be able to manage a few steps to the restroom, Lin Tian encouraged with a smile. Professor Dai rushed to assist his wife, who stood up slowly, feeling a significant increase in her leg strength. Let go of me, old man, she said, steadying herself as she walked slowly. Good, good. Tears glistened in Professor Dai's eyes. Having spent a lifetime together, watching his beloved wife grow increasingly ill was painful for him. Soon, Luo Bingning's mother-in-law made her way to the restroom, and shortly after the door closed, Lin Tian and the others heard faint sobs from within. Shaolin, She is overwhelmed with joy. I am too. Let her cry for a moment while we speak outside, Professor Dai said, wiping his tears. In the living room, he added, Shaolin, your medical skills are remarkable. Would you be interested in applying for graduate studies at Peking University? I could facilitate your admission. Lin Tian shook his head. Professor Dai, I do not intend to become a doctor, nor do I possess a medical license. This treatment must remain confidential. He explained the differences between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, emphasizing the potential complications that could arise from mismanagement. Professor Dai sighed lightly. It's your choice. With your skills, treating ordinary patients would be a waste. However, handling complex cases indeed carries a higher risk of disputes. Just be discerning in selecting your patients. Shaolin, what do you require for the consultation fee? Lin Tian smiled. Professor Dai, Bingning will take care of that. You two are in a relationship. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to pay, Professor Dai objected. At that moment, Luo Bingning's mother-in-law emerged, saying, Shaolin, we still have some savings. We can afford treatment fees in the range of 300,000 to 500,000, which was intended for my medical expenses. Lin Tian laughed. Mother-in-law, that's truly unnecessary. Bingning promised to give me a kiss when we return, which is worth far more than any fee. I will come back tomorrow for another treatment session. Your legs will gain more strength, and your body will begin detoxifying, he assured her. Luo Bingning's mother-in-law nodded. Shaolin, thank you. When you marry Bingning, be sure to send us an invitation. Certainly, mother-in-law, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Before long, he took his leave, and Professor Dai said solemnly, Dear, you must contact the higher authorities and involve the national security personnel. Alas, sighed Luo Bingning's mother-in-law, what a pity about that project from years ago. If it had continued, those patents would surely have belonged to us. I was blind to its potential. Her expression turned complex. The individual most likely to be involved was a former graduate student she admired, someone she had always regarded highly. I must make the call. We cannot allow the nation to suffer further losses. With a resolute nod, she quickly dialed the number. Later that evening, Lin Tian initiated a video call with Luo Bingning, who answered promptly. Upon seeing the dark iron treasure chest above her head, Lin Tian grinned. What's up? Luo Bingning inquired, surprised by his call. I missed you. He replied cheerfully. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart, though she feigned annoyance. Stop your nonsense. Are you referring to my mother-in-law's condition? Not telling, he responded playfully. That is your mother-in-law, not mine. If you wish to know, call me good husband first. Lin Tian chuckled, thinking it would be amusing to coax her into this habit. Luo Bingning, with a mischievous glint, retorted, my teacher surely knows. I can just ask them directly. Lin Tian shook his head. Are you certain they know all the details? Her expression shifted slightly. All right, good husband. What is the situation with my mother-in-law? Lin Tian laughed. Why not ask them? I'm not hiding anything. Luo Bingning clenched her teeth. Lin Tian, when you return, I will show you my prowess. I didn't practice martial arts for nothing. Upon your return, you must kiss me first. Frustrated, she ended the video call. Smiling, Lin Tian noted that the dark iron treasure chest had transformed into a bronze one. It seems I need to tease Bingning more often, he mused, finding delight in the playful exchanges that also yielded treasures. Yang, where are you? Lin Tian called another friend. The person on the other end was Yang Fei, a close companion. Lin Tian, have you come to the capital? Yang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, do you have time? Let us gather tonight, Lin Tian suggested. Chapter 66. Luo Bingning is your girlfriend? An hour later, Lin Tian met with Yang, who surprised him by demonstrating a certain level of internal strength. Although not particularly strong, the presence of any internal energy was noteworthy. Goodness, he is hiding his abilities quite well, Lin Tian thought. Hey, Lin, have you been to Korea or something? It's only been a short while since graduation. Yet you seem even more handsome. Yang exclaimed, approaching with astonishment. Yang, you've changed. You used to call me father, Lin Tian teased. Now that I have my diploma, you still dream of that? Yang replied with a playful tone. Lin Tian performed commendably in high school. Yet due to illness during the college entrance examination, he could only enroll in an ordinary university, despite his superior grades compared to Yang Fei. Yang often skipped classes, relying on Lin Tian to assist with attendance and to highlight key points for exams. When he needed something, he would shamelessly refer to Lin Tian as his foster father. In university, Lin Tian had few friends, with Yang being his closest companion. After a year apart, their camaraderie remained intact. Boss, just these skewers. And bring 2 cases of chilled beer, Lin Tian ordered. As they settled down, Yang quickly placed the order. All right, the boss replied, walking away. Lin Gu, do you remember that fight? Yang asked. The one in our freshman year? Of course, Lin Tian replied, chuckling. A few troublemakers came to our dorm, and we knocked them down. Yang's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. We both got reprimanded, and my dad gave me a serious talking to afterward. I don't recall disciplining you. Lin Tian teased. Shut up. Ouyang rolled his eyes. After that, my dad cut off my allowance and forbade me from fighting with anyone. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. So, are you suggesting that you've revealed your true identity as a wealthy heir or a martial arts master? Ouyang felt cornered. As Lin Tian had already voiced what he wanted to say, it was akin to throwing a punch only to hit nothing but air. Indeed, I admit it. I am a wealthy heir. I am also a martial arts expert, Ouyang shot back. Lin Tian grinned. In that case, I shall not pretend any longer. I confess. I am a master of martial arts. Come on, I'm being serious here. If you are a martial arts master, then I must be a grandmaster, Ouyang scoffed. The chilled beer soon arrived, and the sweltering heat prompted both to down a bottle. Are you saying this to look out for me? Lin Tian asked, smiling. Ouyang replied earnestly, Lin Gu, I didn't mention this after graduation, but perhaps you could carve out a niche for yourself. I know you are quite ambitious. It's been a year now, and the job market isn't accommodating. I could help you find a better job. Lin Tian regarded Ouyang with appreciation, knowing his intentions were sincere. A few true friends are worth more than many acquaintances. Lin Gu, please respond. This society is quite pragmatic. Without a good job, it'll be challenging to find a decent girlfriend. Lin Tian remained silent, and Ouyang frowned. Look at this. Lin Tian pulled out his phone and showed Ouyang a text message. An income of 5 million? Wow. Ouyang exclaimed, his eyes widening. The message was from Zhao Xianglin, confirming a transfer of 5 million, revealing a balance of over 6 million. By the way, I have a girlfriend now, Lin Tian stated. Ouyang stared blankly. And after a moment, he coughed lightly. Lin Gu, your girlfriend isn't 60 this year, is she? What are you thinking? My girlfriend is quite beautiful and younger than me. This money isn't from her. I earned it myself, Lin Tian retorted. Ouyang looked skeptical. Lin Tian then revealed a photo of him and Luo Bingning, taken at an orphanage, where she beamed with an enchanting smile. Wait, is that Luo Bingning? She is your girlfriend? Ouyang exclaimed incredulously. Lin Tian was taken aback. You know Bingning? Ouyang inhaled deeply, in the elite circles of the capital. Most of the younger generation knows Luo Bingning. She is stunning, but more importantly, she is the sole heir of the Luo family, which possesses assets worth hundreds of billions. Rumor has it, they have even more overseas. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. The Luo family has overseas assets? The thought that Luo Yongqian might be involved with a mysterious organization made sense. Utilizing overseas funds would be advantageous for targeting foreign entities. Given Luo Bingning's beauty and the Luo family's wealth, do you know how many young talents in the country are vying for her attention? Is she truly your girlfriend? Ouyang asked seriously. Lin Tian nodded. Why would I lie? There is no reason for it. Ouyang's brow furrowed. You haven't been together long, have you? Otherwise, you might already be in trouble. There are 2 top heirs in the capital who want to pursue Luo Bingning. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Who are they? First, there is Zheng Guangyao, whose family assets exceed 1,000 billion and are involved in various industries. The other is Chun Jianfeng. His family isn't in business, but Zheng Guangyao has to call him Brother Chun. You can guess the kind of background he has. Ouyang explained. Lin Tian nodded slightly, understanding they were part of a powerful lineage. Compared to these top heirs, the likes of Li Feng were mere small fry. Still hoping for a stroke of luck. Lin Gu, you might want to reconsider your relationship with Luo Bingning, Ouyang warned. Lin Tian chuckled. Ouyang, we live in a lawful society. The Luo family isn't weak. Do you think they would dare act recklessly? Ouyang frowned. They won't act impulsively. That would only give others hope, prompting them to take action. For a few 100 million, many would trample on the law. The allure of 1,000 billion in assets is immense. Lin Gu, while it's said that one may die beneath the peony blossoms and still be a romantic spirit, it's best not to take such risks, Ouyang cautioned. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang, did I not tell you? I am a martial arts master. I have no reason to fear them. Ouyang felt a surge of disbelief. Let us finish our drinks and find a place to practice. If you can't defeat me, I think it's better for you to break up. 2 hours later, after finishing their drinks, Lin Tian followed Ouyang to a half-finished building. I often train here. It's spacious and undisturbed. Lin Gu, feel free to unleash your skills, Ouyang said casually. He was in the mid-stage of his internal energy training, which was quite impressive for his age. Then brace yourself, Lin Tian replied, throwing a punch toward Ouyang's chest. Ouyang concentrated his internal energy, preparing to withstand a few punches to demonstrate the strength of an internal energy practitioner. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Ouyang was propelled 5 to 6 meters back, completely stunned by Lin Tian's punch. Ouyang, are you alright? Lin Tian approached to help him up. Ouyang, still in disbelief, exclaimed, Lin Gu, you truly know martial arts? How did I not know this during our 4 years of university? Lin Tian laughed. There is much you don't know. Want to go again? Ouyang nodded. Despite being knocked back, he didn't consider himself weaker than Lin Tian. Let us go, he shouted, launching a flurry of punches. Boom, boom. The two exchanged blows rapidly. But all of Ouyang's strikes were effortlessly deflected by Lin Tian. Stop, stop. Lin Gu, you're stronger than me, but don't be ridiculous. There are no martial arts masters in our country right now. Ouyang retreated, calling out. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. No martial arts masters? Ouyang. Is there truly no martial arts master in Huagua? Lin Tian inquired. Ouyang Fei nodded thoughtfully. As far as I know, there aren't any. Of course. I cannot say for certain if there are any martial arts masters hidden away in the mountains or by those in high places. He continued. My father is a martial arts master, and that is what he has told me. Lin Tian, somewhat astonished, remarked, Your father is actually a martial arts master? No wonder you have reached the level of dark energy. Ouyang Fei scoffed. So what? You are likely already at the late stage of dark energy. You might become a martial arts master by the age of 30. At this, Ouyang Fei paused. My father often says that if one can become a martial arts master before 30, they have a chance of becoming a martial arts grandmaster in their lifetime. Lao Lin, you may truly have the potential to become a martial arts grandmaster. Lin Tian smiled and replied, Then I shall look after you in the future. Ensuring your adoptive father's calls are not in vain. And once he have to break up with Bingning, right? Ouyang Fei scrutinized Lin Tian. Lao Lin, you must have a formidable master, being at the late stage of dark energy. I presume your master is a top-tier martial arts master? In that case, you need not be afraid. If they act recklessly, I can have my father intervene and reason with them alongside your master. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. What if I don't have a master? Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. Lao Lin, do you think you can just pick up a manual from a street stall and practice at random to reach your current level? Don't be ridiculous. I am serious. I truly have no master, Lin Tian insisted. Ouyang Fei stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. After a moment, he said, If you are without a master, then you must be a prodigious genius. A grandmaster is inevitable in your future. Lao Lin, under these circumstances, I suggest you fabricate a master. Creating a powerful master would yield excellent results. Lin Tian pondered, reflecting on the fact that there were no grandmasters in Huagua currently. If he were to reveal that he was a grandmaster, would it discourage Ouyang Fei? Perhaps it was better to refrain from mentioning that. The prowess of a martial arts master could be discussed to alleviate any unnecessary worries from this fellow. Lin Tian mused inwardly. Ouyang, observe the strength I possess. As he spoke, he demonstrated a set of palm techniques, producing a series of thunderous sounds as sand and stones flew about, with a fierce wind sweeping towards them. Ouyang Fei stepped back slightly, squinting to watch. After half a minute, Lin Tian ceased his display. Adoptive father, Ouyang Fei exclaimed. Lin Tian replied, Behave. I'll treat you to candy on the street later. Instantly, Ouyang Fei raised a middle finger. Damn, with that remark, your towering image in my heart has crumbled instantly. You're a martial arts master, yet here I am, stuck in the middle of dark energy. Ouyang Fei felt a twinge of disbelief. Lin Tian chuckled, In truth, I am a peak martial arts grandmaster. I feared it would frighten you, so I first showcased my mastery as a martial arts master. Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. You have already reached the level of a martial arts master. It is possible for you to become a peak martial arts grandmaster, but at present, the likelihood is negligible. With such strength, there is no need to concoct a formidable master. Others will surely do that for you. Who would believe a young martial arts master has no powerful backing? Lin Tian laughed. Worry about yourself, Ouyang. I am now a martial arts master while you are still in the mid-stage of dark energy. I feel like I've become a dog. Ouyang Fei felt somewhat defeated. He often received praise for his talent and dedication to training, yet compared to Lin Tian, his pride evaporated. Lin Tian placed a reassuring hand on Ouyang Fei's shoulder. Don't be disheartened. I am still your adoptive father. Get off me. Ouyang Fei shrugged off Lin Tian's hand. However, Lin Tian's words lightened his mood. Consider this, Ouyang. If your father becomes a grandmaster and your adoptive father is also a grandmaster, how formidable will your connections be? Ouyang Fei replied, Lao Lin, you are a martial arts master. Keep that under wraps. Do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Ouyang Fei's expression turned serious. Why is that? Lin Tian inquired. Ouyang Fei replied gravely, being a martial arts master will lead others to believe you have a powerful backing and they will think twice before acting rashly. But this only applies to those within the country. If you were in the United States or Japan, would you want to see martial arts grandmasters emerge from Huagua? Lin Tian shook his head. Although martial arts grandmasters cannot withstand heavy weaponry like sniper rifles, handguns pose little threat to them. In the event of war, should a martial arts grandmaster engage in assassination, the losses inflicted on the enemy would be substantial. Ouyang Fei spoke with depth. Years ago, Li Xiaolong became a martial arts master before the age of 30 and died at 33 under mysterious circumstances. You are only 23. If it becomes known that you are a martial arts master, you may quickly find yourself on the hit list of various organizations. This world is not as simple as it seems. Lin Tian was taken aback. Li Xiaolong was an international superstar. Could there have been hidden circumstances surrounding his death? Do you know the cause of his death? Lin Tian asked. Ouyang Fei shook his head. Back then, Hong Kong had not yet returned, and he died there. How could we possibly know the cause? His death was indeed suspicious. How many young people pass away suddenly at 33? He certainly had the means to afford medical examinations. We need not delve deeper. The truth has long been buried in history. Just be sure to protect yourself. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Ouyang Fei sighed deeply. After years of restraint, I finally managed to show off, only to be struck down by you. You still have the audacity to ask me to treat you. Lin Tian laughed heartily. What do I have to be embarrassed about? It is only right for you to honor your adoptive father. Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. Have you booked a hotel? If not, come stay at my place. You and Luo Bingning aren't at the stage of meeting parents yet. Lin Tian shook his head. I haven't booked anything, but I want to intrude on your home tonight. It's too late for that. I'll return tomorrow. Ouyang Fei was taken aback. So soon? I'm living with Bingning, and I have no reason to stay here. Ouyang Fei clutched his chest. You're just here to throw shade at me. I don't even have a girlfriend, and you're already cohabitating with Luo Bingning. Friendship over. Though he declared the end of their friendship, Ouyang Fei still arranged for Lin Tian to stay at a luxurious hotel. Lao Lin, if there's any commotion in the upper echelons, I will let you know. Stay cautious. A martial arts master cannot withstand a bullet. With that, Ouyang Fei departed, leaving Lin Tian in deep contemplation. His friend was indeed exceptional. If not for sheer luck, the gap between him and Ouyang Fei would be insurmountable. As Ouyang Fei left, he too was filled with thought. He was merely at the mid-stage of dark energy, while Lin Tian had already attained the status of a martial arts master. He had only a few 100,000 in his account, while Lin Tian boasted millions. Damn it, next time I'll make sure to show off my skills too. At least I inherited some of my grandfather's teachings. In this regard, I can still hold my own. Ouyang Fei mused to himself. In Chapter 68, Old Yang's reward for Lin Tian. At the Tianshui Rehabilitation Center, after a thorough examination, Old Yang was moved out of the intensive care unit. His condition had significantly improved. Ji Heng, stay behind. Everyone else may leave, Old Yang instructed. The others bid their farewells and departed, leaving only Old Yang and Yang Ji Heng in the room. Old Yang inquired, Ji Heng, who is the young doctor treating me today? Yang Ji Heng smiled. Dad, his name is Lin Tian. He is not actually a doctor. He doesn't even have a medical license. He only practices traditional Chinese medicine. Old Yang replied solemnly, as the great man said, whether a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Think of a way to get him a medical license. Yang Zhiheng shook his head. He is not interested in that himself. Old Yang's gaze deepened. He is still too young. When push comes to shove, that medical license will prove useful. In this manner, you discreetly arrange a firearm permit for him without revealing the matter to him. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it would prove useful. Yang Zhiheng nodded. All right. Father. Though his father held a prominent position within the military, the medical domain was not his purview. However, with his connections, securing such a favor was hardly a challenge. What compensation did you offer him? Inquired Old Yang. Yang Zhiheng shook his head. Father, there was no compensation. I informed Brother Luo that our family owes Lin Tian a favor. Foolishness, Old Yang furrowed his brow. Even if you had offered compensation, does that absolve us of our obligation? A favor is a favor, and compensation is compensation. That young Dr. Lin possesses exceptional medical skills. It is likely our family will seek his assistance in the future. Yang Zhiheng cleared his throat. Father, it is inappropriate to offer him compensation. He is Brother Luo's grandson-in-law, and our family's wealth pales in comparison to the Luo family's. Moreover, he has no aspirations for politics or military service. Old Yang pondered for a moment. I worry about his safety. Young men are often drawn to firearms. Arrange for him to have a gun-carrying identity. I will gift him my pistol before handing it over. Ensure he undergoes firearms training. Yang Zhiheng exclaimed, Father, you intend to give him that pistol? It was personally bestowed upon you by the great leader. Old Yang nonchalantly replied. Had it not been for Shaolin, I would have soon met the great leader myself. What is the harm in giving him the gun? It would serve to protect him. However, make it clear to him that firearms must be handled with caution. Yang Zhiheng still felt a pang of reluctance. What? Is that gun more important than my life? Of course not, Old Yang retorted. Then see to it that you manage this matter effectively. By the way, Have Shaolin procure a quality safe for storage. He should carry it only when he senses danger. Otherwise, it should remain at home. Yang Zhiheng nodded in agreement. Arranging for Lin Tian to have an identity and a firearm permit was not overly difficult, albeit not entirely simple. You shall handle this personally, Old Yang concluded, lying down to rest. Upon leaving the sanatorium, Yang Zhiheng dialed Lin Tian's number, which he had acquired from Luo Yongqian. Who is this? Lin Tian inquired, having just finished his bath and preparing for his training. Dr. Lin, this is Yang Zhiheng. I wonder if you have any interest in firearms? If so, I can arrange for you to visit an exciting location tomorrow. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He certainly had an interest in firearms. Most men do. Yet due to China's strict gun control laws, many would undoubtedly collect firearms if permitted. Having acquired master-level shooting skills, he had yet to handle a real gun, having only seen a robber's weapon in the hospital. General Yang, I am indeed interested, Lin Tian replied. Yang Zhiheng smiled. Where are you? I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. There will be plenty of ammunition to ensure you have a fulfilling experience. General Yang. I want to hold back then. I am at. Lin Tian provided his location. The next day arrived, and a military vehicle pulled up outside the hotel. Shortly, Lin Tian descended and boarded the military vehicle. Hello, I am Lin Tian, he greeted. The driver, a woman in her 20s, though not as striking as Luo Bingning, was nonetheless beautiful. Tan Xin, she replied, her demeanor cool. Having been assigned unexpectedly to teach Lin Tian shooting, she found it an undesirable task. Lin Tian chose not to engage her in conversation, recalling that Luo Bingning would certainly be awake by this hour. He sent her a message. Bingning, I miss you. Please send me a selfie. No. Luo Bingning, who was having breakfast, quickly replied. Wife, don't be so stingy, Lin Tian teased. Upon seeing Lin Tian's message, Luo Bingning's face flushed slightly, and she huffed. Who is your wife? I am not yet. Bingning, if you don't send a picture, I will come directly to see you. I will treat your aunt's illness next time I return to the capital. Luo Bingning. Soon. She sent a photo of herself looking quite displeased. Lin Tian's expression changed. The photo captured Luo Bingning's head but not the treasure chest. Damn it. Lin Tian felt a pang of disappointment. Had her black iron treasure chest transformed into a bronze treasure chest overnight? Such chests were precious. And losing the bronze one was even more lamentable. He dialed Luo Bingning for a video call, relieved when she answered. Despite the photo lacking the chest, the video revealed a bronze treasure chest floating above her head. Lin Tian, did you not receive my photo? Why call for video? She asked. Oh, it seems you are not in an ordinary vehicle, Luo Bingning observed. Lin Tian chuckled. It's a military vehicle. The driver is a beauty. But I cannot reveal her looks to you. After exchanging a few casual words, Luo Bingning ended the call, muttering, What mischief are you up to? Is she truly a beauty? Over an hour later, they exited the city and arrived at a military shooting range, where a variety of firearms awaited them, including heavy sniper rifles. Lin Tian, per orders from above, you may use various firearms, but you must first demonstrate proficiency with a handgun, Tan Xin instructed. Lin Tian was taken aback. Why the insistence on mastering the handgun first? What was General Yang's intention? Understood, Lin Tian replied, refraining from questioning Tan Xin, who was merely following orders and unaware of the general's motives. What type of firearm would you like to try? I will fetch the weapons, Tan Xin asked. Lin Tian grinned. Handgun, rifle, sniper rifle. I'd like to try them all, if that's all right. The more ammunition, the better. Tan Xin turned to retrieve the firearms, returning shortly with a vehicle loaded with various weapons. We shall begin with the handgun at a 15-meter electronic target. My task is to ensure you hit the target at least 6 times out of 10 shots, she stated, handing Lin Tian a pistol. The 92 model, a 5.8mm handgun, weighed 760 grams empty and 879. 2 grams when loaded, a clear indication it lacked ammunition. Lin Tian accepted the pistol with a smile. Chapter 69, A Remarkable Shooting Talent. Tan Xin's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Tian, are you a gun enthusiast? Lin Tian shook his head. Not exactly. I just have a decent memory and an interest in firearms. Tan Xin nodded slightly and handed him a magazine. Lin Tian pretended to fumble as he loaded the magazine. Here's the safety. After you aim, take a couple of shots, and I will then teach you the correct grip, Tan Xin instructed. Lin Tian nodded and, after disengaging the safety, aimed with one hand at the target. Tan Xin frowned slightly, but refrained from offering correction. The recoil from the handgun could be significant, and most novices would use both hands. Lin Tian took his time to aim. Bang! The gun fired, and while his hand trembled slightly, he managed to hit the target accurately. Tan Xin was taken aback. Lin Tian's strength was impressive. To hit the target with a single hand on the first shot was commendable, even if it only scored 2 rings. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Tian possessed master-level shooting skills, making him more than a match for seasoned marksmen. Only 2 rings. That is quite the challenge, she thought. Let me try again, Lin Tian said cheerfully. Bang bang. In short order, he fired 10 rounds, intentionally missing 2 while hitting the target with the remaining 8, including 1 perfect 10-ring shot. 10xin was incredulous. The directive from above stipulated that Lin Tian was to achieve a minimum of 5 hits out of 10 shots at the 15-meter target. Had they discovered a shooting prodigy? 10xin pondered inwardly. Lin Tian, having just begun his foray into shooting, was instructed on the correct stance for holding a firearm with both hands. 10xin picked up another pistol to demonstrate. Give it a try, she encouraged. You have 10 rounds left in your magazine. Lin Tian nodded, gripping the gun with both hands, and began to fire. In no time, all 10 bullets hit the target, 4 of which scored in the 8-ring. 10xin was momentarily at a loss for words. Being assigned to teach Lin Tian indicated her own proficient shooting skills, and she recognized her natural aptitude in this discipline. However, her initial shooting performance had been far inferior to Lin Tian's current prowess. Lin Tian, have you never handled a firearm before? 10xin inquired. Lin Tian replied, I encountered an armed assailant some time ago. Does that count? 10xin shook her head. That does not count at all. If you have never engaged with firearms, it indicates that you possess a remarkable talent for shooting. Let us continue. As time slipped away, under Lin Tian's control, 10xin witnessed his shooting skills improve at an astonishing rate. Within an hour, Lin Tian had fired hundreds of rounds, achieving an impressive score of 80 on the 15-meter target. Given the low accuracy of handguns, this was an exceptional accomplishment. Let us wrap up the handgun practice for now. Lin Tian, you can experiment with whatever you wish next, 10xin said, somewhat stunned. She had anticipated a more challenging task today, yet within such a short time. Lin Tian's handgun shooting was on par with her own. All right, Lin Tian replied cheerfully. Soon after, he began to explore the remaining firearms, and 10xin was left in awe of his formidable shooting talent. That's enough for today, Lin Tian. You've already fired a considerable number of rounds. Your body may not withstand much more, 10xin remarked after 2 hours. Reluctantly, Lin Tian set down the sniper rifle, acutely aware that it might be a long time before he had the opportunity to handle a firearm again. Report. Lin Tian has completed firearms training with outstanding results. After escorting Lin Tian to the roadside, 10xin returned to report. Outstanding results? An officer before her exclaimed in surprise. 10xin responded earnestly, yes. His performances with both the handgun and rifle were exceptional, and his sniper rifle results were nearly excellent. He trained for only 3 hours. With additional training, he is certain to achieve even greater heights. The officer was taken aback. To reach such a level in just 3 hours of shooting training? Return to your post, he commanded. As 10xin departed, the officer straightened and dialed General Yang Jing. General, I am reporting. Lin Tian has completed his shooting training. Upon hearing the report, surprise flickered in Yang Jing's eyes. Lin Tian possessed an extraordinary shooting talent. Thank you for your efforts. After hanging up, Yang Jing quickly called Lin Tian. Shaolin, let us have lunch together. I have something to discuss with you. General Yang, what is it you wish to speak about? Lin Tian asked. Yang Jihing was already seated, having ordered the dishes. Shaolin, I had someone investigate your family background. Your grandfather was a veteran who contributed significantly to the nation. Lin Tian nodded slightly. My grandfather is aware of this, but he insists that many of his comrades perished, and he feels fortunate to have returned alive. He mentioned that the country faced difficulties in the past. Yang Jihing sighed. The nation owes much to unsung heroes like him. Shaolin, my father wishes to present you with a gift. As he spoke, he produced a wooden box. Upon opening it, a beautifully crafted handgun lay within. This handgun was gifted to my father by a great leader in his time. He wishes for you to have it as a token of gratitude and for your protection. Lin Tian was taken aback. This was indeed a prized possession of Yang's father, holding immense value and significance. General Yang, I cannot accept this. This handgun must be cherished by your father, and it would be improper for me to take it. Moreover, possessing it would be illegal. Yang Jihing chuckled lightly. My father's intention is to grant you an identity and arrange for a gun license, allowing you to possess it legally, though it should not be brandished casually. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. The prospect of obtaining a gun license was enticing. What man would not desire such a privilege? The identity and the gun are meant to ensure your safety. If you agree, I can facilitate that with the National Security Agency. Lin Tian hesitated. General Yang, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Yang Jihang shook his head. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Your exceptional medical skills warrant such special treatment. Lin Tian pondered. As a martial arts master, there may be instances in the future where he would need to take action, and having such an identity would be immensely beneficial. General Yang, I will accept the identity, but please keep the gun. A regular firearm would suffice. Lin Tian said earnestly. Are you certain? Yang Zhiheng inquired, somewhat surprised. Lin Tian nodded. I am certain. I would be too apprehensive to use such a firearm. I would have to buy a safe to store it. Yang Zhiheng smiled. Very well. Then I will provide you with a standard handgun. You will still need a decent safe to store it. I will also provide you with an extra magazine, giving you a total of 40 rounds, which should be more than sufficient. After dining with Yang Zhiheng, Lin Tian returned to Peking University, where he administered a second treatment to his mentor's wife. After this treatment, your body will begin to detoxify. Please maintain a light diet and try to move around as much as possible, Lin Tian said with a smile as he gathered his silver needles. Thank you, Shaolin. The mentor's wife expressed gratefully. Nearby, Professor Dai remarked, Shaolin, thanks to your alertness, the national security colleagues apprehended the individual responsible for harming my wife yesterday. Lin Tian smiled. Professor Dai, this was my duty. He would soon integrate into the national security system to eliminate internal spies, and such matters would fall within his purview. Mentor's wife, I will return within a month. If you adhere to the prescription I provided, you should see considerable improvement in your health. After a brief while, Lin Tian took his leave, needing to catch a flight back to City S. The bronze treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had been there for nearly a day, and he was eager to return and collect it. Losing the bronze treasure chest would be quite disheartening. Several hours later, Lin Tian arrived back in City S. Hurrying to his residential complex, Luo Bingning had already returned home, but had yet to open the door. Lin Tian caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of squid stew wafting from inside. Someone else back so soon, and not spending time with a beautiful woman? Upon hearing the door open, Luo Bingning emerged from the kitchen. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned to see that the treasure chest above her head had transformed into silver. Goodness! This morning it was a bronze treasure chest, and now it has turned silver. Could it be due to my mention of a beautiful woman while driving with Bingning? Lin Tian mused. If that were the case, occasionally making Luo Bingning a bit jealous might be a clever tactic to elevate the quality of the treasure chest. Of course, this did not imply he intended to act indiscriminately. Occasionally inciting a hint of jealousy in Luo Bingning could also serve to deepen their relationship. Bingning, are you feeling a bit jealous? Lin Tian asked with a playful smile. Luo Bingning huffed lightly. Jealous? What are you thinking? I want to kiss you. Lin Tian stepped closer to her, but Luo Bingning backed away, her cheeks tinged with red. Lin Tian, the mentor's wife isn't fully recovered yet. It's too soon for that. Lin Tian retorted playfully. Bingning, are you trying to be difficult? We had an agreement. Upon returning, I would kiss you. Feigning innocence. Luo Bingning replied, Is that so? I don't recall. Our agreement was that I would only receive a kiss after the mentor's wife had recovered. Lin Tian chuckled and continued to advance. Bingning, if you keep being difficult, I will kiss you right now. In a flurry, Luo Bingning turned and dashed into the kitchen. At that moment, Lin Tian reached out and touched the silver treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a 27 cubic system space. The system space is a cubic structure with a side length of 3 meters, and it cannot accommodate living beings. The system's voice resonated within Lin Tian's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Previously, he had received various skills, but now he had obtained a system space, which was indeed a substantial benefit. In novels, there are often extraordinary systems that bestow vast spaces upon their users, yet each system is unique. His system was rather modest in comparison. While others receive the essence of Pangu or profound techniques, his system could only offer minor skills. Nevertheless, these skills were sufficient for him to make significant progress. One must not be overly greedy. The silver treasure chest provided a space with a 3-meter side, while the bronze chest likely offered 2 meters, and the black iron chest probably only 1 meter. Lin Tian mused to himself, contemplating that if another black iron chest were to appear, he would test how long it could remain above Luo Bingning's head. Even if the black iron chest were to vanish, the knowledge gained from such an experiment would be worth the loss. Lin Tian, stop staring at me from behind. It's making me uneasy, Luo Bingning chided playfully. Aware of Lin Tian's gaze, Lin Tian stole a final glance at Luo Bingning's alluring figure before turning away. In a cheap how, she would undoubtedly be captivating. With a sigh of relief, Luo Bingning felt the tension ease as Lin Tian's gaze lingered. Upon entering his room, Lin Tian conducted a test. He discovered that objects he could touch, provided they did not exceed the size limit, could be stored within the system space. However, merely viewing them was insufficient. With the system space at his disposal, he now had a secure place to store his firearm license and pistol, along with items like the Guqin and Erhu. A smile spread across Lin Tian's face, as he had initially considered purchasing a safe, but now realized that the system space was far more secure. He could access his belongings at any time. Soon, Luo Bingning prepared a sumptuous meal. "Bingning, this looks exceptionally delightful today," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Despite it being just the two of them, Luo Bingning had prepared 5 dishes, likely having returned home early from work to cook. "You helped my mother with her illness. I must show my gratitude," she stated while serving rice. Lin Tian chuckled. "Bingning, this gratitude comes with extra conditions. Remember your promise. You must not hold back." Considering her potential reluctance, he added, "I might demand a couple of kisses later." Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. "You promised 1 kiss. How did it become 2? You can't change the rules like that. A kiss now, or 2 later. Which do you prefer?" Lin Tian responded with a grin. "I'd rather have the 2 later." With a huff, Luo Bingning expressed her discontent. "Had I known this, I wouldn't have cooked tonight. I would have simply had steamed buns." In her view, the distinction between 1 kiss and 2 was negligible, but the timing of the kiss made a significant difference. "All right, but you must not backtrack on your promise, or else." Lin Tian's gaze lingered on her delicate lips. "Stop staring." Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Tian retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet. "Bingning, we must not let your delicious meal go to waste. Let us indulge in a bit of red wine." "Certainly," Luo Bingning replied, fetching 2 wine glasses. "Do we have candles?" Lin Tian inquired, noticing that night had fallen. "Yes," she quickly returned with 2 short, plump pink candles. Once lit, and with the lights dimmed, the ambience transformed, enhanced by candlelight, fine wine, and exquisite food. "Cheers," they exclaimed, clinking their glasses, with Luo Bingning sporting a gentle smile. Since their marriage, her laughter had increased significantly. "Lin Tian, Uncle Tang has been discharged from the hospital. Aunt Lu has invited us for a meal at their home. Additionally, Director Tan has also extended an invitation," Luo Bingning conveyed. Lin Tian, surprised, replied, "Uncle Tang has been discharged? It's understandable for Aunt Lu to invite us, but why is Director Tan inviting us? Didn't you apprehend the criminal? You also prevented Uncle Tang from coming to harm. Director Tan feels indebted to you," Luo Bingning explained. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian decided, "I can accept the invitation from Director Tan, but let us hold off on visiting Uncle Tang for now. He cannot drink." Luo Bingning nodded gently. "Where did you go today?" she asked. Lin Tian, with a mischievous smile, responded, "Bingning, are you curious if the person driving me today was a beauty? Just ask directly. It's only natural for a wife to inquire," she retorted playfully. "If I choose not to speak, does it matter if the driver was beautiful or not?" Lin Tian shrugged. "Then I won't say anything." With a huff, Luo Bingning pondered whether to ask, but held her tongue. Lin Tian chuckled. "I went to the capital with your grandfather. I happened to save old Yang's life." "Old Yang from the military?" Luo Bingning inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. She was taken aback. Old Yang held significant sway in military circles, especially now that he was still alive. During festivals, the elders would surely pay their respects. "General Yang had someone take me to the shooting range to practice marksmanship. He wishes to grant me a legal firearm permit for my protection." "Yang family truly values you," Luo Bingning marveled. "They've not only given you a gun, but also a powerful ally. It's only reasonable. You saved old Yang and assisted the Yang family immensely. If he lives a few more years, General Yang could very well receive further promotions. In ordinary families, a nonagenarian might be seen as a burden. But in a family like the Yangs, an elder is a treasure." Lin Tian nodded slightly, understanding this truth. When the wind shifts, friendships fade. As long as old Yang remains alive, even if he cannot move, others will still respect the Yang family. Luo Bingning expressed her admiration. "It's impressive how easily you've forged such connections. Bingning, old Yang is a patient. I merely acted as a barefoot doctor for him. Our connection is quite limited. Let us not delve into it further. We common folk should not meddle in matters beyond our reach," Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingning gazed at him, her smile radiant. "Lin Tian, your perspective is admirable. Let us just earn a modest living. However, something feels peculiar lately," she added, her brow furrowing. "What seems strange?" Lin Tian asked, intrigued. "I used to frequently bump into Aunt Wang in the elevator, but today, I saw her downstairs, and she actually avoided me." Lin Tian chuckled. "She once hoped you would marry her son. After he ended up in jail, I suspect she had a change of heart. She likely realized that her son, Song Kaifeng, is not a good person. Speaking of which, when I had someone look into your background, I discovered your parents' birthdays are approaching. Your mother's is soon." "Isn't it?" Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, it's just over 10 days away." Luo Bingning seemed a bit shy. "Lin Tian, Why don't you invite them to S-City for a few days? I can take Aunt Lu to buy some gifts. Lin Tian laughed. Do you have any money left? Luo Bingning pouted. Just lend me some for now. Once my dad unfreezes my credit card, I'll pay you back. She had very little money remaining, having previously spent lavishly, leaving her with only a little over 10,000 after buying clothes for Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head. I won't lend you any. However, if you can give me a massage after my tiring outing, I will pay you 1,000 for every minute. Luo Bingning glared at him, clearly annoyed. Lin Tian, I'm borrowing money to buy gifts for your mother, and you want me to massage you? Lin Tian smiled and said, how about this? I will give you a massage, and I will also pay you 1,000 yuan for every minute. Luo Bingning responded. That sounds like a greater loss. She silently calculated in her mind, contemplating a birthday gift for Lin Tian's mother. She found it difficult to manage anything below 10,000 yuan. It would likely require at least 20,000, which meant she would have to massage him for 10 to 20 minutes. Lin Tian, since you have money now, you should repay me for the clothes and shoes I bought you before. Give me 10,000 yuan, she said sweetly. Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly. That can't be right. You buying me a gift is your goodwill. How can goodwill be repaid? I will definitely buy you gifts in the future. And it will only be more, not less. Luo Bingning pouted. She was currently short on funds. Among her closest friends, like Tang Yan, her mother had instructed her not to borrow money. For those less intimate, it was unthinkable to ask for a loan. As the daughter of the Luo family, borrowing money would be rather embarrassing. 3,000, Luo Bingning suggested. Lin Tian shook his head again. Not even 300 can I return to you. Luo Bingning retorted. How about 3,000 for just 1 minute of massage? That's too expensive. Make it 2,000, he haggled. Luo Bingning gritted her teeth. Deal. I will give you a 10-minute massage. After washing the dishes, Lin Tian sprawled on the sofa. Bingning, hurry up. Please focus on my shoulders, neck, and lower back. Lin Tian cheerfully urged. Close your eyes and don't look around. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. Being so close to Lin Tian while wearing a dress made her conscious of her proximity. I'm not looking around. My gaze is quite focused, she replied. Bingning. I think you won't manage to earn that money, Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning huffed. If you don't close your eyes, I'll be nervous. When I'm nervous, I tend to apply more pressure. It's better if you close your eyes. No need. I can handle it, he replied. Luo Bingning placed her delicate hands on Lin Tian's shoulders and pressed down firmly. Though she practiced martial arts and had a stronger grip than an average girl, Lin Tian, as a martial arts master, found the pressure quite manageable. In fact, a bit more force felt rather comfortable to him. If it gets unbearable, just turn your head, she warned. Bingning, I can manage just a glance at your legs. It doesn't bother me, Lin Tian said. Luo Bingning's face visibly reddened. You naughty boy. She increased the pressure slightly, yet even then, Lin Tian remained silent, his eyes still open. After the massage, Lin Tian noticed a black iron treasure chest appear above Luo Bingning's head. She had been quite animated during those 10 minutes. A mere 20,000 yuan for the privilege of a massage from a young lady of the Luo family, and I also receive a treasure chest. What a bargain. Lin Tian promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to Luo Bingning. Bingning, lie down. Let me check your dantian, he instructed. If Luo Bingning were a martial artist with internal energy, he could check by placing his hand on her wrist. However, as she was an ordinary person with narrow and blocked meridians, he needed to place his hand on her abdomen for a better examination. Luo Bingning huffed. I feel fine right now. No need for a checkup. I've managed just fine all these years. Lin Tian frowned slightly. You have issues with your dantian. You cannot take it lightly. Let us discuss it another day. Luo Bingning quickly retreated to her room. After having massaged Lin Tian and being so close for so long, she felt quite shy and didn't want him to check her abdomen. She thought to herself that if the black iron treasure chest didn't level up, it would serve as a test. Lin Tian mused inwardly that if the black iron treasure chest were to transform into a bronze or even silver chest, he would certainly accept it, though he wasn't feeling extravagant just yet. Upon returning to his own room, Lin Tian opened the Huayin app to check. To his astonishment, his followers had reached nearly 25 million. His previous live stream showcasing his sound attack had garnered him significant traffic and a plethora of new fans. Even from a distance of 4 to 5 meters, the sound attack had shattered thick wooden boards. Even days later, many were still discussing it. Lin Tian paused, noticing that his account had received official certification. It clearly stated, Era Master, Guqin Master, Martial Arts Master. Each title had more than one master confirming his credentials. Little did they know that Lin Tian had actually reached the level of a Grandmaster in all 3 fields. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated so many fans. I should simply host a live stream tomorrow, Lin Tian thought. He planned for a straightforward session at 9 a.m., dedicating an hour to each of the Guqin and Erhu. He sent out a message, and immediately, many of Lin Tian's fans began to spread the word, eagerly anticipating his live stream. Master Lin is finally streaming again. Master Lin is great at everything, but he is too laid back. He only streams once a week, while others stream thrice a day. Indeed, in his last 2 streams, he earned several million and over 10 million, yet he remains so relaxed. Many fans began chatting in the comment section. Ding. Shortly after, Zhang Han called. Brother Zhang. What is up? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Zhang Han replied, Master Lin, we've been instructed to encrypt your data. Don't reveal your identity. At your young age, being a master in 3 fields could attract unwanted attention. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. He had previously recognized this issue. And after hearing Ouyang Fei's warning, he understood the gravity of the situation. Revealing his identity today could lead to him being targeted by certain organizations tomorrow. Master Lin, you don't need to worry about leaks within Huayin. The state ensures that all insiders sign confidentiality agreements, Zhang Han assured him. Lin Tian guessed that Yang Zhiheng had uncovered information about him. Given Yang Zhiheng's status, it was not surprising. Many manufacturers want to collaborate with you for advertising. Zhang Han mentioned. Lin Tian chuckled. Brother Zhang, didn't I say that I would consider it once my followers surpass 30 million? We're not there yet. All right. Your live stream tomorrow will likely bring you close to 30 million followers, Zhang Han laughed, while others struggled to gain followers. Zhang Han had no doubts about Lin Tian's rapid growth. He had gained nearly 25 million in just half a month. After ending the call, Lin Tian began his training. I am the masked hero, and I am also the girlfriend of the currently popular Master Lin. I am here to officially report that Master Lin has abandoned me. Master Lin is significantly older than I am, but I was drawn to his talent and chose to be with him. However, after I became pregnant, he vanished. Having never married, I had no choice but to terminate the pregnancy. This has caused damage to my body and led to me losing my job. Upon learning of his rise to fame, I decided to seek some form of compensation from him. But he is so heartless that he wouldn't even give me 100,000 yuan. With his phone on silent, Lin Tian focused on his training. A video was spreading rapidly online. In it, a woman in her late 20s held up her ID, tearfully accusing him. I never expected someone with the surname Lin to be such a scoundrel. How could I have ever been a fan of him? Regardless of talent. Poor character disqualifies him from being a good person. I urge the authorities to banish such a disgraceful internet celebrity. The video garnered numerous comments, with many expressing outrage. Though Huayin managed to take down many such videos, new ones kept surfacing, reflecting the current heated discussion. Shocking. The masked hero is actually a heartless scoundrel. A woman has publicly accused Master Lin. The 3-time master turns out to be a rogue. Soon, the news trended on Weibo, occupying multiple spots. I believe Master Lin is not that kind of person. I believe so too. Lin Tian's videos have garnered considerable support, yet the criticism has been even more overwhelming. His fan count has plummeted from 24 million to 23 million, then to 22 million. In a mere 3 hours, his followers dwindled to below 20 million. Losing 5 million fans in such a short span, an astonishing decline. In contrast, a woman who exposed him on another platform, leveraging her captivating beauty, saw her follower count surge. Within 3 hours, she gained over 3 million fans. Lin Tian concluded his training and picked up his phone, stunned to find hundreds of missed calls. Upon checking, he noted that Zhang Han had called the most, followed by Fang Zhengming, and even Old Wu, who was aware of his true identity, had tried to reach him several times. Brother Zhang, what is the matter? Lin Tian returned Zhang Han's call. Just moments before, Zhang Han had reached out, and it was evident he hadn't yet slept. Thank heavens you finally answered, Master Lin. With such a significant incident occurring, how could you possibly sleep? Zhang Han exclaimed urgently. Lin Tian, perplexed, responded, Brother Zhang, what has happened? Zhang Han swiftly summarized the situation. Master Lin, there are many people online disparaging you. Your followers are rapidly decreasing. While that woman who slandered you is seeing her fan base explode. She is currently live streaming and has already amassed hundreds of thousands in gift money. Zhang Han expressed his frustration. They issued a statement urging netizens to remain calm and not be deceived, but unfortunately, many discerning viewers remain skeptical. To them, it seems entirely normal for Huayin to defend you. Master Lin, if you could just step forward and clarify, it would resolve everything, but your identity must remain confidential, which complicates matters. Zhang Han sighed. You need to think of a way to turn this situation around. A cold light flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He was indifferent to the loss of fans. They could be regained in time. However, the fact that others were defaming him for profit was intolerable. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I will manage it, Lin Tian replied before ending the call. Lin Tian began to search online, encountering numerous videos attacking him, all of which had significant viewership. with a plethora of negative comments. Remarkably, 3 trending topics were centered around him. It seems I do possess a certain influence now, Lin Tian mused to himself. Initially angered by Zhang Han's words, he soon found his composure, realizing that falsehoods could not eclipse the truth. With just a few hours of live streaming, the woman had already earned hundreds of thousands. If she continued, she might reach 1 million by morning. Let the bullets fly for a while longer, Lin Tian thought, a cold smile gracing his lips. The malicious slander aimed at tarnishing his reputation for financial gain was sufficient to ensure that the perpetrator would face significant consequences. He sent a message to old Wu. My phone was on silent. I just saw your message. Thank you for your concern. It's nothing serious. I will handle it tomorrow. Old Wu, who was still awake at such a late hour, quickly saw Lin Tian's reply. At my age, I should be more composed than the young Lin, old Wu murmured to himself. True strength breeds confidence. He was unfazed by the disparaging remarks against Lin Tian online, particularly since the accuser did not even know Lin Tian's true age. He was only 23, while she was nearly 30, claiming he was several years her senior. To someone like old Wu, this was patently false. He expressed his support for Lin Tian, but could not reveal his identity, lacking irrefutable evidence to silence the naysayers. Time for some sleep. I shall see how Lin handles this tomorrow. Lin Tian drifted into slumber, while many netizens remained awake, caught in the escalating storm instigated by the woman's accusations. Her follower count continued to rise. Dear family, I used to sleep early, but ever since I lost my child, I found it impossible to sleep through the night. I dread falling asleep, fearing nightmares. Sweet Rabbit lamented in her live stream, her voice tinged with sorrow as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Don't be afraid, Sweet. We're here for you. Indeed, we will stand by you and fight against that scoundrel. He abandoned you, causing you immense pain, and now that he is wealthy, he won't even spare you a mere 100,000 in compensation. The live chat was flooded with supportive messages and gifts, even at 2 or 3 in the morning. The total in gifts surpassed 1 million. Thank you everyone. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Your care and support give me boundless courage. After all, he is a master, a threefold master, with connections beyond what a mere woman like me can match. I rely solely on you. Sweet Rabbit sobbed. With hundreds of thousands in her live stream, her follower count surged. Family, today at 9 in the morning, that scoundrel Lin will likely start his live stream. I want sleep. I will wait for him to go live. If you're tired, feel free to sleep. For those who are not, I'll keep you company. The live stream maintained its hundreds of thousands of viewers, her follower count skyrocketing, and the gifts pouring in. Sweet Rabbit had no intention of ending her stream to sleep. As the night wore on, Lin Tian slept soundly. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Sweet Rabbit's followers had reached 5 million, with her earnings at 150,000. She is working hard this night, Lin Tian thought, a faint smile appearing on his face. The joy she felt now would only serve to amplify her eventual despair. Lin Tian, breakfast is on the table. I've already eaten and am heading to work, Luo Bingning said as she noticed Lin Tian emerging from his bedroom. After she left, Lin Tian made his way to the dining area. What on earth is this for breakfast? Lin Tian exclaimed, eyeing the mere 10 yuan laid out on the table. What a miser. I merely asked for a massage and a glimpse at your legs. I could have given you a massage in return. Muttering to himself, he pocketed the money. 10 yuan was barely enough for a bowl of plain noodles. By 9 o'clock, Lin Tian arrived at his studio, donned his traditional attire, masked his face, and leisurely began his live stream. As soon as it started, a flood of viewers entered. His follower count had plummeted to only 15 million. Nearly a 10 million drop, yet the influx of viewers was greater than ever before. Scoundrel die? Want to be like the ancient dandy? Being dandy doesn't mean being despicable. Abandoning someone after impregnating them is revolting. You probably earned over 10 million from your last 2 streams. And you can't even spare 100,000 in compensation? No wonder you dare to show your face only in a mask. Countless comments flooded the chat, the majority vitriolic in nature. Lin Tian remained unfazed. His mastery in martial arts, Guqin, Erhu, and ancient medicine endowed him with immense confidence. Sweet Rabbit must be in the stream. Could the moderators connect me with her? Lin Tian asked, his tone calm and composed. Sweet Rabbit was indeed present, and several moderators promptly reached out to her. Despite his fan count diminishing, he still had 15 million followers, and she soon agreed to connect. Her envy was palpable, particularly among the wealthy fans. Capturing even one could yield rewards exceeding her earnings from an entire night of streaming. In no time, the live stream split into 2 screens. Sweet Rabbit, who had not slept all night, had taken the time to touch up her makeup half an hour prior, and with the beauty filter, she appeared quite lovely. Lin, our fate is entirely severed. I no longer desire your compensation. All I seek is a sincere apology. This apology was for the child she had lost. Tears glistened in her eyes as she spoke. Lin Tian smiled lightly. You claim we were once in a romantic relationship and that you were pregnant. How long were we together? For 3 years. I devoted my most beautiful years to you. The sweet yet sorrowful voice of the jade rabbit echoed. Lin Tian nodded slightly. 3 years, indeed, is no short span of time. I presume you must know me quite well. I have a rather large birthmark on my upper body. Is it on my chest or my back? On the left or the right? Higher or lower? The jade rabbit's eyes revealed a flicker of panic. That is a difficult guess. Firstly, there might not be one at all. If there is, the odds of accurately guessing its location, chest or back, upper or lower, left or right, are exceedingly slim. I forgot. After the child was lost, I desperately tried to forget you, the jade rabbit replied, her expression filled with anguish. The barrage of comments disparaging Lin Tian in the live stream dwindled significantly. Many netizens, easily stirred, were not foolish. The jade rabbit's response seemed highly dubious to them. 3 years together, and you don't know where your boyfriend has a birthmark? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. I am proficient in a foreign language, after 3 years together. You surely know which one, do you not? He was fluent in 9 languages, regardless of what the other party might say. The jade rabbit felt a tightening in her heart. Most likely, it was English, but if Lin Tian indeed spoke English, such a question could easily lead her astray. I do not know. You have never revealed it. Perhaps you never truly cared for me. You never fully showed your true self, the jade rabbit said cautiously. Wild guesses are worse than none at all. More netizens began to sense something amiss. 3 years together, and you genuinely don't know which foreign language your boyfriend speaks? Deceiving someone for 3 days is easy, 3 months is possible, but 3 years is exceedingly difficult. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Sweet jade rabbit, if you know nothing about me, then pray tell, what do you actually know? My name, phone number, address, age, photographs, where I used to work. You may expose it all. Why do you force me to remember these things? I don't know. I wish to know nothing. All I seek is a mere apology. If you cannot even offer that, then we have nothing more to discuss. The jade rabbit concluded, abruptly ending the live stream. Is that it? She just ran away? Could Lin Tian truly be her ex-boyfriend? Countless comments flooded Lin Tian's live stream. Chapter 74. Erhu, Master-level? Lin Tian scoffed internally. So, simply shutting down the stream suffices? If she escapes without consequences, I suspect it won't be long before other ex-girlfriends emerge. This was merely the beginning. Perhaps even his parents would surface. For fame and profit. Many have no moral compass. I told you, Master Lin would surely be without fault. Anyone with eyes should see the truth about the jade rabbit. A deluge of supportive comments for Lin Tian started to appear, while those denouncing him diminished greatly. Everyone, I have kept a low profile, yet I never anticipated such turmoil. Overnight, I seem to have gained an ex-girlfriend. Haha. Enough of this. Let us enjoy the music. After this, there may not be another chance. I fear if I gain further fame, even more ex-girlfriends might come forward. Lin Tian smiled softly. The audience was left in astonishment. Master Lin, please don't stop. We eagerly await your streams daily. Master Lin, I was wrong. I should not have remained silent when you were wronged. Please don't stop streaming. I'll go after the jade rabbit. Countless comments poured in. Lin Tian picked up the Erhu, the National Security Bureau, aiding him in concealing his information. Now, revealing his master-level Erhu skills posed no issue. Everyone, I present a piece titled Longing to You All. The sound of the Erhu soon filled the air. Oh, it seems even more melodious. I feel the same. Could it be that Master Lin has recently made a breakthrough? Many expressed such sentiments in the comments. Lin Tian displayed master-level proficiency on the Erhu, though he restrained himself, not giving it his all. He was, after all, a top-tier master. In the capital, Ouyang Shun's eyes widened. He was a top-era master, merely a step away from mastery, yet that step was far from easy to traverse. A master. This is undoubtedly a master-level performance. Ouyang Shun was filled with excitement. Though not yet a master himself, his expertise enabled him to discern that this was indeed a master-level rendition. However, a single performance could not definitively conclude that Lin Tian had reached mastery. Ouyang Shun listened intently. Not long after, Lin Tian played a second piece, Moonlight Over the Two Springs, having performed this classic countless times. Ouyang Shun realized that young Lin had undoubtedly reached master level. Ouyang Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. He was unaware of Lin Tian's precise age, but was certain he was under 40. How remarkable that someone so young could already be a master of the Erhu. Ding ding. Ouyang Shun's phone rang. It was another Erhu master calling. President, are you watching young Lin's live stream? I sense that his skill has reached master level. Unfortunately, it's a live stream. It would be clearer in person, the other master spoke excitedly. Ouyang Shun took a deep breath. Your instincts are correct. Young Lin's skill has indeed reached master level. Referring to him as Young Lin is no longer appropriate. Perhaps we should address him as Master Lin. The Erhu Master on the other end of the line responded with delight. If that's the case, then Master Lin has undoubtedly achieved mastery. He has concealed it from us quite well. President, what should we do? Young Lin just stated that this might be his last performance. Will we never hear from him again? Yang Shun's expression changed. While they might still hear from Lin Tian in their small group, this was a magnificent opportunity for Erhu discourse dissemination. Let us all leverage our connections. The internet is not a lawless realm, and those who maliciously defame others for profit ought to face consequences. Yang Shun took a deep breath and spoke somberly. Understood, President. Though they appeared amiable, each of these Erhu masters had their own networks. None were easy to provoke. An hour slipped by swiftly. Lin Tian set down the Erhu. Fan Lao Wantong sent 200 spaceships. Fan Lao Liang sent 100 spaceships. Fan Ouyang Shun sent 10 spaceships. A plethora of gifts flooded in. ISNT Ouyang Shun, the president of the Erhu Association? It's him. I have met the esteemed elder Ouyang. Many comments appeared. Ouyang Shun's words floated across the live stream screen. Master Lin, the Erhu Association will undoubtedly seek justice for you. Master Lin, did President make a typo? Fan Lao Wu sent a spaceship. Fan Erhu Su Gang sent a spaceship. Congratulations to Master Lin for breaking through and achieving mastery in the Erhu. Congratulations, Master Lin. The subsequent spaceships were sent by Erhu Masters, each following up with congratulatory comments. Indeed, Master Lin has truly become a master. Oh my, Master Lin becoming a master means he is the sole Erhu Master. No wonder it sounds even better. I was moved to tears just now. Countless comments flooded in. Many who studied or cherished the Erhu felt immeasurable joy, knowing that the Erhu now boasted another master, which would greatly enhance its influence. Ding! Lin Tian began to play the guqin. While he exhibited master-level prowess on the Erhu, he chose not to showcase his guqin skills at that moment, as there was already a master of the guqin. Unbeknownst to them, yet another hour had passed. Thank you all for your generous gifts. Today, I shall donate all the gifts I can to the Huayin Foundation, which supports children's welfare in the Midwest. Depending on the foundation's scale, the donation will range from 30 to 100,000. Lin Tian said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, countless viewers of the live stream were left astounded. Today, Lin Tian's stream garnered an unprecedented reward of over 20 million. Many wealthy fans contributed generously, alongside numerous ordinary viewers. Master Lin, are you certain? A moderator inquired through the comments. Indeed, Lin Tian affirmed, rising to clasp his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your support. May we meet again in the future. With that, Lin Tian ended the live stream. Is this it? Master Lin truly intends to cease his broadcasts? The thought lingered. With such a substantial donation, if Sweet Bunny were genuinely Master Lin's former lover, would he really hesitate to part with even 100,000? After defrauding over 1 million, she must face imprisonment. As the screen went dark, many remained in the chat, the comments and gifts still pouring in. How could this happen? Sweet Bunny was taken aback. After 2 hours of Lin Tian's stream, she had lost a significant portion of her followers, and the numbers were plummeting at an alarming rate. Well, if they leave, she thought. After all, I've made 50,000. There's potential to earn more later. Sweet Bunny, whose real name was Luo Bingning, glanced at her bank balance and smiled. She had received over 1 million in donations, but could only withdraw a portion. I must salvage this situation, she resolved. With 200,000 fans, as long as I can maintain over 1 million followers, I can still live lavishly. Luo Bingning initiated another live stream. A multitude of her followers quickly flocked in, and upon hearing the news, many of Lin Tian's fans also surged into her stream. Dear friends, there are matters I wish I could discuss openly, but I have been warned against speaking freely. This world has always favored the strong, and as a weak woman, I am grateful to merely survive. Her performance was compelling, with tears brimming in her eyes, conveying a mix of innocence and fear. Along with a silent accusation against the world, I suspected something was amiss. Surely someone intervened on behalf of the Lin family. Fear not, Sweet Bunny. We are here to support you. With her words, many in the chat experienced an epiphany, choosing to believe only what they wished to accept. Thank you all. This world is filled with darkness, yet you shine like rays of sunlight, illuminating my path and that of many like me. I cannot and will not respond to Master Lin. Or rather, Master Lin, please refrain from speaking on my behalf to avoid attracting trouble. We cannot afford to provoke a master. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. I can sing, so I shall sing for you. Everything shall be conveyed through my songs, Luo Bingning said bitterly. Yet internally, she felt no sorrow, having received over 1 million in donations and withdrawn 50,000. Her heart swelled with joy. Observing the ongoing donations in her stream only heightened her elation, as they represented a steady source of income. Regrettably, she lamented the absence of a true tycoon who could donate millions in a single go. This song, Invisible Wings, is dedicated to you all, she announced, commencing her performance. Though not a professional singer, her voice was adequate, enhanced by quality equipment, resulting in a pleasing auditory experience. Her glistening eyes added to the emotional depth of her performance. I am somewhat perplexed. Is it Master Lin who is being slandered, or is Sweet Bunny being suppressed by powerful figures? Lin Tian maintained a serene demeanor, evidently confident, while Sweet Bunny cried multiple times, leading many to empathize with her plight. We are her invisible wings, supporting her. In Sweet Bunny's livestream, Lin Tian's fans expressed their outrage. Yet many of her supporters also defended her. The rate of decline in her follower count noticeably slowed. This is wonderful, she thought, feeling a surge of hope. If she performed well, her followers might even increase. Maintaining a count of 2 to 3 million, she believed she could earn a fortune with her talents. Lin Tian lingered in Sweet Bunny's stream as an observer and noted how she skillfully stirred the waters. Her tactics and acting were commendable, but alas, her cleverness could backfire. The more donations she received, the heavier the sentence she would eventually face, given the severity of her actions. Lin Tian had no doubts that Sweet Bunny would be apprehended. The Erhu and Guqin guilds were formidable forces, and with so many fans, they wielded significant influence. The authorities would inevitably handle the matter judiciously. In the capital, Yang Zhiheng's private phone rang. Old Song, has everything been taken care of regarding Lin Tian? He inquired. On the other end was an old friend, Song Jinru, a high-ranking official in national security. Old Yang, Lin Tian is in a bit of trouble, Song Jinru explained. Yang Zhiheng, who seldom watched short videos, was unaware of the situation. You know Lin Tian's age, and you should be well aware of his background. You are fully aware if Luo Bingning is lying. Does this jeopardize Lin Tian's prospects with national security? Yang Zhiheng questioned. I mentioned that his involvement could benefit you. Song Jinru replied, what benefit are you referring to? Yang Zhiheng chuckled. As a martial arts master, your health is likely robust. However, should you ever depart, he could send you off with his Erhu. Thanks, but no thanks. Song Jinru retorted. Old Song, don't blame me for not warning you. Your health is not a guarantee that your family will remain unscathed. My father was declared terminally ill, yet he was revived in 2 minutes. He acted on the favor of Lao Luo. Don't come looking for me if you need help. I don't have that kind of influence. Is it possible he wouldn't give you face? Song Jinru asked, astonished. Yang Zhiheng replied coolly. He is currently a hidden dragon, poised to soar. He may not require my favor in the future. Enough of this. You're worried I might impede him, aren't you? I would welcome such a prodigy joining us. Song Jinru snapped. I am merely asking for your opinion. Yang Zhiheng responded, opinion? What opinion could I possibly have? The law of the land must be upheld, and those who violate it must be punished accordingly. Given the severity of this case and Luo Bing's unrepentant behavior, the sentencing should be stringent. I will communicate with the relevant parties, Song Jinru assured. After hanging up, Song Jinru promptly made another call, reaching a prominent figure in law enforcement. National security and the police had distinct responsibilities, and Luo Bing's case fell under police jurisdiction, making direct intervention from national security inappropriate. Director Song, what instructions do you have? The police chief, El Shanha, inquired with a smile. Song Jinru replied, I lack the authority to instruct you. However, I have information to share regarding a high-profile case involving Master Lin. El Shanha expressed surprise. You also received a call about him? I've just fielded 3 calls on the matter. Master Lin is affiliated with national security. I will send you his details. But please keep this confidential. This case has significant ramifications, and it is best to handle it swiftly and decisively. Soon, El Shanha received a dossier. 23 years old. A master of the Erhu, a martial arts expert, and possesses remarkable ancient medical skills. He revived Elder Yang in under 3 minutes. He has rescued children at sea and treated numerous kids in orphanages. Married to Luo Bingning, the daughter of the Luo family. Upon reviewing the dossier, El Shanha was left speechless, utterly astonished by the young man's extraordinary capabilities. Medical expertise may very well reach a masterful level. At merely 23 years of age, he has already achieved mastery in 2 disciplines. No wonder his information must be kept confidential, Lu Shanha mused. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Shanha made a call. I am aware of who Master Lin is. There are no issues on that front. However, his identity must remain secret. Focus your investigation on Luo Bingning and delve deeply into her unlawful activities with urgency and severity, Lu Shanha instructed solemnly. Chapter 76, Luo Bingning. You are quite the ruthless character. Upon receiving Lu Shanha's call, the police in H province sprang into action. In this era of big data, Uncovering information is not an arduous task. Director Liang, here are our findings. We have confirmed that the individual known as Sweet Rabbit, real name Luo Bingning, is 28 years old. She has never had a boyfriend but has acted as a mistress for another for 4 years. The man in question, a married shoe factory owner aged 51, has provided her with over $1 million in that time, most of which she spent on cosmetic surgery and luxury items. Our investigation has revealed irregular financial activities on Luo Bingning's part over the past 6 months, involving monetary transactions with several men, suggesting possible involvement in prostitution. After receiving this information, the police in H province operated with remarkable speed, uncovering a wealth of details within just an hour. Director Liang, our team is now in the vicinity of Luo Bingning's residence and ready to make an arrest. Liang nodded slightly, instructing, act immediately. Such egregious behavior that tarnishes societal morals cannot be tolerated. Yes. Meanwhile, Luo Bingning was engaged in a live broadcast, feeling rather pleased as her fan base remained stable, and she had received numerous gifts in the last few hours. Thank you, everyone. Although I have faced some injustices, with your support, I fear nothing, Luo Bingning beamed. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. She stood up, saying, please hold on. Family, my delivery seems to have arrived. She had ordered takeout just half an hour prior. With a creak, the door opened, and Luo Bingning's expression shifted dramatically. Several police officers stood outside. Cuff her, commanded the leading officer, Zhou Liang, without hesitation. Luo Bingning protested, you've made a mistake. I am the victim. You should be arresting Lin. Without further ado, the officers placed handcuffs on her and confiscated her computer and phone as evidence. Zhou Liang stated firmly, understood, officer. Inside Luo Bingning's live stream, over 100,000 viewers were taken aback as they witnessed the police presence through the camera. Officer Zhou, Luo Bingning is still broadcasting live, shouted an officer entering the room. Bring her over, Zhou Liang ordered sternly, stepping inside as Luo Bingning, now handcuffed, was brought in, leaving the audience in utter disbelief. Hello, everyone in the stream. Sweet Rabbit, real name Luo Bingning, age 28. It has been verified that she became the mistress of a shoe factory owner at the age of 24. Zhou Liang disclosed her situation in the live broadcast. Luo Bingning has maliciously slandered the masked hero, Master Lin, for personal gain. The police are hereby arresting her, and she will face the full extent of the law. The viewers were left in shock, realizing that the person they supported was a fraud and had been someone else's mistress, even engaging in prostitution multiple times over the past 6 months. I can't believe it. Is this real? One viewer questioned. If the police are arresting her, it must be true, lamented another, regretting having gifted her 300,000. Countless comments flooded the live stream. Zhou Liang turned to Luo Bingning. Is there any part of what I just said that is untrue? If so, you may refute it. I must remind you that your statements will impact your sentencing, as we possess complete evidence and multiple witnesses. Luo Bingning's complexion turned pale. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The evidence was irrefutable, and she knew that lying would only prolong her imprisonment. Luo Bingning, over 100,000 people are watching. If you are innocent, you may speak freely. Now, please tell me, have you been wronged? Zhou Liang's tone was severe. And no, Luo Bingning finally muttered after a pause, shaking her head. Shut down the stream, Zhou Liang instructed. The broadcast quickly went black, though chatting was still possible. This is hilarious. This is the Sweet Rabbit you all support. Luo Bingning, you are ruthless. Defrauding the top supporter of 300,000. Where's that top supporter now? Another comment read, as the top supporter trembled, what should I do now? Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained oblivious to all this. He did not concern himself with the fallout. Even if his fan count dropped to 0 or he withdrew from the internet entirely, it would have little impact on him. His abilities would not vanish. Master Lin, I was wrong. I should have believed in you. Master Lin, please do not abandon us. Comments flooded beneath Lin Tian's videos as news of Sweet Rabbit's arrest spread rapidly online, causing his fan base to rebound swiftly. Master Lin, you have finally arrived. Zhao Xianglin greeted cheerfully. Lin Tian closed the car door, gazing at the grand villa before him. Director Zhao, this villa looks quite impressive, he remarked. Zhao Xianglin responded. Master Lin, this villa cost 100 million, and the renovations totaled 20 million. Let us take a look inside. Zhao Xianglin guided Lin Tian through the villa. With such a hefty renovation budget, the villa was impeccably designed, adorned with the finest furnishings, which Lin Tian found to his liking. Master Lin, here is the property deed. This villa is now under your name. You may move in at any time. Zhao Xianglin presented the deed with a smile. Lin Tian opened the document, confirming that his name was clearly inscribed. Truly, the affairs of this world are wondrous, he mused. Just over half a month ago, he was but an ordinary worker. residing in a small room and earning a meager salary of a little over 4,000. Now, he possessed a luxurious villa worth over 100 million. Director Zhao. Has everything gone smoothly since? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Zhao Xianglin expressed his gratitude. Not a single issue has arisen. Master Lin, you are remarkable. I have consulted many doctors without resolution. I have been sleeping well and enjoying my meals. My weight has even increased. Master Lin, let me show you the garage, Zhao Xianglin said, leading Lin Tian to the spacious garage, capable of accommodating 4 to 5 cars. There, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan stood prominently. With his masterful driving skills, Lin Tian was well-versed in automobiles and knew its specifications better than the sales personnel at any dealership. Master Lin, a friend sold me this car as collateral for a debt. I have registered it under your name, Zhao Xianglin explained with a smile. Lin Tian chuckled at the coincidence. How fortuitous. Very well. Since I have accepted the villa, I shall not refuse this car either, Director Zhao. Zhao Xianglin sighed in relief, saying, Master Lin, please do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. Lin Tian shook his head. I require nothing, and please refrain from purchasing any more gifts for me. I will not accept. Chapter 77. Mother, my girlfriend is Bingning. With the house and car accepted, Lin Tian watched as Zhao Xianglin left, content, throughout his life. He had made numerous investments, some yielding remarkable returns. Yet his instinct told him that gifting Lin Tian a car and a house might be the best investment of his life. Didi, Lin Tian dialed his mother's number. Son, what's the matter? The voice of Lin Tian's mother, Chen Wan, quickly came through. Lin Tian replied with a smile, Mom. There are only about 10 days left until your birthday. Why don't you and Dad come to S-City for a few days? I have a surprise for you. Have you found a girlfriend? Chen Wan speculated. Sort of, haha. He didn't have a girlfriend, but he was already married. Chen Wan exclaimed in surprise, Son, have you really found a girlfriend? You mentioned your work was improving, and now you've found someone. It seems like your prayers to the Buddha were effective. Your father and I want tea come over. You haven't been together for long, and we're just country folks. We wouldn't want to scare off the girl. Lin Tian reassured her, Mom, don't worry. She knows about our situation. It was her idea to invite you both to visit. Chen Wan was taken aback. In that case, we really shouldn't come. You've just started dating. It seems a bit unusual for her to want to meet us so soon. Could it be that Luo Bingning has found you a good job, leading her to think our family is quite remarkable? Did you tell her we are just an ordinary family, and she wants to confirm that? Lin Tian. Son, if we go, you might end up breaking up. Lin Tian chuckled. Mom, are you trying to play Sherlock Holmes? It's definitely not as you think. Son, if you truly believe this girl is genuine, then work hard. For now, we want to come over and disrupt you, Chen Wan said earnestly. Lin Tian paused for a few seconds and then said, Mom, she is Bingning. Chen Wan was stunned. Luo family, Luo Bingning? Lin Tian confirmed, yes. She has become my girlfriend, and she is very clear about our situation, so there is no need for you to worry. It was Bingning who asked me to invite you to S-City. Chen Wan was in a daze. How could you and her be together? Are you sure there is no mistake? Lin Tian laughed. Am I likely to make a mistake about this? Mom, send me your and Dad's ID numbers, and I'll book the tickets for you. I'll arrange your flight for the day before your birthday. Chen Wan took a deep breath. Son, let us hold off on the tickets for now. I'll discuss it with your dad when he comes home tonight. After hanging up, Chen Wan's mind was in a whirl. She found it hard to believe. While her son was not exactly mediocre, it was difficult to see how he could be a match for someone as extraordinary as Luo Bingning. Sweet Jade Rabbit has been captured? Lin Tian received a message from Old Wu. He quickly discovered online that Sweet Jade Rabbit had indeed been apprehended during a live stream, with over 100,000 viewers witnessing her being taken away by the police. Old Wu, let us talk after the stream, Lin Tian replied to him. It was disheartening to see someone lose millions of followers in less than a day due to slander. To be honest, he didn't feel like streaming anymore. He was financially secure now, having signed an SS-level contract with Huayin, which had minimal restrictions. He could easily take 3 to 5 months off without any consequences. Shocking. Master Lin is actually a master of the Erhu. Sweet Jade Rabbit was arrested for defaming Master Lin. Master Lin donated over 20 million in rewards to a children's welfare institution. Lin Tian glanced at the trending topics. He occupied half of the top 10. Master Lin must be heartbroken, he sighed. Losing over 10 million followers in less than a day would frustrate anyone. Thankfully, he remained steadfast in supporting Master Lin. Master Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Tian opened Huayin again and saw his follower count had rebounded to 20 million. Although it was still a distance from the previous 25 million, the numbers were rising rapidly. This recent controversy had cost him millions of followers, but the heightened attention might ultimately lead to a significant increase in his fan base. He decided not to rush updates and would wait until his followers exceeded 30 million. Boom. The 12-cylinder engine let out a deep growl as Lin Tian drove away from the villa and the Cullinan gifted to him by Zhao Xiangling. He arrived at a high-end jewelry store in a shopping mall. Luo Bingning had previously gifted him clothes and shoes, and now, despite her financial constraints, she even gave him a massage to buy a gift for his mother. It was impossible not to feel touched, though they had registered their marriage. They had agreed to a trial marriage for 3 years, so it was fine that Luo Bingning didn't buy a gift. After 10 minutes of massage, which cost 2,000 per minute, it was a luxury that most ordinary girls would dream of. But Luo Bingning was the daughter of the Luo family. Not to mention the wealth of the Luo family, her own company was valued at over 200 million. Hello, how much is this necklace? Lin Tian inquired about a beautiful sapphire necklace he had set his eyes on. Sir, this necklace is priced at 880,000 yuan. Lin Tian's lips twitched slightly. What a price! A necklace costing as much as a luxury car. The extravagance of the wealthy truly astonished him. Never mind. The skills I have acquired are all thanks to Bingning, so I'll buy her a gift in return. Is there any discount? He asked. With such an expensive item, even a small discount could save a considerable amount. Sorry, sir, all our jewelry is priced transparently. There are no discounts for new or returning customers. Would you like me to show you some other styles? Lin Tian shook his head. No need. I'll take this one. Soon, 880,000 was charged to his account. Surprisingly, Lin Tian felt relatively unfazed. After all, he had just donated a substantial amount earlier. Compared to that, this necklace was less than 1/10 of the sum. Compared to the house and car he received, this necklace was hardly even 1%. Bingning, I have arrived. In the evening, Lin Tian reached Luo Bingning's company and sent her a message. Luo Bingning smiled slightly as she prepared to head downstairs. Boss, there's a client who is difficult to deal with. I have a dinner appointment with him tonight. Could you join us? If you come along, it would surely be easier. Guo Liang entered Luo Bingning's office after knocking. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Manager Guo, you should handle such matters yourself. If you can't resolve it, then resign. Guo Liang's expression changed. Boss, as far as I know, your boyfriend's background is quite ordinary, and he doesn't team match you in terms of family or capability. Guo Liang mustered his courage to say. Luo Bingning replied coldly, Manager Guo, to me, 100,000 assets and 1 billion assets are no different. Do you understand? As for capability, my boyfriend surpasses you by a wide margin. Guo Liang's face turned red. In that case, I choose to withdraw my investment, he said, his tone darkening. Having reached this point, he understood that his chances of pursuing Luo Bingning were exceedingly slim. There was no need to waste more time. Withdraw? According to the contract, you haven't held your shares long enough. If you withdraw now, you can only take back your original investment. Luo Bingning frowned. Fine, Guo Liang nodded. The company's valuation had increased, but as per the contract, one had to hold their shares for a certain period to calculate based on the new valuation. Chapter 78. Bingning, are you afraid I might steal a kiss? Upon exiting the company, Luo Bingning turned around in confusion, looking for Lin Tian's car. But she couldn't find it. Bingning, over here. Lin Tian called out, lowering his car window. As Luo Bingning approached and got into the car, she was surprised. Lin Tian, the 5 million you received for the diagnosis isn't enough to buy this car, is it? This car isn't bought. It was a gift from Chairman Zhao. I'm taking you somewhere. Lin Tian started the car and drove away. Upstairs, Guo Liang saw Luo Bingning getting into Lin Tian's car and noticed that Lin Tian was now driving a Cullinan. Damn it, Guo Liang felt a pang of frustration. He assumed the car must have been bought by Luo Bingning for Lin Tian. Otherwise, given Lin Tian's background, how could he afford such a vehicle? Li Feng, you won't believe what I just saw, Guo Liang exclaimed. Lin Tian drove a Cullinan to the company. That car must have been given to him by Luo Bingning. Damn it, how are we any worse than him? Guo Liang called Li Feng. He had already made the decision to give up, yet he still felt quite displeased. In his view, what did it matter if Lin Tian was a level 10 major in Guqin? Was that worth more than their family's assets worth billions? Hadn't they already purchased an X5? Li Feng paused for a moment and replied. Guo Liang, with a grim expression, remarked. Perhaps Lin Tian charmed Luo Bingning into buying him a new car? That vehicle must have cost around 8 to 9 million. Lin Tian lacked both academic credentials and looks, and their family background was far superior. How could Luo Bingning possibly be interested in him? On the other end of the line, Li Feng's expression was equally grim, as if he had bitten into a rotten fly. They felt displeased that Luo Bingning bought Lin Tian a BMW X5, though they could just barely tolerate it since that car was inferior to theirs. Now, however, Lin Tian had the audacity to drive a Cullinan, far surpassing the vehicles they currently owned. Though their family had assets worth billions, that wealth was not liquid cash, making it impossible for them to spend tens of millions on a supercar. Li Feng, Luo Bingning stated that in her eyes. Assets below 10 billion were no different from an ordinary family, and I plan to withdraw. If you continue, I wish you good luck, Guoliang said. His spirit somewhat deflated. He had pursued Luo Bingning for quite some time, yet without any progress. You're just going to give up? Li Feng was taken aback. Guoliang sighed. I have no hope left, and you probably feel the same. He Yuhao might still have a chance. Li Feng. He realized his chances of success were also slim. However, hearing Guoliang say this was somewhat disheartening. Brother Gua, let us go out for a drink. I'll invite He Yuhao, and we can discuss it further. We can't just retreat like this. Drinking is fine, but chasing her is another matter altogether. I'd rather invest some money, play with a small celebrity or an internet influencer. That would be much more enjoyable than pursuing her. Half an hour later, Lin Tian drove into a villa community where each villa was priced at no less than 50 million. The country no longer approved such pure villa communities. Places like this had become a rare resource. What was remarkable was that the location of this villa community was quite decent. Lin Tian parked in front of a villa's garage, and the garage door opened automatically, revealing a look of astonishment in Luo Bingning's eyes. Lin Tian, what is going on? She asked, puzzled. Lin Tian smiled and replied, this car, along with this villa, was a gift from Chairman Zhao. He certainly got a great deal. Luo Bingning's eyes widened in shock. This villa must be worth over 100 million, right? Lin Tian responded. He said he bought it for 100 million a few years ago and spent another 20 million on renovations. The market fluctuations over the years are uncertain. Luo Bingning, with a strange expression, remarked, he gifted you a villa worth over 100 million, and you say he got a great deal? Lin Tian chuckled. What is money compared to life? He truly did get a bargain. Having been with Luo Bingning for only a few days, he already possessed master-level ancient medical skills, and he would surely grow even stronger in the future. Even if Zhao Xianglin were to contract cancer, Lin Tian believed he could treat him. As his status and identity rose, he would become increasingly selective. Even a billion would necessarily entice him. Luo Bingning blinked and said, it seems your medical skills are even more formidable than I imagined. They are certainly not just a basic understanding. Indeed, it's just a superficial grasp. I should have room for improvement in the future, Lin Tian replied with a light chuckle. Come on, let us tour the villa. Perhaps this will be our home one day. Luo Bingning's heart raced slightly. The house she lived in was purchased by her family. But if Lin Tian had the means, they would inevitably reside here together if they were truly to be together. Perhaps this would indeed become her home one day. Luo Bingning whispered softly. Lin Tian led her out of the garage. With the Luo family's wealth, their own residence was quite large and luxurious. Yet touring this villa still left Luo Bingning pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian was equally astonished. The black iron treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head transformed into a bronze chest. Bingning. This room is the master bedroom, Lin Tian said. Chairman Zhao mentioned that the bed in the master bedroom has been replaced with a new one, and the other bedrooms have never been slept in. Lin Tian guided Luo Bingning into the master bedroom. Shall we lie down on the bed and feel it out? Lin Tian suggested, smiling. Luo Bingning jumped. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, who wants to lie on the bed with you? Bingning, close your eyes, Lin Tian said. Luo Bingning shook her head repeatedly. No, I want to fall for your tricks. Don't think I'll close my eyes and let you do something bad. Lin Tian laughed. What? Are you afraid I might steal a kiss? Don't worry. If I do kiss you, you'll definitely know. I have a gift for you. Luo Bingning huffed. Don't you dare trick me. After saying that, she closed her eyes. Lin Tian could clearly hear her heart racing. She was undoubtedly still a little anxious about Lin Tian kissing her. Yet, her willingness to close her eyes indicated that her acceptance of Lin Tian had deepened significantly. Lin Tian gazed at Luo Bingning's delicate lips. If he were to kiss her now, she might not even be angry. However, he saw no need to rush. The process of pursuit would heighten Luo Bingning's tension. If he truly succeeded, he wouldn't be able to find the treasure chest on her. Bingning, no peeking, all right? Lin Tian chuckled as he opened a drawer. It was empty. The jewelry gift box from the system space was now in Lin Tian's hands. He approached Luo Bingning. Sensing his proximity, her breathing quickened. Lin Tian, is it all right now? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Lin Tian smiled. It's all right. Luo Bingning opened her eyes and felt her face warm. She knew without a mirror that she must be quite flushed. Bingning, this is for you. Lin Tian opened the jewelry box containing a necklace. Luo Bingning was momentarily stunned. The sapphire necklace inside captivated her attention. Lin Tian, why did you buy me such an expensive necklace? She asked. Lin Tian was astonished. Have you seen this necklace before? Luo Bingning nodded. This necklace costs 880,000. I could afford it, but I never wanted to spend that much money before. After all, it was still my family's money. Her monthly expenses exceeded 100,000, which was considerable for an ordinary person, yet given her family background, it was relatively frugal. Bingning, let me put it on you. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning hesitated slightly. Lin Tian, this is too precious. Lin Tian chuckled. We are officially recognized now. You are my wife. Isn't it appropriate to buy you something nice? What do you say? Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian. Accepting such an expensive necklace would essentially mean accepting Lin Tian. Yes, please put it on me, she replied softly. Lin Tian stepped closer to Luo Bingning, wrapping his arms around her neck, causing her breathing to quicken and her heart to race even more. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. The treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head turned color once more, from bronze to silver. Wow, this money was well spent. Chapter 79, the first master-level skill. How long can the treasure chest exist? That will have to wait for another time to test. Lin Tian mused. The silver treasure chest was exceedingly precious. If it were to vanish while he was risking it, he would surely lament. He had only opened 3 silver treasure chests so far. One granted him master-level martial arts, another master-level ancient medical skills, and the third provided him with system space. All 3 were quite impressive. Bingning, what perfume are you wearing? It smells lovely, Lin Tian remarked, leaning slightly forward and bumping into the silver treasure chest. Luo Bingning huffed, I won't tell you. Do you think a man should wear women as perfume? That's too effeminate. She couldn't admit it, as she had never worn perfume. She had a subtle body fragrance that had been with her since childhood, detectable only when one got very close. Ding. The silver treasure chest has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the master-level hacking skill. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. At the same time, a torrent of information flooded in, causing Lin Tian to feel a throbbing pressure in his head. He retreated 2 steps and collapsed onto the comfortable bed in the master bedroom. Bingning, this bed is quite cozy. Would you care to join me for a nap? Lin Tian chuckled. Absolutely not. I'll go check if the necklace looks good. If it doesn't, I'll return it to you. Luo Bingning promptly replied as she slipped out of the master bedroom. Lin Tian rubbed his temples. His system was far from the extraordinary ones he had heard of, offering insufficient protection for him as its master. While others could effortlessly absorb chaotic techniques, he struggled with the first master-level skill he had obtained. Haha, this is my first master-level skill, and it happens to be hacking. Despite the discomfort in his head, Lin Tian felt exhilarated. With the skill, he surmised that no hacker globally could rival his prowess. The beauty of his system was that upon acquiring a skill at a certain level, he instantly reached the pinnacle of that expertise. Just as with the Guqin and Erhu, where he had attained mastery, his hacking skills had now reached the top tier of master level. Even if there were other master-level hackers in the world, Lin Tian doubted they could match his supreme mastery. This necklace looks quite lovely, Luo Bingning mused as she entered the bathroom. She caught sight of herself in the mirror, adorned with a sapphire necklace, a sweet smile spreading across her face. As the daughter of the Luo family, she had received various gifts since middle school, many of which were extravagant. Yet she had never accepted any, except for this precious gift from Lin Tian. Her cheeks flushed red, realizing Lin Tian must have noticed. Lin Tian, I'm just going to the restroom. Please wait a moment, Luo Bingning said, closing the bathroom door behind her to regain her composure. Inside the master bedroom, Lin Tian quietly exhaled. He needed time to digest the influx of information. Yinzi, Lin Tian gave me this, Luo Bingning texted, capturing a selfie to send to Tang Yin. Minutes later, Tang Yin responded, Bingning, isn't that the necklace we saw last time? She was taken aback. Knowing Luo Bingning well, she understood that accepting such an expensive gift meant she had accepted Lin Tian as well. However, their acquaintance was only a couple of weeks old. Kissing or sharing a bed was still a leap Luo Bingning couldn't fathom. Many couples begin with hand-holding and embraces, and Luo Bingning preferred a more natural progression in relationships. Well, Lin Tian is quite a good person, she replied to Tang Yin. Tang Yin sent a playful, defeated emoji. All right, I understand your meaning. I promise not to nitpick about him anymore. And I want to put you in a difficult position between us. Hey, where are you right now? Tang Yin inquired, sensing Luo Bingning was not at her home. After a moment's thought, Luo Bingning replied, Didn't Lin Tian treat Director Zhao last time? He gifted Lin Tian a villa worth over 100 million. I'm here now. Tang Yin was taken aback. She knew Lin Tian had treated Zhao Xianglin, who had given him 5 million as a consultation fee. But a villa worth over 100 million? Lin Tian had saved her and her uncle, yet they had given him nothing in return. This comparison made her feel inconsiderate. Sigh. She sighed inwardly, understanding Luo Bingning's implication. Not to brag, but to convey that Lin Tian was exceptional. Bingning, let us discuss this in person. I have something to take care of. Tang Yin messaged before tossing her phone aside, her expression tinged with sadness, as if her candy had been snatched away by another child. Could it be true what my aunt said? Am I bisexual? She wondered, shivering at the thought and shaking her head vigorously. She felt she wasn't. She had never harbored such thoughts about Luo Bingning. I need to find a boyfriend soon, or else watching Bingning and Lin Tian show off their affection will be too painful, she muttered to herself. Since Luo Bingning and Lin Tian had become a couple, their time together had significantly diminished. Once, she frequently visited Luo Bingning for meals, but now she felt too shy to do so. Lin Tian, we need to leave. We made plans to dine at Uncle Tan's. Luo Bingning called out as she emerged from the bathroom. All right, Lin Tian responded, feeling that, despite not having fully digested the hacking information, the pain in his head had subsided. He was ready to drive. Let's take the X5. Using the Cullinan would be too ostentatious, Luo Bingning suggested. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. I never intended to drive that car. It attracts too much attention. Soon, they set off. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the courtyard beneath Tanjinghua's residence. The sky had grown dim. Tanjinghua typically returned home late, and their dinner would follow suit. Are we really going up empty-handed? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. Uncle Tan insisted we bring nothing. They are treating us to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Very well, Lin Tian agreed, and they quickly ascended the stairs. The door swung open, revealing a familiar face. Instructor, what are you doing here? Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. The one who opened the door was Tan Xian, who had taught him marksmanship. With an oddly inquisitive expression, she replied, This is my home. Are you the guest my parents invited? Lin Tian chuckled. If Director Tan hasn't invited anyone else, then I suppose it's me. Xian Air. Quickly invite Lin Tian and Bingning inside. Came the voice of Tanjinghua's wife, Yang Li, from the kitchen. As they entered the house, Yang Li emerged with a warm smile. Xian Air, Bingning visited us when she was young. She has quite the talent from Peking University. Lin, Bingning, please have a seat. The food will be ready soon, and Xian Air's father should return in about 5 minutes. Thank you, Aunt Yang, Luo Bingning replied promptly. Lin, why do you call Xian Jia instructor? After they settled down, Luo Bingning inquired, puzzled. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. That day when I video called you, the woman driving was her. She trained me in marksmanship for 3 hours. Tan Xian shook hands with Luo Bingning, smiling. Bingning, I've heard about you from my mother. You visited when you were young, and we even took a picture together. How serendipitous, Luo Bingning replied with a smile. Lin Tian chuckled softly, pondering whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement by Yang Jiang. After all, there were many skilled marksmen in the military, and Yang Jiang was aware that Lin Tian had a girlfriend. This arrangement likely aimed to foster connections between him and the Tan family, benefiting both parties. Being in S City, where Tanjinghua held a prominent position in the police system, knowing him could prove advantageous. Lin Tian's medical skills would also bring benefits to Tanjinghua. Connections are like threads that, when woven together, form a powerful network with remarkable potential. Many matters that ordinary individuals might find insurmountable can often be resolved with a simple phone call when one possesses a strong network. Lin Tian, since you are Bingning's boyfriend, does that mean you're not a soldier? Tan Xian queried, her brow furrowing with confusion. Given Lin Tian's impressive marksmanship talent, she had assumed he was a promising recruit destined to join the army. No, I am merely an ordinary citizen, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Tan Xian expressed her regret. What a pity. With your remarkable shooting talent, if nurtured, you could surely become a sharpshooter. Luo Bingning, astonished, asked, Sister Xian, is Tiangu really that talented in shooting? Tan Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, his skills are far superior to mine. After just 3 hours of practice, his pistol marksmanship rivals my own, and his rifle proficiency surpasses mine, while his sniping skills are only slightly inferior. Luo Bingning cast a glance at Lin Tian, recognizing yet another of his commendable traits. However, she mused that such shooting talent might rarely be of use, and she hoped Lin Tian would not need to rely on it in the future. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Tan Xian to rush to open it. Dad, Uncle Tang, she called out, as 2 figures stood outside. Tang Pingyuan had come knowing Lin Tian and the others were dining there. Director Tan, Uncle Tang, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning stood up to greet them. Tanjinghua shook his head and remarked, Little Lin, you've got it all wrong. You should call old Tang Uncle Tang, and referring to me as Director Tan feels distant. You should address me as Uncle Tan, just like Bingning does. Lin Tian nodded. Uncle Tan. Tanjinghua smiled warmly, saying, Now that's more like it. Let us enjoy a few drinks together later. Old Tang, you should have a couple more bowls of rice. Tang Pingyuan sighed, his injuries still not fully healed. Old Tan, tidy up the table. It's time to eat. Exiner, please serve the rice, Yang Li said with a smile. Soon, dishes began to emerge from the kitchen. As they sat down, Tang Pingyuan lifted his teacup. Little Lin, allow me to express my gratitude with this tea instead of wine for your saving grace. In a few days, once I've recovered, I'll treat you to drinks. Lin Tian quickly raised his wine glass. Uncle Tang, you overstated. It was merely a small effort on my part. We are all family here. Tang Pingyuan chuckled. Little Lin, you said it yourself, family. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask either me or old Tan. Uncle Tang, that one tea be necessary. I'm rather thick-skinned, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Tang Pingyuan sipped his tea while Lin Tian finished a glass of wine. Tan Jinghua laughed. Little Lin, you're too honest. He drinks tea while you're downing a full glass of wine. Just stick to drinking with us. Lin Tian nodded. 10xin smiled at Luo Bingning. Bingning, my dad has some excellent red wine. Shall we share a little? Sure. Dinner was a lively affair. Lin Tian drank a gin of baijiu without any ill effects, while Tan Jinghua was slightly tipsy, and both Luo Bingning and 10xin had also indulged a bit. Just then, 10xin's phone rang. Hello, 10xin, I know you're on leave, but we have an urgent situation. One of our servers is under a severe attack. We need your immediate assistance. Her superior's voice was frantic over the phone. 10xin was taken aback. She had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and was not in the best condition to provide support. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Although I'm at home, I've just had quite a bit to drink, and my current state wouldn't be suitable for handling this. Just get there. I'll find someone else, the voice insisted. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. A cyber attack? In this era, while several major nations might refrain from open warfare, they likely engage in daily conflicts in the realm of cyberspace. Uncle Tang, Aunt Yang, we'll take our leave now. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning bid farewell. As they descended the stairs, they spotted Tang Yin waiting. Lin Tian, hand over the car keys. She extended her hand. Uncle sent me a message. Since you all have been drinking, he asked me to come and drive. Lin Tian handed her the keys. Bingning, you should head back first. I have a few matters to attend to, and will return home later. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at a nearby internet CAF. Having recently acquired hacking skills, he was filled with curiosity and wished to test his abilities. The moment his fingers touched the keyboard, he felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his body. A multitude of information surged to his mind. I am the sovereign of the digital realm. Lin Tian murmured to himself, a newfound confidence blossoming within him. With rapid keystrokes, he swiftly navigated through layers of security, quickly discovering traces of Tan Xine's online presence. Following her digital footprints, he soon found himself amidst a battlefield devoid of physical weapons, instead filled with an endless stream of data. Some data surged like a torrential flood, while others infiltrated stealthily like spies, and some struck like unseen assassins. Fascinating. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. Possessing Grandmaster-level hacking skills, he understood all these tactics, finding them increasingly intriguing. As Lin Tian observed, his skills were rapidly assimilated. Tan Xin's situation seems dire, he thought. Although her side possessed considerable strength, the enemy had prepared extensively with even greater force. I must lend a hand. Lin Tian acted swiftly. The military server of Tan Xin's faction, if breached, could result in the theft of critical confidential information. Chapter 81. The intruder's mental state crumbles. Lin Tian's fingers flew across the keyboard, deftly tracing the IP address of one of the intruders. This hacker was formidable, ranking among the top 5 in skill, yet he faced Lin Tian, who had already ascended to the pinnacle of mastery. This is quite simple, Lin Tian mused. Easily identifying the true IP of a primary intruder instilled in him a clear understanding of his hacking prowess. The main group of intruders consisted of 11 members, who communicated through an encrypted chat group. Lin Tian seamlessly infiltrated their ranks. Minutes passed, and he quickly discerned the identities of the remaining key players. Each of them varied in background. Some were seasoned programmers from tech firms, others were corporate executives, and some were still students. Their commonality lay in their strong network skills and a shared animosity towards China, having launched numerous cyber attacks against it. Even if their IPs were revealed, their capabilities would likely lead them to be recruited by the United States, fueling their fervor for targeting China even more. Lin Tian contemplated silently as he began to investigate their bank accounts. Goodness, they certainly have amassed considerable wealth. The total sum across various accounts reached staggering heights. Lin Tian was astonished. These individuals had accrued significant illicit gains through their hacking endeavors, with some holding tens of millions, while others had over 100 million in total. With such wealth, yet they toil away. Clearly, they derive pleasure from their work. Money seems insignificant to them. Since that's the case, let me assist you. Lin Tian created an anonymous account overseas. Funds from these individuals' accounts were swiftly siphoned away, and after thousands of transactions, they all landed in Lin Tian's possession. Ding! One of the individuals received a bank notification. However, he paid it no mind. Ding! Ding! Within a short span, he received several notifications. What is going on? Concerned his phone had been compromised, he checked it. Damn! His temper flared instantly. He had a dozen bank cards holding around $30 to $40 million. 6 of them sent alerts informing him that all the funds had been transferred out. My bank accounts are in trouble. Check to see if yours are too. Wait. Why is there an extra person in our group? A new message appeared in the encrypted chat group. His hair stood on end. The group had originally consisted of 11 members, but now it was 12. The newcomer used a profile picture of a famous leader. Thank you all for your generous contributions to our great empire. Rest assured, I will not reveal your true identities. However, you must adhere to my instructions in the future. Do you understand? A previously unrecognized voice spoke up, articulating in remarkably authentic Russian. The expressions of the others in the group turned grim. My funds have also been transferred away. SHIT mine too. Those who subscribed to the bank's SMS notification service received alerts, while those who did not likely lost their funds as well. The adversary had managed to siphon off their money, exposing their identities completely. Rest assured, you all have lost everything in your accounts. Yet, you still possess real estate and family. Your families still have resources. If you comply, you shall remain free. Otherwise, you may face imprisonment or become lackeys of the American government. Lin Tian continued speaking in fluent Russian, and among the 11 individuals in the group, someone translated his words immediately. Who are you? Inquired the leader of the 11. He recalled the profiles of several top-tier experts from the Bear Nation. But none should possess such capabilities. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you must follow my directives from now on. The Eastern Dragon is currently on good terms with us, and you are prohibited from targeting it. You will direct your efforts against the Eastern Sakura Nation. I shall not intercept the profits you earn there. With your skills, you can still lead comfortable lives. Lin Tian relayed this message in impeccable Russian. On the cyber battlefield, Tenexian and others were perplexed as to why the enemy's offensive had suddenly diminished. They had been exceptionally aggressive just moments ago. If they failed to rally more experts for defense in a short time, the server was at significant risk of being compromised. While the online server may not house the most critical secrets, the information within was still vital. Everyone needed to be vigilant in their defenses. Do not let your guard down. The enemy is formidable and cunning. We must hasten to summon more reinforcements. On the Chinese side, military cyber experts stood poised for action. Little did they know, the 11 operatives now harbored thoughts of surrender. The task promised high rewards, but they had not anticipated their bank accounts being drained completely. Do you all agree? Lin Tian asked. Agreed. Agreed. The 11, seething with frustration, expressed their consent in the group chat, knowing dissent would lead to a loss of freedom. The funds of their families might also be at risk. A wise choice. May God bless you, Lin Tian concluded, and one avatar in the group vanished. I shall take my leave now. The remaining 11 avatars dimmed as they hurried to confirm the status of their other accounts. Fuck. Damn it. Soon. They verified that all their funds had been wiped clean. One among them, who habitually kept a small cash reserve, gazed at his modest savings and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was relieved to have retained a small amount but despondent over the loss of $70 million from his cards. 1, 2, 3. The avatars in the encrypted group chat flickered back to life. How are you all faring? I lost a total of $100 million across 5 cards. The leader among the 11 was the first to respond. $70 million gone. $60 million, not a cent left. Hearing this, I feel somewhat reassured. I only lost $30 million, which is significantly less than your losses. Each member contemplated their dire situation. Despite their exceptional hacking skills, earning money was no easy feat. These funds were painstakingly saved. What now, leader? Should we follow his instructions and solely target the Eastern Sakura Nation? Given the historical enmity between China and the Eastern Sakura Nation, could he be Chinese? One queried. The one who speaks Russian among us replied. He is likely from the Bear Nation. My Russian is proficient, yet he speaks it far more authentically. A Chinese person would struggle to reach such a level. The leader of the 11 responded. He possesses detailed information about us and our families. We desire to retain our freedom and prevent our families from becoming destitute. So we have no choice but to heed him. Henceforth, we shall focus our efforts on the Eastern Sakura Nation. Chapter 82. Bingning. I shall be gentle with you. The 11 individuals collectively held $430 million. In an internet CAF, Lin Tian gazed intently at the computer screen before him. The screen displayed a lengthy string of numbers representing the balance of the account he had created. Goodness gracious, being a hacker can indeed be lucrative. In just half an hour, I've managed to acquire $430 million. Based on the current exchange rate, that amounts to 3 billion Chinese yuan. Lin Tian swallowed hard. This was a substantial fortune. The villa gifted to him by Zhao Xianglin was worth a little over 100 million, while the Rolls-Royce Cullinan cost around 8 to 9 million. 3 billion Chinese yuan could purchase hundreds of such luxury vehicles. However, Lin Tian understood that even if he laundered the money meticulously, withdrawing such a large sum would undoubtedly attract attention. Never mind, I don't need the money immediately. I'll leave it in this account for now, as a backup in case my skills were to vanish, Lin Tian mused. Under normal circumstances, having received the system and these skills, it was improbable that they would abandon him. Nevertheless, having an alternative route was not a disadvantage. Lin Tian, you appear quite jubilant. Have you stumbled upon some money? Upon returning home, Luo Bingning chuckled lightly. She had already finished her bath and was lounging on the sofa watching television. Stumbled upon money? There isn't that much to find, Lin Tian replied cheerfully. Less than a ton is worth around 100 million yuan. That amount wouldn't even fit in a truck. I used to find money occasionally. But since everyone switched to mobile payments, it's been ages since I've come across any cash. Luo Bingning laughed heartily. Lin Tian scrutinized her. Bingning, that sleepwear suits you well. After I finish bathing, I'll check it out. Absolutely not. Luo Bingning blushed and retorted. Lin Tian chuckled. What are you thinking? Do you believe I want to examine your sleepwear? I intend to check your condition. I meant my condition. There's no urgency with my illness. Let us wait a bit longer. I don't want you to check now. Luo Bingning playfully protested. No, it's imperative. Just wait. Lin Tian declared before retreating to his room to shower. Luo Bingning felt flustered. Her stomach was quite sensitive, and the thought of Lin Tian seeing it made her anxious. Doctor, I'll just consider him as a doctor. He.s. merely examining a patient, she reassured herself. Mentally preparing. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Tian emerged from the room. Lin Tian, you're so quick. Did you even wash thoroughly? Luo Bingning teased. It's summer. A quick rinse suffices. When we sleep together in the future, I'll take my time, Lin Tian replied with a grin. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes at him. Always taking advantage. Lin Tian laughed. I'm your husband. We have a marriage certificate. What's wrong with taking a little advantage? Lie down. I'm coming over. I shall be gentle with you. Luo Bingning felt a strange sensation upon hearing those words. No excessive touching. Blushing, she lay down, having changed into sleepwear that included pants. As opposed to the previous nightgown, Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Had it been a nightgown, he could have. He dared not think further, lest he lose composure in front of Luo Bingning. Bingning, your sleepwear needs to be rolled up, Lin Tian advised. Is it necessary to roll it up? Luo Bingning trembled slightly. Lin Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging the seriousness of the issue at hand. You must roll up your clothing so I can examine you more effectively. Luo Bingning gradually lifted her nightgown, revealing a small portion of her abdomen and slender waist. Her skin was fair and flawless, and even her navel, typically unremarkable, appeared quite charming. Lin Tian placed his hand gently upon her, causing Luo Bingning to shudder. Bingning, please do not be so tense. I'm merely going to conduct an examination. Allow me to give you a massage first. It may help you relax, he said with a warm smile. No. Just proceed with the examination, she insisted quickly, wary that Lin Tian would take advantage during the massage, as he often joked that he should seize the opportunities presented by his own wife. With that, Lin Tian's fingers found their way to the acupoints, channeling a trickle of internal energy into Luo Bingning's body. The meridians of an ordinary person are often narrow and congested, making wrist examinations challenging. However, directing the internal energy from her abdomen to the dantian was far more direct. Luo Bingning felt a tingling sensation in her belly, gripping her nightgown tightly. Before long, an unexpected treasure chest appeared above her head, this time a bronze one. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt a chill course through him, as a wave of cold energy infiltrated his own body. Despite being a master-level martial artist and it being summer, the sensation was decidedly uncomfortable. What could this mean? Lin Tian's expression darkened. He withdrew his hand, prompting Luo Bingning to hastily lower her nightgown. Lin Tian, is my condition dire? She queried, noticing his troubled demeanor. He shook his head, attempting to reassure her. It's nothing serious. I will heal you. Yet, Luo Bingning frowned. Your expression was quite grim just now. You appeared so at ease when treating my grandfather. What exactly is my condition? Please don't conceal the truth from me. If my time is limited, I need to plan accordingly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian replied, this is not an illness. Bingning, you possess the I's soul profound in constitution. An exceptional physique for cultivation, yet it poses a significant challenge for you. Note, this narrative does not involve cultivation in the traditional sense. In this era of diminished spiritual energy, your Dantian's ice soul will eventually manifest. What happens when the ice soul emerges? Luo Bingning asked, her voice trembling. Lin Tian sighed softly. It could be fatal. Without the ability to cultivate, your condition is referred to as the profound absolute body. Luo Bingning's complexion turned pale. Can you treat it? Lin Tian paused, then said, to be honest, I cannot at this moment, but at 23, I still have ample room for growth. In the future, I should be able to. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bingning inquired. If you cannot heal me, given my condition, how long do I have left? Lin Tian responded. Without intervention, you may have 3 to 5 more years. However, if I assist in your conditioning, you could live for over a decade. By then, my medical skills should have improved. A flicker of hope crossed Luo Bingning's face. That is much better than I anticipated. At least I could live for 10 more years. By then, I will be nearing 40. The best years of my life will have passed. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. Time was not on her side. The ice soul within her could erupt this winter. And even if she survived this season, another winter would be precarious. His current medical abilities were insufficient. Only at the Grandmaster level could he prolong her life. It was early September, and winter was still distant. If he could elevate his skills to that level in time, he might help her endure the winter. Lin Tian mused to himself. As long as she survived this winter, the ice soul would recede. A glance at the treasure chest hovering above Luo Bingning's head revealed it had already transformed from a bronze chest to a silver one, likely due to her emotional fluctuations. Should he collect it now or wait for an upgrade? He pondered. Medical skill upgrades required a golden chest, yet a silver chest was also precious. And its disappearance would be regrettable. I'll wait until tomorrow. At least it won't vanish by then. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian, hesitating before speaking. Lin Tian, you may not be able to heal me. If that is the case, would you still wish to be with me if I were to die in my 30s? What if we had children? They might be under 10 years old. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, shall I make you pregnant right away? That way, our child would be a teenager by then. Luo Bingning retorted. I'm discussing serious matters. Let me think about it. A middle-aged widower inheriting several hundred billion assets. Wouldn't that be quite splendid? Lin Tian teased, only to have Luo Bingning bite his arm playfully. Hey, are you a dog? He exclaimed dramatically. Luo Bingning released him, shooting him a glare. Stop saying foolish things, or I'll bite you hard enough to draw blood. A thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. A drop of blood for 10 drops of that. Bingning, rest assured, although your condition is troublesome, with my skills improving, we can find a solution. Even if it's not a complete resolution, enhancing my abilities will surely allow me to help you manage your health, potentially extending your life by 20 to 30 years. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Lin Tian smirked. I may currently have assets exceeding $1 billion, which allows me to take care of myself. What advantage would I gain by deceiving you? A middle-aged widower raising a child alone, despite wealth, would lack the nurturing of a mother. Luo Bingning huffed. We aren't officially together yet. I still need to test you. Internally, she had begun to accept Lin Tian. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the necklace. However, their acquaintance had only spanned a few weeks, far too brief a time. Lin Tian, please keep my illness confidential. No one should know, not Yin Zi, nor my grandfather or parents. It's unnecessary for them to worry about me when I could still live for 2 or 3 decades. She insisted. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, not one to gossip. If Luo Bingning chose not to disclose her condition, he would refrain from revealing it to others. Moreover, her condition was far more severe than he had stated. Lin Tian, stay with me to watch some television. This show is quite enjoyable. Of course, I can join you. But with my income in the billions, what benefit do I gain from watching TV with you? What do you seek? Luo Bingning playfully retorted, it's simple. Just holding your hand while watching is enough. Though he longed to embrace her, he knew she would likely reject such advances. And it would be quite challenging for him as a young man to resist the allure of holding such an exquisite beauty close. All right, she replied softly. Having held hands before during a movie, she found it manageable. Lin Tian sat beside her and took her hand in his. Luo Bingning's heart raced. This moment felt significantly different from their previous encounter in the cinema. Back then, she had hardly harbored any fondness for him, but now, deep within, she had nearly accepted him. In the cinema, they had been in public, and she knew Lin Tian would not overstep. Now, with just the two of them, their bodies were pressed closely together. Would he dare to act on this intimacy? Time passed slowly. Oh no, this is awkward, Lin Tian chuckled, as snow fell softly, blanketing the verdant trees in the distance. Luo Bingning remarked, the filming crew has a time limit. This is a man-made snowy scene. This drama must have been shot around March or April. Lin Tian paused, her words awakening a realization within him. During winter, he could have easily traveled to a tropical location with Luo Bingning, such as Sonya, significantly reducing the likelihood of her ice essence erupting. He chided himself for his earlier foolishness. One cannot rigidly apply past experiences. In the past, travel was limited by the absence of airplanes. But now reaching the southern hemisphere was effortless. Lin Tian contemplated the ancient concept of the Xian Inju Mai. With modern transportation, as long as they avoided winter, the influence of the Xian Inju Mai would diminish. Thus, as long as his medical skills reached the Grandmaster level, he could help Bingning endure this winter and even next year without issue. Surviving this winter would grant him ample time, and making it through the following winter would afford him even more. With such time at his disposal, he was confident he could acquire superior treasures. A golden treasure chest could hardly be the best. He sighed in relief, a weight lifting from his heart. With the system by his side, time became his greatest ally. Given enough time, any problem could be resolved. He mused that his ability to acquire various treasure chests from Bingning might stem from her possessing the ice essence Xianyin physique, which explained why he could not obtain them from others. The ice essence Xianyin physique is a pinnacle cultivation constitution, rare indeed. One might argue it is a once-in-a-century occurrence. What are you thinking about, Lin Tian? Luo Bingning inquired, noticing his momentary daze. With a hint of regret, Lin Tian replied, I was pondering why such excellent traditions from ancient times have not been preserved. It is a lament to lose our cultural heritage. Are you referring to the ancient arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Those have persisted, albeit with less emphasis than before, Luo Bingning countered. Lin Tian shook his head. I mean the ancient practice of polygamy. Such a rich cultural tradition is indeed a tragedy to have vanished. Luo Bingning's delicate hand reached toward Lin Tian's waist, giving it a gentle twist. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed theatrically. Forget you. I will watch the drama alone. You should go to sleep. Once you do, you can dream of anything, she huffed playfully. Bingning, how about I keep you company tonight? I worry you might secretly shed tears alone, fretting about your illness. Lin Tian suggested with a chuckle. Not a chance, she retorted, her tone light yet firm. Lin Tian's response reassured her that her condition might not be as dire as she feared. If Lin Tian were not trying to take advantage of her, that would be a real concern. Otherwise, she doubted she would last long. Don't regret it. I won't. Lin Tian retreated to his room, intent on his training. Unless something of utmost importance arose, he would not skip his nightly practice. He could not enhance his ancient medical skills without the system, but in martial arts, reaching the Grandmaster realm was entirely within his grasp. If he achieved that level, combined with his ancient medical expertise, he might alleviate Bingning's condition slightly. Surviving this winter was surely within reach. He realized he could not pin all his hopes on the system. What if he could not attain Grandmaster-level medical skills for an extended period? Chapter 84. Sun's girlfriend is Luo Bingning Lin Tian's family home. The night wore on, and his parents had been in bed for 2 hours. Wan, Lin Tian's mother, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Honey, is something bothering you? Lin Haixing, her husband, inquired, turning on the light in confusion. No, nothing at all, she replied, shaking her head. Lin Haixing frowned. You definitely have something on your mind. At dinner earlier, you seemed hesitant, as if you had something to say. And whenever you have something troubling you, you can never sleep. Is it about our son? If something has happened to him, don't hide it from me. We still have some savings, Wan said, sitting up. Our son called earlier today. He mentioned something, and I was debating whether to tell you, she confessed. Lin Haixing, slightly irritated, asked, is it something so significant that only you two know and I cannot? Wan huffed, isn't it because you can be rather stubborn at times? Just tell me already, what is it? Lin Haixing's curiosity was piqued. After a moment's thought, Wan continued, our son has found a girlfriend. Since my birthday is approaching, they invited us to S-City for a few days. What? He didn't have a girlfriend last month, did he? It seems rather premature to invite us to meet after being together for less than a month. Lin Haixing expressed his doubts. Surely, when it came to meeting parents, one would expect at least 6 months of acquaintance, right? Had they met through arranged introductions? But that seemed unlikely. Lin Tian was only 23, far from needing to be pushed into matchmaking, and they had not pressured him. His girlfriend is Luo Bingning, Wan revealed. Lin Haixing was taken aback. He knew of the Luo family, worth hundreds of billions, with Luo Bingning being the sole heir, showered with affection. I disapprove, he stated after a long pause. After a moment, Wan remarked, I knew you would likely oppose this. But this is our son's choice. What good is your disapproval? Lin Haixing lit a cigarette, taking a drag. It's not that I care about my father's past. I oppose it because the families are mismatched. Perhaps the Luo family feels guilt over past events, leading Luo Bingning to agree to be with our son. They might very well break up in the future. Wan questioned, and if they do break up, what is the issue? Lin Haixing sighed. If our son starts with someone like Luo Bingning, his standards might elevate, making it difficult for him to appreciate others in the future. Do you still want to have grandchildren? Xinhuan fell silent. Additionally, considering the Luo family's vast wealth, could our son become a target for some individuals? Xinhuan's expression shifted, realizing the potential danger. While murder might be unlikely for the sake of enormous profits, some may indeed resort to violence. Concern etched on Lin Haixing's face. He shook his head. I doubt Luo Bingning's parents would consent to this relationship. Call our son. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly. Lin Haixing's tone was grave. Let's wait until tomorrow. It's late, Xinhuan suggested. Lin Haixing disagreed. It's only 11. This city is different from our village. Our son likely hasn't gone to bed yet. Very well. Xinhuan made the call, but after several rings, no one answered. Both felt a twinge of anxiety. What if something truly was amiss? Perhaps he fell asleep, Xinhuan speculated. Lin Haixing remained silent, smoking his cigarette. As he neared the end, he finally stated, such matters are not easily conveyed over the phone. You should agree to the trip. Before your birthday, we can visit S City and discuss things face to face. They truly might not be suited for one another. Xinhuan nodded in agreement. Lin Haixing extinguished his cigarette. Let us sleep. Don't overthink it. Around midnight, Lin Tian finished his training. Checking his phone, he noticed that his mother had called at 11 but had not called again, indicating it wasn't urgent. He decided to return her call tomorrow. At this late hour, he assumed his parents were asleep. With 26 million followers, Lin Tian opened the Huayin app. His follower count had surpassed the previous peak of 25 million. Lin Tian noticed the considerable increase in his rewards, although he had not been live streaming. The additional rewards were from generous fans. The largest contributor was the old mischief maker, who had given him an astonishing 100,000, contributing a total of 10,000 times. Xinhuan exclaimed, my phone is almost overheating. Aside from this devoted fan, several other supporters have generously contributed as well, seemingly expressing their support through such gestures. Numerous ordinary users have also made donations. I misjudged Master Lin. I admit my mistake and offer 10 gold coins. As the top contributor on the Sweet Rabbit leaderboard, I feel rather foolish. Master Lin, please start your live stream. I will shower you with spaceships. The fine has been paid, and I am back as a fan. Lin Tian opened the video comments section, where countless messages were left. No wonder there were so many praises, Lin Tian mused. People tend to follow the crowd. With so many paying fines in the comments, others are likely to follow suit. He resolved to stick to his original plan of reopening once he reaches 30 million followers. With this momentum, it shouldn't take long to get there. Lin Tian, breakfast is in the steamer. Upon waking, Lin Tian found a note left by Luo Bingning. She hadn't slept well the previous night and had dark circles under her eyes when she left early without waiting for him. Ding. Lin Tian returned his mother's call, and the line connected swiftly. Mom, why did you call so late yesterday? Lin Tian inquired. Xinhuan replied, Son, I haven't mentioned your relationship with Bingning to your father. I only said I wanted to visit the seaside. Since you're in S City, your father suggested that we celebrate my birthday there. You don't need to buy the tickets. We will take the train the day before. Lin Tian insisted, Mom, I have money now. You shouldn't take the train. I'll buy you plane tickets for a better experience. His parents were nearly 50 and had never flown. No. Your father insists on taking the train to enjoy the scenery. You still have work. So I want to keep you. After saying this, Xinhuan hung up. Lin Tian pondered and transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother. If he sent too much, his parents would surely rush over. Mom, you don't need to withdraw money or book a hotel in advance. I will take care of it. He sent 2 more messages, reminding her to stay safe. Xinhuan replied, but she did not accept the money. If it were from Luo Bingning, she would have to return it to her. Chapter 85. The plan for a genius persona. I must gradually reveal some truths to my parents, allowing them to believe I am a genius who had deliberately concealed my abilities. Lin Tian contemplated. He now possessed some capabilities, but his system was not exceptionally powerful, rendering him unable to contend with the state apparatus. Thus, protecting himself became paramount. With skills in Erhu, Guqin, traditional medicine, martial arts, and more, he would surely excel in various areas in the future. Would others not suspect him? Perhaps not with 3 to 5 skills, but what about 10 or 20? Ordinary people do not possess such extreme talents. He needed to shape himself into an extraordinary genius, one who feigned humility out of fear. To construct this extraordinary persona, it was essential to first convince his parents that their son was indeed a top-tier talent. Mom, please accept this 20,000 yuan red envelope. Rest assured, this money is not from Bingning, and my job has nothing to do with her. She didn't help me find it. Your son is a genius indeed. Lin Tian sent several messages to his mother. Soon, Xinhuan read the messages. Surprised to learn that the money was not from Luo Bingning, and that her son's job was not facilitated by her. Yes, yes, son, you are indeed a genius. Chunwan smiled in agreement. In her eyes, her son was exceptionally clever. Had he not fallen ill before the college entrance exam, he would have undoubtedly gained admission to a better school. At that time, they had considered having Lin Tian repeat the year, but he had refused. Sigh. Chunwan inwardly lamented. When Lin Tian adamantly declined to repeat, they acquiesced to his wishes. They often regretted that decision in hindsight. Before long, Lin Tian noticed that the red envelope had been claimed. A faint smile graced his face. Ding. His phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Lin Tian? I am Fong Hejuan, the leader of Group 3 at the City National Security Bureau's Special Operations Division. You have been assigned to our group. Please come by today to collect your belongings. Fong Hejuan on the other end sounded displeased. Each group had limited slots, especially for personnel authorized to carry firearms. And it irked him that Lin Tian occupied one. It would have been more tolerable if Lin Tian merely took up space. But since he was in Group 3 and allowed to carry a firearm, any mishap could result in him taking the fall. Group Leader Fong, I am free now. All right. I'll send you the address. Please hurry. After hanging up, Fong Hejuan mused, since Lin Tian had joined their group, a brief test should pose no issue. If Lin Tian felt inadequate afterward, he might withdraw, freeing up the coveted spot. An hour later, Lin Tian arrived at the address provided by Fong Hejuan. Lin Tian. I am Fong Hejuan, the leader of Group 3. Welcome aboard. Fong Hejuan greeted Lin Tian warmly in the parking lot, extending his hand for a handshake. Group Leader. I'm not sure if they informed you clearly, but I'm merely a nominal member. You can treat me as if I don't exist, Lin Tian chuckled. Fong Hejuan inwardly scoffed. Could they really disregard Lin Tian? If Lin Tian recklessly fired a weapon or misplaced one, the responsibility would be considerable, affecting the entire group. Promotions and commendations would likely elude them for 3 years. However, since you have joined Group 3, you are now one of us. Let me introduce you to the others. Fong Hejuan smiled. Including you, we have 36 members in Group 3, half of whom are currently absent. The others are likely in the training room. Soon. Fong Hejuan led Lin Tian to the dedicated training room for Group 3. Clap, clap. He clapped his hands, calling everyone over. A dozen individuals quickly gathered around. Fong Hejuan introduced, Comrades, this is Lin Tian, our new member assigned by the higher-ups to carry out special missions. Lin Tian is undoubtedly skilled, but he has his own tasks, so please focus on your work and do not disturb him. The group turned their attention to Lin Tian, eager to challenge him. Fong Hejuan had already informed them to apply some pressure on Lin Tian, ideally encouraging him to relinquish his firearm privileges. Hello everyone, I look forward to your guidance. Lin Tian greeted with a slight smile. Lin Tian, as a special envoy from above, you must be exceptional. My shooting is quite good. Shall we have a friendly competition in the shooting range? As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, someone stepped forward. That sounds great, Lin Tian replied with a smile. It would be enjoyable to handle firearms and engage in some practice. Minutes later, the two arrived at the shooting range, which measured only 30 meters in length, limiting them to shooting at that distance. Bang, bang, bang. The individual competing against Lin Tian was Zhao Yi. He aimed and fired with precision, scoring an impressive 93 rings with 10 shots at a 15-meter target. Lin Tian, your turn. There are still 10 bullets left. Zhao Yi handed the pistol to Lin Tian. With a smile, Lin Tian lifted the gun. Bang, bang, bang. His aim was steady. Although his shooting speed was not as quick as Zhao Yi's, his accuracy surpassed it. 96 rings. The results were announced shortly. Fong Hejuan was astonished. Could Lin Tian truly possess such remarkable skill? Let us try the rifle. Zhao Yi, feeling competitive, suggested. All right. Lin Tian nodded cheerfully. It was enjoyable to handle the firearms in practice. A few minutes later, their scores for the 30-meter rifle shooting were announced, and Lin Tian maintained an even greater advantage. Lin Tian, your marksmanship is impressive. I concede in this area, Zhao Yi admitted with a deep breath. Lin Tian, how are your skills in martial arts? Shall we have a spar? I heard you need to be proficient with firearms for the long haul. This aspect must not be lacking. Another person inquired as they exited the shooting range. Lin Tian glanced at Fong Hejuan, who cleared his throat and suggested, Shaolin. Why not showcase your skills for them to see? All right, Lin Tian replied with a smile, approaching a suspended punching bag. With a fierce shout, he swung his hand. His right fist struck with the force of a cannon, creating a substantial hole in the well-made bag. Yang Zhiheng already knew he was a martial arts master, and even if Fong Hejuan reported this, it would pose no issue. Team leader Fong, let us forego the competition. I fear I might unintentionally injure someone due to my strength. Lin Tian smiled gently. Fong Hejuan nodded, astonished. Could it be that Lin Tian was called upon for a critically important mission? He had skilled warriors under him, yet none could shatter that punching bag, which had hung there for 2 to 3 years. Cough. Lin Tian, you surpass me, the challenger admitted, losing all desire to compete. A single punch from Lin Tian could very well send him flying. Chapter 86. The First Golden Treasure Chest. Lin Tian, follow me, Fong Hejuan directed. Leading Lin Tian to his office, he opened a sturdy safe within. Lin Tian, here are your credentials. Your firearm and identification have been sent from above, and you must ensure they remain secure. Should they be lost, you must report it immediately. In our country, the loss of a firearm is a grave matter. Fong Hejuan cautioned seriously. Lin Tian nodded, confident that he could store the firearm and credentials in his system space, rendering them impervious to even the most adept thieves. Lin Tian, I am unaware of the nature of your mission, nor do you need to report to me. I wish you success. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up, Fong Hejuan spoke solemnly. Before Lin Tian's arrival, Fong Hejuan had been somewhat displeased. After all, it was frustrating to be saddled with a liability and a ticking time bomb. However, now he regarded Lin Tian with newfound respect, having witnessed his prowess. Team leader, if there are non-urgent matters, feel free to call me. I should mostly be in S-City. Generally, I trust you can handle things, Lin Tian smiled. He had caused Fong Hejuan some trouble upon joining, yet it was only right to assist them when necessary. Thank you. Rest assured, you have a significant mission. Unless lives are at stake, I shall not disturb you, Fong Hejuan replied with a smile. Lin Tian's casual display of strength had impressed Fong Hejuan, and with Lin Tian's assurance, he felt much more at ease. By the way, from now on, I shall refer to you as Boss Lin. If you call me Boss Fong, it signifies I cannot take calls. Calling me team leader indicates I am available. Lin Tian nodded, recognizing the necessity of this code, particularly if he were engaged in critical tasks. Otherwise, a call from Fong Hejuan might expose him. Team leader, I must ask everyone to keep my situation confidential. It is inconvenient now, but I will treat everyone to drinks as the new year approaches, Lin Tian smiled. Agreed, Fong Hejuan nodded. Carrying the bag containing the firearm and credentials, Lin Tian soon departed. There were 2 documents, a firearm permit and a national security certificate. Upon leaving, Lin Tian stored the gun and credentials in the system space. Despite being a martial arts master, these items remained quite useful. Displaying his fists might not always compel obedience, but revealing a handgun would certainly alter the dynamics. Furthermore, should he need to act, having such credentials would prevent any unnecessary questioning from the police. With time on his hands, he pondered re-recording his Erhu pieces. Lin Tian mused, having now showcased his Master-level Erhu skills. The previous videos shared were merely of exceptional mastery. Many fans, including the old rascal, supported him immensely, and he felt compelled to honor their dedication with better music. In the capital, within the courtyard where Old Shun resided, he sighed, still no new video. He estimated that if a new video were to be released, it would likely be of master-level quality. After hearing Lin Tian's performance during a livestream, Old Shun was utterly captivated. Lin Tian's absence from live streaming or releasing new content made meals less enjoyable for him. Music of such mastery resonated deeply with the soul. Father, hasn't Master Lin taken this too far? He still hasn't returned, and his fan base has surpassed even his previous peak, Shen Wanqing remarked. Old Shen glared. What qualifications do you have to judge a master? Moreover, Master Lin excels in both Guqin and martial arts. Do not think that wealth grants you the right to float above others. He lost millions of followers overnight due to slander. Can he not mourn for a few days? Hand me my phone. You must send him 10,000 gold coins today. Father, please spare me. I merely expressed concern for your gloom. I hold Master Lin in high regard, Shen Wanqing replied. Old Shen huffed. Is that so? Then prove it through your actions. Is sending 10,000 gold coins so difficult? Shen Wanqing forced a smile. Sending one at a time meant he would need to do so 10,000 times. His father's phone was not conducive for others to operate. Do you refuse? If so, I shall do it myself. Old Shen grumbled. Father, I am willing. Let me send it to him, Shen Wanqing said. His face contorted as he began the tedious process. The same action had to be repeated countless times. After finishing yesterday, his fingers felt nearly cramped. Shen Wanqing had also contacted Huayin, inquiring if it were possible to send a larger sum at once, but Huayin had no solutions. The country had regulations regarding such matters. Though he was unsure why. One might think Master Lin was his own son, he silently scoffed. What's for dinner today? Lin Tian asked, returning home in the evening. Inhaling the delightful aroma. Come see for yourself, Luo Bingning's voice drifted from the kitchen. Upon entering, Lin Tian found Luo Bingning clad in an apron, preparing 3 dishes. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Allow me to give you a loving embrace, Lin Tian said with a smile, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Luo Bingning stiffened momentarily, her face and neck flushing a deep crimson. "Release me. You mustn't act lewdly," she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Though Lin Tian's body did not press against hers, he was close enough for her to feel his warmth. This embrace was somewhat overwhelming for her. "Bingning, why do you blush so easily?" Lin Tian teased. "Let go of me, or you'll ruin the dish," she playfully admonished. "It's all right. 3 dishes are enough for us. Besides, your beauty is a feast for the eyes. Even without food, I could be sated just by gazing at you," Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning's heart raced as she felt his breath near her ear. "Lin Tian, let me go. If you don't, I'll add an extra spoonful of salt. And you'll have to finish it too," she threatened playfully. At that moment, the silver treasure chest above her head transformed into gold in the blink of an eye. Ah, the first golden treasure chest. Lin Tian thought, brimming with excitement. He wondered what abilities the golden chest contained. Ideally, it would be ancient medical knowledge, so he could aid Luo Bingning in restoring her health. System, dear system, be kind and grant me ancient medical skills. Lin Tian silently wished. Do not claim that he and Luo Bingning have developed certain feelings, even in the absence of affection, from a perspective of mutual benefit. Luo Bingning cannot afford to encounter any mishaps. Chapter 87. Misunderstood by Luo Bingning. Ding. The golden treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring divine culinary skills. The voice of the system resonated in Lin Tian's mind as a torrent of information surged forth. Hastily, Lin Tian exited the kitchen and locked himself in the bathroom. The vast knowledge contained within the divine culinary skills was overwhelming, encompassing delectable dishes from throughout history and across cultures. With these skills, it is no exaggeration to assert that Lin Tian stands unrivaled in the art of cooking. Although Bingning's culinary skills are commendable, they have yet to reach a masterful level, making the golden treasure chest all the more regrettable. However, this golden chest affirmed one thing. There exist divine skills beyond the Grandmaster level. After about 10 minutes, Lin Tian's headache finally subsided. Upon leaving the bathroom, he noticed that the dishes had already been set on the table, and Luo Bingning's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. "Lin Tian, have you washed your hands properly? Until we are truly together, please refrain from hugging me like you did just now," Luo Bingning scolded. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. It became apparent that Luo Bingning had misconstrued his actions. He had merely gone to the bathroom due to his headache. Alas, his pristine reputation was at stake. Lin Tian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Even if he explained that he simply went to the restroom, she likely would not believe him. Having already formed her own conclusions, "Bingning, we are husband and wife. We should support one another. There are things I can do. But if you can assist me as well, that would be great, right?" Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot a glare at Lin Tian. "I can help you with cooking, but for certain matters, you must figure it out on your own." Lin Tian took a seat, chuckling. "That's precisely what I meant. I wonder where your mind wandered off to. To be candid, my culinary skills are at a godly level. But dear wife, your skills are quite impressive as well. I can only seal my abilities for now." Previously, he recalled a humorous tale of someone who possessed a high-level chef certification yet concealed it from his wife for over a decade, until she discovered it in a box one day. "Humph, Chef Lin, you might as well keep that skill sealed. I fear I might get food poisoning from your cooking." Luo Bingning pouted. She perceived Lin Tian's remarks as an attempt to divert the conversation and alleviate the awkwardness, suspecting he had been up to no good. "Let's eat," Lin Tian said cheerfully. He had already revealed his skills, and since Luo Bingning did not believe him, he anticipated that his culinary prowess would eventually be showcased, at which point he could stand his ground. "Bingning, my parents mentioned they would come over before my mother's birthday, but they said they would take the train and insisted I don't purchase tickets for them." After a while, Lin Tian added. Luo Bingning felt a slight tightening in her chest. She had intended to invite Lin Tian's parents over, but now felt a bit anxious about their agreement. She had essentially accepted Lin Tian, and it seemed unlikely they would part ways in the future. His parents would become her in-laws. "Are they aware of your income? If not, they might opt for a slower train rather than a high-speed one, which would be quite arduous." Lin Tian shook his head. "I transferred 20,000 yuan to my mother. As for other matters, I plan to discuss them face to face. Speaking too much might lead to unnecessary worries, and they would arrive immediately. She likely was not prepared to meet them just yet." Luo Bingning nodded slightly. If they learned about Lin Tian's newfound wealth, including a mansion worth hundreds of millions and luxury cars worth millions, they would indeed be concerned. It was better to clarify everything in person. At this point, Luo Bingning paused. "Lin Tian, I think we should let your parents stay in that villa. We won't be moving in for the time being, and it would be a shame to leave it empty. If they stay there, it would also be convenient for us to visit." Lin Tian smiled. "I was thinking the same thing. However, they may not be inclined to stay here. Luo Bingning spoke softly. Lin Tian, have you told your parents about our situation? What did they say? I mentioned it to my mother, but she hasn't yet discussed it with my father, Lin Tian replied candidly. Concern flickered in Luo Bingning's eyes. Will your father oppose it? What if your parents are against it? Lin Tian gazed at her with a smile. Luo Bingning retorted playfully, Lin Tian, it's not that I've developed feelings for you. I just don't want our 3-year engagement to be affected. If your performance is lacking, then... She hesitated, not wanting to utter the word divorce. Then what? Lin Tian asked with a smirk. Humph, you know what I mean. Poor performance means dismissal. Luo Bingning adopted a slightly haughty demeanor. Lin Tian chuckled at her adorably defiant expression. He felt an urge to pinch her cheeks. How about you return early? This way, you can clarify matters directly with them. If they are willing to stay here, they can bring whatever they need without the hassle of taking a train. Lin Tian pondered her suggestion. You make a fair point. I'll return next week. If they refuse to stay here, I will contact a professional to build them a villa. Prefabricated villas can be constructed swiftly, often completed in under 10 days, with renovations easily managed. Other than being slightly more expensive, these villas are quite satisfactory. Luo Bingning nodded. With 9 days remaining until Lin Tian's mother's birthday, returning too early would be inappropriate. Next week would suffice. Lin Tian, I need to inform you that Guoliang has withdrawn his investment. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. He withdrew? That's splendid news. He had ulterior motives. His departure brings a sense of peace. Luo Bingning's brows furrowed slightly. However, there is a small issue. With his withdrawal, the remaining funds are insufficient to complete product testing. The company needs to attract new investors immediately. There are potential investors emerging, but their backgrounds are formidable, and they are not particularly interested in the company itself. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. If they were not drawn to the company, it was evident they were interested in Luo Bingning. Guoliang was merely a wolf, while the incoming investors might very well be tigers. Is this funding urgent? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning nodded. Money is burning quickly. The company's funds will only last for about a month, making it imperative to secure investment. How much do you need? Lin Tian asked. By next month, he would have a considerable amount of money. Currently, he had several million in his account, and there was a substantial amount in his Huayin account that had yet to be withdrawn. By next month, he should be able to retrieve at least 20 million. He had no intention of touching the funds in the offshore account. Approximately 30 million. Chapter 88. Preparing to confess to Luo Bingning. Lin Tian contemplated. By next month, he would undoubtedly have 20 million, but for 30 million. He would need to devise additional means to earn more, such as taking on advertisements or treating a few patients. Wealthy individuals like Zhao Xianglin would likely be more than willing to pay 3 to 5 million if he could resolve their issues. However, compared to that option, Lin Tian would prefer to pursue advertisements. He had no desire to actively seek patients for profit. Thus far, he had treated Luo Yongqian, Elder Yang, Zhao Xianglin, Luo Bingning's mother, and several children in an orphanage. Except for Zhao Xianglin, he had not charged anyone else. Zhao Xianglin's case was not one he had pursued. It was a request for help from Director Shi. If he wishes, he can treat whomever he pleases without charging a fee. However, should he decide to accept payment, he may not necessarily treat those who seek his services. Once money is involved, the nature of the situation changes, and should any issues arise, he lacks a medical license, potentially exposing himself to legal repercussions. Lin Tian was unaware that he actually possessed a medical license, which the Yang family had conveniently arranged for him, though they had not disclosed this information to him. Bingning, what are your thoughts? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning furrowed her brows slightly. The family fortune will undoubtedly be passed down to me in the future, but before that, I must demonstrate my capabilities. Otherwise, many may choose to abandon the Luo family ship. Therefore, I cannot rely on the family for the 30 million funds. Lin Tian asked, are there no other companies willing to invest? With a soft sigh, Luo Bingning replied, even if there are, they may be influenced behind the scenes. Companies lacking substantial strength would likely hesitate to invest. Could you perhaps inquire whether Director Zhao has any investment intentions? Lin Tian suggested. Zhao Xianglin is a figure on the Forbes list. Should he invest, others would think twice before targeting him. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. Bingning. Director Zhao is merely my patient. He has provided me with benefits in exchange for treatment, but I do not wish to approach him for anything beyond that. Understood. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian smiled. There is another person who might be able to invest in you. Who? Luo Bingning asked, intrigued. Lin Tian explained. The Yang family, with whom I share a close relationship, could indeed provide this capital, yet they typically refrain from engaging in such ventures. Quite a distant prospect. Yet so close at hand, Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning stared at him in surprise. Lin Tian, are you suggesting that you would invest 30 million? You don't mean to mortgage your house, Do you? That is unacceptable. While I have confidence in the product we are developing, every business carries the risk of failure, and you cannot take such a risk. Lin Tian replied with a smile. I never suggested mortgaging the house. That very house may one day serve as our marital home. A hint of shyness appeared on Luo Bingning's face. I cannot currently produce 30 million, but perhaps next month I might. You don't need this money immediately, do you? Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian, somewhat incredulous. She knew he had received a 500,000 consultation fee, so he must have some funds. Yet the chasm between 500,000 and 30 million was vast. Lin Tian, do you wish for Director Zhao to find a few patients for you? I would advise against that. I feel it is not a wise course of action, Luo Bingning said, her brows knitting together. Lin Tian looked at her, reflecting on his identity as the masked hero. While Yang Zhiheng was aware of it, Luo Bingning remained in the dark. There had been reasons to keep it secret before, but now that their feelings had deepened, revealing this identity would not lead to separation. I am not solely focused on treating patients. I have other means to earn money. By next month, 20 million will definitely be within reach. As for 30 million, we shall see, Lin Tian stated. Luo Bingning stared at him in disbelief. Lin Tian, you cannot be serious. 30 million is not a trifling sum. Earning that much is exceedingly challenging. From her understanding of Lin Tian, while his ancient medical skills were impressive and could yield significant earnings, his abilities in swimming, running, and drinking, though commendable, would not facilitate rapid accumulation of wealth. His proficiency in the Guqin was notable, but relying on that to earn 30 million in a month was sheer folly. Let us discuss this further tomorrow. Make sure to finish work early. I will take you somewhere, Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning felt a flutter of excitement. She was eager to know. Yet methods for quick wealth were likely Lin Tian's closely guarded secret. If he did not voluntarily share, she felt it inappropriate to pry. Time passed, and soon it was the following evening. Lin Tian arrived at Luo Bingning's company in an X5. Driving the Cullinan gifted by Zhao Xianglin would have been too ostentatious. Lu Guanjian, I believe I have made myself quite clear. Our company currently lacks the need for additional funds, and we are not accepting investments at this time. Luo Bingning stated, her brow furrowed. Across from her sat a young man in his 30s. President Luo, my understanding of your company suggests otherwise. Guo Liang withdrew, taking with him 15 million. Your company has a funding gap, does it not? Luo Bingning replied calmly. He is not particularly informed about the company's situation. If there is nothing else, I must be leaving. Lu Guanjian continued, President Luo, I am merely a guest. I find your treatment of me rather unwelcoming. How about this? You treat me to dinner tonight, and we can discuss the investment matter at the table. The Lu family and the Luo family have numerous business dealings, and he had come specifically for this reason. You wouldn't deny me a meal, would you? Luo Bingning frowned internally. The Lu family and the Luo family indeed had extensive commercial ties. The Luo family boasted assets in the hundreds of billions, managing companies across various industries, while the Lu family's assets also surpassed the 100 billion mark. Compared to the Zheng family with their trillion-dollar assets, they appeared somewhat weaker, but were far superior to Guo Liang's family. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Come in, Luo Bingning called. Lin Tian pushed the door open. Having waited downstairs for some time, he grew impatient when Luo Bingning had not yet descended. Bingning, there are still guests present, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Luo Bingning rose. Lu Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. Dear, this is Lu Guanjian, the second son of the Lu family, who is quite adept in business. Lu Guanjian scrutinized Lin Tian with keen eyes. He had long harbored feelings for Luo Bingning, yet he hesitated to act, uncertain of the formidable rivals he might face. To his dismay, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning had already cohabitated, a development that incensed him. Initially, he intended to confront Lin Tian, but lacking an opportune moment, he believed that Li Feng and Guo Liang could manage to drive Lin Tian away. To his astonishment, they proved utterly ineffectual. As over half a month passed with Lin Tian and Luo Bingning still living together, Guo Liang's withdrawal presented Lu Guanjian with an opportunity. Should he invest, he would have ample reason to approach Luo Bingning. Lin Xiao, President Luo has discerning taste. To have become her boyfriend, you must possess extraordinary qualities. I look forward to our future exchanges, Lu Guanjian said with a polite, albeit insincere smile. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Lin Tian. Though not a martial artist, he frequently trained and maintained good physical condition. Lin Tian smiled and shook Lu Guanjian's hand, but the latter immediately tightened his grip. What? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. This tactic felt like searching for waste in a latrine. The next moment, Lu Guanjian nearly cried out in pain. Lin Tian's grip felt like a vice, and he feared his fingers might snap. His face quickly turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Chapter 89. Lu Guanjian's defenses crumbled. From their expressions, Luo Bingning quickly discerned that Lu Guanjin was the one at a disadvantage in the handshake. Lu Xiao, Bingning has mentioned your business acumen. You must be exceptionally skilled. Let us have more exchanges in the future. How about this? Lu Xiao, I shall treat you tonight. Let us dine together. And I can learn from your expertise, Lin Tian proposed with a smile. Lu Guanjin, suppressing his agony, replied, that sounds splendid. Let us set off immediately. We can discuss further over dinner. Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning. Bingning, my apologies for neglecting to inquire about your thoughts. Shall we dine together this evening? As he continued to apply pressure, Lu Guanjin felt tears welling in his eyes. He wished to withdraw his hand, but Lin Tian's grip was too strong. Even with his left hand, he doubted he could escape. Well, Luo Bingning hesitated, knowing that each moment of indecision would only prolong Lu Guanjin's suffering. President Luo, Lin Tian is your boyfriend. Does his word not matter? Lu Guanjin blurted out, desperate to extricate himself from the situation, fearing his bones might shatter under Lin Tian's grip. Luo Bingning nodded slightly, her gaze tender as she looked at Lin Tian. My dear, it is indeed possible, but the doctor has advised you not to drink too much alcohol later. Lin Tian's expression turned slightly peculiar. He realized that this little girl, Luo Bingning, had her own cunning thoughts. She was well aware of her own alcohol tolerance and was intentionally suggesting that he drink less, which was akin to inviting trouble. Lin Tian nodded, all right. If we plan to have children, I should indeed drink less within the year. I will be cautious. Luo Bingning remained silent. Lu Guanjin spoke with a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Xiao, shall we set off now? If we delay any longer, we will be caught in the evening rush hour. Sure. Lin Tian finally released Lu Guanjin's hand, which he quickly withdrew behind him, trembling slightly. His muscles and bones still ached from the grip. Lin Tian had not used his internal force to harm him, but his grip had been quite strong. Leaving Lu Guanjin to recover for a while. Miss Luo, where's the restroom? I need to go, Lu Guanjin asked. Turn left at the door. It's at the end, Luo Bingning replied. Lu Xiao, you don't look well. Is your stomach hurting? We can wait for you a bit longer. I'm fine. Lu Guanjin hastily exited the office. Uffed. Luo Bingning chuckled. Lin Tian, I bet Lu Guanjin want to shake hands with you again. Lin Tian smiled. If he comes back, you must call me. As a host, I must be more hospitable. In the restroom, Lu Guanjin carefully examined his hand. Thankfully, his bones were not broken, but it still hurt. He had never anticipated Lin Tian's grip to be so formidable. You bastard, I will drink you under the table later. Lu Guanjin gritted his teeth. He was adept in business and could handle alcohol. Half a kilogram of baijiu would not faze him, and even a full kilogram would leave him unscathed. The most he had drunk in one sitting was 1.5 kilograms without becoming fully drunk. Miss Luo. Lin Xiao, let us go, Lu Guanjin called out after a 5-minute break, his hand finally feeling better. If the pain had persisted, he would have considered a hospital visit. All right, Lin Tian replied cheerfully. Soon, the three of them descended the stairs, with Luo Bingning and Lu Guanjin getting into Lin Tian's car, Luo Bingning occupying the passenger seat. Lu Xiao, if you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should abstain from drinking today. Alcohol isn't good for your health, Luo Bingning advised. Lu Guanjin smiled. A little in moderation is fine, Miss Luo. You should refrain, as you'll be driving later. Bingning, we'll share a bottle later, half a kilogram each. I can handle half a kilogram without issue, Lin Tian said with a light laugh. Luo Bingning playfully replied, still, you must drink less. Before long, they arrived at an upscale restaurant where Lin Tian ordered a bottle of Fei Tian Mitai. Lu Xiao, my tolerance is decent, but Bingning insists I only drink half a kilogram. Today, we'll share this bottle equally. I've told Bingning that when you visit again, I will host you both, and there will be more chances to drink. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Guanjin smirked inwardly, perceiving Lin Tian's words as a subtle jab, meant to discourage future visits. The meals were served promptly, and the two of them drank swiftly, finishing nearly an entire bottle in just over 10 minutes. Luo Bingning excused herself to use the restroom at an opportune moment. Lin Xiao, it's rare for us to drink together. Shall we order more? Lu Guanjin suggested. Lin Tian hesitated. Isn't it too much? We agreed on just one bottle. Lin Xiao, your grip is too strong. I feel as though my hand is about to shatter. Half a bottle isn't sufficient. Lu Guanjin insisted. All right, let us drink a bit more, Lin Tian conceded. Lu Guanjin nodded. I'll go inform the waiter. Before long, the waiter brought in 2 more bottles of baijiu. By the time Luo Bingning returned, one of the new bottles had already been consumed, and the two had polished off a full kilogram. Lin Tian, how can you drink so much? Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. Lin Tian, with a hint of inebriation, replied, Bingning, I didn't order the drinks. Don't worry, I can handle it. Luo Bingning feigned helplessness as she gazed at Lin Tian. You shouldn't drink like this in the future. Lin Tian nodded. Lu Gu, let us continue. Since you rarely visit, I must ensure you feel welcomed. Moments later, Luo Bingning stepped out to make a phone call. When she returned, Lin Tian and Lu Guanjian were already well into their fourth bottle, having nearly finished it. Lin Xiao? I need to use the restroom, Lu Guanjian slurred as he stood unsteadily. Bang. As he reached the door, he collided with the door frame. Lu Gu, are you alright? I'm not drunk, Lu Guanjian insisted, forcing himself out of the room. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with slight concern. But he chuckled. Bingning, don't worry. Even if I drink, it won't affect our plans for children. Luo Bingning shot him a disapproving glance. Lin Tian appeared to be quite tipsy himself, revealing that he was merely putting on an act. Lin Tian, do you think Lu Guanjian will be alright? If something happens to him, it could lead to trouble for us. Luo Bingning inquired anxiously. Lin Tian chuckled. Rest assured, I have it under control. It's merely to teach him a lesson, not to let him suffer dire consequences. He had also called for someone to pick Lu Guanjian up. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. In the restroom, Lu Guanjian was retching uncontrollably. 10 minutes later, they exited the restaurant, and Lu Guanjian was driven away by Guo Liang. Lu Xiao, how did you end up drinking with Lin Tian? That guy has an absurd alcohol tolerance. Even Xiao from Tianmu Group can't keep up with him, Guo Liang lamented. Xiao can't keep up with him? Lu Guanjian, having regained some clarity after vomiting, realized he had been duped. He was aware of Xiao's renowned drinking prowess in their circle. It was said that Lin Tian once downed 3 kilograms without a hitch. He drank 3 kilograms and was completely unfazed, Guo Liang added. Lu Guanjian was left utterly speechless, feeling like a fool. Chapter 90, Dad. Lin Tian is actually quite good. Bingning, didn't I mention yesterday that I would take you somewhere today? When we arrive, you will see how I make my money. However, you will have fewer surprises from now on. Would you prefer to go now, or enjoy a few more surprises? Lin Tian said as Luo Bingning started the car. With him seated in the passenger seat, Luo Bingning asked in astonishment, is it really possible to earn 30 million? Lin Tian smiled, it is indeed possible. If you want to know, I can set up a navigation for you. Just follow it. Luo Bingning pondered, but your parents don't know yet, right? Lin Tian shook his head. They are unaware. Luo Bingning remarked, last night, I was quite curious, but now that some time has passed, I'm not as eager to find out. Since uncle and auntie still don't know, I'm not in a hurry. A series of small surprises can be more enriching than one big surprise. Lin Tian chuckled, you really don't want to know? Don't worry. I want to take you somewhere to sell you. Luo Bingning huffed playfully, if you dare to sell me, I would at least give you 3 slaps. It's getting late. Let us head home instead. Don't rush into making money. I'll be frugal. Perhaps 20 million will suffice. Lin Tian nodded. Since Luo Bingning chose to remain unaware for now, he would continue to keep his identity as the masked hero a secret. Keeping it hidden was far more beneficial for him. The Guqin, Erhu, martial arts mastery, and even more surprises could all be divided into numerous delights. If Luo Bingning were to learn about them directly, the excitement would only culminate in this one instance. Ding. On the way home, Luo Bingning's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from her mother. As Luo Bingning approached the parking area, she gestured for Lin Tian to remain silent before answering the phone. Mom, do you miss me? Luo Bingning's mother replied, your father is upset at home. The Lu family has suddenly backed out of several deals we had agreed upon. Your father cares for you the most, so please comfort him. Luo Bingning was taken aback. The Lu family's business dealings had unexpectedly changed. She glanced at Lin Tian, who appeared stunned. Is Lu Guanjian really playing such games? Just because he faced a minor setback here, he has his family retaliate? Mom, when did this happen? Luo Bingning inquired. After her mother provided the details, she breathed a sigh of relief. The incident had occurred in the afternoon, prior to Lin Tian's meeting with Lu Guanjian. Your father just returned, and this issue has left him quite unsettled, her mother continued. Lu Guanjian came to my company today, and I turned down his offer to invest. Could it be related? Luo Bingning questioned. If that's the case, the Lu family is being unreasonable. Do they think the Luo family is easy to bully? Her mother retorted angrily. Mom, please talk to Dad first. I'll call him once I'm home. After hanging up, Luo Bingning explained the situation to Lin Tian. Doesn't this seem a bit odd? Such actions could backfire on the Lu family, leading to significant losses for them, Lin Tian speculated. Luo Bingning nodded. If the Lu family's strength surpassed that of the Luo family considerably, then such pressure might make sense. However, the Luo family's domestic assets are in the hundreds of billions, while the Lu families are only around 100 billion. The disparity is significant. Is the wild buffalo trying to intimidate the elephant? Don't overthink it, Lin Tian. The incident occurred before you met Lu Guanjian, so it has nothing to do with you. My father will handle it, Luo Bingning reassured him. Lin Tian nodded slightly. With Luo Yongqian having stepped back, Luo Bingning's father was now in control of the vast Luo family, and his capabilities were certainly commendable. Shortly thereafter, they returned home. Dad. Luo Bingning dialed her father's number. Humph. Her father, Luo Hongtuan, grunted. Bingning, you haven't called home for 4 or 5 days. Is your credit card frozen and you're running low on funds? Luo Yongqian did not live with Luo Hongtuan, and they were unaware that Lin Tian had healed him. In Luo Hongtuan's view, ignorance was bliss. Dad, I have enough money, Luo Bingning replied. Luo Hongtuan spoke earnestly. Your mother and I oppose your relationship with Lin Tian for your own good. It's commendable that you care for your grandfather, but you must not sacrifice your own happiness. After living with Lin Tian for so long, do you regret it? If you do, just let me know. I can speak to him on your behalf. And he wouldn't be treated unfairly. I would ensure he receives ample compensation. At that moment, Luo Bingning stood on the balcony, glancing at Lin Tian lounging on the sofa. I feel quite good about marrying Lin Tian. He's far better than I expected. Perhaps we will continue together. Luo Hongtuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The issues with the Lu family seemed trivial compared to his daughter's happiness. After all, the hard-earned Luo family legacy must be passed on to Luo Bingning. And if she was unhappy, nothing else mattered. Bingning, don't speak in anger. And please, don't do anything foolish. I can unfreeze your credit card. If that is what you need, Luo Hongtuan said with a deep breath, fearing his daughter might impulsively escalate her relationship with Lin Tian. Dad, I'm not just speaking out of anger. Lin Tian is genuinely very good. He is quite exceptional, Luo Bingning insisted. Luo Hongtuan responded sternly, Bingning, don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, I will never forgive you or Lin Tian. I will unfreeze your credit card, but it will have a limit of 15,000. Be cautious with your spending. After he hung up, Luo Bingning returned to the living room. Lin Tian, it seems my grandfather hasn't mentioned you to my parents. Should I tell them about your situation? Knowing the truth might change their minds. Lin Tian shook his head. I think it's best not to take that risk. Right now, they believe we can't possibly be together. That's why they allowed us to live together. If they start to think we might actually be together, would they still permit it? Luo Bingning murmured. Perhaps they would accept you right away. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Bingning, let things unfold naturally. There's no need to force the issue. They will learn in time. Besides, if your father finds out and offers me a 10 billion check, how could I resist such temptation? Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. You're dreaming. Although our family has hundreds of billions in assets, coming up with 10 billion in cash is no easy feat at the Luo residence. Luo Hongtuan's wife noticed his gloomy demeanor. What's wrong? You haven't spoken to our daughter in days. Now that you finally do, why do you look even more troubled? Luo Hongtuan furrowed his brow. Bingning mentioned Lin Tian is exceptional and that she might continue with him. Is she saying that in anger? I just unfroze her bank card. His wife replied, Lin Tian is just an ordinary person. If she claims he is exceptional, it is clearly an emotional outburst. Dear, let us refrain from constantly urging her to break up, as that might provoke her rebellious spirit and lead her to resist even more. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hongtuan admitted, you make a valid point. In the bedroom, Lin Tian sat before the computer that was already in the room, which boasted impressive specifications. Let us see what the Lu family is up to, he mused, powering it on and opening the music before quickly typing to search for clues online. Before long, he discovered that Lu Guanjin's father, Lu Kunhu, had a mistress. Given the Lu family's 100 billion assets, it was not unusual for wealthy individuals to have affairs. However, Lin Tian found it puzzling that Lu Kunhu was being unusually generous, transferring nearly 30 million to this mistress, a sum that was quite extravagant for a typical affair. Could there be a child involved? Lin Tian speculated, quickly searching hospital records. While he found no leads in reputable hospitals, he eventually traced the information to a private clinic. It turned out that Lu Kunhu and his mistress, Zhang Wan, indeed had a son who was now 7 years old and living in Dongying country. This is getting interesting, Lin Tian thought, delving deeper into the network of Dongying. He soon learned that Lu Kunhu's son was being raised by an elderly couple, Zhang Wan's biological parents, who had sent her to Huaguo at a young age, effectively severing her ties with them for life. Lin Tian couldn't help but smirk. Zhang Wan was a spy from Dongying, which explained the Lu family's recent actions. Continuing his investigation online, he stumbled upon a shocking revelation. Unbelievable, Lin Tian exclaimed, smacking his forehead in exasperation. The very situation he was uncovering was connected to him. Dongying had recently suffered a severe cyber attack, losing substantial funds, and the hacker organization known as Hellfire had eagerly exploited the chaos to gain a foothold in Dongying. Given the tense relationship between Dongying and Huaguo, the former had swiftly turned its suspicions toward the latter, intensifying their crackdown against Huaguo. The primary objective is the Dragon Group. They suspect Luo Yongqian to be a member of this organization. This operation marks merely the commencement of a series of actions. The Lu family, along with other factions, will soon initiate their own maneuvers against the Luo family. The days ahead are likely to be quite challenging for my father-in-law, Lin Tian mused. The Eastern Sakura nation remains uncertain about Luo Yongqian's affiliation with the Dragon Group. Should the Luo family's response be deemed normal, their suspicions might be alleviated. However, any unusual reaction would only intensify their doubts. You wretched creatures, we instructed you to target the Eastern Sakura nation, not to frame us in Huagua. Why can't you confront us directly? Lin Tian silently cursed. He swiftly re-entered the encrypted chat group of the Hellfire organization. This chat group was newly established, employing all their technological prowess. Yet, against Lin Tian, a master hacker of unparalleled skill, the defenses of this chat group were rather feeble. Suddenly, one member noticed that an additional participant had joined the chat, using the avatar of Pu Dadi. Ding, he received a bank alert, only to discover that $3 million had been withdrawn from his account. Why? That was money we earned from the Eastern Sakura nation. He immediately messaged the group. And soon others realized that their funds had also vanished. You must operate under your own banner. At least let them know you hail from the United States, not Huagua. 3 of you withdrew $1 million, attempting to evade my wrath. You better deposit that money back immediately, or the consequences will be dire. Lin Tian messaged them in Russian. Heaven knows what trouble these individuals might stir up in the future. He needed to mitigate the risks and avoid implicating his own country. Why can't we falsely claim to be hackers from Huagua? The leader of Hellfire asked, somewhat irked. Huagua is currently our ally, and I have a fondness for their culture. You cannot attack Huagua nor impersonate them. If you wish to profit, declare your true identity. I assure you, every penny you earn this way will remain untouched. Although the leader of Hellfire was frustrated, he conceded, fine, we'll present our true identities from now on. With their capabilities lacking, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The 3 who had withdrawn their funds scrambled to discreetly deposit the money back into their accounts. Ding! Before long, they received another notification. The recently deposited money had disappeared. These individuals were likely eager to continue targeting the Eastern Sakura nation. With their involvement, my father-in-law would have a somewhat easier time, Lin Tian thought. He opened his secret account, which held a staggering $48 million, equivalent to nearly 3,500 million Hua Yuan. These fellows were formidable indeed. They had managed to siphon $50 million from the Eastern Sakura nation in such a short time. No wonder they were so enraged. Lin Tian mused. Previously, he had only $43 million. Losing $50 million would surely incite the wrath of certain factions in the Eastern Sakura nation, though troubles would abound. Severing ties with the Luo family and some questionable companies might not be a bad long-term strategy. Lin Tian pondered. He refrained from informing his father-in-law, Luo Hongquan, as knowledge of this may provoke an abnormal reaction, further solidifying the Eastern Sakura nation's suspicions regarding the Luo family's connection to the Dragon Group. They might become even more relentless in pursuing Luo Yongqian and the Luo family. After cultivating for 3 cycles, Lin Tian was preparing to sleep when he suddenly heard pained groans from Luo Bingning's room. Another bout of pain, he thought, frowning. The interval since her last episode had barely been 2 weeks. A shorter duration was certainly not a good sign. Bingning, open the door, he knocked gently. She quickly opened the door to her master bedroom, her complexion pale and forehead slick with cold sweat. She had been suffering for several minutes and could no longer endure it. Bingning, lie down. I'll give you a massage. It should help alleviate the pain. Lin Tian said hastily. Luo Bingning reclined on the bed, pulling up her nightgown, revealing her smooth, flat belly, which felt cold to the touch. Lin Tian infused his inner energy, guiding the dissipating coldness into his own body. As a master-level martial artist, his endurance far surpassed that of Luo Bingning. Gradually, she began to feel better, noting the warmth of Lin Tian's hands. Bingning, in the future, do not set the air conditioning below 27 degrees. As cooler temperatures will exacerbate your condition, Lin Tian advised. Luo Bingning nodded and sat up. It wasn't he this painful before. This time, the pain is even more intense than the last. Are you being deceitful? How much longer can I expect to live? She asked anxiously. Chapter 92, Lin Tian. Are you Master Lin? Lin Tian replied earnestly, I foresee you living for 1,000 years. Luo Bingning retorted, good people rarely live long, while scoundrels thrive for millennia. You only know how to irritate me. Lin Tian chuckled. Then consider this. If you truly believed your time was limited, would I treat you this way? Luo Bingning tilted her head in thought. It seemed to make sense. Bingning, if you are genuinely concerned, I believe you should do something first. So if the worst has happened, there will be no regrets. What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. Lin Tian smirked, let us roll in the sheets. If you worry about your lifespan, I can assist you with that. Luo Bingning glared at him in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. No need. You just want to tease me and take advantage of me? Umph. Despite Lin Tian's banter, her worries had significantly eased. I'll reveal my secret to you tomorrow. Isn't it Saturday? I'll take you to the place I intended to visit today, Lin Tian said with a light laugh. He could directly reveal his identity as the masked hero, but in a venue, he could play the Guqin or the Erhu, which would leave a more profound impact on Luo Bingning, increasing the likelihood of unlocking a treasure chest. Why are you so eager to tell me now? Am I really not going to live long? Luo Bingning's expression shifted slightly. Lin Tian gently covered her mouth. Hold on. I plan to tell you to instill confidence in you regarding your genius husband. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed as her lips brushed against his hand. A bronze treasure chest slowly materializing above her head. Lin Tian felt a surge of joy. The emergence of this treasure chest now might lead to a significant impact tomorrow, potentially upgrading it to a golden chest. The first golden chest had yielded culinary skills, which was somewhat disheartening as he was not particularly keen on cooking. He preferred to enjoy good meals, and Luo Bingning was quite the excellent cook. Lin Tian, you should go to sleep now. I'm all right, Luo Bingning said, retreating slightly. If you're uncomfortable sleeping alone, just call me. I offer 24-hour sleep companionship, Lin Tian replied with a grin. Get lost, she exclaimed, tossing a pillow at him. Is this a gift? Then I want to be polite. It's fragrant, and your scent will surely linger on the pillow you've slept on, he chuckled, taking the pillow and stepping out of the room. You rascal, she huffed, her heart racing at the thought of Lin Tian resting on a pillow imbued with her fragrance. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Tian exited his room, astonished to find Luo Bingning's treasure chest had transformed into silver. What is this? A peaceful night's sleep and the chest has leveled up? Lin Tian pondered, somewhat perplexed, but ultimately pleased. It boded well for their prospects. Soon after, they finished breakfast. Wait a moment, I need to change into a different outfit. Luo Bingning entered the room. After a brief interval, she emerged, and Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld her clad in a pristine white dress. Some women struggle to carry off such a hue due to their skin tone, which may appear even less radiant in contrast. However, Luo Bingning faced no such dilemma. Even in her usual attire of casual or professional wear, she looked splendid. Now, in this ethereal gown, she resembled a celestial being descended into the mortal realm. Wife, you look truly beautiful, Lin Tian marveled. A faint blush crept onto Luo Bingning's cheeks, although he had referred to her as wife before. The way he said it now felt refreshingly different. Lin Tian, let us depart swiftly. I am eager to uncover the secret, she urged. Before long, they set off. And within half an hour, Lin Tian parked outside the shop he had purchased, leaving Luo Bingning puzzled. What was the purpose of bringing her to a tea house? He had not even changed the shop's signage, deeming it unnecessary. Bingning, please wait outside for a moment, he instructed as he opened the door and stepped inside. Luo Bingning stood waiting outside, while Lin Tian quickly donned traditional attire, though he refrained from putting on a mask for the time being. Bingning, please come in. Lin Tian called from within. Upon entering, Luo Bingning was momentarily taken aback to see Lin Tian seated there, a Guqin resting before him. Bingning, shut the door, please. He smiled. She complied, closing the door behind her. Lin Tian, what is this about? She inquired, bewildered, aware of Lin Tian's proficiency in Guqin at a professional level, and knowing her own fondness for the instrument. She wondered if he intended to present her with a private performance. Although she had watched videos of the masked virtuoso and even live streams, she had not immediately recognized this establishment, as her focus had primarily been on the music itself. Bingning, have you ever attended a professional Guqin performance? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Luo Bingning nodded. Indeed. I have a deep appreciation for the Guqin and have attended several master-level concerts. Allow me to play a piece for you, Lin Tian offered with a smile. She settled beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin Tian, who looked quite dashing in his traditional garb. Soon, the melodious notes began to flow, as Lin Tian played high mountains and flowing water. Luo Bingning watched in disbelief. Her skills on the Guqin were modest, yet she had heard enough to recognize excellence. And Lin Tian's performance was undoubtedly of master caliber. Having attended live performances by 3 Guqin masters, she was certain that at least 2 of them fell short of Lin Tian's prowess. As the piece concluded, she exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Tian, have you reached master level on the Guqin? I thought you were merely at professional level. The chasm between professional and master levels was vast. Play another piece, she urged. Lin Tian did not respond directly, but performed another piece, equally as impressive as the first. You have indeed reached master level. Luo Bingning gasped, inhaling deeply. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Correct, my Guqin skills are at master level, and I shall also showcase my Erhu skills. Huh. Luo Bingning was taken aback. How familiar this feels. You play the Guqin and the Erhu. A masked figure flashed through her mind. Lin Tian, you are Master Lin? She stammered in shock. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Bingning, you finally figured it out. I thought you would realize it upon entering. Luo Bingning stood there, bewildered. Online sources claimed Master Lin was in his 40s, yet Lin Tian was merely 23. You are a Master-level Guqin player, an Erhu master, and a master martial artist? She murmured, astonished. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Do you find it hard to believe? Luo Bingning's head was spinning as a golden treasure chest appeared above her. If she waited, perhaps it could transform into a higher-level treasure. However, Lin Tian needed not a higher-level chest at this moment. Between a single superior treasure chest and 2 golden ones, he would undoubtedly prefer the latter. The reason was simple. He required advancements in ancient medical skills or martial arts to ensure Luo Bingning could endure the winter. A stronger chest would be ideal if it guaranteed an upgrade, but such assurance was uncertain. Each additional golden chest represented an increase in hope for Luo Bingning. Surviving this winter would grant him another year to gradually enhance his skills. It was worth noting that even if he traveled to Hainan or the Southern Hemisphere, winter remained a struggle for Luo Bingning. Human beings are influenced by their biological clocks, and the icy energy within her was affected by the changing seasons. In winter, even in warmth, her condition would deteriorate. A trip to Hainan or the Southern Hemisphere would not resolve the fundamental issue. Lin Tian, Luo Bingning's heart raced as he approached her. Did he intend to kiss her? Did he have many questions to pose? Lin Tian chuckled as he stretched beside Luo Bingning, his hand brushing against the golden treasure chest above her. In an instant, it vanished. Whatever you wish to ask, I shall answer, he stated. A chime echoed. The golden treasure chest has opened. Congratulations, the host has acquired divine calligraphy. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, and he inwardly sighed. This was not the skill he yearned for. While the ability to craft exquisite calligraphy was commendable, it would not cure Luo Bingning's ailment. Bingning, ponder this for a moment. I must visit the restroom, he said, aware that the knowledge of divine calligraphy was overwhelming, and soon his head would throb painfully. Luo Bingning nodded, needing to collect her thoughts. Previously, Lin Tian had appeared ordinary to her, yet he had repeatedly surprised her with his remarkable abilities. He had showcased formidable physical prowess, ancient medical skills, and professional-level Guqin proficiency. She had believed that was impressive. But now she discovered he had concealed even more. He was the immensely popular masked virtuoso, and his Guqin skills were at a master level, with his Erhu skills reaching master status as well. Lin Tian was also a master martial artist. His medical skills must also be at least at the master level, meaning he was a dual master in the Guqin and Erhu, along with 3 additional master-level skills. Luo Bingning murmured to herself in disbelief. Achieving mastery in any one discipline was no small feat. After a brief interval, Lin Tian emerged from the restroom, having digested the vast information regarding calligraphy. Lin Tian, why have you concealed all of this? Luo Bingning asked, puzzled. Lin Tian smiled. Let us brew some tea and discuss this over a cup. Soon, he had boiled water and prepared tea. The reason is quite simple. I fear death and the prospect of being dissected. A high intellect brings its own set of troubles, he explained. Luo Bingning pondered. According to my sources, you fell ill during your college entrance exams. Did you intentionally perform poorly because there was no distinction between ordinary schools and Peking or Tsinghua University for you? Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, you truly are astute. When we have children, I anticipate their intellect will be quite impressive. Speak seriously now. What else have you concealed? Luo Bingning playfully reprimanded. Fear not. I will keep your secrets, she assured him. Lin Tian replied with a light chuckle. My Guqin skills are not merely at the master level. They are at the Erhu master level as well. You shall experience this shortly. Huh. Luo Bingning stared at him, astonished. A dual master? His revelation struck her profoundly, and a bronze treasure chest materialized above her. This won't do. I must exert more effort, Lin Tian thought internally. Today, with so much exposure, he could not leave without obtaining 2 golden treasure chests. You possess master-level Erhu skills. Why have you not showcased this? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian chuckled. Currently, there is one Erhu master. There is no need to compete with him for prestige. Displaying dual mastery in both Guqin and Erhu would be excessively ostentatious. Luo Bingning blinked and asked, have you recently reached the master level in martial arts? Is that why you dare to reveal it? Lin Tian looked at her with a smile. My dear wife, you are truly clever. I have indeed reached the master level in martial arts. A breakthrough that occurred after we started our journey together. It signifies your fortune-bringing nature. Luo Bingning stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. She had merely inquired out of curiosity, never expecting that he had genuinely achieved such a level. You have mastered the Guqin, Erhu, and martial arts. If this gets out, you'll instantly trend on various platforms. Luo Bingning was even more shocked. However, despite the revelation, the bronze treasure box above her head showed no immediate change. What about your medical skills? She asked. Lin Tian smiled and replied, if you call me husband, I will tell you. Isn't it worth a few affectionate calls for all this information? A blush crept onto Luo Bingning's face. Husband, what about your medical skills? Lin Tian chuckled. Since you are unwell, it's about time you asked this. My medical skills have also reached the master level. Luo Bingning was left speechless. With his medical skills included, Lin Tian had attained mastery in 4 disciplines. He glanced at the treasure box above her head, which finally transformed from bronze to silver. No wonder you rarely drove before. Your driving skills are impressive. And after only a few hours of practice, your marksmanship is also quite remarkable, she murmured. What else can you do? Lin Tian replied lightly. I have a basic understanding of English, German, French, Russian, Japanese, Korean, Spanish, and Portuguese. Luo Bingning looked at him oddly. I can hardly believe your claim of basic understanding. You must have reached a level akin to a native speaker. Is there anything else? Lin Tian smirked. Do you still need to ask? You're practically stripping me bare. In another setting, I wouldn't mind at all. Luo Bingning interjected, Lin Tian, stop being so suggestive. He chuckled, we are husband and wife after all. This is merely a playful exchange between us. You'll get used to it. Humph, we are not truly together yet, Luo Bingning huffed. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Who would dare take you from me? Monks may abstain, but I, as a martial arts master, certainly do not. As he spoke, an intense aura emanated from Lin Tian, making Luo Bingning's hair stand on end. She felt as though she had encountered a fierce tiger in the wild. With a swift motion, Lin Tian struck out, causing a wall several meters away to collapse with a resounding crash. I had intended to tear down this wall anyway, he remarked casually. Luo Bingning gulped, overwhelmed once more by the sheer strength of a martial arts master. So powerful. Lin Tian restrained his aura. Fortune favors the diligent. The silver treasure box above your head has finally transformed into a golden treasure box. He didn't immediately collect the treasure, as it would be imprudent to rush off to the restroom right after obtaining it. Lin Tian, won't the landlord come after you for this? Luo Bingning inquired, glancing at the scattered bricks on the ground. Lin Tian shook his head. Not at all. The landlord is a good person. Luo Bingning blinked in surprise. You've already purchased the house. I had forgotten about your masked hero identity. Huang must have provided you with a substantial signing bonus. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have bought this house. That wall was somewhat inconvenient, so I plan to demolish it. Luo Bingning observed. It seems the dust isn't settling near us. Though the wall had fallen, the dust did not approach them at all. I can project my vital energy to create a protective shield. With my current strength, resisting small caliber bullets is not a problem, Lin Tian explained with a smile. Now I understand why you felt comfortable revealing some of your abilities, Luo Bingning marveled, amazed that a mere mortal could withstand bullets. Her perception of reality had been profoundly altered today. You mentioned wanting to strip me bare earlier. Do you possess any other skills? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian pretended to start removing his clothing. Looks like you were determined to undress me today. Stop, stop. She hurriedly exclaimed. I was merely inquiring if you had other skills. I never meant for you to actually reveal them. What you've shared today is already enough to leave me astounded for quite some time. Lin Tian paused. As for other areas, I possess a slight proficiency, which you will surely discover in due time. Just don't let this information slip. I can withstand small caliber firearms, but I cannot withstand sniper rifles or explosives. Luo Bingning nodded. It's only natural for you to be cautious. Given your extraordinary talents, if other countries were to learn of your abilities, you might find yourself in peril. Lin Tian took a sip of tea and smiled. Knowing this, I trust you're not overly worried about your own safety? Your illness, while troublesome, I will certainly resolve. Luo Bingning nodded. With Lin Tian's extraordinary talents on display, if he couldn't solve her issues, then worrying would be futile. Lin Tian, I wish to hear a master-level Guqin piece. I also want to hear a master-level Erhu performance. Luo Bingning giggled. Call me wife. No, wait. Since I'm dressed in traditional attire, call me husband to enhance the ambience. Lin Tian gazed at her with a smile, and Luo Bingning's face flushed. Calling him husband felt sweet, but referring to him as husband seemed significantly more intimate. Husband, she murmured, her ears turning crimson. Ding! Lin Tian began to play, showcasing his extraordinary mastery. Luo Bingning quickly became entranced. The music of a master possesses an incredible emotional resonance. A top-tier master could leave lingering echoes long after the performance ended. Once the piece concluded, Luo Bingning was left in awe. Lin Tian, let us end with just this piece for today. I can savor it for days to come if I hear it too often. It would be a waste. Lin Tian chuckled. All right, there is plenty of time ahead. It's not every day one gets to hear such music. I'll ensure you have ample opportunities. A sweet smile graced Luo Bingning's face. Lin Tian, I feel somewhat unworthy of you. While my family is well off, it pales in comparison to a martial arts master like you. The status of a master is far superior. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow slightly. While the Erhu and Guqin masters may not be as remarkable, the martial arts and medical masters are truly exceptional. A martial arts master can kill without a trace, while a medical master can bring many back from the brink of death. Lin Tian grinned. Are you feeling inferior now? Bingning, you are a distinguished talent from Peking University, running a company valued at 2 billion. Your family background is impressive, and your looks are quite decent. Only slightly below mine. Luo Bingning laughed. Have you ever met someone as self-absorbed as you? Your looks can only be described with 2 words, not ugly. Lin Tian smiled at her. Bingning, when do you think I should meet your parents? Luo Bingning felt a twinge of anxiety. Meeting my parents? Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. We haven't known each other for long, and I haven't even decided if I want to be with you yet. She spoke softly. My parents are quite traditional. Since we haven't known each other for long, it might not be wise to rush into meeting them. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. That makes sense. With your family's assets in the hundreds of billions, if I hurried to meet them, they might think I'm after your family's wealth. Luo Bingning shook her head. As long as you express yourself clearly, my parents won't think that way. However, they will be concerned about our relationship's stability. Let us revisit this at the end of the year. Lin Tian smiled at her. Bingning, your words suggest that we might be able to solidify our relationship by the end of the year? That depends on your performance, she replied, standing up. I can't chat with you any longer. Yanzi has invited me to go shopping today. Lin Tian handed the car keys to Luo Bingning, instructing her to drive his car while he attended to some matters. You can come pick me up after you're done shopping, he added. All right, she replied. Shortly after, Luo Bingning departed. Just before she entered the vehicle, Lin Tian's hand brushed over her head, and a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The golden treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, the host's martial arts rank has been elevated from master to grandmaster. The system's voice resonated within Lin Tian's consciousness, filling him with unrestrained joy. His greatest desire was to acquire grandmaster-level ancient medical skills, closely followed by grandmaster-level martial arts, which would also benefit Luo Bingning. Even if he couldn't achieve grandmaster-level ancient medical skills this year, having master-level ancient medical skills combined with grandmaster-level martial arts should suffice to help Luo Bingning endure the winter ahead. With excitement coursing through him, Lin Tian quickly returned to the shop after Luo Bingning drove away. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate, powerful energy surging within him, rapidly expanding his meridians. The internal force in his dantian also increased swiftly. Gradually, the expansion of his meridians reached its limit, as did the internal force within. Suddenly, a drop of pale golden liquid true essence coalesced in his dantian, followed by a swift transformation of the remaining internal force. Ultimately, all the internal force converted into over a dozen drops of liquid true essence, each imbued with considerable energy. With a mere thought, Lin Tian could also convert them back into internal force for use. Grandmaster-level perfected, he exclaimed, astonished by his own strength. Opening his eyes, he summoned an energy golden dragon, formed from internal force, that appeared vibrant and lifelike. This manifestation could easily obliterate a small car. After retracting the energy dragon, he conjured a spherical protective barrier, distinct from the previous chi shield he had used. While the chi shield offered mediocre defense, the protective barrier was remarkably robust. Lin Tian estimated that it could effortlessly withstand bullets from a rifle, though the effectiveness against a sniper rifle would depend on the type used. He believed a lightweight sniper rifle would pose no problem, but he doubted he could withstand the more powerful sniper grenades used by the current military. Given their caliber of 35 mm, considered artillery if exceeding 20 mm internationally. With the protective barrier withdrawn, Lin Tian felt elated, his face adorned with a broad smile. The treasure chest had proven exceedingly rewarding, significantly enhancing his safety as a martial arts grandmaster. Although he could not withstand heavy sniper fire, he would not foolishly put himself in harm's way. As a grandmaster, his senses were keen, and his speed unparalleled. He could evade danger in the blink of an eye, retreating a full 10 meters if necessary. Walking on water or crossing rivers should pose no challenge, though he lamented the absence of spiritual energy for cultivation. As a grandmaster, Lin Tian could perceive clearly that the world contained only the basic primal energy essential for life, which possessed minimal energy. Utilizing such primal energy for martial arts training would yield poor results, and aspiring to cultivate immortality with it was sheer fantasy. The notion of a resurgence of spiritual energy was a dream he would not entertain. He was content to benefit from his association with Luo Bingning. hoping to reach a divine martial arts realm in the future, rendering him nearly invincible. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhang Han. "Brother Zhang, what can I do for you?" Lin Tian inquired. Zhang Han responded with enthusiasm, "Master Lin, congratulations. Your fan count has reached 30 million. Are you ready to take a break now? Your fans are eagerly awaiting your return." Lin Tian was taken aback. "Has it really reached 30 million? Indeed. Many of your fans have been actively promoting you to others, which has significantly boosted your numbers." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian suggested, "Brother Zhang, since the fans are so supportive, I'll announce a live broadcast at 2 this afternoon." Zhang Han's eyes lit up. "Master Lin, regarding advertisements, many advertisers have contacted us, offering quite substantial sums. Would you consider accepting one or two?" Lin Tian pondered, recalling his prior agreement with Zhang Han. While Huayin had provided him with considerable exposure, it seemed they might still be operating at a loss, and unprofitable ventures could not endure. "Has any domestic brand reached out to me? Please provide me with a list," he requested. After hanging up, Zhang Han quickly sent over a list. Lin Tian selected 2 domestic sports brands, one for clothing and the other for footwear. He had considered endorsing a leading smartphone brand, but the current spokesperson was too influential, an American political titan. His own influence paled in comparison. "Master Lin, the 2 brands you chose have no particular requirements, but their endorsement fees are modest, totaling only 20 million a year," Zhang Han informed him. "After taxes, it will be even less." Zhang Han called Lin Tian again. "Master Lin, I prefer not to endorse foreign brands. Even if they offered me $1 billion a year, I would decline," Lin Tian stated firmly. "Let us go with these 2. I'll promote them during the live broadcast, and they can conduct relevant promotions as well. Please handle the contract electronically." "Understood, Master Lin. We will manage the communication," Zhang Han replied. "It would be best if you could change your outfit for the live broadcast." Lin Tian agreed. He was pleased to see domestic brands thrive. Many of them contributed generously during disasters, while foreign brands profited from Chinese consumers while engaging in underhanded tactics against them. "Master Lin has agreed? That's wonderful." Fang Zhengming relayed the endorsement news to both brands, who were elated. They each offered 1 million a year. A significant endorsement for an influencer, yet Lin Tian was no ordinary influencer. In just over 20 days, he had amassed 30 million fans and was a martial arts master, a Guqin virtuoso, and a master of the Erhu. Such prestige was incomparable to typical influencers. "Director Fang, does Master Lin have any other conditions?" One brand representative inquired. Fang Zhengming responded, "His only condition is to sign electronically. He prefers to keep his identity discreet." The endorsement fee was not discussed, as his live broadcasts often garnered over 20 million in tips, indicating he likely did not prioritize monetary gain. Some foreign brands offered significantly higher fees, yet he chose to support domestic brands instead. The brand representative replied, "Director Fang, please inform Master Lin that if our performance is strong, we will consider offering dividends." Fang Zhenming chuckled softly, "You certainly have high hopes." "Very well, I will convey this to Master Lin. Please expedite the contract. It shouldn't be overly complex or laden with clauses that might displease him." In the imperial capital, Shen Wangshan excitedly entered his father's room. "Dad, Master Lin is going live at 2. Shen Wangshan was more thrilled than some of Lin Tian's diehard fans, relieved he would no longer need to send tips. After each session of $10, his fingers often grew sore. He had even devised a clicking device. But his father had caught him and insisted he continue sending tips manually to cultivate patience. Finally, a live broadcast was upon them. Shen Lao's face broke into a smile. He appreciated the Erhu, while he found others' performances tolerable, nothing compared to the level of Lin Tian's mastery. "Dad, this afternoon, I'll send Master Lin 5 million. Can we agree that I won't have to keep sending tips after this?" Shen Wangshan implored, his face contorted in discomfort. "Let us see how you perform in the future," his father replied, huffing slightly. "You're not getting any younger. It's high time you settled down. At over 40, you still have no children." Shen Wangshan smiled ruefully, recalling how he had squandered his youth, finally marrying a few years ago, yet still without children. The examination results indicate that the woman is perfectly normal. The issue lies with him, and it is not a congenital problem. Now, old Master Shen has instructed him to set aside all other matters, to remain at home, focus on physical training, and cultivate his character, prioritizing his health. Although Shen Wangshan is merely the 3rd son, he stands to inherit a substantial portion of the family wealth. A family of such great stature cannot afford to have no sons or daughters. "Father, I do not wish for this either," Shen Wangshan replied gloomily. Old Master Shen snorted lightly. "Isn't this the consequence of your youthful indiscretions? Now, go and train. I shall take an early afternoon nap. Wake me before 2. In the blink of an eye, It was 1:30 in the afternoon when Lin Tian returned to the shop. The cleaning company he had hired had thoroughly tidied the place. Bingning, let us find a tea house and quietly watch the live stream. Master Lin rarely goes live. We must not miss it, said Tang Yin as she was out shopping with Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning asked, Yin, you do not have a crush on Master Lin, do you? Tang Yin shook her head vigorously. How could that be? Master Lin is probably in his 40s, and he is not particularly handsome. In a few days, we will have a martial arts exchange with the youth from Dongying and Banghua. I will find a handsome guy to bring back, hee. Luo Bingning secretly sighed in relief. She could accept Tang Yin liking anyone, but not Master Lin. Chapter 96. A reward from the father-in-law. Why hasn't it started yet? It's already 1:50. It was a rare occasion for Master Lin to go live. How could they miss it? As a master of the Erhu and a grandmaster of Guqin, I am new here. Should I watch the live stream while kneeling? The stream had not yet begun, and many were chatting aimlessly in the comments. Other Erhu, Guqin, and martial arts streamers, even outdoor fitness streamers, had seen a significant drop in popularity. Lin Tian, however, already had 30 million followers, and his infrequent live streams attracted immense attention. Dad, there are only 5 minutes left until 2. Shen Wangchen urged his father awake. If he forgot about this, even if he gifted 5 million today, his father would likely remain displeased. Why didn't you wake me sooner? Old Master Shen grumbled as he hurried to get up. Lin Tian started the live stream. As soon as it began, a flood of eager fans rushed into the room, many immediately sending gifts. Those who sent gifts early could secure a spot at the front. Those who were late would likely be drowned in a sea of gifts. How enviable. Master Lin receives so many gifts. Master Lin's strength is undeniable. Such admiration cannot be feigned. Master Lin had many fans who were passionate about the Erhu and Guqin, and his followers were of remarkably high quality. A certain e-commerce company owner, a fan of the masked hero, paused all his streamers to learn from the experience. Fan Shinsanyi sent out 200 spaceships. Shen Wanqing swiftly sent out gifts. A single spaceship costs 28,888. And 200 spaceships amounted to nearly 580 million, exceeding his previous statement of 5 million. For Shen Wanqing, as long as his father did not compel him to send gold coins, he was more than happy to send these spaceships. As the third son of the Shen family, even if he did not receive a large share, he would certainly inherit billions in the future. He had no children. Giving away 5 million was inconsequential. Making his father happy now could potentially earn him an additional 500 million in the future when it came to dividing the family fortune. Wow, Master Lin hasn't he even spoken yet? Is he a brush? Don't joke around. Shen Sanyi can afford to brush for a month. Who could possibly afford to hire him as a brush? The comments exploded with excitement. Within just a minute of the broadcast starting, Lin Tian was still adjusting his equipment. Yet the total donations had already surpassed 6 million. Can Master Lin connect with someone? My father is a huge fan of the Erhu. Shen Wanqing typed in the comments. Lin Tian just happened to glance up and saw the floating comment. Shen Sanyi, why are you donating so much? If you wish to connect, that can be arranged without such extravagant donations, Lin Tian responded. Is the moderator present? Could you assist in connecting me with Shen Sanyi? Certainly, the moderator quickly replied. Some streamers hiding in the live room silently mouthed the word 6. The moderator in Lin Tian's stream played a supportive role. Lin Tian soon saw Shen Wanqing. Shen Sanyi, are you unwell? Shen Wanqing. He was taken aback, and the 2 to 3 million viewers in the stream were equally stunned. Master Lin's attitude toward the top donor was quite unique. Shen Sanyi, please do not misunderstand. I did not mean it that way. I can tell you have health issues. The boundaries between medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Lin Tian explained. Shen Wanqing's eyes lit up. I do indeed have health problems. You can tell just from the live stream? Impressive. At this moment, old Master Shen also appeared in the camera frame. Master Lin, are you able to help with my third son's ailment? He has sought treatment at many hospitals without success. If you can cure him, our Shen family will offer substantial rewards. Old Master Shen inquired. There is no need for heavy rewards. You have already gifted me significantly. I will add you as a friend shortly and inform you how to proceed, Lin Tian concluded, ending the connection with Shen Sanyi. Dad, do you really think my problem can be resolved? Shen Wanqing asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. His wife was 10 years younger than him. Yet she was already 35. If she did not conceive soon, they would be unable to have children. Would Master Lin make such claims in front of 2 to 3 million people? Old Master Shen said calmly. He held great confidence in Lin Tian. Then I shall donate a bit more, Shen Wanqing stated. Old Master Shen waved his hand. No need. You have already donated quite a lot. Do you want to compete with your father for the top spot? Once Master Lin resolves your issue, you can prepare your gratitude. Shen Wanqing nodded in agreement. Before long, Lin Tian added old Master Shen as a friend. They had both set their accounts to prevent adding friends, so they usually could not connect. Ladies and gentlemen, a small interlude. Let us begin. First the Erhu, then the Guqin, and finally, I shall share some insights on martial arts. Lin Tian picked up the Erhu. Soon, the Master-level Erhu melodies resonated, and Lin Tian's displayed prowess was slightly stronger than before. However, this minor difference would be imperceptible to the average listener, and even half of the Erhu masters would not notice it. Impressive, exclaimed Luo Hongchuan from the top floor of a building in the capital. 5 minutes earlier, Luo Bingning had sent him a message containing a link. Clicking it led him to Lin Tian's live stream. Regarding live streams and internet celebrities, Luo Hongchuan had always held a dismissive attitude. However, since Luo Bingning mentioned that the individual was a master of the Erhu and Guqin, he appreciated traditional culture. With nothing to do, he entered the live stream. At first glance, he recognized familiar faces. The Shun family's wealth in the country surpassed even that of the Luo family. While he remained skeptical about Lin Tian's ability to discern Shun Wanqing's ailment, he acknowledged that Lin Tian's Erhu skills were indeed formidable. Fan Haina Bai Chuan sent out a spaceship. Half an hour later, Luo Hongchuan also sent out a spaceship, worth over 20,000, for him. It was but a trifling amount. Lin Tian spotted this message but could hardly anticipate that it came from his father-in-law. Hee. A smile appeared on Luo Bingning's face. Lin Tian was unaware that this was Luo Hongchuan's account, but Luo Bingning quickly deduced it. A calligraphy piece hung on the wall of Luo Hongchuan's office, inscribed with the words Hai Na Bai Chuan. While he favored traditional arts, Luo Hongchuan's true passion lay in calligraphy, in which he exhibited considerable skill. Another half hour passed, and Lin Tian set down the Erhu. Next, we shall proceed with the Guqin. I may not possess as much skill in this area, so please bear with me. Lin Tian swiftly began to play the Guqin. How strange, murmured Master Dong Huiran, an elderly Guqin master, who was also watching Lin Tian's live stream. A puzzled expression crossing his face. Master, what troubles you? Asked Zhao Xianding, a Guqin master of notable talent and already at the pinnacle of his craft at the age of 50. I cannot shake the feeling that Master Lin may be concealing some prowess. Perhaps his Guqin skills are at a master level. Dong Huiran spoke up, and Zhao Xianding was taken aback. Master, that seems rather implausible, does it not? Master Lin has already attained a master level in the Erhu at such a young age. He must be under 40, a dual master? Dong Huiran also found this hard to believe. Xianting, think of a way. I wish to meet him. In life, having a confidant is sufficient. If he truly has become a master of the Guqin, I long to exchange ideas with him. Dong Huiran's expression was somewhat agitated. He had only taken 3 disciples, and Yang Xianing was an exceptional one. Chapter 97. Bingning, you are too strict with your husband. Yang Xianing nodded. Master, I will find a way. Huan should be willing to provide me with Master Lin's contact information. Dong Huiran pondered for a moment and replied, it would be better not to ask through Huan. Discreetly obtaining contact details might make others uncomfortable. Please help me add him as a friend in the live stream. Yang Xianding hesitated slightly. Master, would it not be inappropriate for you to add him directly? Dong Huiran replied nonchalantly. At my age, I care little for such matters. By the way, let's first send Master Lin a spaceship as a token. Otherwise, he might miss my message amidst all these comments. Yang Xianing nodded and proceeded to operate Dong Huiran's phone to send the gift. Fan Dong Huiran sends a spaceship. Many were astonished upon seeing this. There were numerous Guqin enthusiasts in Lin Tian's live stream, most of whom were familiar with Dong Huiran, a renowned master of the Guqin. Goodness, Master Dong actually sent a spaceship. It seemed Dong Huiran believed that Master Lin could also attain mastery in Guqin. Would he then become a dual master? The barrage of comments surged following Dong Huiran's gift. Lin Xinyu, could you please add me? Yang Xianing sent a message. Upon seeing this, the audience became even more restless. Lin Tian's performance had not yet concluded, but he noticed Yang Xianting's comment and smiled, saying, Master Dong, I will add you right away. He had not anticipated that Dong Huiran would take the initiative to connect with him, especially in front of millions of viewers. Some may have felt too proud to engage in such actions. Once the piece ended, Lin Tian promptly added Dong Huiran. Master Lin, have you also reached the level of mastery in Guqin? If so, you need not worry about the implications on my reputation. Traditional culture must be jointly promoted. Dong Huiran instructed Yang Xianting to send 2 messages to Lin Tian, who read them and felt a deep admiration for both Dong Huiran's insight and his magnanimous spirit. If Lin Tian showcased his mastery in Guqin, it would not diminish Dong Huiran's influence. Rather, it would establish him as a dual master. Everyone, I just saw Master Dong's message. He mentioned that if my Guqin skills reach a master level, there is no need to hide it. He hopes to see Guqin culture flourish. Lin Tian smiled. Since Master Dong is unbothered by this, let us make it known. He had already achieved the status of a grandmaster in martial arts. The audience was left in awe, gazing at Lin Tian. Did he truly possess mastery in Guqin? Everyone, be sure to thank Master Dong. Upon saying this, Lin Tian resumed playing the Guqin, performing a piece he had just played, yet the experience felt profoundly different. My goodness. This is evidently even better. The previous was at the pinnacle of mastery, and this is undoubtedly at the level of a master. The comments exploded in excitement. Dong Huairan listened quietly, and upon the conclusion of Lin Tian's performance, he was filled with delight. Indeed, Master Lin's Guqin skills have reached the level of mastery. Xianting, please send another spaceship and convey my congratulations to Master Lin. Yang Xianing nodded and soon sent another spaceship using Dong Huairan's account, stating, "Congratulations to Master Lin for becoming a duel master." Seeing Dong Huairan's gift and the accompanying comments, countless viewers were exhilarated, realizing that he truly was a duel master. They felt they were witnessing history. Attaining mastery in any discipline is immensely challenging. To be a duel master is an exceptional rarity throughout the annals of history. Fan Lao Wana sends 300 spaceships. In the Sihuan of the capital, the previously silent elder Shin chuckled as he took action. Shin Wanqing's top supporter had been usurped, yet he bore no ill will. "Congratulations, Master Lin," Shin Wanqing declared. Others quickly followed suit, sensing that Master Lin's future was boundless. A duel master under 40. What an astonishing notion. Who would remember a billionaire after a century? Yet a duel master might well be recorded in history a millennium hence. Setting aside distant futures, even now, a fortune of billions means little in the face of power. However, a duel master commands respect from even the most elite. Culture operates in curious ways. When levels of achievement are insufficient, wealth holds no sway. Yet, the pinnacle of cultural figures enjoys an exalted status, especially as the nation strengthens and seeks cultural outreach. Goodness, the total gifts have nearly reached 30 million. Normally, the top 2 contributors alone have approached 15 million. The top supporter, Lao Wantu, is also the father of the second top supporter. Every time I watch Master Lin's live stream, I feel invigorated. Yet my own streams barely cover the electricity bill. The comments flooded in. On the other side, Luo Bingning silently marveled at her husband's exceptional ability to attract gifts. An astonishing amount had been accumulated in a single live stream. Master Lin is truly remarkable. My pocket money may not be safe anymore, Tang Yin remarked. Sending a spaceship as well, having spent nearly 1/10 of her 30,000 in pocket money. Bingning, you wealthy woman, why not contribute something for my idol? Tang Yin glanced at Luo Bingning. No, Luo Bingning shook her head repeatedly. Giving him gifts would be a waste. By the time it reaches Lin Tian, it would only be half. Tang Yin pouted. Is this what happens when you have a husband? You no longer spend on other men? Luo Bingning retorted. When you have a boyfriend, you may find yourself less inclined to gift Master Lin as well. Sooner or later, Tang Yin would learn of Lin Tian's true identity. I assure you, that will never happen. Master Lin is my idol. I shall spend on him. If my future boyfriend complains, I'll simply kick him to the curb. Luo Bingning laughed. Very well, then spend generously. No need to wait. I'll send another one now. Master Lin is a duel master. I shall offer him 2 spaceships. Tang Yin declared as she sent another gift. Luo Bingning exclaimed, goodness. Zhang Han and Fang Zhengming watched the live stream together, both astonished by Lin Tian's revelation as a master of the Guqin. A duel master? We have signed a contract with a supreme entity, with Master Lin on our side. Our bonuses this year are guaranteed, Fang Zhengming mused. Director, should we report this immediately for increased traffic support? Zhang Han suggested. You are right. Fang Zhengming promptly reported the matter. Soon, Huayin provided even greater traffic support, and relevant news rapidly climbed the Huayin hot list. For the first time, many discovered that the Guqin was utterly enchanting. Traditional instruments seemed to rival Western ones. What a treasure. This is amazing. I am now a fan. Many who previously held little interest in the Guqin were soon captivated by the mesmerizing sound of the instrument. With Lin Tian's master-level Guqin skills, his music was intoxicating. Chapter 98. Lin Tian, what do you plan to do? Watching beautiful women costs paper. Watching Master Lin's live stream costs money. Indeed, I, a notorious miser, usually split every penny, yet I find myself gifting Master Lin. His music is addictive. Countless comments flew by, and various gifts continued to pour in, with spaceships being a common sight. In just 2 hours of playing the Erhu for an hour and the Guqin for another hour, Lin Tian's fan base surged by 3 to 4 million. The number of viewers in his live stream approached 10 million. This was markedly different from the fabricated statistics of some other streamers. His numbers were authentic, and there was no need for him to resort to deception. Everyone, the host will be away for 5 minutes. I see many of you are eager to witness the sound attack. I will demonstrate it shortly. And then we can discuss what else you wish to see, Lin Tian announced before stepping away from the camera. He changed into a newly purchased outfit and shoes, both from the two ethnic brands he endorsed. Finally, we arrived at the segment I was most eager to witness. Quickly think, aside from the sound attack, what else do you wish to see? Should we request Master Lin to display his lightness skill? That could work, but I wonder if Master Lin possesses such abilities. Countless viewers engaged in conversation, and even though Lin Tian had temporarily stepped away, the number of live stream viewers continued to rise. Many were genuinely interested in martial arts. While there were other streamers focusing on this domain, many were aware that those were merely FA8s. Lin Tian was different. He was a master of both the Erhu and Guqin, and who would be foolish enough to tarnish their reputation with falsehoods? Soon enough, Lin Tian returned, dressed in his new attire. Master Lin, have you taken on endorsements? Someone speculated. Indeed, but unexpectedly, they are for domestic products. Given Master Lin's prowess, one would expect international brands to seek him out. As he faced the camera, Lin Tian smiled. I imagine you have noticed. I have taken on 2 endorsements. I had promised Huayin that upon reaching 30 million fans, I would accept some advertisements. Otherwise, they would cease to provide me with traffic. In the comment section, someone gifted 10 spaceships. Master Lin, should you decide to leave Huayin, we at Huayin will always welcome you and will fully support you. The barrage of comments flooded in. Many viewers were taken aback by such fervent offers. I currently have no intentions of leaving Huayin, so those wishing to recruit me need not waste their money on gifts. He clarified. Now, let us return to the main topic. Many wish to see the sound attack. Let us start with that. It would be troublesome to clean up if I were to shatter the wooden board, so let's use this instead. Lin Tian produced a hefty iron pot. Allow me to demonstrate that this is indeed a genuine iron pot. He picked up a hammer. With a resounding thud, he struck the pot. It dented slightly, but not severely. He struck it a couple more times, assuring the viewers, this is not a prop. In no time, he hung the iron pot on a wall several meters away and sat before the Guqin. The millions of viewers watched intently. With a gentle pluck of the strings, a tremendous sound erupted. Nothing had struck the pot, yet one section of it caved in deeply. With a swift motion, Lin Tian plucked several strings simultaneously, unleashing a blade-like sound attack that cleaved across to the iron pot, leaving a pronounced gash. Remarkable, exclaimed Tang Yen, her eyes wide with astonishment. Luo Bingning felt a flush on her cheeks. Having no mastery of the Ming level, she had previously thought that combat would surpass Lin Tian's skills. Let the sound attack demonstration conclude here. Lin Tian chuckled after half a minute, revealing numerous marks across the pot. Let us see what else you'd like me to showcase. Lightness skill? Well, this space is a bit cramped for that. He fetched a box of mineral water, casually arranging 12 bottles on the ground before the millions of viewers. Now watch closely. He gracefully landed atop one bottle of water, then leaped to another with his toes barely touching the surface, moving swiftly while the bottles only swayed gently beneath him. What extraordinary lightness skill! Someone exclaimed. Master Lin, are you accepting disciples? The chat erupted with excitement. Within half a minute, Lin Tian landed back down, laughing. Dear friends, I wouldn't recommend you attempt this. It's quite easy to twist an ankle. The viewers responded with a flurry of playful banter. Thank you, Master Lin. This is something we truly cannot replicate. Lin Tian remarked. The Guqin and Erhu have already had dedicated live streams. Next time, I will arrange an outdoor martial arts special. With that, Lin Tian concluded the stream at lightning speed. The screen went black, yet countless viewers lingered, showering the stream with gifts. The total amount of donations steadily approached 40 million, with viewers eager to showcase their support. Let us show Master Lin our strength. The more we donate, the more he'll feel compelled to perform. As the stream ended, the total donations successfully surpassed 40 million, of which Lin Tian would receive 28 million. However, after tax deductions of approximately 6 million, his actual earnings would amount to 22 million. Coupled with previous earnings and endorsement fees, he could easily secure 50 million next month without any trouble. Old Shin, here is my phone number. Please make your way to S-City at your earliest convenience. Lin Tian sent a private message to Old Shin. Master Lin, we shall arrive tomorrow. Old Shin promptly replied, providing his phone number, eager to head to S-City immediately. Half an hour later, Luo Bingning arrived at Lin Tian's location. She gazed at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. Bingning, what are you staring at? Did you not know this already? Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning's head bore a bronze treasure chest. Despite her prior knowledge, she was still astonished by the number of viewers drawn to Lin Tian's stream. I had no idea you possessed lightness skill, nor that your live stream could attract such an audience. Many have gifted you, including Swallow, who sent you 2 spaceships, declaring you her idol, although she did mention you might not be handsome. Luo Bingning giggled. Lin Tian moved closer, causing her heart to race. Bingning, let us share a hug, he said, extending his arms. Luo Bingning's face turned crimson, her heartbeat skyrocketing. Lin Tian, what are you trying to do? She stammered, her eyes wide with alarm. The bronze treasure chest above her head transformed rapidly into a silver chest. Chapter 99. I understand just a bit. Lin Tian gazed down at Luo Bingning with a playful smile. If he were to kiss her now, she likely wouldn't resist. And it might even convert the silver chest into a golden one. However, if their relationship progressed further with hugs and hand-holding, she might not react as strongly. And the challenge of acquiring treasure might increase. Bingning, didn't I say? Just a hug. Or do you expect me to do something else? Then I want to hold back, he teased with a grin. Luo Bingning quickly protested. No, I didn't think that at all. Really? Yes, she nodded eagerly. Her thoughts were a complex mix of anxiety, anticipation, and confusion. I'll let you off this time. After all, you can't escape, Lin Tian laughed. Leaning slightly forward toward the silver chest, he did not wait for it to transform into a golden chest, now that he had become a Grandmaster of martial arts. His urgency for a golden chest diminished. The silver chest skills were already quite impressive. Ding! The silver chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Grandmaster-level suitor skill. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian, having acquired the skills of the Erhu and now the suitor, both at the Grandmaster level. What does the system intend? An overwhelming influx of information surged into Lin Tian's mind. Having already attained the status of a martial arts grandmaster, he could barely withstand the silver treasure chest's contents without retreating to the restroom. Goodness, the Grandmaster-level suitor skill is impressive, Lin Tian mused. Music at the master level possesses a power that can influence the soul, while music at the Grandmaster level can evoke profound resonance within the spirit. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if someone had just won 5 million in the lottery, the sound of the suitor could bring them to tears. However, this skill is of no use to him. Does he intend to attend a funeral? Had he known the skill would be of such nature, he would have waited a bit longer. Yet, a golden-level suitor skill would likely be even more sorrowful. During the treasure chest upgrade process, whether the contents would change is something Lin Tian was uncertain about, but he speculated it was highly unlikely. Lin Tian, please, let go of me, Luo Bingning said weakly. Ahem. Lin Tian lightly coughed and released Luo Bingning. Even without her prompting, he had to let her go, or else the spear would be a threat. Lin Tian, today someone named Hai Na Bai Chuan rewarded you with a spaceship. Do you recall? Luo Bingning redirected the conversation, her heart still racing. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, I remember. My memory is quite good. Acquiring skill after skill, especially becoming a martial arts master and then a grandmaster. He noticed a significant enhancement in his memory. He had nearly reached the level of photographic memory. That should be my father's account. I recommended your live stream to him. In his office, there hangs a calligraphy piece with the words Hai Na Bai Chuan inscribed upon it, Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian was taken aback. His father-in-law had actually watched his live stream and even rewarded him with a spaceship. It seemed Luo Bingning's father did not harbor any aversion towards internet celebrities like Masked Hero. Bingning, are you hoping your father will accept me sooner? Lin Tian said with a smile. Not at all, Luo Bingning retorted playfully. Lin Tian pondered. You mentioned your father enjoys calligraphy? What a coincidence. His proficiency in Guqin and Erhu may only be at the master level, but his calligraphy is divine, far surpassing his skills in music. Indeed, Luo Bingning nodded. My father has a mere casual fondness for the Erhu and Guqin, but he is deeply passionate about calligraphy. Do you practice calligraphy? Lin Tian asked with a slight smile. Luo Bingning. She was all too aware of Lin Tian's slight understanding. When he claimed to have a modest grasp, it implied he was likely at a master level. Luo Bingning thought to herself, this was a serious underestimation of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's understanding was far beyond merely slight. Divine calligraphy has reached a realm of the extraordinary. Such mastery possesses unbelievable and unique capabilities. Lin Tian, we should hurry. Uncle Tang is treating us to dinner. We shouldn't be late. In Dongying country, the Yamaguchi group. Father, here is the information we have gathered regarding Masked Hero. A woman handed a dossier to a man in his 60s, the current leader of the Yamaguchi group, Yamaguchi Fujiwara. After glancing through the materials, Yamaguchi Fujiwara frowned. Is this all? He was unsatisfied. The dossier contained only publicly available information, such as the fact that Masked Hero was a duel master and a martial arts grandmaster. Father, his information has been encrypted by Hua country. We currently have not employed special methods, so this is all we could obtain, the woman replied. Yamaguchi Fujiwara narrowed his eyes. Encrypted by Hua country? Then he must be eliminated. A martial arts grandmaster under 40 poses a potential threat to the empire if he remains alive. Utilize special means to uncover his identity. The woman nodded. Understood, father. I will arrange for hackers to determine his identity. I expect results shortly. Yamaguchi Fujiwara slightly nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he said, isn't there a youth martial arts exchange event between the Empire and Hua country and Bang country? Have our people pay attention. Yes, father, the woman respectfully replied. A youth martial arts exchange event? Lin Tian wondered aloud. Such an event exists? He was dining with Tang Pingyuan, Tang Yin, and Tang Yan's aunt. Lu Qin, of course, with Luo Bingning accompanying him as well. Tang Pingyuan nodded. It has always been ongoing. But such matters are typically known only within the martial arts circle, with little awareness in the outside world. This year's youth martial arts exchange event is being held in our city. Lin Tian inquired, Uncle Tang, why are you telling me this? Tang Pingyuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Would you be able to attend and take a look? Every year, there are injuries during the exchange. In recent years, our Hua country has seen several severe injuries. As he spoke further, Tang Pingyuan's demeanor turned grave. So dangerous? Lin Tian was astonished. Tang Pingyuan nodded. A few years ago, it was better. Our relations with Bang country and Dongying country were decent. However, in recent years, tensions have escalated significantly. Why do we not halt it then? The escalating severity might lead to fatalities, Luo Bingning queried. Tang Yin interjected. Bingning, I understand this. Who would propose a halt? Between us, Bang country, and Dongying country. Who would concede? Whoever proposes a halt appears weak. In other respects, it's somewhat manageable, but martial artists cannot afford to appear cowardly, or they will lose their standing in the martial arts community. Tang Pingyuan sighed. That is indeed the situation. Even Yanzi wishes to participate. I thought perhaps you could attend. Your presence would significantly reduce the chances of major issues arising. Chapter 100. The arrival of the top 1 and top 2 brothers Uncle Tang. I have no issue attending, Lin Tian smiled. Knowing about this event, even if Tang Pingyuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone, as his good friend Ouyang Fei was likely to participate. Ouyang Fei was nearing the mid-stage of dark energy, potentially becoming a key player. If something were to go awry during the duel, it would be disastrous. He had no desire to employ his newly acquired Swana skill on Ouyang Fei. Uncle Tang, which side holds the advantage among the 3 nations? Given our population, Hua country should possess some superiority, right? Lin Tian asked. Tang Pingyuan sighed. Not necessarily. In previous conflicts, many of our martial artists perished, severing numerous lineages. After enduring a decade of turmoil, we lost much. Of course, our foundation remains. A few years ago, we held a slight edge, but recently, they have formed alliances against us. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with determination. Hua country's martial arts must be revitalized. Although this matter initially seemed unrelated to him, having now become a martial arts grandmaster, it was undeniably pertinent. Tang Yin furrowed her brow. Uncle, there have been rumors that Dongying country has produced a martial arts grandmaster. Do you think it could be true? I hope not, Tang Pingyuan replied solemnly. Whether Hua country has hidden grandmasters is unclear, but publicly, we currently do not possess a single martial arts grandmaster. If Dongying country has produced one, it would not bode well. With a grandmaster, they can cultivate more martial arts masters, who in turn can teach more disciples. Although we live in an era of firearms, martial arts still holds significance. Let us not dwell on this. Shaolin is not a martial artist, so why burden him with such concerns? Shaolin, here. Try this dish. Lu Qin served Lin Tian some food. Luo Bingning glanced at Lin Tian, who was not only a martial artist but also a master. Perhaps he was the only master in Hua country at present. Time swiftly passed to the following day. A Bombardier G500 landed at S-City Airport, where a stretched Rolls-Royce awaited beside the plane. Shortly after, the aircraft door opened, and Shen Lao and Shen Wanqing emerged. Shen Wanqing bore dark circles under his eyes. Having not slept well the previous night, before the age of 40, he led a carefree life. However, upon marrying at 40, he discovered that his wife was unable to conceive, and the issue lay with him. In recent years, he had visited no fewer than 30 hospitals, consuming a plethora of medications with little to no effect. Father, do you think it will be effective? Shen Wanqing asked with evident concern. Shen Lao replied tersely. You have asked several times already. Even if it cannot be cured, it is a result of your own actions. I must tell you, if it cannot be resolved, there is no need for you to divide the estate excessively. After all, you will not be able to spend it all. Shen Wanqing felt a twinge of frustration. Recognizing that if it were true, he would not blame his father for being unfair, but he would certainly feel disheartened by the prospect of missing out on billions. An hour and a half passed. Ding ding. Lin Tian received a call from Shen Lao. Master Lin, we are almost there. Are you available now? If so, we will enter your community. Shen Lao had called Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian had sent in the phone number and address via private message, he had not called beforehand. as it would not be courteous for Lin Tian to wait for them since they sought his assistance. Shen Lao, I'm here. Please come in directly. It's Building 8, Lin Tian said with a smile. Shen Lao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian's voice sounded remarkably youthful. Very well, Master Lin, he responded. After hanging up, Shen Lao was stirred by a wave of emotions. Could it be that Master Lin was not even 30? If that were the case, the news would be even more astonishing. Soon, their vehicle entered the community, and the security guard did not stop them. After all, they could not afford to offend someone arriving in such a car. Shen Lao, did you not drive? Lin Tian opened the door, expressing his surprise. Shen Lao's group had instructed their driver to park in the public area, approaching on foot so that the driver would not see Lin Tian. Master Lin. Shen Lao was equally astonished. Shen Wancheng gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian smiled. Shen Lao, it's me. Let us talk inside. Before long, they arrived at the villa. Shen Lao, I don't usually stay here. It's a bit desolate. Please make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare you a cup of tea. Shen Lao promptly replied. No need to trouble yourself. Master Lin, others guess that you are at least 35. You must be under 25, right? Shen Lao inquired. Lin Tian chuckled. I am 23. Please, make yourselves at home. You are my esteemed guests, Shen Lao said, relaxing a bit. Given their status and wealth, they would typically not feel nervous, but Lin Tian was a dual-qualified master, and they needed his assistance. Master Lin, today I have truly gained insight. It's astonishing that you are already a dual-qualified master at such a young age. I am in awe, Shen Wancheng exclaimed. Lin Tian smiled. Shen Sanyi, may I take your pulse? You look as though you did not sleep well last night. Shen Wancheng let out a bitter smile. Indeed, I didn't sleep well. This ailment is quite distressing. I have traveled to many places seeking a cure. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Lin Tian placed his fingers on Shen Wancheng's pulse. In under half a minute, Lin Tian said with a smile, Shen Sanyi, resolving your issue is not difficult. I will give you an acupuncture treatment and prescribe some medicine. You should be well in about a week. Really? Shen Wancheng asked, filled with joy. Shen Lao interjected. Though Master Lin is young, he is indeed a dual-qualified master. Would he deceive you? Lin Tian replied earnestly, I assure you, it is true. This treatment is straightforward. However, Shen Lao, Shen Sanyi, I have a small request. Please, go ahead, Shen Lao urged. Lin Tian continued, please refrain from giving me substantial rewards in the future. When you do so, it makes me feel as though I owe you a favor, and I am not fond of being in debt. Shen Lao and Shen Wancheng exchanged glances, taken aback. Others complain about insufficient rewards, and here you are, complaining about excessive ones. Master Lin, please allow us to reward you generously. Otherwise, my father will insist on me sending you gold coins, and I might end up with a cramp in my fingers. Shen Wancheng lamented. Shen Lao added, Master Lin, do not feel indebted to us. I enjoy the Erhu, and supporting you is only fitting. It can be seen as promoting traditional culture. Even if you do not treat me, we will still reward you when the time comes, Shen Wancheng assured him. Lin Tian appeared helpless at this. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Xianglin calling. Director Zhao, what can I do for you? Lin Tian answered. Zhao Xianglin replied. Master Lin, someone has learned that my illness has been cured and is willing to pay 30 million for treatment. I wanted to know your thoughts on this. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you considering using the opportunity to treat someone else? Zhao Xianglin quickly responded. No, my relationship with the individual is merely average. I do not wish to waste the chance. I thought the offer was reasonable and wanted to see if you were interested in earning this money. I'm not interested. Lin Tian replied succinctly before hanging up. Nearby, Shen Wancheng was astonished, having overheard Zhao Xianglin's loud voice. Master Lin, were you just on the phone with Zhao Xianglin? I recognized his voice, Shen Wancheng remarked, surprised. Lin Tian nodded. Director Zhao has quite a loud voice. I inadvertently heard him. Why would you not wish to treat someone offering 30 million? Shen Wancheng questioned, bewildered. That is indeed a substantial sum. It could be used for heating or even purchasing a supercar. Lin Tian cleared his throat. Shen Sanyi, I must clarify that I can assist with your treatment, but I do not possess a medical license. If I were in urgent need of money, I might consider it. However, I am not in need of funds at the moment, so I will not pursue the 30 million. Shen Wancheng was taken aback, realizing the implications. Without a medical license, casually accepting such a large sum of money could lead to significant trouble. Master Lin, it is indeed wise to avoid such earnings without a license. You have a promising future ahead, Shen Lao affirmed. Lin Tian smiled. In truth, I prefer not to obtain a medical license. Without it, I can confidently decline requests. Shen Sanyi, do you still wish to be treated? Lin Tian asked. Shen Wancheng nodded vigorously. Of course, I do. However, Master Lin, I will still reward you appropriately. Lie down, Lin Tian instructed. Shun Wancheng reclined on the sofa as Lin Tian pretended to fetch silver needles from another room, when in fact he retrieved them from his system space. In less than half a minute, several silver needles were placed on Shun Wancheng's body. Lin Tian gently manipulated each needle, transmitting his internal energy to Shun Wancheng, gradually clearing the obstructed meridians that had been affecting him. Once the meridians were unblocked and after taking some medicine for regulation, Shun Wancheng's issues would be resolved, and he would certainly be able to have children in the future. All done, Lin Tian said as he swiftly removed the needles. Shinsanyi, you may choose to take the medicine or not. If you do, recovery will take about a week. If not, it may take 2 to 3 months. Please, I will take it. Shin Wancheng replied eagerly. He was in his 40s, and his wife was 35. The sooner they could have children, the better for her safety. Just then, a car horn sounded outside the villa. Lin Tian frowned slightly, while Shin Wancheng quickly assured him, that is not our people. We instructed the driver to park in the public area. They have no idea which villa you are in. Lin Tian nodded slightly, recalling Zhao Xianglin's earlier call. It was possible that the caller had learned about his location. The property management had records, and if the individual wanted to investigate, it would not be difficult to discover that the villa had changed owners and that he was present today. Shen Lao, Shen Sanyi. It seems I have an unexpected visitor. They likely do not know my online identity, Lin Tian stated solemnly. Shen Lao suggested, Master Lin, let us retreat upstairs. Should you require our assistance, we will come down to help. Agreed, Lin Tian replied. Shen Lao and Shun Wancheng headed upstairs, and soon the doorbell rang. Lin Tian opened the door to find 2 individuals standing outside, a woman and a somewhat portly middle-aged man, accompanied by what appeared to be a bodyguard. Dr. Lin, I hope you will not take offense at our unannounced visit, the woman spoke. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Please, come in. If their demeanor was earnest, he might be inclined to assist. However, if their attitude were less than favorable, no sum of money would sway him. Xiao Wu, wait for us in the car. The woman instructed, leading the middle-aged man into the villa. The man, with a serious tone, introduced himself. I am Luo Hui, and this is my wife, Guoxiuli. The Luo family possesses assets exceeding 10 billion. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, while Guoxiuli addressed him with respect. Luo Hui opted for a more familiar approach. What brings you here? Lin Tian inquired coolly. Luo Hui frowned slightly. I contacted you through Director Zhao, seeking your expertise to treat my wife. You turned down 30 million. Do you find our offer lacking? He continued, as far as I know, Director Zhao initially provided a 5 million consultation fee. And then there were additional agreements regarding the villa and car, correct? Lin Tian replied calmly, the specifics of any agreements are inconsequential. What Director Zhao presented was not a true ailment, which I am capable of addressing. Other matters, however, are beyond my expertise. Luo Hui's expression hardened. Dr. Lin, your honesty is in question. I have learned of your successful treatments at the Welfare Institute. Guoxiuli interjected, Dr. Lin, this villa is worth over 100 million, yet it is not liquid cash. Would it not be more advantageous to accept this 30 million? If that is insufficient, we would be willing to offer 50 million. Lin Tian squinted slightly, pondering the implications. The Luo family's wealth was substantial, yet offering 50 million in cash was not a trivial matter. As long as you can cure my wife, money is no object. Should you agree to the 50 million, the funds can be transferred to you promptly. With newfound wealth, you would have more leverage with Luo Bingning, Luo Hui said. A warning bell rang in Lin Tian's mind. Luo Hui was aware of Luo Bingning's background, raising suspicions about their intentions. Was this a trap? Accepting a hefty consultation fee could lead to accusations of illegal practice, jeopardizing his freedom and reputation. Director Luo, I'm not a physician. You have sought the wrong person for treatment. As I mentioned, what Director Zhao presented is not a medical condition. My techniques are merely folk remedies, and the children's recoveries may well be attributed to divine intervention. While 30 or 50 million is tempting, I lack the capacity to earn such sums. You should seek a more qualified practitioner, Lin Tian firmly stated. Guoxiuli sighed. It appears fate has dealt me a difficult hand. Let us depart, my husband. Lin Tian added, I urge you to reconsider. Luo Hui rose, and they exited swiftly, leaving Lin Tian to close the door behind them. Once in the car, Luo Hui asked, why are we leaving so soon? Guoxiuli frowned. Lin Tian seems rather cautious. Attempting to ensnare him may not be as simple as we hoped. Luo Hui lamented, it is a pity. Had he accepted our payment, we would possess leverage over him. He would have to comply, fearing legal repercussions and the potential fallout with Luo Bingning. Guoxiuli replied, let us wait for another opportunity. As long as he is in need of money, he may think of us. As their vehicle departed, Lin Tian's gaze grew cold. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian, a master of martial arts, had overheard their conversation with clarity. These scoundrels wish to exploit me for profit. he thought bitterly. If he were to be greedy, he would undoubtedly fall into their trap. Regardless of his treatment's effectiveness, trouble would surely follow Guaxioli, and his unlicensed practice could result in severe consequences. Chapter 102. Lin Tian's counterattack. Master Lin, what transpired? Inquired old Shin and Shin Wanqing, having just descended the stairs. Lin Tian recounted the events briefly. Old Shin frowned. It seems Luo Hui has not changed his stripes. He once dabbled in the underworld and has now attempted to employ those same tactics against you, Master Lin. Perhaps you should consider obtaining a medical license. We could assist you in that endeavor, suggested Shin Wanqing. Given the Shin family's resources, securing a medical license would not prove difficult. Lin Tian pondered. This situation is indeed complex. Not obtaining a license could lead to complications. And should matters escalate into legal disputes, I would undoubtedly be at fault. Conversely, obtaining a license means my skills would become widely recognized, leading to an influx of patients, and consequently, potential backlash regarding my fees or practice ethics. After considerable thought, Lin Tian concluded, I will limit my treatments to those I deem trustworthy. Generally, I will not treat anyone unless they are well known to me, regardless of their monetary offers. Shin Wanqing sighed. It is unfortunate that such high skill comes with such burdens. I, on the other hand, merely grapple with an excess of wealth. Lin Tian responded. Old Shin shot a glance at Shin Wanqing. In that case, I shall alleviate your burdens. You need not divide the family assets. Shin Wanqing, flustered, replied, Father, I was merely jesting. I aim to lighten the mood. Master Lin, may we assist you in dealing with the Luo family? Lin Tian shook his head. Though the Shun family is formidable, the Luo family is equally so. Engaging in a business rivalry would inevitably incur losses. Your involvement would also expose my identity. I wish to maintain the secrecy of my masked persona for as long as possible. Old Shin and Shun Wanqing nodded in understanding. Wanqing, bring forth the items for Master Lin to examine, Old Shun instructed. Shun Wanqing produced a package and extracted a contract. Master Lin, I hold 3% of Shin Group shares and wish to transfer 1/5 of that to you. Here is the share transfer agreement, he stated. Stop. Lin Tian interjected hastily. I have seen discussions indicating that Shun Group's total assets should be around 200 billion. 3% equates to 60 billion, with 1/5 being 12 billion. Shin Wanqing smiled. There are aspects of Shun Group that outsiders are unaware of. The total value is closer to 300 billion. My 3% is worth 90 billion. Lin Tian shook his head. In that case, I cannot accept. I trust you, but I cannot take advantage of this situation. Shin Wanqing, incredulous, asked Master Lin. You truly refuse? Those shares are worth approximately 18 billion. I refuse, Lin Tian asserted resolutely. Given Old Shun's and Wanqing's integrity, accepting the shares would not result in future complications, but he was not in need of money. This assistance is primarily a gesture of gratitude for your support. Accepting this would only deepen my debt to the Shin family. Such debts are burdensome, and I prefer not to accrue them. Shin Wanqing glanced at Old Shin, who sighed. Wanqing, keep it for now. We came hastily and lacked other gifts. Truly, it is unnecessary. Lin Tian shook his head. Old Shin, would you care to hear a performance on the Erhu? I did not bring my Guqin, but I do have an Erhu at the villa. Old Shin and Shin Wanqing's eyes lit up. Master Lin, would that be possible? Old Shin asked eagerly, as he had come specifically to experience a live performance. Lin Tian smiled. Of course, with my brothers present, it is only fitting that I perform a piece for you. There is a spacious music room on the 3rd floor. In the room stood a Steinway grand piano, worth over 100,000. Lin Tian and his companions arrived at the music room on the 3rd floor. The space was quite ample, suitable for hosting a small ball. Master Lin, do you play the piano? Inquired Shin Wanqing. Lin Tian shook his head. I do not play the piano. It was purchased by Zhao Xianglin. When I asked him to move it, he claimed he could not play either. A huqin was placed in the room. Lin Tian swiftly picked it up, demonstrating his exceptional mastery. Shun Lao and Shun Wanqing were quickly enveloped by the music. As the performance concluded, they remained speechless, still immersed in the profound ambience the music evoked. 5 minutes passed before they regained their senses, gazing at Lin Tian in disbelief. Master Lin, the live performance seems far superior to your broadcasts. Were you perhaps concealing something during those sessions? Shun Lao pondered. Lin Tian smiled slightly. During the broadcasts, I did indeed hold back a bit. My skill with the huqin is at the level of a top master. The standard I displayed during the live sessions was sufficient. Shun Lao and Shun Wanqing were astounded, realizing that Lin Tian had already reached such a pinnacle at his young age. He was likely to become a grandmaster in the future. Soon, Lin Tian played another piece. After 2 performances, Shun Lao and his companions left, thoroughly satisfied. Lin Tian refrained from playing further, and they did not request more. Being able to hear two pieces live was already a delight. As for Luo Hui, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He entered the study, which was equipped with a high-performance computer. Before long, Lin Tian hacked into Luo Hui's phone. Luo Hui, who had risen from nothing, was embroiled in unsavory dealings behind the scenes. Curiously, after investigating Luo Hui, Lin Tian began to probe into Guoxiuli. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he discovered that Guoxiuli had been secretly involved with several young men and had recorded numerous intimate videos. So you wish to conspire against me? Then do not blame me for being ungracious, Lin Tian mused internally. As a martial arts grandmaster capable of unseen strikes, he had never killed a chicken, let alone a person. However, this did not mean he would simply let things go. If Luo Hui sought to harm him, he would ensure that Luo Hui faced consequences. Darling, I'm going to take a nap, Guoxiuli said, closing her eyes to rest as they were headed to the airport for a flight to another city. All right, my phone is running low on battery. May I use yours? Luo Hui asked. Sure, Guoxiuli replied without concern, as she had hidden those intimate videos behind a password, clearing the browsing history each time she viewed them. As Luo Hui played with Guoxiuli's phone, Lin Tian plotted to give them a surprise. He opened the folder in the background and swiftly left some incriminating search history. How to divide assets during a divorce. How many sleeping pills can be fatal? What to do if I suspect my son is not biologically mine? Before long, Luo Hui opened the browser on the phone to search for something. His expression darkened upon seeing the browsing history, which contained several painfully revealing entries. He glanced at Guoxiuli beside him but chose not to wake her. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the phone. Soon, he accessed the background, discovering many uncleaned programs. What is this? Luo Hui clicked into the folder Lin Tian intended for him to see. Inside were several subfolders, each named after individuals. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hui entered one of the folders, instantly greeted by numerous videos, over a dozen in total. The earliest video was from a year ago, while the most recent was from the previous week. Luo Hui silenced the phone and opened the latest video, gritting his teeth in anger. After 5 minutes, he had reviewed the remaining folders, each featuring different male leads, with Guoxiuli as the common female lead. Stop the car, Luo Hui commanded. The driver and bodyguards pulled over. Xiao Wu, step out for a moment. I need to discuss something with Xiuli. Understood, boss, the driver replied, exiting the vehicle. Darling, what's wrong? Guoxiuli asked, groggily awakening, having just begun to drift off. Suddenly, Luo Hui struck her hard across the face. Guoxiuli, after all I've done for you, is this how you repay me? Luo Hui roared, tossing the phone at her. Guoxiuli was taken aback. She remembered clearing the history last time. How had the folder been uncovered? Moreover, it required a password, not just a fingerprint. Darling, Guoxiuli stammered, struggling to find words. Faced with the videos, any defense felt futile. At that moment, how Luo Hui discovered the folder was irrelevant. When we return, I want a divorce, and you will leave with nothing, Luo Hui stated coldly. Guoxiuli's anger flared. Luo Hui, don't be ridiculous. After all these years of building our fortune together, you expect me to walk away empty-handed? A cruel smile crept onto Luo Hui's face. Is that so? Perhaps you've forgotten how I amassed my wealth. If you do not comply, I will ensure you receive a hefty insurance policy. Guoxiuli's complexion paled at the thought of such an arrangement, fearing for her life. Darling, we were once a couple. Just give me $1 billion, and I will agree to the divorce, she trembled. With $1 billion, she could still live comfortably. Luo Hui scoffed. You think a worthless wretch like you deserves $1 billion? You have a few million in your account. Take that and disappear as far as you can. You've already given plenty to your family. If you refuse to cooperate, your parents will also have to pay. Guoxiuli trembled, fully aware of Luo Hui's ruthlessness. If she did not comply, her parents would also face trouble. Fine, I will agree to the divorce when we return, and I will leave with nothing, she conceded. Luo Hui coldly replied, upon our return, I will conduct a paternity test. The child is definitely yours, Guoxiuli hastily assured him. Recalling the recent search history, Luo Hui sneered, is that so? How about a wager? If he is mine, I will give you an additional 50 million. If not, you will have your parents sell their house to pay me 30 million. Guoxiuli's face flushed with a mix of colors. She could not be sure if the child was Luo Hui's, and if her family had to sell their house, they would be left with nothing. Luo Hui let out a heavy snort. Knowing her reaction spoke volumes. Lin Tian wore a faint smile, anticipating that once they divorced, he would release the incriminating evidence he had gathered, ensuring Luo Hui would face at least a decade in prison. In such a scenario, Luo Hui would undoubtedly suspect Guoxiuli first, believing she had sought revenge. Their conflict would escalate, and it was likely that Guoxiuli would also face imprisonment. Thus, both would end up incarcerated, losing their wealth, freedom, and dignity, a fate far worse than mere death. Lu Gu, long time no see. Last time we were unable to determine a winner over drinks. Let us choose a fine venue to settle this matter once and for all. Lin Tian remarked upon arriving at Luo Bingning's company, where he encountered Lu Guanjian. It was a Sunday, yet Luo Bingning was present at the office due to work. Having messaged Lin Tian half an hour prior, Lu Guanjian. Nonsense about distinguishing victory from defeat. It was only later that he realized Lin Tian was a man of great substance. That day, he had deliberately gotten him drunk. Brother Lu, as the saying goes, familiarity breeds friendship. From now on, we shall be friends, Lin Tian said, swiftly grasping Lu Guanjian's right hand. Lu Guanjian's face contorted in pain. Let go. He gritted through clenched teeth. Lin Tian smiled and asked, Brother Lu, I heard from Bingning that there has been some misunderstanding between the Lu family and the Luo family. Is that why you came? Yes, Lu Guanjian forced out, enduring the excruciating pain. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was futile. The more he struggled, the tighter Lin Tian's grip became. Brother Lu, since that's the case, we must grow closer. I'll drink a couple more bottles with you later, Lin Tian said, channeling a thread of internal energy into Lu Guanjian's hand. Having already warned Lu Guanjian once, Lin Tian had no qualms about retaliating for Lu Guanjian's provocations towards Luo Bingning. This thread of internal energy coursed through Lu Guanjian's meridians, hidden deeply by Lin Tian's mastery as a martial arts grandmaster. It would only act in the dead of night, causing Lu Guanjian to wake in agony. And no hospital could uncover its presence. Even if a martial arts master examined him, discovering the concealed energy would be exceedingly difficult. Let go. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I'll leave immediately, Lu Guanjian gasped in torment, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter under Lin Tian's grip. You're not wrong. It's my fault for not accompanying you properly last time. Today, I'll go all out. Even if it leads to gastric bleeding, I'll stick with you. Lin Tian replied earnestly. Lu Guanjian. If either of them suffered gastric bleeding, it would undoubtedly be him, as his drinking capacity paled in comparison to Lin Tian's. You Lin, let go quickly. I am the third young master of the Lu family. Who do you think you are? Just because you became Luo Bingning's boyfriend, do you really think you're someone of importance? Lu Guanjian spat through gritted teeth. At that moment, Luo Bingning entered the office, her voice icy. Lu Guanjian, you had better be mindful of what you say. The Lu family is indeed formidable. But compared to the Luo family, you still fall short. You have no right to act recklessly here. Lu Guanjian shot back coldly. Luo Bingning. You'd better make Lin Tian let go, or I assure you, I won't let him off easily. The Lu family may not be able to contend with the Luo family, but surely we can handle him. His parents are merely ordinary farmers. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and silently intensified the internal energy within Lu Guanjian's hand. Suddenly, Luo Bingning struck. She delivered a forceful slap to Lu Guanjian's face, her speed akin to a master of martial arts. The impact left Lu Guanjian momentarily dazed. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get hit? Chapter 104. The power of elite warriors. Lin Tian gazed at Luo Bingning in astonishment. A girl in her own office had just slapped Lu Guanjian decisively. Luo Bingning. How dare you strike me? Lu Guanjian roared in fury. With a swift motion, Lin Tian released Lu Guanjian's right hand and retaliated with a resounding slap to the other side of his face. Lu Guanjian crumpled to the ground, his head spinning from the blows he had just received. First, he was slapped by Luo Bingning, then Lin Tian. He should have checked the almanac before leaving home. Don't yell at my wife, or I'll make you regret it, Lin Tian remarked indifferently. Luo Bingning blushed slightly. Lu Guanjian, propping himself up with his left hand, felt his right hand tremble. This handshake was even more painful than the last. Lin Tian, you wait. Lu Guanjian seethed, eyes filled with resentment. Luo Bingning. If your Lu family wishes to challenge us, then bring it on. The consequences will be yours to bear. Luo Bingning's expression turned frigid. Lu Guanjian's face darkened. Luo Bingning. Our Lu family possesses assets exceeding 100 billion. Your father may not be willing to fight us over Lin Tian. Lin Tian. You've already brought trouble to the Luo family before even marrying Luo Bingning. The Luo family will never approve of your union. You will pay for your actions today. As he spoke, Lu Guanjian hurried to the door and bolted out of the office. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with concern. Lin Tian, why did you resort to violence? If I strike him, he would feel ashamed to speak of it. The Lu family wouldn't dare target us. If you strike him, the Lu family might retaliate. While your martial prowess is formidable, they will employ other means to counter you. Lin Tian smiled gently. My dear, do you know what the most fundamental rule of this world is? What? Luo Bingning inquired, puzzled. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. The most basic rule is the law of the jungle. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. Luo Bingning furrowed her brows. The Lu family is quite powerful. With assets of 100 billion, their influence is substantial. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. You underestimate the might of a martial arts master compared to one. The Lu family is nothing. To put it plainly, even if I were to kill Lu Guangjian, as long as I did not do so overtly, the state would turn a blind eye. He was already a martial arts grandmaster, though he had yet to disclose this. He would save it for when he sought the golden treasure chest in the future. At his age, to be a martial arts master was already astonishing. The state would ignore murder? Luo Bingning found it hard to believe. Lin Tian smiled lightly. A prepared martial arts master is extraordinarily difficult to kill, even with heavy firepower like a sniper rifle. Not even the police, let alone a battalion of soldiers, could easily eliminate a martial arts master within a city, where there are countless places to hide and many civilians. Luo Bingning was astounded. In Hua country, a battalion comprised 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers. And so many troops could not deal with a single martial arts master? Martial arts masters were not only hard to kill, but they also represented a strategic asset for the state. In times of war, they could execute targeted operations with ease. How would the state react to someone so crucial and yet so difficult to eliminate? Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning murmured. As long as martial arts masters don't overstep their bounds, does the state turn a blind eye to certain matters? Precisely, Lin Tian grinned. So you need not worry about me. Additionally, if you encounter trouble, inform me promptly. With me around, the sky won't fall. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian, enraptured. Above her head, a bronze treasure chest materialized. Lin Tian smiled slightly, pleased with this unexpected gain. A bronze treasure chest. Let us nurture it a bit. Perhaps it can be upgraded to silver level. Lin Tian pondered inwardly. He had acquired numerous skills, and now he sought quality over quantity. It would be best to open the treasure chest only when it reached silver level. After all, skills obtained from silver chests were already remarkably powerful. Most skills from golden chests tended to be excessive. Did he truly need divine-level skills in culinary arts or calligraphy? Even his display of Grandmaster-level calligraphy was enough to astonish countless onlookers. Bingning, will the Lu family target my parents? Lin Tian inquired, still unfamiliar with such powerful families. Luo Bingning shook her head. The likelihood is low. The rule of not harming family is generally followed by major powers. Everyone has family. Breaching this rule invites retaliation from numerous forces, often leading to tragic outcomes. Moreover, our country does have laws. Lin Tian nodded slightly, though he remained vigilant. The Lu family had ties to Eastern Sakura country, who knew if their people would act recklessly. And then there was Luo Hui. Though Luo Hui likely wouldn't suspect him of any foul play, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had to ensure his parents' safety. Bingning. I'll make a call. You should go speak with your staff. They seem to be gossiping. We wouldn't want any rumors spreading. Lin Tian nodded and exited the office. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Yang Zhiheng's number. General Yang, I have a small favor to ask of you. On the other end, Yang Zhiheng chuckled. Master Lin, what could possibly require my assistance? Yang Zhiheng was aware that the masked hero was Lin Tian. He recognized him as a martial arts master with considerable wealth. General Yang, I wish to discreetly arrange protection for my parents, to shield them from any potential dangers I may inadvertently bring upon them, Lin Tian stated. Yang Zhiheng replied, Are you looking for a few retired soldiers? Such individuals are certainly available. You can have as many as you need. There are numerous capable veterans who retire each year in Huagua. Lin Tian responded, General Yang. It need not be an excessive number. About 10 will suffice, provided they possess adequate skills. I can offer them 50,000 yuan each per month, he added. Yang Zhiheng, puzzled, inquired, Who has provoked you? If it's some foreign entity targeting you, you need not be overly concerned. Enemies will come for you, not your parents. Targeting ordinary civilians would only tarnish the nation's image. Eliminating your parents would serve little purpose beyond inciting your wrath. Lin Tian replied, If a national-level force intervenes, even a dozen protectors would be futile. That is not my concern. My primary aim is to guard against smaller, erratic factions. Major powers adhere to rules, while minor ones may not. After a moment of reflection, Yang Zhiheng asked, Are you certain you require about 10 individuals? That seems excessive for dealing with ordinary troubles. Lin Tian affirmed, I am certain. Very well, I will promptly find suitable candidates for you, arranging 2 tactical teams to provide round-the-clock protection. Chapter 105, Lu Guangjian's midnight scream upon returning by plane. Luo Hui and Guoxiuli swiftly finalized their divorce. Holding the divorce certificate in her hand, Guoxiuli appeared dazed. She had been a wealthy matron in the morning, and by afternoon, she was left with nothing. Guoxiuli, if you have collected any compromising materials on me, it would be best to destroy them. If anything happens to me, your entire family will suffer, Luo Hui warned coldly. He had treated her decently, without much suspicion, allowing her easy access to his secrets. Involvement in some matters could implicate me as well. If I were to expose you, I might end up in prison myself. Guo Xiuli retorted, her expression hardening as she quickly departed. Luo Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been severely wronged, Guo Xiuli's financial loss was, in a sense, a blessing for him. Tianyu, I have divorced Luo Hui. We can now obtain a marriage certificate and be together openly, Guo Xiuli declared, seeking out her favored young lover, who had often encouraged her to leave her husband. Sister Guo, is it true? You've really divorced Luo Hui? We can get married now? Lu Tianyu exclaimed joyfully. Guo Xiuli nodded. After much contemplation, I realize you treat me well. Let us cherish our days ahead. How much did you manage to secure in assets? Lu Tianyu inquired after an intimate moment. Guo Xiuli's expression faltered slightly, to which Lu Tianyu gently reassured her, Sister Guo. Regardless of the amount you received, I will treat you well. I will strive to earn a living for you. Lu Tianyu believed that with the Luo family's wealth nearing 100 billion, Guo Xiuli would surely receive a substantial sum, even if it were merely 10 or 8 billion. Tianyu, you truly care for me. Luo Hui eventually agreed not to retaliate against you, but only on the condition that I left with nothing. Now, I have nothing but you, Guo Xiuli murmured, resting her head on Lu Tianyu's arm. Lu Tianyu abruptly sat up. Sister, Luo Hui was so ruthless as to leave you with nothing? His expression darkened. Guo Xiuli's face grew bitter. What could I do when he discovered our affair? We can earn money again over time. Lu Tianyu erupted in anger. Damn it. Sister Guo, you foolish girl. Why did you record that video back then? Now look at the mess you've made. You lost your money and dragged me into this. Guo Xiuli stood in stunned silence as Lu Tianyu's demeanor shifted drastically. Tianyu, I did it for our love. Guo Xiuli attempted to salvage the situation. Lu Tianyu, dressing angrily, shouted, I must be insane to feel anything for you. Take a good look in the mirror. I am in my 20s, while you are in your 40s. If it weren't for Luo Hui's wealth, I would never have even considered being with someone like you. He had initially thought that after their divorce, she would at least secure a significant sum. Yet here she was, left destitute. Guo Xiuli's expression darkened. Tianyu, you used to call me Sister Guo affectionately. This attitude of yours is unacceptable. With a resounding slap, Lu Tianyu struck her face. What of my attitude? You think you can marry me with nothing to your name? Dream on. He stormed out, leaving Guo Xiuli pale and devastated, realizing that the lover she thought would stand by her had become a stranger. Half an hour later, she found herself at a bar, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Wow, that was quick. A divorce already, Lin Tian mused. He had installed a monitoring application on both Guo Xiuli's and Luo Hui's phones, allowing him to keep abreast of events. With rapid keystrokes, Lin Tian hacked into the bar's surveillance, observing Guo Xiuli as she drank heavily, her state nearing inebriation. It was entirely natural for her to leak compromising information under such circumstances, especially considering her lover's refusal to marry her. He saved the incriminating evidence onto Guo Xiuli's phone and subsequently disseminated it through her social media account. This material alone would be sufficient to land Luo Hui in prison for several years. What in the world is happening? Luo Hui exclaimed. His fury ignited upon discovering Guo Xiuli's revelations. He immediately called her. Hello, Guo Xiuli mumbled groggily from the bar. Guo Xiuli, you are courting death. Luo Hui bellowed. Old man, I am no longer afraid of you. You better pay me well. Otherwise, we will both face the consequences, Guo Xiuli retorted, emboldened by her drunken state. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Her defiance assured him that Luo Hui would never suspect external machinations. You sought to ensnare me. How do you feel now? Lin Tian thought to himself. As night deepened, Lin Tian had completed his training and succumbed to sleep, while Lu Guangjian remained in S-City, sharing a bed with a woman. Suddenly, Lu Guangjian screamed in agony, as if a sharp object had pierced his fingertip. Lu Xiao, what is the matter? The woman beside him jolted awake. Turn on the lights, Lu Guangjian commanded sharply. The woman complied, but upon inspection, his middle finger appeared normal despite the pain radiating through him. Illuminate it with the flashlight. He gritted through clenched teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The woman turned on her phone's flashlight, scrutinizing his finger, yet still, no issue was apparent. Take me to the hospital, Lu Guangjian insisted. Within half an hour, he arrived at a larger hospital, but before any examination could take place, the excruciating pain vanished completely. What is happening? Lu Guangjian pondered with confusion. Cautiously, he reviewed the X-ray images, and the result indicated that there was no issue with his right hand. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lu Guangjian wearily returned to the hotel, quickly drifting into slumber. Alas, within half an hour, a blood-curdling scream erupted from him as he awakened in agony. This time, it was his index finger that pained him. Lin Tian had transmitted 3 strands of internal energy into his hand, two of which were concealed within the meridians of his index and middle fingers, respectively. The remaining strand resided in Lu Guanjin's left hand. Each night, these three strands of internal energy would emerge to stretch and move about. Chapter 106. Does Master Lin play the suona? Lu Guanjin rushed to a larger hospital. Quickly, quickly. Don't fear the speed limit. We must hurry. He gritted through the pain. Their vehicle sped through the streets, and upon arriving at the hospital, miraculously, his finger no longer hurt. What is happening? Lu Guanjin scrutinized his hand closely. It was perfectly intact. He pressed his left hand against it, and his right index finger remained pain-free. Yet, just half an hour prior, the suffering had been undeniably real. Doctor, here's the situation. Lu Guanjin explained his condition to the physician, who then performed another X-ray examination, yielding a completely normal result. Doctor, today I shook hands with someone, and it hurt quite a bit. Could it be that my hand was injured by their grip? Lu Guanjin inquired. The doctor asked, when did this occur? Around noon. Lu Guanjin replied. Did it hurt this afternoon? The doctor further probed. Lu Guanjin shook his head. Everything was normal in the afternoon. It wasn't he until I fell asleep that this issue arose. The doctor concluded, in that case, it is unlikely that the handshake caused the pain. The X-ray shows that everything is fine with your hand. With no other options, Lu Guanjin left the hospital in frustration. This time, he did not return to his previous hotel. He had sent that woman away and opted to stay near the hospital. It is highly likely that Lin Tian injured my hand. Lu Guanjin gritted his teeth. At 5 in the morning, he finally dozed off again, only to be jolted awake once more by a scream. This time, he held his right hand against his left, specifically covering his thumb. How could this be? Lu Guanjin was stunned. The pain was now in his left hand. He had presumed it was Lin Tian who had caused the injury, but it had been his right hand that had been used. Even if his right hand were injured, it should not have affected his left. Regardless, even if he reported this to the police or consulted a lawyer, Lin Tian would remain unscathed, as the authorities would demand evidence. The hospital's X-ray revealed no issues whatsoever. Lu Guanjin swiftly returned to the hospital once more. The same doctor attended to him, and he arrived in considerable pain. Yet, the X-ray for his left hand also yielded normal results. Mr. Lu, this may be a psychological issue. Perhaps you should consult a specialist in that field, the doctor suggested. Hearing this, Lu Guanjin's expression darkened. I am not mentally ill. I refuse to accept that. Just prescribe me some painkillers. The doctor prescribed additional pain medication, but the previous prescription had proven ineffective. When Lu Guanjin exited the hospital, dawn had broken, and he appeared utterly exhausted. After being jolted awake thrice and visiting the hospital thrice, he decided to quickly book a flight to the capital, where perhaps he could find a remedy. My fan growth has slowed considerably, Lin Tian murmured to himself. His follower count had reached 36 million, yet the rate of increase had noticeably diminished. The reason was simple. Despite being a duel master, the combined audience for the Erhu and Guqin was limited. This is still due to the martial arts drawing many fans. Otherwise, even surpassing 20 million fans would be quite challenging. Should I incorporate the suona? Lin Tian pondered. It was said that the sound of the suona heralded either ascension to the heavens or a wedding ceremony. Certain melodies were indeed suitable for live performances, while melancholic tunes could also find their place in video uploads, often used in funerals. If I were to include the suona, it is likely that many weddings and funerals would feature pieces I released, thus attracting a multitude of fans. Now, as a Grandmaster of martial arts, Lin Tian's desire for more followers stemmed not from concerns for his own safety, but rather from a genuine wish to revive traditional culture. The more fans he garnered, the more individuals would encounter traditional culture through him, undoubtedly leading many to develop an appreciation for it. Let me upload a few videos to test the waters. Lin Tian mused. Shortly thereafter, he procured a suona, an instrument that was reasonably priced. Given his Grandmaster status, he need not invest in an overly expensive one. At this level, he possessed the ability to transform the mundane into the legendary, thereby diminishing the instrument's significance. Let us start with something lively. I wouldn't want to scare off my fans right away, he thought. After some contemplation, he recorded hundreds of birds greet the phoenix, followed by a jug of old wine, and finally on a bridge. He chose not to include a piece reminiscent of a funeral for the time being, wanting to allow his fans to acclimate gradually. He reflected on how his longtime supporters might react to such a selection. After recording the 3 pieces, Lin Tian listened intently, becoming somewhat enchanted by his own creations. What splendid melodies! If traditional instruments like the suona can gain greater popularity, we will see more classic pieces emerge. He mused to himself. He promptly uploaded the 3 videos to Huayin, and in a short span, numerous fans began to engage with the content. Wow, Master Lin is actually playing the suona, exclaimed one follower. Goodness, if Master Lin is a master of the Erhu and Guqin, Does that mean he's also exceptionally skilled with the suona? He must be at least a master level. Many began commenting, while others clicked to listen. Hundreds of birds greet the phoenix is simply enchanting. A jug of old wine brought tears to my eyes. Just finished listening to On a Bridge. Could someone please cover me with a cloth? Within moments, the comment section was flooded with reactions to the 3 recordings, showcasing Lin Tian's mastery. Although he had reached Grandmaster level with the suona, he chose not to flaunt his prowess excessively. In a courtyard in the capital, Elder Shen, alerted by Shen Wanqing, quickly opened the video. The first piece he encountered was a jug of old wine, and upon its completion, he felt a flood of emotions. Such melodies resonate deeply, particularly with the elderly. Dad, I've seen comments suggesting listening to On a Bridge before hundreds of birds greet the phoenix. It might lift the mood, Shen Wanqing advised. Elder Shen nodded slightly, proceeding to listen to On a Bridge. By the end of the piece, he felt as if he were lying in a coffin. Fortunately, after listening to hundreds of birds greet the phoenix, he was brought back to the realm of the living. All 3 pieces by Master Lin are extraordinary, Elder Shen remarked to Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing, wearing a pained expression, replied, Dad, you don't need to say it. I'm going to reward him right away. How about 1,000 gold coins for each video? Elder Shen replied nonchalantly, Our rewards are voluntary. Master Lin owes us no debts, yet he continues to treat your ailments. Master Lin is quite considerate. Should you not be equally so? Shen Wanqing retorted, Dad, how about 3,000 gold coins for each video? Or 5,000 per day? Or let me use a clicker. I could reward him 10,000 gold coins for each video. Elder Shen replied sternly, No clickers. You will reward him 10,000 gold coins for 1 video each day for 3 consecutive days. Understood, Shen Wanqing conceded. Hurry, after I pass. Perhaps you can invite Master Lin to play a piece for my send-off. Elder Shen replied coolly. Chapter 107, A Meeting with the In-Laws? Suona Master Cheng Yang. Master Lin is a suona virtuoso. 3 divine suona melodies by Master Lin. Lin Tian had amassed 36 million followers. And many were fervently sharing the news, which quickly ascended the trending topics on Weibo. The notion of a triple master was simply astonishing. Moreover, everyone is aware that Lin Tian is a master of martial arts. Given Lin Tian's age, the likelihood of him becoming a grandmaster in the future is quite substantial. The thought of this leaves many in a state of bewilderment. When did it become so effortless to achieve the status of a grandmaster? With over 1 billion people in the Dragon Country, there had not been any grandmasters of the Erhu or suona, and only Dong Huairan was recognized as a grandmaster of the Guqin. A cup of aged wine from Master Lin left my father emotionally vulnerable. At his age, he wept inconsolably after hearing a tune. My grandfather, after listening to Master Lin's On a Bridge, urged me to prepare a coffin for him, insisting that upon his passing, this piece should be played. Do you think Master Lin is concealing something? I harbor serious doubts about whether his martial arts have indeed reached the level of a grandmaster. Many netizens engaged in fervent discussions, and numerous streamers capitalized on the trending topic by posting related videos. After recording over 10 pieces, Lin Tian noticed a rapid increase of several 100,000 fans. Perhaps he should release a couple more tracks. The Erhu and Guqin had already received ample exposure. Yet the suona only had 3 videos. Lin Tian pondered this, eventually deciding to upload Double Happiness and Grand Funeral. In no time, he uploaded these 2 videos. And many viewers were taken aback by his sudden prolific output. My mother passed away 3 years ago, and upon hearing Grand Funeral, I sobbed like a child. Mother, I miss you, I wept. Coincidentally, my uncle's funeral was today, and as I played this, a crowd of dozens around me began to wail uncontrollably. Double Happiness was both eerie and stunning, filled with high energy throughout. In the Sihiyuan of the imperial capital, Old Shun listened to Grand Funeral. Father, you should listen to this less, remarked Shun Wanqing with a cough. Old Shun retorted, Am I to fear it will send me off? At my age, what is there left to be troubled by? Death is but a part of life. Shen Wanqing noted, Father, I have seen more than one suona master proclaim that Master Lin's suona skills are likely at the level of a grandmaster. It's undoubtedly true. Old Shen sighed. Master Lin is still so young, yet he is already a 3-time grandmaster. His future is indeed limitless. Third brother, these 2 pieces are exceptionally good. You should send some gold coins in appreciation. Time passed, and it was noon. Luo Bingning opened the Huayin app. In the past, while at her company, she seldom watched short videos. But now that she knew the masked hero was Lin Tian, she found herself checking intermittently to see if he had uploaded new videos and to gauge the growth of his fan base. She also glanced at the comments section of his videos, ready to defend him if any detractors appeared. What? Lin Tian can play the suona as well? Luo Bingning was astonished. She donned her headphones and began listening, tears shimmering in her eyes by the time she finished 5 pieces. The last piece she heard was Grand Funeral, which reminded her of her grandmother. You rascal, releasing such tear-jerking tunes, she thought, wiping her tears with a tissue. She noticed her bronze treasure chest had transformed into a silver one. Father, Master Lin has released new songs, and they are quite beautiful, she messaged her father. Luo Hongchuan, having no pressing matters at the moment, received the message and opened the Huayin app. He had previously sent Lin Tian a spaceship and was already one of his fans. Having watched all of Lin Tian's earlier videos, Swana? Luo Hongchuan's eyes brightened. In half a month, it would be his mother's memorial day. He murmured to himself. Securing the office door, he clicked on the grand funeral video. Upon finishing the piece, tears streamed down his face. Mother, I miss you. Do you know that Bingning is already married? He whispered. After a moment, he opened the second piece, On Her Bridge, which deeply resonated with him. Ultimately, he listened to 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. After this, he finally felt somewhat composed again. The cycle of life and death, joy and sorrow, many things in this world must be experienced personally. He thought of his daughter, recalling their opposition to Luo Bingning's marriage. But only she knows if the shoe fits. Was their strong disapproval truly justified? Ding ding. Luo Hongchuan dialed Luo Bingning's number. Surprised, she wondered why her father was calling at this moment. Did he feel unwell after listening? Father, she quickly answered the call. Luo Hongchuan inquired, Bingning, you and Lin Tian have been married for over 20 days now. How do you find life after marriage? Luo Bingning paused, perplexed by her father's sudden interest. Father, I think life after marriage is wonderful. I love it, and I will never divorce Lin Tian. She took a deep breath, affirming her commitment. Luo Hongchuan was taken aback. He had not expected such a resolute answer from her. You have only been together for a short while. Are you sure you can determine your lifelong commitment in such a brief time? He found it hard to believe. Typically, couples in love for just 20 days might not even have held hands yet, let alone be on the brink of marriage. Luo Bingning replied earnestly, Father, I am certain. Lin Tian is the person I wish to spend my life with. Understanding his daughter well, Luo Hongchuan realized she was not joking. In half a month, it will be your grandmother's memorial. You should come back. Bring Lin Tian with you. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Luo Bingning was elated. Her father's words seemed to indicate acceptance of Lin Tian. This was undoubtedly good news for her, as she hoped her parents would not have a strained relationship with him. Luo Bingning initiated a video call with Lin Tian. Bingning, what's wrong? He asked. A smile gracing his face as he noticed her silver treasure chest. Luo Bingning joyfully exclaimed, Lin Tian, my father just called me and asked about how married life is treating me. And what did you say? Lin Tian asked, grinning. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. I said it's great and that I will never divorce you. We will continue together. My father wants me to bring you back in half a month. With that, she explained, half a month from now is my grandmother's memorial, and I believe my father wishes to share the news of our marriage with her. Lin Tian was surprised. Is it so soon for a meeting with the parents? He had anticipated that the earliest would be during the new year. However, that time might not be suitable due to the cold weather. He thought it better for Luo Bingning to go to Sanya, a warmer locale, ensuring he could endure the winter more comfortably. Bingning, have you informed your father about my situation? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning shook her head. No, but I just messaged him about the masked hero's new video. Perhaps he was a bit stirred by it. Lin Tian chuckled inwardly, contemplating the impact of today's video. Chapter 108. Lin Tian, you're so affectionate. Oh Yang, you arrive in S-City. And yet you didn't give your foster father a call? It would have been easier for me to pick you up at the airport. Lin Tian remarked at the entrance of the community. Over an hour ago, Yang had hopped into a taxi and called him to say he was in S-City and wanted to meet up. With a hint of annoyance, Yang replied, How could I trouble you, my esteemed foster father? You keep calling yourself that every day without my prompting. Pick a place you're familiar with, and I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to a meal. Lin Tian smiled. Yang paused. Your sister-in-law, a rich heiress, surely wouldn't be cooking, would she? Bingning's cooking is quite delectable, Lin Tian chuckled. My sister-in-law is a daughter of a prominent family, stunningly beautiful, and possesses remarkable culinary skills. Just imagine how envious everyone in our class must be. Yang expressed admiration as they quickly entered the community. Ding ding, Luo Bingning called. Lin Tian answered, Bingning. What's the matter? Lin Tian, have you received Yang Fei? I also called Yinzi over. Yes, we've arrived downstairs. After hanging up, Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning's friend has come over, so you want to be the only one feeling out of place. Yang Fei's eyes brightened. If she is a friend of my sister-in-law, she must be quite beautiful, right? Is she single? Lin Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that Tang Yin and Yang Fei might indeed be a good match. Both were martial artists with common interests, and their families were well off. Bingning's friend was indeed quite attractive, and she was still single. Likely of the same age as Bingning. Hee. Ouyang Fei was somewhat excited. Soon after, they went upstairs. As the door opened, Tang Yin and Ouyang Fei immediately recognized each other. Violent girl. Psycho. Tang Yin and Ouyang Fei exclaimed in unison. Lin Tian was taken aback. Ouyang, do you two know each other? Ouyang Fei nodded. Yes, we've known each other since childhood, but we haven't seen each other much since college. Ouyang Fei, hello? I am Luo Bingning, Lin Tian's girlfriend. Please have a seat. The food will be ready shortly. Luo Bingning said with a smile as she emerged from the kitchen. Hello, sister-in-law. I had planned to take you and Lin go out to eat. But Lin Gu said you were cooking. Thank you for your hard work. Ouyang Fei quickly responded. Luo Bingning smiled and returned to the kitchen. Lin Tian then playfully asked, Ouyang, Tang Yin, your nicknames are quite interesting. Ouyang Fei glanced at Tang Yin. We used to live in the same courtyard. She, a girl, fought with others every day. Tang Yin shot back. You're one to talk. When you were 12, you fought a group and nearly killed one of them, breaking 3 of his ribs. I was just dragged into your mess. Ouyang Fei retorted. They were the ones looking for trouble, asking where you were. And when I didn't tell them, they attacked. Tang Yin was taken aback. You never mentioned this before. Ouyang Fei complained. I was young and foolish, thinking loyalty was important, but ended up getting a beating from my dad. How is it that my sister-in-law's friend is a violent girl? I imagine her to be a gentle, wealthy young lady. Ouyang Fei shook his head in disbelief. Tang Yin glared at him. Lin Tian chuckled. All right, let us wash up and eat. If you're upset, you can find a place to fight later. Before long, Lin Tian helped Luo Bingning serve the dishes. Sister-in-law, did you make all of this? Ouyang Fei asked in disbelief, as the spread looked impressive. Yes, Luo Bingning confirmed with a smile. Ouyang Fei gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. But even more impressive is my Lin Gu for finding a girlfriend like you. Ouyang, your flattery skills have improved. Lin Tian said as he poured a bottle of wine. Ouyang Fei joked. I need to flatter sister-in-law more so that she'll introduce me to a girlfriend in the future. Luo Bingning glanced at Tang Yin, and Ouyang Fei quickly added, Sister-in-law, let's skip the violent girl. I prefer gentle and virtuous types, and she doesn't fit that at all. Tang Yin gritted her teeth. Lin Tian changed the subject. Ouyang, are you here for the Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference hosted by Huagua, Banghua, and Dongyingguo? Ouyang Fei paused, quickly recalling that Lin Tian was a martial arts master, so it was no surprise he knew about such events. Lin Gu, are you participating? Ouyang Fei asked excitedly. If Lin Tian participated, it would guarantee success for the Youth Martial Arts Conference. Lin Tian nodded. I'm serving as a translator for Huagua. He had asked Tang Pingyuan to arrange for him to take on this role, as he was fluent in Korean and Japanese. Unless there were serious casualties, he would merely observe the event, as there were additional translators present. In the event of injuries, he would assist the Huagua participants while letting the others fend for themselves. Tang Yin frowned. Psycho, I've heard that both Dongyingguo and Banghua have experts attending. Do you have dark energy abilities now? Tang Yin had reached the initial stage of dark energy, while Ouyang Fei was in the mid-stage, so they couldn't assess each other's true capabilities. Ouyang Fei nodded. This is my first time attending a youth martial arts conference, and I hope to surprise them. He felt quite proud of his mid-level dark energy strength. Among the younger generation, it was already impressive, especially when not compared to Lin Tian. Wishing you triumph. Lin Tian raised his glass with a smile. Luo Bingning and the others also lifted their glasses, with Luo Bingning pouring a bit of white wine for herself. A little at home was no issue. An hour later, Tang Yin and Ouyang Fei departed together. Lin Tian, I feel like Tang Yin and Ouyang Fei have a bit of a frenemy vibe. They seem quite compatible. Luo Bingning remarked as Lin Tian was clearing the dishes. Having had some wine, her face was flushed, and Lin Tian felt a sudden urge to lean in and kiss her. They had known each other for a long time, so it was natural for them. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, have you spoken to your teacher recently? Your teacher's health should have improved significantly by now. Luo Bingning nodded. Yes. My teacher's health has indeed improved a lot. Lin Tian grinned. As promised, after she recovers, I should get a kiss, right? Now that she is halfway better, shouldn't I get a kiss first? You kiss? Luo Bingning mustered the courage to say. She was slightly puzzled, wondering why Lin Tian hadn't kissed her despite having several opportunities. She suspected it might be due to her previous rejections affecting his confidence. Now, emboldened by the wine, she felt a bit bolder. Lin Tian chuckled. My hands are greasy. Wait until I wash the dishes. A hug and a kiss will feel more special. With a flushed face, Luo Bingning hurried back to her room, her heart racing. She wondered if she could reach the golden level. Lin Tian mused inwardly that during the time before the kiss, Luo Bingning would be quite nervous. If he kissed her again later, there was still hope. He hurried to wash the dishes. After finishing her shower, Luo Bingning changed into a cute set of pajamas. Lin Tian approached her with a smile. Luo Bingning's heartbeat quickened again. Bingning, close your eyes, he instructed. Luo Bingning complied, and Lin Tian embraced her. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She sensed Lin Tian's head moving closer. Chapter 109. Finally kissing Luo Bingning, Lin Tian lowered his head, closely observing Luo Bingning's exquisite face. Perhaps due to the influence of her unique lineage, her skin was flawless. Just a month ago, he was single. And now he had won the affection of a girl like Luo Bingning. It felt like a blessing from the heavens. No, he should thank his grandfather. He would need to burn more paper money at his grandfather's grave in the future. Lin Tian gazed at Luo Bingning's enticing lips, imagining that kissing her would be delightful, but he decided to wait. Once they were married, she would belong entirely to him. And he wanted to gather more treasures before fully claiming her. Lin Tian, are you going to kiss me or not? Luo Bingning asked shyly. Acutely aware that Lin Tian's head was less than 10 centimeters away from hers, feeling his breath. Yet, Lin Tian lingered, not kissing her right away, which made her heart race. Of course, I will, he replied. I'm just deciding whether to kiss your forehead, cheek, or lips. Luo Bingning blushed, saying, who said you could kiss my lips? We agreed on either the forehead or cheek. Did we? Yes, we definitely did. Luo Bingning quickly replied. Lin Tian glanced up at the silver treasure chest above her head, noting that it seemed he wouldn't be able to elevate it to a golden treasure chest this time. Without further delay, he leaned down and pressed his lips to Luo Bingning's forehead. In a fleeting moment, Lin Tian chose to kiss Luo Bingning on the forehead, yet he lingered, not pulling away. Luo Bingning stood frozen, taken aback. After a while, she regained her composure and stammered, Lin Tian, you haven't finished the kiss. It was just a peck. Lin Tian held her tightly, his lips remaining in place. Who had stipulated the duration of a kiss? 10 minutes would be just fine, wouldn't it? You rascal, you're being unreasonable, Luo Bingning playfully chided, arching her head back. But Lin Tian, being a grandmaster, was quick to react. Although her movements were swift, she could not escape his grasp. You're not allowed to kiss me anymore. This is the end of it, she declared, leaning back. Soon, she sensed something amiss. She could feel Lin Tian's presence against her chest, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush even more. Noticing the silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had transformed into a golden one, Lin Tian felt a surge of delight. Oh, the treasure chest rewards those who are earnest, he mused inwardly. One hand supporting her waist, the other gently adjusting her posture. He felt the chest respond to his touch. Ding! The golden treasure chest opens. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Grandmaster-level Feng Shui. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind as a deluge of information flooded in. Dear, I never stipulated the duration of a kiss, he quipped before swiftly retreating to his room. You rascal, I want to let you kiss me again, Luo Bingning huffed, though her irritation was feigned. A mere veil for her shyness. As a daughter of a prominent family, she had always maintained distance from boys, never having developed feelings for anyone. Even a kiss on the forehead felt profoundly intimate to her, a gesture that transcended mere hand-holding. This fellow claims to be bold yet lingers. How perplexing, she pondered. Little did she know, Lin Tian's actions were all part of a strategy to unlock treasures through their interaction, optimizing his gains step by step. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian absorbed the Feng Shui skills, realizing the intricacies were even more complex than both martial arts and ancient medicine combined. Feng Shui encompassed the human experience and all matters of the world. It was not a mystical phenomenon but could be scientifically explained. One pivotal concept in Feng Shui is the aura. A haunted house, for instance, undoubtedly possesses a negative aura, which could adversely affect those who reside there for extended periods. Acquiring this skill is fortuitous, Lin Tian contemplated, recognizing that adjusting the Feng Shui could benefit Luo Bingning's health. The world is imbued with magnetic fields, and through the arrangement of various items in a home, Lin Tian now had the ability to manipulate these fields. Many Feng Shui masters were unaware of the underlying principles, relying solely on experience. Attaining Lin Tian's level of understanding required insight into both the phenomena and their explanations. Fascinating, he mused. He proceeded to research the conflict between the Bank of China Tower and HSBC. The tower stood like three vertical daggers, one aimed directly at HSBC, which had a cannon atop its roof. Using buildings as weaponry to neutralize threats, he muttered. The Feng Shui practitioners from both sides were accomplished, yet neither had reached the pinnacle of mastery. He recalled a humorous incident when a typhoon misaligned the cannon, causing it to face Standard Chartered Bank, prompting a legal warning from them to HSBC. Not long after, Lin Tian found an image of the Zhenhai Tower online, which was a true marvel of master-level feng shui. Impressive, he murmured, though it faced the forces of nature, and even master-crafted structures like the Zhenhai Tower were not infallible. After dedicating some time to online research, he learned that the Zhenhai Tower harnessed the power of the dragon veins found in nature. Dragon veins, though seemingly mystical, referred to large magnetic fields formed by mountains and rivers, utilizing earthly energies to counteract celestial forces. The extent of its effectiveness depended on the practitioner's expertise. Even if it could only mitigate 10% of natural disasters, it would greatly benefit countless people, a remarkable contribution. Feng shui is rather intriguing. It balances the mystical with scientific principles, he reflected. After shutting his computer, Lin Tian took a shower and began practicing the Songhai Ju. As a grandmaster in martial arts, with diligent effort, he estimated it would take only 30 to 40 years to reach the divine level. Even achieving this in 30 to 40 years was commendable. At that age, he would still be in his 60s. As a martial arts grandmaster, living to 200 was not out of the question, and reaching divine status might extend his life to 300. For someone with such longevity, 60 would still be considered youthful. Meanwhile, Luo Bingning received a call from her mother, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She suspected her parents had discussed bringing Lin Tian home. If her mother remained vehemently opposed, it would complicate matters. Bingning, have you told your father that you've decided to be with Lin Tian? Even if it means you won't divorce 3 years from now? Her mother inquired. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bingning replied, yes, that's the case. Have you been intimate with him? Her mother's brow furrowed. Is my little girl already swept away so quickly? Luo Bingning stamped her foot. Mom, what are you saying? That's not true. Her mother exhaled. Bingning, your father and I have discussed much. I know your character, once you decide. It would take a herd of oxen to change your mind. But I must advise you, even if you choose to be with Lin Tian, do not give everything away too soon. Things that come too easily may not be cherished. Luo Bingning glanced towards Lin Tian's room. Mom, I believe Lin Tian is not that kind of person, but I will heed your advice. Mom, Dad mentioned bringing Lin Tian home for Grandma's memorial service. Her mother responded, your father is the head of the family. If he has decided, how could I oppose Lin Tian's visit? He comes from a humble background, so tell him not to bring extravagant gifts. We have no material demands if you find happiness. A warmth surged within Luo Bingning. Thank you, Mom. Her mother sighed. I hope you marry well, but if you've made your choice, I respect it. You are an adult now. Get some rest. Good night. As her mother, Suyin, ended the call, Luo Hongchuan chuckled. Dear, I thought you might encourage our daughter further. Why did you stop? Suyin replied, your father approves. And you have no objections, would I alone assume the role of the villain? Besides, if our daughter so swiftly accepts Lin Tian, he must possess some merit. Should we not investigate him further? Luo Hongchuan shook his head. What is there to investigate? They have only been married for a few weeks. Can Lin Tian have undergone such a drastic transformation in that time? Moreover, it would be inappropriate to investigate after their marriage. They will return soon. We can learn about him directly upon their visit. Suyin nodded slightly. Very well then. With so many eligible young men available, our daughter has chosen Lin Tian. Could this be fate? Luo Hongchuan smiled lightly. Fate or not, I know our daughter is no fool. Let them deepen their understanding. And if by next year she remains resolute, we shall proceed with the wedding. Suyin nodded in agreement. After Lin Tian comes home, observe him closely. See what career suits him best and arrange a suitable job for him. He wishes to earn more money so that the wedding on the groom's side can be splendid. After all, we have only one precious daughter. Luo Hongchuan nodded. All right, I will keep an eye on it. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Guanjin fell asleep. After a tiring night, he had visited several hospitals in the capital during the day, utterly exhausted, but the results were satisfactory. All the hospitals confirmed that his hand was fine. However, just half an hour into sleep, Lu Guanjin awoke with a scream. Just like the previous night. It felt as though a toothpick had been violently thrust into his right middle finger, causing him to turn pale with pain. No. Lu Guanjin was filled with terror. If this continued every night, how could he endure? Doctor. After finding that painkillers were ineffective, Lu Guanjin hurried to the hospital, where he was currently residing in a hotel nearby. Mr. Lu, your finger is truly fine. One hospital's examination might be erroneous, but you've consulted several. Personally, I suggest you see a psychiatrist, the doctor stated, exasperated. Moreover, excessive x-rays can be harmful to your health. I do not recommend such frequent examinations. At that moment, Lu Guanjin's fingers suddenly ceased to ache. Doctor, my finger doesn't hurt anymore. He began to question his own mental stability. Dad, does our family have a history of mental illness? Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Guanjin called his father, Lu Kunhu. What nonsense are you talking? Our family has no such history. Lu Kunu frowned. Dad, I've encountered something strange. After listening to his son's account, Lu Kunu inquired, Son, have you offended any peculiar individuals recently? Dad, I haven't offended anyone odd. Why do you ask? Lu Guanjian replied, puzzled. Lu Kunu explained, in Southeast Asia, there exists a form of witchcraft known as jiangtou. Could someone be using it against you? Lu Guanjian's expression changed. Dad, is jiangtou not just something for movies? Does it truly exist in reality? Lu Kunu pondered. Jiangtou may not be as mystical as depicted in films, but it certainly exists. It is a form of sorcery combined with local witchcraft. Skilled practitioners possess extraordinary spiritual powers. By using a person's hair or other belongings, they can create voodoo dolls to inflict harm from a distance. Lu Guanjian, now pale, exclaimed, How could I have offended someone like that? The only person I've crossed is Lin Tian. He's just a bit stronger and has a decent tolerance for alcohol. Son, do not worry. I will find an expert in this field. They should be able to help you. If the spell fails, the caster may suffer backlash, Lu Kunu reassured. Lu Guanjian's eyes brightened. Dad, hurry. I can't even sleep. I fear the pain will return while I'm unconscious. Despite his words, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he soon lay down to sleep. Not long after, Lu Guanjian awoke again, filled with pain and terror. Though the pain subsided after half an hour, he was jolted awake for the third time, this time with agony in his left thumb, just as the previous night. Master Sangji, please examine my son. He has awakened in pain 6 times over 2 nights. He may have fallen victim to jiangtou. The next day, Lu Kunu brought a peculiar old man to Lu Guanjian, who appeared utterly wretched. The old man inspected Lu Guanjian and revealed a puzzled expression. Given his experience, Lu Guanjian had not been afflicted by jiangtou. Could it be that he encountered someone even more formidable? Mr. Lu, the person who cast the spell on your son is exceptionally powerful. I may not be able to break it. Moreover, should I intervene, I would offend the practitioner who cast it on him. You should seek a more capable expert. Master Sangji shook his head. Lu Kunu's expression changed. He did not know a more skilled practitioner. Master Sangji, I implore you to help my son. Money is not an issue if you can assist. Master Sangji felt a surge of delight, but replied hesitantly. Mr. Lu, I wish to help, but it is not merely about the money. If the situation involves deep-seated enmity, my assistance could lead to dire consequences. Master Sangji, I will offer you 5 million. If the matter is resolved, I will provide a generous reward, Lu Kunu hurriedly stated. Well, Master Sangji hesitated for a moment before nodding. I will give it a try, hoping there is no significant animosity involved. After half an hour of performing his mystique, Master Sangji departed. His account now enriched by 5 million. If Lu Guanjian continued to suffer, it was merely due to the superior skill of his adversary, which was none of his concern, as the money was already secured. Chapter 111. News of the martial arts competition is publicized. Look at this. A student in a dormitory of a certain university in S City exclaimed. Others quickly gathered around. This is a screenshot sent by a friend in Dongying. They have publicly announced this news. The chat displayed a screenshot. Soon, it was shared widely, creating a buzz among university students. Our nation, along with Banghua and Dongying, is hosting a martial arts exchange. Now everyone knows that ancient martial arts are real. Let us not hold private events anymore. I want to go watch and cheer. Before long, the topic surged to the top of the trending list on social media, with many leaving comments and expressing a desire to attend the event. However, the authorities remained silent. In a high-rise hotel in S City, a young man clad in samurai attire remarked, Father, just as you predicted, by releasing news domestically. We know the people of Huagua love to gather for events. They want to see it live. In the room, a middle-aged man replied, Watanabe, you must step forward and persuade the Huagua officials to allow the public to watch. The young man, named Fujiwara Watanabe, smiled, Father, that's easy. I will publicly challenge them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. With your strength, victory is assured. This is an excellent opportunity for our Dongying nation and our family to gain face. If you perform well, our family will reap the benefits. Fujiwara Watanabe confidently declared. Rest assured, Father. In recent years, the strongest participants from Huagua have merely reached the mid-stage of the dark energy realm. I am already at the late stage. This year, Huagua might not even have mid-stage warriors. The middle-aged man nodded. After all, it was merely a youth martial arts competition. Having a mid-stage warrior was already commendable. And often the strongest would only be at the early stage. The youth martial arts competition has an age limit, with a maximum age of 24. And one can only participate 3 times. Last year, the strongest warrior from Huagua was at the mid-stage, but is now 24 and cannot compete this year. Mr. Fujiwara, it seems you are indeed here. We've learned that you are one of the representatives from Dongying in this competition. Do you have confidence? Two reporters from Dongying intercepted Fujiwara Watanabe at the hotel entrance. In reality, they were arranged by his father. You media reporters are quite well informed. I naturally have confidence in this martial arts competition, Fujiwara Watanabe replied, adjusting his attire. Mr. Fujiwara, the Huagua officials have not agreed to publicly conduct the martial arts competition. What are your thoughts on this? One reporter inquired. Fujiwara Watanabe replied with a faint smile, a wise choice. It would not be good for the common people to witness their champion's defeat. I have matters to attend to, please excuse me. The news quickly spread, igniting public outrage. With our population of over 1 billion, how could we possibly lose in martial arts? This Dongying individual is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? The authorities remain reluctant to disclose information, leading one to ponder whether, as Fujihara Ueno suggested, our martial arts in Huagua truly pale in comparison to those of Dongying. Many online voices are filled with righteous indignation. The Secretary of S-City, Chang Qinghe, summoned Tang Pingyuan. The joint youth martial arts tournament that we are hosting with the three nations is no trivial matter. Since it is taking place in S-City, we must make a decision regarding its public accessibility. Pingyuan, as a martial artist, I seek your counsel. Tang Pingyuan, sitting upright, appeared troubled. Secretary, this is quite complicated. Chang Qinghe pressed. What exactly makes it so complicated? Tang Pingyuan replied solemnly, it seems that the Dongying side has deliberately leaked this information. Given their actions, it is likely that they possess formidable experts. Moreover, in recent years, they have often collaborated with Bangguat against us, which increases the likelihood of Huagua suffering losses. Allowing the general public to observe may not be wise. Chang Qinghe furrowed his brow. Do we lack experts ourselves? If we choose not to disclose, we risk losing both face and position. Worry flickered in Tang Pingyuan's eyes. Secretary, I fear that Dongying's practitioners might resort to lethal force. This is genuine martial arts, a deadly skill that could result in fatalities. If we proceed with public disclosure and there are casualties, the repercussions will be significant. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Chang Qinghe's secretary quickly entered. Secretary, we have received a response from Bangguat, stating that as the organizers, the decision regarding public access lies with us. Chang Qinghe nodded slightly, and the secretary exited. Pingyuan, it seems we have no choice but to proceed with public access. I will instruct the distribution of tickets at various universities in S-City. Ensure that security measures are thoroughly implemented, given the likelihood of injuries. Prepare several medical teams to minimize the risk of serious casualties, Chang Qinghe stated gravely. Tang Pingyuan rose. Understood, Secretary. I will strive to prevent significant losses among our ranks. As for the people from Dongying and Bangguat, they will have their own medical personnel. Chang Qinghe nodded in agreement. Soon after, the authorities issued an announcement. In a short span, several universities in S-City received a limited number of tickets, only 1,000 in total. A portion was allocated to international students from Bangguat and Dongying, leaving approximately 800 tickets for Huagua students. Naturally, many expressed dissatisfaction. However, the official release of any tickets was a notable achievement. Releasing more could lead to dire consequences should a serious incident arise. Lin Gu, Ouyang Fei gazed expectantly at Lin Tian. Speak plainly. Your expression is giving me goosebumps. Lin Tian retorted. Ouyang Fei cleared his throat. Lin Gu, why not take action when the time comes? The current situation seems rather grim. Dongying has never been so brazen. Their confidence suggests they may possess advanced practitioners. Lin Tian replied. Why not speculate that they have reached the pinnacle of their skills? Ouyang Fei shook his head vigorously. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Becoming a master before 40 is already remarkable. In the past 10 youth martial arts tournaments, the most extraordinary was a genius from Huagua 7 years ago, who had reached the advanced stage, and since then, there has been no one of that caliber. Lin Tian inquired curiously, who was that genius? Has he attained mastery now? Ouyang Fei sighed. His name was Long Wanli. The Long family is a prestigious martial arts lineage, with considerable influence in the military. Long Wanli enlisted long ago, but tragically, he passed away 3 years ago under mysterious circumstances. Ouyang Fei paused. Lin Gu, perhaps it's best if you refrained from intervening. Though you are a martial arts master, should your prowess be revealed, you may not withstand an assassination attempt. Lin Tian chuckled. You wish for me to act, while simultaneously fearing for my safety. Ouyang Fei replied helplessly. The commotion this time is too great. I don't want our nation to suffer an embarrassing defeat. Yet, you are already a martial arts master, with the potential to become a grandmaster in the future. If anything were to happen to you, the nation would incur immense losses. Lin Tian smiled. Is it not possible that I have already achieved the status of a grandmaster? Chapter 112. Assisting Ouyang Fei in elevating his cultivation. Ouyang Fei exclaimed, before 35, you had the potential to become a grandmaster, but now you jest. Who was jesting? Lin Tian replied cheerfully. Ouyang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Gu, you truly have achieved the status of a Grandmaster? That would certainly astonish many. Lin Tian mused internally, for he was not merely a Grandmaster, but a great Grandmaster. Such a revelation would be utterly astonishing, especially since Huaguo publicly boasts no Grandmasters. If he were a great Grandmaster at such a young age, it would be more unbelievable than Mengguo's claims of constructing an aircraft carrier. I indeed have attained the status of a Grandmaster, Lin Tian declared with a smile. Ouyang Fei stared blankly at Lin Tian, who appeared serious, leaving Ouyang Fei to wonder if his friend truly was a Grandmaster. Ouyang, I can assist you in opening some of your meridians. While it may not significantly enhance your strength, transitioning you from the intermediate to the advanced stage should be feasible. Would revealing your advanced strength pose any danger? Lin Tian inquired. No, such an act would deplete much of your energy, and regaining that energy is not an easy task, Ouyang Fei quickly responded. In this world, there is no spiritual energy, only the fundamental essence of heaven and earth. For a martial artist to replenish expended energy, there are three main avenues: food, rare materials, and the absorption of natural essence. Ordinary food provides minimal replenishment, and the stomach has its limits, so how much can one truly recover? Rare materials are exceedingly scarce. Martial artists primarily rely on cultivation and the absorption of natural essence for recovery. Assisting someone in opening their meridians consumes considerable internal energy, and if too much is expended, it may take 10 days to half a month to recover, during which time one's strength would diminish, potentially presenting an opportunity for enemies. However, for Lin Tian, this posed little issue. He was not merely a Grandmaster but a great Grandmaster, with internal energy far exceeding that of a Grandmaster. As a great Grandmaster, he could continuously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, replenishing his energy at a commendable pace. Where do you get all this nonsense? If I do not take action, who would have the leisure to target me? Moreover, your cultivation is not high. Helping you elevate to the advanced stage is well within my capabilities, Lin Tian insisted. Ouyang Fei chuckled. If I can reach the advanced stage, that would be splendid. As a non-military person, it should not be too difficult to achieve. As long as one is not yet a martial arts master before 30, it is manageable. Long Wanli's death likely involved other factors. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Then it's settled. I'll assist you in reaching the advanced stage, and you can show off a bit, he concluded. Hee. Ouyang Fei grinned. However, upon realizing that Lin Tian was truly of Grandmaster caliber, his smile turned somewhat strained. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Ouyang, first cultivate for a cycle, Lin Tian instructed. Ouyang Fei nodded in agreement and promptly began his training. Lin Tian noted his cultivation path. As a great Grandmaster, Lin Tian quickly grasped the principles of Ouyang Fei's cultivation technique and easily identified some issues within it. Ouyang, your technique appears incomplete, Lin Tian observed. Ouyang Fei replied helplessly. As it has been passed down, some elements have inevitably been lost. It is certainly not complete. Let me make some modifications for you. From now on, follow the lineage of the technique I provide, Lin Tian instructed. After half an hour, Lin Tian imparted the detailed operational route of the new technique to Ouyang Fei, who diligently memorized it. This revised cultivation technique should enhance your absorption of natural essence by about 20%, Lin Tian remarked with a gentle smile. Ouyang Fei was filled with excitement. An increase of 20% in the absorption of natural essence essentially meant that his cultivation speed would improve by the same margin. In the long run, this would save a considerable amount of time. If considering a span of 50 years, that would equate to a decade saved. Lin Gu, thank you. Ouyang Fei chuckled. Let us commence the cultivation using the new technique. I shall open some meridians for you. Lin Tian sat cross-legged behind Ouyang Fei, placing his hands on Ouyang Fei's back, and soon Ouyang Fei began his practice. After 2 or 3 hours, the necessary meridians were unblocked. The previously obstructed meridians contained some internal energy, and unblocking them allowed Ouyang Fei to increase his internal strength a notch. His power had ascended to the late stage of the dark energy level. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and gradually concluded his practice. Are you all right, Lin Gu? Ouyang Fei rose, casting a worried glance at Lin Tian. Is there any risk in depleting internal energy? It can indeed affect cultivation, Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. The impact was minimal for him. The amount of internal energy he consumed was negligible, and he still possessed the strength of a Grandmaster. As for the influence on his cultivation, he had transcended through a treasure chest, so regardless of his consumption, obtaining a divine-level treasure chest would elevate his cultivation to perfection. Lin Gu, I will definitely defeat those scoundrels from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. If you need not intervene, just remain in hiding, Ouyang Fei declared, clenching his fists. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. With my Grandmaster-level cultivation, staying hidden without taking action is akin to walking in the night in splendid attire. Yang Fei insisted. You should lie low for a while until your strength is restored. If anything were to happen to you, I would blame myself. At this point, Yang Fei's demeanor grew serious. Lin Gu, based on the intelligence we have gathered, it is highly likely that the Eastern Sakura Kingdom has a Grandmaster by now. Given the relationship between our two nations, if they discover your status as a Grandmaster, the likelihood of them coming after you is indeed quite high. Lin Tian responded in astonishment. If the Eastern Sakura Kingdom has a Grandmaster, why have they not targeted your father or other martial arts masters? Yang Fei replied with a peculiar expression. Lin Gu, have you lost your senses? Our nation's strength surpasses that of the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Eliminating their masters would yield more disadvantages than benefits. However, as you have just become a Grandmaster, the benefits of eliminating you would far outweigh the drawbacks. Lin Tian nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with intrigue, pondering the prospect of the Eastern Sakura Kingdom's Grandmaster attempting to eliminate him. Generally, he would not resort to violence when provoked by ordinary individuals, but if a Grandmaster from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom sought his life, he would not hold back. Focus on your cultivation. The Youth Martial Arts Tournament begins tomorrow, Lin Tian said as he took his leave. Yang Fei took a deep breath. Feeling indebted to Lin Tian for helping him progress to the late stage of dark energy. However, as brothers, there was no need to speak of such debts. He would simply keep it in his heart. Lin Gu is indeed remarkable, quietly becoming a martial arts grandmaster and truly comprehending the essence of survival. Yang Fei mused. Lin Tian had previously told him that he was a martial arts master, and now Yang Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. A martial arts master could be killed with just a single bullet from a sniper rifle, but to eliminate a grandmaster using the same methods would be considerably more challenging. Grandmasters possess sharper instincts, allowing them to detect anomalies more swiftly and respond accordingly. Ding ding. Just as Lin Tian exited the hotel where Yang Fei was staying, his phone rang. It was a call from Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, do you have a moment? Lu Guangjian's father has come to see you, she said. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Was Lu Guangjian's father suspicious that Lu Guangjian's hand injury was due to his interference? I have no time. Let him go somewhere cool to wait, Lin Tian replied. On the other end, Luo Bingning felt somewhat awkward. Lu Kun wanted to speak with Lin Tian, and she had just activated the speakerphone. Lin Tian, Lu Kun said in a deep voice, there's been an issue with my son's hand. You should come immediately, or you will face significant trouble. 5 million has been spent, and Master Sangji indicated it should be resolved. Lu Kun's visit was, in fact, a means of confronting Lin Tian. Given his wealth, 5 million was a trivial sum, but he was unable to swallow the indignation of having lost. He wanted to ascertain whether Lin Tian was responsible for this matter. What does your son's hand issue have to do with me? Allow me to offer you a word. Scram, Lin Tian retorted without hesitation. Lu Kun's mistress, Zhang Wan, was a spy from the Eastern Sakura Kingdom, and Lin Tian suspected he had been thoroughly infiltrated, though he had failed to find any information online. Lin Tian had no intention of being courteous to such a person. You. Lu Kun's expression darkened. As a billionaire, the president of a prominent family, he was shocked that Lin Tian would dismiss him so brazenly. Beep. Lin Tian ended the call. Bingning, even your father wouldn't speak to me so rudely. Your boyfriend is quite something, Lu Kun said, his face darkening. Luo Bingning replied calmly. Director Lu, my father is older, and naturally, he does not exhibit the youthful impulsiveness we possess. My sentiment aligns with Lin Tian's. You may leave, as my feelings are not subject to your interference. Lu Kun was taken aback. According to his understanding, Luo Bingning, the daughter of the Luo family, was an exceptional talent from Peking University, well-mannered and an ideal candidate for a daughter-in-law. It was one thing for Lin Tian to dismiss him, but Luo Bingning's words left him utterly stunned. Luo Bingning, is this how your family educates you? I will have a word with your parents. Those who associate with garbage should distance themselves from it, Lu Kun said coldly. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as Luo Bingning struck Lu Kun's face. The proximity and her martial arts training meant that while the strike was not overly forceful, its speed left Lu Kun no time to evade. Watch your mouth, Lu Kun. Otherwise, I may recommend turning you into a pig's head, and you might just find yourself on the front page tomorrow. Let us see where you can hide that face of yours, Luo Bingning said unapologetically. Lu Kun's face flushed crimson. He could hardly believe that he, a super-rich tycoon, had just been slapped. Fine. Just wait, you Luo family will hear from me, he ground out through clenched teeth. Luo Bingning smirked. Lu Kun, your family may only hold a net worth of 100 billion. Are you truly certain you wish to challenge the Luo family? If that is the case, feel free to come at us. Lu Kun had come to cause trouble for Lin Tian, and he had insulted Lin Tian by calling him garbage. Luo Bingning could not tolerate such disrespect. You can expect a court summons for Lin Tian, Lu Kun threatened coldly. Luo Bingning smiled slightly. When you sue Lin Tian, you might as well include me in the lawsuit. After all, I just struck you, didn't I? I have the surveillance footage and will willingly provide evidence. How about I compensate you 100,000 for the slap? Lu Kunhu was so furious he felt he might vomit blood. Although he was the one who had been struck, the news of this incident would inevitably affect his businesses. The Luo family was stronger than the Lu family, and if such a conflict arose, Lu Kunhu's partners would surely panic. Would the Lu family be able to recover their debts if something went awry? If creditors rushed to collect, the Lu family might struggle to pay. The impact on the stock market would be even greater. The Luo family owned publicly traded companies, and once investors caught wind of the news, it was only natural they would sell their stocks, likely leading to a significant drop in the Luo family shares. You. Lu Kunhu stormed off in anger. Luo Bingning called Lin Tian again. Lin Tian, just now Lu Kunhu insulted you, and I slapped him. Lin Tian blinked. My wife is truly fierce. Lu Kunhu is a figure worth billions, after all. He threatened to sue you, but I suggested he include me in the suit. If the footage of the slap gets out, I doubt he'll dare to pursue it further. However, he may resort to other means to target you, Luo Bingning cautioned. Lin Tian chuckled. Don't worry, my dear wife. You know what kind of person I am. I won't come to harm. Luo Bingning's face lit up with a sweet smile at Lin Tian's endearing words. All right, I won't keep you. I still have quite a bit of work to finish, and I likely won't be able to return home to cook today. Lin Tiandao, I'm here to pick you up after work. Let us have dinner outside. Ouyang is still busy, so don't call Tang Yen. Upon leaving Lu Bingning's company, Lu Kunhu felt increasingly agitated. Yet he restrained himself from revealing any signs of distress to the driver. After half an hour, he checked into a 5-star hotel, specifically a presidential suite. Damn it! Lu Kunhu cursed vehemently as the door closed behind him. Given his status, it had been a long time since he had been treated in such a manner. Ding dong, a few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lu Kunhu opened the door to find his mistress, Zhang Wan, standing outside. She had quietly settled into this location. This affair was kept deeply hidden. After all, as a billionaire, it would be quite embarrassing for him if his mistress were to be exposed, especially with the potential for his wife to demand a divorce. More importantly, Lu Kunhu was aware that Zhang Wan was from Dongying and that they had a son together. What's wrong, Director Lu? Zhang Wan inquired, puzzled as she closed the door. Don't speak, Lu Kunhu exclaimed, lifting Zhang Wan and carrying her to the bed, where he unleashed his pent-up frustrations. He failed to notice that, although he was in a presidential suite, the room was equipped with hidden cameras aimed directly at the bed. TSK. This one do. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. Zhang Wan had claimed to be exceptionally skilled. Such words were indeed somewhat disingenuous. Lin Tian mused. After receiving a call from Luo Bingning, he returned home to monitor Lu Kunhu, eager to discover his next moves. To his surprise, he overheard Zhang Wan's arrival and discovered the hidden cameras in the room. Darling, what troubles you? Zhang Wan nestled into Lu Kunhu's embrace. He wore a grim expression, feeling uneasy about sharing his predicament, particularly as it involved the humiliation of being struck by Luo Bingning. Wanner, you're connected to the Sun and Japan Society, aren't you? Lu Kunhu said in a low voice. I can engage in deeper collaboration with you and your organization. I also require your assistance. Zhang Wan's eyes sparkled with interest. Though she was Lu Kunhu's mistress, he was still a Chinese national with substantial assets, making it challenging to completely secure his loyalty. Lin Tian's eyes also widened with realization. Lu Kunhu was cautious. He had discovered Zhang Wan's espionage but lacked evidence that Lu Kunhu had been infiltrated. Even if he reported Zhang Wan, it would hardly affect Lu Kunhu significantly. However, with the current video evidence, the situation was different. This footage clearly indicated that Lu Kunhu was aware of Zhang Wan's true identity. Yet he continued to engage with her and sought deeper collaboration. Darling, enough with the explanations. I've completely fallen out with the Luo family. They might very well target me, and I need an escape route. Lu Kunhu frowned. Zhang Wan nodded gently. Darling, I am indeed connected to the Sun and Japan Society. But my feelings for you are genuine. Our child is doing well. Chapter 114. Is Lin Tian backed by a higher power? As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Lu Guanjian was still awake. He had only slept for 2 hours during the day, and now exhaustion was overwhelming him. Master Sangji had treated him. Surely there should be no issue, as his father had paid 5 million in medical fees. Lu Guanjian thought to himself, feeling a pang of regret over that 5 million. His living expenses were considerable, but his father only provided him with 10 or 20,000 at a time. He had his eye on a sports car, but it was beyond his means. His father insisted he must first achieve results before he would consider purchasing it. Sleep. He hoped to drift into a deep slumber until dawn. Half an hour later, Lu Guanjian awoke with a scream, clutching his right middle finger. The source of his pain. How could this happen? The pain was so intense that beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In a rush, he took painkillers. But their effect was minimal. Ding ding, Lu Guangjian dialed Lu Kunho's number. Dad, the treatment from Master Sanji didn't work. I woke up in pain again after just half an hour of sleep. Dad, it hurts so much. Lu Guangjian gritted his teeth against the agony. Lu Kunhu's face darkened. 5 million had been spent, yet the problem remained unresolved. Was he merely a fool? However, he dared not confront Master Sanji. While he couldn't solve Lu Guangjian's problem, he could certainly retaliate against them. Son, is there still no improvement? No improvement at all. It still hurts the same. Lu Guangjian grimaced in pain. Lu Kunhu took a deep breath. Just endure a bit longer. It will pass in half an hour. Don't go to the hospital again. It's ineffective. I'll find a way to help you tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhang Wan asked, Darling, what troubles you? Let me help you analyze the situation. Lu Kunhu nodded slightly. Zhang Wan was a spy. Such professionals were likely sensitive to intelligence matters. He quickly detailed the situation. After considering for a moment, Zhang Wan replied, Darling, I believe the issue lies with Lin Tian or Luo Bingning. The Luo family possesses hundreds of billions in domestic assets, and their overseas assets may very well exceed $1 trillion. They might know extraordinary individuals. Lu Kunhu was taken aback. The Luo family has hundreds of billions overseas? Zhang Wan nodded slightly. While we cannot be certain, it is highly probable that the Luo family has between $6 to $10 billion in overseas funds. They may have previously participated in financial attacks against our Dongying, causing us significant losses. Lu Kunhu furrowed his brow. Even $60 billion was a substantial amount. Converted to RMB, that sum exceeded 400 billion. Such vast funds could severely impact the Lu family. Any offensive from the Luo family would result in considerable losses in various aspects. Why didn't you mention this before? Lu Kunhu rubbed his temples. This issue was even more troubling than his son's predicament. Darling, don't worry too much. The Luo family is unlikely to deploy these funds for actions within the country. Organizations have their rules, since you didn't intend to engage in deep collaboration before. This information wasn't shared with you. Lu Kunhu secretly sighed in relief. If the Luo family would use these funds against him, the problem seemed less severe. The Luo family's liquid assets within the country wouldn't be substantial either. Targeting the Lu family would require more than just a small fortune. You mentioned suspecting Luo Bingning or Lin Tian. Luo Bingning is a wealthy young lady. Would her father allow her to associate with sorcerers? Lu Kunhu frowned. Zhang Wan said, Darling, tell me about Lin Tian's background. Lu Kunhu began to recount. After he finished, Zhang Wan remarked, Darling, Lin Tian knows your identity. A mere ordinary person. Even if you were dating Luo Bingning, wouldn't he dare to be so bold? The fact that he dared to tell you to leave is quite suspicious. I suspect that after becoming Luo Bingning's boyfriend, he may have started receiving support from other hidden forces. Lu Kunhu contemplated this possibility, which indeed seemed plausible. Lin Tian had been quite ordinary in the past, but now he displayed excellent drinking capacity and had achieved the standards of a first-class athlete. All signs pointed to someone backing him. The Luo family's hundreds of billions made it worthwhile for someone to support him. Zhang Wan analyzed further. Lu Kunhu nodded in agreement. Your analysis is spot on. So, to resolve Guangjian's issue, I still need to find him? Most likely. The Master Sanji you consulted must possess some skills. He isn't merely a fraud. It's just that the individual causing the issue is more formidable. I'm somewhat worried about your conflict with Lin Tian. He might target you. Zhang Wan's eyes revealed concern. Lu Kunhu's expression darkened. As a billionaire, he was being bullied, and now he had to bow to Lin Tian? Darling, a true gentleman can bend and stretch. First, identify who is backing Lin Tian. Eliminate this nuisance, and then dealing with Lin Tian later will be easy. Zhang Wan suggested. Lu Kunhu nodded slightly. Warner, if we find the scoundrel behind Lin Tian, can you deal with him? Zhang Wan smiled and nodded. Rest assured, the organization has assassins for such matters, although the methods of the sorcerer are somewhat strange. As long as the target is identified, a single bullet can send him to the great beyond. At this point, Zhang Wan inquired, My dear, you have checked the room, haven't you? Lu Kunhu shook his head, expressing his frustration. I was quite incensed by them, and since you arrived so quickly, I haven't had the chance to check. After all, it was the presidential suite. The guest's privacy should be assured, right? Zhang Wan's expression shifted slightly. She hastily got up to inspect the surroundings, and before long, she discovered a hidden camera directed at the bed. Damn it, Zhang Wan cursed internally. As a spy, she could easily ascertain that this camera was not inexpensive. It possessed wireless transmission capabilities. Even if they located it, it might not guarantee finding the storage terminal. Hurry, book the rooms to our left and the ones downstairs. If anyone is inside, make them leave. We must find the storage terminal, Zhang Wan urged firmly. Lu Kunhu nodded in agreement. The rooms to the left and below were separated by only a thin wall, making it entirely possible for the wireless signal to transmit through. They were on the top floor, with the right side obstructed by multiple walls. The rooms to the left and downstairs were occupied, but utilizing cache power. Lu Kunhu soon had them vacated. Found it. Zhang Wan, demonstrating her professional prowess, located the storage terminal within the ventilation duct of the downstairs room after half an hour. Both of them sighed in relief, unaware that Lin Tian had already copied the data. In the future, we must be meticulous in our inspections. If our conversation were to leak, the consequences would be dire, Zhang Wan cautioned. Lu Kunhu nodded. I was quite agitated by Luo Bingning and the others. I wonder which scoundrel installed this device. Zhang Wan shook her head in response. There's no need to delve into that. Our relationship cannot be exposed and lead to unnecessary complications. At midnight, Lin Tian concluded his training. His mastery was complete, and the internal energy expended to assist Ouyang Fei in clearing his meridians had mostly returned. To think I would be suspected of having a formidable sorcerer behind me. Lin Tian mused to himself. He dragged the progress bar to watch the copied video. To his surprise, he discovered the camera. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. This Zhang Wan is quite impressive. Chapter 115. Lu Kunhu and Zhang Wan fall into the trap. It's rather late to disturb one's dreams, don't you think? Although he expressed discontent, Lin Tian still dialed Fang Hejuan's number. Fang Hejuan was the leader of the Special Operations Group in the National Security Division of S-City, and Lin Tian was currently registered under this group. Boss Lin, what business do you have calling at this late hour? After only 2 rings, Fang Hejuan answered, still awake at midnight. Group leader, I've discovered a spy from Dongying Nation in our country, and they have colluded with a billionaire tycoon. Does that count? Lin Tian replied with a smile. Fang Hejuan's eyes lit up on the other end of the line. That certainly counts. Finding such a spy is no small feat. Group leader, provide me with an email, and I will send you the pertinent evidence. Just don't mention that I was the one who informed you. Understood. Soon. Lin Tian received a confidential email from Fang Hejuan and sent him a wealth of information, including the recently acquired video data and some prior findings. Old Fang, why are you still working at this hour? Fang Hejuan's wife, groggy, entered the study and was taken aback by the inappropriate content displayed on his computer. You, Fang Hejuan, are you watching this kind of thing in the middle of the night? What do you think of me? She exclaimed angrily. Stop, stop. Honey, keep it down. Everyone upstairs and downstairs can hear you. This is work-related, Fang Hejuan quickly replied. This is evidence sent to me just now. It's not what you think. His wife looked skeptical. Really? Of course. Let me show you the email. This is the attachment I just received. Fang Hejuan hastily explained. After a moment's hesitation, his wife shook her head. I'll trust you this time. I want to look at your work email. Just get some rest. Once his wife left, Fang Hejuan sighed with relief. He locked the door, donned his headphones, and resumed watching. Soon, he finished viewing the material and heard the conversation between Lu Kunhu and Zhang Wan. This Zhang Wan is indeed a spy from Dongying Nation, he silently concluded. The Zhu United Society had also confirmed that there were indeed issues. Searching for foreign spies was part of the Special Operations Group's responsibilities, and they had long suspected the Zhu United Society. However, they had never found concrete evidence. Previously, they had captured 2 spies from the Zhu United Society, but they died quickly, yielding little intelligence. They couldn't even ascertain if those 2 were genuinely connected to the society. Is it due to Lin Tian's exceptional hacking skills, or does he know a hacking expert? Fang Hejuan pondered aloud. He quickly slapped his forehead, realizing he need not worry about this. Lin Tian was a member of their team and was sent by the higher-ups. It was entirely normal for him to present such evidence. Let us proceed with a covert apprehension of Zhang Wan. As for Lu Kunhu, given his status as a tycoon, we must communicate with the higher-ups before taking action. Fang Hejuan contemplated. Lu Kunhu had undoubtedly cooperated with Zhang Wan, but Lin Tian had not found any evidence of this online. By controlling Zhang Wan, they could likely obtain evidence from her. Fang Hejuan swiftly issued commands. For safety, Zhang Wan was relocated to another hotel, and she did not stay in the same hotel as Lu Kunhu. Several members of the Special Operations Group arrived at the hotel and obtained the room key to Zhang Wan's quarters. Honey, let me tell you, I can still drink. If you hadn't stopped me today, I could have taken them all down. One of the members, clearly intoxicated, slurred as he entered the room. Supported by a woman. Who are you? Zhang Wan, now alert, asked suspiciously. What are you doing in our room? We booked this room, and we have the key. The woman who entered replied, perplexed. Zhang Wan was momentarily bewildered, trying to comprehend the situation. Just then, the 2 individuals who entered the room sprang into action. Lunging at Zhang Wan, her expression changed, and she immediately prepared to retaliate. ZZT. The man had concealed a stun baton, and within close proximity, it struck Zhang Wan, causing her body to go numb. Before long, she was incapacitated. The two members of the Special Operations Group outside the door also entered the room. Careful. She has a problematic tooth, one warned as they assisted Zhang Wan. They extracted a tooth from her that contained poison, as crushing it would lead to her demise within seconds. You all step outside. I will conduct a full-body examination, a female member instructed. Not long after, the examination results revealed that Zhang Wan did not possess any other dangerous items. Who are you? Zhang Wan, regaining consciousness, exclaimed, her expression shifting. Zhang Wan, you are suspected of espionage. Please come with us, she was informed. Immediately, Zhang Wan bit down hard on one of her remaining teeth. Ah, she cried out in pain. With no tooth left, she bit down on her soft gums, drawing blood. Seal her mouth. Put on the hood, the team leader commanded. Soon, Zhang Wan's mouth was taped shut, and a black hood was placed over her head as she was taken away from the hotel under cover of night. That night, neither Lu Kunhu nor his son could find restful sleep. Fang Hejuan also remained awake, personally interrogating Zhang Wan. At first, she remained silent. However, foreign spies are not ordinary criminals, and Fang Hejuan and his team were not typical police officers. They were well-versed in advanced memory recovery techniques. After applying various methods, Zhang Wan eventually confessed everything. Fang Hejuan, the higher-ups have approved the arrest. Do not create too much commotion. He received a phone call. Understood, Fang Hejuan replied solemnly. After hanging up, he quickly dialed another number. There are 3 teams near Lu Kunhu's hotel. The night continued. Before long, they knocked on Lu Kunhu's door. Who are you? Lu Kunhu inquired, perplexed, as the individuals outside were not dressed in police uniforms, making it difficult for him to identify them. We are from the National Security Agency. Here's my identification. We require your cooperation regarding certain matters. Please accompany us. One of the individuals outside displayed his credentials. Lu Kunhu's expression shifted. Gentlemen, you must be mistaken. I am a businessman, a billionaire entrepreneur. Please come with us. If you refuse, we may be compelled to employ coercive measures. Lu Kunhu's countenance darkened further. He understood that the National Security Agency must have gathered substantial evidence against him. I will go with you, but I need to consult my lawyer. Until my lawyer arrives, I will not answer any of your questions. Consulting a lawyer is your prerogative, but you must accompany us first. Lu Kunhu was swiftly taken away. Fang Hejuan and his team had already discovered from Zhang Wan that Lu Kunhu had previously collaborated with her in numerous actions that had caused significant losses to the state. With this apprehension, it was certain that Lu Kunhu would face a lengthy imprisonment of 7 to 8 years. Ding. Lin Tian received a call from Fang Hejuan. Captain, what is the situation? Lin Tian inquired as he answered the call. Fang Hejuan replied with a smile, Lin Tian, both Lu Kunhu and Zhang Wan have been apprehended. They will undoubtedly face the appropriate consequences. This is no small feat. Should I not credit you for this achievement? Lin Tian chuckled. Captain, there is no need. I had no involvement in this matter, so please do not mention me. Chapter 116. Is Brother Lin the masked hero? Lin Tian, hurry and wash up. I'll prepare breakfast, Luo Bingning said with a smile as Lin Tian emerged from his room. All right. Soon, having completed his morning routine, Lin Tian sat at the dining table, where he noticed a black iron treasure chest atop Luo Bingning's head. Bingning, are you concerned about Lu Kunhu's situation? Lin Tian asked. He hadn't teased Luo Bingning the previous day, yet she seemed worried, likely related to the chest she bore. Luo Bingning nodded. There is a possibility that Lu Kunhu might reveal that you told him to leave. That could tarnish your reputation. This morning, I spoke with my father. He mentioned he would exert pressure on the Lu family. Lin Tian, a 3-time martial arts master, held a commendable reputation, and Luo Bingning wished to shield it from any defilement by Lu Kunhu. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Kunhu won't have time to stir up trouble anymore. He has been captured for colluding with foreign spies. Huh. Luo Bingning stared at Lin Tian, bewildered. Aren't I nominally associated with the National Security Agency? The matter is being handled by our special task force. Luo Bingning regarded Lin Tian with suspicion. Could Lu Kunhu's predicament be linked to him? Otherwise, how could his attitude have shifted so drastically overnight? He really has been captured? Luo Bingning remarked. Lin Tian nodded. Keep this information confidential. The capture was secretive and not yet made public. It wouldn't be prudent to let it leak. Understood, Luo Bingning replied. Lin Tian. Be cautious at the Youth Martial Arts Conference today. There might be masters from the Eastern Sakura Nation attending. She only knew Lin Tian was a master, unaware that he had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Do not worry, my dear. I estimate that any master from Eastern Sakura will likely be considerably weaker than I am. Really? Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled. Lin Tian affirmed, indeed. As long as they don't provoke me, they are doomed if they do. Luo Bingning cautioned, Lin Tian, you may need to act. If you do, wouldn't your identity be exposed? Would your parents encounter any trouble? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. I have arranged for about 10 retired soldiers from General Yang. They should arrive in the next couple of days. That's reassuring. Luo Bingning sighed in relief. After finishing breakfast, Luo Bingning headed to work, while Lin Tian made his way to a nearby hotel where Ouyang Fei was staying. Ouyang Fei soon descended and entered Lin Tian's vehicle. Those fellows from the Bang Nation, much like those from Eastern Sakura, are utterly detestable. They actually claim that our martial arts originated from them. They even asserted that if they win this time, they will seek to have it recognized as a cultural heritage. Ouyang Fei expressed his frustration. Lin Tian responded in astonishment. When did they say that? Ouyang Fei elaborated. Just now. They have already arrived outside the stadium and made those claims in front of numerous reporters. Brother Lin, you'll see the video shortly. Those guys are quite arrogant, and they likely have strong contenders among them. Lin Tian smiled faintly. That's their usual tactic. Previously, they kept it private simply because the matches were conducted behind closed doors. True enough, Ouyang Fei remarked. Their territory may be small, but their bravado is immense. Lin Tian continued. Ouyang, I'm not entirely familiar with the rules of the Youth Martial Arts Conference. Could you explain them to me? Ouyang Fei nodded. Historically, the matches have been private, so there aren't many rules. There are a total of 10 martial tokens. 2 individuals compete, and the victor earns a token. Once all 10 tokens are claimed, the remaining participants can challenge the token holders to win their tokens. When no further challenges occur, the nation with the most tokens is declared the victor. Lin Tian was taken aback. Is that it? There's no determination of a first place? Ouyang Fei replied. That's the standard arrangement. Typically, after this, if there are disputes, further duels will ensue. The standard arrangement prohibits intentional lethal strikes. In duels outside of the standard arrangement, participants must sign a death waiver. In recent years, 2 fatalities have occurred, one from our nation and one from Eastern Sakura, with many injuries sustained annually. Ouyang Fei's expression grew somber as he concluded. Lin Tian inquired, what are our chances in the standard matches? Ouyang Fei frowned slightly. If they do not unite against us, we should be able to win, especially given our demographic advantage. However, if they coordinate their efforts against us, it becomes significantly more challenging. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Fei, who sighed. Our population is indeed far greater than theirs combined, but there have been unique circumstances in the past. My father mentioned that the country will place greater emphasis on this aspect moving forward. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the City Sports Arena, where a crowd had gathered outside, most of whom lacked tickets and were unable to enter. A ticket for entry had already soared to tens of thousands of yuan. Just as they reached the entrance, the team from Eastern Sakura arrived, their vehicles halting directly at the arena's entrance. Fujihara Ueno and his entourage of about 20 emerged from several cars. Ouyang family, Ouyang Fei? Fujihara Ueno directed his gaze at Ouyang Fei. Ouyang Fei scoffed. Ouyang Fei, has your brother recovered from his injuries? Fujihara Ueno inquired with a derisive smile, his eyes revealing disdain. Compared to your brother, your talent is significantly lacking. With that, Fujihara Ueno and his group arrogantly entered the sports arena. Ouyang Fei clenched his fist tightly. Ouyang, do you have an older brother? Ouyang Fei inhaled deeply. Yes, I have a biological brother. 5 years ago, he was at the mid-stage of his internal strength training. During a duel, his legs were shattered, resulting in compound fractures. He was targeted collectively. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. Lin Tian asked, what about your brother's legs now? Ouyang Fei replied hoarsely. The compound fractures were such that the hospital could not fully heal them. Now he relies on a wheelchair. What Fujihara Ueno said is accurate. My brother is indeed more talented than I am. He was only 21 years old during his participating year. Lin Tian remarked. I'll visit your family in the capital city sometime. Ouyang Fei looked at Lin Tian with surprise, but his expression quickly darkened. Even if Lin Tian is a martial arts master, his brother has been disabled for 5 years, and Ouyang Fei feared Lin Tian might be powerless to help. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Fei, Lin Tian was not only a grandmaster, but also a top-tier practitioner of ancient medicine. Fei Ge. Not long after, Lin Tian and his companions arrived at the gymnasium, where numerous martial artists from Huahua had already gathered, exchanging greetings. Everyone, allow me to introduce, Ouyang Fei began. This is my brother Lin. He is my leader. He is proficient in both Japanese and Korean, and for translations that ordinary interpreters might shy away from. You can rely on Lin. Hello, brother Lin, several attendees called out, acknowledging the Ouyang family's influence. Lin Tian smiled and replied, greetings, I am Lin Tian. Ouyang and I are roommates, so you may simply call me by my name. One individual remarked, recently, a remarkable figure has emerged from the Lin family, the masked master Lin, a triple qualified master and a grandmaster of martial arts. Ouyang Fei paused, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Tian. He was aware that Lin Tian was a martial arts master, but the identity of the masked master was unknown to him. Could it be that Brother Lin is the masked master? Ouyang Fei pondered. Chapter 117. The Young Martial Arts Tournament commences at the S City Gymnasium. At precisely 9 o'clock, martial artists from Huagua, Bangua, and Dongyingguo had arrived, and 1,000 spectators had gathered. Luo Bingning blended into the crowd, her face concealed beneath a mask and a cap. With Lin Tian's presence and her close friend Tang Yin also in attendance, she found little inclination to adhere to her work duties. Good morning, esteemed spectators. The annual Youth Martial Arts Tournament between Huagua, Bangua, and Dongyingguo is now officially underway. We appreciate your presence. The middle-aged man speaking, approximately in his 40s and a martial artist himself, possessed a level of dark energy mastery. In this age of declining martial prowess, achieving such a level was commendable, as the vast majority of martial artists struggled to even enter the realm of bright energy. The ensuing duels would require signing life and death agreements. Not only would the subsequent battles be fierce, but the initial contests would also be intensely competitive as they pertained to national honor. It was anticipated that this year's tournament would be more fiercely contested than in previous years, with the outcomes known to all rather than confined within martial circles. Spectators seated around the basketball court engaged in animated discussions. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon Luo Bingning. Initially oblivious to her presence, he noticed her glances directed at him. Upon realizing he was looking her way, Luo Bingning hastily turned her head. So, she came after all, Lin Tian mused. Despite her mask and cap, he could not mistake her distinctive eyes. Ding, Luo Bingning received a text message. Wife, skipping work to watch the excitement? You'll get a spanking when you get home. She glanced at the text, rolling her eyes and replying with a head-thumping emoji. Hello, please note that photography is strictly prohibited during the matches. It's best to turn off your phones or set them to silent. An attendant approached Luo Bingning to remind her. I was merely checking a message, she replied, quickly stowing her phone. Given the potential for brutal scenes during the matches, any form of photography or videography was banned to mitigate negative impacts. Without further ado, let us commence with the competition for the first martial order. The host, Jiang Yi, announced, and immediately, 2 individuals rushed forward, one from Huagua and one from Dongyingguo. Both were at the bright energy level, as initial contests typically featured martial artists of this caliber, allowing for opportunities to showcase their skills. From Huagua, Zhang Haoyang. From Dongyingguo, Yamamoto Yanagisawa. The two introduced themselves in Mandarin and Japanese, with real-time translations provided. In this setting, precise translation was not of utmost importance. Action was paramount. Oh, they are already using weapons, gasped the onlookers, eyes wide with anticipation. Zhang Haoyang drew his sword, while Yamamoto Yanagisawa brandished a katana. The duel was unrestricted, permitting the use of conventional weapons, except for concealed projectiles. Bang! The two quickly engaged, their blades clashing with a sharp metallic sound. With national pride at stake, both combatants commenced their attacks with unrestrained ferocity. So fast, murmured some spectators, their breaths held tight. The absence of protective gear meant that injuries were a real risk, and the stakes were much higher than in Olympic fencing. Suddenly, Zhang Haoyang revealed a flaw in his defense. Take this. Yamamoto Yanagisawa's katana sliced toward Zhang Haoyang's wrist. And should the strike connect, it would surely sever his hand. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Well done, Zhang Haoyang thought to himself. Prepared for the attack and deftly evading Yamamoto's strike, his sword darting towards Yamamoto's neck. Bang! Zhang Haoyang's sword was deflected by a small stone thrown by a martial arts master from Dongyingguo. In standard duels, martial arts masters monitored the fights closely, ready to intervene should a participant be on the verge of death. I concede, Yamamoto Yanagisawa stated grimly. Zhang Haoyang triumphantly accepted the first martial order. What a close call. While their speed and strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals, they were not extraordinarily powerful. It was known that the initial competitors were merely at the bright energy level, with dark energy practitioners being significantly stronger. Many spectators sighed in relief, engaged in hushed discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the contest for the second martial order, Jiang Yi announced. In half an hour, all 10 martial orders will be claimed. Huagua has secured 4, while Dongyingguo and Bangua each have 3. Ouyang Fei remarked softly, Brother Lin, this reflects the typical strength comparison among our 3 nations. We hold a slight advantage, but not overwhelmingly so. Should the other 2 nations collaborate, we could face serious challenges. Lin Tian nodded slightly. As a grandmaster, he could accurately gauge the abilities of the martial artists from all 3 nations. The situation aligned closely with Ouyang Fei's assessment, albeit with some exceptions. In Dongyingguo, Fujihara Ueno had achieved late-stage dark energy mastery. If Ouyang Fei hadn't been elevated to that level, Fujihara would likely be the strongest, while Bangwa boasted a loud reputation. Their strongest contender only reached mid-stage dark energy mastery. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice for contention for the top place, yet this year, two anomalies had emerged. The preliminary matches were fraught with danger, and the challenges ahead promised to be even more perilous. Groups 4, 6, and 9 have sustained significant injuries, murmured the spectators. Their astonishment palpable. Lin Tian glanced toward Luo Bingning again. Oh, he noticed that the black iron treasure chest above her head had transformed into a bronze one. What a delightful surprise. The scene was bound to be bloody, and since Luo Bingning had not intended to attend, he hadn't planned on bringing her along. Yet, she had stealthily made her way here. Upon the conclusion of the matches, he anticipated acquiring at least a silver treasure chest, if not a golden one. Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the challenge phase. Holders of martial orders may transfer them to other martial artists from their nation. Each martial order may only be transferred once. Jiang Yi declared. Zhang Haoyang and his companions cheerfully distributed their orders, their performance having reached its conclusion. Brother Lin, the warm-up is over. Now the main event begins. Ouyang Fei said with a gleam in his eyes, clutching a martial order. The preliminary matches had already seen injuries and bloodshed. The formal contest promised to be far more intense, with the possibility of severed limbs and even death looming. In battles between dark energy practitioners, life and death could hinge on a mere moment, and the watching martial arts masters might not arrive in time to intervene. Chapter 1:18 Lin Tian. I am a master translator. I challenge Song Xiang of Huagua. We shall wield our swords. And I shall demonstrate that Huagua martial arts pale in comparison to those of our proud nation. A young man from Bangwa provocatively spoke in Huayu. Although Song Xiang had obtained a martial order, his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of dark energy, rendering him not particularly formidable. Ouyang Fei, too, acquired a martial order, not due to exceptional strength, but because he was perceived as average. Ouyang Fei seldom engaged in combat, and few were aware that he had already reached the mid-stage of dark energy, and with Lin Tian's assistance, had now progressed to the late stage. Masters of martial arts from Dongying and Bangwa had arrived, yet such masters could not easily assess the cultivation levels of others. Even a grandmaster could not discern from a distance. With a scoff, Song Xiang entered the duel arena. In an instant, both drew their swords and charged at each other. Their cultivation levels were equal, and initially, Lin Tian found it impossible to gauge their strengths. The outcome of the battle hinged on not only their cultivation but also their martial skills and adaptability in combat. Their speed was astounding, and the intensity of their conflict had escalated considerably. Over 1,000 spectators watched with rapt attention. As 2 minutes passed, Song Xiang began to feel anxious, realizing that his opponent's strategy seemed aimed at depleting his inner energy and stamina, with the combined number of warriors from Bangwa and Dongying surpassing their own. Such a tactic would surely disadvantage Huagua. Suddenly, Song Xiang noticed a flaw in his opponent's defense. Without a moment to spare, he launched a swift counterattack. The opponent's gloved left hand boldly grasped at Song Xiang's sword, while his own sword lunged towards Song Xiang's chest. In a desperate maneuver, Song Xiang raised his left hand to block, but the sharp blade pierced through his palm. I concede, he shouted, as his father, present in the audience, urged him on. Gasps erupted among the spectators. The young man from Bangwa withdrew his sword, while Song Xiang's left hand bled profusely, yet the young man remained unscathed. For his gloves were no ordinary attire. While the blade's tip might penetrate, the edge could not cut through his gloves. Leave the martial order. You are indeed weak. To think I subdued you so easily in a mere 2 minutes, the young man taunted. With a grim expression, Song Xiang threw down the martial order and exited the duel area, where a physician promptly attended to him. Though his hand was pierced, the injury was not severe. With martial arts masters nearby to apply pressure and stop the bleeding, and doctors ready to treat his wounds, he would be fine. How infuriating. Ouyang Fei's countenance darkened. He had a favorable relationship with Song Xiang, having sparred together when Ouyang Fei was still at the initial stage of dark energy. With the Ouyang family's greater resources and his diligent efforts, he had advanced to the mid-stage. Is it true that Huagua martial artists are so easily defeated? Then I shall challenge them as well. That beautiful lady looks like a delightful opponent. I do enjoy sparring with lovely women. The young man from Bangwa stepped down as another youth from Dongying ascended the stage, boldly challenging Tang Yan. Tang Yan, at the initial stage of dark energy, held a martial order, her role primarily to exhaust her opponent's strength. The initial recipients of the martial orders were not particularly strong and were not widely recognized as potential champions. Yinzi. Luo Bingning's expression changed. The previous match had proven brutal, as Song Xiang's hand was pierced, making Luo Bingning acutely aware of the dangers of such contests. One misstep could lead to injury or even death. Lin Tian also cast his gaze toward Tang Yin. With a serious demeanor, she stepped onto the arena, armed with a sword, while her opponent wielded a knife. Huagua, Tang Yin. Dongying, Watanabe Tsuru. They announced their names in their respective languages, with translations provided for Tang Yin immediately. Ouyang Fei expressed concern. Lin Gu. She has only recently reached the initial stage of dark energy. I fear she may struggle to win. I wanted her not to participate, but she insisted. In the duel area, the two soon clashed. Aware of her potential disadvantage, Tang Yin exercised caution, determined to wear down her opponent's strength. Both were at the initial stage of dark energy, and with Tang Yin focusing on defense, it was not easy for her opponent to gain the upper hand. Beautiful lady. Your legs are so fair and your waist so slender. TSK. If I were to strike you, it would be a waste. Why not return with me to Dongying? I shall treat you to a grand feast. Realizing he could not quickly subdue Tang Yin, Watanabe Tsuru resorted to verbal taunts in an attempt to provoke her. Tang Yan's translator, a girl, appeared flustered. Lin Tian approached, saying, "Allow me to translate. I am quite adept at it." Indeed, Lin Tian chuckled. Tang Yin. Your opponent praises your beauty and mentions he is an orphan, relying on his girlfriend's sacrifice to gather fare to come here. He hopes you will show mercy. The opponent's translator, bewildered, conveyed this without alteration. Watanabe Tsuru's anger flared, and he unleashed another barrage of insults. Lin Tian continued. Tang Yin. Watanabe Tsuru claims you are younger than him and stronger. He wishes to become your disciple. But do not accept him. He is far too ugly. And having such a disciple would be a source of embarrassment. Among those present who understood Japanese, curious glances were exchanged. Was that truly what he had said? Lin Tian's translation was notably accurate. Damn. Watanabe Tsuru's translator relayed Lin Tian's words faithfully, further inciting his ire. Unable to contain his frustration, Watanabe Tsuru shot a glare at Lin Tian. In that moment, Tang Yan's eyes lit up with inspiration. She made a bold decision. Releasing her sword to thrust it toward Watanabe Tsuru. With a swift motion, he had barely created distance before he realized his mistake. Tang Yan's blade struck his left shoulder. Due to the hurried nature of her attack, the sword did not fully penetrate, but it embedded itself a couple of inches deep. I concede. A voice from Dongying called out immediately. Although Tang Yin was now unarmed, she could evade. With her strength, she could surely hold out a while longer. Continuing the fight would only lead to Watanabe Tsuru bleeding profusely. How despicable. You tricked me, he accused, pointing at Lin Tian. Lin Tian feigned innocence. Did I mistranslate? My sincerest apologies. My skills are insufficient to convey it otherwise. Laughter erupted from the audience, particularly from Luo Bingning, who recognized Lin Tian's mastery of 9 languages. It was clear he had done so intentionally. This guy's translations are indeed remarkable. Listening to him, I nearly doubted my own proficiency in Japanese. Many Huagua spectators chuckled, while Dongying foreign students glared at Lin Tian in anger. Thank you, Lin Tian, Tang Yin said as she stepped back. Had it not been for Lin Tian's assistance, she knew her chances of victory would have been slim, and inflicting such an injury upon her opponent would have been nearly impossible. Is this all Huagua is capable of, using such underhanded tactics? A young man from Bangwa entered, his cultivation at the mid-stage of dark energy, wielding a long spear. You. Step forward. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, you shall be deemed the victor. After this competition, I will not participate again. If you cannot withstand it, you must bow or admit that Huagua martial arts are inferior to those of Bangwa. The young man from Bangwa pointed his spear at Ouyang Fei. Chapter 119, The Brutality of the Martial Arts Tournament. Ouyang Fei felt a surge of excitement. To be challenged in such a manner was a rare opportunity. Accepting the martial order, he had hoped to catch others off guard, yet here was someone so brazenly challenging him. With Song Xiang's hand just recently injured, he was infuriated. This challenger seemed even more arrogant than Song Xiang's opponent. Lin Gu, please translate for me. What did he say? Ouyang Fei inquired, stepping forward. He understood the challenge was directed at him, yet the specifics spoken in Korean eluded him. Lin Tian translated succinctly. This time, he refrained from any mischief. A Korean translator who was preparing to come up displayed a look of surprise. Lin Tian's translation was remarkably precise. How absurd. He thinks he can win in just 10 moves and still demand my kowtow? Upon hearing Lin Tian's translation, Ouyang Fei was furious. Lin, tell him it's impossible for me to kowtow, and it's equally impossible to claim that Huagua martial arts are inferior to Bangwa's. If he can defeat me in 10 moves, I will sever my left hand. If he cannot, he must kneel and proclaim that Bangwa is inferior to Huagua. Ouyang Fei glared at his opponent. Lin Tian observed Ouyang Fei's caution. It seemed he was determined to abide by the 10 moves stipulated by the opponent. If you cannot win in 10 moves, I too will sever a hand. The young challenger from Bangwa sneered after hearing the translation. Trapped, he could not retreat. Nor could he agree to kneel and proclaim Bangwa's superiority over Huagua. Even if he ultimately won, he would face scorn. Such brutality. Is this too gruesome? This is true martial arts, not mere child's play. Authentic martial arts are, in essence, lethal techniques. Many whispered amongst themselves, while others remained silent. Their eyes fixed on Ouyang Fei and his companions. Ouyang Fei stepped into the duel area, his eyes shimmering with coldness. Huagua, Ouyang Fei. Bangwa, Jin Renjun. The two exchanged names, requiring no translation. Kill. Jin Renjun, believing himself the stronger, initiated the attack with his spear, lunging towards Ouyang Fei with rapid speed. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. The distance closed quickly, yet Ouyang Fei remained unresponsive, leading Jin Renjun to feel assured of his success. Just as the gap shrank to half a meter, Ouyang Fei swiftly pivoted, evading the sharp spear. Simultaneously, his sword slashed towards Jin Renjun's left hand with astonishing speed. Not good. Jin Renjun's heart sank. He attempted to evade, but his previous strike had left him no room for escape, and Ouyang Fei's speed was overwhelming. With a splatter of blood, Jin Renjun's left hand was severed, and he let out a piercing scream, clutching his wrist with his right hand. Many gasped in shock. While Song Xiang's hand was merely pierced, Jin Renjun's was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. Ouyang Fei flicked the blood from his sword's tip, astonished. With such power, how could you be so arrogant? I assumed you were already a master of martial arts. Jin Renjun's face turned pale. He grasped his wrist, yet blood continued to flow. You shamelessly took advantage of your superior strength, demanding I allow you to win in 10 moves. He roared in fury. Had he known Ouyang Fei was stronger, he would have been more cautious and not so easily defeated. The difference between mid-stage and late-stage dark energy was not insurmountable. The translator swiftly conveyed Jin Renjun's words. Ouyang Fei replied coolly, how was I to know your strength was so lacking? You pointed your spear at me, demanded I kneel, and insisted I declare Huagua's martial arts inferior to yours. Do you concede? If so, sever a hand. Otherwise, we shall continue. After Ouyang Fei's declaration, many turned their gazes towards Lin Tian, who hesitated in his translation. Many wore peculiar expressions. Just moments ago, his translation had been seamless, yet now he stumbled over words. Jin Renjun's translator hurriedly relayed the message. My hand has already been severed. Jin Renjun bellowed. Ouyang Fei furrowed his brow. Your left hand was lost in battle. But our wager was for you to sever a hand yourself. Jin Renjun was taken aback. To sever another hand would mean losing both. Although modern medical advancements might allow for reattachment, losing his right hand would effectively end his martial career. If you do not wish to sever a hand, kneeling and kowtowing will suffice. I am magnanimous enough to let you go, Ouyang Fei said coldly. Jin Renjun, sweat beading on his forehead, could not bear the thought of losing another hand and jeopardizing his martial future. With a thud, he knelt and quickly bowed his head in submission. I will remember this grudge, he gritted through clenched teeth. Having spoken, he hurriedly exited the duel area, assisted by others from Bangwa who collected his severed hand. Ouyang Fei. Fujihara Kamiyama's expression grew serious. Judging from Ouyang Fei's speed, he surmised that Ouyang had reached the late stage of dark energy mastery, much like himself. Kamiyama. It appears your main rival has emerged this year. You must defeat him, preferably incapacitate him. A middle-aged man beside Fujihara spoke solemnly. Yes, father. Though Ouyang Fei's strength is impressive, I am confident I will prevail and bring glory to our family, Fujihara Kamiyama asserted with conviction. Fujihara's father nodded slightly. Ouyang, when did you reach the late stage of dark energy? Impressive. Brother Fei is remarkable. After Ouyang Fei exited the duel area, some individuals from Huagua expressed their excitement. He had dealt with a formidable opponent. Be cautious. I have revealed my strength. They likely will not challenge me again. If you cannot defeat them, concede swiftly. Ouyang Fei advised. He possessed a martial order, permitting challenges only against him. He could not challenge others, and one could only hold one martial order. The matches continued, with many watching in trepidation, including Luo Bingning. Soon, the bronze treasure chest above Luo Bingning transformed into a silver one. 2 hours later, the regular matches concluded. Several individuals from all three factions sustained injuries. Ultimately, Huagua secured 4 martial orders. Dongying similarly obtained 4, while Bangwa garnered only 2 this year. Esteemed guests, the regular matches have concluded. Next, We shall proceed to the life and death duel, which will be even more brutal and bloody. Those unable to endure should exit now, Jiang Yi announced, microphone in hand. A small portion of the audience, unable to bear the intensity, quietly left. This type of competition was indeed too cruel for them. However, for martial artists, such brutality was commonplace. Severed hands and limbs could be reattached. They did not qualify as severe injuries. If one could not endure even this, why pursue martial arts? Is that the end? What was the outcome of the matches? Outside the gymnasium, a crowd gathered, many inquiring. Ugh, someone, who had been fighting nausea, could no longer hold it in and retreated to a corner to vomit. His retching triggered others, leading to a wave of similar reactions. What on earth is happening? Onlookers outside were momentarily stunned. A boy who had not vomited remarked, some had their palms pierced, others had hands severed, and some bore deep cuts from blades. The scene is quite horrific. The results were clear. Huagua and Dongying each secured 4 martial orders, while Bangwa obtained 2. Next comes the more ruthless duel, the kind where life and death contracts are signed. It is possible that fatalities may occur, he added, clutching his mouth as he rushed towards the corner. Chapter 120. I will take on both of you. The news quickly spread online. Many who had believed martial arts to be mere showmanship were shocked to discover its brutal reality. If such casualties are to be expected, why continue holding these events? Soldiers have their missions, and martial artists have theirs. Failing to confront the challenge leads to greater loss of life. Relevant news soon trended on microblogs. With many discussing the topic, the public opinion remaining largely manageable. In S City Gymnasium, Jiang Yi presented a stack of papers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the life and death contract, essentially a death warrant. Those who have agreed to duel may come forward to sign, in the event of death during the duel. Responsibility lies solely with the individual. Jiang Yi spoke with utmost gravity. The relationships among the 3 nations were already strained, and years of exchanges had led to numerous casualties and enmity. Each year, some individuals inevitably signed life and death contracts. This was not merely a contest of skills. It was a matter of life and death. If one side concedes, the other is not permitted to continue the assault. Unlike previous friendly sparring, there would be no protection for either side, and the attacks would be significantly more severe. Nakamura Jiro, shall we engage in a life and death duel? Ouyang Fei cast a cold gaze at an individual from the Eastern Sakura nation. I refuse to duel with you. I am not foolish. Your desire for revenge against your brother will not materialize. Nakamura Jiro spoke in a stilted Mandarin. Your courage pales in comparison to your brother's. Ouyang Fei retorted mockingly. Nakamura Jiro's elder brother, Nakamura Taro, was also present. It was he who had crippled Ouyang Fei's elder brother several years prior. Nakamura Jiro grinned. Your brother's strength is far inferior to mine. In fact, he is now a mere shell of a man, unable to even stand. Ouyang Fei clenched his fists tightly. Lin Tian, standing nearby, remarked, Ouyang, do not be angered. I alone could handle both of them. He deliberately spoke in a low voice, but martial artists possess keen hearing. And both Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro caught his words. What did you say? You claim you can defeat both my brother and me? You insult us and our samurai spirit. You must kneel and apologize. Nakamura Jiro's fierce gaze turned toward Lin Tian. They had long harbored a desire to eliminate Lin Tian. The translator. Lin Tian glanced at Nakamura Jiro and Nakamura Taro. My mouth belongs to me. I shall speak as I please. Ouyang Fei understood Lin Tian's intentions. Lin Tian sought to avenge his elder brother. Brother Lin, let it go. Your strength far exceeds theirs. If you engage, it would merely be bullying. Spare their worthless lives. Ouyang Fei said, attempting to pull Lin Tian away. Stop right there. Nakamura Taro's gaze fell upon Lin Tian. A duel carries few restrictions. Mutual consent suffices. If you agree to duel, you may choose to surrender later. If you refuse, you must crawl beneath my legs. As he spoke, Nakamura Taro spread his legs. Nakamura Jiro chimed in with a sinister laugh. You must also crawl under mine. Ouyang Fei's expression darkened. Nakamura Taro, you go too far. Brother Lin is merely a translator today. Nakamura Taro sneered. He has insulted our samurai spirit. He must pay the price. Do you Chinese lack even this much courage? Lin Tian replied calmly. Do you understand why Ouyang calls me Brother Lin? It is because my strength surpasses his. Just 1 against 2? A trivial matter. Lin Tian swiftly picked up a death contract and inscribed his name. Nakamura Taro, filled with doubt, pondered whether Lin Tian was truly formidable. However, being several years older, he and his brother would surely not fall to Lin Tian. With swift strokes, both Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro signed the contract and pressed their fingerprints. Luo Bingning, initially seated at the back, moved forward as many departed, eager to hear Lin Tian and the others. Her fists clenched tightly, her expression tense. She knew Lin Tian was a master of martial arts, yet he had never engaged in combat. Might he lack practical experience? A 2-on-1 scenario could indeed be perilous. Luo Bingning severely underestimated the prowess of a master. Even without combat experience, a master could stand unscathed against a dark energy practitioner wielding a blade. Moreover, Lin Tian was not devoid of battle experience. He had honed his skills through treasure chests, excelling in various weaponry. You two are finished. It is not too late to withdraw, but if you do, you must bow to me and Ouyang. Lin Tian spoke with an air of superiority. This situation caused a flicker of uncertainty within Nakamura Taro, who pulled Nakamura Jiro away. Brother, quickly find out who this guy is. Nakamura Taro instructed. Understood. Nakamura Jiro, adept in computer technology, soon uncovered Lin Tian's identity. Brother, look. He is Ouyang Fei's roommate, slightly older than Ouyang. His parents are ordinary farmers. This guy is merely trying to intimidate us, hoping we hesitate to attack so he can buy time to surrender. Nakamura Jiro scoffed. Nakamura Taro exhaled in relief. Then we shall attack first and not grant him the opportunity to surrender. We will each sever one of his legs. He gestured to strike below the kneecap. Nakamura Jiro nodded in agreement. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Although Nakamura Taro and his brother spoke softly, as a martial arts grandmaster, he heard them clearly. To sever the knee? Very well, as you wish. Lin Tian mused, recalling how Ouyang Fei's brother had been crippled in the same manner. 10 minutes passed, and a dozen individuals had signed a death contract. Ouyang Fei faced off against Fujiwara Ueno. With him, the Chinese side had 7 combatants, while the Eastern Sakura and Bang nations combined had 8. No death matches had occurred between the Eastern Sakura and Bang nations. This targeting of our Chinese side is too blatant. I heard this has been the case for several years. Others may fare better. But that translator named Lin Tian is merely an ordinary person. Why is he even involved? Many murmured amongst themselves. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Everyone. The life and death matches of the Youth Martial Arts Tournament are about to commence. Those wishing to withdraw should do so swiftly. The drawing of lots determined the order of the matches. Soon, Lin Tian drew his lot and was astonished to find he was scheduled for the final match, with Ouyang Fei going second to last. Ouyang, we still have time. Let's go to the restroom. Lin Tian urged Ouyang Fei to leave. Once at a distance, Lin Tian placed a hand on Ouyang Fei's shoulder, channeling a significant amount of inner strength into him. Ouyang Fei stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Hurry and refine it. Your inner strength already contains some of mine, making it easier to absorb. You and Fujiwara Ueno have already expended considerable energy. Replenish yourself for the upcoming battle. Ouyang Fei nodded in agreement. Upon their return, the first match had concluded, with the Chinese side suffering a defeat against a youth from the Bang Nation. Both contestants sustaining serious injuries. Lin Tian approached Luo Bingning. After witnessing the first match, her expression grew increasingly anxious. Bingning, you seem worried. Lin Tian quietly sat beside her. Luo Bingning voiced her concerns. Why not simply serve as a translator? Why engage in such a duel? People nearby turned their attention to Luo Bingning. Despite her cap and mask, her voice was melodious, leading them to believe she must be exceptionally beautiful. Do not worry. Are you unaware of my strength? Defeating them will be a matter of moments. Lin Tian grasped Luo Bingning's hand. Nearby, Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro exchanged knowing glances. Having seen through Lin Tian's facade of competence, Lin Tian, are you not going to translate? Luo Bingning inquired softly. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. The upcoming life and death match primarily relies on blades and swords. I will stay here with you. He then wrapped an arm around Luo Bingning. Surrounded by so many people, Luo Bingning's body tensed momentarily, but soon her head rested against Lin Tian's shoulder. Buddy, your translation skills are impressive, but agreeing to duel them seems unwise. A nearby youth whispered. Nakamura Jiro's strength is considerable, and Nakamura Taro had mid-level dark energy mastery several years ago. He has surely reached late-stage dark energy by now. Another individual chimed in. Lin Tian cleared his throat. Thank you for your concern, but they cannot harm me in the slightest. Do not be startled later. Understood. Your speed must be swift. Surrender promptly, and you will prevail. The two youths who had spoken earlier murmured. The arena was soon cleared, and the second group stepped up, featuring Li Ji from China against a youth from the Eastern Sakura nation. Fire seemed to blaze in Li Ji's eyes. Their families had a bitter feud, with lives lost on both sides. In the past, the Eastern Sakura nation invaded, sowing numerous seeds of hatred that were planted long ago, particularly targeting various martial arts families. You scoundrel, come and meet your end. Li Ji bellowed, wielding his long blade fiercely against his opponent. Clang, clang. The adversary's weapon was a katana, and thus commenced a fierce duel of blades, each strike aimed to kill. How swift. The dark energy level displayed was formidable. Master Lin, a true martial arts master, must be astonishingly powerful. You know Master Lin? I am his fan, one bystander remarked. Nearby, Luo Bingning turned her gaze towards Lin Tian, and as she did so, her lips were mere centimeters from his face. Lin Tian also turned to her, their mouths separated by less than 10 centimeters, causing Luo Bingning's heart to race. Wife, are you blushing? Lin Tian teased with a smile. And no, I'm not. She stammered, quickly diverting her attention back to the duel, just as she gasped. Li Ji has been wounded. The katana had sliced his arm, blood gushing forth. Kill. Ignoring his injury, Li Ji pressed on, and soon, his opponent was also bleeding under Li Ji's relentless assault. As time passed, 1 minute, 2, 3, their brutal clash extended beyond 10 minutes, transforming them into bloodied figures, each losing over 500 milliliters of blood. Luo Bingning felt sweat forming in her palms. Worried not only for Li Ji, but also for Lin Tian's impending turn in the arena. What if something happened to him? Beast, today we shall perish together. Li Ji roared, his steps slowing, his strikes losing speed, yet his spirit remained undiminished. His opponent, slightly stronger, faltered under Li Ji's reckless determination. Moments later, both warriors had lost nearly a liter of blood, the ground soaked with their essence. An ordinary person would likely have succumbed to shock. Yet these martial artists were on the brink of collapse. You madman, you're insane. I concede. Li Ji's opponent finally cried out, unable to endure any longer. Laughing maniacally, Li Ji retorted, now you know who is the master and who is the subordinate. From now on, know your place. With that he staggered, sustained only by sheer willpower. About to collapse. Quickly, a stretcher was brought forth, and Li Ji was swiftly carried away. Lin Tian refrained from intervening. It was unnecessary. The physicians surrounding the area were prepared to administer blood transfusions due to Li Ji's significant blood loss. How terrifying. This battle was truly brutal, many spectators murmured, their skin crawling at the violent confrontation. Even in films, such ferocity was seldom depicted, as the gruesome nature would likely fail to pass scrutiny. As time ticked by, noon came and went. Hunger was forgotten amidst the tension, with most unable to eat. Lin Tian pondered, the next match would feature Ouyang Fei. Luo Bingning's treasure chest remained a silver one. Other stimuli could have produced a treasure chest, but none seemed as effective as teasing Luo Bingning. Next, Ouyang Fei will battle Fujihara Ueno, Jiang Yi remarked gravely. The previous 5 matches saw Huan Nation win 2 and lose 3, with the latter 3 competitors sustaining serious injuries. Even if Ouyang Fei triumphs, we shall still lose, Lin Tian reasoned. Being an ordinary translator, the last match could not be counted. If Ouyang Fei wins, we shall only draw with Eastern Sakura Nation. Ouyang Fei, give it your all. Many voices rose in encouragement as Ouyang Fei and Fujihara Ueno entered the duel zone. The latter sneered, Ouyang Fei, although this is your home turf and you have many supporters, they will only witness your defeat at my hands. The translator swiftly conveyed his words. Ouyang Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, responded, Fujihara Ueno, until we engage, the outcome remains uncertain. His internal energy replenished significantly. Ouyang Fei remained unfazed by Ueno's taunts, which aimed to instill pressure. Even if you defeat me, your nation shall ultimately lose, Ueno chuckled, attempting to rattle Ouyang Fei, who, however, remained resolute. Enough of your chatter, let us begin, Ouyang Fei coldly replied. With narrowed eyes, Fujihara Ueno sensed that this battle would not be easy. Kill. They both charged forward. Ouyang Fei wielded a tang knife, while Ueno brandished a katana. Clang, clang. They clashed fiercely, both in the later stages of dark energy. Their speed of attack heightened. The audience watched in awe, their hearts racing at the ferocity of the combat. One misstep could result in grievous injury or even death. Lin Tian, you will be next, Luo Bingning said anxiously, her focus on the fight wavering. Although Ouyang Fei was Lin Tian's friend, her nerves prevented her from enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 122, Life and Death Duel, Lin Tian's turn. Inside the arena, Fujihara Ueno and Ouyang Fei battled fiercely. Yet unlike the previous confrontation, they were both keen to avoid injury. Their strategy mirrored one another, seeking to exhaust their opponent's strength before striking decisively. Should the opportunity to eliminate the other arise, neither would hold back. Afraid of injury? Once you are sufficiently worn down, I shall take your life. Ueno's eyes glinted coldly. Ouyang Fei, possessing considerable talent and dark energy, would bring substantial benefits to his clan should he vanquish Ueno. Time continued to elapse, both warriors expending their physical and internal reserves, sweat beading on their foreheads, their garments soaked from the intensity of the life and death struggle. Lin Tian observed intently, knowing Ouyang Fei should be capable of victory, Yet the balance of power was precarious, and the outcome could hinge on a single moment. "Brother, look at Lin Tian's expression," murmured Nakamura Jiro to his elder brother. Nakamura Taro glanced over to see Lin Tian furrowed in concern over the upcoming duel. "We must act swiftly. As we charge forward, strike him with the scabbard to elicit a cry of pain, leaving him no time to surrender," Nakamura Taro whispered. "Plotting their strategy." "Agreed," Jiro nodded. In the duel arena, both Fujiwara Ueno and Ouyang Fei labored heavily, yet Ouyang Fei concealed a reserve of internal energy, holding back. "Ueno, the time for life and death has arrived. You would do well to surrender, or I shall sever your hand," Ouyang Fei declared fiercely. Ueno, understanding the Chinese language, did not wait for translation. "You think you can sever my hand? I shall take your head instead," he sneered. "To kill me? Prepare to face death yourself," Ouyang Fei retorted, initially not intending to kill, but now, Ueno's arrogance demanded no mercy. Clang. Block. The two continued their fierce struggle, their movements and attack speed slowing. Yet the danger remained ever present. Both were at risk as their reflexes dulled. Suddenly, Ouyang Fei stumbled slightly. Now, Ueno's heart surged with excitement, and he lunged forward. His katana aimed at Ouyang Fei's neck. A strike like this would surely end Ouyang Fei's life before the eyes of hundreds. Gasps erupted from the crowd. In that instant, Ouyang Fei surged forward, evading the lethal strike with remarkable agility. Simultaneously, his tang knife glided across Fujiwara Ueno's throat, severing his windpipe. Many gasped in astonishment once again. This time, Luo Bingning could not help but exclaim. Above her head, the silver treasure chest suddenly transformed into a golden one. "Woo!" Fujiwara Ueno clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom how Ouyang Fei still possessed inner strength. "Hurry!" The people from Dongying quickly sprang into action. If they acted swiftly, perhaps Fujiwara Ueno could still be saved. However, Ouyang Fei was acutely aware that Fujiwara Ueno would not survive. He was quite confident in the lethality of his strike. In a duel, death was inevitable, especially since Fujiwara Ueno had sought to kill him. Thus, his demise could not be blamed on anyone else. Damn it! Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro wore grim expressions. Their Nakamura family shared a favorable relationship with the Fujiwara clan, and they had a good rapport with Fujiwara Ueno. "Ouyang Fei, you little beast, how cruel." Fujiwara Ueno's father glared fiercely at Ouyang Fei. As a martial arts master, he quickly assessed the situation and concluded that his son was unlikely to be saved. "Cruel?" Ouyang Fei retorted coldly. "He just attempted to sever my head. I merely cut his throat and left him intact." Having signed a life and death contract, he was not concerned about the Fujiwara family acting recklessly. Such behavior would violate the rules of martial arts. Moreover, the Ouyang family was not inferior in strength to the Fujiwara family. "Excuse me." Fujiwara Ueno's father bowed before Nakamura Taro. "Uncle, rest assured," Nakamura Taro quickly replied, understanding Fujiwara Ueno's intent. Lin Tian had a good relationship with Ouyang Fei. Unable to kill Ouyang Fei for now, they planned to eliminate Lin Tian first. Luo Bingning's expression changed. Lin Tian squinted. These two scoundrels actually wished to kill him. As a martial arts grandmaster, he could sense the murderous intent radiating from Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro. They initially aimed to cripple him, but now, due to Fujiwara Ueno, they sought his life. 5 minutes passed. Several doctors emerged from the makeshift medical room, shaking their heads. The rescue had failed. Jiang Yi took the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that Fujiwara Ueno has succumbed to his injuries. But this is the essence of martial arts." Next came the final match of the life and death duel. Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro arrived at the dueling area first, each wielding a katana. Why not reconsider? Lin Tian stood outside the line. "Let me tell you, I am far stronger than Ouyang Fei. If I go all out, I fear even myself." Nakamura Jiro scoffed. "Are you trying to be a coward? Kneel and crawl between our legs, and let your girlfriend spend a night with us, and we will spare your life." Lin Tian's expression turned cold. Nakamura Jiro had the audacity to involve Luo Bingning. "Ouyang, may I borrow your knife?" Lin Tian turned to Ouyang Fei. If Nakamura Taro and the others had been a bit more courteous, even if they intended to kill him, he would have allowed them a dignified death. There was no need for decorum now. "Here you go, brother." Ouyang Fei swiftly handed his tang knife to Lin Tian. "You seek death? Then I shall grant it." With a cold gaze, Lin Tian regarded Nakamura Taro and his companions. Many spectators felt perplexed. They believed Lin Tian was merely feigning, intending to concede as soon as the duel commenced. "Brother," Nakamura Jiro looked at Nakamura Taro. "Stick to the plan," Nakamura Taro whispered. "Hua country?" Lin Tian. "Dongying." Nakamura Taro, Nakamura Jiro. The two sides bowed in respect within the designated area, approximately 4 to 5 meters apart. Prepare, begin. Kill. Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro charged at Lin Tian, their sword sheaths striking down as they unleashed their full power towards him. For them, 4 to 5 meters was a negligible distance. Just over 3 meters, their blades would reach Lin Tian. For meters, 3 meters. Lin Tian moved. He advanced forward, his tang knife sweeping horizontally, simultaneously slicing through the necks of Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro. You. Nakamura Taro and his companion's eyes widened in shock. The onlookers were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't Lin Tian just a translator? Thud. Nakamura Taro and Jiro fell. Quick, save them. Several Dongying individuals rushed into the duel arena, but soon realized there was no need for rescue. Nakamura Taro and Jiro's necks had been nearly severed. Chapter 123. Are they even human? The Dongying crowd glared at Lin Tian. Do not look at me like that. They challenged me to a duel, and I could not withdraw, Lin Tian stated calmly. Moreover, they had just attempted to kill me. A voice from Dongying shouted angrily. You deliberately lured them into attacking you, leading to their demise at your hands. Lin Tian smirked. Would you like to avenge him? We can have another match. I will duel you unarmed. The opponent was momentarily speechless. Lin Tian's swift execution of Nakamura Taro and Jiro was due to a surprise attack, but his strength was undeniable. Without perfect mastery of inner strength, Lin Tian could not have succeeded. All you young men from Dongying, step forward if you seek vengeance. A wheel battle is acceptable. If you kill me now, no one will trouble you. Any underhanded actions will draw the attention of masters. Lin Tian smiled. The expressions of many Dongying elites changed. If Lin Tian had a master behind him, they would not dare act rashly. Facing a master could spell their doom. Lin Tian, when you mention young men, do you mean? A Dongying individual inquired. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Anyone under 30 who wishes to challenge me may step forward, sign a life and death contract, and bear the consequences. The Dongying crowd collectively turned their gaze toward one of their members. Did you just say you would only use your fists, not a knife? The young Dongying warrior Yamamoto Keiichi stepped forward, slightly under 30 years old, a master of inner strength. He was a formidable talent from Dongying, having slain a gifted martial artist from Hua country a few years ago. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded slightly. Yamamoto Keiichi scrutinized Lin Tian, assessing that if Lin Tian was a martial arts master, he would undoubtedly lose. If Lin Tian was merely at the peak of inner strength, he held over a 90% chance of victory, especially since Lin Tian appeared to be under 25. Such a young martial arts master was improbable. Yamamoto Keiichi mused internally. He glanced at the 3 martial arts masters who had accompanied them from Dongying. One of them remarked in Japanese, Keiichi, he only made 1 strike. We had no time to gauge his prowess. The speed suggests he is merely at the peak of inner strength. The other 2 martial arts masters nodded in agreement. If the battle had continued longer, they could have assessed Lin Tian's skills, but it had concluded too swiftly. They had also believed Nakamura Taro and Jiro would win and had not paid close attention to Lin Tian. Are you hesitating? Enough, Lin Tian said coolly. Yamamoto Keiichi regarded Lin Tian, his eyes glinting with intensity. Let us sign a life and death contract and fight again. Are you certain? Even without a knife, my fists are formidable. Lin Tian replied calmly. Yamamoto Keiichi moved to the area to sign the life and death contract, swiftly inscribing his name and pressing his thumbprint. Lin Tian. Luo Bingning watched Lin Tian with concern. Lin Tian smiled. Do not worry, I will be fine. Soon, Lin Tian also signed his name, and the 2 entered the duel arena. Lin Tian unarmed, Yamamoto Keiichi wielding a sword known as Wu Pao. It has slain a gifted martial artist from your Hua country. You shall be the second. Yamamoto Keiichi sneered, moving with the stealth of a serpent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. Go, brother. Someone from Hua country shouted. The talented martial artist who died years ago was his brother. Lin Ge, keep it up. Soon, more martial artists from Huagua echoed the sentiment, and many other spectators from Huagua joined in. If Lin Tian were to combat martial artists from other nations and take lives, it might seem slightly excessive. However, Lin Tian had just slain a warrior from Dongying. The opponent he was currently facing, Yamamoto Keiichi, had killed a genius from Huagua years ago. He deserved to die. No matter how many people cheer for you, you cannot alter your fate. You will lose, and you will die, Yamamoto Keiichi sneered, gradually building his momentum. Once he had fully charged, he would be unmatched at his level, especially since Lin Tian was unarmed at the moment. Kill. Suddenly, Yamamoto Keiichi roared, charging at Lin Tian like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, his katana aimed viciously at Lin Tian's neck. If that strike connected, Yamamoto was confident he could slice from Lin Tian's left neck to his right armpit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian appeared to casually step back. allowing the tip of the katana to glide past his neck. With a resounding thud, Yamamoto Keiichi was caught off guard as Lin Tian delivered a lightning-fast punch to the side of his head. "We concede," a martial arts master from Dongying immediately declared. Lin Tian stepped aside, refraining from further attacks. That single punch was sufficient. Yamamoto Keiichi stumbled, dazed, blood beginning to ooze from his ears, nose, and mouth. A trio of martial arts masters from Dongying rushed into the duel arena. "Quickly, take him away for treatment," one ordered. Yamamoto was soon lifted onto a stretcher, his pupils dilating rapidly as the nearby doctor shook his head. "Hurry, resuscitate him." The doctors from Dongying commenced emergency procedures, applying defibrillators, but to no avail. "Thank you, Lin Gu. Thank you." As Lin Tian exited the duel arena, several individuals expressed their gratitude, having suffered losses at the hands of Yamamoto Keiichi. Some had lost limbs, and others had even died. "There is no need for courtesy," Lin Tian replied, swiftly taking Luo Bingning's hand and departing. They had initially anticipated defeat against Dongying. Yet Ouyang Fei had unexpectedly triumphed, and Lin Tian had also won 2 consecutive matches. The most remarkable was a translator. 3 formidable martial artists from Dongying had fallen to Lin Tian. Masters exist among the populace, many speculated. Outside, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning reached the car, where Lin Tian inquired, "Bingning, are you afraid after I just killed 3 people?" Luo Bingning shook her head in surprise. "You killed 3 people? Are those from Dongying even considered human?" Lin Tian chuckled, pleased with her response. "This news will likely spread quickly. Perhaps those sympathetic to Dongying will unleash online vitriol against you?" Luo Bingning expressed concern. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. "You worry too much. I believe the authorities will restrict the dissemination of this information. After all, we still need to foster economic development with Dongying. Such news would be detrimental to harmonious relations between our nations." Dongying had suffered a significant blow, losing face, and they would likely attempt to silence the narrative, just as the Bangwa would benefit from keeping it quiet as well. "But so many people witnessed it," Luo Bingning remarked. Lin Tian replied, "If there is no circulation of images or videos, not many will know the details." Luo Bingning sighed in relief. "That's good. I hope the news doesn't spread, as it could adversely affect you. They say Dongying might have a Grandmaster. Will their Grandmaster secretly target you?" Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian, already a thorn in the side of Dongying's martial artists, smiled slightly. "Isn't that a fortunate opportunity?" Luo Bingning looked puzzled. "A fortunate opportunity?" Chapter 124, The Arrival of My Parents' Bodyguards. Luo Bingning questioned, "Is this really a good thing?" Lin Tian nodded. "Of course it is. If Dongying's martial arts grandmaster comes, I can send him on his way and eliminate a significant problem for our nation." Lin Tian had researched online about the existence of a martial arts grandmaster in Dongying, but found no relevant information. Such a figure would likely be of advanced age, seldom utilizing electronic devices, or perhaps Dongying maintained strict secrecy. Given recent events, Lin Tian speculated that the few martial arts masters who had arrived would likely contact the Grandmaster. "Bingning, are you able to eat?" Lin Tian asked as he drove. Luo Bingning touched her stomach, noting it was past 1 o'clock, although she felt a bit hungry. She lacked the appetite to eat. The brutality of the battle, with blood frequently spilled, had a considerable psychological impact. The first group that exited had several individuals who vomited. Luo Bingning was among the last to leave and, remarkably, did not vomit. She considered herself fortunate. "I won't eat lunch today. I'm on a diet. Also, I'll be eating vegetarian meals at home for 3 days," she said with a playful smile. Lin Tian chuckled. "Then you can have your 3 days of vegetarianism while I go home to bring my parents to S City." Luo Bingning nodded. "Since you killed someone, your parents might hear about it, and they won't worry as much when you return." "Indeed," Lin Tian replied. After dropping Luo Bingning at her company, he returned home. He opened his computer. The youth martial arts tournament had concluded, and if the news were not controlled, it would likely be rampant. However, upon checking online, he found no related information. As expected, the news had been managed. Dongying had suffered tremendously. First, Fujiwara Ueno had perished at Ouyang Fei's hands, followed closely by the Nakamura brothers at Lin Tian's, culminating in the loss of Yamamoto Keiichi. The Nakamura brothers were of slightly lesser talent, but both Fujiwara Ueno and Yamamoto Keiichi were exceptionally gifted. Their survival could have led them to become martial arts masters in the future. "Excellent," Lin Tian mused. Utilizing hacking methods, he sought out information, discovering that even discussions within groups about these events would be censored. Both Dongying and Bangwa had similarly suppressed related news. Suddenly, a notification pinged on Lin Tian's phone. It was General Yang Jihin calling. "Lin Tian, well done. You've elevated the reputation of Huagua martial artists. And we've finally avenged past grievances," he exclaimed. However, In consideration of the broader picture, this information must be contained. You cannot gain fame from this competition. On the other end, Yang Zhiheng continued, Lin Tian, when you mentioned that if Dongying's people acted recklessly, a Grandmaster-level expert would intervene. Do you have a martial arts grandmaster backing you? Yang Zhiheng only knew Lin Tian as a martial arts master. He was unaware that Lin Tian had already ascended to the level of a grandmaster. No, I am the grandmaster, Lin Tian replied with a calm smile. Yang Zhiheng was taken aback. Lin Tian was merely 23 years old. Could he truly be a martial arts grandmaster? Lin Tian, I meant a martial arts grandmaster. Yang Zhiheng inhaled deeply. Lin Tian, I also play the Erhu, Guqin, and Suona. Lin Tian chuckled, General Yang. I was referring to a martial arts grandmaster too. Why can't I be one? Yang Zhiheng's eyes widened in astonishment. A grandmaster at 23 would be shocking news. In cities, a couple of thousand soldiers could not contend with a martial arts grandmaster. Such individuals were undoubtedly strategic assets. Lin Tian, you aren't joking, are you? This matter is of great importance, Yang Zhiheng said solemnly. Lin Tian smiled. Rest assured, I am not jesting. I truly have attained the status of a martial arts grandmaster. Wonderful. That's excellent news. Yang Zhiheng expressed immense joy, stating, Lin Tian, the retired soldier I found has arrived in S City. They should be contacting you shortly. After hanging up, Yang Zhiheng laughed heartily, feeling a profound sense of relief. The emergence of a martial arts master in Huagua, especially one so youthful, could suppress the martial artists of other nations for many years. This news warranted immediate reporting. As Yang Zhiheng departed in his vehicle, he pondered the need to personally inform the elders above, as the intricacies were difficult to convey over the phone. With the Yang family maintaining a close relationship with Lin Tian, the fact that Lin Tian was a martial arts master might raise suspicions if he concealed this information. In Lin Tian's villa, 12 robust men stood before him, saluting in unison. Their gazes were filled with enthusiasm. They were all elite members of their respective units. And despite their retirement, they remained the Sea Army de la Sea Army. Previously, even a high salary and bodyguard work did not excite them. But now they were invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Do you know me? Lin Tian asked, surprised. Had Yang Zhiheng revealed his identity as the masked hero? The leader stepped forward, introducing himself as Shendong, the captain of the newly formed Falcon Squad. General Yang informed us of the events at the Youth Martial Arts Conference. You vanquished 3 martial artists from Dongying, bringing glory to the nation and ensuring the safety of your parents. We are more than willing to protect them. Lin Tian mused to himself, realizing they had learned of his exploits. I am Yi Hui, another man interjected. We have lost comrades at the hands of Dongying's martial artists. We will certainly safeguard your parents. The others quickly introduced themselves, and with Lin Tian's sharp memory, he retained all their names after a single mention. Welcome to the team, Lin Tian said. General Yang has likely informed you that the salary is 50,000 per month, without the usual benefits. In case of injury, or even death, there will be compensation. Should the worst occur, it will not be less than 5 million. Thank you, boss, they chorused in unison. Lin Tian continued, Shendong, please provide me with an account number, and I will transfer your salaries directly to you for distribution. In addition to your wages, there will be a monthly budget of 100,000 for necessary supplies. Shendong promptly provided the account information. Shendong, Yi Hui, I wish for you to accompany me back to my village. I will spend a couple of days there and bring my parents over. If they can adapt, they will reside here. If not, you will need to go to the village. They nodded in agreement. Please send me your ID numbers. I will book tickets for tomorrow's return, Lin Tian instructed. Returning today is impractical, as it is already 3 in the afternoon. After flying to the provincial city, we will still need to travel to the countryside. Shendong presented a stack of documents. Boss, this is the employment contract, containing all our information. We all have injuries, but you need not worry about our capabilities. Lin Tian acknowledged him with a nod. Their injuries were not a concern for him, yet he would not immediately heal them. Good performance would guarantee treatment. Poor performance would not. That evening, Lin Tian returned home to find Luo Bingning back, her golden treasure chest still hanging above her head. Bingning, come here and give me a hug. I need to retreat to my room to cultivate, he said cheerfully after dinner and washing the dishes. Luo Bingning appeared slightly shy, but Lin Tian embraced her, and his head bumped against her golden treasure chest. Chapter 125, The Martial Arts Master of Dongying Ding. The golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formula for the divine youth elixir. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, and a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Releasing Luo Bingning, he returned to his master bedroom, excitement sparkling in his eyes. What exactly was this divine youth elixir? He had yet to comprehend its nature. but it was undoubtedly a remarkable item, indicating that his treasure chests could yield various treasures. Previously, aside from skills, the only item obtained from the treasure chests had been the system space. Nothing else had emerged. To be candid, Lin Tian felt a twinge of regret. While possessing formidable skills was advantageous, it could be somewhat monotonous. Moreover, he had already acquired a plethora of skills. He aspired to cultivate an image of a genius. As a top-tier prodigy, he ought to excel in numerous fields, not merely possess a multitude of skills without concrete research accomplishments, as that might raise eyebrows. System. I commend you, Lin Tian mused inwardly. Having obtained the first item, he was confident that more would follow. He need not worry about others doubting his capabilities. Soon, the information was entirely processed. With the system's assistance, Lin Tian swiftly assimilated the knowledge, not only acquiring the formula, but also the ability to concoct the divine youth elixir based on it. Goodness, this elixir is remarkable, he thought, marveling. If crafted with the finest materials and personally brewed, the divine youth elixir could significantly decelerate the aging process, potentially extending youth by 30 years. A woman in her 50s could appear akin to a 20-year-old. Luo Bingning, at 21, would maintain her peak beauty well into her 50s if she consumed a youth elixir annually. Additionally, the divine youth elixir would not merely alter appearances. It would preserve bodily functions in a youthful state. Lin Tian felt a surge of delight at the prospect of Luo Bingning retaining her current stunning visage, which would undoubtedly be a considerable benefit for him. As a martial arts grandmaster, he would not age significantly by 50, but seeing Luo Bingning grow old would be disheartening. However, the ingredients for the divine youth elixir were not easily sourced. Fortunately, each ingredient had several alternatives. Lin Tian reflected that the formula was not just a singular recipe, but encompassed numerous formulations related to the elixir. Given the system's generous rewards, he was confident in gathering the necessary materials to concoct the divine youth elixir. Once he succeeded, both Luo Bingning and his mother, as well as Luo Bingning's mother, could benefit from it. Although their effects would not be as pronounced due to their ages, they too could regain several years. With a flurry of activity, Lin Tian began searching online. Most of the materials could be purchased directly, though a few rare ingredients would pose challenges. Ding! He called Director Shi, who soon responded with a hearty laugh. Dr. Lin, what good fortune brings you to me? As the head of a top-tier hospital in S City, Director Shi held a significant position. Few could hope to curry favor with him. However, someone of Lin Tian's stature would always be welcome. Director Shi, I require certain ingredients. And I believe you have the necessary connections, Lin Tian inquired. Director Shi chuckled. If I lacked connections, what have I been doing all these years as a director? Dr. Lin, tell me what you need. If it exists on Earth, I will surely find a way to procure it for you. Many suppliers sought to ingratiate themselves with someone of his standing. I will send you the list via WeChat shortly, Lin Tian assured him. All right. After ending the call, Lin Tian quickly messaged Director Shi. Dr. Lin, these items are not easy to acquire, but I have boasted. I will make sure to gather them. He received a voice message from Director Shi expressing his gratitude. Confirming this, Lin Tian accessed the international web, infiltrating the phone of a martial arts master from Dongying, one of the three who had participated in the Youth Martial Arts Conference. Following the conclusion of the event, they had hurried home. Had their performance been stellar, they might have lingered in Huaguo longer to promote their prowess, but now they had no face to stay. Any updates? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Following the Youth Martial Arts Conference, he had implanted surveillance software into the devices of several Dongying martial arts masters, which would continuously monitor their conversations. Soon, Lin Tian invaded the second martial arts master, yet there were still no major discoveries. Upon reaching the third, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This martial arts master had visited the Martial Arts Grandmaster of Dongying Kingdom. Before the meeting, he had submitted his phone, and Lin Tian was unable to ascertain the specifics of their conversation through his monitoring program. He chuckled softly. With the phone's location, he could determine where the master was. And through additional information, identifying the Martial Arts Grandmaster of Dongying Kingdom posed no challenge. Miyazaki Igarashi. This was a property he had secretly acquired. Moreover, public records indicated that he had passed away 10 years prior. Lin Tian murmured, sensing intuitively that Miyazaki Igarashi was feigning death to conceal a significant secret. Would this fellow come looking for me? Lin Tian pondered. If Miyazaki Igarashi were to come, he would have ample justification to eliminate him. The following morning, Lin Tian emerged from his room, an expression of surprise crossing his face. A black iron treasure chest hovered above Luo Bingning's head. What was going on? Nothing unusual had occurred last night. Lin Tian thought to himself. Bingning, do you have something on your mind? After washing up and enjoying breakfast, he inquired. Noticing her slightly unsettled demeanor, Luo Bingning timidly replied, Lin Tian, what if your parents come and they don't like me? Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh, amused that this was her concern. Bingning, why are you worrying unnecessarily? If my parents dislike you, then their standards must be impossibly high. Should I go find a royal princess for them to consider as a daughter-in-law? He retorted playfully. Luo Bingning glanced at Lin Tian and quietly remarked, Lin Tian, with your qualities, perhaps you really could find a princess. Lin Tian pinched her delicate cheek, saying, Bingning, stop overthinking. I like you just as you are. Hey, who told you to pinch me? Luo Bingning protested, swatting his hand away in a playful manner. Lin Tian chuckled, in a few days, we'll head to the capital. And I'll help your master with her treatment again. I might just want to kiss that lovely face of yours. What's wrong with a little pinch? Luo Bingning's face flushed. But my master won't be completely healed by then. Lin Tian laughed. Even if she is not fully recovered, she'll be nearly there. And further treatment won't be necessary. How about I steal a kiss when we visit your home? Chapter 126. Parents misled master, Tianyang City, Liuhe Village. After returning to the provincial capital by plane, Lin Tian, along with Shun Dong and Yi Hui, took a taxi. Lin Tian addressed the driver, take us to Tianyang City. The driver hesitated, realizing it was over 100 kilometers to Tianyang City and another 50 to the village. It was quite a long journey, and he was reluctant to accept such a distant fare. Boss, that's too far for me to go, the driver said hesitantly. Shindong pulled out his military ID. Brother, we are soldiers. Does that make it convenient now? The driver's demeanor changed instantly, his smile broadening. Of course, it's convenient. A friend of mine had some trouble in a village before, so I've been cautious. If you're from the army, it's fine. The car set off swiftly. 2 hours later, they exited the highway, leaving only a few kilometers to Lin Tian's hometown. The familiar scenery evoked a flood of emotions in Lin Tian. The changes over the past month had been monumental. He had initially aimed for an ordinary life, earning money, buying a house, marrying, and having children. Yet, a marriage certificate had set the gears of fate in motion. Now he owned luxurious properties and cars, his bank account was flourishing, and he had a beautiful and charming wife. More importantly, he had acquired a system that opened treasure chests, granting him powerful skills. Even the most mundane skill like wine tasting, when mastered, could ensure a life of comfort and security. Driver, let us stop here. We'll walk from here to familiarize ourselves with the village environment, Shindong suggested as they reached the village entrance. All right, Lin Tian nodded, choosing not to divulge any further information to Shindong, knowing their capabilities would lead them to his home easily. As they exited the car, the taxi continued towards Lin Tian's house. Uncle Mo, Aunt Wang. Lin Tian greeted the neighbors, noticing their somewhat unnatural expressions as they responded vaguely before retreating indoors. Had news spread already? Lin Tian mused. Although the government had placed a blockade on information regarding the youth martial arts tournament, such news was impossible to contain by mere word of mouth, though he had eliminated individuals from Dongying Kingdom. The fact that he had taken 3 lives in a single day likely instilled some fear in the villagers. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Lin Tian called out as he reached his home, only to find the door shut. Creak. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, the door opened swiftly. His parents were home, having closed the door to avoid idle gossip. Son, why are you back? His mother, Chen Wan, asked in surprise. Lin Tian smiled. I came to take you to S City. I'll let you experience flying on a plane. Soon, Lin Tian entered the room. His father, Lin Haixing, lit a cigarette. Son, there's a rumor in the village today that you've killed 3 people. Surely this must be a mistake? Is it wrong to kill? Lin Tian replied with a grin. Lin Haixing and Chen Wan stared at him in disbelief, thinking it must be a case of mistaken identity, as their son was not a martial artist. Son, did you really kill them? Chen Wan asked anxiously. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Haixing took a deep breath. Good riddance. I heard they were all ninjas from Little Japan. They deserved it. But when did you start practicing martial arts? We were never informed. Chen Wan also fixed her gaze on Lin Tian. Lin Tian thought to himself that it was time to start spinning tales for his parents, to make others believe him. He first needed his parents to accept that he was a genius all along, merely concealing his talents. Dad, after Einstein's death, his brain was stolen and sliced into 240 pieces, Lin Tian stated gravely. Lin Haixing retorted, are you trying to suggest that you're so intelligent? They might cut you up too? Lin Tian gave a thumbs up. Dad, you truly live up to your reputation as the modern-day Einstein's father. You unraveled the mystery in an instant. Lin Haixing. In my childhood, I often ventured into the mountains, not just for play. I was practicing martial arts. During the college entrance examination, I deliberately caught a cold to lower my score. Lin Tian explained. Lin Haixing and Chen Wan were left speechless, perceiving Lin Tian's claims as absurd nonsense. Just watch. Lin Tian continued. channeling his internal energy, causing nearby chairs to levitate around him. This, Lin Haixing and Chun Wan gaped in astonishment. Moments later, the chairs dropped back down, and Lin Tian laughed. I first studied medicine, then martial arts, merging the two disciplines. Now, I possess the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. However, externally, I only display the prowess of a martial arts master. Even Bingning only knows I have the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. Lin Haixing took a deep breath. Let me process this slowly. Half a minute later, he asked, I've read martial arts novels. What do these levels signify? Lin Tian smiled. In our country, there are only about 20 martial arts masters, and aside from myself, I am unsure if there are any martial arts grandmasters lurking in the shadows. A top-tier martial arts grandmaster can contend with an entire battalion. I could perhaps face an entire division in the city. A standard division comprises 10,000 soldiers, highly formidable. But Lin Tian was not exaggerating. As a martial arts grandmaster, light weaponry would be ineffective against him. Heavy armaments were impractical in urban settings, and with his extraordinary speed, he could easily evade while utilizing the buildings for cover. Changing to another martial arts grandmaster may not suffice to confront an entire faction, but let us not forget that Lin Tian possesses a system space. The system space is 27 cubic meters. It would not be difficult for him to fill it with munitions from the armory. How many lives could be extinguished with 27 cubic meters of explosives? Son, are you joking? Lin Haixing expressed his disbelief. Lin Tian shook his head. Why would I deceive you? It is only with newfound strength that I dare to gradually reveal certain things. At this point, Lin Tian took out his phone and opened the Huayin app. In addition to medicine and martial arts, I have another small hobby. The masked hero is me. Even Bingning is unaware of this, Lin Tian remarked. In truth, Luo Bingning was already aware, but she preferred Lin Tian to present it this way. Chun Wan, astonished, exclaimed, Son, you are Master Lin? Your father is quite fond of watching Master Lin's videos, Lin Haixing added, still in shock. Lin Tian chuckled, Indeed. This is my account. Allow me to show you the back end. This account has garnered a substantial sum. Soon, Lin Haixing and others were privy to Lin Tian's back end. They beheld a lengthy string of numbers representing the balance yet to be withdrawn, causing their hearts to race. Dad, Mom, are you surprised? Lin Tian asked with a grin. Lin Haixing, smoking a cigarette, needed a moment to process the overwhelming revelation. I need to make tea, Chun Wan said, rising to find something to occupy herself, feeling as though she were in a dream. After a while, Chun Wan returned with the tea, and Lin Haixing lit another cigarette after finishing the first. You rascal. How could you be so formidable and keep it from us for so long? We were worried about your job, Lin Haixing remarked, somewhat irritated. Lin Tian sheepishly replied, Dad, if I had revealed certain things too early, wouldn't you have been anxious every day? I was unaware that being a grandmaster was such a remarkable feat. I had never interacted with other martial artists until recently, Lin Tian explained. Chun Wan interjected, Lin Haixing, did you not hear what our son initially said? Einstein's brain was stolen and cut into over 200 pieces. It is only because our son understands the virtue of patience that he has not encountered trouble sooner. Lin Haixing nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. If he had boasted too soon, it might have turned tragic, Chun Wan added. Son, how are you and Bingning faring now? Lin Tian smiled and said, We are doing well. Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. Bingning and I have registered our marriage. What? Lin Tian's parents stared at him in disbelief. We went to register on the day we met. She mentioned a 3-year trial marriage, and if all goes well, we will continue. After spending time together, we find each other quite agreeable. Chun Wan remarked, You didn't mention this during your previous calls. Mom, it's better to discuss such matters face to face, and besides, I've only been with her for a little over a month. Her parents were initially opposed, Lin Tian clarified. Lin Haixing asked, Does her family know about your situation? Lin Tian shook his head. Her parents are still unaware of my circumstances, and I have yet to meet them. Bingning has informed them that she is doing well, and their attitude has softened considerably. In a few days, her grandmother's Memorial Day is approaching, and her father has invited me to attend. Lin Haixing nodded. You are grown now. Make your own decisions. Chun Wan smiled. Your father previously opposed your relationship with Bingning, but he has finally come around. Lin Tian looked at Lin Haixing in surprise. Dad, a girlfriend like Bingning is hard to come by. Why did you oppose it before? Lin Haixing retorted. You kept it hidden so well. How could you have been worthy of someone like Bingning before? The Luo family possesses hundreds of millions in assets, and I feared you might be in danger before even marrying her. Previously, Lin Haixing had harbored such concerns, but now he felt at ease. With Lin Tian's strength as a grandmaster, he could face an entire faction alone. If trouble arose, Lin Tian would be safe. Dad, news of the Young Martial Arts Conference has reached the village, and the villagers' attitudes seem rather peculiar, Lin Tian noted. Lin Haixing inhaled deeply. This morning we received word that you killed 3 individuals. Initially, some applauded you, but shortly after, rumors emerged, claiming that killing 3 people in a day is excessively violent and cruel. They failed to consider the 30,000 souls lost in Nanshur. Shenwan added, your father had a few disputes with some villagers, but we concluded it must be a case of mistaken identity and chose to avoid further conflict. We never expected it to be true. Lin Tian reassured them, don't pay too much heed to it. The villagers' hearts are not as pure as one might think. Some harbor ulterior motives. They do not wish to see our family thrive in the village, as it would threaten their interests. Lin Haixing sighed lightly. Indeed. That is the case. Mom and Dad, someone gifted me a villa. You should consider moving to S-City, Lin Tian suggested. Shenwan exclaimed in surprise. A villa was gifted to you? Aren't villas in S-City quite expensive? Lin Tian smiled, given my proficiency in medicine. It was a wealthy merchant who gifted it to me. It is valued at over 100 million. Lin Haixing and Shenwan gasped in astonishment. The thought of a house worth over 100 million was beyond their imagination. If you go to S-City, you should reside there, Lin Tian insisted. Lin Haixing shook his head. A short stay is fine, but we would not be accustomed to living in such a villa long term. You and Bingning should use the villa after your marriage. Shenwan agreed. Yes, that villa should be for your marriage. You are still staying with Bingning, correct? It would be too troublesome for us to return to S-City. Would we abandon all our relatives here? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Lin Haixing said, son, if you have the means, it would be better to buy us a house in the provincial capital. That way, when you and Bingning visit, it would be more convenient for us to see each other, and we could return if there are matters in the village. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. That is indeed a splendid idea. The housing prices in the provincial capital are not exorbitant. Purchasing a villa for around 10 million would suffice. And I can readily afford it now. Are you certain you don't want to go to S-City? Lin Tian asked. Lin Haixing and Shenwan shook their heads. Lin Haixing replied, we would not feel comfortable in a villa worth over 100 million. A simple house in the provincial capital would suffice. Lin Tian nodded. Very well. Then I shall purchase a house for you in the provincial capital. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Recognizing the voice, Lin Tian knew it was not Shandong and the others. Lin Haixing quickly opened the door to reveal Jiang Huai, the village chief of Lin Tian's village. Upon learning of Lin Tian's return, he rushed over. Jiang Huai, in his 50s and portly, had only recently become village chief. His family had built a beautiful house, and he even bought an Audi last year. Lin Tian had heard from his parents that Jiang Huai had bribed votes to become village chief, offering 300 yuan per household. His father had refused and instead given his vote to someone else. The outcome was predictable. Jiang Huai had triumphed through monetary influence. Haixing. Oh, little Tian has returned. Jiang Huai exclaimed. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, releasing the imposing aura of a martial arts grandmaster. You dare to call me little Tian? Jiang Huai's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled back several steps, falling to the ground. To him, Lin Tian now appeared more fearsome than a tiger, and he felt his very soul tremble. Lin Tian stood up and approached Jiang Huai. You are the one orchestrating the underhanded dealings, are you not? Jiang Huai's face turned pale. With each step Lin Tian took closer, the pressure increased. Jiang Huai stammered, his eyes filled with panic. Lin Tian, with a calm demeanor, stated, we are all villagers. I do not wish to sever ties completely. Village chief, it is best if you step down. Uncle Yang performed admirably in the past, and he should resume his role as village chief. Jiang Huai trembled as he spoke. The village chief is elected by everyone. It's not something anyone can do just because they want to. Lin Tian, please don't act recklessly. Lin Tian nodded slightly. You are right. Let's first send you to prison and then hold a new election. Your embezzlement should exceed 200,000, and according to criminal law, that means a sentence of 3 to 10 years. It seems you will have to celebrate your 60th birthday in jail. Sweat continuously dripped from Jiang Huai's forehead. I've been feeling unwell lately. I will fully support Brother Yang to become the village chief, Jiang Huai said hoarsely. Lin Tian nodded slightly, his imposing aura dissipating instantly. Jiang Huai gasped for breath, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian, who exuded such overwhelming presence. Get lost. Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently. Jiang Huai left in a dejected manner. Lin Haixing remarked, son, he must have embezzled quite a lot. Isn't it too lenient to let him off like this? Lin Tian replied with a smile, let him support Uncle Yang first in becoming the village chief. Then we can discreetly deal with him. His family has good relations with certain people. Confronting him openly might lead to unwelcome gossip. Uncle and aunt are still in the village, Lin Haixing acknowledged, agreeing that Lin Tian's approach was indeed more prudent. Chapter 128. Is Master Lin a martial arts master? Wasn't there supposed to be a martial arts livestream? It has been a week, yet Master Lin has not gone live. Lin Xinyu exclaimed, "Hurry and start the stream. I've been waiting so long." The martial arts manual purchased online has arrived, and I am eagerly awaiting the broadcast. Every day, countless comments flooded Lin Tian's livestream. Filled with anticipation for his martial arts demonstration, it seemed he would have to accommodate their demands. Lin Tian mused to himself as he gazed at the mountains behind his house, recalling how, as a child, he often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, pick wild fruits, or secretly read martial arts novels. As for practicing martial arts, swinging a straight stick a few times, whipping at wildflowers and grass, or shooting at birds with a slingshot, did that count? "Mother, it has been so long since I visited the back mountain, I think I will go take a look," Lin Tian said to his mother, Qinwan. Qinwan replied, "There are hardly any people going up the mountain now. The path is overgrown with grass and hard to navigate. I have my ways. I'll be back before dinner," Lin Tian assured her. He quickly made his way to the back mountain, having already informed Shindong and Yi Hui that his parents would accommodate them. It was truly desolate now, he thought. In his childhood, many people would hike up the mountain daily. Now, only during tomb sweeping season did more people visit. Lin Tian scanned the area. In a secluded hollow, where no one could see, he felt confident that his mastery as a martial arts grandmaster would alert him to any hidden presence. Suddenly, Lin Tian soared into the air. He flew several feet with ease, and with his current strength, stepping on leaves to fly was effortless. The mountain breeze lifted his clothes, granting him an exhilarating sense of freedom, something he couldn't indulge in within the confines of the city, where people and cameras were ubiquitous. After merely a few breaths, he reached the mountaintop. Behind his house lay the sprawling green hills, and he had often climbed this small mountain over the years to visit his family's ancestral grave, where his grandfather was laid to rest. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at his grandfather's grave. He took out incense and paper money from his system space, having prepared them while in S City. Returning home, he felt it was only right to pay his respects. If it weren't for the marriage arrangement made by his grandfather, even with his system, he might never have met Luo Bingning. "Grandfather, just wanted to let you know that Bingning and I are married now. We just haven't held the ceremony yet. Once we do, I will bring her to see you," Lin Tian said as he knelt before his grandfather's grave, burning the paper money. After the paper was reduced to ashes, Lin Tian stood up, surveying the surroundings. "Strange, the feng shui here seems rather ordinary," he muttered. As a master of feng shui, he understood that such conditions typically resulted in unremarkable descendants. Yet, he certainly could not be considered ordinary now. "Oh." After a moment of realization, he slapped his forehead. "How foolish of me. With a system like mine, the impact of feng shui cannot possibly outweigh its benefits. Grandfather, I will come to see you again," Lin Tian said, swiftly taking to the air once more. Before long, he ventured deeper into the mountains, where visitors were scarce, and even those who ventured there rarely came in for years. Fortunately, he still had signal. "Indeed, I am far ahead," Lin Tian mused. Retrieving a new outfit from his system space, a garb reminiscent of ancient martial arts attire. The previous traditional clothing was more suited for playing the Erhu or the Guqin, not for a martial arts livestream. Once prepared, Lin Tian quickly initiated the livestream without any preamble. Yet, as soon as he began, numerous viewers flocked into the stream. Lin Tian's following had nearly reached 40 million. "What is this? I can't believe it. Master Lin is unexpectedly live streaming." Comments flooded in. "Where's this? This outfit is different. Could it truly be Master Lin?" In the headquarters of Huayin, someone exclaimed, "Boss, Master Lin has gone live, and he chose an outdoor location." Zhang Han's eyes lit up, and he promptly relayed the information, aware that Lin Tian's livestream would attract significant viewership, especially since Huayin had signed an SS-level contract with him. In a university dormitory, a young man lying on his bed shouted, "Guys, stop what you're doing. Master Lin is live streaming martial arts in the wild." Without any notice, the game players quickly logged off, understanding the urgency. One of them even ran into the hallway, shouting, "Brothers, Master Lin is live streaming. Let's hurry." As news of Lin Tian's live stream spread across the country, within just 2 minutes, the number of viewers surged into the hundreds of thousands. Many eagerly awaited this martial arts demonstration. He returned home to stream, Luo Bingning murmured. Upon learning from Tang Yin that Master Lin was live, she canceled an unimportant meeting to tune in. Although Tang Yin recognized Lin Tian's martial prowess, she didn't connect him with Master Lin. The idea of a 20-something martial arts master was beyond belief. Online age predictions placed him in his 30s or 40s, with few guessing he was in his 20s. "Everyone is here, so let us begin," Lin Tian smiled into the camera. "Today, I'm in the mountains without my Erhu, Guqin, or Suona. Let us have a casual chat. What would you like to see or know?" Countless comments poured in. How old are you? Lin Tian chuckled. I didn't expect you to be curious about that. You would find it hard to guess my age, as I am a martial arts master. I could easily live to 160. My exact age, however, is a secret I shall not disclose. The viewers widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that Master Lin was indeed a martial arts master, an unparalleled figure. We were wrong. Master Lin is likely far beyond his 30s or 40s. Perhaps he is already in his 70s or 80s. The comments and gifts flooded in, with many sending extravagant virtual gifts, including spaceships. Some of those who send off the spacecraft are warriors, well aware of what a martial arts master signifies. On the surface, there are no martial arts masters in Huagua. A martial arts master is a dominant force in the martial world. Just how formidable is a martial arts master? Many similar questions appeared in the comments. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Is catching a bullet with one's bare hands impressive? Chapter 129, Shock from all sides. The daylight plan at this moment, there were over 1 million viewers in the live stream, and they were all astonished by Lin Tian's words. What? A martial arts master can catch bullets? This reminded me of Stephen Chow's character, the evil god of Fire Cloud. Master Lin, please show us. Countless comments flooded the live stream. Lin Tian chuckled. My friends, I don't have a gun to let you test, but it is indeed possible for a martial arts master to withstand a handgun bullet. He had a handgun, but it was not something to be used casually. The platform would be quite conflicted about testing this. Should they ban his live stream? Yang Zhiheng and others would also feel helpless. Giving you a gun isn't for you to play around with. Friends, let me demonstrate this for you. Lin Tian picked up a slender straw. With a surge of inner strength, the straw shot out at incredible speed, piercing through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. Lin Tian approached with his phone, and millions clearly saw the straw that had penetrated the tree. My goodness, everyone in our dorm is stunned. My neck is surely not as hard as that tree, which means Master Lin could take my life with just a straw. Just moments ago, I doubted whether Master Lin could block a bullet, but now it seems he may have been a bit modest. The comments went wild, and every second. Many were showering gifts. My friends, I promised you before that during the outdoor live stream, I would showcase some lightness and movement. Now, let me give you a taste of that. Lin Tian said as he placed his phone down, lightly tapping his toes, effortlessly leaping 3 zhong high. Then, he gracefully glided from one tree to another. The millions watching the live stream were left dumbfounded. Newton, who am I, and where am I? It is unimaginable what the scene would be if Master Lin participated in the Olympics. After a quick spin among the trees, Lin Tian returned to the camera. Friends, let you experience the speed of a martial arts master from a first-person perspective. With that, Lin Tian dashed forward, reaching speeds of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Such velocity in the jungle is truly terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Tian leaped up, landing atop the treetops, advancing swiftly along the branches. Countless viewers watched in astonishment. In a certain area of the southwest, a young man dressed in training attire asked his father, Dad, did our family ever have a master? Was that ancestor of ours this formidable? They were watching the live stream together. His father took a deep breath and shook his head. No, an ordinary master could not be this powerful. Master Lin is not only a martial arts master, but has likely been one for 20 to 30 years. The youth, incredulous, responded, Dad, does that mean Master Lin became a master before he turned 50? The middle-aged man nodded. It is very possible. There is another possibility. Master Lin may be over 100 years old, merely playing in the mortal realm with a childlike spirit. The youth was utterly shocked. At the same time, many martial artists across Huagua were equally taken aback. Dad, what kind of strength is this? Ouyang Fei inquired, watching the live stream with several family members. His father, Ouyang Da, took a deep breath and said, without a doubt, he is beyond the initial stage of a master. The chances of him being in the mid-stage are also low. It is highly likely he is in the late stage, with a small probability of being a perfected master. Senior Lin must be a powerful figure behind Lin Tian. No wonder Lin Tian dared to kill 3 from Dongying. Ouyang Fei felt a sense of confusion. Earlier, he suspected Lin Tian was the masked hero because he knew Lin Tian was a martial arts master. Now, he realized the masked hero could very likely be in the late stage of mastery. The difference between the initial and late stages, or even perfection, is significant. Reaching the initial stage is already remarkable for Lin Tian. This masked hero might be Lin Ji's mentor. Ouyang Fei thought to himself. About half a minute later, Lin Tian descended from the treetops. Friends, did you see the wire work? Swinging on the wire like that makes one dizzy. Actors in martial arts dramas have it tough. Lin Tian chuckled. By this time, the live stream audience had swelled to 2 to 3 million. I pretended to see that. Such speed, wouldn't the wire kill someone? Master Lin could very well claim he can fly to the heavens, and I would believe it. The live stream was bustling with excitement. and the donations kept rising. The majority of viewers would typically never donate, reluctant even to give a free like. Yet now, many of them quietly recharged. Fan Old Child sent a spacecraft 300. Fan Third Master Shin sent a spacecraft 200. Shen Lao and Shen Wanqing did not catch the live stream in real time, but had seen the previous spectacle. Their brother, what are your thoughts? Shen Lao inquired. Shen Wanqing took a deep breath. As long as we cling to Master Lin's coattails, our Shen family can remain safe for 100 years. Your awareness is commendable. Shen Lao nodded slightly. He sighed deeply. Lin Tian, at 23, is already a martial arts master. He himself claims he can live to 160. Do you think he could become a grandmaster of martial arts? Shen Wanqing nodded. There is no doubt. Shen Lao remarked. At that time, he could very well live to 200 or 300 years. He might even live another 200 years. Hiss. Shen Wanqing gasped. Master Lin is extraordinarily powerful in martial arts, excels in medicine, and possesses other strengths. His future is beyond our imagination. Shen Lao expressed his sentiments profoundly. Call your elder brothers back. I need to give them a serious word of advice. Understood. Shen Wanqing nodded. In a certain location in Dongying, Miyazaki Ikaku silently finished watching Lin Tian's livestream. This livestream lasted only over half an hour. Temporarily cancel all plans targeting Lin Tian, Miyazaki Ikaku stated solemnly. Father, you may not be weaker than him. A middle-aged man stood before Miyazaki Ikaku. Miyazaki Ikaku shook his head. One must have self-awareness. I am certainly no match for this Master Lin. He could kill me within 10 moves. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Miyazaki Ikaku asserted, when one's strength is insufficient, one must not bring great trouble to the empire. Also, change the location of the base. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Father, isn't this base quite safe? Miyazaki Ikaku shook his head. Do not be careless. Those who achieve great things must be cautious. I feel this base is no longer secure. We need a safe environment to complete the daylight plan. The middle-aged man nodded. Miyazaki Ikaku's eyes gleamed with determination. Once the daylight plan is successful, I will personally slay this Master Lin. With his blood and flesh, our plan can proceed more smoothly. Chapter 130. Buying a villa for my parents in H Province, Xinjiang, high-tech zone. Dad, what is going on? I had a drinking engagement. And you asked me to come back without explaining anything. The district chief Lu Changxin inquired upon arriving home. Lu Changxin's father, Lu Guohong, frowned. Just because you're a district chief doesn't mean I can't call you home without a reason. Dad, look at what you're saying. No matter how high my official rank, I am still your son. Lu Changxin replied while changing his shoes. Lu Guohong stated, stop changing shoes, come with me. This is of great significance to our entire Lu family. Lu Changxin was puzzled but trusted his father completely. His rise to district chief was undoubtedly linked to his father's connections and vision. Dad, what is it? The driver was navigating the roads when Lu Changxin inquired. Are we headed to Liuhe village in Tianyang to meet a young man named Lin Tian? You should be even more courteous to him than to me. Lu Guohong replied. Lu Changxin appeared bewildered. It will take us over 2 hours to get there. By the time we arrive, it will be dark. This district chief is a deputy department-level official. His father is in his 70s, and they are traveling such a distance to meet a young man? Look at this. Lu Guohong handed his phone to Lu Changxin, who watched a segment of a live-stream video. Dad, is this not a film? Lu Changxin said, somewhat incredulously. The video showed Lin Tian soaring through the forest and rapidly advancing along the treetops. This is real. The individual in the video, Master Lin, is a martial arts master. And the Lin Tian we are to meet is likely his disciple. He may have attained the level of a martial arts grandmaster, Lu Guohong explained. Lu Changxin, still puzzled, responded, Dad, I know you have always had a passion for martial arts and occasionally practice, but is it really necessary for us to travel so far to meet a young man? Lu Guohong calmly replied, do you understand what a martial arts master represents? Lu Changxin shook his head. His father had loved martial arts and reached the level of Anjin in his middle age, but his interest did not lie solely in this realm. Lu Guohong continued, in our nation, there has traditionally been no martial arts master. Master Lin is currently the only one. Lu Changxin was still somewhat confused. For martial artists, the presence of a martial arts master in our country signifies a smoother path to mastery, providing a resource for those with questions. For the state, a martial arts master possesses formidable deterrent power, enabling them to keep martial artists from other nations in check. Lu Guohong elucidated. Lu Changxin began to grasp the importance but still questioned, is the deterrent power of a martial arts master truly that significant? Lu Guohong nodded. Are our nation's aircraft, warships, and missiles strong? Lu Changxin chuckled, of course. Our military capabilities have made great strides in recent years, particularly with the Navy. Lu Guohong replied, however, these national assets cannot be easily deployed without risking war. The martial arts master is different. They can make a person vanish without a trace. Lu Changxing pondered. The state and martial arts families would place great emphasis on Master Lin. Lu Guohong affirmed. Individuals of Master Lin's caliber are not easily accessible to us. But Lin Tian is from our H province. If he rises, his parents may relocate. Lu Changxing's eyes brightened. If his parents move to our high-tech zone, we will have ample opportunities to engage with them. Dad, you are indeed impressive. Lu Guohong stated. If we head over now, we should be among the first to arrive. By tomorrow, it will surely be too late. I am certain that we are not the only ones who have noticed this. Lu Changxing nodded, understanding that if Master Lin's influence was substantial, many would seek to cultivate a connection with Lin Tian, likely his disciple. After more than 2 hours, they arrived near Lin Tian's home, just as night fell. Dad, it seems we have good fortune, Lu Changxing sighed in relief. During their journey, they had discussed extensively, and Lu Changxing had gained a profound appreciation for the prowess of a martial arts master. Moreover, Master Lin was a 4-time master, excelling not only in martial arts but also in other domains, thus possessing a wider network. Lin Tian opened the door and stepped outside. A car pulled up not far from their residence. Lu Guohong and Lu Changxing retrieved some wine and cigarettes from the trunk, which they had purchased along the way. You are Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. Lu Guohong smiled. Master Lin. I dabbled in the martial arts circle in my youth and barely reached the Anjing level. Lin Tian shook his head. I am not a Master Lin. Please come in. Once inside, it did not take long for Lin Tian to comprehend their identities and intentions, and he seemed to ponder deeply. He intended to buy a house for his parents in the provincial capital, and the high-tech zone was indeed a good choice, especially with assistance available. District Chief Lu, are you suggesting that my parents move to the high-tech zone? Lin Tian asked directly. Lu Changxing quickly responded, Lin Tian. For exceptional talents, we can provide housing guarantees. Lin Tian shook his head. That is not necessary. I plan to purchase a second-hand villa for my parents in the provincial capital, priced between 10 to 15 million, in a well-rated community, ready for immediate occupation. Lu Changxing patted his chest. Lin Tian, leave this to me. I will provide you with accurate information by tomorrow morning. Half an hour later, Lu Guohong and his party left, feeling quite satisfied. Lin Tian was also pleased, with his parents moving to the provincial capital under Lu Changxing's watchful eye. Many inconveniences could be alleviated. Moreover, Lu Changxing's assistance in finding a home would surely yield superior results, ensuring his parents' comfort. Our roots are here in H province. I must cultivate some connections, Lin Tian reflected. Son, they may seek to utilize you. If it poses any detriment to you, we should avoid moving to the high-tech zone. Chen advised. Lin Tian smiled. They are not qualified to use me, nor to bring me any harm. Lin Haixing remarked. Make your own decisions. Your mother's and my combined intellect likely does not match yours. A night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Tian received a message from Lu Changxing. He had tirelessly sought 3 housing options overnight, personally inspecting each one, and all were quite satisfactory. Lu Changxing sent numerous photos of the 3 properties. Dad, Mom, which one do you prefer? Lin Tian inquired. Lin Haixing and Chen Wan, already aware that Lin Tian intended to purchase a villa for them, swiftly selected one of the options. The total price was 11,800,000. Lin Tian accompanied Lin Haixing and Chen Wan to the provincial capital, and after viewing the villa in person, they finalized the deal that afternoon. Lin Haixing and Chen Wan were somewhat incredulous. This villa was exceedingly impressive to them. They never imagined they would one day reside in a villa. Shindong, Yihui, I will be taking my parents to S City for a few days. You will handle the arrangements. Lin Tian instructed Shindong and the others. Understood, boss, they replied. Chapter 131. The call from my father-in-law at S City Airport. Luo Bingning awaited in the parking lot, having driven Lin Tian's Cullinan over. She appeared somewhat anxious. Before Lin Tian departed yesterday, her dark iron treasure chest had transformed into a silver treasure chest. However, the upgrade was not merely for meeting Lin Tian's parents. It was also influenced by the live stream from the previous day. Beep. Luo Bingning called Tang Yan. Are you still nervous, Bingning? With your exceptional qualities, you will surely have no issues, Tang Yan said, somewhat exasperated. They had discussed quite a bit the night before, and in her view, with Luo Bingning's attributes, there was no reason to be anxious. Her looks, talent, and family background were all outstanding. I forgot something. Lin Tian mentioned he has already informed his parents about our marriage. How should I address them when we meet? Luo Bingning asked. Tang Yan hesitated, a bit at a loss. If there are no feelings involved, just calling them uncle and aunt suffices. If feelings exist but no certificate, it is the same. But you have both feelings and a certificate with Lin Tian. Bingning, I have no experience in this either, so I cannot advise you. Perhaps you should ask Lin Tian when he turns on his phone after landing. she suggested. Luo Bingning sighed. All right then, I won't keep you. Lin Tian's flight is about to land. With that, she ended the call. Bingning, we have landed, came Lin Tian's message 5 minutes later. Luo Bingning hurriedly sent a message to inquire about Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied with a smile, we've already obtained our marriage certificate. So you must call me mom and dad. Don't you want to? No, but Luo Bingning sent a pouting emoji. She had not yet had a wedding. Just teasing you. We've only registered our marriage. We haven't formally wed yet. You can call them uncle and aunt. According to our customs, you start calling them mom and dad only after receiving the renaming red envelope on the wedding day. Lin Tian quickly sent another message. Luo Bingning sighed in relief upon reading it. I'll hit you. She promptly sent a head-knocking emoji. Lin Tian immediately responded with a kissing emoji. You rascal, Luo Bingning muttered. The airport in S-City was vast, and Luo Bingning waited for quite some time before Lin Tian finally arrived with his parents. Upon seeing Luo Bingning, Chun Wan's eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Luo Bingning was already quite stunning, but she had dressed beautifully today, having even styled her hair, making her look breathtaking. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Bingning. Thank you for coming from afar. Aunt, these flowers are for you. Luo Bingning handed a large bouquet to Lin Tian's mother, Chun Wan. Chun Wan beamed widely. Your son is truly fortunate, Bingning. Thank you. I've seen your photos online, but you are even more beautiful in person. Lin Tian chimed in, Bingning. You sit in the back with mom and chat. Dad, you can sit in the passenger seat. All right. Luo Bingning nodded. Soon after, they got into the car. Lin Haixing and Chun Wan felt a bit awkward. The car looked expensive, and it was their first time meeting Luo Bingning, making them somewhat nervous. Lin Tian joked, Dad, didn't I mention that someone gifted me a villa? This car came with it. If you like it, you can take it for a drive later. Lin Haixing replied with a hint of annoyance. I don't even have a driver's license, and this car looks extremely expensive. Lin Tian jested. This car is worth millions. It's a bit pricey for me, but there's a wealthy lady here. How about Bingning gifts you a car? Luo Bingning's eyes brightened. Uncle, I can definitely gift you one. You won't need a license. There will be a driver. Lin Haixing quickly interjected. Bingning. Don't listen to Lin Tian's nonsense. You, kid, focus on driving. This diversion made the atmosphere in the car significantly lighter. And Chun Wan and Luo Bingning began chatting animatedly. The more they talked, the more satisfied Chun Wan felt. A daughter-in-law like this is hard to find. Fortunately, she recognized her son was quite exceptional. Otherwise, her heart would have grown increasingly uneasy with each passing moment. After more than an hour, Lin Tian drove them to the villa that Zhao Xianglin had gifted him. Lin Haixing and Chun Wan were astonished. The villa Lin Tian purchased in Star City was already quite nice, but this one paled in comparison. The renovation cost for this villa alone surpassed those of the other one. Lin Tian remarked, How do you find this villa? If you like it, you can stay here. Lin Haixing and Chun Wan shook their heads. Although this villa is very upscale, it feels too extravagant for comfort, Lin Haixing said. Chun Wan added with a smile. We're quite content living in Star City, but if you and Bingning decide to have children, we can come over to help with the little one. That is acceptable. Lin Haixing nodded. Luo Bingning's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Tian cleared his throat and said, Mom, we're still young. Let us enjoy a few years of just the two of us before discussing children. If Luo Bingning's condition remains untreated, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to have children, as the child would likely not survive. The coldness in her abdomen was unbearable, and a child would not be able to endure it. Uncle and aunt, I'll go prepare dinner, Luo Bingning said, having already bought the ingredients. Bingning, you can cook? I'll help you, Chun Wan said with a smile. The two entered the kitchen, chatting and laughing. Dad, isn't Bingning wonderful? Lin Tian asked. Lin Haixing nodded. Indeed. She is remarkable. You should be sure to thank your grandfather well. I've already expressed my gratitude to Grandpa, Lin Tian replied. Dad, you enjoy playing the Erhu, don't you? There's an entertainment room on the 3rd floor. I'll play a few tunes for you. Lin Haixing shook his head. The scenery in this community is lovely. Let us take a stroll outside first. Lin Tian agreed. After leaving the villa, Lin Haixing said, Son, you should strive to gain Bingning's parents' approval soon and hold the wedding as early as possible. Lin Tian replied, I tentatively plan for March or April next year. Lin Haixing shook his head. It's only September now. You plan to have the ceremony 6 months later? If Bingning's parents have no objections by then, it would be best to proceed with the wedding sooner, Lin Haixing suggested. Lin Tian furrowed his brows inwardly. The timeline was indeed tight. The Luo family in the capital would certainly want to host a wedding banquet, and by late October, it would be quite chilly in the capital. It would be unwise for Luo Bingning to wear a wedding dress in such weather. If they were to hold the wedding this year, they would only have a month left. Early next year, in January or February, would also be unsuitable. From Lin Tian's perspective, April next year would be ideal, as the weather would be warm by then. Dad, in a few days, I'll head to the capital to gauge Bingning's parents' thoughts, Lin Tian said. Lin Haixing nodded. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? He answered. Lin Tian, this is Luo Hongchuan, Bingning's father. Lin Tian was taken aback. It was indeed the call from his future father-in-law. What should he do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Chapter 132. Both parents conquered. It had been a month since Lin Tian and Luo Bingning got married, and this was the first call he received from Luo Hongchuan. To say he was completely unperturbed would be a lie. If he didn't care about Luo Bingning, he wouldn't be concerned about how her father felt. However, he was steadfast in his feelings for her. The two had already obtained their marriage certificate and were now a legitimate couple. Uncle Luo, is Bingning's phone unavailable? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Hongchuan replied, Bingning mentioned your parents are in S City. Please hand the phone to your father. I'd like to speak with him. Just a moment, Lin Tian said, covering the phone with his hand. He turned to Lin Haixing. Dad, it's a call from Bingning's father. It's his first time calling me, and he is looking for you. Don't worry, I'm a martial arts grandmaster. The Luo family's hundreds of billions are nothing to me. After saying this, he passed the phone to his father. Lin Haixing waved his hand for Lin Tian to step aside. Lin Tian quickly moved away, knowing that even from a distance, he could still hear everything clearly. Hello, future in-law? Lin Haixing greeted. Lin Tian thought to himself, Dad is so direct. He is already calling him future in-law. Hey, it's me. It's been 12 years since we last met. Time flies. Now Bingning is married, Luo Hongchuan remarked from the other end. Lin Haixing responded, Indeed. It's been quite a while. Lin Tian and Bingning being together is their destiny. Luo Hongchuan continued, I called you this time just to check in. I hope you enjoy your time in S City. As for Bingning and the others, they should show respect and filial piety. After chatting for a while, Luo Hongchuan hung up. Lin Tian approached, and Lin Haixing expressed his surprise. Son, does it mean that Bingning's parents are unaware of your situation? Lin Tian nodded. That is likely. They're in the capital, and Bingning hasn't mentioned anything. Unless they hire someone to investigate me, they probably don't know. Lin Haixing sighed. It's remarkable that they know nothing yet can still accept you. Bingning must have spoken highly of you behind the scenes. Bingning is a good girl. Do not let her down. Lin Tian nodded. In the capital, Luo Bingning's mother, Suyin, was beside Luo Hongchuan. After hanging up the phone, she inquired. How is it? Luo Hongchuan pondered. Bingning previously mentioned that if Lin Tian's father objects, I should help persuade him. It seems Lin Tian's father has not opposed this, as he directly referred to me as a family member. Suyin replied, since Lin Tian and Luo Bingning have registered their marriage, calling each other family is acceptable. After engagement, it is customary. Dear, shall we visit S City? Suyin suggested. Luo Hongchuan gently shook his head. In a few days, Lin Tian will arrive. We can meet him then. If we go now and discover any significant flaws in him, it would be awkward to meet his parents. Suyin nodded in agreement. They had previously conducted a background check on Lin Tian, which revealed that although he was ordinary, he had no bad habits. However, as parents, they wished to meet Lin Tian personally to ensure their daughter's safety. With their experience and insight, they were confident they could discern any issues. Dear, didn't you recommend Master-level to me? I noticed a comment in his review section mentioning a disciple also named Lin Tian, Suyin remarked. Luo Hongchuan chuckled. The name Lin Tian is quite common. Could it possibly be the same person? I heard from a client that this Lin Tian is quite remarkable. He may already be a martial arts master at a young age. Suyin shook her head. I was merely speculating. I know they cannot be the same individual. Bingning, did you prepare all this? Lin Tian asked as they returned. Lin Haixing marveled at the spread before them. Several dishes adorned the table, each looking exquisite. Xinwan remarked, if Bingning didn't make it, then who did? If only my cooking could be as delightful as hers. After another 10 minutes, the last 2 dishes were ready. Dad, let me pour you a drink, Lin Tian said, opening a bottle of flying mitai. Initially unaware, he later discovered a wine storage room beneath the villa stocked with valuable wines worth millions. He had called Zhao Xianglin to arrange for the wines to be transported. But Zhao Xianglin would never carry out such a foolish task. Auntie, may I pour you some red wine? Luo Bingning asked. Sure, let us celebrate today. Xinwan replied, usually refraining from alcohol. Luo Bingning handed a bottle of red wine to Lin Tian, who effortlessly removed the cork using his formidable inner strength. Soon, the 4 began their meal. Bingning, your culinary skills are exceptional, Xinwan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, Luo Bingning's cooking was impressive, akin to that of a hotel chef. Lin Haixing sampled several dishes, praising them. Luo Bingning joyfully encouraged, Uncle and Auntie, please eat more. Auntie, do try this dish. After the meal, Lin Tian felt that his status as a son paled compared to Luo Bingning as a daughter-in-law. His parents were utterly enchanted. Once the meal concluded, Chenwan hurried to wash the dishes. Ding! Lin Tian's phone rang. It was Director Shi. He stepped onto the balcony to answer. Dr. Lin, I apologize. Several of the herbs you requested are quite rare, and I could only procure a limited amount. Finding more may take some time, Director Shi explained apologetically. Lin Tian replied, Director Shi, could you send me a photo of what you have? Certainly. After hanging up, Lin Tian soon received the photos and was overjoyed. Although a few rare herbs were indeed scarce, the quantities needed were not substantial. The herbs Director Shi had found would suffice to produce about 10 youth elixirs. If he personally crafted the elixirs, they would be potent enough for each individual to consume just one per year. Notably, these elixirs could also be taken by men, albeit with slightly diminished effects, as men typically prioritize physical strength over appearance. Director Shi, how much did it all cost? Lin Tian inquired via message. The expenses were minimal. Dr. Lin, whenever you find more, you can settle the payment then, Director Shi replied. Very well. I will come by tomorrow to collect the herbs. Please continue to assist me in gathering more, Lin Tian said. Upon hanging up, Director Shi smiled, feeling fortunate to have a connection with Lin Tian. Knowing the significance of the upcoming Youth Martial Arts Conference and Lin Tian's formidable skills, Uncle and Auntie, we will visit again tomorrow. Mom and Dad, please rest well. Lin Tian said as he and Luo Bingning drove away from the villa. There were rooms available, but they lacked sufficient bedding for the night. Dear, what do you think? Are my parents easy to get along with? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Luo Bingning nodded. Auntie is quite talkative. Your dad is a bit reserved. Do you think he dislikes me? Lin Tian shook his head. That's just his nature. You'll see in time. He doesn't dislike you. When he spoke to your father on the phone, he referred to him as family. What? Luo Bingning was taken aback. Lin Tian's father had spoken to her father? When did that happen? Before dinner, we went for a walk, and he reminded me to treat you well. While chatting, your dad called, Lin Tian explained with a smirk. Adding, I thought your father was calling for me, but it turned out he was looking for my dad. Luo Bingning giggled. You're not worried he might call to give you trouble? Lin Tian glanced at her. Bingning, do you think I'm afraid? He said with a smile. A blush crept onto Luo Bingning's face. Whether Lin Tian felt fear depended on whether he had already fallen for her. How would I know if you're afraid? Luo Bingning playfully retorted. Lin Tian drove with his left hand while extending his right palm upward on the center console. Luo Bingning glanced at his hand. Slowly reaching out to intertwine her fingers with his, a warm current surging within her heart. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Bingning, would you mind taking my parents shopping tomorrow? I have matters to attend to and will be busy all day, Lin Tian said. With the herbs secured, he intended to concoct the youth elixir, one of which would be a birthday gift for his mother, whose birthday was the day after tomorrow. Of course. I'm the boss, after all. I can take a day off and catch up on work later tonight, Luo Bingning replied. About half an hour later, they returned home. Lin Tian glanced at the silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head, noting that it had yet to upgrade. It had been nearly 2 days. Should he wait a bit longer, or claim it now? Lin Tian pondered. The silver treasure chest was precious, and losing it tomorrow would be disheartening. The Grandmaster-level martial arts, Master-level traditional medicine, Grandmaster-level feng shui, and divine youth elixirs would greatly benefit Bingning. She would likely endure the winter without issue. The golden treasure chest, however, was not as urgent. Lin Tian mused, then reached out to affectionately ruffle Luo Bingning's hair. Dear, I'm heading to my room now. Be good. You're terrible. You've messed up my hair, Luo Bingning said. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Tian chuckled. I look forward to the day you say, husband. You've messed up my hair. Luo Bingning remained silent. Ding. The silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Grandmaster-level disguise skills. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. He returned to his room, a torrent of information flooding his consciousness. Fortunately, he could handle the influx. Impressive, Lin Tian thought, praising himself as he absorbed the skill. The skills of a master-level hacker are likely unparalleled globally, and his mastery of disguise is similarly exceptional. Lin Tian stood before the mirror in the bathroom. With his master-level disguise and martial arts prowess, he could effect substantial changes in his appearance without any auxiliary tools. In mere moments, his face transformed dramatically, becoming utterly unrecognizable. His height also altered, diminishing by 7 to 8 centimeters. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian attempted to speak. His voice had entirely changed, differing significantly from his original tone. He practiced walking a few steps, adeptly controlling his gait. Remarkably, he had acquired master-level disguise techniques, which would facilitate his future endeavors abroad. With these skills, I can effortlessly obtain a passport and travel incognito, he mused. Given his hacking capabilities, he could easily procure travel documents, enabling him to traverse countries unnoticed. Even if he did not engage in any dubious activities, these skills were invaluable. Currently, many might assume he was simply a disciple of Master Lin, prompting certain factions to investigate him. By comparing his physique to that of Master Lin, they might deduce their identities were intertwined. With the means to alter his appearance, he could effectively change his physique. If necessary, he could even allow Master Lin to make an appearance. He wondered about the situation concerning the little notebook. Lin Tian returned to his original form and accessed his computer. To his surprise, a fire had consumed Miyazaki Ichiko's residence. The blaze raged fiercely, reducing the entire home to ashes. He located footage of the incident, noting the inferno's intensity, suggesting a significant amount of gasoline had been used. As a martial arts master, it was improbable that someone could have set the fire at his home. He likely orchestrated the evacuation himself. The destruction was undoubtedly a means to eliminate any potentially incriminating evidence. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Tian's eyes. After feigning death for so long, Miyazaki Ichiko's decision to incinerate his home indicated he had something to conceal. Lin Tian attempted to trace Miyazaki Ichiko's whereabouts through surveillance, but the investigation quickly stalled. The cameras in the parking lot they entered had conveniently malfunctioned, and numerous vehicles entered and exited hourly. "Hello, everyone," Lin Tian greeted as he joined the encrypted chat group of the Hellfire Hacker Organization. They were all online. Upon reading his message and noticing the new avatar, their expressions shifted. This chat group had been meticulously established, yet they were caught off guard by an easy breach. "Boss, we haven't been acting recklessly lately. We've only been earning money in dongying, and it's not much." King, the leader of the Hellfire Organization, replied. He had suffered significant losses due to Lin Tian's targeting, but could only swallow his anger, knowing Lin Tian could effortlessly send them to prison or worse. With Lin Tian's hacking skills, they understood that eliminating them would be a trivial task. "Young man, you're active in dongying every day. Help me locate someone who has gone into hiding." Lin Tian shared Miyazaki Ichiko's information in the chat. Before long, someone responded, "Boss, wasn't he dead 10 years ago?" Lin Tian shared recent information about Miyazaki Ichiko. "He is alive and likely conducting secret research. Find him for me." Locating Miyazaki Ichiko would not be an easy task, requiring a thorough search and perhaps a stroke of luck. "We will do our best," King replied. Lin Tian encouraged them, "Young men, stay diligent. If you do not perform well, unpleasant consequences may follow." Chapter 134. The elixir of youth has been successfully refined. After half an hour of silence in the chat group, someone finally spoke up. "Is everyone here?" King inquired. "Present, boss." Others chimed in, their spirits low, fearing Lin Tian might be eavesdropping. "Given our situation, it seems we will never escape his control," King lamented. "In light of this, perhaps we should fully acquiesce to him. He may not act against us." The others agreed, feeling a sense of relief in surrendering. The overwhelming power of their adversary made compliance more palatable. "Let us analyze where he might be. We can conduct a thorough search of each location," King suggested. The group embraced this as a challenge, believing that successful completion could enhance their skills. Just then, Lin Tian, having finished his shower, discreetly exited the chat, leaving them to ponder their fate. The next day, Luo Bingning accompanied Xinwan and others in S City while Lin Tian retrieved medicinal herbs from Dean Shi. He meticulously examined each herb, assessing factors like age, growth duration, and light exposure, all of which influence efficacy. A single herb's variance could lead to the failure of the elixir of youth. Fortunately, Lin Tian had mastered the elixir and was a martial arts and medical expert. After half an hour, he identified 2 suitable herbs, confident he could simultaneously brew 2 elixirs. With practice, he could produce even more. He approached the task cautiously. Should he fail, he still had sufficient herbs to try again. "Crush," he commanded, channeling his formidable inner strength to pulverize the herbs. Next came the brewing process, which demanded precise timing and temperature control. Although he possessed the divine recipe, mastering the nuances of heat management was an entirely different matter. Half an hour later, Lin Tian sighed in disappointment, despite knowing the steps. His first batch failed due to a slight misjudgment in timing. After reflecting on his mistakes, he commenced a second attempt, but it too ended in failure. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he scrutinized the 2 elixirs he had managed to produce. Under his inner strength, they formed perfectly round shapes. Their appearance was not particularly appealing, but he could confirm they were indeed elixirs of youth. For younger individuals like Luo Bingning, the effects would be subtle. But for older adults like Lin Tian's mother, Chenwan, the elixirs could rejuvenate her significantly overnight. However, the effects only lasted a year to maintain their youthful appearance. Another elixir would be necessary the following year, or else they would age several years. Regrettably, if the world were rich in spiritual energy, a single elixir of youth might preserve youth for decades. Lin Tian pondered this. Nonetheless, the one-year efficacy of the elixir had its advantages. Prominent figures would certainly seek to procure it again the following year. The elixir not only preserved youth, but also had longevity benefits. For middle-aged individuals like Chen Wan, consuming one annually could extend their lifespan by 15 years. Those in their 60s could similarly enjoy an additional 5 to 6 years. While many might initially dismiss the elixir for its cosmetic effects, the added longevity benefits rendered it a life-saving panacea for numerous individuals. 3 o'clock. There was still time to concoct another batch. Lin Tian murmured to himself. With the remaining herbs, he could refine 4 more pills, using them all. Fortunately, after 2 hours, he succeeded in the process. In total, he had created 6 youth-retaining pills. After carefully storing them in small vials, Lin Tian set off promptly. That evening, they dined out. Naturally, Luo Bingning chose a top-tier restaurant, boasting an exquisite ambience and a splendid view of S-City's beautiful nightscape. Bingning, are those Lin Tian's parents? Don't you think they seem out of place in this environment? Before Lin Tian arrived, someone approached Luo Bingning. Upon hearing this, Lin Haixing and Chen Wan exchanged discreet frowns. Luo Bingning's expression turned cold. Zheng Guangyao, your words and actions reflect poorly on your family's reputation. Please leave. Reputation? Zheng Guangyao shook his head. It was not the time for decorum when the girl he fancied had been taken away. Do you truly believe your son is worthy of Bingning? The upper echelons of society are not easily accessed. With that, Zhang Guangyao produced a check from his pocket. This is a cash check for 10 million. You can cash it at any bank immediately. Take it and have your son leave Bingning. Luo Bingning retorted coldly. Zheng Guangyao, take your filthy money and leave, or you shall face dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Tian entered the restaurant. Chen Wan spotted him from a distance, her heart racing, anxious that a conflict might leave Luo Bingning at a disadvantage. Bingning, don't be upset. Which foolish son is this? She inquired. With Chen Wan's comment, Luo Bingning felt somewhat relieved. She feared that Chen Wan and the others might be provoked, but it seemed they were unfazed. Auntie, he is from the Zheng family in the capital. The Zheng family has assets exceeding 100 billion. They possess some influence. Luo Bingning smiled. As Lin Tian approached, he picked up the cash check on the table. Zheng Xiao, is 10 million all you can muster? Tell your father I require 10 billion. If it is not ready by tomorrow morning, the Zheng family will face serious trouble. Zheng Guangyao stared at Lin Tian as if he were a fool. 10 billion? Who do you think you are? He scoffed. Luo Bingning interjected. Zheng Guangyao, have you just returned to the country? Indeed, I just came back from abroad. Is there a problem? Zheng Guangyao asked, frowning. Luo Bingning replied with indifference. Discuss this with your father and make sure to prepare that 10 billion promptly. Zheng Guangyao's expression shifted slightly. While Lin Tian's words could be dismissed, Luo Bingning's endorsement made the situation seem more serious. Bingning, what else did he say? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning explained. He was quite rude, saying that your parents did not fit in with this environment and that you were unworthy of me. Is that so? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Then let us raise the stakes to 20 billion. By tomorrow morning, I expect the Zheng family to prepare 30 billion. If you enjoy throwing money around, then throw a bit more. Chapter 135, 30 billion. Not a penny less. Zheng Guangyao's face turned grim. Lin Tian's demand, coupled with Luo Bingning's lack of objection, suggested that Lin Tian was no ordinary person. Had he inadvertently kicked a hornet's nest? Zheng Guangyao scoffed and swiftly departed. Son, do you think there will be any issues? Lin Haixing asked. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Dad, don't worry, it will be fine. If the Zheng family is wise, they will prepare 30 billion. Chen Wan whispered. Son, what if the Zheng family calls the police? Could they claim this is extortion? Lin Tian sat beside Luo Bingning, stating, Mom, small amounts can be seen as extortion, but tens of billions cannot. In ancient times, if one privately maintained 5,000 cavalrymen and was reported, the emperor would execute them if the claim was verified. However, if you commanded 500,000 cavalrymen, you could assert, in my life. I need not explain myself to anyone. Luo Bingning chuckled lightly. Lin Haixing cautioned, Son, you should be a bit more cautious. Lin Tian nodded. I have been quite low-key. If the Zheng family seeks conflict, that is their issue, not mine. Those above will understand. Luo Bingning smiled, uncle and auntie, in terms of being low-key. I believe Lin Tian requires no persuasion. He is excessively low-key. Uncle and auntie, I apologize for causing you distress earlier, she added. Chen Wan quickly responded, No, Bingning. Don't worry, our resilience is not so fragile. Indeed, Lin Haixing affirmed. Knowing their son's circumstances, Zheng Guangyao's words could not affect them. 10 million was laughable. Lin Tian's villa was worth over 100 million. The villa they purchased was already beyond 10 million. Such a meager amount could not intimidate them. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Guangyao quickly made a call. You've put me in a tight spot, Wu. Zhang Guangyao spoke coldly. The person on the other end, Wu Zongliang, responded in surprise. Zheng Xiao, what do you mean? How have I wronged you? Zhang Guangyao replied icily. You deliberately mentioned that Luo Bingning has a boyfriend and that Lin Tian's parents have arrived in S City, and she is currently entertaining them. You also mentioned that Lin Tian's parents are merely farmers. Wu Zongliang's voice turned serious. Zheng Xiao, you must speak with integrity. I indeed said those things. But I did so out of good intentions, merely to warn you. Which of my statements was incorrect? Zhang Guangyao found himself at a loss for words. Wu Zongliang had not lied. Yet, he was clearly not acting out of goodwill. With a cold snort, Zhang Guangyao hung up the phone. After a moment's thought, he called a prominent young man in S City. Wan Xiao, I need to inquire about something. Feel free to ask, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Guangyao began. Wang Xiao. I had my eye on Luo Bingning, but she recently appeared with a boyfriend. Do you know anything about him? On the other end, Wang Jingtao's expression changed. Zheng Xiao, have you offended him? Zhang Guangyao replied. It's not exactly an offense, just a minor conflict. If you know anything, please inform me. Wang Jingtao warned. At the Youth Martial Arts Conference, he killed 3 people from Dongying, suggesting he possesses the strength of a martial arts master. Additionally, the online sensation Master Lin is likely either his mentor or a senior from the Lin family. Master Lin may well be the only martial arts master in our nation. After hanging up, Zhang Guangyao felt a buzzing in his head. As a member of a prominent family, he had some knowledge of martial arts, having trained in the past but never persevering. He was aware of the online figure, Master Lin. With a mere flick of a leaf, one can kill. I can evade bullets. Even in the era of firearms, this was an unparalleled warrior. In ancient times, he could single-handedly defend a city. That will. Damn him. Zhang Guangyao cursed internally. He considered seeking forgiveness but hesitated. Having just belittled Lin Tian's parents, returning to them now would leave him vulnerable to Lin Tian's wrath. Where could he go to seek redress? Didi. After pondering for a while, Zhang Guangyao called his father. Stop mingling with those dubious friends of yours. Now that you're back, return home quickly. Your mother has been nagging about you. Zhang Guanyao's father, Zheng Xishan, said. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Guangyao replied, Dad, I've gotten into a bit of trouble. Someone has demanded 30 billion from our Zheng family. What audacity! Zheng Xishan scoffed on the other end. The Zheng family's assets exceeded 100 billion, and his capabilities were not insignificant. The family was not as strong when he took over. Who has such a grandiose demand? Zhang Guangyao quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing, Zheng Xishan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Foolish. How many times have I warned you to think before you act? You jumped in headfirst based on a mere rumor. Zheng Xishan admonished angrily. Zhang Guangyao lamented. Dad, I did observe discreetly before taking action. His parents are indeed just farmers. Moreover, this matter pertains to Bingning. So, father, he demands 3 billion. Can we simply disregard him? Or should we report him for extortion? Zheng Xishan fell silent for a long while before responding. Do you think the police can find evidence if a grandmaster kills someone? Or will they even bother to look for evidence? If our Zheng family were to confront a martial arts grandmaster, no one would dare speak up. I fear that neither you nor I would survive 3 days. Zheng Guangyao's expression darkened considerably. Father, are we really going to comply with his demand for 3 billion? If this money is given away, Zheng Guangyao knows well that his future as the head of the Zheng family would be utterly extinguished. Father, could it be possible that Master Lin is not related to him? Zheng Xishan coldly replied. What do you think? If there were no grandmaster backing him, would he dare to make such a demand? You need to go and apologize immediately. I will arrange the funds. Even though the Zheng family's assets exceed 100 billion, 3 billion in cash is not something we can simply produce at will. However, within a night, gathering 3 billion should not pose a problem. How could it come to this? After ending the call, Zhang Guangyao's face turned pale. Giving away this 3 billion would surely render him a marginal figure in the family. I must seek Lin Tian. Yes, I will plead with him. If I can earn his forgiveness, there is still hope. Zhang Guangyao hurried back to the restaurant where Lin Tian and the others were. Slap. Upon reaching their side, Zhang Guangyao struck himself across the face. Young Master Lin, I was wrong earlier. I should not have provoked you. Is there any chance we can let this matter slide? Zhang Guangyao spoke humbly. Hearing the sound of the slap, others in the restaurant turned to look, some recognizing Zhang Guangyao. Is that not Zhang Guangyao from the Zheng family? This guy usually acts so arrogant, yet here he is slapping himself. Who has he offended? 2 young men at a nearby table whispered in shock. Lin Tian replied coolly. Zhang Guangyao, if you bring your parents here, I will let this 3 billion slide with just a punch for each of you. Zheng Guangyao's face darkened. Our Zheng family is not a small clan. Must you be so aggressive? Lin Tian scoffed. Weren't you quite arrogant in front of my parents earlier? Not a single cent less than 3 billion. Now get lost, or it won't just be 3 billion. Zheng Guangyu left in a huff, his face darkened. Chapter 136. The astonishing effect of the youth-preserving pill upon exiting the restaurant. Zheng Guangyao contacted his father, Zheng Xishan, once more. Father, I sought out Lin Tian and even slapped myself, but he insists on the full 3 billion. He told me to leave. Or it would be more than just 3 billion. Zheng Guangyao suppressed his frustration. As a scion of the Zheng family, he had never endured such humiliation, striking himself in public and being told to leave. I am in the process of gathering funds. Come back quickly. Zheng Xishan's voice was grave on the other end. Zheng Guangyao suggested, Father, why not try reaching out to the Luo family? Isn't Lin Tian currently dating Luo Bingning? Perhaps they could persuade him. Zheng Guangyu did not wish to see the family suffer such a loss. The more they paid, the worse his future treatment would certainly become. I will consider it, Zheng Xishan replied before ending the call. He paced back and forth in the living room. He certainly knew Luo Hongchuan, Luo Bingning's father, as the circle of super-rich in Huagua is quite small. However, their relationship was merely cordial, and he could only be regarded as an acquaintance. With such a scant connection, the likelihood of persuading Luo Hongchuan to waive the 3 billion was slim. Why would he upset his daughter's boyfriend for his sake? To Zheng Xishan, Lin Tian's connection to a martial arts grandmaster made it evident that Luo Hongchuan would be quite pleased with Lin Tian as a son-in-law. Little did Zheng Xishan know that Luo Hongchuan was currently unaware of Lin Tian's circumstances, as he had not been following the martial arts circle. Sigh. Zheng Xishan let out a long breath. Spend the 3 billion first. I can seek out the Luo family later to ease the relationship. Approaching them now would likely lead to further humiliation. Damned fool. Zheng Xishan silently cursed, not at Lin Tian, but at his son Zheng Guangyao, whose ignorance had brought great trouble to the family. After dinner, Lin Tian and the others returned to the villa. Son, Bingning bought me clothes, bags, necklaces, and other things. I told her not to, but she wouldn't listen. Chenwan displayed an array of items. The gifts Luo Bingning had purchased were not inexpensive, totaling 200,000 to 300,000. While they felt pained at the expenditure, they were nonetheless pleased with the items. Lin Tian smiled. Mom, these are Bingning's good intentions. You should accept them with peace of mind. This is my birthday gift for you. Lin Tian said, pulling out a small vial from his pocket. Bingning, please bring me a bowl of water. Soon, Luo Bingning returned with water. Lin Tian poured a brown pill from the vial. Son, is this my birthday gift? It doesn't seem as impressive as what Bingning bought, Chenwan remarked. To her son, she urged, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. Mom, if anyone else wanted to buy this pill, it would be at least 100 million. For elderly individuals nearing the end of their lives, a pill like this could extend their life by a year. 100 million RMB is a trivial sum, and even 100 million USD would attract eager buyers. Some leaders of foreign super-rich conglomerates, who possess wealth beyond measure, would find 100 million USD inconsequential. Wealthy women would desire this pill for its potential to rejuvenate them. Is this worth 100 million? Chenwan asked incredulously. Lin Haisheng and Luo Bingning stared at the unassuming pill in astonishment. Lin Tian chuckled. If sold to a foreign billionaire, I could easily ask for 100 million USD, and there would be buyers. It could grant an additional year of life to the elderly. Lin Haisheng and the others were utterly astonished. This inconspicuous pill had such terrifying effects. Mom, you should take it now, Lin Tian urged. Chenwan hesitated. It's so expensive. Should we sell it instead? Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingning added. Auntie, while this item is expensive to sell, Lin Tian's cost to make it is certainly far less. Plus, he can make more. Chenwan nodded. That makes sense. She quickly consumed the pill. The pill began to release its potency, and before long, Chenwan felt warmth spreading through her body. Dad, you should wait a bit before taking it. I just made this, and while I believe it should be fine, it's better if you don't take it at the same time, Lin Tian advised. Chenwan glanced at Lin Tian. Son, are you using me as a guinea pig? I feel a bit warm. Lin Tian laughed. Mom, feeling warm is normal. Drink plenty of water tonight. You will likely sweat a lot. I will drop Bingning off and return shortly. If anything unusual occurs, I can address it immediately. Luo Bingning replied. Lin Tian, I can return on my own. I can drive. You don't need to stay here. Just be careful, Lin Tian said as Luo Bingning departed. He then entered the master bedroom to meditate and cultivate, as refining the pills had consumed some of his internal energy. After a night passed, Lin Tian heard his mother's startled voice from the bathroom. What's wrong? Lin Haisheng quickly woke up and rushed to the bathroom. He found Chun-Wan frozen in place. He knew his wife well. Compared to the previous night, she appeared 5 or 6 years younger. In her 40s. A difference of a year or two might not be discernible, but 5 or 6 years was remarkably apparent. "Son, come quickly," Chun-Wan called out. Lin Tian hurried out and saw her smiling. "Mom, this is the normal effect of the pill. It is not a longevity pill, but a youth-preserving one. If you take one each year, you will look nearly the same at 60. How do you feel about this birthday gift?" Chun-Wan was overjoyed. "Really look nearly the same at 60? Lin Tian nodded. "Indeed. Unfortunately, Mother, you are a bit older. If Bingning were to consume it annually, by the time she reaches 50, she would still appear much like she does now." Chun-Wan and Lin Haixing were utterly astonished. The results were astonishing. Chun-Wan chuckled. "If I can look this way at 60, I would be quite satisfied. By the way, I feel my strength has increased a bit." Lin Tian replied. "That is quite normal. This elixir not only alters one's appearance, it fundamentally transforms one from the inside out." Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Luo Bingning had arrived early. "Auntie, you're..." Upon seeing Chun-Wan, Luo Bingning was taken aback. Compared to yesterday, Chun-Wan's transformation was indeed remarkable. Chun-Wan smiled and said, "Bingning, are you surprised as well?" Luo Bingning nodded repeatedly. "Auntie, you look several years younger." Chun-Wan laughed. Lin Tian said that if you consume one each year, after 30 years you will still look as you do now. "Really?" Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with excitement. A bronze treasure chest appeared above her head. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. "Of course, it is true." Ding ding. At that moment, Lin Tian's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Lin Tian answered the call. On the other end, Zheng Xishan spoke in a deep voice. "Young Master Lin, I am Zheng Xishan from the Zheng family, the father of Zheng Guangyao. On behalf of the Zheng family, I would like to apologize for my son's inappropriate words and actions. We have prepared the 3 billion. Lin Tian replied calmly. "I will send you a bank account number. With your capabilities, transferring the money should not be an issue." After saying this, Lin Tian hung up the phone. He quickly sent the card number to Zheng Xishan. "Your savings card ending in 9527. The bank soon sent a text notification. 3 billion has been transferred, a long string of zeros that looked quite pleasing." Chapter 137. Zheng Guangyao's despair upon seeing the bank message Lin Tian received. Lin Haixing was astonished. "The Zheng family really transferred the 3 billion to you." Chun-Wan expressed a hint of concern. "Son, what if the Zheng family transfers the money first and then calls the police?" Lin Tian laughed. "Mom, there is no need for such worries. The Zheng family has assets exceeding 100 billion, not just tens of billions. It would not be worth their risk for a mere 3 billion. Lin Haixing asked, "Son, does this money require taxation?" Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by his father's question. Whether money obtained through coercion needs to be taxed is indeed a question. "Perhaps we shall consider it during the annual settlement," Lin Tian replied. Lin Haixing nodded slightly. "Son, it would be best not to touch this money for now to avoid any potential issues later on. This amount is too substantial," even though Lin Tian was confident. Lin Haixing and Chun-Wan still harbored concerns. Lin Tian smiled. "Dad, I will heed your advice. I will deposit this money into a 3-year fixed-term account and enjoy the interest. The interest for a year is likely to be around 100 million. Lin Haixing and the others secretly gasped. 100 million a year means nearly 300,000 in interest daily, an amount that one could hardly spend. Luo Bingning opened her mouth, but remained silent. Such a large sum of money left idle seemed a bit wasteful. However, as they did not lack for money. Compared to Lin Haixing's peace of mind, earning slightly less was a small price to pay. "All right, let us go with the fixed deposit," Chun-Wan quickly agreed. Keeping the money untouched provided her with considerable reassurance. Lin Tian smiled. Obtaining the 3 billion from the Zheng family did not stir significant waves within him. He already possessed $480 million in his overseas secret account, which, when converted to RMB, exceeded 30 billion. "Father, Mother, please spend as you normally would. There's no need to be overly frugal. The interest from this amount alone would be more than sufficient for your expenditures," Lin Tian said cheerfully. Lin Haixing and Chun-Wan nodded. Luo Bingning suggested, "Lin Tian, I've arranged for a yacht. Let us take Uncle and Annie out to sea for a bit of fun." "Out to sea? That sounds great." Lin Tian nodded. With Dongying country beginning to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, the coastal waters of Huaghua are still relatively unaffected, but the pollution may worsen next year. An hour later, they boarded the yacht. The yacht prepared by Luo Bingning was extraordinarily luxurious. Renting such a yacht for a day would undoubtedly cost a pretty penny. Before receiving the 3 billion, Lin Haixing and the others might have felt a bit pained to spend, but now they felt much more at ease. In the capital, the Zheng family, Zheng Xishan, his wife, and 3 sons were all at home, with Zheng Xishan smoking one cigarette after another. Honey, it's been an hour, his wife broke the silence. Sigh. Zheng Xishan sighed deeply. He had held on to a sliver of hope that perhaps Lin Tian was merely bluffing and the money would be returned. Now it seemed he was overthinking. Zheng Xishan looked at Zheng Guangyao. Zheng Guangyao felt a shiver. Dad, should we wait a bit longer? Perhaps Lin Tian will transfer the money back to us tomorrow. Zheng Xishan shook his head. An hour is more than enough time for Lin Tian to transfer the funds. If he had sent it to us, they could have reported him, and Lin Tian would have an excuse. If he hadn't transferred it, such an excuse would be invalid. It indicated that Lin Tian had no intention of returning the money at all. There is no use waiting until tomorrow, or even next year. Guangyao. Although this 3 billion is from our family, the rest of the clan will also be significantly affected. We must provide an explanation to the rest of the family. Do you understand? Zheng Xishan spoke solemnly. The Zheng family may have contributed the majority, but there are still others. Zheng Guangyao's actions have impacted the interests of the entire family. Dad, I understand, Zhang Guangyu replied anxiously. Zheng Xishan took a deep breath. It's good that you understand. Originally, you were groomed to be the family heir, but henceforth, your qualification as the heir is revoked. Simultaneously, your annual family dividend will be reduced to 300,000. Zheng Guangyao's face changed dramatically. Losing the heir qualification was expected, but to have the annual family dividend slashed to only 300,000. Previously, his annual dividend was 5 million. 300,000 is less than a tenth of that amount. Such income is less than that of an ordinary middle-class family. Dad, 300,000 is too little. It's simply not enough for me. Zheng Guangyao spoke urgently. Zheng Xishan replied coldly. This is the decision of the family elders. This amount should suffice for you to live a modest life. You can no longer spend extravagantly as you once did. At this point, Zheng Xishan looked at his wife. Dear, do not secretly give him money. That would be detrimental to him. If he continues to live extravagantly, Lin Tian might be displeased, and our Zheng family could face greater troubles. If the family encounters even bigger problems, the elders might decide to expel Guangyao from the Zheng family. Zheng Xishan's wife nodded gently. Sigh. She sighed. Zheng Guangyao, feeling indignant, said, Dad, our family possesses 60% of the wealth. Why must we heed the others? Is the elder council really that significant? Zheng Guangyao's elder brother coughed lightly. Third brother, you must not speak like that. Although our family is wealthy, there are members in the elder council whose strength is not inferior to ours. Zheng Xishan glared coldly at Zheng Guangyao. Comply with the arrangements, and you will still receive 300,000 from the family annually. If you refuse, you will receive nothing. The choice is yours. Zheng Xishan felt disappointed in his son. This incident had left him feeling quite powerless as the head of the family. Zheng Guangyao wanted to assert that he would take nothing, but ultimately, he could not bring himself to say it. Earning 30,000 these days is no easy feat with this 300,000. At least I won't have to worry about food and drink. Wife, help Guangyao pack his things. Starting today, he must rent a place to live on his own. Zheng Xishan spoke sternly. Zheng Xishan's wife frowned. Must it come to this? We, the Zheng family, are still a well-known aristocratic family. Zheng Xishan shook his head. Such is the perspective of a woman. The most unstable power in this world is money. With a single policy change, families like ours could collapse. The power of the privileged class is much more stable. However, the most steadfast strength lies within oneself, unaffected by external forces, much like Master Lin. Zheng Xishan's eyes glimmered with envy. If the Zheng family had a martial arts master to preside over them, life would be much more comfortable. You too, listen well. Do not provoke Lin Tian again, and especially do not offend Master Lin, Zheng Xishan admonished, casting a stern glance at his two other sons. Zheng Guangyao's countenance fell into despair. His father had ceased to reprimand him, and he had become a marginal figure within the Zheng family, receiving only a meager allowance each year, leaving him contemplating his very existence. Father, we understand, Zheng Guangyao and his second brother replied, their spirits surprisingly buoyant. Their academic achievements paled in comparison to Zheng Guangyao's. The family heir was supposed to be him, yet now, hope bloomed for them. Zheng Xishan picked up his phone, intending to contact Luo Hongquan to arrange a gathering, hoping to ease the tensions with Lin Tian and Master Lin. However, he soon set the phone down again. Lin Tian's parents were in S City, celebrating his mother's birthday today, leaving Lin Tian with no time to entertain him. Luo Hongquan truly found a commendable son-in-law. Zheng Xishan mused to himself. Although Lin Tian might not be a martial arts master at present, he was destined to become one within a few years, and quite possibly a master in the future. Chapter 138, I am Master Lin. Boss, it's fortunate you set sail today. If you had delayed by a day, tomorrow's voyage might not be feasible. Captain Xiezhong smiled, having navigated the yacht to a pristine expanse of water where Lin Tian and his companions could fish and dive. Lin Tian, puzzled, inquired, "Why wouldn't we be able to set sail tomorrow? The meteorological station has issued a typhoon warning. A typhoon is expected the day after tomorrow, making it highly improbable for us to go out tomorrow," Xiezhong explained. "Captain, it is typical for typhoons to occur during this season. Consider it a break to rest." Lin Haixing chuckled. Xiezhong grimaced slightly. "Generally, typhoons are manageable, but this one seems exceptional, potentially a super typhoon. Fortunately, it is unlikely to make landfall in S City, most likely arriving from Fuzhou, so we should incur minimal damage." With internet access on board, Lin Tian took out his phone to check the news. "The most powerful typhoon, Haya, is about to make landfall," he read. "The Meteorological Bureau has confirmed Haya has escalated to a level 18 super typhoon, poised to directly impact the southeastern coast." Lin Tian's expression grew grave. A level 18 typhoon was the highest classification, and the devastation it could wreak upon landfall was incalculable. "Captain, have you ever experienced a level 18 typhoon?" Lin Tian queried. Xiezhong shook his head. "I have encountered a level 17 typhoon. The scene was terrifying. The ship felt like a toy." He paused, then added, "Boss, surely the typhoon Haya hasn't already escalated to a level 18 super typhoon?" Lin Tian nodded solemnly. Xiezhong's face darkened further. "If a level 18 typhoon strikes, a vast area will suffer. Heaven help us. Let this typhoon veer eastward towards the Sakura country, where they are set to discharge nuclear wastewater in the coming days. The typhoon could sweep the hazardous waste onto their shores." Lin Tian gazed towards the southeast, narrowing his eyes. While divine intervention may not assist in this matter, perhaps he could redirect the typhoon using the Jinhai Tower. This could also serve as an opportunity to reveal Master Lin's identity. Lin Tian pondered. With his Grandmaster-level disguise techniques, he could alter his appearance for a public appearance. According to the current trajectory, Haya would likely make landfall on the southeastern coast tomorrow and reach S City the day after. Lin Tian resolved to head to Fuzhou tonight to make necessary preparations. As evening fell, their yacht docked. "Son, your mother and I have discussed it. We will return tomorrow morning. The approaching typhoon could bring torrential rain, which wouldn't be enjoyable. Moreover, our delay here hampers Bingning's work," Lin Haixing stated. Luo Bingning promptly interjected. "Uncle, I am perfectly fine. I can handle my company's matters with a bit of overtime tonight." Shenwan grasped Luo Bingning's hand and smiled. "Bingning, you have accompanied us for 2 days. We shall return another time." Lin Tian suggested. "Bingning, let my parents head back tomorrow morning. I need to embark on an important journey tonight. Father, please consume that elixir upon your return to Xingqing. It would be best for you to refrain from visiting the village for a month. If absolutely necessary, only you should go back, as your appearance will change less than your mother's," Lin Tian instructed. His parents nodded, refraining from inquiring about Lin Tian's imminent journey, as his current capabilities likely encompassed confidential matters. "Bingning, please see my parents off tomorrow," Lin Tian requested. Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. After half an hour, they returned home. Lin Haixing consumed the elixir, soon feeling a warm sensation enveloping him, distinctly comforting yet different from feverish heat. "Lin Tian, come help me with the fish," Luo Bingning called from the kitchen. They had quite a catch today. Lin Tian entered the kitchen, his movements swift and deft, efficiently preparing the fish. Luo Bingning, puzzled, remarked, "Lin Tian, your technique for handling fish is quite skilled. How can your culinary skills be so lacking?" Lin Tian chuckled. "My prowess in martial arts makes killing a few fish a trivial task. My culinary skills are merely passable." In truth, his culinary abilities had reached a chef's level. But unlike Luo Bingning, he did not derive joy from cooking. "Bingning, Lin Tian's culinary skills are rather average. Whatever he makes is unlikely to be fatal," Shenwan quipped, pushing Lin Tian out of the kitchen. 2 hours later, they finished their meal, and Lin Haixing's demeanor remained calm, indicating no issues. Having entrusted his mother with the first elixir, he held great confidence in his concoctions. "Mom, Dad, I must take my leave now. Bingning will see you off in the morning." With that, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning departed. The villa was left with only the Cullinan. "Are you heading to Fuzhou?" Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian smiled. "Darling, you are astute. Our future children will surely be intelligent." Luo Bingning, intrigued, asked, "A typhoon is nature's wrath. Even if you are a martial arts master, how much influence could you exert?" Lin Tian laughed. "I possess a modicum of knowledge in feng shui. There is the Jinhai Tower and the Dragon Vein. I may be able to harness their powers to redirect the typhoon." Luo Bingning stared at him in disbelief. "You know feng shui?" Lin Tian replied, "I've recently learned. Have you not noticed the adjustments in our home's arrangement? Have you felt more invigorated?" Luo Bingning, astonished, exclaimed, No wonder I have not felt drowsy during the afternoons lately. So it was you who adjusted the feng shui. Many wealthy families believe in this. My mother is particularly devoted, having hired a feng shui master for arrangements, Lin Tian noted with a light laugh. Typically, feng shui practitioners are charlatans, but skilled ones do yield results. By the way, I will appear as Master Lin. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. Will you wear a mask? Lin Tian shook his head. I have recently mastered disguise techniques. I will transform into another appearance, and you certainly won't recognize me, haha. Luo Bingning did not seem surprised. Compared to the mystique of feng shui, she found the concept of disguise more acceptable. She had already come to terms with Lin Tian's extraordinary persona. All right, you should head back now. Be careful on the road, she advised. Upon reaching the airport, Lin Tian alighted from the car. He had already purchased his ticket, and the flight was set to depart in just over half an hour, landing well past 11 at night. Flights were still operational tonight, but everything would cease by tomorrow. Driver, take me to Jinhai Tower, Lin Tian instructed. The taxi driver, a middle-aged man, replied, Young man, a typhoon is approaching. Jinhai Tower is currently closed. You can only gaze at it from outside. That's fine. I am content to observe from outside, Lin Tian replied. As a formidable typhoon approaches, one hopes that the Jinhai Tower will prove resilient. A middle-aged man nods, his face marred by worry. Given the current trajectory, the typhoon is likely to make landfall in Fuzhou. Within less than an hour, Lin Tian arrived near Jinhai Tower. He discreetly altered his appearance, donning the traditional attire he often wore during live broadcasts. Greetings, but Jinhai Tower is currently closed to visitors, a staff member intercepted Lin Tian. With a calm smile, he replied, Could you kindly report to your superiors? My surname is Lin, and online, I am referred to as Master Lin. Although it was the dead of night, Jinhai Tower was bustling with visitors. The staff member's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, You are the masked hero, Master Lin? Indeed. Lin Tian responded with a slight smile. He appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance mixed with the commanding presence of a martial arts master. Master Lin, a high-ranking official has arrived. Please wait a moment while I inform them, the staff member said hurriedly. Eager to invite Lin Tian inside but hesitant due to the potential consequences of a mistake. Very well, I shall wait briefly, Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile. The staff member dashed inside, breathless as he relayed the news. Leaders, Master Lin has arrived. What did you say? One of the leaders furrowed his brow. The curator. Master Lin has come. The masked hero, Master Lin, a master of the Erhu, Guqin, Suona, and martial arts, the staff member exclaimed excitedly. Among the attendees were provincial and municipal leaders, feng shui masters, and top experts on typhoons, but the arrival of Master Lin stirred unparalleled excitement within the staff member. Having encountered numerous leaders and feng shui masters in his time, he had never before met a master of all four disciplines. Are you certain it is Master Lin? A provincial leader inquired in disbelief. I believe there can be no mistake, the staff member assured him. The provincial leader, Secretary Cheng Qingyuan, promptly declared. Since it is Master Lin, we must go to greet him. While he would not typically personally welcome masters of the Erhu, Guqin, or Suona, a martial arts master was an entirely different matter. Secretary Cheng understood the significance of a martial arts master. Secretary Cheng, there is no need for that. Master Lin's voice called from below, and in mere seconds, he soared into their presence. The leaders stood in awe. Having seen recordings of his ability to traverse treetops during live streams, yet witnessing it in person was far more astounding. Everyone, regain your composure, Lin Tian chuckled. Secretary Cheng, now collected, marveled, Master Lin, is it truly possible for a person to fly? This is nothing short of extraordinary. Greetings, Master Lin. I am Zhang Chongxiu. Knowledgeable in feng shui and with a modest understanding of martial arts, an elderly man in his 60s introduced himself. Master Lin, I am Su Tianji. Also somewhat versed in feng shui, another man, appearing to be in his 50s, added. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Greetings, fellow practitioners. I possess a slight understanding of feng shui as well, and came here to observe. Secretary Cheng's eyes sparkled with interest. Master Lin, let us converse inside. The group entered Jinhai Tower, where Secretary Cheng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Master Lin, based on our expert's analysis, the likelihood of Typhoon Haya making direct landfall here exceeds 50%. Even if it veers, it will not deviate much. The safety of the populace and their property faces a grave challenge. Lin Tian smiled. Secretary Cheng, to see you here indeed surprises me. Secretary Cheng cleared his throat. Some aspects of feng shui may be viewed as superstition, yet others are grounded in scientific principles. As a great man once said, whether a cat is white or black, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. Master Lin, your expertise in feng shui, Lin Tian interjected, "My proficiency in feng shui is akin to that of martial arts, as a grandmaster of both disciplines." Stating that they are similar was not an exaggeration. Zhang Chengxiu and Su Tianji were taken aback. Zhang Chengxiu quickly asked, "Master Lin, have you achieved the level of master in feng shui?" "Perhaps, though no one has compared me to another. However, my skill exceeds that of those who constructed this Jinhai Tower," Lin Tian replied with a smile. Su Tianji took a deep breath. "To my knowledge, the construction of Jinhai Tower was overseen by a feng shui master." The leaders exchanged glances of delight. With the impending typhoon's severity, Zhang Chengxiu and Su Tianji had openly acknowledged their uncertainty. "Master Lin, do you believe the typhoon can be redirected?" Secretary Qing asked urgently. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "I arrived without complete confidence, but now I feel assured. Previously underutilized, the dragon vein here harbors potent energy, allowing for the typhoon's redirection with certainty." Secretary Qing's excitement was palpable. "Master Lin, truly?" Lin Tian nodded. "It poses no significant challenge. While stating 100% might be boastful, I am 99% certain. However, adjustments must be made tonight. Master Lin, please instruct us. We are at your service." Secretary Qing insisted. "With you present, the task becomes considerably easier," Lin Tian replied with a smile. Soon, Lin Tian outlined his requests, and Secretary Qing and the others promptly set to work. Initially skeptical of Lin Tian's feng shui expertise, Zhang Chengxiu and Su Tianji quickly recognized that Lin Tian surpassed their capabilities. "Hurry, replace that plaque. Where's the excavator? Remove these trees immediately. Bring the 10-meter stone tablet here without delay." With Secretary Qing overseeing the operations, many tasks became straightforward. Lin Tian's directives were swiftly executed. Excavators moved to dig where needed, and construction crews worked tirelessly through the night into the early morning, transforming Jinhai Tower significantly. "Secretary, the latest report from the Meteorological Bureau confirms Typhoon Hai's landfall." An expert from the Bureau stated. Meteorological agencies in countries such as Dongying and the Philippines have reached the same conclusion. The typhoon's proximity allows for more accurate predictions, and Typhoon Hai's intensity has garnered close attention from neighboring meteorological agencies. Indeed, Secretary Qing nodded, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. "Secretary Qing, do not panic. Miracles do happen in this world." As the moment approached, he prepared to erect the stone tablet. This massive stone, measuring 10 meters long and over 1 meter wide, weighed approximately 7 to 8 tons. "Lift." Lin Tian exerted his powerful internal energy, and astonishingly, the heavy stone tablet was raised upright. With a resounding crash, he leapt into the air, striking the top of the tablet with his palm. The stone bore the force of his strike, embedding itself over a meter deep into the earth. Lin Tian then soared upward once more. With 3 strikes, the tablet was driven 4 meters into the ground, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. Could mere human strength accomplish such a feat? A 7 or 8-ton stone tablet, raised and driven deep into the earth with just 3 strikes? Was Master Lin merely a martial arts master? Someone whispered in disbelief. Nearby, Zhang Chengxiu felt a jolt of realization. With his knowledge of martial arts, he pondered whether a martial arts master could truly possess such strength. Perhaps Master Lin was a grandmaster of martial arts. Jinhai Divine Tablet. Lin Tian descended from the stone tablet, his palm poised like a brush, effortlessly etching characters into the stone as if it were mere tofu. This spectacle left all present deeply shaken. Zhang Chengxiu and Su Tianji exchanged glances, both feeling that Master Lin might indeed be a grandmaster of martial arts. After all, the disparity between a martial arts master and a grandmaster is rather significant. They had encountered several martial arts masters, none of whom exhibited such extraordinary abilities. Has Master Lin truly succeeded? Cheng Yuan inquired, his previously polite demeanor now tinged with respect. This is a divine technique, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. What do you all think is the optimal path for the typhoon? The crowd instinctively thought of the Eastern Cherry Nation. Surely, such a magnificent force would head towards the Eastern Cherry Nation. Do you truly wish for that? Stop dreaming. This is a typhoon, a manifestation of celestial might. How could human efforts dictate its precise course? Wherever it goes is the will of heaven. Lin Tian replied with a smile, silently manipulating the entire geomantic array. Chapter 140. We must believe in science. On the internet of the Eastern Cherry Nation, laughter erupted as the Meteorological Bureau of Huagua confirmed the typhoon's landing location as their territory. An 18-level typhoon was poised to usher them into the depths of despair. Let the storm rage even fiercer. The online community of the Eastern Cherry Nation rejoiced, harboring little goodwill towards Huagua, wishing for calamities to befall them daily. A growing Huagua instilled fear in their hearts, given their ancestors' numerous brutal deeds. Friends, Why don't we summon this typhoon to come our way? If countless of us fail to attract it, then it must be that heaven is targeting Huagua, a popular influencer from the Eastern Cherry Nation posted. This enormous typhoon garnered considerable attention, and he sought to ride the wave of its popularity. Initially hesitant, he now felt emboldened as the meteorological bureaus of the Eastern Cherry Nation, the Philippines, and Huagua all announced that the typhoon would strike the southeastern coast of Huagua. Why not seize this opportunity? He chuckled. Look at my grand summoning technique. Typhoon Haijia, come to the Eastern Cherry Nation. Others joined in, calling out for the typhoon to arrive. The post's popularity surged as many from the Eastern Cherry Nation joined the fervor. Convinced that Haijia's landfall in Huagua was a foregone conclusion, they envisioned the opportunity to mock Huagua, asserting that the typhoon's trajectory was a testament to heaven's disdain for them. Before long, news of this reached domestic shores, igniting righteous indignation among many netizens. They were well aware of the ill intentions harbored by those from the Eastern Cherry Nation. Turn the typhoon towards the Eastern Cherry Nation, Lin Tian silently commanded, harnessing the power of the dragon vein through the Jinhai Tower. An immense, invisible force field obstructed the typhoon's path. Hundreds of kilometers away, the advancing typhoon Haijia suddenly executed an inexplicable turn, shifting from its original northwest trajectory to the northeast, towards the Eastern Cherry Nation. What just happened? Did Haijia change direction? The Huagua Meteorological Bureau quickly detected this alteration. Let us not get too excited just yet. We must see if it persists, a bureau leader cautioned, his hand trembling slightly as he held his teacup. Seconds turned into half a minute, and satellite imagery confirmed that Haijia was indeed heading northeast, away from Huagua. On Lin Tian's side, meteorological experts received a call, and astonishment spread across their faces. Secretary Ching, it has changed direction. The typhoon Haijia is truly heading northeast towards the Eastern Cherry Nation. Cheng Qingyuan was equally elated upon hearing the news. Master Lin, thank you. On behalf of the people of F Province, I express our deepest gratitude for your efforts. Cheng Qingyuan grasped Lin Tian's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Tian smiled gently. Secretary Cheng, there is no need for thanks. The typhoon's change in course has nothing to do with me. I firmly believe that indulging in superstitions regarding such matters is utterly unwarranted. We must trust in science. Cheng Qingyuan's expression turned slightly peculiar as he nodded in agreement. You are right, Master Lin. The path of the typhoon is determined by heaven's will, which is beyond human influence. Our meddling here is merely a desperate measure. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Secretary Cheng, the typhoon's change is merely a coincidence. Wouldn't you all agree? The crowd chimed in, though their thoughts were not so simple. Just yesterday, Lin Tian had asserted with conviction that he could manage the situation. Now, with the monument erected, the typhoon had altered course soon after. What a remarkable coincidence. An 18-level typhoon, brimming with immense energy, changing its trajectory is no trivial feat moreover. This change directed it precisely towards the Eastern Cherry Nation. Lin Tian had previously asked for their desired direction for Haijia, and though they hadn't voiced it, their thoughts aligned. Master Lin, do you think the typhoon will change direction again? Ching Yuan inquired with a hint of concern. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, in my opinion. Having made such a significant alteration, it is unlikely to change again. It is now on the correct path. Some attendees smiled knowingly. This trajectory would sweep across the entire Eastern Cherry Nation, undoubtedly the optimal route, even carrying nuclear wastewater inland. Master Lin, after a long night of work, shall we find a place to enjoy some morning tea? Cheng Yuan suggested with a smile. Lin Tian shook his head. Secretary Cheng, you have much to attend to, and I have other matters to address. I must take my leave. With that, Lin Tian lightly tapped his toes and vanished without a trace. Master Lin is truly an extraordinary individual, a master of geomancy and martial arts, Cheng Yuan marveled. Zhang Chongshu cleared his throat. Secretary Cheng, may we speak privately for a moment? Cheng Yuan followed Zhang Chongshu and Su Tianji to a secluded spot, where Zhang Chongshu whispered, Secretary Cheng, we believe Master Lin might be a grandmaster of martial arts. He may also be a grandmaster in geomancy. Su Tianji added, this typhoon is incredibly powerful. I doubt even a geomancy master could wield such influence. Cheng Yuan's gaze sharpened. If he is indeed a grandmaster of martial arts, that would be remarkable. Are you certain? Cheng Yuan probed. Zhang Chongshu shook his head. I cannot be certain, but could a martial arts master erect such a heavy monument? I think not. Cheng Yuan nodded slightly. Since Master Lin claims to be a master, let us regard him as one. Understood, Secretary Cheng, Zhang Chongshu, and the others replied. At the Meteorological Bureau of the Eastern Cherry Nation, the director, Yoshinobu Kishi, was left speechless. The typhoon Haijia, which was initially on a direct course for Huagua, had now inexplicably turned towards them. Director, We must issue a warning immediately, someone urged. Kishi snapped. What are you all waiting for? Release the weather alert at once. He turned to contact the island of Rida, insisting they cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater. The typhoon will carry the contaminated seawater inland. The atmosphere grew frantic as people scrambled to act. Moments later, someone reported, Director, Rida has responded, stating that the nuclear wastewater has just been discharged. Damn it, Kishi cursed vehemently. Director, could the typhoon's change in direction be related to this? A staff member raised a hand to inquire. Kishi approached, noticing a petition post with over 1 million responses. What nonsense. They actually petitioned for Haijia to come to our country, and now they are rejoicing. Kishi seethed with anger. Although he knew this situation likely had no connection to the petition, the typhoon's sudden shift only fueled his ire. What is happening? Why is the typhoon heading our way? Could the petition actually have worked? May the heavens protect us from this being true. The latest news from the Meteorological Bureau left many citizens of Dongying Nation in disbelief. As the typhoon unexpectedly altered its course, a sense of doom enveloped the internet celebrity, whose complexion turned pale. Should Typhoon Haiga sweep through Dongying Nation, the devastation would be immense, and the ensuing fury of countless individuals would surge forth like a tidal wave. Amusingly, it seemed their summons had indeed brought Haiga to their shores. Meanwhile, across Huagua, many rejoiced at the unfolding events. Luo Bingning initiated a video call with Lin Tian. Her expression frozen in astonishment as the bronze treasure chest above her head transformed into a golden one due to the typhoon's shift. Darling, do you miss me? Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded. Have you finished your work? When will you be back to the airport to meet me? Chapter 141. Luo Bingning wept. Upon uttering her words, her charming face turned crimson. It was the first time she had referred to him as husband without his prompting. Bingning. Say it again, Lin Tian urged playfully. I want to say it again. Are you coming back today? She retorted coyly. Lin Tian replied. Whether I return depends on when the flights resume. I should be back by this afternoon. After the change in Haiga's trajectory, its speed noticeably increased. It would not be long before its impact on Huagua diminished, while its effect on Dongying Nation would only intensify. Please send me your flight details once you book your ticket, he instructed. Understood, my dear. As evening fell, Lin Tian returned to S City. The proximity of Typhoon Haiga to Dongying Nation stirred monstrous waves, crashing violently against the shore. How could they summon a typhoon? The citizens were engulfed in despair. Realizing the impending calamity, the magnitude of the storm was alarming, and many businesses feared catastrophic losses. Although most areas in Dongying Nation had yet to feel the typhoon's wrath, the news conveyed its terrifying potential. Even we in the inland regions will face significant impacts. Great deity Amaterasu, please redirect it once more. More netizens from Dongying Nation began to flood the forums, hoping to alter the storm's path through sheer will. Yet this time, Haiga remained steadfast in its advance. Reports from friends in Huagua indicated that changes were underway at Jinhai Tower in Fuzhou. Investigations revealed that construction was ongoing, and whispers suggested that Master Lin from Huagua was involved. A blogger from Dongying Nation shared updates accompanied by images of the newly erected Jinhai Monument, sparking accusations that Huagua was manipulating events. Indeed, as Haiga approaches, it inexplicably veered towards us. Many in Dongying Nation expressed their outrage. The news quickly reached Huagua, where the official response was to advocate for scientific understanding and respect for nature, much to the chagrin of Dongying citizens who had previously claimed divine intervention. An official from Dongying Nation inquired, is there truly no solution? Beside him stood a feng shui master, who declared, it is utterly impossible. We must evacuate, otherwise, we will confront the typhoon head-on. The order to retreat was swiftly given, and as they hurriedly departed, the winds intensified, summoning towering waves that obliterated a nearby feng shui structure, once thought to provide some defense against the storm. The destruction unleashed by the ferocious winds was apocalyptic, tossing boats and vehicles alike, and uprooting homes. Lin Tian, having landed, watched the news with a smile, recognizing the catastrophic repercussions awaiting Dongying Nation, particularly as the typhoon would carry nuclear wastewater inland, creating lasting ramifications. At the exit, Luo Bingning waved excitedly. Despite her mask, a nearby man was clearly taken by her beauty. Darling, how long have you waited? Lin Tian asked as he embraced her. Not long, she replied softly. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Lin, a businessman in S City with a small company worth a few million, the man interjected confidently. Lin Tian released Luo Bingning and inquired, where are the car keys? After receiving them, Lin Tian jingled the keys with a grin, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Fewer than 1,000 exist. Perhaps you should consider acquiring one. The man, taken aback, quickly excused himself and left. One must flaunt wealth at times. Otherwise, such pests will linger. Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Indeed, Luo Bingning nodded. Once in the car, she curiously asked, "You did drive the typhoon away, right?" Lin Tian chuckled, "Not quite. I merely harnessed the forces of nature. Thankfully, the ancients constructed Jinhai Tower." Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. "My mother bought me a jade bracelet for several $100,000. Lin Tian was astonished. "Your mother went all out." "I just transferred them $1 million, primarily for living expenses and to furnish the house. My mother insisted on buying it." Claiming our family had been poor and lacked heirlooms, she explained, her cheeks reddening. "Accept the gift graciously. It was for you. After all," Lin Tian encouraged. "I appreciate it. But I often train with Yenner, and I fear damaging it. I'll keep it safely stored as an heirloom," she replied. "Though a jade bracelet worth that much might not be the most prestigious heirloom, as long as you and my mother are pleased, that's what matters," he chuckled. "By the way, my father called at noon, asking when we would visit the capital, tomorrow or the day after." She inquired, recalling that the following day marked her grandmother's memorial. "If your company isn't too busy, we can head to the capital tomorrow. We must visit your teacher's wife as well." An hour later, they arrived home, only to find it in disarray. "Lin Tian, it appears we were robbed," Luo Bingning exclaimed, rushing to her bedroom where the safe stood open, its contents gone, including the jade bracelet. "Darling," she cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 142. A most unusual burglary. "Do not cry, my dear," Lin Tian comforted. Embracing Luo Bingning tenderly, tears streamed down Luo Bingning's face, soaking Lin Tian's shoulder, igniting a fierce anger within him. Despite their lengthy marriage, this was the first time she had cried, and it was a thief who had caused her distress. "Husband, I do not care about anything else. But the jade bracelet that my aunt gifted me has been stolen," she sobbed, her grief intensifying. "Do not worry, I will certainly retrieve it," Lin Tian reassured her. "Even if the thief possesses extraordinary abilities, he will not escape." "Do you doubt my capabilities?" With tear-filled eyes, Luo Bingning gazed at him. "Will you truly be able to find it? I feel so ashamed towards my aunt." Lin Tian gently wiped her tears and spoke softly. "Bingning, I am using a discreet method to communicate with you now. Do not mention the typhoon or anything else. The thief may not be an ordinary burglar. There could be listening devices installed in our home." Luo Bingning was taken aback. Lin Tian continued, "Stop crying. You will not look beautiful if you do. There are cameras everywhere that can help us locate the thief." "All right," she nodded. "I will check with the property management for the surveillance footage. You should also search the house thoroughly to see if anything else is missing," Lin Tian suggested. "Okay, I will be more meticulous," she replied, understanding Lin Tian's implication to look for any hidden listening devices. Lin Tian did not go to the property management. Instead, he ascended to the rooftop. The night had fallen, and the rooftop was deserted. He found a corner and retrieved a notebook from his system space. Although there was a computer at home, there might be pinhole cameras or listening devices in his room, which could compromise his hacking abilities. Quickly, Lin Tian infiltrated the community's surveillance system. If it were merely a petty thief, the problem would be simpler, but if not, it could involve foreign forces. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. The property management's surveillance footage was suspicious. A segment of video lasting half an hour had been replaced with footage from the same time a few days prior. It would be challenging for even the property staff to notice the substitution without careful scrutiny. "Impressive," Lin Tian mused. "This is no ordinary burglar." The sophistication of the perpetrator's methods was astounding, but such tactics were child's play for Lin Tian. After some time, he managed to restore the replaced footage. "I have found you." Through the elevator surveillance, Lin Tian quickly identified his target, a fashionable woman wearing a mask, obscuring her features. He suspected her hair might be a wig. After she exited the elevator, her subsequent actions were unclear, but he soon tracked her movements through the cameras. Not long after, Lin Tian's brow furrowed. After leaving, she took a taxi to a village in the city, disembarking in a blind spot of the surveillance, amidst a flurry of vans. She could easily board any of them and disappear. Cautious and skilled, he thought to himself. The footage from her arrival offered little hope of discovery. He swiftly checked his mother Chunwan's bank statements and, through the payment records, located the shop where Luo Bingning had purchased the jade bracelet. He obtained the surveillance footage from the store and nearby cameras. Such professional methods indicated that the thief was either a master criminal or someone not motivated by mere theft. If it is the latter, Lin Tian contemplated, the possibility of there being surveillance or listening devices in our home is significantly high. Ding ding, Lin Tian dialed the phone of Fong Hejuan, leader of the Special Operations Group 3. "Captain, we were robbed at home, and the loss is considerable. Could you send a few skilled operatives to assist?" Fong Hejuan's expression shifted. A burglary at Lin Tian's home, and he claims a significant loss? Surely, the thief hasn't made off with your firearm? I will be there shortly, he replied solemnly, not elaborating further. Soon, Fong Hejuan arrived with several team members, activating the alarm. And within half an hour, they reached Lin Tian's community. Lin Tian awaited them outside. Lin Tian, they didn't steal your firearm, did they? Fong Hejuan inquired as he pulled Lin Tian aside. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. I did not leave my firearm at home, but I suspect there may be listening devices. I just reviewed the surveillance footage at the property management office. A segment has been replaced. This was not the work of a petty thief, Fong Hejuan acknowledged. Nodding, Lin Tian affirmed, I believe you will find any surveillance or listening devices present. Soon, Lin Tian led Fong Hejuan and his team to his home. Bingning, they are from national security. This case is serious, and they are here to check for any issues. Luo Bingning nodded. Fong Hejuan instructed his team, Tian Jing, Meng Qing, please inspect Miss Luo's room thoroughly. Ensure nothing is overlooked. Understood, Captain. Fong Hejuan, understanding the privacy of a woman's belongings, thoughtfully assigned 2 female officers for the search. The team commenced their meticulous examination. Lin Tian entered his own bedroom, which contained few items. Fong Hejuan and the other 2 soon joined him, and after a brief search, they found nothing. Lin Tian, we must disassemble your computer, keyboard. In case for inspection, these can easily conceal items, Fong Hejuan stated. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Soon, his computer components were taken apart. Captain, we have a discovery, exclaimed the officer disassembling the keyboard, revealing a minuscule listening device. Lin Tian's expression turned grave. Even as a martial arts grandmaster, he would have struggled to detect such a small object hidden within his keyboard. If he had known there was an issue, it would have been easier. But many places at home could harbor such devices. Continue searching. Every location and detail must be scrutinized, Fong Hejuan commanded. Yes, Captain. The others responded in unison. Fong Hejuan held the tiny listening device in his hand. Lin Tian, finding this, confirms that this is no ordinary burglary. Such listening devices are beyond the capabilities of many foreign agents. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Thank you for your assistance. Fong Hejuan shook his head. It is no trouble. Given your relationship with Master Lin, your affairs pertain to national security. An hour passed swiftly. Fong Hejuan's team uncovered 3 listening devices, 1 in the master bedroom, 1 in Lin Tian's room, and 1 in the living room, yet no pinhole cameras were detected. The listening devices had been cleverly concealed and would have been difficult to find without the expertise of Fong Hejuan's team. Lin Tian lacked the professional skills to locate them all in a single day. Lin Tian, your home is clear of these devices now, but there remains a possibility of spies infiltrating in the future. I would like to discuss a matter with you, Fong Hejuan said. Captain, please speak freely. I wish to propose arranging for a few of our personnel to be stationed among your property security. In case of future incidents, they could respond promptly, Fong Hejuan explained. Lin Tian smiled. Captain, that would be a tremendous benefit for us. I have no reason to refuse. Fong Hejuan nodded. That is good to hear. This oversight is on us. Knowing your connection to Master Lin, we should have made arrangements sooner. Do not let us intrude further. We will withdraw. We will exert every effort to identify the spy who entered your home. Lin Tian nodded as Fong Hejuan and his team departed. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian with a sorrowful expression. Husband, will we be unable to recover the bracelet? Do not worry. We will find it, Lin Tian assured her. I assure you. Lin Tian reached out and embraced Luo Bingning, his head brushing against the golden treasure chest atop her head. Chapter 143, Luo Bingning's Affection. Ding. The golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine level olfaction. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. Dear, I will take a shower and cultivate first. I promise I will definitely retrieve that jade bracelet, alright? Lin Tian stated. Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. Returning to his room. Lin Tian felt an intense itch in his nose, sensing significant changes in the cells within. Thank you, system. This skill is quite formidable, Lin Tian remarked internally. As he ascended to the level of a martial arts grandmaster, his physical attributes had improved considerably, including his sense of smell, though the enhancement was limited. Compared to many animals, humans possess a rather poor sense of smell. Now, with divine level olfaction, Lin Tian estimated that he might rival the most acute olfactory creatures. Soon, he detected various scents lingering in the room, including those left behind by Fong Hejuan and his companions, as well as the fragrance of the female spy who had entered his quarters. His sense of smell continued to amplify, allowing him to discern the layers of scents and identify when they were left behind, enabling him to track the movements of others through residual odors. The enhancement persisted. Lin Tian realized he could pinpoint a specific scent, He caught the aroma of the spy outside the door, even tracing her presence in and out of the community. Impressive. With this ability, I could excel in criminal investigations. Even police dogs would find themselves out of work, Lin Tian mused, vigorously rubbing his nose. Finally, his enhancement concluded. Lin Tian surmised that his sense of smell now surpassed that of a dog. After finishing his shower, Lin Tian stepped outside. Unlike her usual routine of binge-watching dramas, Luo Bingning sat on the balcony, lost in thought, having just finished her shower. As Lin Tian approached, he noticed traces of tears in her eyes. Why aren't you cultivating? Luo Bingning blinked in confusion. Lin Tian sighed softly. I'm not in the mood for cultivation right now. Additionally, I've uncovered some clues. I will be stepping out shortly. No crying at home, okay? I might recover the items tonight. Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Do you have important leads? Lin Tian nodded. I possess a modicum of hacking skills and have discovered something worth investigating. A smile graced Luo Bingning's face. Previously, when Lin Tian mentioned his knowledge of feng shui, a typhoon had diverted its course to Dongyin country upon his arrival in Fuzhou. Come back early and be careful, she urged, a mix of anticipation and concern in her voice. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. If I come knocking at your door, it's not I who should be cautious. I assure you, I will be fine. Not opting to drive his own car, Lin Tian hailed a taxi. An hour later, the taxi arrived at the urban village. The surveillance had previously indicated that the spy had been here, and Lin Tian naturally picked up the scent of the woman. Driver, head in this direction, Lin Tian instructed. Pointing ahead, the spy had changed vehicles multiple times, but Lin Tian's divine olfaction rendered these evasive maneuvers futile. Utilizing his acute sense of smell, he confidently determined that the female spy was currently inside a hotel. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Tian swiftly navigated to the floor where the spy was located. Splash. He heard the sound of running water from outside the room. She was in the shower. Pressing his hand against the door, Lin Tian channeled his internal energy, and the lock silently clicked open. He pushed the door open and entered the room. An LV backpack lay on the sofa. He sat down and opened it, revealing the jade bracelet along with the remaining stolen jewelry belonging to Luo Bingning. The jade bracelet was worth hundreds of thousands, while the other pieces collectively exceeded 10 times that value, amounting to several million in precious ornaments. An enticing haul even for a professional female spy. Moments later, the sound of water ceased, and the female spy emerged, wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Lin Tian, her pupils dilated in shock. She was extremely cautious, surprised that he had managed to track her down. Should I address you as Xiangqi Misha or Xia Xinyan? Lin Tian inquired coolly. With his heightened sense of smell, he knew she bore no poison in her mouth, and at this moment, she was unable to take her own life. Lin Jun, it's up to you, she replied, a hint of desperation in her voice. On such a long night, shouldn't we engage in something else? As the towel slipped from her, Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed. Why not indulge in the view? Xiangqi Misha was quite attractive, with a captivating figure. Indeed, we ought to do something on this prolonged night. As a martial artist, I possess certain interrogation techniques. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? I shall demonstrate them on you shortly, Lin Tian said, a cruel smile gracing his face. However, he had no intention of engaging in anything further with Xiangqi Misha. That would be unwise, as he was still a virgin. Xiangqi Misha furrowed her brow discreetly. Her seductive tactics were ineffective, and she realized escaping Lin Tian would be exceedingly difficult. Silently, she donned her clothing. I am quite curious how you managed to track me down. Even with the sky net, it should be impossible for you to trace me here, she stated. Her gaze fixed on Lin Tian. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she glanced at her bag. Could it be that the item she had taken contained a tracking device? Xiangqi Misha, why did you install a listening device at my place? What were you searching for in our home? Lin Tian inquired calmly. As Xiangqi Misha contemplated her escape strategy, she replied, I should be the one asking the questions. In an instant, Lin Tian struck, sealing Xiangqi Misha's acupoints. You cannot distinguish between the minor and major kings. If my wife weeps, you shall experience the wrath of my bone separation technique. Lin Tian stated coldly. Swiftly, he executed the bone separation technique. As a martial arts grandmaster, he wielded various weapons, and his repertoire included numerous techniques akin to the bone separation technique. Xiangqi Misha's eyes widened in terror as she opened her mouth to scream, but the sealed acupoints rendered her voiceless. Within moments, pain coursed through her body, causing her to break into a cold sweat, her complexion turning pale. Bingning, I have located the stolen items. Sleep soundly. I will return after I conclude my business. Lin Tian messaged Luo Bingning, attaching photographs of the bracelet and other items. At home, Luo Bingning had not yet fallen asleep. Upon receiving Lin Tian's message, she felt a surge of joy. After worrying for so long, a black iron treasure chest had transformed into a bronze treasure chest on her forehead. Husband, I love you dearly, she typed, her cheeks flushed. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided to send the message. Brothers, if you like it, please give a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 144. The purpose of the beautiful spy. Lin Tian chuckled, glancing at the message from Luo Bingning. He was certain the young lady's face was flushed. How about we meet up later for some offline affection? Lin Tian sent, adding a cheeky emoji. Luo Bingning responded with a playful head-smacking emoji. Good night. Good night. After chatting with Luo Bingning, Lin Tian cast a glance at Xiangqi Misha, who appeared as if she had just emerged from the water. Team leader, if you're still awake, come here, he messaged Fang Hejuan, sharing the address as well. Within half an hour, Fang Hejuan replied promptly, though it was now midnight. Given the circumstances, he and several others were still working overtime to investigate. As 10 minutes elapsed, Lin Tian allowed Xiangqi Misha to regain her composure. Terror-stricken, she gazed at Lin Tian and whispered hoarsely, "You are a devil." Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, "Merely a trivial trick. I possess other methods that you might wish to experience." "Not at all. I have no desire," Xiangqi Misha hastily retorted. "Please, ask your questions directly." Lin Tian inquired, "Is it sufficient merely to install listening devices? Are you not concerned about alarming the snake by striking the grass? What are you searching for in my home?" "I seek martial arts manuals and any information pertaining to Master Lin," Xiangqi Misha responded. "In my quest for these items, I moved some things around, fearing you might notice something amiss, so I fabricated a theft instead." At this, Xiangqi Misha paused, adding, "There is another reason. The jewels also piqued my interest." Lin Tian queried, "What is the purpose of your listening devices? How many have you installed in my residence?" Xiangqi Misha fell silent. Lin Tian smiled faintly. "It appears you wish to experience other methods. The long night is ahead, and we need not rush." I said, "The organization suspects that the typhoon is a ploy orchestrated by Master Lin. We require evidence. Master Lin's whereabouts are uncertain, and since you have connections with him, we shall begin with you." 3 listening devices, Xiangqi Misha revealed. Lin Tian maintained a calm demeanor, having suspected this all along. He primarily doubted 2 points. First, that the Eastern Cherry Kingdom might suspect he is Master Lin and desire to eavesdrop to confirm this. And second, regarding the typhoon incident. Given how recent the typhoon was, the latter seemed more plausible. The devastation brought about by the typhoon had significantly impacted the Eastern Cherry Kingdom, and should they acquire evidence, they would face considerable public scrutiny. "You possess quite the imagination," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. "The typhoon was summoned by your own citizens. What organization do you represent?" Xiangqi Misha's peripheral vision caught sight of a pen nearby. If she could stab it into her neck, she could end her life. Lin Tian, with a bemused expression, said, "You are not a martial artist. Are you truly intent on playing tricks in front of one? If you wish to use that pen for self-harm, how about I allow you to grasp it first? Should you succeed in ending your life, I shall concede your prowess." Xiangqi Misha took a deep breath and declared, "I am from the Thai society." Lin Tian smiled faintly. "Xiangqi Misha, it seems you still wish to experience other methods. I shall oblige you." With that, Lin Tian stood up, preparing to take action. "I hail from the Yamaguchi-gumi." Xiangqi Misha's complexion shifted, and she hurriedly added, she had no desire to endure the previous torment again. "The Yamaguchi-gumi?" Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As a grandmaster of martial arts and ancient medicine, he deduced from Xiangqi Misha's reaction that she was not lying this time. A knock resounded at the door. Fang Hejuan and his companions had arrived. Lin Tian sealed Xiangqi Misha's acupoint and moved to open the door. "Lin Tian, what is happening?" Fang Yuanjun inquired as he and 2 others entered the room, discovering a beautiful woman lying on the bed, glistening with sweat, as if she had just undergone a vigorous ordeal. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "This is Xiangqi Misha, a renowned figure in Huagua, also known as Xia Xinyun. She is a spy from the Yamaguchi-gumi. I employed a few minor tactics to extract her confession. You may converse with her for further details." As Lin Tian released Xiangqi Misha from her restraints, he added, "Team leader, I shall take my leave now. Xiangqi Misha, you will likely have no further use for this bag. I shall take it with me." Lin Tian took possession of Xiangqi Misha's LV bag, which was not owned by Luo Bingning. He had seen a video where Xiangqi Misha carried it upon her arrival. Soon after, Fang Hejuan and the others departed, marveling at how Lin Tian had located Xiangqi Misha in such a brief span of time, if no one had aided him from behind the scenes. This achievement was indeed remarkable. "Lin Tian, you worked hard last night. Come, taste this. I have prepared a delightful meal for you." The following morning, after Lin Tian finished washing up, the cheerful voice of Luo Bingning resonated from the kitchen. Lin Tian entered the dining area to find Luo Bingning serving a steaming bowl of crab roe noodles. Crafting crab roe noodles is no simple task. This bowl of noodles featured exceptionally fresh crab roe, clearly sourced from live crabs. Bingning, you did not hurt yourself, did you? Lin Tian inquired. No, not at all. Luo Bingning replied, a hint of guilt in her tone. Let me see, Lin Tian said, grasping Luo Bingning's retracted right hand, revealing a mark on her middle finger, unmistakably left by a crab claw. Though there was no bleeding, the area had turned a dark red. I'm fine, Lin Tian. This minor mark will heal in a few days, she reassured him. Lin Tian, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently touched her. Why go through all this trouble for a bowl of crab roe noodles? A simple egg noodle would suffice. Luo Bingning replied. You toiled until midnight to retrieve the jade bracelet. It is only right that I put in some effort to prepare a better breakfast for you. Is this the only bowl? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning shook her head. I finished my breakfast earlier. Since you woke up late, this entire bowl is for you. Lin Tian sniffed the air. I can smell the aroma of egg noodles. You had egg noodles, didn't you? Notably, Lin Tian had the ability to control his sense of smell. Typically, it remained as it had always been. An overly acute sense of smell could be quite a burden. I already had breakfast. You should eat quickly. Otherwise, the noodles will become mushy, Luo Bingning teased. Lin Tian nodded and began to eat. As he savored the warm noodles, his heart swelled with warmth. It was rare to find a wife like her, truly a gem among the daughters of wealthy families. How is it? Luo Bingning asked eagerly. Lin Tian nodded repeatedly. Exquisite. Bingning, your culinary skills are remarkable, only slightly inferior to mine. How boastful. Even Auntie says your cooking is quite lacking, Luo Bingning giggled. Lin Tian grinned. How about this? The day we share a kiss, I shall showcase my culinary skills. How does that sound? If we kiss now, you'll get to taste it today, Luo Bingning shot back, rolling her eyes at Lin Tian. I need to tidy up. We still have to take a flight to the capital, she added. After finishing breakfast, Luo Bingning cleared the table. I'm surprised to see you wearing that, Lin Tian remarked, noticing the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. The jade bracelet was cool and translucent. Despite her youth, it suited her beautifully. I was concerned it might be stolen while we are in the capital for a few days, and I want to be practicing martial arts during this time. Luo Bingning explained softly. Do I look good in this outfit? She asked, twirling around. The chi pao accentuated her perfect figure. Lin Tian nodded. It looks lovely, however. I think you should change. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Are you saying I look bad in this outfit? Lin Tian shook his head. No. It's that you look too good. You should wear this at home for my eyes only. Wearing it around others makes me feel rather envious. Luo Bingning playfully retorted. You are quite conservative. Lin Tian chuckled. Ah, my dear wife, you misunderstand. I possess both conservative and open-minded perspectives. For my own wife, I prefer a more reserved approach. For others' wives, the more open, the better, haha. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes at him. It seems other outfits might not pair well with this bracelet, she mused, glancing at the jade piece on her wrist. Lin Tian laughed. My dear, you worry too much. Even if you were to drape yourself in a burlap sack, I believe you would still look stunning. You're just talking nonsense. I'll change into something else. Luo Bingning quickly returned to her room to change. The new outfit, while not as form-fitting as the chi pao, still looked exceptionally beautiful on her. One relies heavily on attire. However, when an individual possesses an extraordinary beauty, the impact of clothing diminishes significantly. A person like Luo Bingning, even if adorned in modest attire, exudes the poise of a wealthy heiress. Lin Tian, will your home be safe from thieves? Before departing, Luo Bingning harbored some concerns regarding her residence. Although she was indifferent to the potential theft of her jewelry, the thought of eavesdropping devices left her deeply unsettled. The notion of hidden cameras was even more distressing. Lin Tian reassured her, stating that the team leader would report to the higher-ups and assign personnel to the community's security. During this period, he would undoubtedly ensure that someone was watching over her home. Lin Tian detected two familiar presences, both belonging to members of the Special Operations Team, one male and one female, who had visited their home the previous evening. Luo Bingning nodded in acknowledgement. Having experienced last night's ordeal, she felt that enduring it again would leave her with lasting psychological scars. Let us proceed, Lin Tian suggested with a smile. In the East Sakura Nation, Yamaguchi Group. Yamaguchi Fujihara awoke and, after his morning routine, sat at the dining table. Did anything significant transpire last night? He inquired, consuming his breakfast. A middle-aged man beside him reported. Group leader, there may have been an incident involving Xia Xinyun from Huagua. Yamaguchi Fujihara's expression shifted, for he was acutely aware of the mission Xia Xinyun was undertaking. If she were to fail and disclose organizational secrets, it would spell trouble. Why may have? Xia Xinyun transmitted a message last night indicating a successful operation, so there should not be any issues. However, she has not sent a follow-up safety message this morning, the man replied, causing Yamaguchi Fujihara to furrow his brow. Xia Xinyun, also known as Shikushi Misha, was a highly trained spy, unlikely to make such an error. The absence of a second safety message indicated a considerable risk. Group leader, there is no need for excessive concern. Xia Xinyun can undoubtedly withstand ordinary interrogation methods. She will not betray the organization, the middle-aged man assured him. Yamaguchi Fujihara nodded slightly. Yet his eyes reflected apprehension. Xia Xinyun had visited Lin Tian's home, and prior intelligence analysis suggested that Lin Tian could be Lin Zhongshu. Group leader, there is also this. The man said, producing a tablet. The screen displayed an image strikingly similar to Lin Zhongshu after his disguise. Is this Lin Zhongshu? Yamaguchi Fujihara inquired. As the image radiated an aura of prowess. The man explained, no photographs were taken that night, leaving no images of Lin Zhongshu. This was commissioned from an artist using a description of him, achieving at least 80% similarity. Yamaguchi Fujihara's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. So, Lin Tian and Lin Zhongshu are not the same person? The middle-aged man affirmed, it seems unlikely. Lin Zhongshu appears to be in his 40s, though he could be much older. What is Lin Tian's purpose in the past? Yamaguchi Fujihara pondered, aware that Lin Tian had traveled to Fuzhou. Group leader. We suspect Lin Tian is there to study. To study? Yamaguchi Fujihara mused aloud. Indeed, there was a possibility that if Lin Tian were Lin Zhongshu's pupil, he might be receiving practical instruction from him. Do you have any further instructions? The middle-aged man asked. Yamaguchi Fujihara shook his head. Cease all operations for now. Ensure that Lin Zhongshu is oblivious to our involvement in the Yamaguchi group. The thought of Shikushi Misha's potential failure unsettled him. Although she did not know the organization's secrets, she was aware of her affiliation with the Yamaguchi group. For Lin Zhongshu, knowing only her association with the Yamaguchi group could suffice. The police require evidence to act. But for someone of Lin Zhongshu's caliber, merely knowing the target suffices. Purchase a ticket to the United States under a different identity, Yamaguchi Fujihara commanded. The proximity of East Sakura to Huagua posed risks. The United States offered a more distant refuge. Understood, group leader, the middle-aged man replied before departing. Yamaguchi Fujihara felt anxious. Knowing that Lin Tian was not currently targeting him, he could confront him at any time. Meeting his in-laws was far more pressing. By noon, Lin Tian and his companion's flight had landed. Teacher, Mrs. Teacher, long time no see, they greeted as they emerged from the terminal. Spotting familiar faces, Luo Bingning's teacher and his wife had come to welcome them. Luo Bingning informed them about her second treatment that day, which had prompted her teacher to come to the airport. Professor Dai, Mrs. Teacher, thank you for your kindness, Lin Tian said with a smile. Professor Dai promptly replied, Shaolin, please do not mention it. Thanks to you, my wife is nearly fully recovered. According to her own words, she felt completely well. Luo Bingning's teacher's wife chimed in, I truly feel completely well. Lin Tian chuckled, Mrs. Teacher, while you feel well, there is still a little left to address. But after one more treatment, you will certainly be restored to full health. After about an hour, they arrived at Peking University. Lin Tian commenced treatment for Mrs. Teacher. You will soon be fully restored, Mrs. Teacher, he assured with a smile. Her face beamed with gratitude. Shaolin, thank you. Bingning. You and Lin Tian will have dinner with Mrs. Teacher this evening. You two can explore the campus in the meantime, her teacher suggested. Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. Having graduated over a year ago, she was eager to revisit the campus. 15 minutes later, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning strolled hand in hand along the banks of Weiming Lake. Bingning, your teacher's health is now entirely restored, but you still owe me something. Lin Tian said with a smile, shall we share a kiss here? This place, bustling with people, seems quite fitting. Chapter 146. The misunderstanding of Luo Hongchuan. Luo Bingning's heart raced. With so many people around, Lin Tian wouldn't truly kiss her here, would he? Just then, someone called out to her, Luo Xuejia. Luo Bingning turned around, her smile brightening. Ah, it's you, Xuewei. Long time no see. The one calling her was Su Xuewei, a junior who was also remarkably beautiful. Luo Xuejia, I heard from others that you were back. I didn't expect to see you at school. Su Xuewei exclaimed. Who is this handsome guy? Luo Bingning introduced. This is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. Darling, this is my junior, Su Xuewei. She is exceptionally talented in singing and dancing. Hello. Lin Tian greeted with a smile. Su Xuewei giggled. Lin Xiao, Luo Xuejia is truly outstanding. It seems you are quite impressive to be her boyfriend. What does your family do? Farming. My parents and grandparents are all farmers, Lin Tian replied, his smile fading slightly. Su Xuewei's inquiry felt somewhat off. Luo Bingning frowned internally. While Su Xuewei was indeed talented, she had previously garnered more attention than her during their time at Peking University. Su Xuewei had always harbored some resentment about that. Over a year had passed, and Luo Bingning had presumed she would have changed, yet she was surprised that Su Xuewei asked such a direct question. Feigning surprise, Su Xuewei remarked, "Really?" With Luo Xuejia's qualifications, she could easily attract a wealthy heir. Having previously caught wind of Luo Bingning's relationship with a less affluent individual, Su Xuewei continued, "It seems quite unexpected." Luo Bingning calmly responded, "I have no need to seek out wealthy heirs. The Luo family is already affluent. Xuewei, we have other matters to attend to. Farewell," she stated. "Wait, Luo Xuejia. It's rare to meet. Let us chat a bit more. My boyfriend is about to arrive. And we can all converse," Su Xuewei urged. Just then, someone approached, calling out, "Wei Wei." The newcomer smiled as he approached. "Xuewei, can you?" I ran into Luo Xuejia. "And her boyfriend is here too. You two can have a chat," Su Xuewei announced. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning turned their attention to the newcomer, Zheng Tianyu, the second brother of Zheng Guangyao. Upon seeing Lin Tian and Luo Bingning, his expression changed noticeably. Zheng Guangyao had provoked Lin Tian, resulting in a loss of 30 billion for the Zheng family, and he had since been marginalized by the family. His father, Zheng Xishan, still sought assistance from the Luo family, hoping to ease tensions over a meal. Individuals of Lin Zhengshi's caliber were not to be trifled with. "Lin Xiao," Zheng Tianyu said. Jogging over, he bowed respectfully to Lin Tian and inquired, "Who are you?" Lin Tian was puzzled. "Who is this person?" Zheng Tianyu respectfully replied, "Young Master Lin. I am Zheng Guangyao's second brother, Zheng Tianyu. You may call me Xiao Zheng." Beside them, Su Xuewei was taken aback. She was aware that her boyfriend was the second heir of the Zheng family, a family with assets worth hundreds of billions, a true super aristocracy. The fact that Zheng Tianyu addressed Lin Tian as young Master Lin and displayed such deference left her astonished. Lin Tian calmly inquired, "Is Su Xuewei your girlfriend?" Bingning mentioned that she is quite talented in singing and dancing. "I wonder if I might have the honor of enjoying her performance?" Zheng Tianyu's expression slightly changed. "Yes, of course," he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Then hurry up and dance for young Master Lin." Su Xuewei stammered, "Tianyu, Zheng Tianyu coldly interjected. "If you don't want to dance, then leave." "I will dance," Su Xuewei quickly replied. She soon began to dance, and indeed, she was quite good. When she finished, many people who had gathered around clapped in appreciation. Thank you. Everyone, please disperse." A smile adorned Su Xuewei's face, though her heart was filled with bitterness. As the crowd departed, Lin Tian remarked, "Your dance was impressive. Zheng Tianyu, you have a discerning eye for girlfriends. Bingning, let us take our leave." Lin Tian took Luo Bingning's hand and walked away. Zheng Tianyu coldly gazed at Su Xuewei, stating, "From this moment on, we shall have no further association. Do not consider yourself my girlfriend anymore, understood?" Su Xuewei's complexion drastically changed. Zheng Tianyu, disinterested in further words, strode away. Upon arriving in the capital, Lin Tian intended to discuss matters with his father, as the Zheng family needed to expedite the process of mending relations with him. "Dear, did you enjoy the dance?" Luo Bingning playfully inquired. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. "Certainly, it was delightful. Did you not see how many applauded?" "She probably despises me," Luo Bingning remarked. Lin Tian chuckled softly. She imagined herself soaring high and thought to trample upon you. "I cannot indulge her in that." Luo Bingning sighed lightly. She is indeed quite talented, but her competitive nature is rather excessive. Let us not dwell on her any longer. I will show you around some of my favorite places. Lin Tian has arrived in the capital? Zheng Xishan received a call from his son, Zheng Tianyu. "Yes, father. Earlier. My girlfriend and he had a minor altercation, and I have already broken up with Su Xuewei." Zheng Tianyu hesitated slightly. He knew that this could not be concealed. Hiding it would affect the family's broader interests and could lead to repercussions for him. "Elaborate," Zheng Xishan commanded. Zheng Tianyu recounted the events in detail. "Since Lin Tian confronted you directly, and you have already parted ways, this matter should conclude here. However, we must expedite the process of mending relations," Zheng Xishan instructed. Knowing that Master Lin had visited Jinhai Tower, which had undergone significant changes, the shift in the typhoon's direction might be related to Master Lin. If this were true, Master Lin would be even more crucial for the nation. If the Zheng family maintained a poor relationship with Lin Tian and Master Lin, certain individuals would inevitably distance themselves from the Zheng family in the future. "Tianyu, you must attend the banquet." "Understood, father." Zheng Xishan ended the call. After some contemplation, he dialed Luo Hongchuan. The Zheng family had a mediocre relationship with the Luo family. They had exchanged numbers, but hardly ever contacted each other. Why is this old fellow looking for me? Luo Hongchuan mused as he glanced at the caller ID. Zhengdong, what brings you to call? Confused but intrigued, Luo Hongchuan answered, and his hearty laughter reached Zheng Xishan's ears. Luo Dong, it has been a while since we gathered. I would like to host a dinner tonight. Shall we meet? I heard Bingning and her boyfriend have come to the capital. You should invite them, and I will bring my son along. Zheng Xishan assumed that Luo Hongchuan was aware of Lin Tian's circumstances and the Zheng family's past grievances with him. Little did he know that Luo Hongchuan was completely unaware. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongchuan furrowed his brow. Zheng Xishan seemed to be attempting to matchmake his son with his daughter. Tomorrow is my mother's memorial day. I am not in the mood for such things. Zhengdong, perhaps next time. Luo Hongchuan replied solemnly. Zheng Xishan was taken aback. Luo Dong, I apologize for not knowing. Let us reschedule, but I must insist on hosting. Humph. After hanging up, Luo Hongchuan snorted softly. Dear, what happened? Luo Bingning's mother, Su Yin, inquired. Luo Hongchuan frowned. Zheng Xishan invited us, and he wants us to bring Bingning along while he brings his son. Su Yin remarked. Does he wish to matchmake Bingning with his son? He has quite the delusion. His 3 sons are all rather unimpressive. Although Lin Tian is ordinary, I believe he is superior to his sons. Luo Hongchuan nodded. Su Yin continued. Bingning messaged saying she is dining at her teacher's place. We should send a car to pick her and her friends up later. Agreed, Luo Hongchuan nodded. Chapter 147, Meeting the In-Laws. As night fell, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning finished their meal and walked towards the school gate. I'll call for a taxi. Bingning, are we heading to your home or to a hotel? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Luo Bingning playfully retorted. You naughty boy, always thinking of mischief. My parents have sent a car to pick us up. We will head straight home. Soon, they exited the campus, where a convoy of 5 vehicles awaited them, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the center and 2 Mercedes Maybachs at the front and back. Luo Bingning approached the cars, leaving Lin Tian momentarily stunned. Is this convoy here to pick us up? Tian, go, let us go, Luo Bingning called out. They had agreed to use their names at home to avoid sounding distant. Addressing each other as husband felt somewhat awkward. Miss, young Master Lin, please get in. Someone opened the door for them, and they settled into the rear of the Rolls-Royce, which had privacy partitions. Bingning, is this how you usually travel? Lin Tian asked, astonished as the convoy set off. Luo Bingning shook her head, not at all. I usually only use one car, and occasionally a bodyguard vehicle. I had no idea my parents would send a convoy. Lin Tian chuckled. This grand reception gives me the impression of a triumphant return of a war god or the procession of a dragon king. Uft. Luo Bingning giggled. Perhaps my parents are aware that you are Master Lin's disciple. Let me inquire. Luo Bingning quickly messaged her mother. After a while, Su Yin replied, Dear daughter, your father and I wish for your happiness. Since you have made your choice, we respect it. Lin Tian comes from a modest background, so we wanted to show more regard for him and the Lin family by sending a convoy. Luo Bingning stared blankly at her phone. Bingning, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning handed her phone to him. After reading the message, he replied, Your parents truly care for you. Yes, she nodded. Lin Tian wrapped his arms around Luo Bingning, and she rested her head on his shoulder. My parents have always spoiled me immensely since childhood. However, they opposed 2 things, my earlier desire to enter the entertainment industry and my wish to trial a 3-year marriage with you. Lin Tian chuckled. I must commend your parents for stopping you from entering the entertainment industry. Even though you would likely be untouched by its chaos, public opinion can be daunting. Luo Bingning nodded. And what about the second issue? She inquired playfully. Lin Tian grinned. On that matter, I must align myself with your grandfather. Luo Bingning laughed. I heard someone's heartbeat quicken. Could it be that they are feeling nervous? Lin Tian cleared his throat. Nervous? Me? I could take on 1,000 of your parents without breaking a sweat. Luo Bingning gently pinched Lin Tian, admonishing him for his careless words. Dear, my parents have sent the car team to greet us, but they will undoubtedly test you. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I have prepared gifts for your parents to ensure they are delighted. Luo Bingning glanced at the bag Lin Tian was carrying, curiosity piqued. What did you prepare? She asked. Lin Tian shook his head playfully. You'll find out soon enough. An hour later, the convoy arrived at an opulent villa set within a sprawling estate. Luo Bingning sat up straight, and Lin Tian withdrew his hand. Husband, we've arrived, she whispered. Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel. Although they were far from the city center, they were still in the capital, and such a vast estate was certainly not inexpensive. The convoy soon came to a halt in front of the brightly lit main building. Welcome, Mississippi, welcome, son-in-law, a chorus of voices greeted them as they stepped out of the car. Such a grand reception might unnerve some, but Lin Tian remained unfazed. Luo Bingning linked her arm with his as they entered the house. Dad, Mom, she greeted cheerfully upon seeing Luo Hongchuan and Suyin. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Lin Tian said, smiling. Although he felt a twinge of nervousness on the way, meeting Luo Hongchuan and Suyin dispelled his anxiety. After all, his strength and confidence were evident. Luo Hongchuan nodded. I thought you would arrive by noon after returning to the capital this morning. It's good to finally see you. Luo Bingning giggled. Dad, I had some matters to attend to with my teacher, who insisted we stay for dinner. Please, have a seat and enjoy some fruit. Suyin offered, gesturing for Lin Tian to sit down. As he did, Luo Bingning felt a slight tightening in her chest, uncertain of how her parents would react. Perhaps revealing more about Lin Tian's background beforehand would have been wise. She had intended to surprise them, but now feared they might be startled instead. Aunt, I brought you a little gift, Lin Tian said with a smile, producing a small box from his bag. He opened it to reveal a delicate jade vial. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled with recognition. She knew it contained a rare rejuvenation elixir. Suyin looked puzzled. What is this? Lin Tian explained. Aunt, this is a rejuvenation elixir. It offers numerous benefits. Suyin frowned slightly at the mention of a medicinal substance. Luo Bingning interjected, Mom, this elixir could easily fetch $1 million at auction. Luo Hongchuan and Suyin exchanged astonished glances. A single elixir worth $1 million? And Lin Tian could produce such a thing? They understood their daughter well enough to know she wouldn't assist Lin Tian in deceiving them. Uncle, I heard you appreciate calligraphy, Lin Tian said, retrieving a calligraphic piece from his bag. Oh, I shall certainly admire it, Luo Hongchuan replied, intrigued. As he unfolded the calligraphy, he was taken aback. The 4 characters read Hai Na by Chuan, identical to a piece he had previously acquired from a calligraphy master. Yet this one seemed vastly superior. Staring at the work, he envisioned vast oceans and countless rivers converging into the sea. Luo Hongchuan's initial apprehension about his daughter's relationship with Lin Tian quickly dissipated in the face of such artistry. Lin Tian, is this the work of a grandmaster? He exclaimed, astonished. Where did you acquire it? This piece appears freshly written. Are there even any grandmasters of calligraphy today? He pondered aloud. Luo Bingning was taken aback. A grandmaster of calligraphy? She recalled Lin Tian mentioning that he had some understanding of the art. Father, are you certain this is Grandmaster-level calligraphy? Luo Bingning asked. Luo Hongchuan affirmed, certainly. While my own skills are modest, I possess a discerning eye. Masters focus on form, while grandmasters emphasize meaning. Yet the essence of a grandmaster's work can often feel contrived, heavily influenced by their state of mind. This piece flows with an effortless spirit that a grandmaster could never achieve. As he spoke, he leaned in closer to scrutinize the work, clearly enamored. Dad, how much is this piece worth? Luo Bingning inquired, curiosity ignited. Luo Hongchuan, somewhat exasperated, replied, You're a graduate of Peking University. Surely you can gauge the value of such a treasure. If one must assign a monetary worth, as a new creation, it cannot compare to historical artifacts. However, if the Grandmaster's works are scarce, this piece would likely fetch between 5 to 10 million. Luo Bingning gasped in disbelief. Is it truly worth that much? Luo Hongchuan nodded. Of course, I would gladly pay 10 million for this work. Few in the entire country would offer a higher price. My estimate is likely accurate. Lin Tian observed silently, noting his father-in-law's unique valuation method. Nevertheless, it was indeed a fair assessment, as the worth of art depends on what buyers are willing to pay. In the whole country, it would be difficult to find buyers with greater means than Luo Hongchuan. Before we delve deeper, you still haven't explained where this piece originated. I wish to pay my respects to this Grandmaster, Luo Hongchuan insisted, gazing intently at Lin Tian. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian replied, Uncle, there's no need for a visit. He has already come to pay his respects to you. Luo Hongchuan was taken aback. Dad, this piece was written by Lin Tian himself. He knows a bit about calligraphy. Luo Bingning chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Lin Tian, is this truly your work? Luo Hongchuan asked, incredulous. Could Lin Tian truly be a calligraphy grandmaster? Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is my creation. You. Luo Hongchuan was momentarily at a loss for words. A calligraphy grandmaster had not emerged in centuries. If Lin Tian were indeed such a master, his name would be etched in history, yet how could he possibly be one? Taking a deep breath, Luo Hongchuan said, I know you would not joke about such matters. But how is this possible? Lin Tian, to be honest, I had someone investigate you. Your background is quite ordinary. Lin Tian raised his hand, drawing an apple from the coffee table towards him with his formidable inner strength. With a crunch, he bit into the apple. Uncle, perhaps the person you hired lacked expertise. I also possess mastery in martial arts. Luo Hongchuan and Suyin stared at Lin Tian, stunned. Lin Tian, you are a master in martial arts? Suyin gasped, her shock palpable. Lin Tian chuckled. Dear uncle and aunt, the masked hero is indeed me. Bingning wished to surprise you. Luo Hongchuan and Su Yin were left utterly astonished. Lin Tian was the masked hero, a master in various arts, including the Erhu, Guqin, Suona, martial arts, and even feng shui. Lin Tian, do you possess any other skills? Luo Hongchuan asked, intrigued. Father, I know, Luo Bingning interjected eagerly. Brother Tian is quite adept in medicine. His skills are likely at the master level as well. He can speak 9 foreign languages and is incredibly skilled in disguise. Luo Hongchuan and Su Yin were left speechless. They had initially perceived their son-in-law as rather ordinary, only to discover that Lin Tian's ordinariness was an extraordinary facade. How unfortunate that their parents did not possess the means to explore this hidden treasure. Lin Tian mused inwardly. Luo Bingning's treasure chest had reached the silver level. He wondered if it would attain gold that evening. Do you possess any other skills? Luo Hongchuan inquired. Su Yin shook her head, saying, Dear, please do not inquire further. With all that has just been revealed, I can hardly keep track. Let us keep a few secrets for Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. I believe Bingning is already quite aware. There are hardly any secrets left for me to disclose. It is imperative that I continue to learn. Luo Bingning added, Mom and Dad, please do not share this. A layer of disguise offers Lin Tian much greater safety. With Master Lin behind him, the enemies dare not act recklessly without knowing his identity. Luo Hongchuan and the others nodded in understanding. Lin Tian remarked, I truly enjoy my current life. If it were to be exposed, I might even need to disguise myself when going out. Auntie, please take this elixir. It can rejuvenate you by several years. If taken annually, you will look much the same at 60 as you do now. Su Yin stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Mom, it's true. Lin Tian's parents had taken one, and overnight, Auntie appeared 5 or 6 years younger. Luo Bingning giggled excitedly. The allure of such an elixir is undeniable for women. Luo Hongchuan inquired, Lin Tian, does it make one look younger, or does it genuinely rejuvenate the body? Lin Tian responded, it truly rejuvenates the body, but each elixir's effects last only for a year. Luo Hongchuan was taken aback. Does it work for elderly individuals nearing the end of their lifespan? Lin Tian nodded. It does work, although the effects are somewhat diminished. Luo Hongchuan marveled. That transcends mere beauty. For the elderly, it is akin to a longevity elixir. If we can confirm its efficacy, it would not be surprising for it to fetch $300 to $500 million at an international auction. You must keep the formula confidential. Lin Tian smiled. Whether the formula is kept secret or not is inconsequential. Even if disclosed, others would find it impossible to replicate. Luo Hongchuan advised, if the raw materials are rare, it would be wise to stockpile some. Otherwise, their prices may soar. Lin Tian nodded. I will stock some, but I do not intend to produce it in large quantities. Speculating on raw materials will not lead to their ruin. Luo Hongchuan chuckled. Only someone of your caliber as a martial arts master could afford to say such things. Revealing your prowess gradually is indeed a wise choice. How many talents have perished before they could fully mature? At this juncture, Luo Hongchuan recalled a previous call from Zhang Xishan. Understanding Lin Tian's situation, he realized he may have misunderstood Zhang Xishan's intentions. Perhaps he did not seek a marriage alliance after all. Lin Tian, have you had any dealings with the Zhang family? Luo Hongchuan asked. Lin Tian nodded. Zhang Guangyao, relying on his family's wealth, was rather discourteous to my parents. I made the Zhang family compensate 30 billion. Luo Hongchuan was speechless. Su Yin was equally astonished. Her son-in-law was formidable indeed. That is 30 billion, not 30,000. Chapter 149. Luo Hongchuan becomes aware of his daughter's condition. Luo Hongchuan continued. Zhang Xishan called me today, inviting me to dinner and asking me to bring you and Bingning along, while also inviting his own son. Initially, I thought he aimed to matchmake his son with Bingning, but now I see that is unlikely given the Zhang family's 30 billion compensation. Luo Bingning interjected. He wouldn't be trying to convince you to mediate for Lin Tian to return the money, would he? Luo Hongchuan shook his head. If that were the case, he would have only invited me to dinner to discuss it, not everyone together. I feel he wishes to ease tensions. Tomorrow marks Grandma Bingning's Memorial Day, so I have not yet agreed, but he will certainly reach out again. Lin Tian, what do you think? Lin Tian smiled. The Zhang family possesses assets exceeding 100 billion and operates within the capital alongside the Luo family. It may be beneficial to meet. It is not an issue. Uncle, you can arrange it as you see fit. Luo Hongchuan smiled. That works. I will grant him this courtesy. If he calls again, I will accept. Lin Tian, it appears you and Bingning are getting along quite well. Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning, who blushed slightly. Indeed, we get along very well. Bingning excels in every aspect, and I hold her in great regard, he replied with a smile. Luo Hongchuan felt a sense of relief. His son-in-law was remarkable, and he worried his daughter might not measure up. In terms of talent, Luo Bingning was commendable compared to ordinary individuals. Yet she paled in comparison to Lin Tian's displayed abilities. Her appearance was quite appealing, but in a nation as vast as China, striking beauty was hardly rare. The Luo family's status was respectable, but to Lin Tian, their wealth likely held little allure. With the existence of rejuvenating elixirs, earning money was not a challenge for him. Moreover, Lin Tian already possessed 30 billion. Unless he made imprudent investments or ventures, it would not be an easy task to deplete that fortune. Considering all this, Luo Hongchuan felt that his daughter lacked distinct advantages. What if this extraordinary son-in-law were to slip away? Lin Tian, you and Bingning are now registered, yet have not held a wedding. What are your thoughts on this matter? Luo Hongchuan inquired. For the older generation, mere registration was insufficient. A wedding ceremony was necessary for the couple to be considered truly united. Luo Bingning's face flushed as she stood up. Dad, I need to tidy up a bit. Discussing her wedding made her feel shy. Dear, I'll assist Bingning, Suyin said as she and Luo Bingning ascended the stairs with their luggage. Uncle, shall we talk in the study? Lin Tian suggested. Luo Hongchuan was a bit puzzled. Was the living room not suitable? Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived in the study. Uncle, I believe it would be best to hold our wedding in March or April of next year. What do you think? Lin Tian began. Luo Hongchuan furrowed his brow. It is not yet October. Does that not seem a bit late for a wedding in March or April? Lin Tian replied. Otherwise, we would have to hold it within a month. Luo Hongchuan remarked. A month is rather rushed. You and Bingning have only known each other for just over a month. Would November or December not suffice? Lin Tian paused for a moment before saying, Uncle, Bingning possesses the Ice Soul Profound Yin Constitution, which is a top-tier cultivation physique from ancient times. However, we are now in the end of the Dharma age, and this physique is now referred to as the Profound Yin Absolute Body. Luo Hongchuan's expression shifted. The Profound Yin Absolute Body sounds ominous. Is there a problem with it? Lin Tian nodded slightly. The ice soul within her is growing stronger, and if it manifests, it will freeze her entirely. She could die. A chill surged through Luo Hongchuan, reaching his core. How much time does Bingning have left? He asked. Lin Tian replied, had she not met me, she would not survive this winter, as the ice soul will significantly intensify during the winter months. At the end of October, I plan to take Bingning to Sanya. In the tropical climate, her condition will not deteriorate as quickly, Luo Hongchuan concluded. So if we are to hold the wedding, it must be within a month, or we should wait until the weather warms up. Lin Tian nodded. Luo Hongchuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Your medical skills are impressive with your abilities. Cannot you cure Bingning? He gazed at Lin Tian with hope. Not at this moment. However, I can alleviate Bingning's condition temporarily and ensure she survives this winter without issue, Lin Tian replied candidly. Luo Hongchuan's hand trembled slightly. Are you suggesting that with your current capabilities, even if she survives this year, she may not do so next year? What if she remains in the tropics? Lin Tian explained, Uncle, every person has a biological clock, and the ice soul follows a similar pattern. It is more active in winter. While conditions might improve in the tropics, enduring winter remains a challenge. Luo Hongchuan's countenance darkened. Lin Tian reassured him, Uncle, do not be overly anxious. I will conduct further research, and I am confident I can resolve Bingning's issue by next year. Luo Hongchuan's voice faltered. What are your chances of success? Speak the truth. I do not require your false words for comfort. Lin Tian contemplated for a moment. With winter of the next year still over a year away, achieving mastery in medical skills would undoubtedly be insufficient. It was likely that only divine-level expertise would suffice. Given the time available, reaching such a level should be feasible. Uncle, while I cannot assert with absolute certainty, I am confident at least 80 to 90%. You need not worry excessively. Lin Tian smiled, adding, even if I cannot resolve everything by next year, my medical skills will undoubtedly improve significantly. With a sigh of relief, Luo Hongchuan acknowledged the high probability of success. He reasoned that even if Lin Tian could not completely remedy the situation by next year, his advancements would likely enable Luo Bingning to endure the challenges ahead. Lin Tian, you are not deceiving me, are you? If time is running short for Bingning, we must dedicate all our efforts to being with her, Luo Hongchuan said solemnly. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Uncle, rest assured. My estimation is perhaps even a bit conservative. I am confident that I will be able to cure her by next year. Luo Hongchuan nodded, trusting Lin Tian's words. Are your parents aware of Bingning's situation? He inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. I have yet to inform them. Luo Hongchuan fell into silence before suggesting, let us plan the wedding for next year. A month is indeed a bit rushed. We can get engaged in October. Before the engagement, It is imperative that your parents are made aware of Bingning's condition. Concealing it from them is not advisable. He hesitated. If Bingning's condition worsens. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Uncle, you need not be concerned. If I still have the energy to post videos on Huayin, it means there is no need for alarm just yet. Luo Hongchuan's expression softened slightly. Indeed, your videos on Huayin are quite impressive. I am a fan. You ought to update them more frequently. Chapter 150. The feng shui issues of the Luo family. Lin Tian chuckled. I have been somewhat busy lately, but I shall endeavor to post more in the future. Luo Hongchuan expressed curiosity. The Typhoon Haya has changed course towards Dongying. Many online speculate it is due to Master Lin's influence. Uncle, I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of feng shui. There is no possibility that a typhoon of such magnitude could be redirected by mere human intervention. We must have faith in science, Lin Tian stated earnestly. Luo Hongchuan nodded in agreement. You are correct. I intended to offer a reminder, but it seems you are already aware. He had essentially concluded that the circumstances were intertwined with Lin Tian's presence. With Lin Tian's basic knowledge, Luo Hongchuan now understood that a master could potentially evolve into a grandmaster. Below that level, one might as well be entirely uninformed. Since Bingning's mother has an affinity for feng shui and has consulted masters in the past, could you lend a hand in examining our surroundings tomorrow? Luo Hongchuan asked with a smile. Lin Tian responded, Uncle, it is still early. I shall take a look now, as tomorrow marks the day of remembrance for Bingning's grandmother. If any issues are discovered, we can address them tonight. Luo Hongchuan glanced at the clock. It was 8 o'clock. Is there still time? Previously, a feng shui master would take half a day for a visit. Lin Tian chuckled. If he did not take enough time to examine thoroughly, it would not be fair for you to compensate him adequately. I can assess the feng shui in just 20 minutes. Luo Hongchuan was astonished. So swift? If another feng shui master claimed such speed, I would genuinely worry about their thoroughness. Come, I will guide you around the house. After a brief period, Luo Hongchuan led Lin Tian through the premises, both inside and out. Though the house was spacious, they completed the tour in a mere 10 minutes. Lin Tian, how's the feng shui of this house? Our family's fortunes have been flourishing in recent years, Su Yin, Luo Bingning's mother, remarked with a smile. Having invited the feng shui master herself, Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly, while Luo Bingning asked, Brother Tian, is there an issue with the house's feng shui? Su Yin, puzzled, replied, that should not be the case. After the feng shui adjustments, ailments have indeed diminished, and our family's business has thrived. Luo Hongchuan added, Lin Tian, we have resided in this house for over a decade, and all aspects have felt quite satisfactory. Health, family, and career have all been quite good. Lin Tian inquired, how was the feng shui master found? Su Yin's expression changed slightly. The master was recommended by my brother. There should not be any issues. He knows many people from various backgrounds. Lin Tian remained silent. Su Yin urged, Lin Tian, if there is a problem, please speak candidly. I assure you I will believe your words. Lin Tian, being a martial arts master with exceptional capabilities in other areas, had no reason to deceive her. There was no need to swindle the Luo family's wealth. With a deep sigh, Lin Tian stated, Auntie, it is true that the Luo family has prospered over the years. Yet there are underlying issues that you have not recognized. Luo Bingning's expression shifted. Am I supposed to have had a younger brother? Lin Tian shook his head. You were meant to have either a brother or a sister. It is not necessarily a brother. Auntie, the villa's feng shui was adjusted recently, was it not? Sui nodded. Yes, it was adjusted 2 months ago. Lin Tian continued. The initial arrangement of the feng shui was such that it prevented you from having further children. The most recent adjustment has led to health complications. Su Yin's face turned pale. Luo Hongchuan appeared somewhat better off. Lin Tian added, with Bingning's illness, should anything happen to you, her condition may worsen significantly. If both you and Bingning were to fall ill, Luo Hongchuan's expression darkened considerably. The grandfather of the Luo family was aging. How much longer could he endure? His health was already fragile. Without Lin Tian's treatment, if his son and daughter-in-law were to pass, followed by his granddaughter, could he withstand such devastating loss? The Luo family's assets would likely revert to the Su family. Darling, I never anticipated this. Su Yin gazed at Luo Hongchuan, her expression filled with bitterness. The feng shui master had been introduced by her brother. If this were indeed connected to him, Su Yin could hardly convince herself otherwise. Luo Hongchuan reassured her. Dear, I understand that this matter is not your fault. I will not place blame upon you. Lin Tian smiled gently. Uncle and auntie, do not be overly distressed. The feng shui master does possess some skill. The Luo family has indeed experienced a fair share of fortune in recent years. Your health has recently suffered some impact, but the feng shui adjustments have not been long-standing, so the issues are not severe. As for having children, I will rectify the feng shui, and provide treatment. There should be no problem in conceiving again. Luo Hongchuan visibly relaxed. Having another child would mean less for Bingning. He joked lightly. Lin Tian laughed. If I were to fully dedicate myself to accumulating wealth, I could surpass the Luo family in assets within a year. Even without the Luo family, I could still ensure Bingning flourishes. Luo Bingning playfully retorted. I do not wish to be plump and pampered. Do you intend to raise me like a pig? Suyin looked at Luo Hongchuan. Darling, shall we have another child? Given the current situation, she felt a deep sense of obligation to the Luo family. Luo Hongchuan shook his head. There is no need. Having Bingning is sufficient. If we were to have another, when we pick them up from kindergarten, other parents would surely think we are the grandparents. Suyin interjected. But, Luo Hongchuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no but. Our family does not possess a throne to be inherited, just a modest sum of money. All assets will eventually belong to Bingning. Darling, I must ensure my brother is removed from the company, Suyin declared through clenched teeth. He has harmed our family. I will report him to the authorities. Luo Hongchuan shook his head. Lin Tian's previous remarks could not serve as grounds for legal action. Legally, feng shui was deemed mere superstition. Moreover, he was, after all, your brother, Suyin retorted coldly. I have no such brother, one who secretly conspires against us and seeks to usurp our assets. I refuse to be so foolish as to acknowledge him as my brother. Lin Tian Dao. Auntie, let us first deal with the feng shui master. Could you invite him over tomorrow? It is a reasonable request as tomorrow marks the memorial day for Grandma Bingning. We should ascertain the situation through him. It may not necessarily be your brother's issue. There is a significant possibility that it could be related to Aunt Bingning. Su Yin's eyes brightened. If that is the case, it would indeed be the best outcome. Dear, I think I should call the feng shui master right now. If he is in the capital, we should ask him to come over. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep tonight, said Luo Hongchuan. Suyin turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, if we summon the feng shui master now, it might be too late. Lin Tian smiled and replied, I usually sleep very late. It's only a little past 8, which is still quite early for me. Suyin nodded. She took out her phone and dialed the number. Master Wu, tomorrow is my mother-in-law's Memorial Day, and I need your assistance. Are you in the capital? On the other end, Master Wu's eyes lit up. The Luo family is wealthy. He had adjusted their feng shui 5 times, each time for $1 million. Madame Luo, I happen to be in the capital, he replied. Suyin apologized. Would it trouble you to come over? I'm sorry for disturbing you at this hour. No problem. I'll be there in an hour and a half, Master Wu said before hanging up, excitedly driving off. Chapter 151. The Special Golden Treasure Chest. Luo Hongchuan frowned. The surname Wu may not acknowledge the situation. What if he denies it when he arrives? Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Uncle, you need not worry. Once he arrives, I will reason with him thoroughly. Luo Hongchuan was puzzled. Reasoning? Given Master Wu's profession, it is unlikely that reasoning will suffice. He will undoubtedly deny everything. Uncle and Auntie, which room am I staying in? I'll head back to my room to cultivate. You can call me when he arrives, Lin Tian inquired. Suyin asked, is there a room where you both can sleep? If so, you can stay in Bingning's room. There is no need to fuss over it. Luo Bingning's cheeks visibly flushed. Mom, what are you talking about? We absolutely did not. She quickly retorted. Suyin responded, you are both married. It's normal to sleep together. Why are you being more conservative than I am? Mom, I'm not discussing this with you. Brother Tian, let me show you to the guest room, Luo Bingning said, rising playfully. Uncle and Auntie, I will head up first. Lin Tian smiled, quickly following Luo Bingning upstairs. As the Luo family mansion had numerous guest rooms, Luo Hongchuan stood up. Dear, let us take a stroll outside. Suyin was slightly puzzled, but followed him outside the mansion. After walking a distance away, Suyin asked, Dear, are you wanting to discuss my brother's situation? If it is indeed his doing, I will consider him non-existent. Luo Hongchuan shook his head gently. I do not wish to discuss that. I want to talk about Bingning's situation. Suyin was confused. What issue could their daughter have? Luo Hongchuan continued. Bingning has been experiencing her old ailment. Hasn't she? It was manageable before, but now she suffers from it 1 or 2 times each month. Lin Tian mentioned it might be related to the Xianyin condition. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's eyes filled with concern. Dear, can Lin Tian truly resolve Bingning's issue? Suyin asked. Luo Hongchuan nodded. If he cannot resolve it, then perhaps no one else can. According to him, he still has the presence of mind to create videos, which suggests he is confident he can find a solution. The feng shui issue may be linked to your brother. In this matter, we must firmly support Lin Tian. Suyin replied, Are you worried I might soften when I meet him? If I protect my brother, wouldn't Lin Tian feel displeased? Rest assured, I will not. Luo Hongchuan nodded slightly. Suyin sighed lightly. I was hoping for Bingning to marry this year, but it appears that may not be feasible now. Marrying within a month feels rushed. Luo Hongchuan said. So, my suggestion is that they get engaged this month. You should also talk to Bingning. She needs to be proactive when the time calls for it. Sui nodded slightly. Their son-in-law is exceptionally talented. If Luo Bingning remains too reserved, she might lose Lin Tian to another woman, and then it would be too late for regrets. Dear, I'm sorry, Suyin whispered, her eyes shimmering. What are you saying? This is not your fault. We are old companions. There is no need for apologies, Luo Hongchuan comforted her. Suyin trembled slightly. I can hardly bear to think about it. If it weren't for Lin Tian, our entire family might have been doomed. It's all right. Everything will pass. Luo Hongchuan gently patted Su Yin's back. Inside the mansion, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning reached Lin Tian's room, which was adjacent to Luo Bingning's. Brother Tian, my room is right next door. If anything comes up, just knock on my door, Luo Bingning said, preparing to return to her room. Lin Tian swiftly embraced Luo Bingning, causing her face to flush and her heart to race. Bingning, once your master's ailment is resolved, you still owe me something. You must repay me now, Lin Tian said with a smile as he looked down at her. Luo Bingning's eyes reflected a hint of panic. You rogue, don't act recklessly. We are in my house, with my parents downstairs. She protested weakly. Lin Tian chuckled. They are not in the mansion right now. They've gone out for a stroll and a chat. This expansive mansion currently only has the two of us. No one will hear you, no matter how loudly you call. Luo Bingning's face turned crimson, and she turned her head away. You hurry up and kiss me, then let go. Lin Tian leaned down, his lips brushing against Luo Bingning's flawless cheek. Instantly, she felt a jolt as if struck by lightning. The kiss on her forehead had been one thing, but this kiss on the cheek was far more electrifying. Above her head, the silver treasure chest finally transformed into gold. You rogue, will you not let me go? Luo Bingning playfully protested. Lin Tian lingered, his lips not immediately departing from her cheek. Stingy. A few more kisses won't cost you anything, he said with a grin. He lifted his head, colliding with the golden treasure chest. I'm ignoring you now. Luo Bingning exerted a bit of force to escape Lin Tian's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried back to her room. Ding! The golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete data on the 5th-generation stealth fighter. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. He quickly shut the door. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness, far more than what he had previously received. Even with the system's protection, Lin Tian felt as if his head might explode. It took about 20 minutes for him to regain composure. Goodness, I can't believe I obtained such information. Our country already possesses 5th-generation fighters. I thought it would be of little use, but there is a significant difference between 5th-generation fighters. The information I received encompasses all 5th-generation fighter technologies, sufficient to create the most formidable 5th-generation fighter, Lin Tian mused. In the short term, this information might be even more vital than 6th-generation technology. As much of it could be utilized immediately, while 6th-generation advancements would take longer to materialize. But how should I share this? Lin Tian felt a headache coming on. Having acquired this knowledge, he certainly wished for his country to benefit from it. Yet the question remained, how could he provide it? Should he input all this data into a computer? The information is immensely complex, and entering it into a computer would require an inordinate amount of time, and the government would undoubtedly question its origins. He had never been involved with 5th-generation fighters. How could he conjure this from thin air? No matter how intelligent one is. Without experimental data, it would be impossible to design a 5th-generation fighter in one's mind. Oh well, I'll look for a suitable opportunity in the future. There is no need to rush this. Lin Tian pondered. With a sudden splash, Lin Tian, drenched in sweat from receiving information, hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. By the time he finished and descended the stairs, Master Wu had already arrived. Luo Hongchuan and the others could no longer contain their impatience and questioned Master Wu. Their expressions grim. Master Wu cast a glance at Lin Tian, stating, Boss Luo, if you do not believe me, I shall take my leave. What you have just said is nothing but sheer nonsense. Chapter 152, The Great Memory Restoration Technique. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Master Wu, please do not rush. Master Wu, known as Wu Zongxian, wore a sardonic smile. The late hour, coupled with the unsettling expressions of Luo Hongchuan and the others, instantly heightened his vigilance. Luo Hongchuan was a cunning old fox. He knew he could not extract any information from him, and Lin Tian, being a mere youth, stood no chance. Lin Tian. We inquired of him, and he claimed there was nothing amiss, asserting he was merely assisting the Luo family, and had never harmed us, Luo Hongchuan remarked. A twinge of regret flickered within him. Perhaps he should have allowed Lin Tian to question him first, as their inquiries might have complicated Lin Tian's efforts. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Uncle, leave it to me. I excel at reasoning with others. Moreover, I possess the great memory restoration technique. Wu Zongxian scoffed. The Luo family is prosperous. To gain benefits while wronging others is a disgrace that should not be spread. Lin Tian stepped closer and swiftly sealed Wu Zongxian's acupoints, rendering him immobile and silent. Panic flickered in Wu's eyes as he opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but no sound emerged. Lin Tian smiled gently. Master Wu, take your time to recall. We shall converse further shortly. As he spoke, Lin Tian seized one of Wu Zongxian's hands and executed the bone separation technique. Wu Zongxian's eyes widened in horror as pain twisted his face. Lin Tian continued, applying pressure to Wu's other hand as well, causing him to writhe in agony. Tears and sweat streamed down Wu Zongxian's face, and Luo Hongquan and the others watched in distress. Lin Tian, will this leave a mark? Luo Hongquan inquired. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Uncle, rest assured, there will be no traces left. Even if he dares to report this, it will be of no use. Should he choose to alert the authorities, I shall find him repeatedly, each time ensuring he endures 2 hours of this. Luo Hongquan nodded. That is good. If there are no scars, then it is akin to having no evidence. Even if Wu Zongxian were to report it, it would bear no weight. Lin Tian, what tea do you prefer? I will brew you a cup, Su Yin asked. Aunt, anything is fine, Lin Tian replied with a smile. After Su Yin prepared the tea, Luo Bingning turned on the television. Half an hour later, they finished watching an episode of a variety show. Luo Hongquan turned off the television. Lin Tian, let us inquire of him first. If he cannot remember, we shall retire for the night and return in the morning. Very well, Lin Tian agreed, quickly restoring Wu Zongxian's hands. Wu Zongxian felt as if he had emerged from the depths of hell into paradise. For the pain from the bone separation technique had been excruciating. Master Wu, do you recall anything? It is getting late. If you cannot remember, take your time. We must retire, Lin Tian said with a hint of amusement. Fear glimmered in Wu Zongxian's eyes. After just half an hour of torment, he felt as if he might perish. Enduring it for a whole night was unthinkable. I will speak, Wu Zongxian stammered. Lin Tian replied coolly. Master Wu, do not dare to lie. The chances of deceiving me are minuscule. If I discover any falsehoods, there will be consequences. Wu Zongxian hastily assured, I would never lie. I was brought in by Su Yongjun. Lin Tian fixed Wu Zongxian with a cold stare. Do not conceal anything. Tell me everything you know. Wu Zongxian trembled. Before I met Su Yongjun, his wife, Guomejia, approached me. She instructed me to intentionally get close to Su Yongjun. Su Yin's eyes lit up. Continue, Lin Tian urged. Wu Zongxian continued. After getting close to Su Yongjun and demonstrating my abilities, we developed a solid friendship. Later, Guomejia asked me to introduce myself to Madame Luo. Following her instructions, I set up a special feng shui arrangement. Su Yongjun was unaware? Lin Tian questioned. Wu Zongxian, unable to lie, shook his head. He was completely in the dark. He believed he was helping the Luo family. Su Yin relaxed, relieved that her brother was not involved. What benefits did Guomejia promise you for such actions? The Luo family is not to be trifled with, Lin Tian remarked calmly. Wu Zongxian replied. Guomejia promised that after the task was completed, she would grant me 1 billion, securing my financial future. With inflation and the rise in prices, the Luo family's assets have expanded, and I negotiated for 10 billion. However, she later added a condition. Lin Tian inquired, what condition? Wu Zongxian explained. She and Su Yongjun's relationship is strained, and she wishes for me to eliminate Su Yongjun as well. Su Yin clenched her teeth. Guomejia is truly ruthless. Did he lie? Luo Hongquan asked. Lin Tian shook his head. Based on my judgment, he is not lying. I would have sensed it if he were. Wu Zongxian pleaded. I have disclosed everything. If I assist you in altering the feng shui, please let me go. Recording this will be futile. Feng shui-related harm is not legally recognized. It is deemed superstition. Lin Tian chuckled. Master Wu, you are quite knowledgeable. Wu Zongxian insisted. Let me go, and we can coexist peacefully. You cannot detain me indefinitely. That constitutes illegal imprisonment. Lin Tian patted Wu Zongxian's shoulder. Master Wu, having endured hardship, do not act recklessly in the future. I do not wish to see you again in this country. If I do, you will face the same treatment. Also, do not inform Guomejia. Wu Zongxian hurriedly departed. Eager to leave the premises, Luo Hongquan observed Lin Tian, who smiled. Uncle, those who commit wrongdoing will ultimately meet their demise. I doubt he will last long. Let him be. Luo Bingning recorded the encounter, but legally, they could do little against Wu Zongxian. There were no laws against feng shui-related harm. Yet, the law's inability to act did not impede Lin Tian. He infused Wu Zongxian with a surge of internal energy, penetrating his spine. In 3 days, this energy would erupt. irrevocably damaging the nerves in Wu Zongxian's spine. He would either perish or be left in a vegetative state. Lin Tian, thank you. Suyin expressed her gratitude. Lin Tian quickly responded, Aunt, you are being too formal. Bingning and I are married. Legally, we are a family. Suyin smiled. Indeed, we are a family. But even so, I must thank you properly. Luo Hongtuan asked, Dear, shall we visit your brother's family? Suyin nodded. I had the same thought. Suyin's brother, Su Yongjun, resided in the capital, a mere 20-minute drive away. Uncle, Aunt, I will join you, Lin Tian smiled. Luo Hongtuan and the others nodded. It would not do to venture without Lin Tian. Chapter 153. Is the son not biological? Uncle, allow me to drive, Lin Tian suggested as they reached the garage. With a grin, he added, My driving skills are masterful. I could maneuver a tank with ease. Luo Hongtuan agreed. Very well, you drive. You and Bingning sit in the front. We shall occupy the back seat. Is it necessary for bodyguards to accompany us? Lin Tian chuckled. Certainly not. With me present, it would be difficult for anything to go awry. Even if an incident were to occur, the entire security team would be of no use. Soon, they set off. Luo Hongtuan had issued orders, so the bodyguard team naturally did not follow. Bingning, does your uncle have any children? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning nodded yes. My uncle has a son who is 5 years younger than me and has just started his first year in college. Suyin remarked, Lin Tian. If Guomejia refuses to acknowledge her actions, you should act decisively without hesitation. However, do not kill her. It would be best to let the law take its course. My dear, she must have benefited from her position in the company. Luo Hongtuan slightly nodded. I have long suspected she has gained some advantages. We are family after all. And I had previously chosen to turn a blind eye as long as it didn't go too far. Who would have thought she would not only seek personal gain, but also maliciously conspire to harm our entire family? Both Luo Hongtuan and Su Yin were filled with indignation. If it weren't for Lin Tian's discovery, Guomejia's chances of success would have been significantly higher. If they were to perish, the company would ultimately belong to Luo Bingning. And if she were to fall gravely ill, she would likely leave or will bequeathing the company to Su Yongjun. Should Su Yongjun encounter misfortune thereafter, a substantial portion of the Luo family's wealth would fall into Guomejia's hands. 20 minutes later, Lin Tian and the others arrived. Su Yongjun's residence was not as lavish, but it was still a villa, and they had earned a considerable sum through their connection to the Luo family. With a creak, Su Yongjun opened the villa door upon hearing noise from outside. Sister, brother-in-law, what brings you here? He asked, surprised. It was already past 10 at night, and Luo Hongtuan and the others were health conscious, usually having gone to bed by this hour. Is Meijia here? Su Yongjun nodded. Yes, she is upstairs taking a shower. Sister, brother-in-law, please come in. Hey, Bingning, why didn't you get out of the car? Su Yongjun chuckled. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning exited the vehicle, and Luo Bingning called out. Uncle, this is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. Hello, uncle, Lin Tian greeted with a smile. Su Yongjun was puzzled. Why had Luo Bingning brought her boyfriend to see him at such a late hour, and why had they arrived empty-handed? Even if young people lacked etiquette, Luo Hongtuan and the others surely understood the importance of propriety and would not permit Lin Tian to come unaccompanied. Brother-in-law, please come in. Su Yongjun surmised that Luo Hongtuan and the others had matters to discuss. Soon, Lin Tian and the others were inside the villa. Suyin took out her phone and opened a video. Yongjun, take a look at this. It was just recorded. All right, Su Yongjun replied. Feel free, sister. As he watched the video, his expression darkened. His wife was conspiring to seize the Luo family's assets and intended to eliminate him as well. Dear, why haven't you come upstairs? A voice echoed from the second floor. Change your clothes and come down, Su Yongjun commanded solemnly. Guomejia soon appeared in a different outfit. Looking puzzled, brother-in-law, is there a reason for your late visit? With a resounding slap, Su Yongjun struck Guomejia across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su, how dare you hit me? I will fight back. Guomejia shrieked in fury. Su Yongjun, who typically indulged her, did not relent this time. After a few more slaps, Guomejia quieted down. Su Yongjun, why? With the Luo family backing you, is this how you treat your wife? She accused, clutching her face. Su Yongjun coldly replied. What is your relationship with Wu Zongxian? Guomejia gazed at him. Su Yongjun's aggression indicated he possessed undeniable evidence. You have neglected me for years. Yes, I slept with him, and if you want a divorce, go ahead. Guomejia retorted icily. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated this revelation. Su Yongjun was furious enough to feel faint. Guomejia had indeed been unfaithful with Wu Zongxian. You conspired with him to seize the Luo family's assets and even plotted my demise. Guomejia, your heart is truly wicked. Su Yongjun gritted his teeth. And no, That isn't true. Guomejia hastily protested, her expression alarmed. Observing her demeanor, Su Yongjun quickly deduced that Wu Zongxian's claims were accurate. Guomejia had such plans. Su Yin interjected, Wu Zongxian only mentioned matters of feng shui. We didn't expect you to have an affair with him. Feng shui killing is nonsense. Do not spread rumors. It is mere superstition, Guomejia scoffed. Acknowledging the affair would lead to divorce, but she could not admit to the conspiracy. Lin Tian stepped forward with a smile, swiftly pressing a pressure point on Guomejia. Utilizing a memory enhancement technique, her recollections soon surfaced. Uncle, have you done a paternity test? Lin Tian asked. Su Yongjun shook his head. No? I suggest you do one to confirm, Lin Tian advised. He had just employed his extraordinary sense of smell and detected Wu Zongxian's presence in Su Yongjun's son's room. Recently, Wu Zongxian had entered the room alone, and Guomejia had not accompanied him. What could Wu Zongxian have been doing there for such an extended period? Who are you? Stop spouting nonsense. Our son is undoubtedly ours, Guomejia exclaimed. Luo Hong once stood up. Yongjun, keep her under watch. The police should come to take her away tomorrow. Follow Lin Tian's advice and conduct a paternity test. We shall take our leave now. Su Yongjun sighed. Brother-in-law, I truly apologize. It was I who introduced that Wu fellow. I will resign tomorrow. Luo Hongchuan shook his head. There is no need for you to resign. You were also kept in the dark and are a victim. We will take our leave now. Soon, Lin Tian and the others departed from the villa. As they drove away, Luo Bingning asked, Tian Go, why do you suspect my uncle's son isn't his biological child? Lin Tian replied, I suspect Wu has been hiding something. Guomejia sought him out. They must have known each other in the past. With Wu Zongxian's methods, it wouldn't be difficult to drug Guomejia and make her pregnant. How could she have known Wu Zongxian had such capabilities to arrange a murder? Luo Hongchuan narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Yongjun's son might actually be Wu Zongxian's biological child? Lin Tian nodded. That is indeed my hypothesis. Su Yin took a deep breath. If this is true, Wu has certainly orchestrated an elaborate scheme. Chapter 154. Elder Yang's call for help upon returning to the villa. Lin Tian and the others returned to their respective rooms. Lin Tian retrieved his laptop from the system space and quickly began tracking Wu Zongxian's whereabouts. Before long, he discovered that Wu Zongxian had boarded a flight to Europe, which had already taken off. Excellent, Lin Tian mused. If Wu Zongxian encountered trouble while still in the country, he would have someone to care for him, and perhaps he could receive timely medical assistance, potentially resulting in a vegetative state. However, traveling abroad, he would be entirely on his own, with little chance of survival. Such is the tumultuous nature of high society, Lin Tian reflected, surprised to encounter such issues so soon after his arrival. Thankfully, Luo Bingning's parents were decent people. Lin Tian felt assured that as long as Luo Bingning's parents were untroubled, everything else was merely trivial in his eyes. Furthermore, it was possible that Wu Zongxian had already undergone a paternity test. Lin Tian first hacked into the network of the airplane Wu Zongxian was on, and then he infiltrated Wu Zongxian's phone. The international flight had internet access, and indeed, he found it. Lin Tian located the paternity test results within Wu Zongxian's phone, confirming a biological relationship. Upon reaching the conclusion of the report, he sighed, feeling a tinge of pity for Luo Bingning's uncle, who had unwittingly raised another man's son for so many years. Guomejia is quite ruthless, plotting for wealth and even contemplating the demise of her own husband. Wu Zongxian is even more skilled, having persuaded Guomejia to bear him a son. Neither of them is to be underestimated. Lin Tian shook his head silently. After erasing any traces, he stowed away his laptop. Nearly 60 million followers? Lin Tian opened the Huayin app to check. The last time he went live, he was close to 40 million followers. His live broadcast on Stepping on Leaves to Fly had dramatically increased his fan base. However, his recent surge in followers was not solely due to the live stream. It was also influenced by Typhoon Haiga. The news had already circulated online that when Typhoon Haiga approached the coastal areas of Huaguo, he had visited the Zhenhai Tower in Fuzhou and erected the Zhenhai sacred stele there. This information had spread like wildfire. These people even asked me to go live and talk about feng shui. Can this even be discussed? It's mere superstition. We must speak of science, Lin Tian mused. He quickly uploaded 3 pre-recorded videos, one each of Erhu, Guqin, and Suona. In the villa, Luo Hongchuan lay on the bed, but he did not immediately sleep. Instead, he scrolled through his phone. Master Lin has released a video, Luo Hongchuan remarked. Su Yin leaned closer, saying, Darling, Master Lin is Lin Tian. You still call him Master Lin? Luo Hongchuan replied earnestly, From now on, we must not change how we address him in private. It should remain as before. He should still be called Master Lin. Su Yin felt a stir in her heart. Are you afraid someone is eavesdropping? Luo Hongchuan nodded. Did Bingning not mention that there are spies from Dongying Kingdom placing listening devices? We must be cautious in our every word and action. Su Yin gestured to Luo Hongchuan's phone, and he responded, our phones have been handled by network experts. Let us watch the video, he said, opening one of them. After watching all 3 videos, Su Yin smiled. I suddenly feel that Master Lin's music seems even more melodious than before. Luo Hongchuan smiled gently. Their mindset had shifted. Now that they knew Master Lin was their son-in-law, their fondness for him had soared. At the Capital Military District General Hospital, the second elder inquired, how is Elder Su? He arrived late at night at a special care ward. Second elder, after our efforts, Elder Su has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, but his bodily functions are declining. He may not last much longer, sighed Director Chung of the hospital. Elder Su has made tremendous contributions to our country's aviation industry. We must do our utmost to save him, the second elder asserted. Do you have any other methods? Director Chung hesitated before saying, second elder. Although Elder Yang's condition was dire, he survived. I heard a young man treated him. Perhaps his youthful perspective could offer some solutions. The second elder nodded slightly. I have heard about Elder Yang's situation. Is Elder Su in immediate danger? Director Chung reassured him, rest assured, for now, he is stable. But the most optimistic estimate is that he can only hold on for a month. Alas, the second elder sighed. Director Chung hesitated, and the second elder urged. If you have something to say, please speak candidly. Director Chung forced a smile. Elder Su insists he still has work to do. He claims lying there only consumes the nation's resources. He feels that extending his life without contributing is meaningless. Working one more day holds significance for the country. The second elder frowned. In his condition, how can he still work? You must persuade him. Director Chung sighed helplessly. You know, second elder, if Elder Su is determined, we cannot sway him. Approaching the bedside, the second elder saw an elderly man with sparse white hair sleeping uneasily, his brow slightly furrowed. Elder Su was only 82 years old. Had he not excessively overexerted himself, living to 90 would have been no issue. The nation owes him much. Please do not say that. Father has no regrets, Elder Su's son interjected nearby. Take good care of Elder Su. I will think of ways to see if he can live a few more months, the second elder said. More than that, he wouldn't dare to hope, Director Chung remarked. Having already indicated that a month was the maximum. Emerging from the hospital, the second elder felt heavy-hearted. Elder Su had silently contributed immensely to the nation. Even contemplating ways to serve until his last breath, yet witnessing him bedridden left him feeling powerless. Xiao Zhao, make a note to visit Elder Yang tomorrow. The second elder instructed. Understood, Commander. Time quickly passed to the next day, with matters weighing on his mind. The second elder awoke early and arrived at the Tianshui nursing home by 7:30. The elderly rise early. Elder Yang was already up, enjoying breakfast. Upon entering, the second elder greeted, Elder Yang, your appetite seems quite good. You appear to be in great spirits. Elder Yang stood, saying, second elder, you are quite the busy person to visit at this hour. Is there something on your mind? Let us sit and talk, the second elder replied, discussing Elder Su's condition. Elder Yang, you are more familiar with Shaolin. Do you think he can assist Elder Su? Elder Yang, while eating a dumpling, responded, second elder. You are surely aware of Shaolin's situation. You could simply call him. The second elder cleared his throat. I have some understanding. But you are more acquainted with him. Your connection may yield better results. He is currently in the capital. Could you invite him to see Elder Su? Elder Yang paused. Then said, second elder, even for your son's sake, I won't make that call. If you wish to, you may do so yourself. However, Elder Su has dedicated his life to the nation. He deserves this. Shortly, Elder Yang dialed Lin Tian's number. Shaolin. Here's the situation. Chapter 155. The imposing mother-in-law makes her entrance. Hearing Elder Yang's words, Lin Tian felt a profound sense of gratitude for the older generation of scientists who had devoted themselves tirelessly for the country, many of whom contributed quietly. Shaolin, could you possibly think of a solution? Elder Su has lived a life worthy of the nation and its people. Elder Yang spoke gravely. Lin Tian replied, Elder Yang, today marks the memorial day for Grandma Bingning. I will head directly to the Military District General Hospital this afternoon. Elder Yang's eyes brightened. Shaolin, do you have a plan? Lin Tian smiled. Given your words, if I cannot assist, it would seem a betrayal to my nation. I should have some ideas regarding Elder Su's condition, he added. Elder Yang sighed in relief. That's wonderful. Shaolin, actually, it was the second elder who sought me out. The second elder felt it might be abrupt to approach you directly, so he asked me to inquire first. Would you like to speak with him? Lin Tian was taken aback. The second elder? He was a prominent figure often seen in the news. Master Lin, I am one of your fans. A familiar voice came through the receiver. Though he had never heard it in person, it was a voice he recognized from television. Lin Tian quickly responded, Second Elder. You flatter me. Please just call me Xiao Lin. The second elder cheerfully replied, Xiao Lin, I am not joking. I truly enjoy the Erhu. I am indeed one of your longtime fans. My granddaughter first introduced me to your videos when you had yet to reach 5 million followers. Lin Tian was astonished. The second elder had likely been following him for some time, and given his status, there was no need for deception. It is my honor, second elder. Lin Tian replied with a smile. The second elder lamented, Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Otherwise, I would love to meet you and admire the younger generation. Xiao Lin, I entrust Elder Su's situation to you. However, do not carry any psychological burden. If fate is unyielding, there is little that can be done. Lin Tian assured, Rest assured, I will do my utmost. After hanging up, Lin Tian reflected on the warmth of the second elder. He was quite approachable. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Lin Tian observed a considerable crowd. Bingning, why are there so many people? He inquired, perplexed. To his knowledge, although Luo Bingning's grandfather was not an only child, he was the sole survivor of the war era, and her grandmother was a rare only child. Luo Bingning replied softly, There is a saying, when impoverished, no one in the bustling city cares. When wealthy, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. However, this is quite suitable, as we can honor my grandmother in a lively manner. A few minutes later, they approached Luo Bingning's grandmother's grave, which, naturally, was grand given the family's wealth. Mr. Luo, the company's performance has been commendable this year. One person remarked, Bingning, you have grown even more beautiful in just a year. Others greeted warmly. After a flurry of pleasantries, Luo Hongchuan spoke, Everyone. Today marks the anniversary of our mother's passing, a somber occasion. However, Bingning has brought her boyfriend. Their impending union is indeed a joyful matter for our family and for our mother. Luo Hongchuan glanced at Lin Tian as he spoke. Although they had obtained their marriage certificate, the actual wedding would not occur for several months, so they still referred to Lin Tian as Luo Bingning's boyfriend publicly. Lin Tian offered a gentle smile. I am Lin Tian, Bingning's boyfriend, and I hope to receive your kind support moving forward. Someone from the crowd stepped forward. How did Bingning suddenly acquire a boyfriend? I was planning to introduce her to someone with exceptional qualities. This was stated by a middle-aged woman. Su Yin interjected, Everyone. I did not oppose your previous attempts to introduce boyfriends to Bingning, even if you profited from it. However, Bingning now has a boyfriend, and I ask you to cease any further arrangements in this regard. The middle-aged woman, growing agitated, said, But I have already made promises to others. Su Yin, at least allow Bingning to meet him for comparison. Su Yin frowned and replied, Bingning and Lin Tian share a commendable relationship, and both my husband and I hold him in high regard. Such matters should not be mentioned again. The woman's urgency intensified. Su Yin, just once. Let Bingning meet him, please. She had greedily accepted a sum of 200,000 from someone else, and her son's recent home purchase had depleted her finances. Lin Tian's expression hardened. Su Yin coldly stated, I have made it clear that such discussions are to cease. Since you persist, consider our familial ties nullified. Lao Gong, isn't their factory collaborating with us? Luo Hongchuan nodded. While it is termed as collaboration, it primarily involves the Luo family providing assistance, as they are the main partners. Su Yin declared, Let us terminate any business dealings with them. I, Su Yin, am not one to disregard familial bonds. However, those who overstep shall find no kinship. Luo Hongchuan agreed. Dear, you can decide on these minor matters. I will follow your lead. The middle-aged woman's face turned pale, relying on the Luo family. Her small factory earned hundreds of thousands annually. Without their support, it would surely collapse. Su Yin, you cannot do this. Can't I just return the money? She pleaded. Su Yin shook her head. It is too late. Do not approach me again for assistance. Our relationship is over. The woman exclaimed, Su Yin, you are being ruthless. Everyone, see how she is so cold-hearted towards her own kin for the sake of Luo Bingning's boyfriend. Su Yin responded calmly, If you continue this way, do not blame me for being even less courteous. I could potentially leave you destitute. The woman was left trembling. With Su Yin's status, such a threat was not empty. Lin Tian secretly admired his mother-in-law's assertiveness. Let us depart, he urged. As the middle-aged woman was pulled away by another, it was evident that inciting Su Yin's wrath could lead to dire consequences. I hope no further unpleasantness occurs. Father has arrived, and we are about to commence the memorial rites, Luo Hongchuan announced. Luo Yongqian approached, holding a black umbrella and a bouquet of white flowers. Luo Bingning quickly moved to support her grandfather. Grandpa Luo, she greeted. As Luo Yongqian drew near, Lin Tian called out, Grandpa Luo. Luo Yongqian nodded in acknowledgment. Young Lin, it seems you and Bingning share a good rapport. This reassures me. She is happy with you, and if her grandmother were aware, she would find solace. As would your grandfather. As time passed, the memorial service proceeded smoothly. After its conclusion, everyone gathered at a five-star hotel. Following their meal, Lin Tian and the others exited the hotel, where a long red flag limousine awaited at the entrance, adorned with two small national flags. Mr. Lin, a dignitary has requested me to come and escort you. A man approached Lin Tian courteously. Lin Tian nodded and addressed Luo Hongchuan and Su Yin, uncle, aunt. I must step out for a moment. Very well, Luo Hongchuan replied, astonished. He recognized that the person who had come to fetch Lin Tian was the secretary of the second elder. Chapter 156. Old Su, this is incorrect. Lin Tian departed in the vehicle, and beside Luo Hongchuan, someone exclaimed, Mr. Luo, that was indeed Zhao, wasn't it? Luo Hongchuan glanced at the individual speaking. It was not surprising for a middle-aged man in the system to recognize the second elder's secretary. Yes, but do not speak carelessly, Luo Hongchuan warned. The man gasped, realizing that the second elder had sent his chief secretary to pick up Lin Tian. What kind of background did Luo Bingning's boyfriend possess? Understood, understood. The man quickly replied. Dear, what were you discussing? That man seemed to imply he was sent by a dignitary to retrieve Lin Tian. A woman beside the middle-aged man inquired. Do not pry into matters beyond your grasp, Luo Hongchuan advised. It appears the Luo family may soon ascend to greater heights. The middle-aged man remarked, enviously. Initially, he believed Luo Bingning had settled for an ordinary boyfriend, but now he realized his perspective was narrow. Given the long red flag limousine and the flags, it was clear that Lin Tian's status was anything but ordinary. If we exclude any pretense, it is evident he is genuinely impressive, the others murmured among themselves. Luo Hongchuan cleared his throat. Everyone, there are other matters to attend to at home. Let us part ways here. Please exercise caution on your way back. In previous years, they would sometimes gather at the Luo family's villa, but upon hearing Luo Hongchuan's words, everyone dispersed. Bingning, where is Lin Tian headed? Luo Hongchuan inquired of Luo Bingning. She shook her head. Tian Ge did not mention it. Father, should I send him a message to inquire? No, Luo Hongchuan replied. Since he did not disclose anything, it is possible his plans are confidential. Do not ask him. We should return. We still need to handle your uncle's matters. An hour passed, and Lin Tian's vehicle arrived at the General Hospital of the Capital Military District, where Director Chung awaited him. Although Lin Tian was young and not guaranteed to resolve issues, he had been personally invited by the second elder. Mr. Lin, I will wait for you in the parking lot. Once you are finished, give me a call, and I will bring the car around, Secretary Zhao said courteously. He was aware of Lin Tian's medical expertise, but more importantly, he understood Lin Tian's true identity as a martial arts master. Zhao, there's no need to wait. I anticipate needing considerable time. I will simply take a taxi back once I am done, Lin Tian replied hastily. Secretary Zhao was the second elder's chief secretary. It was customary for the second elder to travel with a driver. The fact that he came to personally pick Lin Tian up was already a significant gesture. Should he really keep Zhao waiting? Mr. Lin, but, Zhao, there is no but. If you wait down there, I will be distracted, worrying about you, Lin Tian insisted. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave then, Secretary Zhao replied. As the red flag vehicle departed, Dean Chung enthusiastically remarked, Mr. Lin, I have heard rumors about Mr. Yang. He was quite accomplished in his youth. Dean Chung, let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed directly, Lin Tian replied. Very well. A few minutes later, Lin Tian and his companions arrived outside Mr. Su's hospital room. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood outside. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Su's son, Su Xinghua, Dean Chung introduced. Su Xinghua extended his hand to grasp Lin Tian's, saying, Divine Dr. Lin. Dean Chung mentioned you might be able to assist my father. Regardless of the outcome, I am profoundly grateful. Lin Tian nodded. Dean Chung, please arrange for him to undergo an examination. I suspect his liver may be in the early stages of cancer. Su Xinghua was momentarily taken aback. Dean Cheng's expression shifted slightly. All right, I will make the arrangements. Su Xinghua, have you completed your health check this year? Su Xinghua cleared his throat and replied. I feel fine, but I have been quite busy and have yet to undergo the examination. Make sure to get it done promptly, Dean Chung insisted. Su Xinghua shook his head. There's no rush. I still need to discuss my father's situation with Divine Dr. Lin. Please, come in. Su Xinghua invited as they entered the hospital room. Mr. Su was awake, but appeared quite weak and frail. Dean Chung, you have arrived. Please help me sit up. Xinghua, did you bring the computer I asked for? I still wish to contribute to the nation, Mr. Su said, attempting to sit up with effort. Please, don't move just yet. This young man possesses remarkable medical skills. If he cannot cure you, I will concede to your request. Dean Sheng quickly interjected, pressing Mr. Su back down. Very well, you have my word. Mr. Su agreed, a hint of surprise in his gaze as he looked at Lin Tian, who appeared quite youthful. Does Dean Sheng truly place such trust in him? Let me take your pulse, Lin Tian said with a smile as he sat beside Mr. Su, placing his fingers on Mr. Su's wrist. In a short while, Lin Tian discerned that Mr. Su did not suffer from any serious illness. How is it, Mr. Lin? Dean Sheng inquired eagerly as Lin Tian withdrew his hand. Mr. Su does not have a major illness. Rather, it is chronic overexertion that has left his body nearly depleted. Lin Tian explained. Remarkable, young man. You truly possess great skill, discerning my condition merely by taking my pulse. I must be beyond help. Assist me in sitting up, Mr. Su remarked. Mr. Su, I did not say you are beyond help, Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile. Dean Sheng and Su Xingwu gazed at Lin Tian with surprise. Lin Tian retrieved a small vial from his pocket and poured out a round pill. Here, take this. He instructed Mr. Su, who accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it with water nearby. Unless this is a miraculous medicine, I am already half in the realm of the dead. You surely cannot save me, Mr. Su stated with urgency. Xingwu, take out the computer. I have some new ideas regarding the stealth aircraft modifications. Su Xingwu glanced at Lin Tian, aware that the responsibility for treatment lay with him. And only Lin Tian understood the implications of the pill. Lin Tian smiled. It is no problem to assist Mr. Su in sitting up. However, the effects of the pill will take a few hours to manifest, and I must remain nearby to observe. Will that be acceptable? Feel free to observe. If you can comprehend and follow our conversation, it would be a great fortune for the nation, Mr. Su replied. While the subject matter surrounding the stealth fighter was sensitive, such secrets could not be easily discerned by mere observation. Su Xingwu looked toward Dean Sheng, who assured him, Mr. Lin has been invited by Elder Heir. His credentials are beyond question. Soon, Lin Tian and Su Xingwu supported Mr. Su upright. Gradually, the pill began to take effect. Mr. Su felt warmth in his abdomen and noted an increase in vitality compared to his usual state. Su Xingwu opened a laptop he had brought along. Regarding the enhancement of the stealth fighter's performance, I have some entirely new thoughts, Mr. Su began to explain. Su Xingwu occasionally engaged in discussion with his father while Lin Tian sat nearby, able to see the laptop screen filled with intricate diagrams and formulas. Mr. Su, there is an error in this data, Lin Tian pointed out. Both Mr. Su and Su Xingwu gazed at Lin Tian in astonishment. Remarkable, young Lin, you comprehend this? These convoluted data are not easily understood, Mr. Su remarked. Indeed, I understand, Lin Tian replied. Su Xingwu's interest piqued. He asked, Divine Dr. Lin, can you elaborate on what is incorrect with this data? Very well, I have time to spare, Lin Tian began to explain. Having obtained comprehensive materials on 5th-generation stealth fighters, he noted that as long as it did not reach 6th-generation standards, it would still be classified as a 5th-generation aircraft. Naturally, the performance of a 5th-and-a-half-generation stealth fighter surpassed their assumptions. Mr. Su, do you find my analysis agreeable? Lin Tian concluded. Both Mr. Su and Su Xingwu stared at Lin Tian, initially thinking he was jesting, only to realize he genuinely understood. Young Lin, have you conducted research in the past? Which secret research institute are you affiliated with? Mr. Su asked, puzzled. Lin Tian shook his head. Mr. Su, I have not been involved previously. I only recently reviewed a considerable amount of material. Indeed, Mr. Su and the others were astounded. To identify their errors after merely glancing at the data was extraordinary. Young Lin, take a look at these as well. These are some of my earlier thoughts. See if there are any issues. Mr. Su opened another folder. Can you comprehend this? Mr. Su inquired. Lin Tian nodded. It is manageable. Much of this knowledge is available online, and I have learned some of it. Allow me to turn the pages myself, Mr. Su consented. Lin Tian began flipping through the pages at a speed several times faster than Mr. Su. He spent only about 10 seconds on each page. Divine Dr. Lin, can you keep up? Su Xingwu asked, incredulous. His father's materials required him to read line by line, sometimes spending hours on a single page. My memory is quite good, Lin Tian replied with a smile. As a grandmaster in martial arts, his other abilities had also enhanced his memory. Memorizing a page in 10 seconds posed no challenge. Comprehension was even simpler, as he had already fully grasped the material. Mr. Su, your designs are generally correct, but there are a few areas that need refinement. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Tian had reviewed the contents of the folder. Oh, do elaborate, Mr. Su said eagerly. Lin Tian began to explain. with Mr. Su listening attentively. Su Xingwo was left speechless. Though he possessed a high level of expertise, he could hardly keep pace, as Lin Tian was already on to the next point before he fully grasped the previous one. Young Lin, take a look at this next. Unbeknownst to them, 2 to 3 hours had elapsed. Dean Chung had initially departed, but soon returned to the hospital room. The scene within left him utterly bewildered. Lin Tian was instructing Mr. Su on a subject in which he excelled, and remarkably, Mr. Su was fully engrossed. Xinghua, what is happening? Dean Chung queried, perplexed. Su Xinghua took a deep breath. Divine Dr. Lin is a genius, a prodigious talent rarely seen in a century. Dean Chung nodded. I am aware of that. Otherwise, how could he possess such remarkable medical skills at such a young age? Su Xinghua shook his head. You do not grasp my meaning. He comprehends my father's research materials in a single reading, and he can identify my father's errors. Do you comprehend the immense cost we sometimes incur to verify those errors? Dean Chung shook his head, unable to fathom this. Su Xinghua wrote, a pressing issue arises. Sometimes we must expend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in funding for repeated validations. At times, we may even witness the sacrifice of test pilots. Recently, Dr. Lin has identified over a dozen issues, some of which are quite serious. Lin Tian raised his head. Director Chung, you have arrived. Let old Su rest well. He might live another year or two. Director Chung was taken aback. Old Su can live a couple more years? Lin Tian stood up and smiled. Old Su isn't gravely ill. The elixir I possess can extend his life by a year or two. Please keep this confidential. The elixir is quite expensive. Su Xinghua was filled with joy. Dr. Lin, can my father truly extend his life by a year or two? Lin Tian nodded. It should be possible. Old Su, take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave. Old Su glanced at his laptop. There were still many matters left unaddressed, and he wished fervently that Lin Tian could elaborate on them all. However, the environment today was not conducive. Dr. Lin, how much is your elixir? Su Xinghua inquired. Lin Tian waved his hand. You need not concern yourself with that. Old Su has dedicated his life to the nation. So this elixir is a gift for him. Soon, Lin Tian departed. Director Chung remarked, Xinghua, why inquire at all? If the elixir truly works, can you afford it? Su Xinghua replied, I spend sparingly and have saved a bit. Director Chung shook his head. What is that little savings worth? If your assets were in excess of $100 billion and you were nearing death, how much would you be willing to pay to extend your life by a year or two? Would you part with 100 million? Su Xinghua nodded without hesitation. What about $1 billion? Su Xinghua pondered briefly but still nodded. After all, if life were lost, what use was wealth? Even for the sake of leaving an inheritance, 50 billion would suffice. Director Chung laughed. You hesitated just now. If it were Buffett, he wouldn't even blink at $1 billion. If someone is willing to pay that price, it is indeed worth that amount. Su Xinghua took a deep breath. Then this favor weighs heavily. Director Chung turned to Old Su. Old Su, how are you feeling? Old Su smiled. I feel quite well. No wonder after 2 or 3 hours, I don't feel particularly fatigued. Xinghua, tidy up the computer. You will need to consult with Xiao Lin again. Director Chung, the matter we just discussed must remain confidential. Director Chung nodded. I understand. Just a single review reveals issues. What terrifying abilities Lin Tian possesses. Such matters must not be disclosed. Lin Tian returned to the Luo household. Luo Bingning and Su Yin busied themselves in the kitchen. The Luo family had housekeepers and even a dedicated chef, yet today, Su Yin had given them all a day off. Lin Tian, have you finished your tasks? Asked Luo Hongchuan. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. All done, there was nothing significant. Has Grandpa Luo not come? Luo Hongchuan chuckled. He has. He's out for a stroll. The meal should be ready soon, and he will be back shortly. Before long, the elder Luo returned. Son, the police have arrived. They are looking for Lin Tian and are already outside, announced the elder. Luo Hongchuan revealed a look of confusion. Why would the police be looking for Lin Tian? Lin Tian thought of Wu Zongxian. It was likely that he had just landed and reported to the authorities. His courage had grown since arriving abroad. Mr. Luo, I apologize. Someone has accused Lin Tian of intentional harm. We must ask him to come to the police station for questioning, said one of the officers as they entered the villa. Who is the accuser? Luo Hongchuan asked gravely. Has he provided you with any evidence? Lin Tian stood, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a document from the system space. Mr. Luo, although the accuser did not come to us, as the accuser, he likely would not file a false report. Therefore, we still wish to ask Lin Tian to accompany us for questioning, said another officer. Lin Tian replied, the accuser is calling from abroad. It is inconvenient for me to visit your station at the moment, correct? Indeed, both officers nodded. Lin Tian produced the document. Please take a look at this. One officer took the document, opened it, and was momentarily stunned to discover that Lin Tian was affiliated with the National Security Bureau. Do you still require me to return with you? Lin Tian inquired. If they still needed him for questioning, he would suspect some ulterior motive. Comrade Lin Tian. That won't be necessary. We had to respond to the call. Please forgive us. The second officer also examined the document and returned it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Should you require my cooperation for further investigation, feel free to contact me at any time. I will be more than willing to assist. Lin Tian then handed them a business card. The officers accepted the card and departed. Luo Hongquan frowned. Lin Tian, for such a trivial matter. The police have come directly to me. This seems rather unusual. There may be someone behind them. Lin Tian chuckled. Uncle, they are merely following orders from above. There is no need to make things difficult for them. It is quite normal for Wu Zongxian to have some connections. Luo Hongquan remarked. Yet you still gave them your business card. They may come seeking your cooperation again. One must be firm when necessary. Lin Tian replied with a light laugh. Uncle, that card is not mine. It belongs to Secretary Zhao, who accompanied me today. Luo Hongquan. You handed them Secretary Zhao's card? Isn't that unfair? The person who sent them likely holds a much higher rank. How shall we justify this upon our return? Let us hope they do not require us to make another trip. The two officers returned to their vehicle. They too felt somewhat helpless in this situation. However, one of their superiors had issued the order, and they had no choice but to comply. The officer holding the business card glanced at it again. He appeared momentarily dazed. Drive, urged the officer in the passenger seat. Is this real? The driver passed the card to his partner. Secretary of the second elder. The passenger officer's pupils contracted sharply. Individuals of such stature were not easily spoken to, even by their direct superior. Could it be a forgery? Highly unlikely. An ordinary person might produce a fake, but the one presenting it is Luo Hongquan's future son-in-law. He has no reason to jeopardize his own future. The two officers quickly returned. They presented the business card to their superior, Deputy Director Lu Jinbo. Lu Jinbo had some connections with Wu Zongxian. Damn. Upon seeing this card, Lu Jinbo was utterly stunned. Lin Tian had received a card from someone of such stature. Wu, you have put me in a bind. Lu Jinbo's expression darkened. Although Wu Zongxian had previously assisted him, that favor was not worth sacrificing his career. This card must be returned. Sweat began to bead on Lu Jinbo's forehead. He quickly set off for the Luo villa. Shortly ahead, Secretary Zhao had arrived. Director Chung had already reported to the second elder regarding Old Su's current condition. Old Su's various health metrics had improved significantly and were still on the rise. Since the second elder was not in the capital, he asked Secretary Zhao to make another visit to express gratitude to Lin Tian. Director Chung had mentioned the elixir's significance. Lin Tian had presented an extraordinarily precious elixir to save Old Su, creating a debt of gratitude that the second elder now owed Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, a sword is gifted to a hero. The chief says this Erhu is wasted in his hands. I present it to you so that you may create more beautiful music. Secretary Zhao said with a smile. Beside him lay an ornate box containing an Erhu, superior to the one Lin Tian had previously acquired. Lin Tian chuckled. Thank you, Zhao Gu. Please convey my thanks to the second elder. I truly need a good Erhu. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, I wish to play a tune at home. But if my Erhu is stored away, I can only relent. The visual intercom system chimed. Luo Hongquan approached to answer. Mr. Luo, you have a visitor. He claims to be Lu Jinbo, the deputy director of the district bureau, and he has come to discuss something. The property staff informed him. Please let him in. Luo Hongquan replied. Secretary Zhao rose from his seat. Mr. Luo, Mr. Lin, you have other guests, so I will take my leave. Lin Tian smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, why not stay a while longer? This matter concerns you as well. Secretary Zhao looked puzzled. Lin Tian proceeded to explain the situation to him. Secretary Zhao remarked. A single phone call from abroad, and they immediately dispatched someone to investigate. They are indeed diligent. Lu Jinbo soon arrived, and upon seeing Secretary Zhao, his legs trembled slightly. He recognized Secretary Zhao, but his rank was far too low for Zhao to acknowledge him. Zhao Secretary, Lu Jinbo stammered. He had not anticipated that Lin Tian not only knew Secretary Zhao, but that Zhao himself would come to visit. Secretary Zhao smiled faintly. Lu Jinbo, did Wu Zongxian contact you? Yes, Lu Jinbo nodded, steeling himself. Denial would be futile. A person of Secretary Zhao's standing could easily uncover everything about him. He has traveled abroad, and with just one phone call, you took the initiative to investigate. Well done. You should return and await further instructions. The organization may have other plans for you. Lu Jinbo left the villa in a daze, knowing his career was likely over. When Zhao's secretary mentioned other arrangements, it did not bode well for him. He might be sent to a remote rural area for training, possibly until retirement. As he drove away, Lu Jinbo cursed vehemently, "Woo! Damn you!" Secretary Zhao stood up. "Mr. Lin, the second elder mentioned that if he visits S City in the future, he may come to see you." Lin Tian smiled. "I welcome him at any time." As Secretary Zhao departed, Luo Hongchuan marveled. "Lin Tian, the second elder actually gifted you a treasured Erhu." "You play the Erhu?" asked old Luo, descending the stairs. He was unaware of Lin Tian's identity as the masked hero. He only knew of Lin Tian's exceptional medical skills. "I have a slight understanding of the Erhu," Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Yongqian's eyes lit up. "I can play a bit too. Come, let us go to the music room and exchange a few tunes. Bingning, you shall be the judge." Chapter 159. Luo Yongqian versus Lin Tian. Luo Bingning blinked. "Grandfather, perhaps we should skip this?" Luo Yongqian chuckled. "Are you afraid Lin Tian will lose embarrassingly?" "No worries. We are family. Let us enjoy ourselves." Luo Baichuan sighed inwardly, realizing his father was quite confident. "You are right, grandfather. As family, it matters not who wins or loses. Shall we place a wager?" Lin Tian smiled. Luo Yongqian replied. "Bingning, see how magnanimous Lin Tian is." Lin Tian, a kilometer south of the community, there is a Zhang Ji dumpling shop with delightful flavors. I wish to have some tomorrow morning. If you lose, how about you run to buy them? Lin Tian laughed. "If I win, I wish to taste them as well." "You rascal, very well. If you win, I shall rise early to procure them. Regardless, we shall have dumplings to enjoy," Luo Yongqian said confidently. Soon, the five arrived at the music room. Su Yin and Luo Bingning both loved music and often practiced there. "You go first, Lin Tian. Do not worry. Playing the Erhu requires a lifetime of practice, and being a bit inexperienced at your age is normal," Luo Yongqian encouraged. Luo Hongchuan and the others looked on eagerly. They had yet to hear Lin Tian play the Erhu live. Lin Tian took out the Erhu gifted by the second elder. This Erhu looks quite impressive," Luo Yongqian remarked, surprised. Lin Tian tested the sound slightly. It was excellent, even better than the one he had purchased at a high price. "Quite remarkable," Luo Yongqian smiled. "Grandfather Luo, I shall perform a piece called Horse Racing," Lin Tian declared. Luo Yongqian was taken aback. Was this a piece a novice could play? Lin Tian, with mastery akin to that of a grandmaster, soon immersed himself completely in the performance. Luo Yongqian was left dumbfounded. Lin Tian's Erhu skills surpassed his by leagues, truly at a masterful level. Luo Yongqian quickly became enraptured by the music. As the piece concluded, Luo Hongchuan and the others erupted in applause. "You all seem rather unsurprised," Luo Yongqian remarked in astonishment. Luo Hongchuan chuckled. "Father, did you not watch videos of Master Lin? Did you not find a resemblance?" Realization dawned on Luo Yongqian. "Lin Tian, you are Master Lin? I must be the last to know." Suyin quickly added, "Dad, we only found out yesterday. Bingning and Lin Tian intended to surprise us." "Hee, grandfather, I told you not to compete," Luo Bingning giggled. "It is your turn now, Grandfather Luo," Lin Tian said cheerfully. Luo Yongqian, half smiling, teased, "Lin Tian, do you think victory is assured? Today I will teach you a lesson. Prowess does not guarantee triumph." Before long, Luo Yongqian finished his piece. "You three are the judges. Cast your votes," he instructed, glaring at Luo Baichuan. Luo Baichuan glanced at Lin Tian and helplessly said, "I cast my vote for you." "I too vote for you, Father," Suyin added. Lin Tian remained silent, exclaiming, "This is a conspiracy." Luo Baichuan grinned. "Lin Tian, wake up early tomorrow. Run swiftly on your way back, or the dumplings will be cold and unappetizing." Lin Tian pulled out a small vial. "Grandfather Luo, inside is a longevity pill. Consuming it will prolong your life, and you will feel rejuvenated by morning." After saying this, he tucked the vial back into his pocket. "Do you think I would believe that?" Luo Yongqian laughed. "It's true, Grandfather," Luo Bingning insisted. "Brother Tian's parents have taken it, and his mother appears 5 or 6 years younger. This was the gift he presented to my mother." Luo Yongqian cleared his throat. "Let us revote, sons. Though I am your father, do not engage in foul play." The revote naturally resulted in 3-0. "Grandfather, you should take it now. Aunt, you should also consume the pill. You will see results by morning." Lin Tian presented the vial again with a smile. He was merely jesting with Luo Yongqian, who, being Luo Bingning's grandfather, was not one to be denied a pill. Soon, Luo Yongqian and the others consumed the longevity pill, while Luo Hongchuan remained calm. As the father-in-law, he had no need for concern. "Lin Tian, please play a few more pieces," Luo Yongqian urged. Lin Tian nodded, smiling. At the Capital Military District General Hospital, Director Chung arrived outside Su Xinghua's hospital room, where Su Xinghua was still keeping watch. He had a place to sleep in the special care unit. Knock, knock. Director Chung rapped on the door. Su Xinghua opened it, and Director Cheng beckoned him outside. The examination results are in. It's early-stage liver cancer. He handed the results to Su Xinghua. Master Lin was correct. Su Xinghua's expression remained calm. He was not surprised. Given Lin Tian's displayed abilities, it was only natural for him to be right. It would have been a shock if he were wrong. Xinghua, you need surgery. Set aside your work. Your health is paramount, Director Cheng stated solemnly. Su Xinghua frowned. Work is more important. I do not have time for surgery right now. Is it possible to postpone for 2 years? Director Cheng retorted impatiently. This is cancer. It is life-threatening. Do you know how long it takes for liver cancer to progress from early to late stage? 6 months to a year. You wish to delay for 2 years? Ask the cancer cells if they agree. Su Xinghua inquired. Director Cheng, do you think Master Lin has a solution for cancer? Perhaps he can offer treatment. The dean hesitated slightly. If you were referring to someone else, I would undoubtedly respond with a firm denial. But Lin Tian is indeed a different matter. Su Xinghua said solemnly. Tomorrow, I will shamelessly seek out Lin Shini once more to see if he has any solutions. The international situation is tense, and the nation requires more formidable aircraft. As dawn broke the following day, Su woke early, feeling a resurgence of strength in his frail body. He slowly propped himself up from the bed. The noise he made startled Su Xinghua, who looked at his father in disbelief. Su's complexion had significantly improved, and he could even stand on his own. Help me outside for some fresh air, Su urged, his voice noticeably stronger. Of course, Su Xinghua assisted his father outside. As they walked, Su no longer needed his son as support and was able to stroll independently, much to Su Xinghua's amazement. His father had 1 foot in the grave, yet Lin Tian's elixir had miraculously pulled him back. Xinghua, arrange for my discharge immediately. Bring the laptop. We must seek out Xiao Lin, Su commanded. Su Xinghua paused. Father. Just like that? Su nodded. I was never seriously ill. Now that I've recovered to the state I was in a year or 2 ago, I am certainly fit for discharge. Moreover, if any issues arise, being with Xiao Lin is far preferable to lying in a hospital. Su Xinghua nodded in agreement. Fully convinced of Lin Tian's medical prowess. Let us have breakfast first. It's still early. Dean Xing may not be awake yet, and others may not dare to facilitate your discharge, he suggested. Su nodded slightly. Indeed, I am rather hungry. Chapter 160. The Assassin's Covert Operations. Grandpa Luo. These pan-fried dumplings are indeed delightful, Lin Tian remarked, savoring the dumplings brought by Luo Yongqian. Luo Yongqian retorted, I thought a physician would be virtuous, but it seems you harbor a myriad of ulterior motives. Your grandfather is far more honest than you. His eyes softened with nostalgia as he sighed. Too bad he has passed now. You must have treated him in secret, right? With your skills, how could you not extend his life further? Lin Tian remained silent. At that time, he possessed scant medical knowledge. He had a system, but it was only activated upon encountering Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, you have a visitor. They claim to be from the Su family and are rather elderly. I have permitted them entry, Luo Hongchuan announced as he approached the villa. Lin Tian, enjoying the dumplings with Luo Yongqian, contemplated the visitor. An elderly Su? Could it be Su Lao? Moments later, Su Xinghua arrived with his father in tow. Su Lao, what brings you here? Lin Tian greeted with a smile as they disembarked. Shaolin, do you have a moment? I came to hear your insights, Su Lao expressed. Lin Tian smiled. Su Lao, while I am willing to share, it is inaccurate to say you wish to hear my lecture. Let us engage in a dialogue instead. Turning to Su Xinghua, he added, may I address you as Su Shu? Do you not require surgery or hospitalization? Su Xinghua cleared his throat. Lin Shini, the timeline is pressing. I wonder if you have any alternative methods to delay the situation. Su Lao's expression shifted slightly. Xinghua, what ailment do you have? Father, do not worry. It's merely a minor illness, Su Xinghua quickly reassured. Su Lao spoke sternly. I am not yet senile. If it is merely a minor issue, why trouble Xiao Lin? Lin Tian interjected. Su Lao, he is in the early stages of liver cancer. In a year or 2, it will progress to the terminal phase, leading to certain death. Turning to Su Shu, he continued, I can address this, but my current medical skills make dealing with cancer a challenge. Given that it is still in the early stages, surgery would be advisable. His medical expertise was still at the master level, which fell short of the grandmaster level that would make early-stage cancer far more manageable. You must proceed with the surgery promptly. I have regained considerable strength. And there will be no delay, Su Lao insisted. Lin Tian smiled. Su Shu, please return for the surgery. Su Lao, I assure you there will be no issues. Su Xinghua nodded, engaging in conversation with Luo Hongchuan before departing. Su Lao, please come in. Luo Hongchuan welcomed him into the villa. Su Gu, how did you come to find Lin Tian? Luo Yongqian inquired. He was a member of the Dragon Group, having lived long enough to know Su Lao, a titan in aircraft research. Su Lao replied, Xiao Lin reviewed my materials yesterday, comprehensively understanding them and identifying errors. He surpasses me by far. Luo Yongqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Lao's materials were likely as cryptic as ancient texts, yet Lin Tian could discern and rectify their flaws. This seemed too extraordinary. However, recalling Lin Tian's identity as the masked hero, Luo Yongqian's shock began to ebb, realizing that occurrences of such brilliance were somewhat reasonable. Shaolin, please escort Su Lao to the study. No one will disturb you, Luo Lao instructed. Su Lao's research was classified. Lin Tian nodded, carrying the bag brought by Su Lao to the study, and they soon resumed their discussion. Father, who was that? Luo Hongquan inquired. Luo Yongqian pondered for a moment, deciding it was appropriate to disclose Su Lao's identity to Luo Hongquan. Su Gu is a master in aircraft design, leading our nation to significant advancements in this field. Despite your financial success, you pale in comparison to Su Ji's importance to the country. Luo Hongquan and his companions were astonished, not merely by Su Lao's status, but by the realization that someone of his caliber sought Lin Tian's expertise, suggesting Lin Tian's prowess might surpass Su Lao's. A bronze treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. From morning until evening, Lin Tian and Su Lao engaged in profound discussions, with Luo Bingning delivering meals throughout. Through their dialogue, Su Lao gained clarity on many aspects, devising a comprehensive strategy for aircraft modification. Shaolin, why not take on the role of chief designer? Su Lao proposed. Lin Tian hurriedly replied, Su Lao, please do not confine me to research. I am incapable of such. He recognized his own limitations and declined the offer. Su Lao, should you encounter any issues in the future, we can arrange video calls. I possess some understanding of network security, and it is unlikely any hackers could eavesdrop. Lin Tian smiled. Su Lao understood immediately. Lin Tian's modest claim belied his vast expertise in network matters. Shaolin, I will surely require your assistance. Let us strive to expedite the development of our modified fifth-generation fighter, Su Lao declared, rising to his feet. Lin Tian nodded. While China's current fifth-generation fighters were formidable, they fell short of decisively defeating their American counterparts. The modified fifth-generation aircraft must be designed to dominate comprehensively. Su Lao, allow me to drive you back. I appreciate your help, Shaolin. Please take me directly to the Research Institute. Numerous aspects require alteration. Lin Tian nodded and quickly drove Su Lao away from the Luo residence. The Bald Eagle reported, Target has departed the Luo residence. The vehicle is a standard Mercedes sedan, traveling without protective detail. The driver appears to be a young man. From atop a building 2 to 3 kilometers away, someone relayed the information in hushed tones. This should be Lin Tian, Luo Bingning's boyfriend. He is suspected of possessing martial arts mastery, and online, Lin Zongshi could very well be his elder or mentor. One individual stated, Captain, shall we proceed with the operation? Su In is an SSS-level target, and Lin Tian is also an SS-level target. Perhaps we could eliminate them both simultaneously? Another whispered. The two individuals cast their gaze upon a third person, a Caucasian man who adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Arrange for the fire dragon to set off, taking them to the heavens, he instructed. One of them nodded in acknowledgement and relayed the command. Soon, a fuel truck departed, containing a small explosive device. While the bomb's power was minimal, the abundance of gasoline inside the truck rendered the potential explosion exceedingly terrifying. The fire dragon was now 1 kilometer away, then 500 meters. Half an hour elapsed, and the fuel truck drew near to Lin Tian and his companion's vehicle. The truck was driven by an ordinary middle-aged man, whose sole task was to deliver fuel. He had performed this job for several years without a single mishap. What was amiss? Lin Tian felt a shiver of unease. The instinct of a martial arts grandmaster alerted him that something was not right. Chapter 161. The Dangerous Fuel Truck. Lin Tian's eyes swept over the surroundings as he heightened his sense of smell. A cacophony of scents assaulted his olfactory senses. Fortunately, with his enhanced sense of smell, his ability to withstand these overwhelming odors also improved. Otherwise, he might have gone mad. Where lay the source of danger? Lin Tian remained vigilant. The target was likely Elder Su, a figure of great significance and undoubtedly a prime assassination target for enemy nations. His priority was certainly higher than that of Elder Su. However, should the adversary ascertain that Master Lin was indeed him, his assassination threat level could easily rival, if not surpass, that of Elder Su. There were no explosives aboard the vehicle. Through scent, Lin Tian swiftly ascertained that the car posed no threat. With his current olfactory sensitivity, he would have easily detected any bomb. The absence of unusual odors ruled out the possibility of gas. Thus, the threat from afar might stem from a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher. Close-range threats surely lay with other vehicles. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Tian's mind. Should he exit the vehicle? The thought flickered in his mind, but was quickly dismissed. If he pulled over to the side, extracting Elder Su from the car would take precious time that might prove fatal. He could likely defend against a sniper rifle, but not necessarily against a rocket launcher. While driving, should he detect a rocket, his reflexes would allow him to evade it. Elder Su, hold on tight. Lin Tian pressed the accelerator firmly. The danger might be approaching from surrounding vehicles. He needed to maneuver away. The vehicles purchased by the Luo family boasted impressive power. Lin Tian fully pressed down on the accelerator, and the Mercedes S-Class surged forward. The target was now 400 meters away. 300 meters. As they approached an intersection, the fire dragon veered right. Intelligence was swiftly relayed. The fuel truck driver received the directive to turn right. Without hesitation, he complied, having executed such orders numerous times before. As they neared the intersection, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. He spotted the fuel truck ahead. Simultaneously, his instincts screamed of heightened peril. The fuel truck was problematic. Was there an intention to orchestrate an accidental explosion using the fuel truck? The idea flashed through Lin Tian's mind. As the vehicle approached the intersection, he swiftly turned the steering wheel. His car executed a rapid drift, pivoting around. He was unaware of what lay to the left. He had no knowledge of whether another fuel truck awaited to the right, but he knew he could not proceed forward. He recognized the opposite lane was safer. Making a U-turn was the best choice. The tires screeched against the pavement, and this executive sedan flawlessly executed a drift amidst the traffic. Damn, what are you doing? Trying to get killed? Some drivers in the opposite lane were visibly startled. Elder Su fastened his seatbelt, and after Lin Tian's warning, he held on tightly. The rapid drift posed no danger to him. Shaolin, what is happening? Elder Su inquired as Lin Tian reduced speed. Elder Su, I suspect there is something amiss with that fuel truck ahead. Approaching it may trigger a massive explosion, Lin Tian replied solemnly. If the fuel truck detonated at close range, even as a martial arts grandmaster, he would have no chance of survival. Elder Su would fare even worse. The target might have received intelligence and turned around, leading to a failed operation. They would immediately erase all traces and relocate. The personnel involved in the operation swiftly executed the command. The fuel truck driver remained oblivious. He was merely an inconsequential pawn. Hello. I need to report this, Lin Tian said as he pulled over. He contacted the authorities, certain that the fuel truck warranted thorough investigation. Soon after, police vehicles trailed the fuel truck, alarmed by the report of a potential explosion. The officers were acutely aware that such incidents were serious matters, especially in the capital. Officer, what seems to be the problem? The fuel truck driver asked, puzzled as he was stopped by the police. The officers, stepping out of their patrol cars, addressed him sternly. Minutes later, the police escorted the fuel truck away from the highway to an isolated area. Raise your hands and step away from the vehicle, an officer commanded through a loudspeaker. The bewildered driver complied, raising his hands in surrender. Another empty fuel truck arrived, and the fuel began to be transferred from the first truck to the empty one. Team Leader Liang, we have discovered abnormal dispatch orders, reported a member of the bomb disposal team. The directive to driver Wang Ping was issued by Xiao Gang, who is currently studying abroad. Wang Ping accepted orders from others. Liang Jingbang, overseeing the scene, received the information. Has the reporting individual been verified? He inquired. Confirmed. The informant is Lin Tian, the boyfriend of Luo Hongchuan's daughter. Our personnel are approaching his vehicle, Liang Jingbang replied. Be courteous. He is the informant, not a suspect. And the Luo family is no ordinary clan. At that moment, a police car approached Lin Tian's vehicle. He halted as the patrol car drew near. Soon, officers exited and approached. Lin Tian presented his national security identification. The individual in the passenger seat is Academician Su. I detected anomalies with the fuel truck ahead and made a swift U-turn. I trust this won't affect my record, Lin Tian jested with a smile. The officers were momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian was a member of national security, and he had an esteemed academician in his car. Comrade, please escort us to the research institute, Elder Su requested. Please hold on, the officer replied, quickly relaying the situation. Moments later, 3 additional police cars arrived, forming a convoy to escort Lin Tian and his companions to the research institute. Shaolin, would you like to come inside for a moment? Generally, entry is restricted, but the doors are always open for you, Elder Su smiled. Lin Tian shook his head. Elder Su, I appreciate the invitation, but I must investigate this matter further. Very well, Elder Su nodded, acknowledging Lin Tian's expertise in computer technology, which might yield useful insights. An hour later, Lin Tian returned to the Luo residence. The majority of the fuel had been successfully transferred from the truck. Team Leader Liang, we have made a discovery, reported a member of the bomb disposal team. A remote detonation device was found inside the fuel truck. Liang Zhengbang inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. Had Lin Tian not detected the anomaly, the fuel truck could have exploded en route, with catastrophic repercussions. Beyond the potential casualties among ordinary citizens, the loss of Lin Tian and academician Su would have dire consequences. Liang Zhengbang was unaware of academician Su's specific role, but news of the incident prompted the immediate dispatch of 4 police vehicles for protection. He was well aware of Lin Tian's background. Having gained fame at the youth martial arts competition, he was likely a martial arts master, with Master Lin potentially being his mentor. The death of either individual would be a monumental tragedy. The thought of both perishing in a fuel truck explosion sent chills down Liang Zhengbang's spine. Chapter 162. Daughter, don't be too reserved. Ding ding. Lin Tian's phone rang. Hello? He answered, noting that Luo Bingning had moved a short distance away, respecting the confidentiality of the call. The caller was Liang Zhengbang. Liang Zhengbang stated, Comrade Lin Tian, I am the police officer Liang Zhengbang responsible for this operation. Thank you for your alert call. We discovered a small amount of explosives inside the fuel tanker. Currently, the explosives have been safely disarmed. Lin Tian smiled and replied, Officer Liang, you have worked hard. It would be prudent to conduct a broader investigation. Liang Zhengbang solemnly assured. Rest assured, we will definitely conduct a thorough search. I did not anticipate that the enemy could be so ruthless. Comrade Lin Tian, I once again express my gratitude for your assistance. Liang Zhengbang promptly ended the call. Lin Tian felt a hint of confusion regarding how he had discovered this, but it was likely that Lin Tian was a master of martial arts, and such individuals often possess unique abilities, making it unnecessary to delve deeper. Perhaps Lin Tian had simply heard something? Brother Tian, you just mentioned an investigation. Is there an issue? Luo Bingning approached, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Lin Tian cast a glance at the bronze treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head. He decided it was appropriate to share today's events with her, both to inform and to caution her. While escorting Elder Su back, I sensed an unsettling presence, whether through martial intuition or geomantic insight, I cannot say. Luo Bingning's heart tightened. Although Lin Tian had returned safely, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he encountered an ambush? Upon passing an intersection, I noticed a fuel tanker ahead, and my instincts warned me of imminent danger. I swiftly altered my course. Lin Tian recounted calmly. Luo Bingning's complexion paled slightly as she realized the gravity of the situation. Had Lin Tian not made that discovery, he could have met a tragic fate. Life and death often hinge on a mere thought. The bronze treasure chest hovering above Luo Bingning suddenly transformed into a silver one. Ah, that was worth saying. Lin Tian mused inwardly with a sense of satisfaction. Ning, if you find yourself in peril in the future, do not hesitate to contact me immediately. I can handle it, Lin Tian said, affectionately ruffling Luo Bingning's hair. The silver treasure chest vanished in an instant. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, Master. Your driving skills have been elevated to the Grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. He felt quite pleased. Just yesterday, he had deemed Grandmaster level driving skills somewhat excessive. Now, he viewed it differently. In extreme situations, such skills could prove invaluable, potentially safeguarding his life. Lin Tian, would you like a late-night snack? Su Yin's voice echoed from upstairs, accompanied by a smile. Lin Tian withdrew his hand, and Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. She realized her mother had likely witnessed the affectionate gesture. Auntie, there's no need. I must return to my room to cultivate, Lin Tian replied, looking up. Luo Bingning felt embarrassed, while Lin Tian remained unfazed. What was wrong with a little affectionate interaction from his wife? Very well, cultivate and rest early afterward, Su Yin said as she returned to her room. She turned to Luo Hongchuan. Dear, I just saw Lin Tian pat Bingning's head. His gestures and expressions were remarkably affectionate. Luo Hongchuan chuckled. Their union is largely thanks to my father. Without his insistence, they would have missed this opportunity. Indeed, Su Yin nodded. Tomorrow, I shall apologize to my father. I had quarreled with him several times over this matter. Luo Hongchuan shook his head. An apology is unnecessary. Lin Tian's excellence is not widely known. My father is merely fortunate. Su Yin remarked. He is an elder. My apology carries little weight. Dear, Bingning and the others will be returning tomorrow. I feel a bit reluctant. Luo Hongchuan chuckled. Bingning has work, and we have our responsibilities. We cannot linger at home every day. Their return will allow them to cultivate their relationship further. By the way, did you mention to Bingning to be a bit more proactive? Have you spoken to her? Su Yin inquired. I will address it shortly. Lin Tian returned to his room, and Luo Bingning did the same. Mom, what brings you here? I need to sleep, she said as Su Yin entered her room. Feeling slightly embarrassed after being seen by her mother, Suyin joked, "You silly girl, am I not allowed in my own daughter's room? Have you forgotten your mother now that you have a husband?" She playfully tapped Luo Bingning's forehead. "Mom, stop saying such things," Luo Bingning retorted with a shy pout. Suyin sat at the edge of the bed, holding Luo Bingning's hand. "Ning, Lin Tian cares for you. You are already married. At times, do not be overly reserved." "Mom, that's not it. Why are you saying this?" Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. Suyin continued, "What do you mean not at all? You possess a marriage certificate, and it has been over a month. Tell me, what progress have you made?" "Mom," Luo Bingning felt overwhelmed with shyness. "You are my daughter. Why should you feel bashful? Let me tell you, there are countless exceptional young women in this world. Lin Tian is likely one of a kind. If he were to be taken away, you would find yourself regretting it later." Suyin cautioned her daughter. Luo Bingning paused. "That shouldn't happen, right?" Suyin replied, "The principle is that a man pursues a woman through mountains, while a woman pursues a man through vales. You should understand this concept. Others may not know Lin Tian's true situation, but they are aware that he likely possesses martial arts mastery. His mentor is probably Master Lin. In such a scenario, do you think families of outstanding young women would hesitate to approach him?" Luo Bingning's expression shifted slightly. Suyin continued, "If I am not mistaken, our community has recently welcomed several new tenants, many of whom are affluent and beautiful young women." "What?" Luo Bingning gazed at her mother in disbelief. Suyin elaborated, "Our family has some wealth, but since you were younger, many talented young men sought to be near you. Consider the current revelations. Lin Tian is likely a martial arts master who may one day become a grandmaster. He could potentially live for nearly 200 years. Marrying him could protect a family for generations. If we calculate a generation as 30 years, he could safeguard a family for 5 to 6 generations. Just think of the allure in that." Luo Bingning swallowed hard, realizing it was indeed more appealing than their family's wealth. Suyin affirmed, "It is not merely a slight difference in appeal. Many families possess assets far exceeding ours. Are there any others like him?" Luo Bingning retrieved her phone and entered the homeowners group. Numerous messages filled the chat. She had previously ignored them. "Mom, there are discussions in the group about the influx of beautiful faces in the community. Should I consider moving?" Luo Bingning furrowed her brows. Suyin shook her head. "Where would you move? If you relocate, they will follow. Besides, Ning, you are remarkable. You need not fear them." Chapter 163. Am I worth only 1 million? "Mom, do I need to please Lin Tian?" "I don't think so. I believe our current dynamic is quite satisfactory," Luo Bingning expressed, her brows still knitted. Suyin shook her head. "It's not about pleasing Lin Tian. Just be a bit more proactive and less aloof. A beautiful relationship requires mutual effort. If it devolves into one-sided appeasement, it loses its essence. Other families may consider legacy, but you only need to focus on yourself. Your father and I simply wish for your happiness. Should there come a day when separation brings you joy, we will support you." Luo Bingning embraced Suyin. "Mom, what is it?" Suyin asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. "Nothing. I just wanted a hug. Rest assured, we will be just fine. If Lin Tian were to abandon me, I would simply return to rely on my parents. Haha." Suyin affectionately replied, "You may rely on us as much as you like. Our family's fortune is ample enough that you could never exhaust it in 10 lifetimes. You understand my point, don't you?" Suyin inquired. Luo Bingning nodded vigorously, a playful smile on her face. "I understand. After all, I am a talented student from Peking University." Suyin stood up and said, "Fine, you should go to bed early." As she left, Luo Bingning touched her face, feeling a slight flush. "Why am I being so proactive? I don't know how." Luo Bingning buried her head in the pillow, murmuring thoughts to herself. The phone that sent instructions to Xiao Gang belonged to a destitute elderly man who had been exploited to obtain a card. The extra money Xiao Gang's son received was in cash. Lin Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. His hacking skills were unparalleled, yet the adversary was exceptionally professional, employing methods that did not rely on the internet and maintained a tangible separation. How could he trace the phone issuing the commands? It was likely that the impoverished old man could be located, but how many years back could he remember who had persuaded him to obtain the phone card? Not to mention, even the young often forget such details. Tracing someone through a phone number seemed implausible. It would require real-world resources to follow up on Xiao Gang's son. Lin Tian thought to himself. No one had followed him at the time, yet the enemy could pinpoint his location with precision. Was it through road surveillance? He swiftly hacked into the traffic monitoring system and soon discovered traces of an intrusion. There were indeed network experts who had accessed the traffic cameras. The roads were lined with cameras, allowing the adversary to accurately track his movements. Impressive, but still inadequate in my presence. Lin Tian quickly pursued the trail left behind by the intruder. Damn. He cursed silently as he found himself unable to continue the pursuit. The computer used by the enemy had likely been completely destroyed. The last IP address led abroad. Upon checking the surrounding IP addresses, he found no monitoring systems, making it impossible to locate the target through this means. A highly skilled spy, perhaps a state-sponsored action from the Eastern Sherry Nation or the United States. Lin Tian pondered. The Eastern Sherry Nation and Huan Nation harbor a long-standing enmity, while the United States competes fiercely with Huan Nation, making both countries plausible suspects. Of course, other nations could also be involved. Some countries, significantly weaker than Huan Nation, do not perceive themselves as inferior. For instance, the Stick Nation or the Third Brother Nation. There are also nations that might wish to stir discord for their own gain. Lin Tian shook his head internally. Even if his hacking abilities were the best in the world, he was not omnipotent. He needed to enhance his other skills. Regrettably, his exceptional senses could not assist him in this instance, as the enemy remained concealed, making it impossible to locate the target. He speculated that this case would likely be handed over to national security for investigation, uncertain if any leads would emerge from real-world efforts. After careful consideration, Lin Tian began to research the Yamaguchi-gumi, as he still had unresolved matters regarding them. Riko Misa was affiliated with the Yamaguchi-gumi. He had not forgotten that the Yamaguchi-gumi had dispatched spies against him. However, visiting his father-in-law in the capital took precedence. The organization had committed innumerable heinous acts, beyond measure. A cold glint flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He spent an hour uncovering a plethora of incriminating evidence against the Yamaguchi-gumi, covering various aspects. Kidnapping and murder were commonplace for them. Once the largest gang in the Eastern Sherry Nation, the Yamaguchi-gumi had since reformed into a corporate entity. Yet many of their clandestine activities remained deeply troubling. They controlled numerous publicly listed companies, some of considerable size, which presented an opportunity for profit. Lin Tian mused. He did not immediately expose the evidence he possessed. He had over $400 million in his overseas account. He could short sell the stocks of the Yamaguchi-gumi's companies. Given their strength, a small leak of information would not significantly harm them. However, Lin Tian had a wealth of damning evidence, much of it highly substantial. If made public, the stock prices of those companies would undoubtedly plummet, allowing him to profit twofold or more with ease. With $480 million, a profit of 1 or 2 times could yield $500 million to $1 billion. Hello, young gentlemen. Lin Tian entered the private chat of Hellfire. The group chat remained unchanged. They had not swapped it recently. After a couple of attempts, they had abandoned resistance. Welcome, Big Shot, the leader of the Hellfire organization, King. Immediately greeted. Ever since they ceased resistance, they had even begun to regard Lin Tian as a new leader, allowing them to sleep soundly of late. Welcome, Big Shot. The others echoed. Lin Tian inquired, is there anyone among you skilled in short-selling stocks? Big Shot, we all have some knowledge in that area. We have profited from insider information in the past, King replied. Lin Tian said, I will provide you with funds to operate, short-selling some of the Yamaguchi-gumi's companies. I will share their secrets with you. You decide when to release them. If you wish to join me in making money. I have no objections. The expressions of King and the others shifted slightly. Big Shot, the Yamaguchi-gumi has top hackers. If they trace us, we may face dire consequences. Lin Tian replied, provide me with information on their top hackers. King quickly sent Lin Tian the details of 3 individuals. Big Shot, these 3 are quite formidable. We regard the rest as inconsequential. Lin Tian stated, I will deal with them. Do not let me down, or you will fare worse than they will. After saying this, Lin Tian exited the group chat. Ding. Soon after, King and the others received a message. The money they had lost was returned to their accounts. But they understood that it was no longer truly theirs. Anyone attempting to lay claim to that money would meet a grim fate. The Yamaguchi-gumi's top hackers, Lin Tian mused, swiftly set about his research. Before long, he confirmed that King's information was accurate. He also located the addresses of the 3 hackers from the Yamaguchi-gumi. It was late. One was online, another was at a bar, and the last was asleep in bed. Contemplating this, Lin Tian accessed the dark web. The dark web contained numerous assassin websites, and he entered the domain of the underworld. The underworld is the premier assassin website globally, unrivaled in its reputation. Lin Tian smirked upon entering, greeted by promising news. His name prominently featured on the latest bounty list, with a reward of $1 million. How belittling. Am I worth only $1 million? Chapter 164. The assassins are stunned. Lin Tian quickly researched further. He discovered that the funds originated from a rather ordinary account, making it impossible to ascertain the specific organization that had issued the bounty. It was a clever tactic, using an ordinary person's account to transfer funds to the dark web. Even if traced back, the ordinary individual would be of no consequence. When it came to bounties for murder on the dark web, the savvy would take precautions to avoid being traced through the internet. The Eastern Cherry Nation. A glint of determination shone in Lin Tian's eyes. Although he could not pinpoint the specific power behind the bounty, the account was linked to the Eastern Cherry Nation, suggesting it was likely someone from there seeking his demise. The Yamaguchi-gumi had sent spies to gather evidence, since Riko Misa had been apprehended. The likelihood of the Yamaguchi-gumi themselves placing a bounty on him seemed low. Lin Tian speculated that it was related to the youth martial arts tournament. During that event, he had eliminated 3 individuals from the Eastern Cherry Nation, each backed by formidable forces. It would be relatively easy for their influential supporters to offer a bounty of $1 million. Master Lin was likely his mentor. They dared not retaliate openly, so they resorted to monetary means, hiring an assassin for revenge. $1 million is no trifling sum. Some assassins with no ties may indeed take the job. Lin Tian squinted his eyes as he noticed that an assassin had accepted the job. A 4-star assassin had taken on the bounty for him. The assassin ranking on the underworld comprises 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and then the king of assassins. A 4-star assassin is already quite formidable, with stringent requirements concerning the number of kills, task difficulty, and completion rates. Who would be so reckless as to pursue money at the cost of their life? Indeed, although Lin Tian was youthful, he was likely a master of martial arts. That aside, his mentor was presumably a Martial Arts Grandmaster of Hua Nation. Such figures are not to be trifled with. Beneath the recent bounty listing, there was space for comments, and within a short time, dozens of assassins had left messages. Numerous assassins covet the enticing bounty of $1 million, yet many hesitate to seize this lucrative opportunity. It is no trivial matter to eliminate a master of martial arts. Even the most skilled practitioners find such a task daunting. If the first attempt fails, the likelihood of a second chance diminishes significantly. Moreover, the speed of a martial arts master is formidable. After the initial shot, they may retaliate with lethal efficiency. With a cold scoff, Lin Tian pondered the absurdity of the meager $1 million bounty on his head. He swiftly traced the identity of the assassin who had accepted the contract. The underworld was home to top-tier hackers, yet none rivaled his prowess. Rupert, a 4-star assassin, had completed 41 out of 43 assignments, eliminating 54 individuals, amassing a staggering total of $36 million in bounty. Lin Tian meticulously compiled all available information about the contracted assassin and promptly posted it in the comment section. What is happening? The remaining assassins, drawn to the unfolding drama, were taken aback. The identity of the contractor was supposed to remain confidential, yet it had been brazenly exposed. Rupert's list of victims was classified information, and such revelations would surely incite the wrath of the deceased's relatives, many of whom were prominent figures. Rupert, too, was perusing the comments. Upon seeing Lin Tian's disclosure, his expression darkened ominously. Just then, his phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a text message. The sound repeated, and soon he received 2 more notifications. Furious, Rupert checked his messages, only to find that all the funds from his 3 bank accounts had been transferred away. He had merely 3 cards, collectively containing $9 million. As someone who traveled the globe without owning property, he was now left with nothing. Lin Tian shared the news of Rupert's financial loss, intensifying the atmosphere of dread among the onlookers. How about this? If you wish to see your money again, you must smash your left and right thumbs with a hammer. If not, the $9 million will be used to put a bounty on your head. The choice is yours. Lin Tian's message echoed through the comments. Rupert's face contorted with dread. To use his own money as a bounty against him was a treacherous betrayal. You have 30 seconds to decide. After that, the task will be issued, and your address will be revealed. Rupert was engulfed in turmoil. A bounty of $9 million would undoubtedly attract 5-star assassins. Could he evade their pursuit? Furthermore, a mysterious hacker was monitoring his every move. Are you certain I will receive back half of my money? He queried. Of course. Does my credibility not hold value? Lin Tian replied. Taking a deep breath, Rupert declared, I will do it now. He quickly procured a hammer. With a fierce blow, he smashed his right thumb, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. Damn it, he cursed, trembling as he raised the hammer again to crush his left thumb. Upon completion, he took a pale photograph of his mutilated digits and uploaded it. Moments later, he received a bank notification confirming the return of half of his funds. Lin Tian promptly shared the bank notification, and the audience of assassins, now numbering in the hundreds, remained silent, stunned into inaction. Next time, the underworld may not exist. Lin Tian's ominous declaration was not merely a comment, but was displayed on the computer of the underworld's most formidable hacker, Ming Yan. Ming Yan gasped in disbelief. He had been investigating Lin Tian and had not only failed to uncover anything, but had also become a target of Lin Tian's scrutiny. Ming Yan, your wealth is considerable. You possess a beautiful wife, a son, and 2 lovely daughters. Truly, a winner in life. A few lines of text appeared on the screen. Ming Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily replied, "Rest assured, we in the underworld will never pursue Lin Tian or his family again." Lin Tian then sent the information of the 3 members of the Yamamoto group to Ming Yan, demanding that they must not see the light of day again. "As you wish, my lord," Ming Yan responded swiftly. Although the Yamamoto group was formidable, eliminating their 3 hackers would be an effortless task for the underworld. There were numerous registered assassins in the Eastern Cherry Country, and even without financial incentives, the underworld could offer points that motivated assassins to act, thus allowing them to ascend in rank. Soon, Ming Yan initiated the plan. The prospect of earning such high points for eliminating the Yamamoto hackers was enticing, as it would elevate him to a 5-star rank. A 4-star assassin from the Eastern Cherry Country swiftly commenced his mission. All 3 targets were located within the same city, making it an uncomplicated task. With a swift motion, the first target was silently dispatched in his sleep. The second target, a night owl, heard a faint sound, but had no time to react before a flying dagger found its mark in his skull. The third target, found in a bar, met a similar fate when a dagger pierced his heart. Chapter 165. Healing Brother Ouyang Fei. Everyone, the Yamamoto group, is in turmoil. All 3 of our top hackers have been assassinated, a message echoed in the Hellfire encrypted chat. Viper, is this information verified? King inquired swiftly. Absolutely. One of them was found dead in a bar, and upon confirming the situation, the Yamamoto group immediately contacted the others, who were both found dead at their homes. Viper replied. The Yamamoto group was now frantically hunting for the assassin. King soon delved into the Eastern Cherry Country's networks and uncovered relevant information. King, I have discovered another piece of news. The underworld has been hacked, and a 4-star assassin has been exposed. A top hacker coerced him into mutilating his own fingers. Another hacker shared in the group chat, attaching a video file. After watching the video, King and the others were left in shock. Rupert's entire bank balance had been drained. It felt eerily familiar. Their adversary displayed no fear, even towards the underworld. Everyone, maintain utmost secrecy. Otherwise, the fate of the Yamamoto group could very well be ours, King warned gravely. Rest assured, King. With the information exposed, the Yamamoto group cannot retaliate against the mastermind. But they could certainly eliminate us. If the mastermind remains passive, we are all doomed, others chimed in, expressing their concerns. Prepare yourselves. Once the stock market in the Eastern Cherry Country opens, we will mobilize to short sell against the Yamamoto group. I will now assign tasks. At the Yamamoto group headquarters in the Eastern Cherry Country, the leader, Yamamoto Fujiwara, bore a dark expression. He had been roused from a deep slumber in the dead of night. If it had been good news, it would have been bearable. But this was catastrophic. Their 3 top hackers had been assassinated. Have we uncovered anything? Yamamoto Fujiwara growled through gritted teeth. Not yet, leader. The assassin appears to be exceptionally skilled. There are no fingerprints, and the surveillance footage yielded no useful images, one of his subordinates reported. A video was presented to Yamamoto Fujiwara, revealing a figure clad in black, deliberately keeping their head down to evade capture on camera. He understood that trying to identify a professional killer from such a recording was utterly futile. You may leave, he commanded, dismissing his subordinates. Father, could it be Lin Tian? Inquired Yamamoto Taro, his son. No, Yamaguchi Fujiwara shook his head. If Master Lin from Huagua were to come and kill, it would not be them who perished, but likely our entire family. The 3 of them are hackers. Perhaps linked to the internet, we might face formidable cyber attacks. Yamaguchi Fujiwara's expression grew solemn. The Yamaguchi group is powerful, with many talents in the realm of technology. Yet it requires top-tier experts in the field. Father, we must be prepared. Indeed. Yamaguchi Fujiwara contacted other factions that very night, should they encounter a cyber attack. There would be experts to assist them in defense. Night gradually faded away. Many within the Yamaguchi group toiled throughout the night, yet they found nothing. The assailant left no useful clues. The perpetrator was a 4-star assassin, having killed dozens, and such acts are undoubtedly professional. In the capital, the Ouyang family. Today, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning returned to S City, but before heading back, he needed to visit his brother Ouyang Fei. During the youth martial arts tournament, Ouyang Fei mentioned that his elder brother had been incapacitated, suffering from a shattering fracture in both legs. Despite the hospital's utmost efforts to treat him back then, he remained unhealed. Now, Ouyang Fei's brother could only live through the use of a wheelchair. Lin Tian, welcome, welcome. Ouyang Xiong, Ouyang Fei's father, greeted warmly. Ouyang Xiong is a martial arts master, currently at the mid-level of mastery. Had it not been for his eldest son Ouyang Qing's mishap, Ouyang Xiong might have already reached the advanced level of mastery. Uncle Ouyang, there's no need for such formality. Ouyang Fei and I are good brothers. He has always taken great care of me, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Ouyang Xiong remarked, you have concealed your power with your abilities. You do not need his care at all. Lin Tian mused inwardly. Had it not been for awakening his system, he would have been nothing before Ouyang Fei. The Ouyang family is prestigious, and Ouyang Fei himself possesses commendable martial arts skills. Ouyang Gu, I had initially planned to bring my brother to S City to find you. But he has no desire to be troubled further. He hasn't even gotten out of bed yet. Let us first see how your brother is faring, Lin Tian suggested. 5 years have passed. I may not be able to heal him. Indeed, Ouyang Fei nodded. He led Lin Tian to Ouyang Qing's room. Brother. My good friend Lin Tian has come, Ouyang Fei announced loudly. Ouyang Qing propped himself up to sit. Lin Tian, thank you for avenging me. I am truly grateful. My brother has told me you possess remarkable medical skills, but please, do not trouble yourself with my treatment. My legs hold no hope. Lin Tian shook his head. I did not avenge you. I merely dealt with 3 arrogant dogs from Dongying. Do you wish to take revenge yourself? If you do not, I shall take my leave. A look of urgency flickered in Ouyang Fei's eyes. Ouyang Qing fell silent for a moment before nodding. Of course I want to. Every day and night. I think of it, but do I truly have any hope? His eyes reddened as he spoke. Give me your hand, Lin Tian said, taking a seat. Ouyang Qing extended his hand, and Lin Tian began to take his pulse. Afterward, he placed his hand on Ouyang Qing's knee, channeling his internal energy to meticulously investigate. Brother Lin, how is it? Ouyang Fei asked anxiously. Lin Tian smiled. The situation is much better than I anticipated. The bones are not as severely damaged. Can you treat it? Ouyang Qing asked, his voice trembling. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, it can be treated, depending on how you wish to proceed. The first option involves not manipulating your bones. I would help you reconnect your meridians, allowing you to stand and walk again, though your legs will not fully recover. The second option requires me to break open your bones and rejoin them, a process that cannot involve anesthesia. In this case, your legs could recover at least 90%. Without hesitation, Ouyang Qing declared, I choose the second option. Are you certain? Lin Tian inquired. Ouyang Qing solemnly nodded. I am certain, if there is hope for recovery. I can endure any pain. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Very well, let us commence immediately. After your treatment, I must catch a flight. Ouyang Qing lay back down. Lin Tian produced silver needles. As he inserted several needles, Ouyang Qing's legs completely lost sensation. Lin Tian grasped his right knee. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Lin Tian accurately severed the necessary areas with his internal energy. Lin Tian, it doesn't hurt, Ouyang Qing said in disbelief. Lin Tian chuckled. Indeed, I cannot use anesthesia, but I can seal your perception with the silver needles. If you were not brave enough to choose the second option, it would save me some effort. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Ouyang Qing remained silent. Crack, crack. Soon, Ouyang Qing's left knee was also shattered. Half an hour passed, and Lin Tian utilized both his hands and internal energy to rejoin Ouyang Qing's bones and meridians. The pathways were restored. I must remove the needles now. It will be painful, Lin Tian cautioned. Ouyang Qing silently stuffed a towel into his mouth. If Lin Tian warned of pain, it would surely be unbearable. Soon, Lin Tian withdrew the silver needles. Ouyang Qing let out a muffled groan, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 166. A special gift. At first, the excruciating pain began to wane. Brother Qing, the meridians in your legs are now open. Try to cultivate and allow your internal energy to flow through them, Lin Tian instructed. With his leg meridians blocked, Ouyang Qing had not cultivated for a long time. His skills had greatly deteriorated. Closing his eyes, he endured the agonizing pain and began to cultivate. Gradually, strands of internal energy gathered within the meridians, flowing into his legs. Previously, the internal energy could not reach his legs. Although blood vessels supplied energy, he could not stand. My left leg is open, Ouyang Qing exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement. His internal energy slowly coursed through the meridians of his calf. After circulating once, the energy then flowed into his right leg. My right leg is open too. Lin Tian, thank you, thank you. Ouyang Qing expressed his overwhelming gratitude. Lin Tian smiled. You will need to get accustomed to cultivating while lying down. You must cultivate for no less than 10 hours a day. This will not only accelerate the recovery of your neglected skills, but will also expedite the healing of your legs. I will prepare 2 sets of medicine for you, one for external application and one for internal use. In about 10 days, you should be able to get out of bed and walk with assistance. In about a month, you will be able to walk freely. But to fully recover to your prior state may take 2 to 3 months. Ouyang Qing was overjoyed. Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Fei shared in the excitement. Given the circumstances, the outcome was already quite favorable. Regarding how to apply the medicine and ensure the bones do not misalign, I trust you do not need further instruction? Lin Tian inquired. Ouyang Xiong, who had been listening attentively, quickly replied, No need, no need. I will invite some doctors to assist at that time. Lin Tian nodded. I have something for you, Ouyang Xiong said, retrieving a wooden box from beneath Ouyang Qing's bed. He opened it to reveal a piece of dark green jade. This is a jade stone our Ouyang family obtained from our ancestors. Our family's martial arts practice has always been connected to it, Ouyang Xiong explained. Ouyang Qing was taken aback. Father, didn't you say you would take this away? It seems wasteful to keep it here. After his legs were injured, he had worn the jade but had seen no effect in a year, leading him to stop wearing it, though it might have some benefit. You no longer wish to wear it, so we stored it under your bed, Ouyang Xiong smiled. Lin Tian, both of these brothers have received your assistance. I present this jade to you. I hope you won't reject it. Lin Tian quickly objected. Uncle Ouyang, this is not appropriate. It is your family's heirloom. How can I accept it? Ouyang Xiong chuckled. An heirloom is of no importance compared to a person. Our family has produced masters in the past. It is said that this stone is particularly useful for them. With your talent, you will undoubtedly become a master in the future. Ouyang Fei mused internally. Lin Tian is already a master. Brother Lin, please accept it. If you find it unnecessary in the future, you may return it to us. It holds little value in our hands. Ouyang Fei spoke up, and Ouyang Qing also urged him. Let me see what this is. Lin Tian picked up the jade stone from the wooden box, channeling his internal energy into it, feeling a powerful force emanating from the stone. This is a spirit stone. Lin Tian was astounded. The aura of spirit stones dissipates once separated from the spiritual vein, and only large, high-grade spirit stones could possibly remain intact until now. Uncle Ouyang, this is indeed a spirit stone. Masters can slowly absorb the spiritual energy contained within, while simultaneously releasing a faint trace of it into the surroundings. Your Ouyang family has practiced martial arts for generations, which is related to its release of spiritual energy, Lin Tian remarked. He thought of Luo Bingning, who possessed an exceptional cultivation physique. Although she was an ordinary person, with this stone, she would be able to absorb the spiritual energy within it at a much faster rate than a martial arts master. The spiritual energy would enhance her physique. Given her unique situation, Lin Tian dared not open her meridians, as the backlash from the ice soul could have severe consequences for her. Ouyang Xiong chuckled. You can recognize it. It seems you have a connection with it. Regardless of what it is, it now belongs to you. Brother Lin, take it. It will benefit you. Ouyang Fei added with a wink. A master can absorb the spiritual energy from within, and Lin Tian is indeed a martial arts master. It's perfect for him. The 3 of them, father and son, could never hope to become masters. Lin Tian, you should accept it. You have done us great favors. Ouyang Qing interjected. Lin Tian nodded slightly. I do have use for it, so I will accept it. Ouyang, you can discuss my situation with your father and brother, but keep it from others. He needed to catch a flight and excused himself. Ouyang Xiong was taken aback. Lin Tian, aren't you having lunch? Lin Tian smiled. Uncle Ouyang, it's still early for lunch. There are many matters to handle at Bingning's company. If I finish lunch, she won't have to go to the office today. Soon, Lin Tian drove away. After Ouyang Fei saw him off, he returned to Ouyang Qing's room. Ouyang Xiong glanced at Ouyang Qing, noting that Lin Tian had not asked him to stay. Xiao Fei, what did Lin Tian ask you earlier? Ouyang Xiong inquired. Ouyang Fei locked the door and grinned. Dad, aren't you curious why I broke through so quickly before? Lin Tian helped me open some meridians. He is a martial arts master. Ouyang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, and Ouyang Qing, who was lying down, was equally astonished. Lin Tian is so young, and he is a martial arts master? Ouyang Xiong could hardly believe it. Ouyang Fei nodded. He truly is a master. Ouyang Xiong swallowed hard. The news was simply astonishing. Xiao Fei, Master Lin is at least at the late stage of mastery. He can't possibly be the masked hero, can he? Ouyang Xiong asked. Ouyang Fei shook his head. Brother Lin didn't say, and I didn't ask. Whether he is the masked hero or not is not important. Ouyang Xiong nodded slightly. At such a young age, he had already achieved mastery. Even if he weren't the masked hero, he was still incredibly formidable. Dad, this is beyond mere prowess. It is a monstrous talent, Ouyang Qing, still lying on the bed, remarked. Let us not forget, He is not only strong in martial arts, but also excels in medicine. Brother, having such a sibling is a blessing for you and our entire Ouyang family. He may very well become a Grandmaster of martial arts in the future. Ouyang Xiong took a deep breath. A martial arts master was already extraordinary, but a Grandmaster was beyond imagination. Ouyang Fei insisted, Dad, brother, this must remain confidential. Rest assured, Ouyang Xiong affirmed. Ouyang Qing nodded slightly. Since the Ouyang family possessed a spirit jade, it was certain that more existed on Earth. Lin Tian, driving away, felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such a boon from this trip. If he could acquire several more spirit stones, he might allow Luo Bingning to make use of the ice soul within her Dantian. In this era of magic's decline, she could not cultivate, but she could certainly become a martial arts expert in the future, provided he obtained more spirit jades. Chapter 167, Stock Market Turmoil. In Dongying, the Yamaguchi-gumi. Boss, there are short sellers targeting us. They are continuously dumping stocks of several of our companies, reported Miyamoto Asahi, a trusted aide of Yamaguchi Fujiwara. Though not skilled in violence, he excelled in economics, helping Yamaguchi Fujiwara amass considerable wealth. What is the situation? Can we withstand the pressure? Yamaguchi Fujiwara inquired solemnly. Miyamoto Asahi adjusted his glasses. Last night, 3 of our elite hackers were attacked and killed. This news has reached several factions, resulting in a slight decline in stock prices. However, given the strength of our Yamaguchi-gumi, we should be fine. We will need some funds to stabilize the stock prices. Yamaguchi Fujiwara replied, spending some money is not a problem. We must prop up the stock prices and prevent the sharks from sensing blood in the water. Understood, boss. The Yamaguchi-gumi swiftly took action, pouring in substantial capital, which immediately helped to raise the previously declining stock prices. Boss, there shouldn't be any significant issues. With our Yamaguchi-gumi's strength, most factions will think twice before acting against us. They will pay a price to cut into our profits. Miyamoto Asahi smiled. Yamaguchi Fujiwara nodded. Just then, his phone rang. It was another trusted aide calling. And he quickly answered. Boss, it's bad. A lot of dirt about us has suddenly surfaced online, and several companies controlled by the Yamaguchi-gumi have been exposed. The caller sounded anxious. The Yamaguchi-gumi did not have a stellar reputation, and such news could prompt many to sell their stocks. Boss, the situation is dire. Miyamoto Asahi's expression shifted. The stock prices of several companies they were focusing on, which had just begun to rise, plummeted drastically. Pump money in. Yes, our companies belong to the Yamaguchi-gumi, but as long as we stabilize the stock prices, the investors will trust us. Making a profit is paramount. Yamaguchi Fujiwara declared firmly. Their cash flow was still healthy, but with multiple companies needing support, it was akin to bleeding from several wounds. They could choose to ignore it, but the shorts would teach them a lesson, and investor confidence would evaporate. Moreover, they had pledged many stocks. If they could not stabilize the prices, a significant drop would trigger forced liquidations, leading to a fire sale of many stocks at a loss. This would be catastrophic. Given that the stock market in Dongying had no limit down, a stock could drop by 90% in a single day. Understood, boss. It would be wise to prepare more ample funds, Miyamoto Asahi advised. Yamaguchi Fujiwara nodded, making several calls to secure quick financial support. With a flood of funds, stock prices began to recover slightly, stabilizing investor sentiment. In the chat group of the Hellfire, King announced, everyone prepare, release the second wave of dirt. Soon, the second wave of incriminating information was disseminated, even more damaging than the first. Honey, don't hesitate. Quickly sell the stocks of the Yamaguchi-gumi. With this information, they are likely to face severe crackdowns. Damn, the Yamaguchi-gumi is ruthless. Baka, I just stepped away for a moment, and the stock dropped another 5%. I should have decisively cut my losses. As the second wave of revelations emerged, the stocks of the Yamaguchi-gumi plummeted further and more sharply than before. Many institutions sensed something amiss. With so much dirt surfacing, was an international predator involved? Strike hard. This is the time to hit them. Other short sellers joined the fray. Yamaguchi Fujiwara swiftly borrowed substantial funds, but retail investors were selling, and many shorts were hammering the stocks, making it difficult to prop up the prices. The stocks continued to decline. However, the rate of decline has indeed softened somewhat. After all, there are numerous retail investors and institutions eager to take a risk. After enduring until the morning's close, Yamamoto Fujiwara's expression was exceedingly grim. 8 or 9 companies averaged a drop of nearly 20 points, leading to a catastrophic plunge in market capitalizations. Captain, the enemy's tactics must be exhausted by now. Our next step is to find a way to stabilize the stock prices. If we can recover the prices, there may still be a chance for profit, Miyamoto Akira suggested. Yamamoto Fujiwara solemnly replied. We absolutely cannot allow the stock to fall more than 30%. Otherwise, it will trigger a forced liquidation by the brokerage. Miyamoto Akira reassured him, "Rest assured, Captain. It shouldn't come to that. Perhaps in the afternoon, we can see a significant rebound." Just then, Yamamoto Fujiwara's phone rang again. A foreboding sensation crept over him. "What is it?" He answered the call in a low voice. "Captain, the third wave of news has arrived, and this batch is even more severe, including some evidence implicating you in a homicide. There's even a video." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Yamamoto Fujiwara's face turned ashen. What force is targeting them? How could such news be leaked? This is a direct affront to him in the Yamamoto group. "Captain, there are several other pieces of news." Before the other party could finish, Yamamoto Fujiwara hung up. He immediately began researching online. "It's over." Yamamoto Fujiwara's expression was one of utter despair. With his capabilities, he could find a way to evade culpability, but what would the public think? What would the investors think? By noon, rumors would be rampant. When the market opens in the afternoon, stock prices are likely to plummet by more than 30%, triggering forced sell-offs by the brokerages. Not only will we fall by 30%, but 50% may not even be the limit. I am such a fool for hoping for a rebound. It's over. The afternoon will be disastrous. I will sell at the first opportunity when the market opens. Many newly invested retail and institutional investors are on the verge of tears. Can't we release all the news at once? After 3 waves, there shouldn't be many brave enough to buy in. The resistance in the afternoon will be weak. Let's go all out and show the big players our strength. We can make a little profit ourselves, huh? King messaged in a private group chat. As noon passed, Yamamoto Fujiwara fixated on the large screen in front of him. The stock market opened punctually in the afternoon. Their team desperately attempted to stabilize the stock price. Yet it continued to plummet. Companies with pledged shares quickly hit margin calls, and the pledged stocks were frantically sold off by brokerages. "Captain, we are out of funds," Miyamoto Akira reported. They had prepared a considerable amount of capital, but the stock's rapid decline rendered their preparations utterly insufficient. Yamamoto Fujiwara clenched his fists in frustration. He felt a murderous rage bubbling inside him. However, their top hacker had perished, and now he had no one to seek vengeance upon. The other forces network experts, given the current situation, would not dare to assist them against international giants. The enemy that dares to target the Yamamoto group must possess formidable strength. How far will we fall at most? Yamamoto Fujiwara asked darkly. Miyamoto Akira estimated for a moment and replied, "Captain, if we drop over 60%, many funds will certainly enter the market. However, even if capital enters, it will be exceedingly difficult for our stock price to recover." Yamamoto Fujiwara closed his eyes in anguish. The losses they faced were incalculable. Chapter 168. Terrible, I am surrounded by beauties. S-City. After dropping Luo Bingning off at her company, Lin Tian returned to his residential community. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. Several luxury sports cars parked near their parking space, each worth no less than 5 million. Among them, 2 cars exceeded 10 million. Have the neighbors started comparing wealth? Lin Tian mused. The property prices in Luo Bingning's community were quite high, and many could barely afford the luxury sports cars costing hundreds of thousands to millions. Previously, the cars parked nearby were mostly around 1 to 2 million, but now the starting price seemed to have risen to 5 million. His own BMW X5, worth less than 1 million, appeared out of place. However, Lin Tian had no intention of replacing it. It was low-key and unobtrusive. He locked the car and ascended to the 20th floor. What is going on? In the corridor, Lin Tian caught a whiff of perfume. Luo Bingning typically didn't wear perfume, and since they had been away in the capital for a few days, the scent shouldn't linger for so long. Is there a spy? Lin Tian activated his extraordinary sense of smell. There was no bomb hidden behind the door. But how had several women been there? Confusion flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he utilized his heightened senses, detecting that multiple women had visited the entrance, each leaving behind different scents at various times. Did Bingning's friends come to see her? Lin Tian opened the door and entered the room. Bingning, you might have had some friends over. There are remnants of more than one type of perfume lingering outside our house. Lin Tian messaged Luo Bingning. Does it smell nice? Came her quick response. It seems quite pleasant, Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingning soon sent a playful emoji. Lin Tian chuckled and replied, although the perfume smells lovely, I still think your natural scent is more delightful. When you return, I'll lean in for a good whiff. Upon reading this message, a blush crept across Luo Bingning's face. Just as she was about to retort with a playful remark, she suddenly recalled her mother's advice. Suyin had urged her not to be too reserved and to observe her behavior. After pondering, Luo Bingning replied, adding a proud emoji. Lin Tian was somewhat astonished. After just one trip home, it seemed Luo Bingning had grown bolder. She certainly wouldn't have responded like this before. If this girl becomes less shy, will her chances of receiving treasures diminish in the future? Lin Tian pondered. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at that moment. Dear, I can't chat right now. Someone is at the door, Lin Tian messaged before heading to open the door. Seeing the message, Luo Bingning's expression shifted slightly. She was certain that the person ringing the bell was a stunning beauty, likely from a wealthy family. Just as Lin Tian returned, someone appeared at the door, indicating someone had been watching closely. Luo Bingning felt a twinge of anxiety. Although she believed Lin Tian was not the type to stray, those who dared to take action now were certainly not simple individuals. Who are you? Lin Tian asked as he opened the door. Indeed, a beautiful woman stood outside. While she couldn't quite match Luo Bingning's beauty, she was still striking. If seen on the street, her attractiveness would surely elicit attention from at least 80 to 90% of men. Hello, I'm your new neighbor, Zhao Qianqian, living on the 19th floor. I hope we can get along well, the woman greeted with a sweet smile. Lin Tian nodded. Rest assured, our household is typically quiet and should not disturb you. Zhao Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. I wonder if it would be convenient to add your WeChat? Lin Tian considered for a moment and shared Luo Bingning's WeChat ID with her. May I come in and sit for a while? Zhao Qianqian smiled. Lin Tian shook his head. Sorry, it's not convenient right now. You're welcome to visit when my girlfriend is home. All right, I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhao Qianqian said as she took her leave. Having added Lin Tian on WeChat, she felt hopeful. While her family was not as wealthy as the Luo family, they still boasted assets of 3 to 4 billion, undeniably placing them in the upper echelons of society. Oh, Luo Bingning noticed someone had sent her a friend request. Qianqian has requested to add you as a friend. After considering, Luo Bingning accepted the request. She quickly clicked into Zhao Qianqian's moments and saw her photos. So, she is the princess of the Zhao family, Luo Bingning thought to herself. Although she had never met Zhao Qianqian, she had heard of her. The title Princess Qianqian was one bestowed by those who admired her. Zhao Qianqian, the youngest granddaughter of the Zhao family patriarch, is the heir apparent to the family's legacy, managing numerous affairs on behalf of the Zhao clan. As she stepped into the elevator, her eyes sparkled with excitement. However, it wasn't long before she sensed something amiss. The new contact she added was likely not Lin Tian's WeChat, but rather a message from Luo Bingning. With her friend circle set to 3 days of visibility, the adorable avatar suggested it was indeed a girl's account. This must be Luo Bingning's WeChat. Feeling a bit embarrassed about her intentions, Zhao Qianqian knew Luo Bingning was undoubtedly aware of her motives. Neighbor, I hope to rely on you in the future, she thought, and after some contemplation, she decided to send a message. Luo Bingning's face broke into a subtle smile upon receiving the message. It seemed Lin Tian had not added Zhao Qianqian, but rather encouraged her to reach out, which was rather commendable. Hello, I am Luo Bingning, she replied. Zhao Qianqian realized that she had indeed added Luo Bingning's WeChat, making her pursuit of Lin Tian seem all the more challenging. Ding dong, just moments after closing the door, there was another knock. Lin Tian assumed it was Zhao Qianqian returning, but to his surprise, upon opening the door, he was greeted by yet another stunning beauty. While Zhao Qianqian exuded a pure charm, this newcomer radiated a sensual allure, likely possessing foreign lineage with distinct facial features. Hello, Lin Tian, I am Su Anna, she said, extending her hand with a smile. In an instant, Lin Tian understood. The fragrance wafting through the air was not from Luo Bingning's friend, but rather from Su Anna and her companions. Their intentions were clear. Let's skip the handshake. My wife has instructed me to maintain a distance from other beauties, Lin Tian replied coolly. Since they were not just ordinary neighbors, but had ulterior motives for approaching him, there was no need for excessive politeness. Su Anna giggled. Lin Tian, I must say, you have great taste. Starting today, I shall pursue you. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Allow me to introduce myself. The Su family possesses assets of only 2 to 300 billion domestically, which my father does not consider substantial. However, my mother's family abroad boasts assets worth hundreds of millions of dollars. My grandfather has promised that if we marry, he will bestow upon us a company valued at $10 billion as a dowry, she stated confidently. Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel at Su Anna's astonishing conditions. Her father's wealth, which seemed modest in her words, was still a fortune beyond his previous imaginings. The prospect of a $10 billion dowry was indeed a significant investment from her family. Lin Tian replied calmly, that is quite an enticing offer, but I must confess, I'm not particularly interested. Goodbye. He then closed the door. Outside, Su Anna stood momentarily stunned. She touched her face, questioning whether her beauty fell short or if her family's wealth of billions was insufficient to capture his attention. With a dowry prepared, she had approached with confidence, never expecting such a swift rejection. This is the kind of man I deserve, she thought, resolute. Lin Tian, I shall not give up, she vowed silently, turning away, knowing she had ample time to strategize her approach. Inside, Lin Tian frowned contemplatively. In the past, he would have relished the attention from girls like Zhao Qianqian and Su Anna, who were indeed the epitome of beauty. Yet now, his heart was with Luo Bingning. The potential rewards from his association with her far outweighed the allure of any monetary gain. If he desired wealth, his own capabilities could easily yield billions. Curious about the operations against the Yamaguchi-gumi, Lin Tian made his way to his bedroom and powered on his computer. Gentlemen, what is the status? He inquired in the private chat group. The icon of Pu Datian appeared. King promptly replied, Boss, we just completed the operation, successfully driving down stock prices of 7 Yamaguchi-gumi companies by 60%. We leveraged funds through brokers, and your share has yielded a profit of $68 million. You now possess $116 million. The members of Hellfire were awestruck. Previously, their combined efforts had barely amassed $500 million. This time, they had earned over $70 million, with $68 million attributed to Lin Tian. Why aren't you all taking this money and running? He questioned. The group exchanged wry smiles, aware of the risks involved. The 4-star assassins of the underworld had faced severe consequences, and 3 members of the Yamaguchi-gumi had been killed overnight. Boss, we would never dream of such a thing. Please transfer the funds, King insisted. The others transferred their shares to one of King's accounts, and Lin Tian subsequently moved the money to his private account, knowing it would circulate through various channels before reaching him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more. Utilizing his heightened sense of smell, Lin Tian detected the familiar scent of perfume. Another beauty had arrived. He remained seated, inquiring about the Yamaguchi-gumi's losses. King, what is the current damage assessment? The 7 companies have collectively lost $300 million in market value, King reported, including losses from other firms. The total comes to $500 million. Even if stock prices recover, losses will exceed $300 million. The Yamaguchi-gumi, though formidable, would find it challenging to cope with such significant losses. While the immediate profits may not be substantial, the damage inflicted was noteworthy. Have you made any progress on tracking Miyazaki Yahira? Lin Tian pressed. We're still investigating, boss. We're examining each area separately, as there is much to uncover. More time is required, King replied. Lin Tian frowned in thought. Miyazaki Yahira was likely orchestrating something significant, though its nature remained uncertain. Could it be related to biochemical warfare? He pondered aloud. Given his martial arts mastery, he could provide unique contributions should any experiments go awry. Keep pressing on. A reward of $1 million will be granted for whoever finds him, Lin Tian announced in the chat, knowing that such incentives would galvanize their efforts. Rest assured, boss. We will spare no effort, came the enthusiastic replies from the team. With that, Lin Tian exited the chat, only to hear the doorbell ring again. Using his keen sense of smell, he discerned yet another girl waiting outside. The assets in foreign accounts are not easily disclosed, and the $30 billion obtained from the Zheng family is also not convenient to reveal, Lin Tian thought to himself. That $30 billion was coerced from the Zheng family. Operating covertly is one thing, but bringing it into the open is quite another. I must earn money, and I need to earn more. With a thought, a small vial appeared in Lin Tian's hand, containing a single youth elixir. He had refined a total of 6, using 5, leaving only this one behind. If auctioned, it could fetch $300 to $500 million. If Zhao Qianqian and the others were aware of his wealth, they might retreat. Director Shi, it is unclear how many herbs you have collected. Lin Tian dialed Director Shi's phone. Director Shi replied, I have asked many people and collected some herbs, but a few varieties are scarce. Only about 3 to 4 times the previous batch. Lin Tian frowned silently. Such a small amount of herbs cannot even produce 30 youth elixirs. His parents, Luo Bingning and Luo Hongchuan, would each require 1 per year, and others would inevitably use some too. Lin Tian inquired, Director Shi, is it impossible to obtain more in the short term? I apologize, my abilities are limited. Director Shi replied apologetically. Chapter 170. Luo Bingning's worries. It is the scarcity of the items I require. After hanging up, Lin Tian scratched his head in distress. Surrounded by beautiful women, it was quite a headache. Even if they moved, Zhao Qianqian and the others were all quite wealthy and could easily follow suit. Someone like Zhao Qianqian might hesitate to take the lead in moving, but someone like Su Anna could very well follow the next day after he moves. Once someone leads, the others would feel less awkward. Wait a minute. Previously, I worried about pursuing Bingning, and now with so many beauties around me, why am I still the one worrying? This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't Bingning be the one concerned now? Lin Tian's eyes lit up. With more beauties around, Bingning would surely worry, and he might collect a few more treasures, allowing his medical skills to upgrade sooner. He could regard them as tools, he mused. With this thought, his mind became clear. Having more beauties around could at least be a feast for the eyes. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Lin Tian rose to open the door, revealing a pair of twins who looked strikingly similar. Individually, they might be slightly less attractive than Zhao Qianqian and Su Anna, but together, their impact was formidable. Hello. Are you? Lin Tian inquired. One of the girls said, hello, neighbor. We just moved in on the 18th floor. Could we add you on WeChat? The other girl added, it's just the two of us living at home, and we want to get to know more neighbors to liven things up. Lin Tian thought to himself, noting their emphasis on being just the two of them living there. Was that a hint for him to slip up one day? Fine. He nodded and gave them Luo Bingning's WeChat. Hello, neighbor. Just as the sisters left, before Lin Tian could close the door, two more girls appeared. Smiling as they stood before him, they had been waiting in the stairwell, and when Lin Tian did not answer the door, they decided to linger and observe. They came from two different families. One had a sweet voice, and the other had an impressive figure, likely a dancer. Lin Tian similarly shared Luo Bingning's WeChat with them. Neighbor, several have gotten your WeChat. Why did you refuse me and not give me yours? Su Anna pressed the doorbell again. Lin Tian shook his head. They came as neighbors to ask for WeChat, but you are not the same. Su Anna retorted, you should know their intentions. They have the same thoughts. The situation is different. Bang. Lin Tian shut the door again. The others had not explicitly stated it, but allowing them to add Luo Bingning was acceptable. Su Anna could not be permitted to do so. Su Anna was frustrated. This was her second attempt, and she still failed to get the WeChat. That made 6. In the company, Luo Bingning felt a little troubled. The 6 neighbors all came from distinguished backgrounds, with the least wealthy among them possessing assets exceeding 100 billion, while the wealthiest rivaled the Luo family's domestic assets. This likely was not the entirety of it. Rubbing her temples, she pondered how to deal with so many vixens. She had no experience in handling such matters. Perhaps she should consult her mother. Our family has substantial wealth. Mom should have some experience in this regard. Luo Bingning locked her office door and then called Su Yin via video. Mom, the video call connected, and Luo Bingning exclaimed. Su Yin, puzzled, asked, why do you look so downcast? Mom, so far, 6 neighbors have added me on WeChat. And each one is stunning. Their social media is filled with photos of themselves, Luo Bingning pouted. Su Yin chuckled, isn't that a good thing? Mom, how could this be a good thing? Luo Bingning retorted playfully. Su Yin remarked, you should be at the company, right? They approached Lin Tian. And he must have given them your WeChat. Luo Bingning nodded. Su Yin continued with a smile, it's better that Lin Tian shared your WeChat than adding them directly himself. Adding neighbors on WeChat is quite normal. Luo Bingning mumbled, Mom, what should I do now? One of them is even a pair of twins. What do their families think? Su Yin smiled. Bingning, just remain calm. This is just the beginning. The twins should belong to the Pei family, right? The Pei family operates in shipping and often interacts with various countries, sometimes offending powerful forces. For years ago, they crossed paths with a formidable entity. Do you know how they navigated that crisis? Luo Bingning shook her head. I don't know. Su Yin spoke solemnly. The head of the Pei family sent his younger brother to kneel and beg for forgiveness, along with a compensation of 10 billion. Luo Bingning was taken aback. Su Yin continued, Bingning, as a young woman, your father and I have shielded you from certain darker realities. However, this world is not as peaceful as it seems. Especially for prominent families, behind their glory lies many risks. For big families, lineage is crucial. If they can win Lin Tian's favor, certain sacrifices would be worthwhile. Moreover, would it be unfair for them to follow Lin Tian? Luo Bingning shook her head. Given Lin Tian's excellence, it would certainly not be unfair. If they succeed, it would benefit the Pei family and themselves. Why wouldn't the Pei family act? Su Yin added. If Lin Tian were to marry one of them and face a similar situation as before, the Pei family would navigate it with ease. Su Yin concluded. Luo Bingning sighed. Mom, hearing you say this makes me even more worried. What should I do? Su Yin smiled gently. As long as your relationship is strong, you need not overly concern yourself with external factors. Others are unaware that Lin Tian is a martial arts master, nor do they know of his identity as the masked hero. Luo Bingning mused internally. Indeed, Lin Tian had only revealed a fraction of his capabilities. If she worried about future developments, what would happen? Sooner or later, Lin Tian's other attributes would come to light, and he would undoubtedly attract many excellent girls around him. You can't chase them all away, just focus on being yourself. If Lin Tian's heart were to change, your family will always be your sanctuary. Su Yin smiled. Luo Bingning nodded. Speaking with her mother had brought her a sense of tranquility. Mom, I understand, Luo Bingning replied. Su Yin smiled. All right, Then you attend to your matters. I'll go visit your uncle. He hasn't been answering my calls. Half an hour later, Suyin arrived at Luo Bingning's uncle's house. Sister, Su Yongjun observed the bittersweet smile on Su Yin's face. Has the paternity test result come out? Su Yongjun sighed deeply. He produced a paternity test report and handed it to Su Yin. As she flipped to the last page, the conclusion read, "No biological relationship exists." Su Yin furrowed her brow. Su Yongjun spoke with a hint of bitterness. My wife wants to kill me, and my son is not mine. Sister, I feel like such a failure in life. Chapter 171. Capturing Luo Bingning's first kiss. Su Yin consoled him. If you consider it from a different perspective, you're now middle-aged, financially stable, your wife is left with nothing, and you needn't worry about the child anymore. Isn't life rather carefree? Su Yongjun paused, contemplating. Indeed. If viewed this way, it didn't seem so bad. Most might find such a situation tragic, but he was wealthy. Though far from the affluence of his sister and brother-in-law, he still possessed assets worth several million. Originally, the three of them shared expenses, and he had to prepare a house for his son. Now, he could spend solely on himself without needing to buy a home. Sister, you truly know how to comfort someone, Su Yongjun remarked. I must express my gratitude to Lin Tian for this. I'll find out what he likes and buy him a gift. Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief, hoping her brother wouldn't get lost in a dead end. I truly don't know what he likes. You might want to visit S City, asked Bingning, and then make your purchase, she suggested. Lin Tian had indeed been of great assistance to Su Yongjun. Without him, his life might have taken a dire turn. Sister, after thanking Lin Tian, I wish to travel abroad, Su Yongjun stated solemnly. Su Yin inquired, are you planning to seek out Wu Zongxian? Su Yongjun nodded. He has wronged me, and this matter cannot simply be left unresolved. I must confront him. Su Yin shook her head. Lin Tian understands feng shui. He assessed Wu Zongxian's face and said he would face retribution for his misdeeds. Perhaps he will suffer without you needing to go abroad. Su Yongjun paused, considering her words. But sister, Lin Tian specializes in feng shui, not physiognomy. There is a significant difference between the two, he lightly coughed. Su Yin shot him a glare. Oh, you're so knowledgeable, yet you were deceived by Guomejia for 20 years? Su Yongjun retorted, Sister, is it necessary to poke at old wounds? Su Yin responded tersely, I see you're no longer melancholic. Su Yongjun continued, Sister, I wish to resign from the position arranged by my brother-in-law. I nearly implicated you in him. Resign? Su Yin frowned. Su Yongjun nodded. You know I'm not one for serious work. I used to need to support a family. But that is no longer the case. My finances are sufficient for my needs. After some contemplation, Su Yin replied, if you've made up your mind, do as you wish. By the way, you might ask Lin Tian if he has any tasks for you. Su Yongjun appeared surprised. Su Yin elaborated. He is a martial arts master, and he has a grandmaster backing him. Aren't you interested in martial arts? Assisting him could prove beneficial in the future. Su Yongjun's eyes brightened. All right, I'll inquire when the time comes. Su Yin cautioned, when you approach him, do not presume an elder's authority. If there is an opportunity, good. If not, do not press for it. Rest assured, sister, I'm not foolish, Su Yongjun replied. Boss, there is a small meeting shortly. It's almost time to clock out, Luo Bingning's assistant reminded her. Upon glancing at the time, Luo Bingning noted it was nearly the end of the workday. Overtime is unreasonable. From now on, our company will adhere to a strict schedule. No one will work beyond the allotted hours. Meetings must be scheduled during work hours, she stated as she gathered her belongings. But, boss, her assistant began. Luo Bingning waved her hand dismissively. No buts. This is the new rule. Inform everyone. Having already accumulated 8 beautiful neighbors, she could not afford to work late any longer. She needed to return home promptly. Understood, boss, her assistant nodded. Luo Bingning swiftly drove home, a hint of worry in her mind about what awaited her. Surely not several beautiful neighbors? Upon arriving at her residence, she was taken aback to see over a dozen luxury sports cars parked near her space. Each one was extravagantly priced, making her own Panamera seem rather unremarkable in comparison. And Lin Tian's BMW X5 appeared even less impressive. Beautiful cars and alluring women, Luo Bingning murmured. Locking her car, she entered the building, where she immediately caught the alluring scent of expensive perfume wafting through the hallway. Zhao Qianqian and the others must have used high-end fragrances, she thought. Ding dong, Luo Bingning pressed the doorbell. Normally, she would simply unlock the door with her fingerprint. Click. The door swung open promptly. Luo Bingning playfully teased. Someone is quick to answer the door. But seeing it's me, are you perhaps a little disappointed? Lin Tian embraced her and leaned in to kiss her soft, luscious lips. Luo Bingning's eyes widened in surprise. She had never anticipated Lin Tian would kiss her at that moment. Moreover, he even dared to use his tongue. Lin Tian's tongue breached the defenses of her pearly whites, playfully engaging with her own delicate tongue. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Lin Tian held her close, kissing her for 1 minute. Then, too, Luo Bingning found herself breathless under his fervent affection. Just as she returned home, a golden treasure chest materialized above her head, a result of the enchanting allure of her beautiful neighbors. After 3 or 4 minutes, the golden chest transformed into a radiant multicolored one, its hues shifting beautifully. It truly leveled up. Lin Tian noticed this, his heart swelling with joy. Surrounded by stunning women, he thought it prudent to kiss her, curious whether the treasure chest would ascend. "You rascal, who gave you permission to kiss me?" Luo Bingning protested, flustered. Lin Tian chuckled, "You're my wife. I can kiss you whenever I please. Not only that, but in due time, we shall share a bed. A rogue. I shan't indulge you any further." Luo Bingning quickly retreated to her bedroom. Before she departed, Lin Tian reached out to touch the treasure chest, his heart racing with anticipation. "Please, grant me a powerful skill. Ideally, something to enhance my ancient medical knowledge. A legendary treasure chest could elevate my medical skills to divine levels." Ding! The legendary treasure chest opened. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heavenly Thunder technique." The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. "Bingning, I'll be in my room to cultivate." Lin Tian called out as he swiftly returned to his own room, locking the door behind him. Ouch! A torrent of information and immense energy surged into Lin Tian's body, causing every cell to undergo transformation. Despite being a martial arts grandmaster and possessing numerous abilities, he felt intense pain, one that made him want to scream. "You rogue," he thought, to kiss someone without any warning. Inside the room, Luo Bingning buried her head under the covers, her own head adorned with a black iron treasure chest. The sensation of kissing was surprisingly delightful. After some time, she regained her composure, reflecting on the kiss with a sweet smile. "What should I prepare for dinner?" Luo Bingning opened the door, cautiously peeking out to ensure Lin Tian was indeed absent before stepping outside. Chapter 172. The powerful Heavenly Thunder ability. Indeed, the legendary treasure chest was remarkable. It took nearly an hour for Lin Tian to fully absorb the Heavenly Thunder technique. Although he had yet to employ it, he had already grasped its formidable nature. As the name suggests, the Heavenly Thunder technique allows one to summon thunder from the heavens. Even on a clear, sunny day, he could invoke thunder to descend. However, such feats would come at a significant energy cost, resulting in diminished power. On stormy days, the technique would be greatly amplified. He could easily call down hundreds of bolts of thunder within a short span during such weather. There might sufficient to obliterate heavy tanks. Continuous thunder strikes could even destroy warships. Though he could not cultivate immortality, should such methods be revealed, others might perceive him as a half-immortal. Lin Tian mused to himself. In the future, if he found someone displeasing, he could pay a visit on a stormy day, unleashing 100 bolts of lightning, surely a spectacular sight. He would undoubtedly need to pay a visit to Dongying Kingdom. There were certain individuals within the Yamaguchi-gumi that required resolution, not to mention that ghost society. Perhaps he could take a stroll nearby during a thunderstorm. Lin Tian contemplated. If he resorted to explosives, it might provoke international disputes, placing the nation in a precarious position. But if it were divine thunder, it would be seen as heaven's will. What connection would he have with it? A grandmaster of martial arts could engage in close combat, while the divine thunder could strike from afar, a formidable force indeed. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable. If his medical skills were enhanced instead, he could entirely resolve Bingning's issues. Lin Tian reflected inwardly. For him, an increase in martial prowess was not the most urgent matter. His strength as a grandmaster was already considerable. Splash! After washing off the sticky residue, Lin Tian emerged from the shower just as Luo Bingning called for dinner. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a look of surprise in her eyes. In just an hour, it seemed Lin Tian had undergone some transformation. His skin appeared significantly improved. "Darling, you seem different," Luo Bingning remarked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Lin Tian smiled broadly. "It's because of you, my dear. A mere kiss from you has elevated my cultivation. If we share more kisses, it won't be long before I achieve the status of a grandmaster." Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Don't speak nonsense. Elevating one's martial arts is not that simple," she playfully retorted. Lin Tian chuckled. "It may be challenging for others, but for me, it truly isn't particularly difficult." Luo Bingning's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you really break through?" He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I've reached the pinnacle of the master level, and I am not far from the realm of the grandmaster." Astonished, Luo Bingning's heart raced. However, the earlier excitement had been intense. The legendary treasure chest had appeared, Yet the black iron treasure chest above her head showed no sign of change. "Well, if you perform well, perhaps I shall allow you to kiss me," she whispered. "But let us eat first. The fridge is nearly empty. So I just whipped up a few dishes." Lin Tian glanced at the table. There were braised pig trotters and oil-braised prawns. Was this merely a casual meal? During his most difficult times, he had subsisted on instant noodles for several days, and since marrying Luo Bingning, his meals had improved dramatically. "Bingning, aren't you going to ask about Zhao Qianqian and the others?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Luo Bingning shook her head. "There's nothing to inquire about. With your excellence, it would be unusual for you to lack beautiful women around you. I had my share of suitors in the past. Currently, Luo Bingning had no admirers. The situation regarding the Zheng family had already spread throughout their circle. Zheng Guangyou pursued Luo Bingning, offending Lin Tian's parents, which resulted in the Zheng family hastily gathering 30 billion in compensation. Even though the Zheng family was worth hundreds of billions, parting with 30 billion was still painful, especially for families with fewer assets. Although beautiful, Luo Bingning was not worth offending Lin Tian or the Grandmaster behind him. "Lin Tian may well become a martial arts Grandmaster in the future," she noted. "My mother advised me to focus on being myself. If you ever change your heart, they can bring me back, and I shall live comfortably off my parents' support," Luo Bingning jested. Lin Tian reached out and gently pinched her exquisite face. "Rest assured, that day will never come." "Really?" Luo Bingning replied sweetly. Lin Tian affirmed, "Of course. If you wish to move, we can, but it may not be necessary." Luo Bingning shook her head. "There's no need to move. My new neighbors are all quite wealthy. None of their households have assets below 1 billion. Lin Tian laughed. "They are not the wealthiest." Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are you implying that you are the wealthiest?" Lin Tian explained. "There is another named Suanna. She mentioned that if I marry her, her grandfather would provide a company worth $100 million, and I would hold half the shares." Luo Bingning's expression shifted slightly. The offer was exceedingly generous. $100 million equated to over 700 billion yuan. Even if Lin Tian received half, it would amount to 300 or 400 billion. With such a substantial dowry, even marrying a pig would seem appealing. "I know Suanna, but I haven't seen her picture. Can you open her social media and let me see what she looks like?" Luo Bingning requested. Lin Tian chuckled, gazing at her. "Bingning, are you curious whether I've added her?" "Others added me as neighbors, but she directly expressed her intent to pursue me, which I ignored." Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. "Husband, you're doing well." Lin Tian beamed at her. Luo Bingning's face flushed. "Even if you performed well, I won't let you kiss me today. We've already kissed. You did well, so how about I don't wash the dishes later? You just broke through and should consolidate your strength," she suggested. Lin Tian shook his head. "I don't need to consolidate. I'll owe you a kiss for now. I'll make it up another day." An hour later, after finishing dinner and washing the dishes, Luo Bingning proposed. "Husband, shall we go for a stroll? I want to see Zhao Qianqian and the others." Once they descended, Luo Bingning expected to encounter Zhao Qianqian and her friends, as they surely would be on their way down. Having seen their pictures, she was eager to meet them in person, as sometimes the reality could differ greatly from photographs. She wanted to ascertain if there were any significant threats. "All right," Lin Tian agreed with a smile. Before long, they were holding hands while walking downstairs when they unexpectedly encountered Suanna. Clad modestly, her figure nonetheless exuded a captivating allure. "Neighbor, it's nice to see you again. Is this your girlfriend? May I add her on WeChat? I live on the 21st floor, just above you." Suanna greeted them with a warm smile. Luo Bingning replied. "The one above us is Suanna, and she already knows about Zhao Qianqian below." Chapter 173. Luo Bingning's chance encounter with the ladies. "My name is Luo Bingning. Let me add you." She smiled slightly. Adding someone on WeChat was no cause for concern. While Suanna's family could offer a considerable dowry, she recognized that Lin Tian did not have a significant need for wealth. As the masked hero, he had millions of followers. If he desired to earn money, it would be an effortless endeavor. Selling rejuvenation pills would further augment his earnings. Lin Tian was still a martial arts grandmaster. A high dowry would not be sufficient to sway him, in Luo Bingning's view. "Bingning, see you later," Suanna said as she departed with a smile. Luo Bingning playfully remarked, "Husband, Suanna is truly beautiful. She's a mix of Chinese and foreign heritage, and her long legs are so fair." Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning. She seemed to be setting a trap for him, and following her lead would only lead him into it. "Though her legs may be fair, I believe they can't compare to the comfort of yours. Shall I let you touch them when we return?" Luo Bingning shot him a teasing look. As they continued their walk, they soon encountered another girl with a sweet voice, who approached them to chat briefly. "Husband, what do you think of Gu Shuer?" Luo Bingning inquired. The Gu family is in the medicinal herb business. They are among the top herbal merchants in our country. Lin Tian was surprised. The Gu family specializes in medicinal herbs? Luo Bingning nodded. The Gu family has a long history in traditional Chinese medicine, but in recent years, there have been many disparaging remarks about it, which has affected their business. Lin Tian pondered thoughtfully. The herbs he needed were certainly within the Gu family's inventory. If they could assist him, it would be advantageous to obtain more of what he sought, although he could obtain the herbs from the second elder. He preferred not to trouble him with such matters. The second elder holds a position of great importance, and he believes it is best to maintain a necessary distance from such high-ranking individuals. A gentleman's friendship should be as tranquil as water. Owing a favor to someone of that stature could lead to complications. Dear, please invite Gu Shuer to our home later, Lin Tian suggested. Huh? Luo Bingning stared blankly at Lin Tian. Could it be that he has an interest in her? Lin Tian continued, I require some medicinal herbs. Perhaps the Gu family can assist. Being a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, they might be able to help if any issues arise. Luo Bingning secretly exhaled in relief. Understanding now. All right, I will message her shortly, she nodded. The two continued forward and soon encountered a girl who danced. Gu Shuer, a cute girl, was contrasted by a tall goddess figure. Honey, Lu Xing is quite impressive too, Luo Bingning teased after parting ways. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, she is remarkable. She is a martial artist and has already reached the hidden strength level at a young age. She is a martial artist? Luo Bingning was somewhat taken aback, silently elevating Lu Xing's threat level in her mind. Initially, she thought Lu Xing posed little threat, believing they were of similar physique and that she could hold her own. To her surprise, Lu Xing was indeed a martial artist, just like Lin Tian, which meant they shared a common language. Yes, Lin Tian affirmed. Luo Bingning pondered, surprised that a martial artist would take up dancing. Bingning. After a while, they encountered a pair of twins who greeted Luo Bingning enthusiastically. Shortly after, the four parted ways, and Luo Bingning wore a glum expression. Bingning, what's wrong? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning replied sullenly. I came out for a walk to see if they were misrepresenting themselves, but it turns out they are all genuine. Honey, with such outstanding twins like Pei Shi and Pei Yu, I doubt many men would not be captivated by them. The Pei family is truly bold, Lin Tian remarked. Pondering the implications. Is that even a question? It's a matter of life and death. Lin Tian mused, switching topics with curiosity. Luo Bingning glanced at Lin Tian, realizing that the twins posed a considerable threat as well. The encounters they had just experienced were not with any soft targets. Several years ago, the Pei family faced a certain situation. Luo Bingning recounted what her mother had told her. Given the current global turmoil, the Pei family's maritime operations had seen an uptick in risks, necessitating a robust support network, Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, do not worry unnecessarily. If I were the overly eager type, you would have long been swept away by me. Luo Bingning blinked, realizing the truth in his words. They were already married, and Lin Tian had not rushed her. 15 minutes later, as they returned home, they encountered three beautiful neighbors. Luo Bingning felt somewhat numb to the encounters. Gu Shuer, would you like to come to my house for tea? Upon returning home, Luo Bingning sent a message to Gu Shuer. Upon reading the message, Gu Shuer's brow furrowed. Is Luo Bingning attempting to systematically dismantle us? She must think I am the easiest to deal with, she muttered. On the surface, she did appear to be the most manageable. Bingning, I'll be right over, Gu Shuer said, quickly checking her reflection in the bathroom mirror before heading out to the 20th floor, where she also resided. Lu Xing and the others lived in the same building, which increased the likelihood of encountering one another in the elevator. Residents here were generally affluent, but none compared to the wealth of their families. 3 million over the asking price? No problem, 5 million, was the common sentiment among prospective buyers. The other floors hardly required such exorbitant premiums. Some properties were purely for investment, unoccupied, and the opportunity to sell at a premium was welcomed. Ding dong, Gu Shuer quickly rang the doorbell. Luo Bingning opened the door with a smile. Gu Shuer, come in. Lin Tian wishes to speak with you. Gu Shuer was taken aback. It was Luo Bingning who wanted to talk, but Lin Tian. Did he intend to elevate Luo Bingning while diminishing her? Such intrigues were not uncommon in affluent circles, and her mind raced with thoughts. Gu Shuer, hello. Please, take a seat, Lin Tian said as he emerged from another room with a piece of paper in hand. Gu Shuer's heart skipped a beat. Was he about to ask her to sign a contract of servitude? Gu Shuer, I've heard that your family is well versed in traditional Chinese medicine. You should be quite skilled in this regard, yes? Lin Tian inquired. Gu Shuer nodded, indeed. Our family has a solid foundation in traditional medicine, though we have faced considerable challenges recently. Lin Tian handed the paper to Gu Shuer. Please pass this on to your family and see what they can provide regarding these items. Gu Shuai accepted the list of herbs, feeling a sense of relief. She had no desire to be belittled. We should definitely have these in our family, she confirmed after a quick glance at the list. Lin Tian was surprised. You're familiar with these? Many of these are likely family secrets passed down through the male line. Gu Shuai nodded. That is indeed the case, though the rules have relaxed over time. My grandfather shared some knowledge with me because of my interest, but I only know we have them. The specifics are unclear. Lin Tian suggested, you should ask your father how many of the 9 rare herbs your family can provide. All right, Gu Shuai agreed. Dad, Lin Tian gave me a list of herbs. He wants to know how many of the last 9 we can provide. I'll send you the list via WeChat. Gu Shuai quickly called her father. Once off the phone, her father examined the message. While the earlier items seemed manageable, the latter ones were exceedingly rare. Gu Yuanli, Gu Shuai's father, thought to himself, the quantities of rare herbs are often family secrets, but since Lin Tian has a master behind him, it's not a problem to share. The Gu family was keen to establish a closer relationship. Before long, Gu Yuanli replied, not concealing their capabilities. Wanting Lin Tian to see the strength of the Gu family. Lin Tian, take a look. Gu Shuai offered her phone to him. Lin Tian's eyes brightened upon reviewing the list. The rare herbs the Gu family could provide were tenfold what Director Shi had found. While Director Shi had remarkable connections and influence, the Gu family possessed their own depth. Had Lin Tian not asked, even Director Shi would have received only a token gesture to maintain relations. Gu Shuai, is your family facing difficulties? Lin Tian inquired. Gu Shuai sighed. In recent years, the state has not placed much emphasis on traditional Chinese medicine. Many of our formulas have been preemptively patented by countries like the United States and Japan. The Gu family has faced constant pressure from international capital, and my grandfather and father are struggling to maintain the family legacy. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then said, Gu Shuai, my relationship with Bingning is solid. There is no possibility for anything else. However, I am willing to assist your family. Gu Shuai's eyes brightened. Lin Tian, I will have my father prepare the herbs you need. Please, do help us. Lin Tian nodded slightly. I will purchase them at market price. Have your father come to S City. He should arrange to meet with the forces targeting your family, and we can discuss matters in a suitable location. Gu Shuai nodded eagerly. Bingning, I'm sorry, she said, standing up and bowing. Luo Bingning smiled gently. I understand you are acting for the sake of your family. While your actions may not please me, I can empathize. Can we become friends, Bingning? Gu Shuai asked. Luo Bingning chuckled. Of course, but be mindful. If we become friends, I may not be able to understand your actions as easily. Gu Shuai nodded and said, Sister Bingning, I've made up my mind. I'm heading back now. She quickly departed. Luo Bingning remarked, My dear, the Gu family's power is formidable. Suppressing their influence will certainly not be an easy task. Are you truly willing to wade into this murky water? Lin Tian slightly nodded. For traditional Chinese medicine to thrive, we must promote herbal medicine. Some herbs on the market are simply substandard. The Gu family, being a lineage of traditional medicine, deserves our support. We cannot allow international capital to seize the herbal market. Although the waters may be murky, we must discern who is navigating them. In the face of absolute strength, even murky waters can be traversed. Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. The next morning arrived swiftly. As Lin Tian emerged from his room, he was greeted by a tantalizing aroma. Oh, Bingning, these pan-fried dumplings seem quite familiar. After washing up, he took a seat at the dining table, where today's breakfast was, indeed, pan-fried dumplings, reminiscent of those he had enjoyed in the capital. Luo Bingning giggled. Did you and Grandpa not love Zhang's dumplings? I paid the owner to teach me how to make them. Try them and see if the taste is the same. Lin Tian tasted one and praised. Bingning, your version is even more delectable than the owner's. Perhaps you used superior ingredients. Or maybe Grandpa just took too long returning that day. Luo Bingning playfully retorted. Grandpa rushed back, and he was sweating on his forehead. Well, who told him to lose? After breakfast, Luo Bingning pulled out a small pouch from her pocket, revealing a dark green spirit jade. Dear, this spirit stone seems to have changed. I feel its color has lightened, and it has shrunk a bit. She looked puzzled. Lin Tian nodded. It has indeed changed. Your body is absorbing the spiritual energy contained within this jade. In 3 days, I will assist you in opening some meridians, and you will attain inner strength. Reaching the dark energy level. Luo Bingning gazed at him in disbelief. Dear, I can reach the dark energy level? Lin Tian smiled. Would I deceive you? However, possessing inner strength does not equate to being extraordinarily powerful. You will need considerable practice. Within a week, you should fully absorb the spirit stone, and achieving the completion of dark energy will be no problem. Luo Bingning's ascent to the peak of dark energy seemed promising, but the chance of her becoming a martial arts master with just one spirit jade was slim. Dear, if I reach the peak of dark energy, Even if my martial skills are lacking, I should still be able to defeat LV, right? She inquired. Lin Tian chuckled and nodded, absolutely. She is merely at the initial dark energy stage. The difference in speed between the peak and the initial stages is significant. Dear, I'm off to work, Luo Bingning cheerfully announced as she left. I also need to record more videos. It's been a while since my last live stream. I should do one now. Lin Tian murmured to himself. He drove to the vicinity of the store he had purchased. The shop's information was concealed online, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discover it through the internet. Very few knew of this store in reality, and he was confident that he would notice if anyone were to follow him. It appeared this place had not been exposed. Using his extraordinary sense of smell, Lin Tian checked for any intruders in the shop and found no suspicious individuals nearby. Perhaps I should forego the mask and simply use my disguise for the live stream, he mused. Before long, his appearance transformed, and he resembled his former self only minimally. After inspecting himself in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. The middle-aged man in the mirror exuded an air of scholarly refinement mixed with the imposing presence of a martial arts master. Greetings, family members. Lin Tian quickly began his live stream. With an astonishing 63 million followers, even without prior notification, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in as he started. What? Is this Master Lin? He is not wearing a mask today. Master Lin is so handsome. I want to bear your children. The comments flooded in rapidly. Master Lin is live, and he is unmasked. Everyone, hurry to Master Lin's stream. He is so charming. I just realized I have a preference for older men. Many who discovered Lin Tian's live stream immediately spread the word, and messages circulated wildly in various groups. 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Countless viewers surged into Lin Tian's stream. Hua Yin, upon hearing the news, hurried to boost Lin Tian's streaming. By the time he brewed himself a cup of tea, the viewer count had exceeded 2 million. Family, our numbers are growing. Let us begin. Don't worry if you missed the start. I'll edit and upload the performance later, Lin Tian smiled. Today was not a special occasion. He would showcase the Erhu, Guqin, and Suona, along with a slight display of martial arts. As he spoke, he picked up an Erhu, a different one gifted by the second elder. I'll play Beautiful Night for everyone, he said gently. Soon, the melodious music filled the air, echoing the familiar essence of his previous performances. Indeed, it was Master Lin. It was difficult to impersonate others, but impersonating Master Lin was nearly impossible. The viewers were captivated, with many eagerly sending comments. In the courtyard of the capital, Elder Shun entered the live stream. Luo Hanchuan, having received a call from Su Yin, also joined, though he had previously rewarded Lin Tian with a few spaceships. This time he generously donated 100. I must support my son-in-law, he thought, marveling at the effectiveness of the disguise. He recognized Lin Tian's skills, otherwise, he would never have believed that the middle-aged man streaming live was Lin Tian. Greetings from Fuzhou. Thank you, Master Lin. I'm also from Fuzhou, a small aquaculture business owner. My resources are limited, but here is a small spaceship. I'm also from Fuzhou. I've been waiting for this. Many people sent comments after rewarding him. However, confusion arose in the live stream as some viewers questioned the situation. Is Master Lin from Fuzhou? You caused our Eastern Sakura nation massive losses. You must compensate us. Indeed, our Eastern Sakura nation suffered over $100 billion in losses. Some discordant comments emerged. Upon seeing these, many viewers realized it was related to Typhoon Haya, which had diverted and spared numerous losses. Originally, Typhoon Haya was likely to make landfall in Fuzhou, but instead veered 90 degrees toward Eastern Sakura, causing direct losses exceeding $100 billion, with indirect losses being incalculable. Many from Eastern Sakura were extremely angry. Soon, after a piece concluded, the viewer count soared even higher, reaching explosive levels. Everyone, I see many of you mentioning Typhoon Haya. How could such a super typhoon be redirected by human intervention? We must trust in science, Lin Tian smiled. The viewers wore peculiar expressions. Trusting in science seemed out of place coming from Lin Tian, who had previously demonstrated extraordinary abilities during his last live stream. Let us continue enjoying the music. Before they knew it, an hour had passed, and the viewer count had skyrocketed to a staggering 8 to 9 million. This was not a fabricated figure. It was a genuine count, even during working hours. If he had streamed on the weekend, the numbers would have been even higher. Lin Tian had been quite languid, rarely streaming even once a week. Even if he faced reprimands from his superiors, he prioritized watching the live stream first. Next, he announced, now for the Guqin. With a smile, Lin Tian began to play, showcasing his mastery of the instrument, confirming his status as a Grandmaster. A Caucasian, proficient in the Erhu. Engaged in conversation with his superior, an intelligence officer. Is there any disparity in technique? He inquired. None whatsoever. It is undoubtedly the same individual, came the reply. Very well. You may leave. The skilled Erhu player exited, while the white supervisor turned to another colleague. Charles, do you have any results? Yes, sir, momentarily. Shortly thereafter, Charles reported. Based on our analysis of the movements and other details, it is determined that the person streaming is indeed the same as before. The supervisor nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He retreated to his office and placed a call, requesting a gate analysis report immediately following the stream's conclusion. Previously, they had compared the gate of the streamer with that of Lin Tian, noting similarities and differences. Lin Tian had deliberately altered his voice and gait from the outset. After acquiring master-level disguise techniques, his transformations became even more profound. It was impossible to ascertain if they were the same person based on these aspects. Understood, sir. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by. The Guqin and Suona performances concluded, and Lin Tian had been streaming for 3 hours, far exceeding his usual duration of just over 2 hours. The viewer count soared to 12 million, with donations exceeding 50 million. Dear viewers, we have streamed for 3 hours now. Let us showcase some martial arts. What would you like to see? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. The chat exploded with messages. Moments later, he remarked, I see many of you are curious about the strength of a martial artist's attacks. Very well, let us demonstrate this. Lin Tian procured a box of iron nails, each measuring 2 inches in length, numbering in the hundreds. Behold the wooden board on the wall, he announced, gesturing towards a sturdy plank 6 or 7 meters away, devoid of any markings. Randomly, he grabbed a handful of nails and hurled them towards the board. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of impact echoed sharply. Without pausing, he seized another handful of nails and threw them again. Within mere seconds, every nail from the box had been cast, all embedding themselves in the board. Each nail was completely driven in, forming the phrase, far ahead. Master Lin, may we see it up close? A viewer requested after making a significant donation. Certainly, Lin Tian replied, bringing the streaming device closer. It was astonishing. Within seconds, he had launched hundreds of nails, each hitting its designated target with uncanny precision. For context, the theoretical firing rate of a standard machine gun is 500 to 600 rounds per minute, with actual combat rates typically much lower. Lin Tian's speed surpassed that of a machine gun, and his accuracy exceeded that of a rifle. Could an entire regiment contend with Master Lin? As Lin Tian concluded the stream, discussions erupted among viewers. Brothers, this account has an old book too. For those who can wait, check out the old book titled Grandfather's Rebellion. My family really has a throne to inherit. In Chapter 176, Simulating Confrontation with Master Lin, the intelligence officer, Marcus, received an update on the gate analysis. The results indicate a mere 0.01 probability that Lin Tian and Master Lin are the same individual. Marcus, who primarily handled intelligence related to Huagua, was astonished. How has the probability decreased so significantly? Previously, it was estimated to be between 3 and 5. Although not particularly high, it suggested some likelihood. Perhaps the absence of a mask on Master Lin allowed for a more accurate analysis, his subordinate suggested. A 0.01 probability is essentially negligible. Very well, you have all worked hard. I will grant you 2 days off for some well-deserved rest, Marcus announced. Both Master Lin and Lin Tian posed formidable threats. If they could ascertain that they were one and the same, they would share intelligence with Dong Yingguo to devise a means of eliminating Lin Tian. Since it was confirmed they were not the same, and given that they had no knowledge of Master Lin's identity, they could not afford to act recklessly against Lin Tian. Compared to Lin Tian, Master Lin represented a far greater threat. Eliminating Lin Tian might provoke Master Lin's wrath. Thank you, sir, came the response from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Marcus furrowed his brow. The conclusion that they were not the same person solidified his belief that Lin Tian was a master of martial arts, likely destined to become a martial arts sage in the future. He reviewed footage of Lin Tian's demonstration again, where hundreds of nails had struck the wooden board from a distance of 6 or 7 meters, embedding themselves deeply. A knock sounded at Marcus's office door. Come in, he instructed. One of his subordinates entered. Sir, we have simulated Master Lin's strikes using a computer model. The subordinate presented a report. Marcus rubbed his temples. Please, just share the results. I will review the report later. Understood, sir. The simulation results indicate that within a range of 120 meters, Master Lin's nails possess lethal force. The probability of hitting a moving target at 100 meters is 97.5, and for a stationary, unprotected target, it is 100, the subordinate reported. Marcus's voice grew serious. Based on the simulation, how many individuals in an urban setting could potentially eliminate Master Lin? His subordinate shook his head. In an urban environment, heavy weaponry cannot be employed. The simulation concluded that we would suffer numerous casualties before Master Lin could escape. Subsequently, he would return to eliminate our remaining forces. Marcus frowned. We utilized an entire regiment of soldiers? His subordinate shook his head again. No, sir. We initially deployed a regiment, which was swiftly annihilated. The subsequent simulation involved a division. Marcus was taken aback. A division of soldiers could not prevail? His subordinate forced a smile. The speed and reflexes of a martial arts sage are extraordinary. Even when struck by light weaponry, they remain unscathed. The urban landscape is not conducive to large-scale military operations, with countless structures providing cover for Master Lin. In the simulation, his evasion was due to excessive energy expenditure, but once he regained his strength, he could return to engage us anew. Marcus was profoundly shocked. A division consists of 10,000 personnel. The notion that they could not succeed without heavy weaponry seemed almost unfathomable. Very well, you may leave, he gestured. He meticulously scrutinized the report, and after a long moment, sighed heavily. Such findings would be difficult to report to higher-ups. How he wished they could recruit either Lin Tian or Master Lin. An idea sparked in Marcus's mind. Perhaps they could find a means to persuade Lin Tian to join the United States. Securing Lin Tian would indirectly bring Master Lin into their fold, and Master Lin might prove advantageous to their interests. With the United States being the world's foremost power, offering Lin Tian certain promises could yield a substantial chance of success. Marcus hurriedly departed, needing to report to his superiors in person. At the Luo Bingning company, she exclaimed, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Su Yongjun smiled wryly. "The results of the paternity test are in. Having been confused for half my life, I came to personally thank Lin Tian." "Bingning, what do you think I should buy for Lin Tian as a gift?" Luo Bingning replied, "Uncle, it's not necessary for you to buy anything." Su Yongjun cleared his throat. "He has helped me immensely. It is only right that I express my gratitude with a gift. Additionally, I have resigned from your father's company, and I wish to see if there are any tasks I can assist Lin Tian with." Luo Bingning regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Uncle, you still possess several million in assets, don't you? Do you truly need to work?" Su Yongjun replied, "One must find something to occupy their time. Assisting him may also provide an opportunity to connect with Master Lin." Understanding dawned on Luo Bingning. "So that's it. Although Tian Gu possesses a variety of skills, his particular passions remain a mystery to me," remarked Luo Bingning with a furrowed brow. She felt a pang of guilt. As Lin Tian's wife, she should have been aware of his interests. "Should I gift him a sports car?" "It is rare for a man to dislike such vehicles," suggested Su Yongjun. Luo Bingning replied, "Uncle, while he does not own a sports car, wouldn't it be a bit too extravagant to gift him one?" Su Yongjun shook his head. "If not for him, I would have lost my life. Even if I had survived, I would still have to support someone else's child. I can certainly afford to gift him a sports car." Su Yongjun's wealth was considerable, amounting to tens of millions, with half in real estate and the remainder in various assets. "Uncle, if you wish to give a gift, then do as you please. After all, you are my only uncle. If you present Tian Gu with a sports car, he will not treat you poorly," Luo Bingning said with a smile. Su Yongjun nodded. "Then it is settled. I shall not disturb your work any longer. I will visit the car dealerships." That evening, Su Yongjun arrived at Lin Tian's residential complex, driving a Lamborghini Aventador, having purchased an available model for nearly 10 million yuan. "Bingning, who are we waiting for?" Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. "He'll be here shortly," Luo Bingning replied with a playful smile. Soon, the roar of the sports car approached, and a sleek black Lamborghini came into view. Lin Tian wondered if his wife was introducing him to a beauty. As the car drew closer, he recognized Su Yongjun. With a screech, Su Yongjun parked in front of them. "Lin Tian, this car is for you. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been lost," he said, stepping out and handing the car keys to Lin Tian. "Uncle, please, there's no need for this. You are Bingning's uncle, which makes you my uncle too. It feels inappropriate for me to accept such a grand gift for a mere favor," Lin Tian protested. Su Yongjun replied earnestly, "Without you, I would have been aimlessly wandering through life, and eventually, I would have met my end in the same confused state. This is not merely a small favor." Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning, seeking her support. "Accepting such an expensive gift from your uncle does not seem right," he expressed. "Tian Gu, uncle has already bought it, so please accept it. It would not suit him to drive such a car anyway. Let us go out for dinner. You can drive me around. And uncle can take your car," Luo Bingning suggested. Su Yongjun agreed, and Lin Tian handed over his car keys to him before climbing into the Lamborghini with Luo Bingning. The engine roared to life, and Lin Tian found himself quite fond of the Lamborghini, as many men have a keen interest in cars and firearms. "Bingning, is it truly appropriate for me to accept your uncle's car? It was merely a small favor on my part," Lin Tian mused. I will cover the car expenses for you, uncle, he added. Luo Bingning appeared slightly hesitant. Is there something else your uncle wishes to discuss? Lin Tian inquired. Observing her demeanor, my uncle is interested in martial arts and wishes to see if there are any suitable opportunities for him. He wants to establish a connection with Master Lin, Luo Bingning explained, slightly embarrassed. That is perfectly fine, she added. There's no need to feel shy about it. We are married, and you can share anything with me, Lin Tian reassured her. As they arrived at the restaurant, Su Yongjun asked, shall we order some wine? Lin Tian nodded. Certainly, I will share a few drinks with you, uncle. Luo Bingning can drive the sports car back, and I will arrange for a designated driver for my other vehicle. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Yongjun hesitated before speaking. Lin Tian chuckled, uncle. You may not be aware, but Bingning and I are not merely in a romantic relationship. We have already registered our marriage. We just haven't held a ceremony yet. Bingning mentioned that you were looking for something to occupy your time. Su Yongjun looked astonished at the revelation. So, you've already tied the knot? You wish to pursue a martial arts dream, and profit is not the priority? He remarked. Lin Tian contemplated for a moment. Uncle, I believe Bingning's mother mentioned that you are acquainted with a diverse array of people. Su Yongjun cleared his throat. I know a fair number of individuals from various backgrounds. Though I am somewhat of a rogue and have often been chastised by Bingning's mother. Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning. Bingning, could you show uncle that piece of jade? Of course, she replied, retrieving the jade. It had shrunk slightly in size. Uncle, please hold this jade and feel its texture. It is unlike ordinary gemstones, Lin Tian instructed. Su Yongjun took the jade into his hands, and after a moment, he remarked, I dabbled in gambling stones for a while and have encountered quite a few jade pieces. This one is indeed unique. I believe I have seen a similar piece in Myanmar, though it was slightly larger. Are you certain, uncle? Lin Tian asked. Su Yongjun affirmed. Absolutely. This type of jade is quite special, and I distinctly recall that the larger piece was valued at 800,000 yuan. It is a steep price for such a small item. Lin Tian replied, for such jade, I'd pay $1 million without hesitation. 800,000 yuan is practically a giveaway. Uncle, could you assist me in locating that piece? Moreover, I am in need of more like it. If you find pieces of the same size, I will offer you 1 million for each. Su Yongjun raised an eyebrow. 1 million each? Are you trying to return the favor for the car indirectly? Lin Tian shook his head. No, uncle, I genuinely need such jade. The more, the better. Su Yongjun proposed. Then I could take up collecting and act as your representative in finding jade merchants or antique collectors. Lin Tian smiled. How does that sound, uncle? You could travel the world. Su Yongjun laughed. That sounds wonderful, but please, do not reimburse me excessively. I would be content with free travel. Lin Tian insisted. Uncle, I will pay you 1 million for each piece. You will benefit, and I assure you, I will not suffer a loss. The more you acquire, the better. Su Yongjun regarded him seriously. Lin Tian, are you certain? If I work diligently, I might find 100 or 80 pieces in a year. Lin Tian chuckled. Uncle, you might not find that many. If you manage to find 3 to 5 pieces in a year, that would be exceptional. If you find 3, I promise you will reach the Mingjin level, and if you find 10, you will attain the Anjin level, he said with a smile. Su Yongjun was thrilled. Lin Tian, are you serious? I feel compelled to book a flight to Myanmar right now. Lin Tian nodded. With your age, becoming a martial arts master is challenging. But if you find 30 pieces, I can arrange for you to meet one. Su Yongjun raised his glass. Lin Tian, thank you. I will take this upon myself. They clinked their glasses together. Lin Tian added, Uncle, you must handle this personally, and ensure that no one knows that I am the one seeking these items. Su Yongjun nodded in understanding. Lin Tian then presented a piece of spiritual jade. This is a piece of spiritual jade. I will guide a trace of spiritual energy into your palm. In the future, you will sense the jade more acutely. In no time, Lin Tian directed a stream of spiritual energy into Su Yongjun's palm, allowing it to circulate through his meridians for a month. Ah, this jade feels significantly cooler, Su Yongjun remarked. Su Yongjun once again picked up the spiritual jade belonging to Luo Bingning. Lin Tian chuckled. If you encounter other pieces of spiritual jade, you may feel similarly. The cooler it is, the more valuable it becomes. Su Yongjun nodded, his earlier apprehensions about making a poor purchase now alleviated. After finishing their meal, Su Yongjun departed swiftly, intending to catch a flight to Myanmar that very night. Darling, are you intentionally taking care of my uncle? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. If your uncle can profit, we shall all benefit greatly. This spiritual jade holds immense value. I would gladly exchange a piece of spiritual jade for a rejuvenation pill. A look of astonishment crossed Luo Bingning's face, for she was well aware of the worth of the rejuvenation pill. Were it to be auctioned, it could fetch 3 to 500 million USD without a doubt. Is the spiritual jade truly that valuable? In that case, 10 million RMB does sound quite reasonable. Chapter 178. Negotiation location on the high seas? Gu Shuer, please come over. Upon returning home, Luo Bingning sent a message to Gu Shuer. During their meal, Gu Shuer had informed Luo Bingning that her father had arrived to discuss matters with Lin Tian. Soon enough, Gu Shuer and her father, Gu Yuanli, arrived, each dragging a large suitcase. Mr. Gu, Miss Gu, please come in. Luo Bingning greeted them eagerly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian smiled, employing his extraordinary sense of smell to detect that the two suitcases were filled with rare medicinal materials brought by Gu Yuanli. Hello, Miss Luo, Gu Yuanli replied politely. Mr. Lin, these two suitcases contain the rare medicinal materials you requested. I personally brought them to avoid any mishaps. He continued, ordinary medicinal materials are delivered in bulk via truck. Lin Tian chuckled, Mr. Gu, there is no need to send ordinary materials all at once. Just bring someone I need them. Also, you need to call me Mr. Lin. Simply use my name, for I am no wealthy heir. Gu Yuanli insisted, although you may not be a wealthy heir, your master, Master Lin, is of such esteemed stature that your identity far surpasses that of any aristocrat. He maintained his address of Lin Tian as Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, please inspect these medicinal materials, Gu Yuanli urged. Lin Tian shook his head. No need for inspection. You are an expert in this field, and I trust you won't make any mistakes. His heightened sense of smell had already verified the contents. How much do these cost? Lin Tian inquired. Gu Yuanli replied. This isn't really a matter of money. Consider it a gift from the Gu family to you as a gesture of goodwill. Lin Tian shook his head. That won't do. I must pay you. However, I may need to delay the payment until next month. Last month, he had withdrawn his earnings. But due to the financial constraints of Luo Bingning's company, he had invested 40 million into it. Although Luo Bingning could ask her father for funds, she had chosen not to. The company was likely to be profitable, and Lin Tian hoped to see a good return on his investment. Mr. Gu, please quote a price based on market value. I will verify it later, so please do not underestimate it, Lin Tian insisted. Gu Yuanli chuckled. Mr. Lin, typically, people worry about being overcharged. You, however, seem concerned about underpricing. The market price for these medicinal materials is approximately 80 million, he stated. For two suitcases of rare medicinal materials, 80 million was not exorbitant. Without substantial connections, one could hardly procure such items, even for 100 million. The Gu family would never sell unless Lin Tian initiated the discussion. Rare medicinal materials often require years to cultivate, and it is not merely a question of money. Are you certain about the 80 million? Lin Tian pressed. If I find out later that their market price is significantly higher, we may encounter difficulties in future collaborations. Gu Yuanli assured him, that is the market price. However, some items simply cannot be purchased at that rate. He added, if you offer more, I may not sell them to you. Nearby, Luo Bingning found the exchange amusing, as one was wary of overpricing while the other was cautious of underpricing. Very well, then. 80 million it is. I will ensure payment next month. If you require funds urgently, I shall consider other options, Lin Tian concluded. The Zheng family's 30 billion was safely invested in fixed deposits. Currently, Lin Tian had only around 20 million, which, while not insignificant, was insufficient for the 8 million needed for the medicinal materials. He planned to sell a few rejuvenation pills later. Having received the batch of medicinal materials from Dean Shi, combined with those from Gu Yuanli, he could concoct 300 to 400 rejuvenation pills, which would suffice for 5 years. He did not intend to produce an excess of rejuvenation pills, as rarity enhances value. Mr. Lin, there is no rush. These medicinal materials have been set aside, and our Gu family is not yet in dire straits, Gu Yuanli remarked. Lin Tian nodded. All right. Mr. Gu, have you confirmed the time and location for our meeting? How many participants will there be? Gu Yuanli responded. It's confirmed for tomorrow at noon, on a yacht they have arranged. Lin Tian was taken aback. The negotiation will take place on a yacht? Gu Yuanli sighed. They likely wish to intimidate me. That yacht is worth $300 million. If it becomes unmanageable, I shall negotiate further with them. Lin Tian shook his head. No need. Gu Yuanli's expression turned somber. Mr. Lin, tomorrow there may be 30 to 40 participants in the negotiations, with 3 factions from both the Bang Nation and the Eastern Sherry Nation. Their strengths are not inferior to our Gu family. Lin Tian inquired, why do they wish to consume the Gu family? Gu Yuanli explained, our Gu family is a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, possessing numerous valuable prescriptions. They seek both those prescriptions and our medicinal bases. They are less concerned with our pharmaceutical factories. Lin Tian expressed surprise. Medicinal bases? Gu Yuanli nodded. We have over 20 sizable medicinal bases across the nation. These are the foundation of our Gu family. Many medicinal plants have growth time requirements and must be cultivated over time. If they gain control over our national medicinal bases, they could sell plants that have not matured enough. Traditional Chinese medicine in our country would face dire consequences. Lin Tian nodded, understanding that while many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners possess considerable skill, issues with certain medicinal materials could undermine their efficacy. Mr. Lin, if we were to sell those assets, our family's wealth could sustain us for 10 lifetimes. Yet, such an act would betray our ancestors, Gu Yuanli stated solemnly. Lin Tian acknowledged the gravity of their situation. Amid the intense pressure from international capital, the Gu family's resilience was indeed commendable. Mr. Gu, I am merely a young man, and my presence may not be of much consequence. Tomorrow, Master Lin will represent us. When and where shall we depart? Lin Tian inquired. Gu Yuanli beamed. It would be splendid if Master Lin could attend. How about departing from the community entrance at 9 in the morning? The yacht dock is a bit of a distance away. Lin Tian nodded. That works. Gu Yuanli rose. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian smiled. You are too kind. I should be thanking you. These medicinal materials are of great importance to me. With these materials, he felt secure against potential price hikes. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuanli and his daughter took their leave. Be cautious tomorrow, darling, Luo Bingning advised. The yacht may venture into international waters, and they may have individuals armed with firearms. That is likely the reason for using a yacht. Lin Tian gazed at Luo Bingning in surprise. Bingning, you are quite perceptive. I doubt even Mr. Gu has considered this angle, he remarked with a grin. Luo Bingning replied, Gu Shui's father seems to be an honest businessman. But I encountered a spy a few days ago. You also faced that dangerous fuel truck recently. I tend to think a bit more. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Your analysis is astute. However, you need not worry. They should be the ones concerned. The open sea serves well. Those who disobey can be fed to the sharks. Chapter 179. I excel at reasoning. The following morning, a sense of melancholy enveloped Lin Tian as he stepped out of his room. 2 nights prior, Luo Bingning had a black iron treasure chest hovering above her head. The following day, during her live stream, it transformed into a bronze chest. And now it remained a bronze chest. The pace of the treasure's upgrades had noticeably slowed. Luo Bingning had come to realize that he was the masked hero and was aware of many of his abilities, which had lessened her emotional fluctuations. Although he had acquired numerous skills, his medical expertise was still only at the master level, a grave concern. Darling, I'm going to the welfare home tomorrow. If you return early, could you pick me up? The children miss you too, Luo Bingning said sweetly after breakfast. Tomorrow was Saturday, a day she did not have to work. Lin Tian, with a smile, replied, just a kiss, and I'll let you go. A blush crept onto Luo Bingning's face. Yet recalling her mother's words and the enchanting residents of their community, she imperceptibly nodded. With barely a whisper. She responded, as Lin Tian embraced her and kissed her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. It was only their second kiss. While she had grown accustomed to their affectionate embraces, kissing Lin Tian remained an unfamiliar experience. Soon, the bronze chest transformed into a silver one. Lin Tian did not release her, and after a few minutes, the silver chest changed color again, becoming a golden chest. You rogue, I can hardly breathe. Luo Bingning exclaimed playfully as Lin Tian finally let her go. Silly, just breathe through your nose, he chuckled. She shot him an exasperated glance. I know, but I was too used to it just now. More kisses will make you accustomed to it, Lin Tian said with a grin, tousling her hair. Humph. I'll be watching your performance. Darling, I'm off, Luo Bingning said as she quickly departed. Lin Tian furrowed his brow as a torrent of information surged into his mind, accompanied by a powerful energy that significantly altered his body, particularly his mental acuity. He had just unlocked the golden treasure chest, yet lamentably, he did not receive the Grandmaster-level ancient medical skills he desired. Instead, he obtained the divine beast taming technique. After finally acquiring a golden treasure chest, he felt discontented. What use is this beast taming skill to me? Lin Tian sighed. Encountering lions or tigers, I could just give them a slap. If they still disobey, another slap. Surely, they would submit after a few. The beast taming skill seemed rather ineffective. Should someone provoke me, I could unleash a pack of wild dogs upon them. The thought conjured an amusing image. 15 minutes passed, and as the skill acquisition session concluded, Lin Tian felt a marked enhancement in his mental prowess. The divine beast taming skill had its benefits. With his current mental strength, he could likely remain vigorous even after 10 days or half a month without sleep. It's time to venture out, he muttered, exiting the community. He changed his appearance and took a taxi to the entrance. Here is your fare, Lin Tian said, producing a red bill. The taxi driver, visibly anxious, replied, Sir, I don't have change to give you. Let us just call it even. Wearing a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, Lin Tian emanated a powerful aura that made the driver hesitant to accelerate or brake sharply. To the driver, Lin Tian appeared to be in his 40s, and his presence in such an upscale community suggested he was a significant figure. No need for change, Lin Tian said, leaving the money behind as he exited the vehicle. Thank you, sir. The driver exclaimed, grateful for the unexpectedly generous fare. Approaching a luxurious extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, Gu Yuanli's driver informed him, Boss, Master Lin is here. Where? Gu Yuanli asked, his gaze fixed on the community entrance. To your right, the driver urged. Upon turning, Gu Yuanli spotted Lin Tian and the departing taxi. Master Lin actually took a taxi here. The actions of martial arts masters are truly unpredictable. He mused as he hurriedly approached Lin Tian. Master Lin, Gu Yuanli greeted with a respectful bow, feeling somewhat anxious. Though the Gu family was formidable, the influence of a martial arts master far surpassed their own. Mr. Gu, a handshake will suffice. We must keep pace with the times, Lin Tian replied warmly, extending his hand. Master Lin speaks wisely, Gu Yuanli said, ushering him into the car. The driver, observing through the rearview mirror, grew increasingly convinced that the passenger was indeed a high-ranking official. Master Lin, I am now your fan. I've watched all your videos, Gu Yuanli said, a bit stiffly. Please, just call me Xiao Gu, he added. Being your fan makes me seem old, Lin Tian laughed. I'm still a young man. Haha. I am quite adept at reasoning, as Mr. Gu has mentioned. Thank you, Master Lin, Gu Yuanli responded, feeling more at ease in Lin Tian's congenial presence. Ding. Half an hour later, Gu Yuanli's phone rang. Mr. Gu, you're too slow. Everyone else is already here. We've set sail. Please arrange for a boat to come, a voice on the other end said. Gu Yuanli's expression darkened. Mr. Chui, this isn't appropriate. We haven't yet reached the scheduled boarding time. Please don't be upset. It's just a matter of finding a yacht. With your influence, this should be a simple task, the voice, belonging to Chui Jinhao, chuckled. Mr. Chui, I have a distinguished guest with me. Your actions are quite disrespectful. Gu Yuanli replied sternly. Chui Jinhao responded dismissively. Your family is outdated. Keep up if you can, but don't force it if you can't. By the way, make sure to find a larger yacht. You wouldn't want yours to run out of fuel mid-journey. With that, he abruptly hung up, leaving Gu Yuanli seething. Master Lin, I apologize. I didn't foresee this turn of events. They are attempting to exert greater pressure on me, Gu Yuanli said, taking a deep breath. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Is that ship owned by him? Gu Yuanli nodded. The Chui family is a powerful clan in the Stick Nation, with assets 3 times that of the Gu family. Their actions are quite brazen. Should we not go? Lin Tian shook his head. Why not? I'm rather curious to see what tactics they employ. Upon arriving at the dock, they found a luxurious yacht, 100 feet long, fully fueled and waiting for them. Lin Tian and Gu Yuanli boarded, and the yacht swiftly set sail. Master Lin, we are aboard a high-speed yacht that can reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour. However, it will still take 5 to 6 hours to reach our destination, Gu Yuanli explained. Lin Tian chuckled. I don't often go out to sea. I'll consider it a leisurely outing. Have you informed them of my arrival? Gu Yuanli shook his head. I didn't mention it, fearing they might target you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a tremendous loss for all of Huagua. Lin Tian recalled the massive black fish lurking beneath the waves. If a torpedo were to strike their submarine, it could obliterate it in an instant. Mr. Gu, I'll rest in my cabin for a while. Certainly, Master Lin. Once in his room, Lin Tian locked the door and retrieved his laptop, swiftly hacking into another yacht. After inspection, he found no abnormalities. They had not established contact with individuals from Dongying, Banghua, or Migua, resulting in a low probability of encountering a torpedo attack. Within half an hour, Lin Tian had stepped outside. Master Lin, how did you come out? Lin Tian replied, I find it difficult to rest in the swaying cabin. I prefer to enjoy the sea breeze and sunlight outside. If there were a missile or torpedo attack, he would surely detect it and be able to evade the ship in time. As 5 or 6 hours passed, the yacht carrying Lin Tian and his companions reached the open sea, with only about 20 kilometers remaining to their destination. Master Lin, look over there. That is the yacht. He pointed out. It was a new vessel worth 300 million US dollars, delivered to Chui Jinhao just 2 weeks prior. The 2 yachts could not approach closely, and they would need to transfer to a smaller boat, which Gu Yuanli regrettably mentioned. As the 2 yachts drew nearer, the larger yacht appeared to grow in size to Lin Tian and his companions. Their yacht measured only 33 meters, while Chui Jinhao's super yacht stretched an impressive 120 meters. Suddenly, someone on Chui Jinhao's yacht began tossing blood bait into the sea, attracting several sharks that vied for the bloody morsels. Chui Dong, You are quite the rogue. Those on the small boat coming over will surely be terrified. Someone nearby chuckled while holding a glass of wine. Cui Jinhao smiled. Dealing with Gu Yuanli through conventional means is troublesome. We must surprise him. A person from Dongying chimed in. Cui Dong. With this tactic, negotiations should go smoothly. The Gu family ought to willingly sell their assets to us. Another added. We must apply pressure to ensure the Gu family sells at a lower price. Otherwise, we will continue to escalate the pressure. If they delay, they will only receive less. Several individuals engaged in idle chatter, unaware that Lin Tian could hear them clearly even from a few hundred meters away. Master Lin, let us switch to the small boat. Gu Yuanli suggested. Their yacht was equipped with a small speedboat. Lin Tian glanced at Gu Yuanli. With his strength, carrying Gu Yuanli across the sea would pose no challenge. But he decided against bringing the elderly man along. With a roar, they boarded the speedboat, which soon sped away. Several sharks detected the commotion and swam toward them. Mr. Gu, Mr. Lin, hold steady. There are sharks ahead, the boat operator warned. The dorsal fins of several sharks broke the surface, heading towards their speedboat. Although the speedboat was larger than the sharks, and they typically would not collide, there had been incidents of sharks capsizing boats. How could there be sharks? Gu Yuanli frowned, though he was not particularly frightened. After all, he was accompanied by a martial arts master. How could a few sharks pose a threat? Soon, the speedboat approached Cui Jinhao's super yacht, allowing Lin Tian and Gu Yuanli to board. Mr. Gu, I hope you weren't frightened? I enjoy sharks. They are formidable predators. And their prey rarely escapes. Cui Jinhao laughed heartily. And who might this be? Cui Jinhao's scrutinizing gaze fell on Lin Tian. Mr. Gu, you cannot outmaneuver the market economy. Do you intend to use policy to corner us? We will not be swayed. Another individual sneered. Gu Yuanli interjected. Allow me to introduce this individual, Master Lin. You may have heard of him. An individual from Dongying narrowed his eyes. Is this the renowned Master Lin currently trending online? The recent typhoon, Haida, was said by many in our country to be your doing. At this moment, he gestured behind him. Several armed men emerged from various parts of the yacht, each brandishing weapons directed at Lin Tian. Master Lin, I have seen the live broadcasts. You claim to be able to withstand bullets. We are currently in international waters. So let us put that to the test, the Dongying individual sneered. The armed personnel were originally intended to intimidate Gu Yuanli. But Lin Tian's presence had changed their intentions. If they could eliminate Lin Tian, it would be a tremendous advantage. Bang, bang. As the Dongying individual finished speaking, the armed men pulled their triggers, with bullets accurately aimed at Lin Tian. For an average martial arts master, evading such close-range shots would be quite challenging. But Lin Tian was a grandmaster. His protective energy effortlessly shielded him from the assault. A shocking scene unfolded. All the bullets were absorbed by Lin Tian's protective energy, rendering him unharmed. Why resort to violence? Can we not resolve matters through reason? Lin Tian shook his head. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the bullets to reverse course, each striking down a gunman with precision. Master Lin, I was merely testing your abilities. I deeply admire your strength. The man who had ordered the attack stammered, retreating. Lin Tian smiled slightly. No harm done. I prefer to discuss matters peacefully. Violence is never my inclination. Do watch your step near the edge of the boat. The wind may throw you overboard, and there are several sharks lurking below. At that moment, the Dongying individual inexplicably soared into the air, crossing over the high railing. Splash! He plummeted into the sea, creating a splash. What an unfortunate turn of events. I merely intended to warn him, yet I did not expect the wind to carry him away, Lin Tian remarked. Someone save him, he urged. I am unable to assist due to exhaustion. The others stared in disbelief. There had been no significant wind. The individual who fell weighed around 170 pounds. What kind of wind could lift him over a meter-high railing? Soon, cries of terror erupted as several sharks eagerly feasted. Lin Tian turned his gaze to Cui Jinhao. Do you enjoy sharks? They may very well take a liking to you. Chapter 181. You are quite a nice person. Cui Jinhao's complexion paled, and he clung tightly to a nearby pillar, not wishing to be swept overboard. Lin, you are committing murder. This is illegal. Someone nearby shouted angrily. This was Cui Jinhao's son, Cui Yujie, who had been implicated in various misdeeds during his studies in Huagua. Cui Yujie screamed as he too was caught by an unseen force, plunging into the water. Cui Jinhao's face turned ashen as he rushed toward the edge of the boat. Yujie, he cried out, only to find himself lifted by an invisible force and thrown into the sea as well. Both father and son splashed in the water. But only one shark approached them. The others continued to feast. Save me first, they shouted in desperation. The crew had prepared to rescue them. But with two individuals in peril, they could only save one at a time. They quickly tossed a lifebuoy toward Cui Jinhao, the owner of the yacht. Just as Cui Jinhao was pulled from the water, a scream erupted from Cui Yujie as a shark bit into his leg, and he swiftly vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a pool of blood. Cui Jinhao trembled violently, terror etched in his eyes. Lin Tian gazed at the sky, bemused. How curious. It is a clear, sunny day. Yet where does this wind come from? The others were left speechless, their faces drained of color. They were not fools. They understood that it was no mere wind, but rather Lin Tian's doing, though they dared not voice this truth. Master Lin, please do not kill me. I will give you this yacht, Cui Jinhao implored, his face as pale as death. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and retorted, do not speak so recklessly. What do you mean by advising me against killing? You all witnessed it. I stood here unmoving, and their demise is in no way my responsibility. Indeed. It was I who eliminated the gunmen. They fired upon me, and my retaliation was entirely justified. Someone nearby hastily interjected, Master Lin, you are absolutely right. They must have been blown away by the wind. The winds at sea are indeed peculiar. The others, inspired by this line of reasoning, began to voice their agreement. At that moment, the aura of powerful capitalists seemed to dissipate. They realized that in the face of overwhelming force, wealth and cunning were rendered utterly insignificant. Master Lin, you speak the truth. Nature was not responsible for their deaths. I can attest to that. Just moments ago, I felt as if I were lifted by an unseen gust. Cui Jinhao said, trembling with fear. Although he had lost a son, his heart was not filled with rage, but rather a profound dread of death. It was only in that moment of falling that he comprehended the true terror of mortality. Death would strip away everything he held dear, wealth, power, fame. And even women would abandon him. Are you certain, Mr. Cui? Lin Tian asked with a faint smile. Cui Jinhao nodded fervently. I am certain. Master Lin, this ship may be an ill omen for me. Only someone of your stature could command it. I shall gift it to you. Lin Tian shook his head. The vessel is far too grand. I am not of your ilk, a capitalist, and cannot afford its upkeep. Cui Jinhao quickly assured him, Master Lin, do not worry. There is no need for you to shoulder the costs. I shall pay all expenses for the next decade in one go. You may board the ship whenever you wish. And simply enjoy. Lin Tian smiled slightly. You are quite a generous person. Cui Jinhao implored, Master Lin, I beg you to accept this gift. If you refuse, I shall not sleep soundly tonight. This was his true sentiment. He was genuinely worried that if Lin Tian did not accept, he might lose everything overnight. Given your earnestness, it would indeed seem unkind of me to decline. Very well, I shall accept, Lin Tian said with a calm smile. Cui Jinhao sighed in relief. Thank you, Master Lin. Gu Yuanli felt a sense of bewilderment. A super yacht valued at $300 million was being gifted to Lin Tian. And Cui Jinhao was expressing gratitude. He found it utterly surreal. However, the others around did not share his sentiment. They understood Cui Jinhao's fear, while they were not as terrified. They too felt a wave of dread. Congratulations to Master Lin on acquiring a super yacht. According to our customs, it is customary to present a gift in such circumstances. The Park family will contribute 100 million RMB. The representative of one of the 6 major families quickly stated, being the son of the Park family patriarch. Our Luo family will also contribute 100 million RMB. The Yamamoto family will join with 100 million as well. Our Ito family will match that with 100 million. The representatives from the 3 other families followed suit, each pledging 100 million RMB, not a trivial sum. Yet it paled in comparison to the yacht's value. Compared to their own lives, it was inconsequential. Even if their families did not contribute, they could afford it. This is Lin Tian's account. Please transfer the funds to this account, Lin Tian said, pulling a piece of blank paper from his pocket, which bore his name, account number, and bank details. Everyone was taken aback. Master Lin, you seemed well prepared, anticipating that he would come here empty-handed. Very well, Master Lin. We shall transfer the funds immediately. They replied enthusiastically, albeit internally grumbling. Lin Tian inquired, are there still members of the Yamamoto family present? We must settle the score for the gunmen they dispatched to kill me. I counted 10 gunmen who fired a total of 35 bullets. Surely. Each bullet is worth 100 million RMB. A pale-faced representative from the Yamamoto family stepped forward. Master Lin, could we perhaps reduce that amount? For the Yamamoto family, such a sum was no small matter. Lin Tian regarded him with a steely gaze. A reduction is possible. If I deduct 100 million, I shall curse one high-ranking member of the Yamamoto family to perish. The payment must be received before I disembark. The representative's face turned ashen. He knew all too well that Lin Tian's curses were not to be trifled with. Cui Jinhao observed this exchange, feeling a sense of relief. The $300 million yacht was merely worth around 2,300,000,000 RMB, and the Yamamoto family was in a dire situation. Cui Jinhao had lost a son, but he was not particularly distressed, as he had a dozen others. Moreover, he could always find another woman. Master Lin, I will inform my family, the Yamamoto representative said, taking a deep breath. Lin Tian then turned to Gu Yuanli with a smile. Mr. Gu, there are still many good people in this world. After a trip at sea, someone has gifted me such a grand yacht, and others are offering gifts. They are kind-hearted. Your issues should not pose a significant problem, and I will discuss matters with them. Gu Yuanli nodded. Master Lin, I appreciate your assistance. Chapter 182. The greatest principle in the world. Everyone boarded the yacht, which was opulently decorated. Please, have a seat, Cui Jinhao said. Lin Tian glanced over, and Cui Jinhao awkwardly added, I apologize, Master Lin. I forgot that this yacht belongs to you. Everyone, please take a seat, Lin Tian said, settling down with a calm demeanor. The assembly consisted of over 30 individuals from the 6 powerful families, each bringing several representatives. Each family had dispatched formidable business negotiation experts and top-tier lawyers, all aiming to exert maximum pressure on the Gu family. Master Lin, our dealings with the Gu family are simply normal business transactions. You are an esteemed figure. Must you involve yourself in such mundane matters? After a lengthy silence, the representative from the Yamamoto family could no longer contain himself. Lin Tian, with a bemused expression, replied, You lured sharks to intimidate us and prepared a dozen gunmen. Are you now claiming this is normal business conduct? Gu Yuanli interjected, Master Lin, I received a letter containing a drawing of a bullet. I reported it to the police, but they found no leads. Lin Tian remarked, Mr. Gu, that is where you erred. Why report such a trivial matter to the police? It is a waste of their resources. It could merely be the prank of a child. Gu Yuanli was momentarily taken aback. Cui Jinhao and the others quickly nodded in agreement with Lin Tian. Lin Tian continued, if Mr. Cui and his associates were to die unexpectedly, they certainly would not report it to the authorities, would they? Isn't that right, Mr. Cui? Cui Jinhao stammered, Master Lin, unsure of how to respond. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, speak freely. This is a market economy. Am I to threaten you with force? I am a man of reason. The gathering internally scoffed, recognizing that Lin Tian's version of reason was synonymous with brute strength. Yet, they could not deny the truth of it. In any realm, strength speaks the loudest. Master Lin, they have already seized some of our medicinal herb bases in Huagua, and the herbs they are selling do not meet the required standards, Gu Yuanli reported. Is that so? Lin Tian inquired, taken aback. Gu Yuanli affirmed, absolutely true. Lin Tian's expression hardened. Cui Jinhao and the others felt a chill run down their spines, sensing that Lin Tian had transformed into a far more fearsome beast than any tiger. Everyone, I frequently utilize traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Should I encounter such a situation, I would undoubtedly be dissatisfied, and I would be compelled to curse you in my heart. Should my curse come to fruition, it would be purely coincidental. Lin Tian stated gravely. Cui Jinhao and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Tian's curse was deadly serious. If they were to acquire and cultivate the herbs properly, adhering to all regulations, what was the point of their turmoil? Master Lin, is this not somewhat unreasonable? The Lu family from Bangwa sighed, stating that with such a vast quantity of herbs, it is entirely normal for minor issues to arise. Lin Tian replied coolly, matters of life and death are not to be trifled with. The fact that I am willing to sit here and discuss this is already a sign of reason. Upon this, Lin Tian turned to Gu Yuanli and said, Mr. Gu, in the future, should you encounter any substandard medicinal materials, do inform me. You must ensure quality as well. Gu Yuanli nodded, rest assured, Master Lin. Our Gu family adheres to tradition and has always been vigilant about the quality of our materials. Moreover, they have also seized numerous patents for our Huagua's medicinal formulas and demand royalties from us. These are the treasures bequeathed to us by our ancestors. Lin Tian remarked with a slight nod. A member of the Park family interjected, traditional Chinese medicine is merely a branch of Korean medicine. Many formulas have been transmitted from our Bangwa. Lin Tian shook his head, saying, young man, compared to traditional Chinese medicine, Korean medicine falls short in many respects. For instance, it failed to recognize your imminent demise. The expression of the Park family shifted dramatically, and the youth who had just spoken turned pale with fright. See, the symptoms have manifested, haven't they? Your complexion has suddenly turned white. This is a precursor to your impending death, Lin Tian stated, shaking his head. The youth from the Park family suddenly fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. Master Lin, I spoke hastily just now. Korean medicine is not as formidable as traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone knows that Korean medicine is merely a branch of it. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. If you bow 100 times, your symptoms may alleviate, and you shall survive. Bang, bang. The kneeling youth nervously bowed in haste, each strike of his head cautious. After 100 blows, his forehead was bloodied, staining the ground. Master Lin, that makes 100, the Park family's representative said with a bitter expression. Lin Tian nodded slightly. His symptoms have mitigated. With some caution, he should encounter no further issues. Should he fall ill again, even deities might find it difficult to cure him. Dazed, the youth stood up. Thank you, Master Lin. I shall not fall ill again. Gu Yuanli secretly clicked his tongue, realizing Lin Tian was quite adept at imparting wisdom. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Do remember to settle the treatment fee later. It is not exorbitant, merely 10 million. Gu Yuanli, who had been sipping tea, spluttered. What? He had just witnessed someone bow 100 times to the point of bleeding. And yet there was a demand for 10 million in treatment fees. Mr. Gu, are you well? Lin Tian inquired, observing Gu Yuanli's reaction. Gu Yuanli cleared his throat. I am fine. I merely choked a bit. That is good to hear, Lin Tian replied, turning back to the bewildered youth who looked utterly dazed. This is quite the bullying, he mused. The representative from the Park family interjected, Master Lin, we shall transfer the treatment fee to your account shortly. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He just stated that Korean medicine is a branch of traditional Chinese medicine. How do the rest of you from Bangwa perceive this? Silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Lin Tian inquired, have you all suddenly lost your voices? This treatment does not come cheap. 10 million per person is hardly sufficient. The Park family's representative took a deep breath and said, Master Lin, our family shall withdraw from this industry. The representative from the Liu family echoed. Our Liu family will also withdraw. Choi Jinho added quickly, our Choi family will withdraw as well. Lin Tian interjected, noting that this business was no longer viable. By his standards, profitability was questionable, and should anything amiss occur, it could cost lives among their family hierarchy. What of the patented formulas? Lin Tian inquired softly. Choi Jinho replied, we will make the relevant patents public. Lin Tian responded, not only public, these patents do not belong to you in the first place. You must relinquish your claims to the relevant patents. Understood. We shall heed your words, Choi Jinho affirmed. Having narrowly escaped death, Choi Jinho wished to avoid further complications. In Bangwa, the joys of the wealthy were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Would it not be better to enjoy life than to engage in futile struggles? The representatives from the Park and Liu families nodded in agreement. Lin Tian then turned to the individuals from Dongyingguo, noticing that they had yet to express their intent to withdraw. Master Lin, we cannot make a decision on this matter, said the head of the Yamamoto family. Taking a deep breath, the situation in Bangwa differs from that in Dongyingguo. Historically, Dongyingguo and Huagua have held a blood feud. Then it seems I must pay a visit to Dongyingguo to discuss reason with your family head, Lin Tian concluded. Chapter 183. The resolute Mitsui family. The heads of the Yamamoto and Ito families exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. The notion of Lin Tian traveling to Dongyingguo to reason with their family head was fraught with peril. A misstep could spell disaster for their patriarch. No amount of police intervention would yield evidence against Lin Tian should something untoward occur. Master Lin, please grant us some time to consult with our families and ascertain their stance, the head of the Yamamoto family implored. I will contact my family head immediately. The head of the Ito family added hastily. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and soon, the two family heads departed to make calls. The Mitsui family did likewise. 5 minutes passed before the three returned. Master Lin, our Ito family is withdrawing. A celebratory gift of 100 million will soon be deposited into your account. The same applies for our Yamamoto family, confirmed the head of the Yamamoto family. Both families had chosen to retreat, recognizing that the risks outweighed their losses. Lin Tian nodded, then turned his gaze to a representative from the Mitsui family, who appeared anxious. Master Lin, our family believes that 35 billion is considerable. It may require your personal visit to Dongyingguo for further discussions. The individual trembled as he spoke, fearing Lin Tian's wrath. Lin Tian smiled gently. 35 billion USD is indeed substantial. I shall certainly make the trip within a week. The Mitsui representative looked bewildered. Master Lin, did you not previously mention 35 billion RMB? Lin Tian replied, 35 billion RMB was the amount you agreed upon before I departed. Surely, a trip of such distance warrants a fee, does it not? Your Mitsui family possesses assets amounting to 300 to 400 billion USD. 35 billion is hardly unattainable. Choi Jinho had purchased a super yacht valued at 300 million. Yet among the six powers, the Mitsui family was the wealthiest, despite recent casualties. Their assets converted to RMB amounted to 250 billion, surpassing even the Luo family. However, procuring 35 billion USD would not be a simple endeavor for the Mitsui family. I will converse with my family head once more, the Mitsui representative stated, hurrying away. Shortly thereafter, he returned. solemnly declaring, "Master Lin, the family head extends a warm welcome for your visit." He mentioned that Dongyingguo also has martial arts masters, and perhaps you may engage in fruitful exchanges. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, intrigued by this prospect. If he could seize the opportunity to deal with the hidden martial arts master Miyazaki Iku, it would be most advantageous. Very well, it is settled, within a week. I will indeed travel to Dongyingguo, Lin Tian affirmed with a smile. He then turned to Gu Yuanli. "Mr. Gu, please discuss the details with them. I shall inspect my yacht." Choi Jinho's visage twitched at the thought of the yacht, which had been delivered less than half a month ago, now claimed by Lin Tian. "Very well, Master Lin," Gu Yuanli responded. There remained numerous details to discuss with the Choi family and others. After 2 hours, Gu Yuanli and the others concluded their discussions as night fell completely. "Mr. Choi, please take the other yacht to depart." Choi Jinho's face soured. "Master Lin, might we accompany you on this yacht?" Lin Tian shook his head. "That yacht is quite fine, and I would prefer you not spend the night aboard my vessel." Choi Jinho and the others exchanged glances, realizing Lin Tian was indeed retaliating. They had summoned Lin Tian and Gu Yuanli to procure a yacht, only to find themselves relegated to departing on a lesser vessel. The sea was dark, and they wondered if the sharks had vacated the area. "Let us go?" Choi Jinho sighed. They boarded the speedboat in shifts, which made 3 trips until all had been safely ferried away. During the transfer process, they stumbled upon sharks, which frightened them considerably. After the yacht had traveled a few kilometers, Choi Jinho exhaled a sigh of relief, and the others followed suit. "Mr. Choi, we have incurred significant losses this time," the representative from the Park family remarked. Choi Jinho's lips twitched slightly. "Your Park family merely offered $1 billion as a gift, while we have suffered substantial losses in our enterprises as well. My yacht, worth $300 million, is gone, along with 10 years of expenses, leading to a total loss exceeding 3 billion yuan. The Park and Ryu families have only lost 2 or 300 million. The members of the Mitsui family quietly withdrew, having already fed the sharks. Lin Tian still needed to negotiate with the Mitsui family. If the discussions went poorly, they would owe $35 million, and there could be fatalities. Comparing the situation with the Mitsui family eased his mind somewhat. Indeed, Choi Jinho acknowledged. "Master Lin, thank you." Gu Yuanli expressed his gratitude. The gains of the day had far exceeded his expectations. Besides the Mitsui family, the Choi family and 4 others had retreated, and they had regurgitated the meat they had consumed. Lin Tian smiled. "Although your gains are considerable, mine should be even greater." Gu Yuanli replied, "Master Lin, your gains are yours alone. I thank you, and that is only right. Please do not worry about the 80 million for the medicinal materials. I will find a way to procure additional funds for you." The Choi family had transferred some of the low-priced goods to the Gu family, resulting in at least an additional expenditure of 10 billion for them. "Are you truly not taking it back?" Lin Tian chuckled. Gu Yuanli nodded repeatedly. "Master Lin, if you were to return that money, I would feel utterly ashamed." "Very well, then I shall save 80 million, Lin Tian conceded. Aware that the Gu family had gained considerable advantages in the transactions, Gu Yuanli breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Tian had insisted on returning the money, it would have strained their relationship. "Master Lin, our Gu family has some connections with various powers. I will leverage my reputation to acquire some rare medicinal materials you require," Gu Yuanli suggested. Lin Tian nodded. The medicinal materials obtained so far were only sufficient to produce 300 or 400 beauty pills, which was still inadequate. It would be ideal to acquire more. The next morning, the yacht docked, and Choi Jinho was already waiting for Lin Tian at the pier. "Master Lin, this yacht is being transferred to you, though the paperwork may be slightly troublesome," Choi Jinho stated. Lin Tian replied calmly, "In that case, do not seek me out. Transfer the yacht to that young man, Lin Tian. He would surely have a greater interest in it." Choi Jinho was taken aback. "Transfer it to Lin Tian?" Lin Tian responded, "Why would I hesitate to transfer a mere yacht? Once transferred, I intend to use it as well." Choi Jinho nodded. "Very well. I will seek out Lin Tian. Master Lin, if you have the time, you are welcome to visit our country." Lin Tian regarded him with a smile that held a hint of skepticism. "Really welcomed?" Choi Jinho's expression slightly stiffened. "Yes, truly welcomed. Master Lin, I will show you the pleasures of our nation's chables. You will undoubtedly enjoy it." Lin Tian thought, if he were not married, the allure would indeed be considerable. However, now that he was wed, he would pass on the pleasures of the chable life. Lin Tian and Gu Yuanli swiftly departed. "Master Lin, where are you headed?" Gu Yuanli inquired. Lin Tian replied, "Please take me back to Lin Tian community." "Certainly, Master Lin," Gu Yuanli nodded. "Master Lin, Choi Jinho is quite remarkable. Having suffered such significant losses, he still smiles and invites you to visit our country." Lin Tian chuckled. "The Choi family's assets are twice that of your Gu family. He cannot possibly be a simpleton. After more than an hour, Lin Tian was merely 2 or 3 kilometers away from the community. Pull over, he instructed. The car came to a halt, and Gu Yuanli said, Master Lin, I truly cannot thank you enough this time. My assistance was primarily for the benefit of Chinese medicine. You have many matters to attend to. Please return to your work, Lin Tian replied as he exited the vehicle. Gu Yuanli's car left, and Lin Tian changed his attire, disguising himself, then took a taxi 10 kilometers away before reappearing as Lin Tian. Even if others checked the surveillance, they would not discern the truth. Upon returning to the community, Lin Tian drove to the welfare home. Brother Lin Tian. Several children exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. Many of the children had grown quite fond of him, as he had healed several of their ailments. Suhu, has your schoolwork been kept up? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Suhu quickly replied, Brother Lin Tian, rest assured, even though we play, we study diligently every day. Very well, in that case, I shall give you a martial arts lesson, Lin Tian smiled. He had visited with Luo Bingning numerous times, and after the Youth Martial Arts Conference, he began teaching them martial arts. While he would not easily impart his internal skills, teaching them some movements and breathing techniques was certainly possible. Hooray! The children cheered with excitement. Half an hour later, Luo Bingning's class concluded, and she gazed intently at Lin Tian, who was diligently instructing the children in martial arts. She found him particularly handsome at that moment. After another 15 minutes, Lin Tian finished his lesson and approached Luo Bingning. Above her head hovered a black iron treasure chest. Lin Tian had been adjusting matters with Gu Yuanli at sea, and Luo Bingning felt a twinge of worry. What if the ship exploded? If she were unaware of his abilities, that outing could easily have been worth a silver treasure chest. Lin Tian mused internally. The more he exposed himself, the more difficult it would be to obtain treasure chests later on. But avoiding exposure made acquiring them no easier. The balance was indeed a dilemma. Bingning, did you miss me? Lin Tian asked as he approached with a smile. Not at all, Luo Bingning replied playfully. You were gone for hardly any time. After informing the director, the two quickly drove away. Was your trip smooth, dear? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Quite smooth. The several powerful families left first, and I took another yacht to the high seas. Out there, they attracted numerous sharks, and we took a small boat to observe them up close. Luo Bingning's heart sank momentarily. Once aboard the ship, several gunmen were dispatched to shoot at me, which was quite thrilling, Lin Tian recounted with a laugh. Luo Bingning's heart skipped a beat. Even in his presence, she felt a jolt of surprise. Above her head, the black iron treasure chest transformed into a bronze one. Lin Tian secretly rejoiced, realizing the importance of storytelling. A well-told tale might just elevate the treasure chest's status. After that, there was little else to mention. I took down those 10 or so gunmen and tossed a couple into the sea to feed the sharks. Lin Tian continued with a smile. Is that what you call little? She retorted, her bronze treasure chest upgrading once again to a silver one. Darling, you really should avoid going out to sea in the future. I trust you on land, but I worry for your safety at sea, Luo Bingning said. Even if Lin Tian could traverse the seas, the open ocean was over 200 kilometers from shore, and his internal strength could not sustain him for such a duration. It would be necessary to venture out to sea again. Someone gifted me a yacht worth $300 million. We can enjoy outings on the sea when time permits. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning was taken aback. A yacht worth $300 million? How grand. It was given to Master Lin, yet it will be under your name? She asked. Others likely had no idea that Lin Tian was indeed Master Lin. Lin Tian nodded slightly. After lunch, he encountered Cui Jinhao again. Observing Lin Tian closely, Cui Jinhao noted that he was entirely different from Master Lin. Cui Dong, my master mentioned that you have a yacht to transfer to me. With your influence, do you still need me to step in? Lin Tian inquired. Cui Jinhao replied, Lin Tian, there are still some documents to sign, and we also need to visit the maritime department. Fortunately, you won't need to go to the Bangwa side. Their chaebols wield significant power and influence. All right. As long as it's not too troublesome, Lin Tian responded. Over the course of a few hours, Lin Tian and Cui Jinhao visited several locations, and the transfer contract was duly notarized. In a few days, this yacht will officially belong to you. When you have time, you and your master can visit us in Bangwa. I assure you it will be an exhilarating experience. Cui Jinhao tempted Lin Tian. Being young, Lin Tian might indeed be intrigued by the lavish lifestyle of the chaebols. We'll discuss it later. Cui Dong, shall we exchange contact information? Lin Tian suggested with a smile. Sure, Cui Jinhao replied, happily exchanging contact details. I have dismissed all the original crew members. You will need to find a captain and crew yourself. Once you have them, I will cover all expenses, Cui Jinhao added. Lin Tian nodded, thinking he could let his father-in-law handle this. After all, he wouldn't use the yacht often. and it would be more beneficial for Luo Hongchuan to have it. Whenever you wish to visit Banghua, just give me a call. If you want any star to accompany you, let me know in advance, and I will make arrangements, Cui Jinhao said before departing. In the evening, Lin Tian returned home. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find around 10 stunning women in his living room. Among them were Su Anna upstairs and Zhao Qianqian, Gu Shuer, the pair of twins from the Pei family, and the martial artist Lu Xing, all gathered in the living room. Of course, Luo Bingning was present as well. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning, puzzled by the situation. Darling, some neighbors came over, and we were discussing going out for dinner, just waiting for you to return. Luo Bingning smiled. Lin Tian thought to himself, isn't this akin to putting him on the spot? Chapter 185. Luo Bingning is jealous. Lin Tian glanced at the silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head. Perhaps by involving Su Anna and the others, he could make Luo Bingning feel a twinge of jealousy, potentially transforming that silver chest into a golden one. If Luo Bingning became jealous, she might think more often about him in the future, leading to an increase in regular treasure chests. He already possessed numerous skills, and currently he had no urgent need for other skills. What he desperately sought was the ancient medical arts at the Grandmaster level. As for the divine level ancient medical arts, those could only be acquired from a legendary treasure chest. So far, he had only obtained one legendary treasure chest. Hello, neighbors. Bingning, have you chosen a place? Lin Tian cheerfully asked as he changed his shoes upon entering the room. Luo Bingning was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian's reaction was unexpected. She had anticipated that he would find an excuse to avoid joining them for dinner. Not yet, she replied. Bingning, take your time to decide. I'll take a quick shower and change before we head out together. Luo Bingning nodded, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that Lin Tian had feelings for one of Su Anna and the others? Why else would he care so much about changing clothes before a mere dinner outing? With a splash, Lin Tian quickly showered and dressed in high-quality clothes purchased by Luo Bingning. Bingning, have you decided on a location? Let's set off, he said with a smile as he emerged from the bedroom. I've made up my mind, Luo Bingning nodded. Soon, they departed, with Lin Tian driving the luxury sports car gifted by Su Yongjun, followed by a procession of various supercars. Darling, do you have feelings for them? Luo Bingning pouted at a red light. Lin Tian shook his head. They are guests in our home. Shouldn't we treat them well? Really? Luo Bingning blinked her eyes. Lin Tian chuckled. Of course, it's true. Before long, they arrived at the dining venue. At a table for 12, Lin Tian was the only man, surrounded by stunning women of exceptional beauty and grace, leaving the waiter astonished. Is this a gathering of a celebrity crew? Lin Tian smiled. Why don't you order for us? Su Anna giggled, having initiated the gathering. Gu Shuer initially hesitated to join, but Luo Bingning had encouraged her to come, making it less awkward for Luo Bingning to face Su Anna and the others with Gu Shuer present. Lin Tian, feel free to order, they all chimed in. Lin Tian nodded. Then I shall order. He quickly placed the order, aiming to stimulate some jealousy in Luo Bingning, and did not hold back. They were dining in a high-end restaurant, where everything came at a premium, and the bill quickly approached 300,000. A bottle of Roman Chianti alone exceeded 200,000. Luo Bingning and Gu Shuer chatted, maintaining calm exteriors, but internally, Luo Bingning was unsettled. Lin Tian had ordered such expensive items. It wasn't that she was stingy, but rather, Lin Tian's attitude was concerning. Was such extravagance truly necessary for a meal with neighbors? Spending 300,000 on dinner seemed excessive, especially when one bottle of wine might not suffice, potentially pushing the total closer to 500,000. Sir, regarding the Roman Chianti you ordered, please take a look. If everything is satisfactory, I will proceed with the order. The hotel manager personally delivered the wine. Lin Tian glanced over. Did you make a mistake? Although the vintage is the same, this is from the La Tiche vineyard. Should I provide you with some information? The manager was taken aback. The price disparity between La Tiche and Roman Chianti is substantial, with the former being several times more expensive. Did I make a mistake? I apologize. Our head sommelier is on leave today. I will call him to confirm. The manager bowed and quickly exited. You actually know about wine. I have a bit of knowledge about red wine too. Su Anna smiled and struck up a conversation with Lin Tian. The others also joined in, as they were all from affluent families. After the meal, just as Luo Bingning had predicted, one bottle of red wine was insufficient, and Lin Tian ordered another premium red wine. Although it didn't quite reach 500,000, it was close. Lin Tian cheerfully settled the bill. Despite spending nearly 500,000, the silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had miraculously transformed into a golden one. His mastery as a martial arts grandmaster emerged from that golden chest. A golden treasure chest is undoubtedly worth over 10 billion. If he could become a grandmaster, countless individuals would line up to exchange it for $100 million. Spending less than 500,000 to acquire a treasure chest worth over 10 billion was an undeniably lucrative deal. Lin Tian, Bingning, goodbye. Next time, it's my treat. Suanna exclaimed with a laugh as they exited the hotel. Each of them had bodyguards discreetly following them. And soon they were in their vehicles while the hotel arranged for their sports cars to be driven back. Darling, what's wrong? Your little mouth is pouting. Lin Tian grinned upon returning home. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes at him. Someone seems to be enjoying himself. You had so many beautiful women at dinner. Plus, spending nearly 500,000 on a meal. Have you forgotten you still owe the Gu family 80 million for the medicine? Lin Tian chuckled. I no longer owe them for the medicine. This yacht acquisition came with a generous 500 million gift. Luo Bingning was momentarily taken aback. But you can't be so extravagant. It's too ostentatious. Luo Bingning pouted and said, with the scent of alcohol all over me, I'm off to take a shower. At this moment, she wished to ignore Lin Tian. Just one kiss before you go, he thought. Lin Tian extended his hand, brushing against a golden treasure chest. Luo Bingning huffed. You Haven tea performed well, so no kiss for you. Perhaps when you improve in the future, we'll see. Soon, Luo Bingning entered the master bedroom. And Lin Tian made his way to his own room, his face lighting up with surprise. This golden treasure chest finally contained Grandmaster-level medical skills. Lin Tian felt an urge to sing. After waiting so long, today has finally arrived. Ancient medicine elevated to Grandmaster level. It should help Luo Bingning through this winter without much difficulty. A torrent of information flooded Lin Tian's mind. Half an hour later, he felt completely at ease. Grandmaster-level ancient medicine possessed methods to mitigate the effects of a deadly ailment. Luo Bingning might appear a bit frail, but with Grandmaster-level ancient medicine, she could live for 3 to 5 more years without issue. With that time, he was confident he could obtain a legendary treasure chest to elevate his Grandmaster-level skills to divine. This meal was truly worth it. A smile adorned Lin Tian's face. Inside the master bedroom, Luo Bingning hid her head under the covers, feeling frustrated. How could he treat them so well? Soon, a black iron treasure chest appeared above her head. Chapter 186. Jointly suing Master Lin? Lying in bed, Luo Bingning's mind raced. She picked up her phone to message her mother, but reconsidered, feeling it was inappropriate. What if Lin Tian's conversations with her mother led to misunderstandings about their relationship? She thought of consulting Tang Yin, but found it equally unsuitable. You naughty boy, I want to talk to you for 3 days. No, 3 days felt too long. 2 days would suffice. Luo Bingning's thoughts swirled chaotically. After this meal, she anticipated a sleepless night. Lin Tian, however, had not expected her to overthink. He began to cultivate. Even if opening treasure chests could enhance his abilities, regular practice was essential. This way, he could better control his powers and prepare for the possibility of the system disappearing one day. The more he trained, the better positioned he would be to recover if the system and its skills vanished. As the midnight hour approached, Lin Tian completed his 3 cycles of meditation. He heard Luo Bingning turning in her bed. She usually fell asleep long before this time, indicating the meal had significantly affected her. He stepped outside and knocked on Luo Bingning's door. Naughty boy, I'm already asleep. She called back. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, will you open the door yourself? Or shall I come in? If I do, who knows, perhaps I want tea leave tonight. Luo Bingning, pouting, quickly opened the door. Lin Tian was astonished to see a silver treasure chest hovering above her head. One could only imagine the thoughts swirling in her mind. You rascal, always teasing me, she said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Suddenly, Lin Tian wrapped his arms around Luo Bingning. She tensed, wearing a snug nightgown, and fortunately, he did not hold her too tightly, else he might have revealed too much. He understood that a gradual approach would yield greater rewards. Although provoking jealousy in Luo Bingning had its merits, overindulgence might lead to trouble. Bingning, stop overthinking. I have no feelings for Suanna or the others. They approach me with ulterior motives. You are different. I revealed nothing back then, just an ordinary persona, and yet you still chose to be with me. And none of them can compare to your beauty. You must be confident, understand? Lin Tian gazed tenderly into Luo Bingning's eyes. Really? A smile broke across her face. Lin Tian nodded. Absolutely. I have no intention of interacting with Suanna. If they think they can get close, they'll only be disappointed. I occasionally engage with them, but they'll realize there's no opportunity. Luo Bingning playfully warned, but if you spend too much time with them, you mustn't change your heart. Lin Tian affectionately pinched her delicate nose, saying, rest assured, my affection is reserved solely for you. Okay, she replied, leaning in to kiss Lin Tian. Instantly, her face flushed, and she hurriedly shut the door. Good night, darling, she murmured shyly from within the room. Lin Tian smiled to himself, thinking about their impending engagement. He would need to personally measure the size. Was it C or D? Visual assessments could often be misleading. Returning to his room, Lin Tian muttered to himself. He powered on his computer and accessed a secret website he had created, accessible only to him and Elder Su. The site was filled with numerous messages from Elder Su. Having previously explained many concepts to him, new questions had emerged during the research process. Lin Tian typed rapidly, responding to Elder Su's inquiries. The questions were complex, but with his extensive knowledge of fifth-generation aircraft, he found answering them to be a breeze. After 2 to 3 hours, he had addressed all of Elder Su's questions, which would be visible upon his login. Elder Su, I have some new ideas, Lin Tian shared, refraining from disclosing everything at once. This method of gradually presenting new concepts seemed more logical. The next morning, Elder Su awoke at 5:30, as was his routine. By 6, he had finished breakfast and commenced work. The previous night, he had logged into the secret website but found no response from Lin Tian, prompting him to check again early in the morning. His eyes lit up as he quickly scanned through the messages. Lin Tian had replied to all his questions and proposed several excellent ideas, complete with feasible action plans. Young Lin's patriotic spirit is commendable, Elder Su mused, thoroughly examining the responses. With his expertise and Lin Tian's clarity, all previously confusing matters were now understood. With young Lin's guidance, the development of the fifth-generation semi-stealth aircraft would accelerate tenfold. No, 20-fold. Elder Su felt a surge of excitement. They had initially planned to develop the aircraft within 5 years, but now it seemed it could be completed in 3 months. Moreover, the resulting aircraft would be even more powerful, as many trials and errors could be bypassed. When their fifth-generation semi-stealth aircraft was completed, young Lin would be the primary contributor, and he intended to commend him before the elders. As Lin Tian exited his room that morning, he was astonished to see that the silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had transformed into a golden one. Was it just a little squeeze? He wondered. Hurry and wash up, darling. I saw some news about you, and I'll share it shortly, Luo Bingning said, her brow slightly furrowed. After washing up, Lin Tian joined her at the breakfast table. Darling, some organizations from Dongying have jointly sued you, claiming damages totaling $300 billion in US dollars. Luo Bingning reported, her brow knitted with concern. Lin Tian, puzzled, asked, is this related to Typhoon Hague? Luo Bingning nodded. They are suing Master Lin, likely aware that it won't yield results. Their primary aim is to tarnish your reputation. Lin Tian checked the weather on his phone. Dongjing, tomorrow there will be heavy rain. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I will visit Dongjing tomorrow. Chapter 187. Bingning, I will administer acupuncture. Luo Bingning's expression changed slightly. Husband, are you going to their court to deal with their lawsuit? If they want to sue, let them. Regardless of the outcome, it won't reflect well on you. Lin Tian chuckled. Why would I bother going to their court? They don't have that much influence. I have other matters to attend to in Dongjing. Luo Bingning sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't this issue, it was fine. Many organizations had united to sue Master Lin, and if Lin Tian intervened, it would be foolish. Husband, where shall we go to play today? Today is Sunday, and she still has a day off. Lin Tian replied, you aren't going anywhere today. I will give you acupuncture later, and you must lie obediently at home. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. She gave Lin Tian a playful glare and huffed. You only know how to tease me every day. I don't want acupuncture. Lin Tian. He looked at her strangely. Bingning, what are you thinking? I meant to administer silver needles. What do you think I meant? Besides, is that even a needle? You are truly underestimating me. You will realize its significance soon enough. Luo Bingning's face turned beet red. Why suddenly silver needles? Lin Tian smiled. My medical skills have advanced. Giving you silver needle acupuncture will be beneficial for your condition. However, there will be a caveat. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with confusion. What caveat? Lin Tian explained. As the treatment progresses, your physical condition may actually worsen temporarily. Your complexion might be a bit paler than now, and you may feel more fatigued than before. Luo Bingning fell silent. After a while, she said, Husband, is my illness more serious than you previously mentioned? Do I not have much time left? Lin Tian replied irritably. Why are you guessing? Your lack of faith in my medical skills is evident, you know? Luo Bingning said softly. When I'm at home, I can feel their unusual gazes upon me. I just haven't spoken about it. If I still have a long lifespan, why are you so eager to treat me? Can't we wait until after marriage? Lin Tian stated, it is always better to treat an illness early. Luo Bingning shook her head. There are only a few months until the wedding. I'm not in a rush for these last few months. You just mentioned that if treatment begins, my condition may worsen. I don't want to look unattractive on my wedding day. Lin Tian shook his head. I haven't finished speaking. We still have a few months until the wedding. I want to ensure you are fully recovered before then. Don't you desire that? Your complexion may be slightly pale, and you will feel weaker naturally. But when you utilize your inner strength, you could defeat a ferocious tiger. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with curiosity. Lin Tian continued, I will gradually release the power of your Dantian's ice essence. It may cause a temporary decline in your condition. However, it will also nourish and enhance your inner strength. At that time, in your normal state, you will resemble Lin Diyu. But when you tap into your inner strength, you will instantly transform into Lu Zhishan. Luo Bingning pouted. Why do you always have to use comparisons? I don't want to turn into Lu Zhishan when I use my inner strength. Lin Tian laughed. Lu Zhishan, uprooting willows, is just a metaphor for your strength. Listen to me, and thank you. Luo Bingning began to sing. Her voice was melodious, and her singing was enchanting. Husband, are you confident that you can cure me before the wedding? Lin Tian shook his head. Whether or not I can cure you mainly depends not on me, but on your own cooperation. His words were accurate. It primarily depended on whether Luo Bingning could allow him to acquire divine ancient medical skills. Husband, I will cooperate without fail. I want to fully recover before the wedding, Luo Bingning declared. She clearly misunderstood. Lin Tian chuckled. Your cooperation is secondary. If you refuse to cooperate, I can simply seal your acupoints, and you will have to submit to my will, hee. Just don't overthink it. Consider this with your little mind. If your condition were that dire, would I still have the leisure to play instruments? Would I still have the energy to perform? Would I still have the time to stream? Luo Bingning blinked. Indeed, Lin Tian didn't seem so anxious after all. All right, let us go to the bed. Allow me to administer your acupuncture properly, Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning. Lin Tian's smile seemed somewhat off. Can't we do it on the sofa? She said weakly. Lin Tian shook his head. You must lie down for a while. Sometimes you need to change positions. So the bed is more suitable. Luo Bingning's fair complexion flushed slightly. The term position sparked some associations in her mind. By the way, Bingning, you should try to wear less. Luo Bingning's face turned even redder. She hurriedly dashed into her room. Lin Tian inwardly mused that he might receive a legendary treasure chest today. Now that it was a golden treasure chest, treating Luo Bingning could potentially elevate it. If he could obtain divine medical skills, that would be splendid. Once he closed the bedroom door, Luo Bingning pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heart racing. I must wear less. Should I just wear my underwear? She stood before the mirror, removing her clothing, revealing an exquisitely beautiful figure. No, I can't just wear this. Luo Bingning's face was flushed. Although she had kissed Lin Tian 2 or 3 times, facing him in such attire still made her feel incredibly shy. I've got it. Luo Bingning changed into a swimsuit. She had previously bought several swimsuits with Tang Wan for swimming. This set was slightly revealing, and though she had purchased it, she had never worn it. The other swimsuits were all one piece, which wouldn't suffice if Lin Tian were to administer acupuncture. Husband, I'm ready. Luo Bingning took a deep breath and called out. Lin Tian quickly entered the room. Upon seeing Luo Bingning in a swimsuit, his eyes lit up. Due to the influence of her unique condition, Luo Bingning's figure and skin were exceptionally fine, and combined with her bashful demeanor, he felt an overwhelming impulse to claim her. Husband, is this attire acceptable? Luo Bingning asked, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Tian nodded. Although it's not as good as wearing underwear, it's still passable. I can manage the acupuncture. Now lie down on the bed. There will be a bit of discomfort. You must endure it. Luo Bingning shot Lin Tian a glare. She lay down on the bed, and Lin Tian looked down at Luo Bingning, marveling at her beauty. Su and Na and the others were all top-tier beauties, but upon closer inspection, they paled in comparison to Luo Bingning. Their skin, no matter how flawless, still bore slight imperfections. Luo Bingning was like the purest jade, immaculate and unblemished. Husband, hurry up. Why are you staring at me like that? Luo Bingning said nervously, her heart racing at 100 beats per minute. Chapter 188, The Second Legendary Treasure Chest. Lin Tian quickly began to administer acupuncture to Luo Bingning, inserting silver needles one by one. Luo Bingning felt no pain. Administering silver needles requires skill. If one lacks proficiency, it can be quite painful, but a skilled practitioner can make it feel completely painless. In just a couple of minutes, Lin Tian had inserted over 100 silver needles. Although Luo Bingning appeared unaffected, her illness was undoubtedly the most challenging Lin Tian had encountered. Even late-stage cancer patients were less complicated than her condition. With Lin Tian's current Grandmaster-level medical skills, he could cure most late-stage cancer patients. Bingning, do you remember the internal energy techniques I taught you? You must quietly circulate your internal energy during the treatment, Lin Tian instructed. Luo Bingning replied anxiously. Husband, I remember the route, but I can't sense the meridians. You need only remember the route. Shortly, My internal energy will guide you and open some of your meridians. You will soon sense my energy. Lin Tian spoke as he placed his hand on Luo Bingning's abdomen. Luo Bingning shivered slightly. Fortunately, she was dressed comfortably, but wearing a light swimsuit made her even more sensitive to such physical contact. Bingning, focus your mind. If you have other thoughts, I can indulge you once the treatment is complete, Lin Tian said with a playful smile. Luo Bingning shot him a glance, then closed her eyes, mentally reviewing the root of her cultivation method. As a talented student from Peking University, this was not a challenge for her. Lin Tian's expression grew serious as his internal energy entered Luo Bingning's dantian, drawing out wisps of chilling energy. Luo Bingning shivered again. Thankfully, she had absorbed considerable power from spirit jade, significantly improving her constitution. In the past, such cold energy would have caused her great pain, not just a mere shiver. Bingning. We shall begin, Lin Tian stated solemnly. His internal energy transformed into a warm flow. Luo Bingning could distinctly sense Lin Tian's energy and even perceive the meridians through it. For an ordinary person, sensing the meridians would be challenging, but Luo Bingning, possessing the ice soul profound Yin constitution, was a prodigy from the ancient era of cultivation, making this task relatively easy for her. Unbeknownst to them, half a day passed. Lin Tian's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. His energy expenditure was significantly greater than when he assisted Ouyang Fei. Fortunately, Luo Bingning's innate talent was truly remarkable, her comprehension surpassing Lin Tian's expectations. After half a day, some of her meridians were connected, and her chilling energy began to circulate within her control. The ice soul within her dantian resembled a dormant volcano, containing immense power. If it erupted, it would spell disaster for her. Lin Tian's treatment aimed to guide the cold energy into her internal power, delaying the eruption and helping her adapt. However, this approach merely alleviated the symptoms without addressing the root cause. The enhancement of the ice soul was rapid. If not resolved thoroughly, it would eventually explode. Lin Tian still needed to attain divine-level medical skills. Grandmaster-level ancient medicine could only provide temporary relief. Bingning. I will observe while you attempt to control the circulation of your internal energy, Lin Tian instructed. Understood, Luo Bingning replied cautiously. As Lin Tian's energy accompanied her, he marveled at her remarkable cultivation talent. Although her progress was somewhat slow, after 2.5 hours, Luo Bingning successfully completed her first cycle. Continue, Lin Tian encouraged. With the experience of the first cycle, the second was easier, taking about 10 minutes less. Bingning, let's conclude for now. The sky is darkening. And we haven't even had lunch, Lin Tian smiled. Once the silver needles on Luo Bingning were removed, she stood up and said, Darling, you go ahead. I'll take a shower first. Lin Tian gently ruffled her hair. Be careful, don't twist the faucet too hard. His hand brushed against the treasure chest. Before the treatment, it had been a golden chest, but now it had transformed into a colorful one. Ding! The legendary treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine-level skill, Earth Dragon Technique. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. What is this Earth Dragon Technique? He wondered, as Luo Bingning ushered him out of the room. Back in his own room, he pondered the significance of this legendary-level treasure. Boom. A torrent of information surged into Lin Tian's mind, and energy flowed into his body, transforming his cells. A sharp pain struck his head, prompting him to sit cross-legged and meditate, which eased his discomfort. Soon, he felt a trickle of energy from the earth replenishing his internal energy. The Earth Dragon Technique could cause seismic tremors, which had significant implications in ancient times, capable of collapsing city walls. In modernity, its utility diminished due to building seismic resilience. However, if used in specific locations, such as earthquake-prone areas or near active volcanoes, it could potentially trigger large-scale earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. Beyond combat, the Earth Dragon Technique could also neutralize aftershocks following an earthquake, which posed a considerable risk to rescue operations. Lin Tian mused that this unique offensive technique would not be employed lightly, but if war were to break out between nations, it could serve as a strategic trump card. Half an hour later, Luo Bingning emerged from her shower. She gazed into the mirror, sensing a subtle change in herself, though she could not articulate it. Darling, she called, dressed and knocking on Lin Tian's door. Just a moment, I'll meditate a bit longer, he replied. A hint of worry crossed Luo Bingning's face. Knowing Lin Tian's energy expenditure during the treatment was considerable. After about 10 minutes, he exited. Thank you, darling, she said, embracing him. Lin Tian leaned down and kissed her, acknowledging her affection. Chapter 189, In My Name, Divine Retribution Descends. Dongjin International Airport. The plane had landed at Dongjin International Airport. Thank you for choosing this flight. We wish you a pleasant journey. As the cabin door opened, passengers disembarked. Among the crowd, a young man, inconspicuous and disguised as Lin Tian, silently exited the aircraft. Boom. A clap of thunder echoed in the sky. Why is it raining today? He lamented. In such heavy rain, I'll have to seek shelter in the hotel. Many passengers, here for leisure, complained about the downpour, while Lin Tian wore a faint smile. What splendid weather, he thought, observing the persistent rain, which would soon intensify to a heavy downpour, possibly even a torrential downpour. After over an hour, Lin Tian checked into a hotel just a few kilometers from the Dongying Ghost Society, deciding to walk rather than take a taxi. As he walked toward the society, he encountered a protest march, with thousands braving the rain, holding placards and chanting slogans. Numerous media reporters captured the event. The citizens of Dongjing protested in the rain, and it would not be long before news articles began to circulate. U1TB making the headlines. Lin Tian thought to himself as he continued onward, the rain growing heavier. As he approached the Dongying Ghost Society, the rain escalated to a torrential downpour, with dark clouds, flashes of lightning, and booming thunder. It seemed the rain would not cease anytime soon. Perhaps this is fate, allowing us to spend more time with our heroic spirits, some within the Dongying Ghost Society remarked, admiring the dedication of those who ventured out in such weather. In that case, you shall perish alongside this ghost society, Lin Tian silently asserted. In Lin Tian's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he gazed at the heavens. Thunder approached. Lin Tian invoked the heavenly thunder technique, channeling the forces of lightning from the cosmos. Boom. A colossal bolt of lightning struck the main building of the Dongying Ghost Society. Alas, lives were lost. Within the main structure, around 30 to 40 individuals were present, 2 of whom were instantly claimed by the divine lightning. Boom, boom. The initial bolt was merely the prelude. In the ensuing moments, it seemed as if the heavens had gone mad, unleashing a terrifying barrage of lightning strikes. 10, 20, 30. Within 5 minutes, hundreds of thunderbolts rained down upon the Dongying Ghost Society. Every building, every staff member, including visitors, was utterly obliterated. Truly, such a legendary skill was a sight to behold. Lin Tian murmured to himself, a smile gracing his face. Wailing sirens approached swiftly. With an umbrella in hand, Lin Tian turned and departed quietly. Squeal. The fire truck came to a halt 300 to 400 meters away. What are you doing? Why have we stopped? Someone cursed. Captain, should we approach now? If another bolt strikes, we might meet our demise as well, the driver said, fear evident in his voice. Move forward. The great Amaterasu will protect us, the captain commanded sternly. The driver hesitated, pondering why Amaterasu hadn't shielded the Dongying Ghost Society if such divine protection existed. Hurry up, the captain urged again. The fire truck inched closer, and soon the crew's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed their assistance was no longer necessary. Quick, rescue the injured. Firefighters from several ambulances sprang into action, swiftly uncovering lifeless bodies. Not a single survivor could be found. Heavenly retribution, this is divine punishment. The firefighters felt their spirits crumble. Before long, police cars and ambulances arrived, followed swiftly by media reporters. Breaking news. The Dongying Ghost Society has suffered hundreds of lightning strikes, resulting in total devastation. Reports circulated quickly, reaching the networks of Huagua. My goodness, can anyone confirm if this is real? If it is, I'm rushing to buy firecrackers. Even if the police punish me. A clever individual had already reached the firecracker shop. This news rapidly ignited a frenzy across Huagua's online platforms. Soon, related videos appeared online, showcasing the terrifying spectacle of thunder for 4 to 5 minutes. Naturally, some bystanders had captured this moment and shared it online. It's actually real. A person exclaimed at the firecracker shop, dismayed at the long queue. What if I don't get my chance? Across Huagua, countless individuals sprang into action, depleting firecracker stores in record time. With the new year still far off, the season was not particularly busy, leaving shop owners astonished by the sudden surge in business. At home, Luo Bingning received a call. Wana, what is going on? She inquired. Tang Wan happily responded. It's a joyous occasion. Bingning, haven't you seen the news? The Dongying Ghost Society was struck by rare lightning, with hundreds of bolts destroying it. Luo Bingning was momentarily stunned. Unlike others, she was aware that Lin Tian had ventured to Dongying, not far from the incident. Let me check the news. After hanging up, she quickly searched online. Boom, boom. She discovered a harrowing video, depicting relentless lightning strikes. My husband was there just hours ago. Could this be connected to him? Luo Bingning murmured. A strong instinct telling her there was a significant link. Why else would the incident occur just after Lin Tian's visit? A treasure chest appeared above her head, revealing a silver chest. The impact of hundreds of thunderbolts was nothing short of overwhelming, especially knowing it might involve Lin Tian. Beep. Lin Tian dialed a number. That of the head of the Mitsui family, who had provided it during their previous encounter. Who is this? Came the inquiry from Mitsui Yushin. Lin Tian responded in Mandarin. Mitsui family head, it's Sunday. You're at home, right? I'll be there shortly. Mitsui Yushin frowned, questioning, who are you? I'm Lin. The weather is pleasant today. I've come for our appointment. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Mitsui Yushin glanced outside, where dark clouds loomed and rain poured relentlessly. Hardly a pleasant day. Suddenly, a chill ran down Mitsui Yushin's spine as fear washed over him. He contemplated a possibility. The catastrophic lightning strikes upon the Dongying Ghost Society were no mere act of fate, but rather orchestrated by Master Lin. Master Lin, I am currently arranging funds. Please grant me a little more time, Mitsui Yushin stammered. A taxi approached the grand villa of the Mitsui family. I've arrived. Allow them to pass, Lin Tian's calm voice echoed. After hanging up, Mitsui Yushin, filled with trepidation, realized escape was futile and ordered his men to stand down. As the taxi entered, Mitsui Yushin hurriedly opened the door. Master Lin, welcome to our Mitsui family. The taxi driver was utterly astonished, knowing this was the Mitsui family. He was already bewildered to have gained entry, let alone witnessing Mitsui Yushin personally welcoming someone with such reverence. Lin Tian alighted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Recognizing Mitsui Yushin's desperate attempts to survive, the taxi driver, not daring to linger, sped away. Slap. Lin Tian delivered a resounding slap, sending Mitsui Yushin sprawling to the ground. In an instant, armed bodyguards surrounding the Mitsui family drew their weapons, targeting Lin Tian. Don't shoot. Mitsui Yushin cried, his face swollen from the blow. If they fired, it would likely spell doom not just for themselves, but for the entire Mitsui family. Put your weapons away. Mitsui Yushin commanded sharply. The guards hesitated, some still unconvinced that their firearms wouldn't be enough to handle Lin Tian. Aren't you quite the tough guy? Yet here you are, cowering before me. How embarrassing. Lin Tian remarked coolly. Mitsui Yushin, feeling bitter, understood that if he did not show fear, he might lose his life instead of merely his dignity. If Lin Tian was indeed responsible for the events at the Dongying Ghost Society, he had already claimed countless lives. The loss of his own would hardly matter in the grand scheme. Plop. To everyone's astonishment, Mitsui Yushin knelt before Lin Tian. Master Lin, the attack against you was the folly of my subordinates. I had no knowledge of it. The Mitsui family will certainly compensate you for your losses, he stammered, trembling with fear. The Mitsui family possessed assets worth several $100 billion USD. He was comfortable, but had no desire to meet a grim fate. The surrounding guards were left speechless. Mitsui Yushin, known for his ruthlessness, was now on his knees, pleading for mercy. How much compensation are we talking about? Lin Tian asked, a smile edging his lips. Mitsui Yushin's expression faltered. Had he submitted from the start, they would have only needed to pay 3.5 billion renminbi. With assets of several hundred billion RMB, such compensation would have been manageable. Now, however, they were liable for 3.5 billion US dollars. Master Lin, we shall compensate you with 3.5 billion US dollars, and we will ensure the funds are transferred as swiftly as possible. Please grant me 3 days. Mitsui Morishin inhaled deeply. Lin Tian shook his head. You do not have 3 days. If the compensation is not in place by noon tomorrow, I shall curse you to an untimely demise. Mitsui Morishin. This is no mere curse. Lin Tian is covertly threatening to take a life. By the way, I require the funds in RMB. Deposit the compensation into Lin Tian's account, the card number you are aware of. Mitsui Morishin grimaced. Master Lin, it is utterly impossible to gather such a sum by noon tomorrow. Lin Tian replied indifferently. The Mitsui family possesses considerable assets in Huagua. By liquidating or mortgaging some, I trust you can amass sufficient funds. Have faith in yourself. Mitsui Morishin furrowed his brow, realizing that the more urgent the need for money, the greater the risk of loss, potentially exceeding the 3.5 billion US dollars. Master Lin, I will do my utmost. Mitsui Morishin said helplessly. Lin Tian added, does your country not have masters of martial arts? Contact them to come here. We shall engage in a friendly competition. Mitsui Morishin responded. We do have martial arts masters in our country, but could the compensation be slightly reduced? Lin Tian, with a half-smile, replied, that can be arranged. If you can summon your martial arts master here while I am staying at your residence, I shall waive half the amount. If your martial arts master can endure for 5 minutes under my hand, the entire compensation will be forgiven. Mitsui Morishin's eyes lit up. Even if Master Lin possesses unique abilities to summon thunder, such powers might not be utilized during a contest. There lies a chance that Miyazaki Igarashi could prevail. Moreover, merely enduring for 5 minutes would allow for a shared division of the funds. Master Lin, are you certain? Mitsui Morishin spoke in a deep tone. Such a temptation would compel him to exert every effort to arrange this. Even if their master were to perish, Miyazaki Igarashi is not one of their family. Death is inconsequential. Other families in Dongying also have martial arts masters, which may not necessarily bode well for the Mitsui family. Certainly. Rise. Lin Tian spoke calmly. Mitsui Morishin stood, visible fingerprints evident on his face. Master Lin, I shall strive to gather the funds. I will arrange the finest guest room for you, hoping you find comfort in your stay. Shortly after, Lin Tian settled into a premier guest room, a space reserved solely for the most esteemed guests of the Mitsui family. Tap tap, two young maidens, around 16 or 17, entered the room. Esteemed guest, we are here to serve you. We have undergone rigorous training, and we are both pure. One maiden spoke. Lin Tian felt a fleeting stir within. In such a situation, any man might have thoughts, yet recalling Luo Bingning, Lin Tian firmly declined. No need. You may leave, Lin Tian said softly. The two beautiful maidens obediently exited. To test the resolve of the officials, who could withstand such a trial? Lin Tian mused internally. Alas! Upon learning that the two maidens had been dismissed, Mitsui Morishin sighed. If only Master Lin could be swayed by such allure. If beauty could entice Master Lin, Mitsui Morishin would not hesitate to offer his own daughter. The urgent need for funds by noon tomorrow weighed heavily on him. Mitsui Morishin sighed deeply, fearing that if the funds could not be gathered, his entire family would face dire consequences. Chapter 191. Do you have a favorite artist? Mitsui-kun. Master Lin is looking for you. Ito family head, Ito Sangu, called Mitsui Morishin. He was already aware of the situation. Mitsui Morishin was fervently raising funds, and there was an urgent need for the money to be received by tomorrow morning at the latest. Ito-kun, your family has connections in Huagua. Could you lend me 2 billion renminbi? Mitsui Morishin asked. Ito Sangu replied curtly. 2 billion renminbi is no small sum. How could I casually provide that? Ito-kun, do you fear that the Mitsui family will not repay? Master Lin is currently in my residence. It is best that he leaves happily with the funds tomorrow. The longer Master Lin stays, the worse it will be for us and for all of Dongying. Mitsui Morishin spoke sternly. Ito Sangu's expression shifted. He was aware of the destruction of the Dongying Ghost Society by thunder. Master Lin's arrival was indeed timely, and Mitsui Morishin's words seemed laden with implication. Ito-kun, without your assistance, I fear I shall not be able to gather the $5 billion by noon tomorrow. I wonder if Master Lin might pay a visit to your family. Mitsui Morishin sighed softly. On the other end of the line, Ito Sangu inhaled deeply. Mitsukin, 2 billion may not suffice, but 1 billion renminbi should pose no significant issue. After hanging up, he wanted to slap himself. What a futile call. Though he was not concerned about the Mitsui family defaulting, the funds given would likely not be repaid promptly. Master Lin's arrival was indeed fortuitous. Consequently, the destruction of the Dongying Ghost Society may well be linked to Master Lin. Ito Sangu pondered. Many other families in Dongying were also privy to the Mitsui family's predicament and speculated about Master Lin's involvement. The elites from various families were not naive. Having surmised Master Lin's presence, they entertained the notion that the incident with the Dongying Ghost Society could be deliberate. Yet, speculation without evidence held little weight, particularly against a master. Ordinary citizens could protest, but powerful factions faced grave repercussions should thunder strike upon their homes. Immediately, news of the public protests against Master Lin was retracted. An editor at a newspaper received a call from the owner. The editor, perplexed, exclaimed, "Boss, didn't you previously order to amplify coverage in this regard? Do as you're told and retract the information without further ado. Inform our allied media to do the same." The owner hung up, filled with trepidation. The events surrounding Typhoon Haifa, even if genuinely connected to Master Lin, were often attributed to feng shui and architecture. Master Lin might not be as formidable as perceived. However, if the destruction of the Dongying Ghost Society was indeed linked to Master Lin, his prowess could be far beyond their estimations. The Mitsui family's compensation of $5 billion was a liability he wished to avoid, lest he sacrifice his own life. Like him, many major media outlets that received news promptly retracted their stories, while smaller outlets sensed the shift and also withdrew their reports. Journalists possess a keen sense of danger. With the Dongying Ghost Society's annihilation coupled with the Mitsui family's capitulation to compensation demands, they sensed peril. A night passed. Lin Tian practiced throughout the night. Utilizing the Earth Dragon technique, he had replenished his inner strength significantly. "Sir, please enjoy your breakfast." The two maidens from the previous night delivered a sumptuous breakfast. They wished to serve Lin Tian during his meal, but he declined. Sharing food mouth-to-mouth was hardly hygienic. How could that be acceptable? Master Lin, after finishing his breakfast. Mitsui Morishin approached Lin Tian, his face weary from a sleepless night. Have the funds been gathered? Lin Tian inquired calmly. Mitsui Morishin nodded. Master Lin. We have mortgaged several assets, and the Ito family has also lent a hand. We have finally raised the funds. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I told you it was possible. Didn't I? One must sometimes push themselves. Otherwise, one may never realize their true potential. Mitsui Morishin felt a bittersweet pang within. Many factions wish for Master Lin to depart soon, and they have assisted in the matter. Otherwise, he would not have gathered funds so swiftly. Master Lin. The funds will soon be transferred to Lin Tian's account. You must ensure that his account can accommodate such a substantial amount. Mitsui Nobutaka remarked. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. You need not worry. His account is perfectly capable of handling it, with no limits on deposits or withdrawals. Mitsui Nobutaka nodded. Master Lin, do you require anything else? Our Eastern Sakura nation boasts a thriving entertainment industry. If you have any favorite artists, I can arrange something for you. Lin Tian thought. How shameless to employ such tactics. Fortunately, he is married now. Otherwise, such sugary traps would be hard to withstand. Let us refrain from such underhanded methods. Are you acquainted with Yamaguchi Gumi's leader, Yamaguchi Fujiwara? Lin Tian inquired softly. Mitsui Nobutaka nodded. He is a big shot, and so is Yamaguchi Fujiwara. Both operate in Dongjin City. So it is difficult not to know each other. Lin Tian instructed. Have Yamaguchi Fujiwara come over. And it would be best if some others from the Yamaguchi Gumi could join as well. Very well. Mitsui Nobutaka dialed Yamaguchi Fujiwara. Mitsui-kun, I apologize. But I am currently on vacation in America. Yamaguchi Fujiwara's voice came through apologetically. Xia Xinyun, Lin Tian mentioned a name. Mitsui Nobutaka had the speakerphone on, and Yamaguchi Fujiwara's expression shifted at Lin Tian's words. Xia Xinyun is actually Sakashira Maisa, one of their Yamaguchi Gumi members. He dispatched a senior spy to infiltrate, attempting to gather evidence linking Master Lin to the Typhoon Haifa incident. Lin Tian had not forgotten this matter. Master Lin, I am unaware of what you are referring to. Yamaguchi Fujiwara feigned ignorance. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Is that so? You should be familiar with Sakashira Maisa. How do you plan to handle this situation? Yamaguchi Fujiwara's expression darkened on the other end of the line. He had uncovered some information. The stock market being targeted could potentially relate to Master Lin, resulting in significant losses for the Yamaguchi Gumi. Yamaguchi Fujiwara could not swallow this bitterness. The citizens of Eastern Sakura were protesting, and they contemplated suing Master Lin, with the Yamaguchi Gumi's shadow lurking behind this matter. However, Yamaguchi Fujiwara realized he had underestimated Master Lin. The destruction of the Eastern Sakura Ghost Society might also be connected to Master Lin. Master Lin, the matter concerning Sakashira Maisa is a misunderstanding. Our Yamaguchi Gumi is willing to offer 1 billion to clarify this misunderstanding. Yamaguchi Fujiwara said solemnly. Lin Tian replied, 1 billion to clarify a misunderstanding sounds fair enough. Master Lin. As you are from Huagua, I am speaking of 1 billion RMB. Yamaguchi Fujiwara quickly added. Lin Tian snorted coldly. Are you jesting? Can a misunderstanding be clarified with merely 1 billion RMB? Chapter 192. The Duel with Yamaguchi Gumi. Yamaguchi Fujiwara gritted his teeth, his icy voice coming through. Master Lin. Do not push your luck. Was it you who orchestrated the attack on our Yamaguchi Gumi recently? Our total losses exceed $300 billion. We merely sent a small spy, who hasn't even succeeded, and you find this behavior not overly tyrannical. Mitsui Nobutaka looked on in astonishment. The Yamaguchi Gumi had previously suffered a heavy blow. Was it the work of Master Lin? The losses were indeed severe, far exceeding those of the Mitsui family this time. The scandal revealed was too overwhelming. Many companies were now in dire straits, with some on the brink of bankruptcy. Tyrannical? Lin Tian shook his head. Yamaguchi Fujiwara. My methods are exceedingly gentle for a martial arts master. Tonight, I shall pay a visit to your Yamaguchi Gumi. I advise you to prepare your men in advance. You will soon understand what true tyranny is. A fierce glint shone in Yamaguchi Fujiwara's eyes. He hung up the phone. Bastard. Does he think our Yamaguchi Gumi is easy to bully? Even if you are a master, I will ensure your demise. Yamaguchi Fujiwara seethed. Soon after, he called back. And his second son, Yamaguchi Masao, answered. Father, what is the matter? Yamaguchi Masao inquired. His temples throbbed. He was a martial artist and had recently broken through to become a martial arts master. Masao, the man named Lin, is coming over. Assemble 1,000 elite members from our organization to ambush him at headquarters and prepare heavy weaponry. Ensure there are plenty of machine guns, rocket launchers, sniper rifles, and grenades. and plant some landmines in certain areas. Additionally, prepare some remote-controlled explosives. I want him dead. Yamaguchi Fujiwara commanded fiercely. Yamaguchi Masao swallowed hard. Father, we have only just managed to clear our name. If we resort to these means, Yamaguchi Fujiwara's killing intent surged. Recently, we have fallen on hard times, and certain factions are eager to take advantage. I will make them understand that anyone who dares to touch our Yamaguchi-gumi, even a martial arts master, will not fare well. The Eastern Sakura Ghost Society is likely connected to the man named Lin. If we can eliminate him now, we will be hailed as national heroes. Is there anything more important than that? Yamaguchi Masao replied. Father, if we encounter a lightning strike as well, Yamaguchi Fujiwara countered. I checked the weather forecast. There will be no rain tonight, and our headquarters is quite fortified. Yamaguchi Masao pondered. Father, causing a commotion in the city would have significant repercussions. What if we lure him to our secret headquarters? That location is already equipped with many heavy weapons, and we could bring 3,000 men without issue. While the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters has decent defenses, it pales in comparison to their heavily fortified secret base, which was prepared for extreme situations, such as warfare. Utilize the secret base? Yamaguchi Fujiwara frowned. They had never used the secret base since its completion. Father, consider it a training exercise. The man named Lin is quite arrogant. He would likely agree to go there. Once there, we can unleash all our might against him. Yamaguchi Masao suggested. Yamaguchi Fujiwara spoke solemnly. I will call the man named Lin to see if he is willing to engage in a grand confrontation. Shortly after, Yamaguchi Fujiwara contacted Mitsui Nobutaka. Would you like to engage in a game at our Yamaguchi secret base? Certainly. However, you must bring several heavyweight figures. Otherwise, I will stick to your current headquarters. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Yamaguchi Fujiwara stated gravely. My son will be there, and several senior members of the Yamaguchi-gumi will also be present to command the battle. Additionally, it might interest you to know that there are 5 tons of gold stored in the vault there. Lin Tian silently calculated in his mind. He remarked softly, 5 tons of gold sounds substantial, but in reality, it amounts to only 2 billion RMB, far from sufficient to cover the 1 billion USD compensation. Yamaguchi Fujiwara responded coldly. If you win, you may take the gold as an additional reward. We will also provide the 1 billion USD compensation afterward. Lin Tian chuckled. Now that is intriguing. Where's the location? Yamaguchi Fujiwara divulged the address. After hanging up, Lin Tian requested a computer and uncovered a wealth of information. A peculiar expression crossing his face. The Yamaguchi-gumi's secret headquarters was located beside a volcano. The volcano was not particularly large and had not erupted for 300 years. But the records indicated that it was an active volcano. Additionally, the area was prone to earthquakes. However, this was quite normal in Eastern Sakura, as the entire nation lies within a seismic belt, and few places are free from tremors. Buildings are designed to withstand small quakes, and they fear them not at all. This headquarters location was exceptionally well chosen. Lin Tian mused. The Yamaguchi-gumi selected this site primarily because it is sparsely populated, and land prices are exceedingly low. Constructing a war fortress here would invite minimal scrutiny. The man named Lin has agreed. Let our people hasten there. Spare no expense on heavy armaments. The man named Lin must die. Yamaguchi Fujiwara called Yamaguchi Masao. Very well, father. After hanging up, Yamaguchi Masao swiftly made arrangements. And many members of the Yamaguchi-gumi sprang into action. Vehicles departed from various locations heading towards the new headquarters. The new headquarters was not located in Dongjing. It was 200 kilometers away, a journey that could be completed in less than 2 hours if driven swiftly. Upon opening the storage facility, treasures within were revealed. Tonight, everyone would revel in joy. Members of the Yamaguchi group, situated nearby, arrived in just half an hour. Boom. The Yamaguchi group employed explosives to blast open certain areas, concealing the entrance to the storage facility. Even if someone were to come for an inspection, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate those items. My goodness. So many guns and bullets. There must be thousands of grenades in those boxes. Be cautious, that is C4 explosive. As the Yamaguchi group entered the storage facility, many were left astounded. The weapons within could indeed fuel a small-scale war. Let us move swiftly. Time is of the essence. This time, we are up against martial arts masters, not the ordinary criminal factions we have dealt with before. Yamaguchi Masao spoke solemnly. Having arrived via helicopter with several key members of the Yamaguchi group to oversee operations, the strategic placement of heavy machine guns, snipers, and explosives required meticulous planning. Beep. After 2 hours, Luo Bingning's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was Lin Tian, she promptly answered, Hello? Is this Miss Luo? I am Fong Hijuan. I visited your home previously. Lin Tian's phone is unreachable, and I have urgent matters to discuss with him, came the voice from the other end. Luo Bingning replied. Leader Fong, Lin Tian is not at home. Would you be able to share your news with me? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Hejuan responded, Miss Luo. We have received intelligence indicating that the Yamaguchi Group's base may possess a self-destruct system. Lin Tian must inform Master Lin. Chapter 193. The terrifying base. The higher-ups had relayed this intelligence to Fong Hejuan, but did not disclose that Lin Tian was actually Master Lin. Leader Fong, what self-destruct system? Luo Bingning's expression shifted. Miss Luo, Master Lin has gone to Dongying and will be visiting the Yamaguchi Group's secret base tonight. The Yamaguchi Group has prepared numerous heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, and rocket launchers. Master Lin should be aware of this. However, he may not know about the self-destruct system. Upon hearing this, Luo Bingning was taken aback. Lin Tian was indeed headed for the Yamaguchi Group's secret base, which was heavily armed and equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. Leader Fong, if Lin Tian returns, I will ensure he contacts Master Lin immediately. Very well, Miss Luo. After hanging up, Fong Hejuan sighed in relief, while Luo Bingning's heart raced with anxiety. She recalled Lin Tian mentioning that ordinary bullets could not harm him. Yet at the Yamaguchi Group, heavy machine guns and sniper rifles were present. With her limited military knowledge, she understood that if the Yamaguchi Group had such equipment and a self-destruct system, they likely possessed remote-controlled explosives as well. This was no mere secret base. It was a heavily fortified military fortress. What to do? How can I contact him? Although Lin Tian could reach out to her, she could not initiate contact without risking his exposure. At a certain base in the capital, a large screen displayed satellite images. What is the situation? General Yang Zhihing inquired, as his team continuously assessed the Yamaguchi Group's status. Reports from Allied forces were forthcoming. Report, General, the Yamaguchi Group has assembled 1,500 members, with many more arriving. It is anticipated that 3,000 armed personnel will partake in the operation. A soldier reported swiftly. Yang Zhihing furrowed his brow. The Yamaguchi Group has mobilized such a large force? Indeed, General. Satellite images indicate they have laid numerous landmines, and various types of mines are likely distributed throughout the base. Another soldier added. Yang Zhihing spoke in a grave tone. If Master Lin were to launch an assault, what is the assessed probability of his success? The soldier hesitated before responding. Yes, General. Our assessment suggests that Master Lin would be unable to breach the base, with a fatality probability exceeding 70%. Yang Zhihing frowned. Completely unable to penetrate? Yes, General. This base is constructed as a military stronghold, with numerous fire points in every direction. While Master Lin can withstand handgun bullets, it is highly probable that he cannot endure the fire from heavy machine guns. Even if he approaches, the concrete walls exceed half a meter in thickness, and the main entrance is a solid steel door, with virtually no blind spots for fire coverage. The soldier explained while showcasing the three-dimensional layout of the base. The massive 3D map displayed numerous red circles, each representing a fire point. This base was significantly more fortified than previous bunkers. Old Yang, unless heavy firepower is employed and resources are ample, this base can easily withstand an assault from tens of thousands. A nearby advisor commented. Yang Zhihing's brow remained furrowed. Even with heavy firepower, demolishing such a base would not be an easy task, especially considering its subterranean levels, of which they were unaware. The base was situated near a mountain, likely extending into the mountainside, protected by thick layers of earth and rock. Continue your assessments. Yang Zhihing commanded, then dialed Lin Tian's number. Regardless of the risk of revealing Lin Tian's true identity as Master Lin, he could not allow him to approach this base. It was far too perilous. The number you have dialed is currently turned off, the automated message echoed. Yang Zhihing's brow tightened as he paced, pondering the predicament. Beep. Yamaguchi Fujiwara called Yamaguchi Masao. Father, I am prepared here. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Yamaguchi Masao reported. Yamaguchi Fujiwara replied sternly, Masao, it has been emphasized that if we harm civilians, there will be severe consequences. You must be vigilant. Yamaguchi Masao's eyes brightened. Father, I understand. If we do not harm civilians, the implication is that we can turn a blind eye. There are hardly any civilians left near our base. Given the scale of the Yamaguchi Group's operation, the nearby populace had long since vacated. Good. Let us display the might of the Yamaguchi Group. Though the master is formidable, he must bow to us. Yamaguchi Fujiwara declared solemnly. Yes, father. After hanging up, Yamaguchi Masao continued to fortify the setup. Second master, we can actually enhance our arrangements. One of his subordinates suggested. Where else? Yamaguchi Masao inquired. The subordinate replied. With our firepower, Master Lin would certainly be unable to approach. Therefore, we could position some individuals on the outside as well. We could set up dozens more fire points outside. Yamaguchi Masao spoke in a low voice. Inquire if anyone is willing to be stationed outside. Defeating Master Lin would yield a reward of 3 million, and a kill would grant 10 million. The rewards for participating in the internal operation are considerably lesser, 1 million for defeating Master Lin and 3 million for a kill, denominated in yen. Second Master, I volunteer. I want to use a heavy machine gun outside. Several members of the Yamaguchi group eagerly stepped forward to enlist. Such terrifying firepower would surely turn even a titan like Master Lin into Swiss cheese. They were confident he would be unable to approach. If that were the case, why not earn some extra rewards outside? An hour later, numerous new fire points were established outside the base, bringing the total to over 100. As nightfall descended upon Huagua, Luo Bingning was filled with urgency. The silver treasure chest above her head had transformed into a legendary treasure chest. Wretched villain. Why won't you contact me? Luo Bingning murmured to herself. Suddenly, she received a message. Bingning, there will be a beautiful woman staying over tonight. Don't come home. The message was sent by Lin Tian, who had disguised his IP address, ensuring that even the most skilled hackers would be unable to trace it back to Dongying. Dear, Team Leader Fong called, saying that there is a self-destruct mechanism at the Yamaguchi Group's base. You must inform Master Lin immediately and urge him to abandon the attack on that base. Luo Bingning quickly replied. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. A self-destruct mechanism at the Yamaguchi Group's base? Fujiwara from the Yamaguchi Group mentioned there are 5 tons of gold inside. If I win and their people retreat, the base will certainly self-destruct, he thought to himself. Chapter 194, Arrival at the Base. The eyes of the world are upon us, Bingning. I can't persuade Master. Lin Tian said. However, Master is cautious in his actions, so we need not worry too much. He paused. I have other matters to attend to. Upon reading Lin Tian's message, Luo Bingning felt a bit relieved, yet her heart remained anxious. Lin Tian still intended to go, but at least he was now aware of the self-destruct mechanism and should exercise caution. Thus she hoped he would not encounter any trouble. Lin Tian emerged from his room. Master Lin, Mitsui Nobuyuki stood before him. Lin Tian replied calmly, Head of the Mitsui family, would you kindly escort me to the Yamaguchi Group's base? You need not get too close. Mitsui Nobuyuki nodded. Master Lin, of course. The car is ready for departure. He was eager for Master Lin to confront the Yamaguchi Group, ideally leading to Master Lin's demise and the Yamaguchi Group's severe weakening. They quickly got into the car, accompanied by Mitsui's bodyguards, and the convoy of 3 vehicles sped off. Nearing midnight, various factions had spies monitoring the situation, and soon after Lin Tian's departure, each faction received the news. Why is Lin Tian still going? Yang Zhiheng frowned in silence. Luo Bingning called Feng Hejuan, and Yang Zhiheng received feedback that Lin Tian was already aware of the message. The base had a self-destruct system, making it perilous for Lin Tian to enter. In his view, Lin Tian's most prudent choice would be to find an excuse not to go, as that would incur slight embarrassment, but would be far preferable to risking his life. Fujiwara from the Yamaguchi Group called Yamaguchi Masao. Masao, if you succeed this time, you will be the leader of the Yamaguchi Group, the head of the Yamaguchi family. Let the world witness the strength of our Yamaguchi Group. Fujiwara declared solemnly. Father, I will strive for success. We have completed all preparations. With this base, we shall be invincible, Yamaguchi Masao replied confidently. He could not conceive of any possibility of defeat. Everyone, the target is expected to arrive in 2 hours. Recheck all firearms and ammunition. This battle allows for no defeat. Yamaguchi Masao commanded, his voice booming through the entire base. Several kilometers from the base, media reporters were ready, setting up various filming equipment. As this conflict attracted the attention of many global factions, Master Lin has no chance of winning, some journalists speculated. Although Master Lin is formidable, he is still merely human. While he can withstand bullets, I understand there are heavy artillery pieces like the fire god cannon inside. On the internet, discussions flourished about the news. Master Lin has perhaps overestimated his capabilities. Though he is strong, I do not foresee a victory for him, many commented. Time ticked away, and as the night deepened, many who typically slept early remained awake, especially Lin Tian's millions of fans, who kept their phones close, eagerly awaiting updates. Boss, Master Lin. The navigation shows we are only 5 kilometers away, the driver announced. Mitsui Nobuyuki looked to Lin Tian, who replied calmly, Stop the car, leave 1 vehicle for me. I will need to return. The car soon came to a halt. They disembarked, and Mitsui Nobuyuki handed Lin Tian the keys to the lead vehicle, a civilian Hummer. Master Lin, we will withdraw for now, Mitsui said, and they quickly departed, though not too far, finding a relatively safe area to observe the Yamaguchi group's base. The base was brightly lit, and Lin Tian knew that getting too close would certainly expose him to the Yamaguchi group. Second Master, they are approaching, a scout reported. The target is 4 kilometers away and moving towards us at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. A member of the Yamaguchi group expressed some anxiety. Indeed, Yamaguchi Masao nodded. Master Lin has demonstrated such speed in the forest. He must be holding back on flat ground. Second Master, the thermal imaging device has detected the target. However, oddly, the target has deviated 2 kilometers off the main road, as if intending to circle behind us, another reported. Yamaguchi Masao replied calmly, "This is not surprising. Our firepower is strongest head-on, and he certainly wishes to avoid confrontation. However, our base defenses have no blind spots. Regardless of whether he is a martial arts master or a revered dragon of Huagua, today I shall play the dragon-slaying hero." His words inspired laughter among many in the base. In the dark of night, Lin Tian advanced rapidly. However, on the Yamaguchi group's thermal imaging device, his movements were crystal clear as he circled to the rear of the base, then unexpectedly veered away. Second Master, the target is ascending, someone reported. Yamaguchi Masao's expression revealed confusion. What is he doing climbing the mountain? The slope is not particularly steep, and there are many trees. It would be impossible to find large rocks to strike them from above. Maintain close surveillance. Though Lin has arrived, he may not attack immediately. Now is our time of greatest vigilance, he instructed. Second Master, the target has vanished from the thermal imaging device, but he will certainly be discovered if he approaches us. Someone quickly added. Understood, Yamaguchi Masao nodded slightly. Lin Tian slowed his ascent, employing the Earth Dragon technique to probe the underground conditions. Though the name may sound mystical, it merely utilizes one's own energy to explore and influence the Earth's energy. A small initial force can culminate in significant effects. The energy accumulated beneath was not substantial, but the volcano held considerable energy. Yamaguchi Masao, a martial arts master, was the first to sense a tremor beneath the surface, amidst the throngs in the base. At the summit, Lin Tian began his descent, increasing his speed significantly, each step covering over 10 meters while still imparting some force. Boom. The ground began to shake violently within a 10-mile radius, the tremors growing increasingly intense. Chapter 195. Earthquake and volcano erupt simultaneously. An earthquake. Quick, escape. Everyone, remain calm. We have all experienced earthquakes before. Our base is designed to withstand an 8-point quake. Chaos erupted within the Yamaguchi group's base, but after Yamaguchi Masao's call, the disorderly members began to regain their composure. Several kilometers away, the journalists were greatly alarmed. However, being in an open area, they were unlikely to suffer casualties. This earthquake was peculiar. The epicenter experienced intense tremors, yet the intensity diminished significantly just a few kilometers away. What could have caused such a quake? Could it be the work of Master Lin? Mitsui Shin, taken aback, pondered how such an event could unfold so soon after Lin's arrival. "Boss, there's fire," exclaimed one of Mitsui Shin's bodyguards. Despite being 6 to 7 kilometers from their base, they could clearly see flames illuminating the night sky above the Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters. "Oh no, a volcano is about to erupt," cried Mitsui Shin. "Why would they build their base beneath an active volcano? We need to leave quickly." As the ground continued to tremble, they stumbled back to their vehicle, hastily fleeing the scene. "The volcano is going to erupt. Hurry," they urged. The earth quaked violently, and the combination of the earthquake and volcanic threat was alarming. Was this all orchestrated by Master Lin? Most journalists fled in panic, though a few remained, exhilarated by the unfolding chaos, recording every moment. What is happening? Why is the sky brightening? Outside the Yamaguchi-gumi base, people lying on the ground noticed an unusual glow piercing the darkness. Many turned their gazes toward the mountain summit. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the volcano erupted, red-hot magma spewing forth. This volcano, though not particularly large, unleashed a flow of lava that cascaded down its slopes. "Oh no, it's over for us." The faces of those outside the Yamaguchi-gumi turned pale as they watched the molten rock descend. While the volcano's modest size meant it posed little threat beyond 10 kilometers, they found themselves at the foot of the mountain, with parts of their base nestled within its very structure. As the lava surged down, trees ignited in flames, consuming everything in their path. "The tremors are subsiding. Return to your positions," commanded Yamamoto Masayuki. "It's bad. The volcano is erupting, and lava is rushing toward us." His radio crackled with urgent reports. "What?" Yamamoto's expression shifted to one of terror. An earthquake might be manageable, but what would they do about the lava? With over 2,000 people in the base, they had ventilation systems and reinforced windows designed to keep intruders out, yet magma would easily breach those defenses. Evacuate. Everyone retreat downward. Seal the explosion-proof doors. He shouted. Outside, a few individuals attempted to flee in their vehicles, but the quaking earth had cracked the ground, forcing them to abandon their cars and run. The chaos triggered nearby landmines, resulting in further explosions. We must leave. The lava may not reach us, but volcanic ash can disable our engines. The last few journalists hurriedly departed. With a sudden burst, small stones flew out, striking some of the fortunate few who had evaded the mines. Lava reached the outskirts of the Yamaguchi-gumi base, where ventilation shafts, reinforced with steel, could not withstand the onslaught. The molten rock poured in through any crevice it could find. Then, an explosion rocked the base as incoming lava ignited a cache of explosives. The resulting blast sent shockwaves through the area, tearing holes in the thick concrete roof. As the lava poured in, panic ensued. Quickly! The lava is coming! The Yamaguchi-gumi members screamed, desperately seeking escape routes, but all exits were blocked. In the lower levels, Yamamoto barked orders, and many rushed into the safety zone. We have to close the door. The lava is here. One shouted. Damn it! Close the door! Yamamoto yelled, his expression darkening as the heavy blast door descended. Just before it sealed, dozens of people rushed in, but he could hear the agonizing cries of those left behind. Count the survivors. Yamamoto demanded, his face pale with dread. Minutes later, one of his subordinates reported, only 700 to 800 made it inside. Yamamoto sat, trembling. They had a total of 3,000 people outside the base. Merely 200 remained, while over 2,000 were still trapped within. With lava encroaching upon them, those left behind would likely face dire fates. Is this mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Yamamoto murmured, closing his eyes as silence enveloped the room. If it were not mere chance, but a calculated scheme. The implications were terrifying. Chapter 196. This is a natural disaster. In a lavish presidential suite at a hotel in the United States. Yamamoto Fujihara's expression was grim as he received a phone call reporting localized seismic activity at the secret base. The impact radius extended only 20 kilometers, with reduced effects felt 10 kilometers away. This earthquake was unlike conventional tremors. It resembled the explosive force of a bomb detonating near the surface. The epicenter experienced intense vibrations, which quickly diminished with distance. It's just an earthquake. The base is built to withstand seismic activity. Lin could not have infiltrated it, he reassured himself. Though he contemplated calling Yamamoto Masayuki, he resisted, knowing Masayuki was likely too occupied to answer. Suddenly, Yamamoto Fujihara's phone rang again. He answered urgently, "What is happening?" "Leader. The volcano has erupted. Lava is flowing towards the secret base, and the entire facility is being inundated. There have been several explosions, and lava is likely infiltrating the interior." Yamamoto Fujihara's eyes widened in shock. How could there be an eruption? That volcano is active, but experts assured me it wouldn't erupt for another 100 years. I chose that location for its low land value and sparse population. How many people managed to escape? Leader, as of now, no one has made it out. The earthquake has severely damaged the roads, rendering vehicles immobile, and there are landmines buried near the base. Many must have sought refuge in the safety layer of the base. Yamaguchi Fujiwara's expression was grim. There were a total of 3,000 people inside, and if time was short, how many could possibly reach the safety layer? This was troubling. Suddenly, a thought struck Yamaguchi Fujiwara. His eyes widened. The vault, located within the safety layer, contained 5 tons of gold. Moreover, some areas of the safety layer were rigged with explosives. The vault door was ajar, not completely shut. He had previously taken a photograph and sent it to Lin Tian. Everything seemed fine, yet the issue lay in the pressure-sensitive device beneath the 5 tons of gold. If it was not disabled, even a slight reduction in pressure could trigger an explosion. This mechanism was originally intended for Lin Tian. Yamaguchi Masayoshi was unaware of the gold, under normal circumstances. They could not access the safety layer. Yamaguchi Fujiwara had personally stationed 2 guards at the entrance. With the arrival of lava, it naturally constituted an emergency. And those 2 subordinates would certainly not prevent Yamaguchi Fujiwara from entering. He immediately dialed Yamaguchi Masayoshi's number. Unsurprisingly, the call did not connect. They were underground, with layers of lava above. In such circumstances, it was improbable that Yamaguchi Fujiwara would manage to get through. He fervently hoped they would not enter the vault or disturb the gold. Anxiety coursed through him. He regretted not having informed Yamaguchi Masayoshi earlier. However, when it came to 5 tons of gold, he felt the need to remain vigilant, even against his own kin. "Second Master, let us venture inside. If an emergency arises, we can seek shelter there," suggested a member of the Yamaguchi group. Many gazed at Yamaguchi Masayoshi, having noticed that the vault door was slightly ajar and not locked. "Second Master, we are lacking water and food. If this drags on, we will soon run out of oxygen, another added. This secret base had not been officially activated and had stockpiled weapons, but lacked provisions. They had brought supplies, but not enough for the conditions here. The temperature would gradually rise due to the lava above, and they would certainly need water. Let us take a look inside, Yamaguchi Masayoshi replied with a solemn tone. He was a martial arts master, yet even he could not suppress the tension. Many had perished, and the remaining were feeling increasingly despondent. With great effort, they pushed open the heavy vault door. Gold. So much gold. Some in the front caught sight of the neatly stacked gold bars within the vault. 5 tons of gold arranged meticulously. A collective gulp echoed. Some eyes glimmered with greed. Since time immemorial, gold has held immense value, and even in such dire circumstances, it excited them. Do not touch anything, Yamaguchi Masayoshi commanded. A number of individuals entered the vault. There were cabinets inside, and they were unaware of what lay within. They needed to open the cabinets to investigate. Second Master, we have lost so many brothers. It wouldn't be unreasonable for each of us to take a gold bar, would it? There's several tons here. With hundreds of us, we wouldn't even take a ton each. Perhaps we might die. Before that happens, let us gain some benefits. Who knows? We might enjoy some comfort after death, the crowd chimed in. With so much gold before them, their restraint waned. Yamaguchi Masayoshi scanned the room. Many were armed. Although he was a martial arts master, should a mutiny occur, he could easily be shot. They were indeed elite members of the Yamaguchi group. Yet heightened tension often leads to rash actions. Let us do as the brothers suggest. Each person may take 1 gold bar. Form an orderly line. Yamaguchi Masayoshi spoke firmly. Soon, everyone was joyfully collecting gold bars, each weighing 1 kilogram, a rather valuable haul. Suddenly, an unusual sound caught Yamaguchi Masayoshi's attention. It was the alarm from the pressure device below. This was bad. He rushed towards the exit. Boom. Explosions erupted simultaneously inside and outside the vault. The force of the explosions was insufficient to destroy the safety layer, but they could annihilate everyone inside. Even Lin Tian would surely meet his demise within. Yamaguchi Masayoshi, merely a martial arts master, stood no chance of surviving such a violent detonation. Outside, Lin Tian sensed the tremors beneath his feet. A startled white cat darted from the woods. Come here, Lin Tian beckoned, swiftly scooping up the cat and dashing towards safety. Approximately 10 kilometers from the Yamaguchi Group's base, police and ambulances arrived, with numerous reporters gathering. Lin Tian slowed his pace as he approached the crowd. Cradling the white cat. Master Lin, what are your thoughts on the volcanic eruption and earthquake? Inquired a daring reporter. Lin Tian replied gravely. I came here tonight to discuss matters with the Yamaguchi Group, not expecting to encounter such a natural disaster. The calamity struck too swiftly. I could only save this little white cat. Several Western reporters exchanged glances at his words, finding them oddly familiar. The volcanic eruption and earthquake must surely be your doing. The recent Typhoon Haya was likely connected to you as well, an enraged reporter from the East Sakura Nation asserted. Excitement flickered in the eyes of many surrounding reporters. They were eager to see how Lin Tian would respond. Lin Tian narrowed his gaze and replied, Your assertion is utterly fallacious. How could someone so superstitious, devoid of scientific understanding, infiltrate the ranks of journalists? Typhoons, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, these are all natural disasters. How could they be attributed to me? If I were to visit Fushur Mountain tomorrow and it erupted, would you then blame me for that as well? Many from the East Sakura Nation gasped at his words. Lin Tian planned to visit Fushur Mountain. Though it was a minor volcano, an eruption there could have catastrophic consequences, far graver than the current situation. You, the reporter who had questioned Lin Tian, turned pale. If Lin Tian was indeed the cause of an eruption, he would be vilified as a criminal in the East Sakura Nation, and no atonement would suffice. Master Lin, he spoke in haste. Please do not be too harsh. Interjected an older journalist from the East Sakura Nation. Should Fushur Mountain erupt, countless lives would be lost. This is no trivial matter. Lin Tian replied coolly. I suggest you investigate him to see if he has any ties to the Yamaguchi Group. I do not. The reporter protested vehemently. Lin Tian gently stroked the rescued white cat, saying, Then why do you speak so passionately on behalf of the Yamaguchi Group? Tell me, are those thugs more important than this adorable little cat? The reporter's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he respond? To claim the Yamaguchi Group was more significant would surely incite outrage from animal rights activists, while asserting the cat's importance might lead to retaliation from the Yamaguchi Group. Master Lin, please calm down. He is young and inexperienced. Natural disasters like volcanoes and earthquakes cannot possibly be linked to you. We in law enforcement will conduct a thorough investigation into his connections with the Yamaguchi Group, asserted an older police officer from the East Sakura Nation. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. That would be more appropriate. It is not my intention to argue. Rather, it is vital to dispel falsehoods. Rumors can be more dangerous than a tiger. If they spread claims that I can trigger earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, I fear that in the future, should Fuchsia Mountain or Yellowstone erupt, many will unjustly blame me. Among the reporters present, 3 were from the United States. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, they instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Yellowstone was the world's largest active volcano, previously described by experts as the planet's most significant powder keg. The Yellowstone volcano, if it erupts, would have a global impact, with the United States naturally bearing the brunt of it. You are absolutely right, Master Lin. Such matters should never be subject to rumors. We must trust in science, a reporter from the United States promptly interjected. Indeed, earthquakes and volcanoes are natural disasters. Others around them chimed in. The reporter who had questioned Lin Tian turned pale, realizing his predicament. He knew he was doomed. His job was surely at stake, and his very life was in jeopardy. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Thank you all for your righteous words. The media should respect the facts rather than indulge in baseless chatter. If any media outlet engages in such behavior, I hope countries will impose severe penalties." Everyone nodded in agreement. They dared not wager whether Lin Tian could trigger an eruption at the Fuchsia Mountain or Yellowstone. They could not afford to take that risk. Everyone. Dong Sakura is a nation rich in volcanoes and earthquakes. Tonight's events are merely a coincidence. Fortunately, some members of the Yamaguchi-gumi have perished, but the surrounding civilians have managed to evacuate. This little creature here has also survived by chance. As Lin Tian spoke, he lifted a small white cat into his arms. Click, click. Numerous reporters pressed their shutters, capturing the moment. Tomorrow, this cat would undoubtedly make headlines. As for the number of Yamaguchi-gumi members who perished, did it truly matter? Master Lin, why not give it a name? AUS, reporter suggested. Lin Tian smiled gently. I'm not adept at naming. I shall leave that to netizens worldwide, who can vote for a suitable name. As a token of appreciation for the global community, I will personally donate 100 million renminbi to an international animal protection organization. Instantly, the reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing a potential major news story. As long as it was significant, that was what mattered. Let the Yamaguchi-gumi rest in peace. Master Lin, thank you for your generosity, the reporters collectively expressed. The people from Dong Sakura remained silent. What could they do? To stand up and question Lin Tian would be disastrous. The first to step forward would face dire consequences. Moreover, Lin Tian had subtly warned them, if they wished to avoid trouble, they should refrain from making unfounded statements about Fuchsia Mountain. Master Lin, will you be visiting Fuchsia Mountain tomorrow? After the discussion about the cat concluded, a reporter from Dong Sakura inquired, their tension palpable. Even if Lin Tian did nothing but visit Fuchsia Mountain, the stock market in Dong Sakura would likely plummet the next day. We shall see tomorrow. If I have time, I will visit. If not, then it shall be. Lin Tian replied with a slight smile. The people from Dong Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as they behaved, Master Lin would not take action. Oh, by the way, many from Dong Sakura have filed lawsuits against me. Please inform me before the court proceedings. I will make a trip, Lin Tian said with a friendly smile. Ahem, Master Lin, some citizens are rather ignorant. Our government and media will certainly provide proper guidance. We in Dong Sakura are a nation that believes in science, a senior official from Dong Sakura quickly responded. Lin Tian nodded. That is for the best. Ladies and gentlemen, as it is late into the night, I shall take my leave. This lovely lady, this little cat is for you. Lin Tian handed the cat to a female reporter, who beamed with excitement. This cat would soon become a global sensation, its value soaring. This was not just a cat, but a fortune. Thank you, Master Lin, the female reporter exclaimed. Lin Tian drifted away. He did not take the Mitsui family's car, as the earthquake had damaged some roads, rendering the vehicle unusable. Master Lin rescues a kitten during the volcanic earthquake. Master Lin donates 100 million to an international animal protection organization. Volcanic eruption and earthquake in Dong Sakura, fortunately without civilian casualties. Soon, various media outlets released the latest news. Few mentioned the Yamaguchi-gumi, and even those that did, only briefly touched upon it. The Yamaguchi-gumi were armed thugs, not civilians. Thus, stating that there were no civilian casualties was not misleading. Those waiting for news were left dumbfounded. This was a far cry from their expectations. Chapter 198. Live broadcast from a special location. The Yamaguchi-gumi had arranged a confrontation with Master Lin, only to be interrupted by an earthquake and volcanic eruption, yet they claimed to be emotionally stable. Familiar faces commented on the situation, expressing disbelief at Master Lin's timely rescue of a cat. In the dead of night, countless individuals across the internet in Huagua were abuzz with speculation. It must be that Lin is up to something. They demanded reparations for the losses incurred by Dong Sakura. Why isn't the government taking action against him? This is a disgrace. The outcry was even more fervent on the global internet, particularly in Dong Sakura, where voices of condemnation resonated strongly. Lin Tian chuckled to himself as he sat in a taxi, observing the online chatter. "Driver, take me to Fusher Mountain. I wish to witness the sunrise from its peak tomorrow." He had only mentioned heading towards Dongjin without specifying the exact location. "Sir, it is no longer climbing season. And even if we proceed now, you won't have time to reach the summit before sunrise." Lin Tian replied calmly, "Just get me there as soon as possible." "Understood, sir." The roads were nearly empty at this late hour, and within 2 hours, Lin Tian arrived, the entirety of Dongjin still shrouded in darkness. Countless people were lost in dreams. Yet many remained awake, heatedly discussing events online and planning protests for the next day. With a swift descent up Fusher Mountain, Lin Tian reached the summit just as dawn approached, although the sun had yet to rise. He logged into his Huine account, which met the necessary criteria for live streaming abroad. Without a doubt, his account qualified. Lin Tian initiated the broadcast. Most of Huagua remained asleep, yet the live stream rapidly attracted thousands of viewers. With over 70 million followers, it was inevitable that some night owls would tune in. What's going on? Why is Master Lin live streaming at this hour? Viewers in the chat wondered. Is Master Lin on a mountain? Where could this be? Many expressed their disbelief. Who in their right mind would choose this hour to broadcast? "Hello, everyone. Can you guess where I am?" Lin Tian cheerfully greeted, holding a suona in his hands, an item he had retrieved from his system's space. "Master Lin, are you at Fusher Mountain?" The number of viewers in the live stream rapidly increased as someone made the connection. Lin Tian chuckled. "Someone has guessed correctly. Indeed, I am at the summit of Fusher Mountain in Dong Sakura. Today, let us enjoy the sunrise together. There is still some time until sunrise, so allow me to play a tune for you." Soon, a familiar melody filled the air. "Oh no, is a funeral happening?" As the music played, panic spread. Could Fusher Mountain be about to erupt? The chat exploded with messages as many quickly alerted their family and friends. Despite the late hour, the stream's popularity surged, surpassing 100,000 viewers in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Han and Fang Jingming were abruptly awakened by the commotion. They had both spent the night at the company to monitor the situation, given that Lin Tian was in Dong Sakura. "What should we do?" one staff member anxiously asked. "If Master Lin is live streaming at the summit of Fusher Mountain, and an earthquake or volcanic eruption occurs during the broadcast," someone else fretted. Fang Jingming replied, "If such a disaster occurs, it would undoubtedly be an act of nature, and what does it have to do with Master Lin? We must push the stream to its fullest potential." As Huine pushed the broadcast to its limits, the viewer count in Lin Tian's stream continued to climb, surpassing 500,000 in less than 20 minutes. Ding! Yamaguchi Fujiwara received a phone call. "What is it?" Yamaguchi Fujiwara spoke in a low voice. He wished to return to his homeland, but feared that Lin Tian would eliminate him upon his arrival. "Father, I have 2 pieces of news." The caller was his eldest son, Yamaguchi Taro, whose martial arts talent paled in comparison to that of Yamaguchi Masao. Firstly, the rescue team has entered the safe zone. But there was an explosion. No one survived. Masao is dead. However, the gold inside is unharmed. Yamaguchi Taro's tone was grave. Yamaguchi Fujiwara clenched his fists. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation still pierced his heart. He had previously intended to hand over business matters to Yamaguchi Taro while entrusting martial arts affairs to Yamaguchi Masao. "What is the second matter?" Yamaguchi Fujiwara asked darkly. Yamaguchi Taro replied, "The Lin family has arrived at the summit of Fusher Mountain for a live broadcast, and there are now hundreds of thousands in his streaming room. Today, he is playing the morning tunes on the suona." Yamaguchi Fujiwara's heart raced. What was Master Lin planning? "Father, the higher-ups demand that we immediately settle the compensation. The bank will expedite the funds we require. They want you to leave quickly." After hanging up, Yamaguchi Fujiwara felt defeated. He understood that after this incident, the strength and prestige of the Yamaguchi group would undoubtedly decline significantly. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to compensate directly. The previously discussed compensation was 1 billion US dollars, but now, the losses to the Yamaguchi group would far exceed 10 billion. The stock market would surely plummet, along with various other losses. This was a direct loss, not accounting for the long-term indirect effects on the Yamaguchi group. Yamaguchi Fujiwara entered Lin Tian's live stream. He sent a few spaceship emojis. "Master Lin, I am Yamaguchi Fujiwara. We sincerely apologize for sending spies to install listening devices in your disciple's home. Our compensation will be delivered shortly." Yamaguchi Fujiwara left this message. At that moment, Lin Tian had just finished a piece and replied nonchalantly, "Yamaguchi leader, do not forget about my gold. Ensure it is sent to Huagua." Yamaguchi Fujiwara thought to himself. The trap set with the gold failed to eliminate Lin Tian, but instead resulted in the deaths of his son and several hundred members of the Yamaguchi group. Now, he had to deliver that gold to Lin Tian. It was heart-wrenching. Understood, Master Lin. Yamaguchi Fujiwara sent another spaceship emoji, acknowledging his defeat. Accepting loss was imperative. Refusal would only lead to further suffering. It was evident that the Yamaguchi group had provoked a martial arts master. The live stream chat exploded with comments, and the news spread rapidly. In a certain location in Dongjing, many gathered, initially planning to protest at dawn. Everyone, it was the Yamaguchi group that first angered Master Lin. Should we cancel this protest? Someone suggested. Sigh, let us forget it then. What is the point of protesting now? Others chimed in. They were intimidated. Lin Tian was currently on Fusher Mountain. Chapter 199, Luo Bingning's Dragon and Phoenix Twins. In the early morning, Luo Bingning awoke. After learning that Lin Tian was safe and had rescued a cat, she finally slept peacefully. Surely, there wouldn't be any further developments. Luo Bingning muttered to herself as she picked up her phone and opened Huayin. If anything were amiss, she would surely see it in Lin Tian's comment section. To her astonishment, she discovered that Lin Tian was live streaming. She immediately entered the stream. Lin Tian was broadcasting from the summit of a mountain, playing the suona, with golden sunlight cascading around him. Her husband looked so handsome. Luo Bingning felt a surge of joy. After finishing a piece, Lin Tian smiled at the camera and said, "Family, this concludes our live stream. Many want to see Fusher Mountain erupt. Please refrain from making wild claims. This is not something a mere mortal like me can control. Remember, believe in science. If it were to erupt one day, it would not be my doing." Many viewers from Dongying were present, and numerous fans began showering him with large donations. Standing atop Fusher Mountain, Lin Tian resembled a grim reaper, brandishing a scythe and smiling at them. This is hilarious. The people of Dongying are donating like mad. It was as if they were paying for their lives. Who wouldn't be afraid of Lin Tian, standing there? If it erupted, it would be a natural disaster. The comments flooded in. There were millions of viewers in the stream, and at this early hour, many had yet to rise. Otherwise, there could have been 20 to 30 million viewers. It was questionable whether the platform could handle such an influx. Fan Yamaguchi Fujiwara donated 1,000 spaceships. Master Lin, could we see you stream while descending the mountain? Yamaguchi Fujiwara commented. One spaceship cost over 20,000 RMB, and 1,000 would amount to over 20 million. Yet, Yamaguchi Fujiwara felt no discomfort. After all, he had already compensated $1 billion US dollars, and the total losses would exceed 10 billion. 5 tons of gold amounted to 2 billion RMB. Compared to these figures, 20 million RMB seemed trivial. He only wished to witness Master Lin's departure. Many in Dongying shared this sentiment. Seeing him leave would likely lessen the stock market's decline. Master Lin, this is outdoor streaming. Let us see some martial arts live. Many fans echoed. Lin Tian smiled and said, "All right, I will stream my descent. I hope Fusher Mountain doesn't erupt while I'm at it." Many Dongying streamers were sharing Lin Tian's broadcast and translating it. Hearing his words, countless Dongying citizens felt a knot in their throats. If it truly erupted, Lin Tian would insist it was a natural disaster. What measures could they take against him? Call their American benefactor? Their American benefactor would likely be preoccupied with the larger Yellowstone volcano. Lin Tian swiftly descended the mountain, bypassing the winding paths that would typically take considerable time. He leapt from rock to treetop, racing down from the summit to the foot of the mountain in mere minutes. Countless live stream viewers were left dumbfounded. Is this truly something a human can achieve? Family, the stream ends here. Lin Tian concluded and promptly ended the broadcast. The live stream remained active for a while, with many viewers still present, continuing to flood the chat with comments and gifts. Yamaguchi Fujiwara and many Dongying people exhaled in relief. Finally, this harbinger of misfortune was leaving. An hour later, the Dongying stock market opened. Over 99% of stocks plummeted immediately, and the declines were significant. Everyone knew that such turmoil would undoubtedly affect investor confidence. Most anticipated a market drop, and as such, they would promptly choose to sell, easily triggering a panic sell-off. Oh no, the market has already dropped by 2%. In no time, the overall decline approached 3%. Countless observers were left aghast. Damn it, Yamaguchi Fujiwara felt despair creeping in. The stocks of the Yamaguchi Group's companies had only recently shown a slight recovery, and now they had plunged once more, and even more severely. Their direct losses would likely exceed 100 billion US dollars. Ding. Yamaguchi Fujiwara's phone rang. It was his son, Yamaguchi Taro, calling. What is it? Father. Many senior executives from our companies are requesting to resign, and many employees also wish to leave. Yamaguchi Fujiwara's expression darkened considerably. Tell them they may resign. But not at this moment. That Lin character won't harm ordinary people. However, if they rub salt in my wounds, I will make them pay. Yamaguchi Fujiwara spoke with anger. In such times, if numerous executives and employees resign, the company's stock will plummet even further. Rest assured, good father, I shall handle it, Yamamoto Taro declared. How dreadful. Lin Tian, upon boarding the plane, glanced at the market. The Dongying National Index had fallen by 5 points, and the Yamamoto Group stocks had plummeted by over 30 points. Mitsui Nobuyoshi watched the market with quiet relief, grateful that the Mitsui family had prudently chosen to concede and mitigate their losses. They suffered a loss of $3.5 billion, a sum greater than that of the Yamamoto Group, yet their overall losses were significantly less. The Yamamoto Group's total losses exceeded $50 billion. Henceforth, no one in the family was permitted to offend Master Lin. Anyone who did would be expelled from the family. Mitsui Nobuyoshi took a deep breath and said, Father, having suffered such a significant loss, are we to never seek to reclaim our position? His son inquired. Smack. Mitsui Nobuyoshi delivered a sharp slap. Coldly, he replied, what do we have to reclaim our position? To target him would lead to utter ruin for our family. Currently, we have only lost $3.5 billion. Do you wish for our entire family to perish? Bowing to the strong is not a disgrace. For a family to endure, there will inevitably be times when they must humble themselves. His son nodded repeatedly. Father, I understand. Mitsui Nobuyoshi warned, you better truly understand. If there is another instance, I will cast you out of the family. He was genuinely frightened. Master Lin was a being that one could not afford to offend. At noon, Lin Tian arrived home. Dear, I am back, he called out, catching the enticing aroma of food. Although it was a weekday, Luo Bingning had not gone to work. Husband. She joyfully emerged from the kitchen. Lin Tian was astonished to see 2 treasure chests hovering above her head. One a colorful legendary treasure chest, and the other a golden treasure chest. Bingning, are you expecting twins? He exclaimed in delight. You startled me to death, Luo Bingning said, embracing him, her voice tinged with fear. Lin Tian pulled her close and kissed her gently. At that moment, no words were as effective as a kiss. She closed her eyes, responding passionately to Lin Tian's affection. The thought of Lin Tian clashing with 3,000 armed thugs from the Yamamoto Group, with self-destruct mechanisms in their base, terrified her. Had she not been so worried, the appearance of a legendary treasure chest followed by a golden treasure chest would not have occurred. Husband, please do not take such risks in the future, she implored after their kiss. All right, Lin Tian replied with a smile. After this incident, I doubt anyone would dare to provoke me again. He silently added that if any force sought to target him, they would likely pursue him to the utmost extremes. You are Master Lin. This must be kept secret. As long as others remain unaware, they will not dare to act recklessly, Luo Bingning advised. The spies sent by the Yamamoto Group met a grim fate. Oblivious to the fact that Master Lin was among them, other factions would hesitate to act against him for fear of retribution from Master Lin. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded, smiling. This arrangement works well. Letting others know I am Master Lin places me squarely in the spotlight, making it somewhat inconvenient to go out. Husband, let us eat. I prepared several dishes you love, Luo Bingning said with a giggle. At the dining table, 6 sumptuous dishes awaited them. Quite a feast for just the 2 of them. Did you cause the volcanic eruptions? She asked curiously while eating. Do you believe me if I say it was a coincidence? He teased. What do you think? She retorted playfully. Then I suppose you should not inquire further. Just assert to others that it was a natural disaster, he instructed. She nodded in agreement. What kind of gift would you like? I have made quite a fortune on this trip, Lin Tian said, pulling out his phone. He opened a message and handed the phone to Luo Bingning. The compensation from the Mitsui family and the Yamamoto Group had all been transferred to his card in RMB, totaling $4.5 billion, which converted to over 32 billion renminbi. The long string of numbers left Luo Bingning speechless. Even as a daughter of the Luo family, she had never encountered such a vast sum of cash. How is there so much? She asked incredulously. Lin Tian chuckled. The Mitsui family compensated $3.5 billion, and the Yamamoto Group added another billion. Additionally, the Yamamoto Group will be sending 5 tons of gold. After taxes of 45%, a substantial amount would still remain. Let us consider how we shall spend it. Luo Bingning laughed. Husband, when you pay taxes, I imagine the tax bureau will be bewildered. How will they even deduct it? During the annual tax reconciliation, we will figure out how to handle it. I am equally perplexed, he replied just as his phone buzzed. An unknown number flashed on the screen. Hello, little Lin, can you recognize my voice? Came the voice of the second elder. Of course. Your voice is known to countless people nationwide, Lin Tian smiled. I hope I am not interrupting your meal. I have a bit of time during my lunch break to discuss something with you, the second elder said. Please, go ahead, Lin Tian urged. The second elder continued. The state has tax exemption policies for certain special individuals. This morning, we convened and decided to extend the same policy to you and Master Lin. Lin Tian was taken aback. Receiving over 300 billion, paying a 45% tax would amount to a significant sum, and there may be further income in the future. Is this appropriate? He asked. The second elder replied seriously, it is entirely appropriate. The value of what you provided to Elder Su is immeasurable. The state cannot neglect individuals of your caliber. Lin Tian laughed. I was just discussing this with Bingning. I am somewhat troubled about how to handle the taxes. Then I shall not be modest, the second elder said with a hearty laugh, that money belongs to Master Lin, and you both deserve this treatment. There is no need for modesty. With that, the second elder ended the call. Lin Tian smiled. The second elder's meeting has decided I shall no longer pay taxes. That was to be expected, Luo Bingning said. With such a substantial amount, the taxes would be enormous. If there were no such policies, other nations would likely seek to recruit you. With a sigh, she added, husband, our neighborhood might soon see new tenants. It is possible even princesses from other countries may move in. Lin Tian playfully pinched her cheek. Do not worry. Even if foreign princesses arrive, they shall not affect you. Really? She asked, her voice soft. Absolutely, he assured her with a smile. Even disregarding feelings, no foreign princess could compare to Luo Bingning, who provided him with treasure chests. Let us eat quickly. You have a treatment session this afternoon. After this session, you will reach the late stage of the dark energy level. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning, currently at the mid-level of dark energy, had begun to harness her internal power, albeit weakly. Unlike other mid-level practitioners, her internal energy possessed an ice attribute. As long as she could effectively utilize her strength, she would be formidable against any opponent of the same rank. Indeed, Luo Bingning nodded and said to her husband, by the way, my uncle called me. He has found that piece of spirit jade. He should be returning on an afternoon flight. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. Luo Bingning's spirit jade was nearly depleted once she absorbed this piece. Reaching the pinnacle of the dark strength realm would undoubtedly be within her grasp. The likelihood of becoming a martial arts master was slim. But with another piece of spirit jade, she could certainly ascend to that level. To completely resolve her issues, she needed to grow stronger. Half an hour later, Lin Tian began to treat Luo Bingning. Bingning, lie down and cultivate. I will retreat to my room to recover my inner strength. After securing the silver needles, Lin Tian remarked. He gently patted Luo Bingning's head, his hand brushing against the legendary treasure chest atop her head. He temporarily withheld another golden treasure chest, as acquiring both at once would be overwhelming for him. Ding! The legendary treasure chest opens. Congratulations, host. Your feng shui skill has been elevated to divine level. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Lin Tian returned to his room, a torrent of information flooding his consciousness. After half an hour, he absorbed the divine feng shui skill. Wow, divine feng shui is extraordinary, Lin Tian mused. When he possessed Grandmaster-level feng shui, he needed to utilize existing feng shui structures to avert typhoons. Now, with divine feng shui, he could harness the power of dragon veins simply by standing in their presence. However, such power must be used judiciously. The forces of nature are immense, and careless manipulation would lead to dire consequences. He pondered the other golden treasure chest, curious about its contents. Upon entering Luo Bingning's master bedroom, he found her lying down to cultivate, dressed in a swimsuit that revealed her exquisite, fair skin. Her long legs and slender waist ignited a surge of desire within Lin Tian, who felt an urge to reach out and touch her. Suddenly, Luo Bingning's breathing became erratic. His entrance had disrupted her focus. Bingning, steady yourself, he urged. Lin Tian radiated a unique aura, merging with the surrounding environment, influencing it effortlessly. He activated his divine feng shui skill, which, though limited in range, was harmless for frequent use. Luo Bingning immediately felt her inner strength stabilize significantly, regaining control promptly. Bingning, your ability to control your inner strength needs more training. Allow me to assist you, Lin Tian offered with a smile. Curious, Luo Bingning wondered how he intended to help her. In an instant, Lin Tian sat beside her, placing his hand on her slender waist, causing her to shudder as her inner strength threatened to spiral out of control. Focus, he directed, extending his hand to encourage her to regain stability. As time passed, Lin Tian occasionally adjusted his touch. Initially, Luo Bingning struggled to maintain control, but soon her mastery improved significantly. Bingning, your control has enhanced considerably. I will return to my room now. Continue refining your training, Lin Tian said, affectionately patting her head before slipping away. Ding! The legendary treasure chest opens. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine feng shui skill once more. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. His recent actions had upgraded the golden treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head. Lin Tian pondered, a flood of information once again inundating his mind, more intricate than before. Is the second treasure chest similar to the first? He mused. After some contemplation, he concluded that this development was advantageous. If the two chests were alike, the first being exceptional, he could nurture the weaker second chest into a legendary one. Perhaps he could even wait for a third. Achieving divine level in martial arts was formidable. This method might facilitate his breakthrough. Two legendary treasure chests with potent feng shui skills seemed almost excessive. In the master bedroom, Luo Bingning completed her cultivation cycle and opened her eyes, revealing a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Husband, come here for a moment, she called out, remaining still due to the numerous silver needles still embedded in her. No, I'm busy cultivating, Lin Tian replied, knowing that approaching her now would yield no benefit. Come here. I need to speak with you, she insisted. Is it urgent? Lin Tian queried. You have no idea, you naughty rascal. I will settle the score with you once I'm done with my training, she retorted angrily. Bingning, I was merely enhancing your control ability. Did you not notice your improvement? Lin Tian called back. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes, returning to her practice. Lin Tian refrained from interrupting her during the second cycle. 2 hours later, as she completed her training, Lin Tian began to remove the silver needles. You bully, she exclaimed, grabbing Lin Tian's arm and biting it. Ah, Bingning, are you a dog? He yelped. You are my husband. Who else would I bully if not you? Should I torment our neighbors upstairs or downstairs? Lin Tian jested. No way. She pouted. Upstairs is Su Anna, and downstairs is Zhao Qianqian. They haven't given up yet. After this incident in Dongying country, they are even less likely to relent. Master Lin's influence is formidable. For their families, becoming your wife or even a lover is highly desirable. Husband, am I not at the late stage of dark strength? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. Not yet. You must complete 9 cultivation cycles to thoroughly refine the icy energy within your meridians before reaching that stage. Understood. She replied, her face brightening. Completing 9 cycles was manageable. She could easily achieve 3 cycles per day, finishing in 3 days. Husband, when not using inner strength, I feel a bit weaker, Luo Bingning noted. Lin Tian chuckled. That's a normal phenomenon. Didn't I mention that when you don't use inner strength, you resemble Lin Diyu? When you do use it, you become. He was cut off as Luo Bingning covered his mouth. Don't say it. She glared. Lin Tian playfully licked her palm, making her retract her hand in surprise. Let us go out for dinner. Your uncle called while you were training. We'll eat at that restaurant again, he suggested. They set off for the familiar restaurant, where Su Yongjun had already arrived and ordered a feast. Lin Tian, take a look at this. I spent 600,000 on it. If it's not the right one, I'll feel utterly foolish. Su Yongjun produced a velvet pouch and revealed a piece of jade. Slightly larger and darker than the previous spirit jade. This is the spirit jade I was seeking, Lin Tian said, his eyes gleaming with delight as he sensed the heightened spiritual energy within it. Excellent. That's a relief, Su Yongjun sighed. Uncle, according to our earlier agreement, I'll pay 10 million for a piece of spirit jade of the same size. For this larger one, I'll offer 15 million. Su Yongjun shook his head. This piece isn't much larger. Just give me 10 million. I want to accept more. After much persuasion from Lin Tian, Su Yongjun firmly insisted on 10 million for the piece. In the ensuing conversation, Lin Tian expressed his astonishment at the discovery of a new lead regarding a mystical jade, which had been sold to Europe. Su Yongjun, smiling, confirmed that he would be flying to Europe the next day to investigate further. Lin Tian raised a toast to his uncle, appreciating his efforts. Su Yongjun laughed heartily, remarking that finding a lucrative piece of jade was far from arduous and was certainly more enjoyable than his previous endeavors. Lin Tian, however, cautioned his uncle about the potential dangers of traveling. He suggested recording a video for safety, handing his phone to Luo Bingning to document the message. In a friendly tone, Lin Tian introduced his uncle to the audience, but his demeanor shifted to a more serious note as he warned of the consequences should any harm come to them. Mentioning the imminent arrival of his master, Lin Zongshi, Su Yongjun, acknowledging the weight of Lin Zongshi's reputation, admitted his own trepidation during his travels in Myanmar. Noting that having such a video would enhance their security, Lin Tian advised his uncle to take additional precautions, like wearing a necklace or ring concealing a storage card for backup. Su Yongjun then proposed that displaying the jade publicly might expedite finding more similar pieces. But Lin Tian shook his head, concerned that revealing its value would inflate its price exorbitantly. He preferred to search discreetly, not wanting to be taken advantage of due to his wealth. After their meal, Luo Bingning excused herself, prompting Su Yongjun to share a disturbing rumor he had heard in Myanmar regarding mythical beings such as vampires and werewolves. Lin Tian, amused, inquired whether his uncle had an interest in fantastical tales. Su Yongjun recounted a chilling story of a lizard man that had supposedly been killed, only for the body to mysteriously vanish, leaving behind a trail of dead witnesses. Lin Tian found the tale laughable, questioning the credibility of such claims. Su Yongjun cautioned him to remain vigilant, suggesting that non-human entities might pose a threat, especially with Lin Zhongshi's influence disrupting their existence. Lin Tian promised to be cautious, but remained skeptical about the truth of the rumors. Upon returning home, and after a shower, Lin Tian bypassed his usual training to delve into the dark web, only to find no credible information regarding such beings. Frustrated, he wondered if the absence of evidence indicated a cover-up. He dismissed the idea of these creatures being a threat, assuming that if they existed, they would have approached him by now. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. It was Captain Shindong from the Falcon team, who provided protection for Lin Tian's parents. The captain reported an unusual occurrence. After his parents had donated blood, their samples had mysteriously vanished, unlike those of other donors. Lin Tian's expression darkened upon realizing that someone had orchestrated this event to lure his parents into donating blood. After ending the call, Lin Tian resumed his investigation, determined to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme, especially since his parents had undergone a transformation in youth. He soon discovered that a European individual had come to China to steal his parents' blood. As he infiltrated the suspect's phone, Lin Tian unearthed a video in which the individual, Gerald, boasted about acquiring his parents' blood and his anticipation of its effects. The video revealed Gerald's disappointment in the blood's lack of extraordinary properties, suggesting that his journey to China might have been in vain. Gerald furrowed his brow, expressing his regret regarding Lin Tian's exceptional talent in martial arts, particularly lamenting the unfortunate circumstances surrounding his parents' lineage. Lin Tian's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Gerald swiftly opened a second blood bag, consuming a significant portion while offering various critiques on the taste. "Father, I sense no substantial enhancement. Their blood is scarcely superior to that of an ordinary middle-aged person. I shall bring back the remainder for you to sample." After concluding the video call, Lin Tian pondered quietly, realizing the truth of the existence of vampires, and perhaps the likelihood of werewolves and lizard men being real as well. With Earth having existed for billions of years and Homo sapiens only emerging for a mere 200,000, the presence of other intelligent life forms was not particularly astonishing. Coexistence was feasible, yet he felt deep-seated anger that his parents had been ensnared in this treachery. If the effects of the blood proved advantageous, Gerald might attempt to abduct his parents to Europe. Such audacity was astounding to Lin Tian. He considered having Shun Dong and the others apprehend Gerald, but he was uncertain of the true capabilities of the vampire clan. While Shun Dong and his companions possessed firearms, they might not prevail against Gerald if he proved formidable. After much contemplation, Lin Tian refrained from instructing them to act, cognizant of his scant knowledge concerning the vampire clan. "My parents are merely ordinary individuals. Even with the rejuvenating elixir, their blood holds no extraordinary properties. However, Bingning's blood may indeed possess unique effects," Lin Tian mused inwardly. Knocking on Luo Bingning's door, she opened it, having just finished a shower, clad in sleepwear with damp hair, appearing quite alluring. "What is wrong, darling?" she inquired. Lin Tian responded, "Bingning, you haven't donated blood, have you?" "No," she shook her head. "I often experience pain and am aware of some health issues. Donating blood might endanger others." Lin Tian nodded slightly. "That's good. Please refrain from donating blood in the future. Your current health is unsuitable." "All right," she replied. "Now hurry and dry your hair to continue your training. With effort, you'll reach the late stage of dark energy sooner." Lin Tian refrained from disclosing the existence of vampires to Luo Bingning, fearing it might disrupt her training. He believed it prudent to wait until she attained the mastery of martial arts before revealing such truths. Once she became a martial arts master, he judged that ordinary vampires would likely pose no threat to her. "I will strive diligently in my training," she chirped brightly. Lin Tian smiled. "With your dedication, you should reach the peak of dark energy in about a week. Once you complete the absorption of the second spiritual jade, it is entirely possible for you to achieve the initial stage of martial arts mastery within half a month." Excitement gleamed in her eyes. Her interest in martial arts was genuine, as evidenced by her earnestness in learning from Tang Yan. "Darling, once I become a martial arts master, shall we get engaged?" Luo Bingning asked shyly. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. "That sounds about right. By now, my parents should have the engagement jewelry prepared." Their engagement would not merely consist of a meal between the two families. His parents had sought out top artisans for the jewelry, and they planned to arrange various ceremonies. Their task was to finalize the guest list. An engagement banquet differs from a wedding. Fewer guests are required, but being from prominent families. It was essential to invite the appropriate individuals. Though the Luo family had always been affluent, the Lin family had recently risen to prominence. Yet, with Master Lin behind him, who could dare claim the Lin family was not a noble family? I shall resume my training, aiming to become a martial arts master as soon as possible, Luo Bingning declared before closing her door. Lin Tian returned to his room, continuing his investigation through Gerald. He discovered that Gerald's father was Count Karen, and they hailed from the Tudor family. The elder of the Tudor family held the title of Duke and, although not widely recognized, Lin Tian uncovered that they secretly controlled assets amounting to no less than 100 billion euros. This was merely a preliminary discovery. Undoubtedly, many assets remained untraceable online. The Tudor family possessed formidable strength, Lin Tian mused. Understanding their power made his own 300 billion yuan seem significantly less impressive. Speaking solely of the Tudor family, the potential economic repercussions of a conflict could be substantial. While he lacked sufficient resources for an offensive, the Luo family possessed considerable assets, both domestically and abroad. Many situations could not be resolved through sheer force. Conservatively estimating the Tudor family's assets at over 150 billion euros, this approached 12 trillion yuan. Lin Tian inwardly gasped. The lifespan of vampires remained uncertain, but their long lineage indicated immense wealth. The martial arts community in Huahua might indeed be aware of the existence of vampires, Lin Tian contemplated. With this in mind, he sent a message to Ouyang Fei. Ouyang, please bring your father and brother over. My medical skills have improved, and I can expedite your brother's recovery. Ouyang Fei quickly read the message. His eyes lighting up, we will come over tomorrow. The following day, Luo Bingning went to work, while Lin Tian arrived at the villa gifted by Zhao Xiangling. He spent the morning concocting a dozen rejuvenating pills, which neither Luo Bingning nor her father, Luo Hongchuan, had yet consumed. The doorbell chimed. Ouyang Fei and his family had arrived. Qingge, you seem to be in good spirits, Ouyang Fei remarked as they entered. Though Ouyang Qing remained in a wheelchair, his complexion and vigor had markedly improved. Thank you, Lin Tian. I feel great now, Ouyang Qing expressed his gratitude. He had resumed training diligently, witnessing rapid recovery of his internal energy and knee. Just a small matter, I will treat you again shortly. As my medical skills have advanced somewhat, Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Da and the others were astonished. Lin Tian's medical prowess was already remarkable, and now it had improved further. Perhaps Lin Tian was being modest, and the enhancement was even more substantial. Uncle Da, let us eat first. I didn't have time to cook this morning. So we have takeout from the hotel, Lin Tian proposed with a grin. Sounds good, Ouyang Da agreed. Soon, they gathered at the dining table, where Ouyang Da remarked. Lin Tian, this takeout must have cost a fortune. The exquisite takeout boxes revealed that Lin Tian had spent 20 to 30,000 yuan on this meal. Uncle Da, you and Ouyang can have a drink, but Qingge, you should refrain. It might hinder your recovery, Lin Tian advised, retrieving 2 bottles of Maodai from the cabinet. Guests may drink as they wish, Ouyang Da chuckled. After a few rounds, Lin Tian inquired, Uncle Da, I have a question that I hope you might shed light on. Feel free to ask, came the reply. Do you have any knowledge about vampires, werewolves, and lizardmen? Lin Tian pressed. Ouyang Fei nearly choked at this question. Once he recovered, he said, Lin Gu, you've got the wrong person. My father only reads traditional martial arts novels. Ouyang Da's expression grew serious. Lin Tian, Master Lin has advised that you should know these matters yourself. Ouyang Fei was taken aback. Dad, please don't tell me these things actually exist in this world. Ouyang Da glanced at him, stating calmly, with so many species on Earth, is it so hard to believe there are a few more? Ouyang Fei opened his mouth in disbelief. Are you serious? I thought they were just fictional tales. Lin Tian asserted, Uncle Da, I have made some discoveries myself. And I believed you might have insights, especially since Qingge is here for treatment. Taking a sip of his drink, Ouyang Da replied, vampires, werewolves, and lizardmen are indeed real. Both Ouyang Fei and Ouyang Qing listened intently. They should be akin to ordinary human ancestors, having subsequently chosen divergent evolutionary paths. Werewolves represent physical evolution. Reptilian beings embody mental evolution, while the Blood Clan opts for the enhancement of their lineage. Ouyang Da said, Lin Tian, please elaborate further. Ouyang Da nodded. Each choice is driven by specific reasons. The population in the land of Kyushu was historically larger than in other regions, leading to a significantly higher probability of wise individuals emerging. The wise crafted martial arts, allowing us to cultivate and grow stronger. As we became formidable, the pressure on humans in other regions naturally increased, compelling them to strengthen themselves. In the north, where wolves were plentiful and their conditions favorable. Crossbreeding between humans and wolves gradually resulted in werewolves. Lin Tian and the others listened intently. Ouyang continued. Europe has long been plagued by various viruses, and the Blood Clan's blood contains a certain virus. Being bitten leads to infection. Over prolonged evolution, this has transformed into a formidable ability. The blood virus enables the Blood Clan to control blood servants. Ouyang Fei mused, so it originated from a virus. Ouyang De elaborated, in the Americas, slavery persisted for an extensive period, necessitating masters to control their slaves. Hence they chose mental evolution. Ouyang Fei inquired, what about Africa and South America? How did they choose? Ouyang De shook his head. Not all evolutionary paths succeed. To my knowledge, only these 3 have achieved success. The rest have been eliminated. Lin Tian asked, what about their lifespans and combat prowess? And what is their population like? Ouyang De replied, human aging is significantly related to blood, and the Blood Clan enjoys a longer lifespan, potentially reaching over 300 years. Werewolves, however, have shorter lifespans, living only to their 50s or 60s, which is considerably less than that of normal humans. Reptilian beings have lifespans comparable to ordinary humans. Their mental fortitude and research capabilities are quite strong. At this point, Ouyang De's face displayed a hint of anger. In terms of combat prowess, among these 3 races, only werewolves were relatively strong. The Blood Clan and reptilian beings were rather average. The Blood Clan's capacity for infection is limited, while reptilian beings can only control those with weak willpower. Lin Tian paused, contemplating. Has there been a change following the invasion wars? Ouyang De took a large gulp of wine, saying, the land of Kyushu has always been a prestigious nation. These foreign races never dared to encroach. As cultivation became increasingly difficult, the advent of firearms transformed everything. It was not just treasures that were plundered. Various martial arts were also seized. The Blood Clan and reptilian beings have significantly strengthened, while the impact on werewolves is comparatively lesser. Lin Tian asked, how do they compare to our martial artists? Ouyang De responded, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan possesses the strength of a great martial master, while dukes are at the level of martial masters. Marquises are martial grandmasters, and those below marquis are merely at the dark and bright energy levels. Currently, they likely lack a Grand Duke, yet amusingly, they have created a princely rank. Ouyang Qing curiously asked, Father, what level do they intend for the prince to correspond to in us? Martial saints. Ouyang De replied. He shook his head. Martial saints in our land of Kyushu have long been legendary figures. Not to mention martial saints, even great martial masters. At this point, Ouyang De hesitated. He had almost mentioned that there were no longer any great martial masters, but Lin Tian's master, Master Lin, could very well be one. He was aware that Lin Tian had already attained the level of a master. Uncle De, how many foreign races are present in our land of Huaxia? Lin Tian inquired. Ouyang De shook his head. Very few. Fortunately, we still have some martial families in our nation. Moreover, we have an agreement with them. If they attempt to invade in large numbers, we will expose them. If exposed, they must consider whether humanity can accommodate their presence. Ouyang Fei remarked. Why not expose them directly? Ouyang De retorted, use your brain. Whoever exposes them must bear their wrath. If we expose them, we would be courting mutual destruction. Ouyang Fei chuckled sheepishly. Xiao Fei, why can't you learn from Lin Tian? Ouyang Fei pouted. Dad, you can't blame me. The gap in intelligence between him and me might be even greater than that between me and a dog. This is your fault. Ouyang De. He would deal with Ouyang Fei later. Lin Tian said, Uncle De, since the Blood Clan can live so long and have extensive training time, they will gradually gain the upper hand. Ouyang De nodded slightly. Who says otherwise? However, for now, the reptilian beings hold the advantage. We are in the age of technology. In recent years, technological progress has stagnated, and the Blood Clan's longevity advantage will gradually become apparent. Ouyang Fei smiled. No worries, we have Master Lin. P.S. Do not confuse the concepts of immortality, Blood Clan, werewolves, and reptilian beings with urban legends. Their powers are not exaggerated. Chapter 205. An incident at the Luo Bingning Company. Ouyang De's expression turned grave as he said, Lin Tian, you must not reveal this secret. Even with Master Lin backing you, this cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. At best, it might trigger a world war. At worst, mushroom clouds could fill the skies, turning the world into scorched earth. Ouyang Fei, in disbelief, asked, Dad, exposing this information could lead to a world war? Ouyang De nodded. If you step forward to expose the issue, it's not a significant problem. Only our family would perish. After all, they have produced various films and television shows as cover, making exposure nearly impossible. Lin Tian is different. Ouyang Fei. Lin Tian reassured, Uncle Da. Do not worry. I understand the gravity of the situation. The repercussions of exposure would indeed be monumental. Their influence extends deeply into various industries. Ouyang expressed concern previously. Their reach did not extend to our Huaxia, but now, with the Blood Clan and reptilian beings growing stronger, apart from Master Lin and you, the strength of our martial arts community is gradually declining. Their audacity will inevitably increase. Lin Tian, you must ensure your safety. Both you and Master Lin are of paramount importance to all of Huaxia. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Ouyang exhaled a breath of relief, smiling. You need not worry excessively. Our nation's strength now is vastly different from before. We possess the capability to turn the tables. Lin Tian nodded again. Let us not dwell on this topic. It is rather vexing, Ouyang remarked. After finishing their meal, Ouyang Qing lay on the sofa while Lin Tian applied silver needles. Soon, Ouyang Qing felt an itch in his knee. Lin Tian, is it normal for my knee to itch? Ouyang Qing asked. Lin Tian replied. The technique I just employed accelerates the healing of your bones, making their recovery rate over 10 times faster than normal. It's entirely normal to feel an itch as they heal. With that, Lin Tian produced a rejuvenation pill. This item not only enhances appearance, but also provides significant vitality, accelerating Ouyang Qing's recovery. With the medicinal materials he currently possessed, he could concoct 400 to 500 rejuvenation pills, and he generously offered one to Ouyang Qing. The Ouyang family had presented their ancestral spirit jade. Brother Qing, take this, Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Qing nodded, while Ouyang Fei poured water, not asking further questions, and directly consumed the pill. Uncle Da, you all can stay here for a couple of days. The day after tomorrow, Brother Qing will no longer need a wheelchair. He still requires some recovery, but he will be able to walk normally without issue. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Da and the others were elated. Lin Tian, however, said, We want to stay with you. We'll find a hotel nearby. Please assist us in booking it. Ouyang Da remarked. Lin Tian looked towards Ouyang Fei, hoping he would persuade his father. Ouyang Fei smiled. Lin Gu, my dad prefers to stay in hotels when he is out. You are a wealthy individual. Why not indulge us and arrange for a presidential suite? I have yet to experience such luxury. Ouyang Da's eyes widened. What are you saying? He is treating your brother. And you expect him to cover meals and lodging as well? Lin Tian chuckled. Uncle Da, I usually do not concern myself with ordinary matters, but since you are here, I shall certainly take care of you. I will book a hotel near that location. It will be convenient for me to treat Qing Go as well. Before long, Lin Tian had secured accommodations for Ouyang Da and his companions. Lin Tian, Xiao Fei is merely jesting. Look at this. Ouyang Da felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Tian reassured him. Uncle Da, I have never been particularly formal with him. Had he shown me courtesy, I would have given him a good thrashing. Ouyang Da laughed. Feel free to do so. Your medical skills are exceptional, and you can heal any injuries inflicted. Ouyang Fei. Ouyang Da continued. Lin Tian. Some individuals from the martial arts community wish to pay a visit to Master Lin. Would that be convenient for you? They are aware of the good relationship between our Ouyang family and you and have approached me several times. Lin Tian inquired. What do they intend to discuss? Ouyang Da shook his head. It is unclear. Each person's intentions may vary. Some might seek rapid improvement, while others simply wish to meet Master Lin. There are perhaps those who wish to discuss issues concerning other races. How to deal with the Blood Clan and the reptilians in the future is a complex dilemma. Lin Tian responded. I will speak with my master, but whether he is willing to meet them remains uncertain. Knowing about the Blood Clan, the reptilians, and the werewolves, he now wishes to conceal himself even better. Ouyang Da nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Lin Tian first escorted Ouyang Da and his group to the hotel before heading to pick up Luo Bingning from her office. Upon seeing Luo Bingning, Lin Tian paused momentarily. Before he left that morning, she had no treasure chest above her head, yet now there was a silver treasure chest prominently displayed. What transpired? It seemed that nothing significant had occurred today. Bingning, your expression is unusual. What happened? Lin Tian closed the door to Luo Bingning's office and inquired. Luo Bingning replied with a bitter smile. All core research personnel at the company have collectively resigned, and as a result, several major shareholders are also demanding to sell their shares. According to the contract, I must buy back their shares. Lin Tian asked. Are the other shareholders also fleeing? Yes. Luo Bingning nodded gloomily, saying, It appears I lack the aptitude for business. I have messed things up. Lin Tian embraced Luo Bingning. It is not your fault. The company must have been affected by my influence. There are unseen hands at work. They dare not employ forceful means now, but they still resort to economic pressure. Using conventional economic tactics, no one can voice any objections. Luo Bingning was taken aback. Lin Tian continued, They must know you are my girlfriend. If there were no significant external influences, they would have no reason to act collectively in this manner. This is a warning from certain individuals. Luo Bingning, puzzled, asked, a warning? Lin Tian nodded. How much would it cost to buy back their shares? Luo Bingning replied. It does not require too much, as the products have not officially been sold yet. And the buyback is based on the previous valuation rather than the current round. Approximately 150 million. Lin Tian smiled lightly. That amount is something they know I can afford. And the Luo family can manage it as well. The company has yet to take off. Even if it were to fail, the loss would not be catastrophic. Yet they still proceeded. Is this not a warning? Luo Bingning frowned. Dear, 150 million is not insignificant, and the company is struggling to survive. The total losses are much greater than that. Lin Tian chuckled. Who says it is struggling? If they return their shares, the company will soar. Huh. Luo Bingning looked puzzled. Lin Tian pinched her cheek with a smile. Silly wife, I can concoct beauty elixirs. Do you really believe I cannot handle ordinary cosmetics? Chapter 206. You are so fast. Dear? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian in surprise, playfully scolding. Dear, why didn't you help me earlier? Lin Tian replied. Some shareholders in your company were initially interested in you, so I had no intention of helping them profit. Their withdrawal is quite favorable. Luo Bingning's eyes brightened. Lin Tian's reasoning made sense. Looking at it this way, is it not a good thing? Dear, you have hundreds of billions in your account. Is my company merely a trivial matter to you? Would it not be a waste of your time? Luo Bingning said somewhat shyly. Her company, valued in the hundreds of millions, is certainly not small, but in comparison to Lin Tian's wealth, it is indeed modest. Lin Tian responded, I have researched cosmetics. The global market share is valued at $250 billion. This is no small pie, indeed. Luo Bingning agreed. You are right. But the vast majority of the market share is dominated by foreign brands. We do not yet have an internationally top-tier brand. Lin Tian smiled. So, you aspire to create one? Luo Bingning nodded. I had that ambition, but I did not expect to face such a setback right at the beginning. Lin Tian comforted her. Bingning, you are not working in vain. Although those core experts have left, the remaining staff are still capable. Additionally, you are well-versed in all processes. Luo Bingning nodded. That is true. Dear, you possess such wealth. Do you truly wish to spend time helping me keep this company afloat? Lin Tian replied. That amount is trivial. It means nothing to some international giants. In the future, we may require even larger sums, so my dear, you must help me earn more. Initially, Lin Tian believed that the wealth he possessed would last him a lifetime. He could simply relax without a care. However, he soon realized that the world is not so straightforward, with the Blood Clan and the reptilians lurking in the shadows. He is already at odds with them. In the future, should Master Lin's identity be exposed, the Blood Clan and the reptilians would undoubtedly see him as a thorn in their side. The Luo family may face considerable economic pressure as well. In terms of martial prowess, he is a Grandmaster equipped with techniques such as Thunder Law, Earth Dragon Technique, and Beast Mastery, so he is not overly concerned. In contrast, economically, they are at a significant disadvantage. The Tudor family of the Blood Clan alone boasts assets exceeding 1 trillion yuan. Combined with the Luo family's wealth, they are still far from sufficient. How many powerful families does the Blood Clan possess? Even a formidable entity like the Blood Clan pales in comparison to the reptilians, especially since the United States is currently the world's sole superpower, and the reptilians operate within its territory. The extent of the assets controlled by the reptilians is incalculable. Dear, how long will it take for you to complete the formula? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian chuckled. You first tell me your requirements. Luo Bingning stated. The ingredients should not be overly expensive, must be readily obtainable, preferably available domestically. The effects should be strong with no side effects, and ideally, it should be difficult for others to replicate even if they acquire it. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Quite a few demands you have. Are there any more? Luo Bingning stuck out her tongue. There are a few more, but they are not as crucial. After Luo Bingning finished speaking, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. After a moment, he said, I will provide the formula by tomorrow morning. Huh. Luo Bingning stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Dear, you are so fast? Lin Tian replied. I merely need to weaken the beauty elixir with different ingredients and transform the pill into a liquid form. This is quite simple for me. To prevent replication, I will include a catalyst liquid, which will only yield effects when added. The catalyst liquid can only be produced by me. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian with eager anticipation. Dear, what kind of effects do you expect? Lin Tian laughed softly. It cannot be compared to the beauty elixir, but it should easily outperform the cosmetics available on the market. Luo Bingning was overjoyed. Bingning, do not take the company public. We do not lack funds. We do not need to seek financing. Indeed, it would be prudent for you to acquire the factory, lest we find ourselves hindered in the production process. Lin Tian stated with a serious demeanor. Luo Bingning, puzzled, replied, Darling, if we are to purchase, it must be an exceptional cosmetics manufacturing company, which would entail a substantial financial commitment. Is this truly necessary? Many cosmetics are produced via outsourcing. Lin Tian nodded. Trust me, it is imperative. Our adversaries will be international giants, wielding immense influence. Luo Bingning then suggested, I will enlist my father's assistance for the acquisition, and the company will be under your name. Dear, Lin Tian shook his head. It should be in your name. If it were in mine, traveling abroad for business might become inconvenient. Hesitating, Luo Bingning said. But, Lin Tian interjected with a smile, there is no but about it. We are husband and wife. Do you wish to consider divorce? My concern is not financial, but rather you. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian with affection. Darling, I love you. With that, Lin Tian kissed her, leaving her cheeks flushed, particularly in the office setting. After a moment, he released her, and she playfully scolded, You rascal. What if someone walks in? Lin Tian chuckled. How could they? I locked the door. With a sigh of relief, Luo Bingning remarked, You had me worried for nothing. Lin Tian mused silently. How could it be for nothing when the silver treasure box has turned into a golden one? He then suggested, Let us return home. Luo Bingning replied, Darling, please wait for me downstairs while I speak with the employees. There seems to be unrest within the company. Lin Tian nodded and stepped out of the office. After a brief wait, Luo Bingning emerged, her complexion now composed. Clapping her hands, she addressed the employees, Everyone. I am aware of the rumors circulating about the company's potential collapse. I assure you, the company will not falter, so you need not worry. Even if it means supporting you for 3 years without work, I can afford it. The employees erupted in cheers, grateful for the favorable conditions under Luo Bingning's leadership. As she descended the stairs, one employee questioned, Surely what the boss says is true, right? Another chuckled, How could it not be? Have you forgotten who our boss is? She is the only daughter of the Luo family and Lin Tian's partner, who is backed by Lin Zongshi. As long as she does not wish for the company to fail, it shall not. The others nodded in agreement, realizing the privilege of having such a wealthy boss. Gossip began to circulate among them, speculating on what Lin Tian and Luo Bingning might have been discussing in the office. Returning home, Luo Bingning noticed an increase in the number of security personnel. Darling, the number of security guards has doubled, she remarked with surprise. Lin Tian, utilizing his exceptional sense of smell, detected the scent of ammunition on the newly added guards, all of whom were armed. Could this be because of you? Luo Bingning inquired as they parked the car. Lin Tian shook his head. No, the increase in security was pre-existing. There is no need for additional guards. But who are they then? Luo Bingning questioned, pondering if other influential figures had moved into the community. Lin Tian, with an enigmatic expression, suggested, Bingning, perhaps your earlier assumptions were correct. Luo Bingning paused, then realized, new neighbors must have arrived, and their status is likely significant. Lin Tian agreed, it is possible, especially given that the new guards are armed. Luo Bingning turned to Lin Tian. Darling, perhaps there are indeed princesses from other countries among us. Lin Tian chuckled. Do not fret. Should you harness your inner strength, you could easily handle 100 princesses alone. Ding dong. After they had finished dinner, the doorbell rang, revealing a young woman on the intercom. As Lin Tian washed the dishes, Luo Bingning opened the door. Hello, may I ask if you are the girl? Appearing to be around 18 or 19, though not as striking as Su Anna and her peers, possessed a graceful demeanor. Miss Luo, I am Princess Kailina of Wanghua. I have come to visit Mr. Lin Tian, if that is permissible. She spoke Mandarin, albeit with a slight unfamiliarity. Luo Bingning recalled information about Wanghua, a kingdom known for its financial struggles, yet the status of a princess was not something to be taken lightly. Of course, please come in, she replied, feeling somewhat resigned, as it was not appropriate to refuse a royal visitor. Princess Kailina, please have a seat. Lin Tian is currently washing dishes, so you may need to wait a moment. Luo Bingning informed her. Kailina nodded, gracefully taking a seat, displaying the poise befitting her royal upbringing. Shortly after, Lin Tian finished washing the dishes. Mr. Lin, Kailina said as she stood and bowed slightly. Lin Tian acknowledged her with a nod. Princess Kailina, there is no need for formality. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? In a hushed tone, Kailina replied, Mr. Lin, I trust this space is free from eavesdroppers? Lin Tian smiled lightly. That is unlikely, especially since the Yamaguchi-gumi has just compensated $10 billion. Kailina visibly relaxed. Miss Luo, I apologize for any inconvenience. I have come as a suitor of Mr. Lin. Luo Bingning was taken aback. It seems I misunderstood. Princess Kailina, There is no trouble at all. I shall leave you two to converse, she said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded, aware that Kailina's royal status meant she might wish to discuss matters not suited for Luo Bingning's ears. After Luo Bingning retreated to her room to practice, Kailina, as a princess, would not fabricate a story for her visit. Princess Kailina, you may express your intentions directly, Lin Tian encouraged with a calm demeanor. Kailina replied, Mr. Lin, I have come to seek the assistance of Master Lin in dealing with a certain family. Lin Tian responded coolly, Princess Kailina, while the citizens of Wanghua may be prosperous, the royal family is relatively impoverished. The family you aim to confront must be quite formidable. What leads you to believe my master would intervene? Kailina's family assets were merely around $15 million, a stark contrast to the wealth of the Saudi royal family, which boasted over $10 billion. The GDP of Wanghua was over $500 billion, yet the royal family's assets were merely a fraction of that, rendering them almost beggars in comparison. Mr. Lin, we were not always this destitute. Much of our royal wealth has been usurped, Kailina expressed with frustration. By which family? Lin Tian inquired. Kailina nodded. The assets once owned by our royal family, when converted to dollars, exceed $100 billion. They have been gradually consumed by the Brook family. P.S. Parallel world. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The Brook family? I encountered that name while researching the Tudor family. You allow the Brook family to devour your royal assets without resistance? He inquired. Kailina sighed. We are not their match. If not for the leverage we hold over them, they would have annihilated us long ago. Lin Tian asked, is the Brook family a bloodline clan? Kailina paused. Mr. Lin, you are familiar with bloodline clans. Lin Tian nodded. I have some knowledge. Kailina breathed a sigh of relief. Since you are aware, discussing this with you will be much easier. The Brook family is akin to thieves. Despicable parasites. Lin Tian remarked, you have not resisted until now. Why consider opposing the Brook family now? Kailina smiled bitterly. We had no choice before. Now that Master Lin has risen powerfully and our nation is also growing, perhaps we can reclaim what is rightfully ours. Lin Tian replied with a half-smile. Why would my master assist you? Is it wise to provoke a bloodline clan? Kailina explained. The assets the Brook family has seized from our royal family include mines, ports, royal islands, and so forth. If Master Lin helps us reclaim them, we can offer him half of the assets. Many of our royal assets are indeed permanent. Lin Tian questioned, in your counterattack, are you not afraid that the Brook family will eliminate your entire royal family? Kailina shook her head. Under their coercion, we can barely maintain our royal dignity. They would not dare to wipe us out entirely. Should they attempt such a thing, we would expose the bloodline clan. Lin Tian inquired, how does the Tudor family compare to the Brook family in terms of strength, and what is their relationship? Kailina replied, they are two of the 8 prominent bloodline families, and their relationship is quite amicable. They have even intermarried. Chapter 208. I worry he might kill me. Lin Tian pondered. He is Master Lin. Once this information is revealed, both the Bloodline clan and the Lizard Men will undoubtedly target him. This is without question. If the news breaks, others will realize he has become a master in his 20s. What heights might he reach in the future? Even if he declares he will never target the Bloodline clan or the Lizard Men, would they believe him? China has long claimed to rise peacefully, but with its increasing strength, who would still believe that? This is no longer a matter of belief. As power grows, influence naturally follows, inevitably affecting the interests of certain nations. The same applies to him. He does nothing, merely lays idle, yet the Bloodline clan and the Lizard Men will suspect his power is growing. As long as such doubts persist, their anxiety will grow, prompting them to take various actions. Mr. Lin, you should know that the Bloodline clan has a long lifespan, and in the future, they will pose a threat to your country. Kailina reminded Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied calmly, Princess Kailina, the safety of our nation has never relied on a single individual. We have countless soldiers guarding our land, and many scientists work incognito to forge weapons for the country. If they dare to target the entirety of China, the winds will shift, and their ancient castles will turn to dust. Kailina's eyes revealed envy. How I wish our nation were as strong. Princess Kailina, what you have mentioned will be conveyed to my master. As for his decision, I cannot predict. Please provide me with a list of your royal family's assets and which ones you intend to offer, Lin Tian stated. Kailina nodded. Mr. Lin, I will be staying here for 2 to 3 months, and once I have organized everything, I will give it to you. Lin Tian smiled lightly. It would be best if your royal family possesses islands with mineral resources or excellent ports. You can estimate the value of each asset, and should my master agree, he can select from them. Kailina rose. Understood, Mr. Lin. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, she said. Lin Tian conveyed a message to Luo Bingning, who was not currently cultivating. Luo Bingning emerged from her room, Princess Kailina, won't you stay a little longer? No, thank you. Miss Luo, may I have Mr. Lin's phone number? Kailina inquired. Of course. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian provided his phone number, which Kailina could have discovered privately. Asking in person was simply more courteous. Miss Luo, I will be here for a while longer. I hope it won't cause you any inconvenience, Kailina said, handing a business card to Luo Bingning. She soon took her leave. Honey, what's going on? Can I know? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian chuckled. She seeks to meet Master Lin. Rest assured, she is not here to compete for you. Luo Bingning huffed playfully. Some people are rather narcissistic. Lin Tian replied, the purpose of her visit, I will disclose once you reach the level of a martial arts master. As for the news regarding the Bloodline clan and Lizard Men, I will inform Luo Bingning when the time is right. Currently, it is unnecessary. She is only at the dark energy level of martial arts. Her strength is lacking, and being vigilant would have little effect. I must seize the time to cultivate. Honey, I will return to my room to practice. Luo Bingning quickly returned to her room for cultivation. She had only completed one full cycle in the morning and needed 4 hours for 2 cycles in the evening. Lin Tian returned to his room and began searching for information on the Brook family. To his astonishment, it was conservatively estimated that the Brook family's total assets exceeded 18 billion euros, surpassing the Tudor family's 15 billion euros. Lin Tian thought to himself, I should have asked Kailina earlier. Perhaps she knows the approximate total assets of the Brook family. His estimate might be significantly lower than the reality. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Fang Hejuan. Team leader, any good news? Lin Tian smiled. Fang Hejuan cleared his throat. Lin Tian, could you and Luo Bingning possibly move to that villa? Princess Kailina has arrived, and there may be more princesses coming. The security pressure in the community is quite high. The area you currently reside in has more people than the villa, with many coming and going daily. Lin Tian replied, isn't security your responsibility? Fang Hejuan stated, not entirely. We merely assist. Someone wanted me to discuss this with you. Please consider it. Lin Tian chuckled. Since you've brought it up, I must grant you this favor. We will move within 3 days. Fang Hejuan sighed in relief. Thank you. Thank you. With 2 foreign princesses in the community, it's challenging to handle if anything goes awry. After hanging up, Lin Tian shook his head inwardly. They had not planned to move. It seemed they had underestimated the situation. The nation could not allow Kailina and the others to experience any incidents in China. Should anything happen to foreign princesses here, it could lead to diplomatic disputes. He decided to wait until Ouyang Qing was treated before relocating. With Kailina as a rival, some residents in the community might reconsider their ambitions. In Europe, at the Tudor family castle, the old patriarch, Conrad, smiled and said, old friend, long time no see. Before him stood the patriarch of the Brook family, Augustus. Augustus had come secretly, without attendance, even choosing to fly economy class. This was unusual for someone who typically traveled by private jet, or at the very least, first class on commercial flights. It had only been 2 or 3 years, not too long. Augustus embraced Conrad warmly. 2 individuals took their seats, and soon a maid poured exquisite red wine for them. They raised their glasses and clinked them together. The Asian girl appeared to be no older than 16. Auguste, he chuckled. Conrad nodded. Your palate remains as discerning as ever. Auguste, your visit is surely prompted by Princess Kailina's journey to Huagua, is it not? Indeed, Auguste replied, his smile fading. I suspect a younger member of our family sought to marry Princess Kailina, only to be rebuffed by the royal family, which then sent her to Huagua to find Lin Tian. Conrad pondered, if Lin Tian were to marry Princess Kailina, your family would encounter considerable difficulties. Auguste took a deep breath, not merely considerable troubles, but significant ones. You are aware that we possess a substantial share of royal assets. Should this escalate to court, we would be unafraid. However, Master Lin's arrival may not afford us the luxury of reason. Conrad remarked, you are a duke. Do you truly fear that you would be outmatched by the martial prowess of the Huagua masters? Auguste offered a wry smile. I fear he may end my life. Do you lack confidence? Conrad queried. Auguste shook his head. There exists a distinction among masters. You and I are both masters. Yet you are mid-phase while I would undoubtedly lose against you. Still, I could manage to escape from you. Against Master Lin, my chances of evading him seem slim. Conrad frowned. We too can traverse the skies. Our speed would not pale in comparison. Yet, he may be concealing part of his strength. Auguste replied gravely. I do not believe it is a matter of possibility. It is an absolute certainty that he is withholding some of his power. The typhoon in Haifa, the thunderous strikes from the Dongying Ghost Society, the earthquakes and volcanoes, these are all his doing. Do you possess such capabilities? Conrad shook his head. Naturally, I do not. However, these phenomena may not necessarily correlate with martial arts. They relate more to the geomancy spoken of in Huagua. Martial arts harness one's inherent power, while geomancy taps into the forces of nature. Auguste responded, I am familiar with the geomancy you mention. I have encountered some formidable geomancers from Huagua. Yet, they pale in comparison to Master Lin. Conrad nodded slightly. Do you believe Master Lin possesses at least late-stage mastery? Auguste countered. I sense he has attained complete mastery and has only begun to reveal himself after ceasing his closed-door training. Perhaps he seeks a new approach to transcend his current limits. Conrad's brow furrowed. If he is indeed a complete master, a confrontation could very well lead to your demise. Auguste's words diminished the allure of the fresh blood in his glass. Conrad sighed. What is your intent in coming here? Do you propose we covertly eliminate Lin Tian? That would surely provoke Master Lin's ire. Auguste suggested. Perhaps we could jointly apply pressure to dissuade Lin Tian from marrying Princess Kalina. The kingdom of Wandi belongs to Europe. They must not overstep their bounds. Conrad chuckled softly. My old friend, I believe you are overthinking this. According to the information I have received, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning share a close relationship. They are preparing for engagement. Auguste fell silent for a moment, pondering. What if Kalina is willing to be Lin Tian's consort? You jest. She is a princess of the kingdom of Wandi, Conrad replied, shaking his head. Auguste frowned. Our family has pressured the royal family rather harshly. For the sake of the crown, it is not inconceivable that she might secretly become Lin Tian's lover. If they extend their reach now, retracting it later will not be an easy feat. Conrad considered this. Jointly advising Lin Tian could yield favorable results, but should it fail, the Tudor family would face repercussions. Their families maintained a cordial relationship, yet they remained distinct entities with differing core interests. The Tudor family held sway in Ridian, while the Bruff family ruled over the kingdom of Wandi. My old friend, it is rather late. You should stay the night here while I reflect on this. Conrad finally said. Very well, Auguste nodded. United, I believe Lin Tian will retreat under our combined influence. Conrad smiled. Rest assured, my friend. Your room has been preserved for you. I shall have a servant escort you. Shortly thereafter, Conrad summoned his son. Father, came the respectful greeting from Lambert, who arrived via helicopter from another city. As the head of the Tudor family, his status paled in comparison to his father's. For Lambert was merely a marquis with mastery in martial arts, while Conrad was a duke with the prowess of a master. Has there been any news from the family? Conrad inquired routinely. Lambert hesitated before responding. Father, there is one matter. Gerald has visited Huagua and returned with 2 small vials of blood. Conrad's brow furrowed. It is best to avoid Huagua. However, times have changed, and 2 vials of blood are not particularly alarming. Lambert cleared his throat. They are the blood of Lin Tian's parents. What? Conrad's expression shifted. Father, Gerald coerced Lin Tian's parents into donating blood, then took the vials. He sought to ascertain whether their blood held any special properties. In reality, we found no extraordinary effects. Lambert explained that he and Gerald's father, Count Kalin, had sampled the blood. Did their guards notice? Conrad inquired sternly. Lambert coughed lightly. Lin Tian's parents' bodyguards are quite capable. They discovered the blood was missing. However, they cannot trace it back to us. Conrad frowned. Nothing is impossible. Do you not recall that hacker who infiltrated another domain? Lambert's face paled. Father. Surely that cannot be the case. Conrad replied gravely. As the head of the family, you must remain vigilant. Complacency could lead to dire consequences. Yes, father, Lambert nodded. Did you summon me for a specific purpose? Lambert asked. Conrad explained Auguste's visit and his intention to discuss whether the Tudor family should become involved in this murky affair. It seems we must indeed take action, Conrad concluded. Lin Tian will be enraged to discover that our family has pilfered his parents' blood. Presently, he does not ally with the Bruff family. In the future, it is possible that the Bruff family may emerge unscathed while we face the fallout. Father, given the strengths of both the Tudor and Bruff families, these matters should be minor inconveniences. We have weathered storms for over a millennium, Lambert stated confidently. Indeed, Conrad acknowledged with a slight nod. Should we send family members, or should we dispatch controlled blood servants? Lambert asked. After a moment's reflection, Conrad decided, let Kalin go. Sending blood servants might convey a lack of seriousness. Additionally, there might be risks of losing control with blood servants. Lambert nodded in agreement. Conrad added, let him go the day after tomorrow. He has just consumed Lin Tian's parents' blood. We must avoid raising any suspicions. Understood, father. Conrad waved his hand, and Lambert departed. Chapter 210. Ready for an arm wrestle. The following morning, Augustus met with Conrad. Old friend, have you given it some thought? Augustus inquired. Conrad replied. Our families have always stood together, so naturally, we must support you in this matter. Today, we shall observe the situation in Huagua and see if Princess Kalina returns. We will act tomorrow. Augustus nodded. Who do you intend to send? I plan to have Karen go. Lin Tian is a martial arts master. If our envoy is too weak, it might backfire, Conrad stated. Augustus agreed. Then I shall send my grandson as well. As the day passed, it was evident that Kylina had not returned, and Augustus and his group received news that she had rented a villa near Lin Tian's residence. Kylina did consider purchasing it, but the royal family of Wangwa was rather impoverished. Fortunately, someone in the community was willing to rent it to her. Given her status, if she ever decided to sell, the fact that a princess had resided there would certainly add value. Brother Qing, why don't you try walking on your own? Lin Tian suggested with a smile. He had treated Ouyang Qing the previous day, and today marked the final session. Ouyang Qing's knee was nearly healed. Ouyang Qing carefully stepped down from the bed. He took his first step slowly, with Ouyang Da and Ouyang Fei watching closely. 1 step, 2 steps. Initially cautious, Ouyang Qing gradually began to stride confidently across the room. As he walked, tears streamed down his face. Ouyang Da's eyes glistened with emotion, and Ouyang Fei was filled with excitement. Lin Tian, thank you, thank you. Ouyang Qing expressed deeply, bowing in gratitude. Ouyang Da remarked, Lin Tian, should you ever need assistance from our Ouyang family, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Tian smiled. Uncle Da, there is something I wish to consult you about. Ouyang, accompany Brother Qing for a stroll downstairs. All right. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Fei departed. Lin Tian, feel free to ask whatever you need, Ouyang Da encouraged. Lin Tian began. Uncle Da, as you may know, Princess Kylina has arrived. She wishes for my master to address the Brush family. Lin Tian explained the situation to Ouyang Da. My master is not particularly well versed in the martial world and the blood clans. What would happen if he took action? As the renowned Master Lin, Ouyang Da was the ideal person to consult regarding this matter. Ouyang Da pondered for a moment before responding, Lin Tian, you are still young and in a phase of rapid advancement. There is no need to rush. In 3 to 5 years, you may reach the mid to late stages of mastery. Lin Tian thought to himself, how could he hide for 3 to 5 years? He was certain that multiple factions were covertly investigating him, and his identity would inevitably be revealed. The most he could conceal it would be until his marriage. As Master Lin was his mentor, it would not be a significant issue if he did not appear for the engagement. But what about the wedding? Many intelligent individuals would piece together the remaining information and conclude with high certainty that he was indeed Master Lin. Uncle Da, a member of the Tudor family recently orchestrated the theft of my parents' blood bags. I must confront them about this. As the Tudors have a good relationship with the Brush family, Lin Tian pondered. Ouyang Da was taken aback. Is that so? Yes, Lin Tian affirmed. Ouyang Da advised. Then you must confront them. Westerners think differently than we do. If you suffer a loss and do not retaliate, they will perceive you as weak and easy to bully. However, one must exercise moderation, as a full-scale war against the Tudor family may result in mutual destruction. At this, Ouyang Da chuckled. Your previous actions against the Sanjing family and the Yamaguchi group were commendable. You gained benefits while maintaining control over the situation. Lin Tian nodded slightly. If they wish to challenge my master, what impact would that have on our nation? Ouyang Da shook his head. As long as you maintain a level of control, it should not pose a problem. The blood clans would not dare to expose themselves. That is their Achilles heel. Their strength has not reached the point of reckless abandon. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Ouyang Da added with a smile. If you aim to eradicate a family within months, they will certainly fight back with all their might. However, if you extend the timeline to years or even decades, they will gradually be consumed by you. The royal family of Wangwa exemplifies this. Lin Tian remarked. It's akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Indeed, the blood clans are far too powerful. Even if Master Lin has intentions towards them, it cannot be rushed. What he seeks is benefit, not a global economic collapse, or even a world war, Ouyang Da elaborated. Lin Tian laughed. As long as I can carve out their flesh. I fear igniting chaos within the martial world. Ouyang Da shook his head. That will not happen. As long as you do not sever their vital arteries, they will merely suffer this loss. The Tudor family's scheme to steal your parents' blood bags provides ample reason for Master Lin to intervene. At that moment, Ouyang Da paused. You must also be cautious. Their influence is substantial, even extending into our own country. The Luo family may also bear the brunt of this pressure. Lin Tian responded. If the Luo family bears 1 unit of pressure and suffers 100 million, I shall demand 1 billion from them. Thank you, Uncle Da, Lin Tian expressed. Ouyang Da waved his hand. I merely spoke a few words. Master Lin's intervention is quite favorable. Certain individuals in our country will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The influence of assets was profound, and many factions within the country were likely under covert control. Their emergence would serve to clear out some of the excess. Uncle Da, I shall take my leave now. My relationship with your Ouyang family is amicable, but you may also be affected, so please remain vigilant. Lin Tian stood to depart. Ouyang gestured dismissively. Our family does not possess many industries. The impact will not be significant. I might as well hasten to convert some of our assets into gold. Perhaps amidst the turmoil, it will increase in value. Lin Tian remarked, Uncle Da, I will speak with my master and see if he can assist you in becoming a master yourself. Please, no. Ouyang interjected hastily. Becoming a master is exceedingly difficult. Asking him would be unfair. Lin Tian replied, Uncle Da, I merely mention it. It depends on whether my master possesses the capability. In the future, if he becomes a martial sage or acquires powerful elixirs, he may indeed help you achieve mastery. Goodbye, Uncle Da, Lin Tian said, departing swiftly for home. Less than 5 minutes after his arrival, the doorbell rang. Kailina was at the door. Bingning, a beautiful lady has come to visit. I must open the door and have a proper conversation with her, Lin Tian messaged Luo Bingning. Approved, came her swift reply. As she anticipated that it was indeed Kailina seeking Lin Tian. Chapter 211. This is quite brief. Princess Kailina, please come in, Lin Tian said, opening the door as Kailina entered the living room. Mr. Lin Tian, I have received news that the Blood Clan's tutor family, Count Karen, and Count Eamon of the Brush family have boarded a plane to Huagua, Kailina stated, her expression tinged with concern. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Which family took the initiative? Understanding his inquiry, Kailina responded, it appears the Brush family made the first move to contact the tutor family. Mr. Lin Tian, their combined presence may be an attempt to leverage their family influence to pressure you. Lin Tian smiled. Are you worried that I cannot withstand the pressure? If they apply pressure, will they simply send you back? Kailina's expression was tense as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Mr. Lin Tian, there is something I have not disclosed to you. The Brush family also wishes to arrange a marriage alliance with our royal family. With you? Lin Tian asked. Have you previously had a marriage alliance with the Brush family? Kailina nodded and shook her head. We resolutely refuse to enter into a marriage alliance with them, as our royal family has had numerous conflicts with theirs. After each confrontation, they would seize some of our interests. Lin Tian remarked. They may be doing this deliberately to find reasons to usurp even more of your benefits. Kailina agreed, saying, it has been this way in the past. And now they continue. Perhaps they wish to consume our entire royal family. Maybe they believe we will compromise. Or perhaps they think the royal family of Huagua has lost its influence. Anger flickered in Kailina's eyes. At this point, she deeply bowed and said, Mr. Lin Tian, I hope you can assist our nation, even if it means becoming your lover, I would be willing. Lin Tian shook his head. Kailina's face flushed, alternating between red and pale. It took great courage for her to say this, for she is a princess. I have overstepped, Kailina said bitterly. Lin Tian frowned. Princess Kailina, we can cooperate, but please refrain from speaking of becoming my lover. Kailina was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Lin Tian, wouldn't such an arrangement deepen our mutual interests? Many powerful factions operate this way, and Kailina has understood this since childhood. Even if we cannot be openly together, having a child as lovers would be far more stable than a mere relationship based on benefits. Princess Kailina, I have a close relationship with Bingning, Lin Tian stated solemnly. Kailina looked puzzled. Mr. Lin Tian, this does not affect your relationship. I certainly will not compete with her. We could simply have a child together. Lin Tian rubbed his forehead. Perhaps the foreign mindset differed from theirs. Kailina, our cultures are distinct. In our country, such actions are deemed disloyal to one as partner. Kailina replied, I understand, Mr. Lin Tian. But how important is family legacy? For a family to endure through generations, it requires binding interests from various aspects. Does your country not have similar situations? Lin Tian waved his hand. Let us not discuss that. The royal family of Huagua has a long-standing legacy, with vast enterprises. Family interests are paramount. The Lin family consists of just his parents, himself, and Luo Bingning, so he need not consider much. As for the future, having more children with Luo Bingning and allowing his sons and grandsons to form alliances with other factions would suffice. Princess Kailina, you should be aware of their assets and strength. Lin Tian shifted the topic. Kailina replied, originally, I did not know much, but my father informed me of many things before my arrival. The Bruch family possesses assets exceeding 200 billion euros and secretly controls numerous factions across various nations. Including indirectly controlled assets, it could amount to 400 or 500 billion euros. Lin Tian nodded slightly. This aligned with his estimates. The Tudor family is not as greedy as the Bruch family. Their direct assets may be lesser, but their indirectly controlled assets should surpass those of the Bruch family. Lin Tian smiled faintly. The Bruch family is too greedy. Their desire to cling to power has diminished many potential alliances, has it? Indeed, Kailina affirmed. The Brook family has devoured our royal family quite ruthlessly, and many other factions have also been consumed. Naturally, many factions are unwilling to depend on the Brook family. The Tudor family controls more factions indirectly, partly due to the strength of their elder. Lin Tian asked, "What is their strength?" Kailina responded, "According to your classification. The elder of the Tudor family is at the mid-level of a master, while the elder of the Brook family is at the initial level of a master." Lin Tian inquired, "Do the other 6 families of the Blood Clan also have masters?" Kailina nodded. No duke means no top-tier family. Each family currently presents itself as a duke. Some families may even have a second duke in secret. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. Before Master Lin's appearance, there were no masters in our nation, yet the Blood Clan has at least 8 masters. This is somewhat disheartening. Even if our country has masters in secret, there are certainly not this many. Our nation has been heavily affected by past wars, while the Blood Clan has garnered immense benefits from their invasions. The Blood Clan's 8 families are not very united, are they? Lin Tian asked. Kailina nodded. Yes, the territories of the 8 families lie in Europe, and there are bound to be conflicts of interest. Their influence can be seen behind various wars in Europe. However, they might unite if facing external threats. After half an hour, Kailina took her leave. Lin Tian now understood the situation with the Blood Clan more clearly. The royal family of Wanghua has long suffered oppression, and they are quite familiar with the Blood Clan. On the 21st floor, Su Anna, a female bodyguard, entered the room. She had 2 female bodyguards in this complex, one downstairs and one upstairs. "How is it?" Su Anna inquired. "Miss, Princess Kailina has been in Mr. Lin Tian's room for half an hour." Su Anna murmured. "Half an hour can accomplish quite a bit, but isn't Lin Tian a martial arts master? That duration isn't particularly long. Excluding foreplay and such, it's barely 20 minutes. Downstairs, Lin Tian. Using his extraordinary sense of smell, he realized that Zhao Anna's bodyguard was stationed in the hallway, and she was just returning to her room. He focused his attention and was surprised to overhear Su Anna's comments. "Miss, perhaps Lin Tian is pressed for time. He may fear that Princess Kailina's extended stay could create a negative impression." Su Anna's bodyguard offered an analysis. Su Anna nodded. "That is indeed a possibility. What do you think about me going downstairs to meet Lin Tian right now?" Su Anna's bodyguard replied. "Miss, I believe that may not be the best idea. A man's last segment of time is often referred to as sage time." "What is sage time?" Su Anna inquired, still innocent of the term. "Miss, sage time refers to chapter 212. Husband, you are quite charming." Lin Tian was exasperated. Su Anna and her friends indeed held a rather dismissive view of him. He could only last 20 minutes and possessed merely a fighting capacity. What a pair of rascals. Lin Tian silently complained. He felt powerless to argue with them, as he had yet to engage in intimacy with Luo Bingning. Even if he claimed prowess, he had no evidence. It seemed a move was necessary. Living here, anyone could easily discern who visited his home based on the elevator's stops. Lin Tian pondered. With Su Anna and Zhao Qianqian moving up and down, they could easily hear any disturbances in the hallway. Other neighbors on the same floor could also deduce when Kailina arrived or departed. Anyone observant could track Kailina's visits, noting when the elevator reached the 20th floor and when it returned to her residence. "Dear, has Kailina just left?" Luo Bingning sent a message. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Someone must have informed Luo Bingning, seeking to sow discord between them. "Yes, she insisted on becoming my lover, and I firmly rejected her." Lin Tian quickly replied. "You can keep being narcissistic. I'll be back home this afternoon. And didn't you say we were moving to the villa?" "All right." In the afternoon, Lin Tian called a moving company. He didn't possess much, but Luo Bingning had quite a bit. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Luo Bingning opened the door to find 10 beautiful neighbors outside, including Su Anna and Zhao Qianqian. "Beautiful neighbor, are you moving?" Zhao Qianqian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. "Princess Kailina came over. She lives in this complex, and the security pressure is too great." Su Anna glanced at Lin Tian in the room, her expression thoughtful. "Could there be another reason?" Lin Tian. "Su Anna, please don't follow us to the new place. It's a waste of time and resources." Su Anna chuckled. "Lin Tian, we merely wish to be friends. If you're moving, I'll move too. I have plenty of time and money." Kailina spent half an hour with Lin Tian, which instilled a sense of hope in Su Anna. If Lin Tian could share a bed with Kailina, why could he not do the same with her? In terms of beauty and figure, Su Anna mused that she was not inferior to Kailina. Although Kailina was a princess, her family was considerably wealthier than Kailina's. "Miss Luo, would you mind if we moved?" Su Anna smiled at Luo Bingning, her tone slightly provocative. Luo Bingning remained composed. "Your move is your own choice. What objection could I possibly have?" "Husband, you agree, right?" Lin Tian nodded. "Ladies, we have matters to attend to. The house is a mess, so we want to be hosting today." With that, he promptly closed the door. Ladies, what do you think? I'm going to move over there. Let us all live together. Suanna giggled from outside the door. Let us move. I think I'll pass. I want to join the fray, the other women chimed in. Half of them hesitated, feeling a glimmer of hope in the face of Luo Bingning. With Princess Kalina now involved, even if Lin Tian were to part ways with Luo Bingning, they estimated that the chances of them being chosen were slim. A few departed, while others were beckoned by Suanna to her home. Ladies, would you like to live with me? I've already purchased a villa over there. Suanna smiled, adding, that villa is rather large. I would feel a bit frightened living alone at night. After a moment's consideration, Zhao Qianqian and a few others nodded. The villa had ample rooms for all of them. How much did you spend on that villa? We can split the costs. We want to take advantage of you, Zhao Qianqian suggested. The villa cost over 100 million, but they could all afford it, even if they failed in pursuing Lin Tian. Selling the villa later wouldn't incur much loss. They might even profit. All right then, Suanna nodded. She truly did not want to reside alone in such a large villa, especially with the pressure Kalina's presence invoked. Though their families were wealthy, they were still commoners compared to a princess. The royal family of Wangua, despite its decline, would surely regain wealth if Lin Tian were to be with Kalina, thereby enhancing their power significantly. All right, ladies, it's time to move. Living in the villa seemed quite pleasant. The neighborhood was a bit crowded, which made things less convenient. Suanna chuckled. Soon, they found a moving company, and after a short while, they were comfortably settled in the villa, which was no more than 200 meters away. Suanna, Zhao Qianqian, the Pei sisters, and Lu Xing had all moved in. You certainly have quite the charm, Luo Bingning teased. That's a given, Lin Tian replied, embracing Luo Bingning with a smile. Luo Bingning's golden treasure chest had finally transformed into a legendary treasure chest. Suanna and her friends proved to be quite effective. Lin Tian hoped for more treasure chests to emerge from Luo Bingning, as Suanna and her companions were indeed useful tools. Once the second treasure chest appeared, he would open this legendary one. Dear, I had my father assist. The cosmetics manufacturing company is currently in the acquisition phase. The herbal formula you provided is quite affordable, and I have prepared ample materials to begin testing tomorrow, Luo Bingning stated. Lin Tian nodded. Do ensure confidentiality and expedite the patent application. Understood, Luo Bingning agreed. With such a large villa, we should hire a maid, but since we all practice cultivation, having outsiders around might be inconvenient, Luo Bingning said, her brows slightly furrowed. Lin Tian shook his head. No need for that. Have you not noticed that the house has been dust-free these past couple of days? My feng shui has improved slightly. I will set up feng shui formations around the villa. It will remain free of dust and mosquitoes. The formations also muffle sound, so we need not worry about being overheard while engaging in intimate activities. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. Can it prevent theft? She asked timidly. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. I will establish a powerful feng shui formation. Spies 1T be able to infiltrate. Previously, he was merely a master of feng shui, and setting up formations to prevent intrusions was quite challenging. However, now with his divine-level feng shui skills, he was extraordinarily adept. With some effort in arranging the formations, even a bloodline duke would find it impossible to stealthily enter the villa. That's wonderful, Luo Bingning exclaimed joyfully. After the last incident with a spy from Dongying Kingdom, she harbored a psychological shadow, fearing further infiltrations. Lin Tian kissed Luo Bingning. Chapter 213. Information on the aerospace fighter. Soon, Lin Tian's tongue breached the gates of intimacy. Luo Bingning's face flushed and her heart raced. After about 2 minutes, Lin Tian noticed another treasure chest slowly emerging above Luo Bingning's head. This one was a black iron chest. After a while, Lin Tian released Luo Bingning, whose cheeks were enticingly rosy. He could not help but plant a kiss on her cheek. Just 2 months prior, he had been an ordinary office worker, uncertain if he would ever find a girlfriend. Now he had someone like Luo Bingning by his side. Sometimes, he worried that he would awaken to find it had all been a dream. Darling, your hand, Luo Bingning shyly remarked. During the kiss, Lin Tian's hand had ventured down her back, claiming her most sensitive territories, and had yet to withdraw. He chuckled, pulling his hand away. It was not the right time for further intimacy, but he would certainly take advantage of other benefits. He needed to seize the opportunity ahead. I'll go to my room to cultivate for a while. I'm too tired from moving today to cook. Let us go out for dinner tonight, Luo Bingning said, quickly darting toward her room. As Lin Tian's hand brushed against the legendary treasure chest above Luo Bingning, it vanished, leaving only the smaller black iron chest. Ding! The legendary treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired all information on the 6th-generation fighter jet. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, and a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. He hurried to the master bedroom. Although the master and guest rooms were quite similar in the spacious villa, he needed to process the information. After half an hour, Lin Tian exhaled deeply. He had digested most of the 6th-generation fighter jet information. The 6th-generation fighter jet was an aerospace fighter capable of atmospheric and space flight, achieving speeds exceeding 30 Mach in space. This aircraft was extraordinarily powerful. Once developed, no foreign missile could keep up. Excitement gleamed in Lin Tian's eyes. He was quite pleased with this legendary treasure chest. While it may not enhance his personal strength, its development could significantly bolster the nation's power. Even without fully developing the fighter jet, the technologies possessed by this 6th-generation jet would suffice to elevate the nation's capabilities. The fields involved in the 6th-generation fighter jet were extensive, and though they possessed the technology, rapid development was not feasible. However, many of these cutting-edge technologies could be applied to 5th, 4th, and even 3rd-generation aircraft. Lin Tian thought to himself, the 6th-generation fighter jet represented the future of aviation, requiring intensive research and development. Yet currently, the guardians of the homeland remained the 4th and 5th-generation jets. Even with the emergence of the 6th generation, the earlier models would not be obsolete. After all, lower-tier aircraft were cost-effective. For most nations, deploying 6th-generation jets would be a wasteful endeavor. Warfare necessitates a consideration of cost-effectiveness. The 6th-generation fighter's stealth coating can also be applied to 5th-generation aircraft, significantly enhancing their stealth capabilities. Moreover, this stealth coating is notably more cost-effective. Quantum communication technology can certainly be utilized in 5th-generation fighters as well. Lin Tian pondered over this. He possessed comprehensive knowledge of all 5th-generation fighter information and was equally aware of the 6th-generation details, clearly understanding which aspects were suitable for upgrades. Mr. Su, I have some insights regarding the 6th-generation fighter, Lin Tian remarked as he swiftly closed the door and began typing rapidly on the keyboard, his fingers moving so quickly that an average person could hardly follow. After 2 hours, Lin Tian paused, having input a wealth of information. Yet, he had only provided a rough overview without delving into extensive details. Nevertheless, his contributions were immensely beneficial to the nation. The country was undoubtedly conducting research on the 6th-generation fighter, but there were significant divergences in research directions. For instance, what type of engine should be adopted for the aerospace fighter? It's akin to starting a climb at the foot of a mountain, uncertain of which path to take. Some paths may start easily but become treacherous, while others might lead to a dead end. Lin Tian's guide clearly outlined the direction, enabling the nation to save countless resources and expedite the development of the 6th-generation fighter. In the capital, Mr. Su sighed deeply. He had just participated in an academic discussion, one he had attended several times recently, focused on the 6th-generation fighter. Numerous prominent figures were engaged in heated debates, each advocating for their distinct research directions, as the nation's choice of research path represented substantial investment in scientific research. Everyone believed their own approach was the most valid. Mr. Su, a heavyweight in aircraft design and manufacturing, found himself uncertain in many aspects of the 6th-generation fighter. A misstep in the chosen path could lead to enormous waste, much like the United States producing the advanced Zumwalt-class destroyer, which ultimately proved impractical. Perhaps I should consult young Lin? Mr. Su mused internally. He contemplated reaching out, but hesitated, concerned about interrupting Lin Tian's research on the 5th-generation half-fighter, an area he had already inquired about extensively. The 6th-generation fighter was crucial, yet currently, the 5th-generation half-fighter was more capable of rapidly forming combat power. Mr. Su wondered if Lin Tian had any new ideas regarding the 5th-generation half-fighter. He returned to his office and powered on his computer. What's this? Mr. Su's eyes widened. Thoughts on the 6th-generation fighter? He logged into a secret space accessible only to himself and Lin Tian, and a document immediately caught his attention. The 6th-generation fighter. Mr. Su's heart soared with joy as he opened the file and began to read. An hour later, he had skimmed through it and was filled with excitement. This information was invaluable to the nation. The 6th-generation fighter should be developed this way, without a doubt. Mr. Su took a deep breath and meticulously read through it again, spending several more hours to fully grasp its contents. Young Lin was truly a national treasure. With Lin Tian's insights, many disputes could be resolved, and perhaps the 6th-generation fighter could be developed within 3 years. Regrettably, he might not witness it. Mr. Su picked up his phone. Though it was late, he dialed a number. Mr. Su, what brings you to call? Came the gentle voice of the second elder on the other end. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Mr. Su replied wearily. There has been considerable discussion about the 6th-generation fighter recently. You must be aware of it. The second elder sighed. Not just aware. Some have even brought their disputes to my attention. I'm not well versed in such matters. I can only focus on the economy and earn more money to ensure that if the path chosen is incorrect, I still have funds available. Mr. Su chuckled. You need not worry, second elder. Young Lin has provided me with a development guide for the 6th-generation fighter. He has outlined the development process clearly. The second elder's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's talent in this area was known to only a select few. Shall we take a trip to S-City together? We can meet with Lin and have him review it with you, the second elder suggested with a smile. That sounds splendid, Mr. Su agreed immediately. Chapter 214, The Visit of the Bloodline Count. At S-City International Airport, Count Karen and Count Amon's plane landed. Amon, the changes in Huagua over the years are remarkable. When I last visited S-City over a decade ago, it was far less prosperous, Count Karen remarked as he gazed out of the window of the extended Rolls-Royce. It was already nighttime, and the towering buildings glowed with lights. S-City was indeed one of the largest and most vibrant cities in Huagua. Count Amon, his eyes gleaming, responded, I have not been to S-City, but I have visited Shenzhen twice. The transformation is astonishing. Huagua is a formidable nation. This lion must not be awakened. It is better for it to remain in slumber. Count Karen shook his head. No, a dead lion suits our interests far better. Indeed, Count Amon nodded. Count Karen inquired, shall we visit Lin Tian now, or wait until tomorrow? Now, I detest the daytime. Our strength significantly increases at night. Count Amon replied without hesitation. Very well. Count Karen nonchalantly nodded. Though the Bloodline clan could operate during the day, their special virus would become less active, diminishing their strength. The car swiftly made its way to the villa where Lin Tian and Luo Bingning resided. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning had moved, a fact that Count Karen and his companions were aware of, as they knew that Kailina had also relocated nearby. Kailina's villa was situated to the left of Lin Tian's, merely a couple of 100 meters apart, while Su Anna and her companions resided in a villa to the right, a bit farther away. Ding dong, around 10 o'clock at night. Count Karen and his companions arrived outside Lin Tian's villa, where an elderly servant rang the doorbell. Inside, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were engrossed in their training. Ding dong. After waiting a moment without a response, Count Karen rang the bell again, but still, the door remained closed. Count Karen glanced upwards. Lights illuminated the interior, indicating that Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were indeed within. Furthermore, Lin Tian was likely a martial arts master. There was no chance he did not hear the doorbell. It seems we must wait a little longer. At this hour, Lin Tian might be preoccupied in his room, Count Karen chuckled. The two returned to the car. We shouldn't have to wait long, at most 20 minutes, Count Amon remarked with a light laugh. Inside the villa, Lin Tian was baffled by the rumors surrounding him, which had even reached foreign shores, to the point where Count Amon was aware of them. This was utterly absurd. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Tian completed his round of training but did not immediately go downstairs to meet Count Karen and the others. Who knows how they might misinterpret my presence? He internally grumbled. You lot can wait a bit longer. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Tian finally descended and opened the door, where Count Karen and Count Amon had just exited their vehicle after waiting for 40 minutes. What brings you here at such a late hour? Lin Tian asked in a calm tone. Count Karen replied, Mr. Lin, let us discuss this inside. Come in. Lin Tian gestured for them to enter. Once inside the villa, Lin Tian had meticulously arranged a feng shui formation on the upper floor. Although Count Karen and Count Amon had entered the villa, they heard no sounds from above. Without Lin Tian's permission, they could not ascend. The two were slightly puzzled. They expected to hear Luo Bingning's breathing and heartbeat, given their heightened hearing as members of the Bloodline clan. Please, have a seat, Lin Tian said in a neutral tone. They complied and sat down. Count Amon smiled slightly. Lin Tian, your master is Lin Zongshi, and your abilities are formidable. I trust you are well aware of our identities. To some extent, Lin Tian responded nonchalantly. That is good. Lin Tian, I believe you have guessed our purpose for coming here. There is no need for you to involve yourself with Kailina. Our family possesses exceptional young ladies. Count Amon stated directly. Lin Tian's expression remained indifferent. I have no interest in your exceptional young ladies. Do not disturb my sleep. Count Karen narrowed his eyes, stating, although your master is Lin Zongshi, our power surpasses your wildest imagination. The royal family of the 10,000 Islands possesses little strength. There is no need for you to oppose our blood clan on their behalf. Lin Tian cast a cold glance at Count Karen, his demeanor growing noticeably chillier. Your son, Gerald, has stolen the blood of my parents, and you consumed it, Lin Tian asserted. Let us calculate this first. Count Karen's expression shifted slightly. He had deliberately waited a day to confront Lin Tian, only to discover that Lin Tian was already aware of the situation, including the fact that it was his son Gerald who was responsible. Lin Tian, Your parents willingly donated their blood. How it is used is no longer their concern. Count Karen replied sternly. Is that so? Since you put it that way, you shall repay the consumption of my parents' blood with blood of your own, Lin Tian declared, extending his hand with lightning speed. Count Karen attempted to evade, but he was no match for Lin Tian's swiftness. Lin Tian seized Count Karen by the throat. Ugh! Count Karen gasped in pain. Lin Tian's grip was powerful, lifting Count Karen off the ground, causing Baron Amon nearby to pale. Lin Tian, let us speak calmly. We came here with sincerity. We can compensate for Count Karen's consumption of your parents' blood, Baron Amon hurriedly interjected. He refrained from intervening physically, fully aware that even combined, he and Count Karen were no match for Lin Tian, who possessed strength beyond the level of mere earls. Lin Tian's cold gaze remained fixed on Count Karen, whose face flushed, eyes reddening, revealing sharp fangs that made him appear quite fearsome. Lin Tian, our blood clan boasts 8 dukes, and our 8 families possess assets exceeding 200 billion euros. Killing Count Karen will bring you significant trouble, Baron Amon urged anxiously. Lin Tian, should he kill Count Karen, might also eliminate Amon. He certainly did not wish to perish in a foreign land. Coughing violently, Count Karen gasped for air as Lin Tian finally released him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Count Karen, I stated that you consumed my parents' blood. You must repay it with blood. However, it need not necessarily be yours, Lin Tian remarked coldly. Count Karen's expression darkened. Then whose blood shall it be? Lin Tian replied with indifference. Your 2 families must have control over some blood servants here in our Huagua, or perhaps you have other means to control certain individuals. My parents donated a total of 400 milliliters of blood. I require a list of 400 individuals. These must be significant figures. Count Karen recognized that Lin Tian would not let them off the hook, but chose to postpone immediate execution, instead seeking to leverage the situation for some benefit. That is impossible, Count Karen vehemently rejected. Such a list would incur them great losses. Then you shall die here tonight. Chapter 215. I bet Lin Tian dares not kill. Count Karen's expression turned grim. Lin Tian, if you dare to kill me, your parents and Luo Bingning will also perish. Lin Tian replied with a sardonic smile. Then let us test that theory. I believe it will not come to pass. How many of us are there? Your family has many members. Are you certain your clan leader and the elder will sever ties with my master and engage in a bloody conflict over you? Even if your family wishes to proceed. I doubt the other families in the blood clan would agree. At this point, Lin Tian turned to Baron Amon. Baron Amon, does your Bruche family desire exposure? Baron Amon hesitated, aware that while their blood clan was stronger than ordinary people, even martial arts masters could not withstand a bullet. If exposure occurred, they would undoubtedly suffer in the long run, likely facing a cleansing from various nations. If you expose our blood clan, you are playing with fire. Huagua would bear the brunt of the repercussions, Baron Amon warned coldly. Lin Tian's gaze remained steely. If my family is targeted and killed, I will undoubtedly expose you. As for the consequences, will I even care then? Count Karen gritted his teeth. The list of 400 individuals is impossible, at most. I can provide you with a list of 40. Baron Amon chimed in. Lin Tian, a list of 40 will suffice. You are not seeking an ordinary list. Lin Tian emanated a murderous intent. If I do not receive the list by sunrise tomorrow, Count Karen, you will certainly become a corpse. Your father and son must also die. They consumed my parents' blood. Having stated this, Lin Tian rose. You may call back, but do not attempt to leave the villa. Attempting to leave without permission will surely result in your demise. With that, Lin Tian ascended the stairs. Count Karen and Baron Amon exchanged glances, both feeling utterly frustrated and enraged. They had come to exert pressure on Lin Tian, only to discover that he was already aware of the theft of his parents' blood and thus acted with such firmness. Count Karen, you may call back and inquire. This matter is beyond our control, Baron Amon stated, taking a deep breath. Count Karen nodded and dialed his father's number, explaining the situation. On the other end, Lambert's expression darkened significantly. Karen, I will discuss this with your grandfather. Lambert hung up the phone and approached Duke Conrad, the elder of the Tudor family, who was also present, along with old Augustus, the elder of the Bruche family. Father, here is the situation. Lambert recounted the details of Count Karen's predicament. Conrad frowned deeply. They had stolen the blood of Lin Tian's parents. This was an indefensible act. While they could disregard many matters, the strength of Lin Zhongshe was a compelling reason to avoid conflict. Old friend, Lin Tian is surprisingly audacious. Do you believe he truly dares to kill members of your Tudor family? Augustus inquired. Conrad's eyes sparkled with insight. He too did not believe Lin Tian would readily slay their core members. Lambert was the clan leader and Karen was his son, both undeniably central figures within their family. Son, what is your take on this? Conrad asked Lambert. Lambert frowned. Father, if we submit to Lin Tian's threats, our tutor family will lose face. We cannot provide him with the list. In Huagua, they had corrupted and controlled many individuals through various means, yet there were not many of substantial influence. These people were malignant tumors within Huagua. Eliminating them would undoubtedly benefit the nation. Furthermore, if they disclosed the list, it would complicate future efforts to corrupt and recruit others. Conrad remained silent for a long while. Prepare 2 lists. After negotiating with Lin Tian again tomorrow, we shall provide him with the lesser of the 2. If he dares to kill, we shall offer the second list. Lambert's expression changed slightly. Father, if Lin Tian were to kill Karen, our tutor family would be embroiled in an irreconcilable blood feud with him. Conrad spoke in a grave tone. I bet he will not dare to kill. He would not wish to establish such enmity with our tutor family. Indeed, father. Lambert nodded in agreement. Conrad turned to Augustus. Old friend. Should we not share the burden of the second list of 400 individuals? Certainly, Augustus responded after a brief consideration. He had approached Conrad voluntarily, and with Kalina present, he required the tutor family's assistance. We will prepare a list of 200 individuals, and should Lin Tian truly dare to kill, I shall pass the list to you. Augustus assured. Such a list was top secret. Should it not be needed, Augustus preferred that Conrad and his family remain unaware. As night gradually faded, Count Karen and his companions did not leave, mindful of Lin Tian's warning that departing without permission would lead to death. Have you made your decision? Lin Tian descended from the upper floor as dawn approached. Where is the list I requested? Without it, or if it proves insufficient, Count Karen, your fate is sealed. Lin Tian toyed with a flying dagger in his hand. Count Karen spoke coldly. Lin Tian, opposing the tutor family brings you no advantages. Our family's total assets exceed 500 billion euros, and our influence is beyond your imagination. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you implying there is no list? Count Karen felt a tremor of fear. There is no list, but the tutor family is willing to compensate you with 400 million euros. 400 milliliters of blood for 400 million euros. We, the tutor family, have shown our utmost sincerity. Compared to such a list, 400 million euros is not much, as the losses from the list would far exceed that amount. Lin Tian shook his head. I want the list, accompanied by detailed evidence proving their wrongdoing. Your time is running out. Count Karen cursed internally, thinking that for merely 400 milliliters of blood, a compensation of 400 million euros was unreasonable. Father, Lin Tian still demands the list. Count Karen called his father. Soon, Lambert sent him a list, which Count Karen relayed to Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly reviewed it, his expression turning cold. Are you trying to fool me? Are these your tutor family's developed senior spies? You have no more than 5 minutes. If you do not present the true list I seek within that time, I shall send you to meet Satan with this dagger. Count Karen's heart raced, yet he knew he had to stand firm. Lin Tian, the tutor family has provided a list, demonstrating great sincerity. Should you kill me, you will bear the consequences. The tutor family will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, Count Karen declared sternly. Lin Tian glanced at the time on his phone. You have 4 minutes left. No need. Count Karen replied coldly. Dare to try and kill me. Whoosh. The flying dagger left Lin Tian's hand, piercing through Count Karen's left eye. Try it, and you shall perish.